In the year 2624, Eternal was no longer just a game. It had become reality. Monsters roamed freely. Magical disasters struck without warning. And humanity's only chance of survival was to awaken a class, level up, and fight back. Strength wasn't a luxury anymore. It was the only thing keeping people alive. Among the countless hopefuls preparing for their awakening was Zhou Yi, an ordinary young man, at least for now. But fate had something far greater in store for him. When the time came, he would awaken an S+ rank talent, protection of the Sacred Angel, granting him the hidden class Sacred Knight. This class came with blessings so powerful, weapon blessing, angel blessing, and honor blessing, that his mere presence could distort space itself. The story begins at Lijiang's Second City Academy, where the class awakening ceremony was in full swing. Students stood in disciplined rows, their faces a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Presiding over the event was Headmaster Luo Heng, his voice steady and commanding as he addressed the gathered students. "This ceremony will determine your future," he stated gravely. "Choose wisely." The crowd murmured. The stakes were high. Some students dreamed of becoming berserkers, tearing through monsters like forces of nature. Others aimed for strategic roles like summoners or engineers, though these paths required immense resources, something not everyone had. A few preferred safer, support-based classes, avoiding direct combat altogether. Decades ago, Eternal was just a game, a virtual escape where players thrilled at defeating monsters. Then one day, the world changed. The surface expanded thousands of times over, and monsters, secret realms, and otherworldly beings materialized. The line between game and reality vanished, forcing humanity to adapt. Now, leveling up wasn't a choice. It was survival. Among the students stood Zhou Yi, his expression unreadable. Unlike the others, this wasn't about dreams or glory. It was about survival. A transmigrator who had arrived in this world a year ago, his life had been nothing but hardship. His mother passed away soon after, and his younger sister, Zhou Yun, fell victim to a mysterious illness no ordinary priest could cure. He had sold everything, their home, their belongings, just to scrape together enough for temporary treatments from low-level priests. But it wasn't enough. Her condition was worsening. Without a miracle, he would lose the only family he had left. As the ceremony continued, Zhou Yi clenched his fists. This awakening wasn't just a chance. It was his only hope. For Zhou Yi, the stakes couldn't be higher. Awakening a combat class wasn't just about prestige. It was his only shot at securing enough power and resources to venture into secret realms, slay monsters, and earn enough money to find a high-level priest who could save his sister, Zhou Yun. As Headmaster Luo Heng wrapped up his speech, a level 24 mage stepped forward, his presence commanding the room. "The class awakening ceremony is about to begin," he announced. "When your name is called, step into the magic formation one at a time." With a flick of his wand, the formation activated. A massive purple magic circle spread across the floor, pulsing with overwhelming energy. The sheer force sent gusts of wind spiraling through the hall, forcing students to brace themselves. A single thought crossed everyone's mind. A level 24 mage is terrifying. Zhou Yi, despite his nerves, had a different take. "If this gig pays 6 figures, maybe I picked the wrong career path." As the wind settled, homeroom teacher Li Xiangyang stepped forward and called the first student. "Zheng Cheng, step into the formation." All eyes locked onto the trembling student as he walked forward. This was the moment, one that would define their futures. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his mind laser-focused. Everything, his survival, his sister's life, depended on the class he awakened. The world offered over 1,000 possible classes, yet most fell into 3 categories. Combat classes, the most revered, granting strength for battle. Life-type classes, practical but low status like pharmacists. Support classes, valuable, yet dependent on stronger allies. Nearly half of all students awakened combat classes, with enchanters being among the most coveted. But luck was fickle. Some walked away with legendary potential, while others were left with bitter disappointment. As Zheng Cheng entered the formation, 3 glowing cards materialized before him. Each displayed a potential class: pharmacist, enchanter, decomposer. The students held their breath as the cards shimmered and shifted, reacting to his traits. Tension filled the room. For some, this ceremony would mark the start of greatness. For others, it would shatter their dreams. Finally, it was Zhou Yi's turn. "Number 30, step forward." The room buzzed with excitement as Zhou Yi made his way to the magic formation. His classmates erupted into cheers. After all, he was their class representative. With top-tier academic scores and impressive stats, many believed he was destined for a powerful class. But everyone knew the truth. Class awakening wasn't about grades. It was about fate. A smug voice cut through the crowd. "How's your class doing, Li Xiangyang?" It was Tang Tianjun, the homeroom teacher of the 6th class, practically oozing superiority. Li Xiangyang sighed. 16 combat awakenings so far. Tang Tianjun smirked. 21 of mine, including a rare class. Looks like we're taking the lead in the yearly rankings. Li Xiangyang's jaw tightened. This guy again. Before he could respond, Tang Tianjun pointed toward the motionless Zhou Yi. What's wrong with your golden boy? Stage fright? Eyes turned to Zhou Yi. He stood just outside the formation, unmoving, his face unreadable. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Was he hesitating? Was he scared? Then something strange happened. The silver necklace around his neck began to glow. Faint at first, then brighter and brighter. Zhou Yi's eyes snapped open as the golden light enveloped him. The air crackled with energy, sending a pulse through the room. Suddenly, a system interface materialized before him. System energy detected. System activating. Loading complete. Strongest class support system activated. Rookie starter gift. S+ grade talent. Protection of the sacred angel. Zhou Yi blinked. Wait, what? He rubbed his eyes, half expecting the screen to vanish. But it remained, glowing and real. His mind reeled. A system? In real life. His gaze dropped to the necklace. That cheap trinket. The one he had randomly bought from a street stall in his past life. He had tested it 100 times, but it never did anything. When he transmigrated, it came with him, forgotten at the bottom of his belongings. And now, it had just changed his fate. The system notifications detailed his newfound power. Talent. Protection of the sacred angel. S+ grade. Effect. Immense affinity with divine and light-based abilities, drastically amplifying all related skills. In this world, talents were graded from F to S. Anything above S was practically legendary. In Zhou, he had just awakened an S+ grade talent. His heart pounded. This would change everything. Here's a refined version of your script with improved pacing, tension, and engagement. The awakening that shook the academy. Outside the formation, Zhou Yi's prolonged stillness sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. His classmates exchanged nervous whispers. Why isn't he moving? Did he fail to awaken a class? That's impossible. Nobody has failed in centuries. Even Li Xiangyang, his homeroom teacher, was starting to frown. Zhou Yi had always been reliable, so what was happening? Just as speculation reached its peak, the sky above the academy twisted and cracked. A deafening boom split the air. Golden light erupted from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and slamming directly onto Zhou Yi. The entire ceremony fell into stunned silence. The sheer force of the divine energy weighed heavily on the air, suffocating even the most powerful mages in the crowd. The headmaster's voice finally broke through the tension. This isn't just a class awakening. This is a talent awakening phenomenon. The level 24 mage beside him, usually composed, paled in shock. No, this is something far beyond that. From within the golden light, a celestial figure emerged. Her form radiated ethereal brilliance, her blindfolded eyes glowing beneath golden strands of hair. Divine energy pulsed from her presence, so overwhelming that even seasoned warriors found themselves trembling. The students barely dared to breathe. The angel descended gracefully before Zhou Yi, her radiant wings shimmering. She regarded him silently before speaking, her voice soft yet filled with divine authority. The light is your belief, the source of your strength. Under its radiance, you shall be shielded, and all evil shall be burned away. Then, with a gentle smile, she stepped forward into Zhou Yi. The moment she merged with him, golden energy erupted outward, surging through Zhou Yi's entire being. A brilliant symbol flared to life on his forehead, his eyes glowing with divine power. Zhou Yi screamed, his body convulsing as unimaginable energy coursed through him. Power beyond human comprehension flooded every fiber of his being, reshaping him in ways he couldn't yet understand. The entire academy watched, breathless. Nobody had ever seen an awakening like this. And then, as the golden storm settled, something even more shocking happened. Before Zhou Yi, 3 glowing emblems manifested in the air. Each one radiated immense power, symbolizing a potential class of unparalleled strength. The students erupted into chaos. This is insane. He's choosing from 3? I've never heard of protection of the sacred angel. What kind of class does that even give? This is beyond luck. This is fate. One brave student turned to Li Xiangyang, their usually composed homeroom teacher, and asked, Master Li, what do these emblems mean? Li Xiangyang, who had remained silent until now, swallowed hard, because even he wasn't sure anymore. At first, Li Xiangyang hesitated, his gaze locked on the 3 glowing emblems. Even among the faculty, such an awakening was practically unheard of. When the students pressed him for answers, he finally spoke, his tone grave. These aren't just ordinary classes. They're hidden classes, incredibly rare ones. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Inside the magic circle, Zhou studied the three emblems before him. Each represented a potential path, each with its own risks and rewards. Small Blue Diamond Mage of Light, a pure DPS class, specializing in devastating ranged attacks but fragile defenses. A glass cannon, powerful, but easy prey in a world swarming with monsters. Small Blue Diamond Sacred Priest, a support class with life-saving and resurrection abilities. Invaluable in teams, but weak in solo combat. Priest relied on others for survival. Small Blue Diamond Saint Knight, a hybrid class blending offense, defense, and buffs. While it lacked a clear specialty, its adaptability made it self-sufficient and reliable. Zhou didn't hesitate. Saint Knight was the perfect balance. With his newly awakened divine talent, he needed a class that could maximize his combat potential without sacrificing survivability. The moment he made his choice, the other two emblems vanished in a golden light, leaving only the Saint Knight behind. A towering figure clad in radiant armor emerged from the emblem, gripping a massive warhammer. The knight's deep, resonant voice echoed like an ancient oath of valor. Humility, honesty, bravery, empathy, responsibility, to commit acts of glory, to pursue justice, and to sacrifice for a cause greater than oneself. This is the vow of a Saint Knight. For a moment, the knight stood motionless. Then, with a mighty flare of divine energy, golden wings unfurled from his back. As radiant power surged into Zhou, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Party Popper, congratulations. You have awakened the Saint Knight class. Small Blue Diamond level 10 skills unlocked. Blade of pure white cross swords, a sacred strike infused with divine energy. Slow regeneration sparkles, gradually restores health over time. Weapon Blessing Fire, enhances equipped weapons with holy power. Plus 10 unassigned stat points received. The golden light faded, and the ceremony hall was left in stunned silence. Then, chaos erupted. Students swarmed around Zhou, their excitement spilling over like an overflowing cup. Class rep, that was insane. Can we team up for the final exam? I'm a summoner. We'd be unstoppable. Forget them. I'm a mage. Our synergy would be broken tier. The enthusiasm was so overwhelming that Li Xiangyang had to intervene, clapping his hands to disperse the eager crowd. He turned to Zhou, his eyes gleaming with pride and ambition. Zhou, excellent work. You done well. He paused, then added with a knowing smile. Go home and rest. Report to Headmaster Wang Hui's office tomorrow. Zhou nodded, his heart still racing. This was only the beginning. Despite Li Xiangyang's encouraging words, Zhou couldn't ignore the greedy glint in his teacher's eyes. Teacher, your expression right now is downright terrifying. Zhou thought, suppressing a sigh. Still, he nodded politely and turned to leave. His path as a Saint Knight had only just begun. Back home, Zhou wasted no time. He opened his system interface, eager to assess his new stats. Scroll character status. Name, Zhou. Strength, 20. Constitution, 18. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 15. Class, Saint Knight. His awakening had boosted his base stats significantly, and he still had 10 unassigned stat points to distribute. After careful thought, he opted for a balanced build. Heavy checkmark plus 6 strength to maximize his combat power. Heavy checkmark plus 2 constitution for better durability. Heavy checkmark plus 1 agility and plus 1 intelligence to round out his abilities. As the points were applied, his body emitted a faint golden glow, wisps of steam-like energy rising from his skin. I can feel energy boiling inside me. So this is what stat points do? Incredible! Before he could revel in the sensation for too long, a new system notification appeared. Scroll, Saint Knight mission activated. Small Blue Diamond daily mission. Saint Knight's challenge, level 1. Money bag rewards, choose 2. Keycap 1 plus, 10 extra stat points. Keycap 2, Saint Knight skills. Keycap 3, random Saint Knight equipment. Accept, refuse. Zhou eyes sparkled at the insane rewards. Extra stat points? Skills? Equipment? There was no hesitation. He slammed accept. Scroll, mission adjusting to power level. Scroll, trial initiated. Scroll, defeat the ancient Rabbi monster. Warning, treat this trial seriously. Death in the trial means death in real life. Before Zhou could process the warning, his surroundings warped, and he suddenly found himself inside a mine. His academy lessons kicked in. Ancient Rabbi monsters. They live in mines. Normally docile, but when they sense humans, they turn into bloodthirsty beasts. A low growl echoed from the darkness. Zhou instincts flared. Something was coming. Fast. Boom! A hulking Rabbi monster burst from the shadows, its claws gleaming as it lunged straight for him. Zhou Yi barely dodged, feeling the wind from its massive swipe as its claws slammed into the rocky ground, cracking it on impact. Landing a few feet away, Zhou Yi steadied himself, heart pounding. My first real fight. Let's see if I can handle this without relying on skills. His Saint Knight trial had begun. The rabby monster roared, its blood-red eyes filled with rage as it charged again. This time, Zhou Yi didn't retreat. Instead, he met it head-on, pivoting on his heel and driving a powerful kick straight into its skull. Bam! The beast tumbled backward, crashing onto the rocky ground with a pained shriek. Zhou Yi took a step back, flexing his fingers. My body feels incredible. Faster, stronger. That stat boost really worked wonders. The rabby monster snarled, shaking off the impact and preparing to lunge again. But now, Zhou Yi was ready. The battle escalated. Zhou Yi delivered blow after blow, but the beast refused to go down. Frustrated, it attacked with reckless fury, its swipes becoming a wild frenzy. Zhou Yi easily dodged each one, smirking. Too slow. I can see your moves coming from a mile away, he taunted. Then, a fatal mistake. The monster's tail whipped around, catching Zhou Yi completely off guard. Wham! The force slammed into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Pain flared in his side as blood seeped from the wound. Zhou Yi staggered, gritting his teeth. Cockiness had cost him. Scroll. Slow regeneration activated. Level 1. Restores a certain amount of HP for up to 2 teammates within range over 30 seconds. A soft golden glow enveloped him as the wound began to heal. I underestimated it. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. Training at the academy is one thing, but in the real world, even a low-grade monster can kill you if you let your guard down. Determined, Zhou Yi switched tactics. His hand tightened around his blade as he activated his first skill. Blade of Pure White. Level 1. Unleashes a cross-shaped slash infused with light magic. Enemies hit are briefly frozen. Slash. A brilliant arc of light cut through the monster, freezing it in place. Zhou Yi didn't waste the opening. Tiger Pounce. Level 4. Dash forward, grab the enemy, and slam them into the ground, dealing multiple instances of damage. He lunged, grabbing the stunned beast before it could break free. With a mighty roar, he dashed forward, dragging the monster with him before slamming it into the ground with bone-crushing force. Boom! The monster howled as Zhou Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each one accompanied by a system notification. His fists glowed golden, his armor shimmering with divine energy. With one final, devastating punch, he sent the monster crashing down, this time for good. The rabby monster collapsed, its body dissolving into golden particles. Zhou Yi stood victorious. As Zhou Yi caught his breath, a system notification appeared before him. Scroll trial complete. Score. Wrapped gift, choose your rewards. Keycap 1 plus 10 extra stat points. Keycap 2 Saint Knight skills. Keycap 3 random Saint Knight equipment. Zhou Yi paused to think. Stat points were crucial for strengthening his foundation, while new skills could be unlocked later. But a weapon? That was tempting. The system's equipment was leagues beyond anything he could afford. After a moment's deliberation, he selected stat points and random equipment. With a flash of golden light, a one-handed sword materialized in his hand. It wasn't flashy, but it was sturdy, well-balanced, and perfect for a Saint Knight. A reliable weapon for future battles. Satisfied, Zhou Yi ended the trial. In an instant, the world blurred, and the next thing he knew, he was back in his room. His phone buzzed. Mobile phone reminder. Visit the hospital. His expression hardened. Time to check on Zhou Yun. At the hospital, Zhou Yun was watching the news when he arrived. On the screen, a news anchor's excited voice filled the room. Television breaking news. Today, a student triggered the phenomenon of a sacred angel descending during their class awakening. Reports confirmed that the student awakened the hidden class, Saint Knight, the first recorded instance in this city in 50 years. Zhou Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration. A Saint Knight? That's incredible, she murmured, unaware that her own brother was the one making headlines. But before she could process the information, a nurse walked in and switched off the TV. Her expression was cold. She handed Zhou Yun a piece of paper. Page facing up. Medical bill. 10,000 zan due. Her tone was sharp. Time for your payment. 10,000 zan. Zhou Yun's face paled. 10,000? That can't be right, she stammered. Even with Zhou Yi working 3 part-time jobs, their combined income barely reached 5,000 zan a month. Is there a mistake? She asked, her voice unsteady. The nurse's gaze hardened. Mistake, she scoffed. You used expensive medicines, suppressants, stabilizers, and even called a priest. Your condition flared up 3 times this month, forcing nurses to tend to you at midnight. She crossed her arms, her tone growing harsh. For someone in your state, Questioning the bill is unsightly. If you have a problem, go check it yourself. This is a hospital, not a charity. Zhou Yun, flustered, tried to explain. I didn't mean it that way. You're misunderstanding me. But the nurse cut her off. Don't act rich when you're not. Poor people should know their place. If you can't pay, don't bother coming back. The words hit like a dagger. Zhou Yun clutched the bill, her fingers trembling. She wanted to cry, but she refused to show weakness. And just then, the hospital door swung open. Zhou, he had arrived, and he had heard everything. Before Zhou Yun could respond, a firm hand landed on the nurse's shoulder. A calm, but commanding voice followed. I couldn't help but overhear. It seems you enjoy insulting patients. Let's see if you're as sharp-tongued in the director's office. The nurse stiffened, turning to face the newcomer. Her expression faltered when she saw the man, but she quickly regained her composure, muttering a final warning before storming out. Remember, the payment is still due today. Zhou Yun, still shaken, looked at the two strangers in her room. Who are you? She asked cautiously. One of the men stepped forward, producing a sleek card with a polite bow. You must be Zhou Yun. I'm a friend of your brother, Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi hurried into the hospital, gripping the latest medical bill in his hand. He burst into the room, exasperated. Zhou Yun, I just want to pay the bill, and the system says there's still a 10,000 yuan balance. What's going on? Zhou Yun's face lit up at the sight of her brother, her earlier anxiety momentarily forgotten. Brother, these men came to see you. She gestured toward the two strangers, who were now chatting casually. Zhou Yi's gaze locked onto them, confusion flashing across his face. One of the men stood and approached him, his demeanor composed and refined. Mr. Zhou Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. He extended a hand. My name is Zhao Wenbing, the mayor's secretary. I'd like to discuss a few matters with you. Zhou Yi's brows furrowed. The mayor's secretary? Why would someone of his status want to speak with me? But he quickly adjusted his expression and shook Zhao Wenbing's hand. This isn't the best place for a conversation. Let's talk elsewhere. Zhao Wenbing nodded. Of course. Turning to his companion, he instructed, stay here and keep Miss Zhou Yun company. I'll return shortly. The man nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Zhou Yun, still unaware of her brother's awakening, continued chatting with their unexpected guest, completely missing the connection between the news she had seen earlier and her own brother. Zhou Yi and Zhao Wenbing entered a nearby cafe where a lively atmosphere buzzed around them. At one table, a group of young people was excitedly discussing the biggest news of the day, the sacred angel awakening. Zhou Yi sat down, his mind racing. Just what does the mayor's office want from me? Did you see the report? Someone awakened a hidden class at the Second Academy, a girl exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Her friends leaned in eagerly. Who was it? Grinning, she pulled out her phone and flashed a leaked photo. His name's Zhou Yi. In bonus, he's pretty handsome. A short distance away, oblivious to the whispers circulating about him, Zhou Yi sat across from Zhao Wenbing. The secretary wasted no time. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Zhou Yi, he said smoothly. Awakening an S-grade talent, protection of the sacred angel, and achieving the hidden class Saint Knight is nothing short of extraordinary. Zhou Yi offered a modest smile. I was just lucky. Zhao Wenbing chuckled. Luck alone doesn't earn an S-grade talent during a routine class awakening, Mr. Zhou Yi. With that, he placed a small yet significant object on the table. A key, marked with the insignia of the Citibank vault. The mayor has taken a keen interest in your potential, Zhao Wenbing continued. To ensure your full focus and privacy, the media has been instructed to leave you alone. Additionally, this vault contains an exclusive stock of cultivation resources designed to help you grow stronger at an accelerated rate. These resources will be invaluable for your upcoming exams. He gestured toward the key. These are for you, and if you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Zhou Yi stared at the key, mind racing. The mayor wasn't just giving him a gift. This was an investment, and investments always came with expectations. Before he could respond, Zhao Wenbing delivered the final incentive. From today, a professional medical team will be assigned to care for Miss Zhou Yun around the clock. Furthermore, a level 36 second-grade priest has been dispatched to Li Jiang City to heal her. That sealed the deal. Strength and resources were one thing, but securing his sister's well-being? That was priceless. Zhou Yi picked up the key without hesitation. I accept. Zhao Wenbing smiled approvingly. Welcome aboard. This is just the beginning. With your talent, many more doors will open. Zhou Yi nodded, fully aware that the sword wasn't just a gift. It was a symbol of his potential and a way to aid his sister's recovery. At the hospital, he shared the news with Zhou Yun, whose face lit up with excitement. Bro, you're going to be a big deal soon. Can I stick to you like your personal accessory? She teased, grinning mischievously. Zhou Yi laughed and gently pushed her away. Quit it. Focus on getting better instead of spouting nonsense. Unfazed, Zhou Yun clung to his arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Come on, bro. Every class has special skills, right? What's yours? Spill it. Her playful persistence made Zhou pause as he thought about the unique abilities tied to his Saint Knight class. Blade of Pure White for devastating strikes. Slow Recovery for healing. Weapon Blessing for supportive enhancements. He glanced at Zhou Yun's frail frame and decided to test Slow Recovery. Activating the skill, a gentle golden glow enveloped his hand as he channeled the energy toward her. Zhou Yun closed her eyes, a contented smile spreading across her face. This feels amazing, she sighed. It's like soaking in a heavenly hot spring. The energy visibly eased her discomfort. When Zhou asked how she felt, she beamed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. It's incredible. No pain, and my body feels so much lighter. It's like I've just had the best recharge ever. Seeing her vibrant expression filled Zhou with pride and a sense of purpose. The Saint Knight class wasn't just a strategic choice for him. It was a way to bring relief and joy to his sister's life. While his skills couldn't cure her illness entirely, they could offer her moments of peace, and that was enough for now. The next day, Zhou walked alongside his headmaster, Luo Heng, through the academy corridors. Luo Heng, brimming with excitement, shared some surprising news. "A dozen universities called me yesterday to recruit you," he said with a laugh. "They practically bombarded my phone. Even 4 professors from the top 10 universities reached out. You got a golden ticket, kid." Luo Heng clapped Zhou on the shoulder. "These teachers are no joke. Secondary Awakened class holders, all above level 35. If you impress them, you'll get access to the finest resources and training. Don't let this opportunity slip." Zhou smiled to himself, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. His journey wasn't just about personal growth anymore. It was about securing a better future for himself and his sister. Intrigued, Zhou asked, "Which universities are after me?" Luo Heng smirked. "Rongyang University, Chuanan University, Hansheng University, and Anji University." Zhou raised an eyebrow. "And the top 3? They only recruit based on exam scores," Luo Heng explained. "No special admissions, no exceptions. Even if you have a hidden class, they won't care." As they walked toward the meeting room, the sound of an argument echoed from inside. "Old Xia, Chuan District is 4,000 kilometers from Lijiang City. Did you fly a fighter jet here?" one voice complained. "Fighter jet? Huh, I used a super long-distance teleportation array," another retorted. "Burned through a level 30 magic core per use. But who cares? A genius like Zhou is worth it. Chuanan University will take him. Our offer will crush the rest of you." Zhou glanced at Luo Heng. "Are all university recruiters this intense?" Luo Heng chuckled. "You'll see." He pushed open the door. "Gentlemen and lady, Zhou has arrived." The 4 teachers turned to him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Luo Heng introduced them one by one. "This is Zhou Tianfu from Rongyang University, Li Bing from Chuanan University, Zhu Yuan from Hanqing University, and Mr. Yuan from Anji University." Zhou gave a respectful bow. "Nice to meet you all." The teachers exchanged approving nods. Despite his rare class, the kid wasn't arrogant, definitely a good sign. Zhou Tianfu stepped forward first. "Let's get straight to business. Rongyang University offers 2 million yuan upon admission and an exclusive skill book with techniques for all 3 Saint Knight paths." Zhou Yi's mind raced. 2 million yuan up front? That was an astronomical sum. A regular family barely made 6,000 yuan a month. Even the mayor didn't have this kind of budget for a single recruit. Before he could respond, Li Bing from Chuanan University let out a chuckle. "That's cute. Chuanan University offers 3 million yuan upon admission, 3 exclusive Saint Knight skill books per year." And he paused for dramatic effect, personal mentorship from a level 56 tertiary Awakened Knight. The room went dead silent. Zhou blinked. Level 56? That was near the planetary peak. A mentor like that could fast-track his growth to an unimaginable level. Before he could recover from the shock, Zhu Yuan from Hanqing University made her move. "Hanqing University doesn't throw around cash like Chuanan, but we offer 2 million yuan, and more importantly, a B-class cultivation resource as soon as you enroll." The mention of a B-class cultivation resource made Luo Heng nearly jump out of his seat. His eyes widened as he grabbed Zhou Yi's shoulder. "Say yes. Do you have any idea how rare a B-class resource is? Even a pig could turn into a legendary beast with one." The tension in the room thickened. The teachers eagerly awaited Zhou Yi's response, expecting him to take the deal of a lifetime. But to everyone's shock, Zhou Yi simply shook his head. "I refuse." Luo Heng's jaw hit the floor. "What?" Zhu Yu blinked, struggling to process what she'd just heard. "Are you insane? Why would you turn this down?" Zhou remained calm. "I plan to apply to the top 3 universities, Sukong, Ching Jing, or Modi University. They're the best in the country, accepting only 1,000 students per year from every race. Elves, giants, you name it. Competing against naturally stronger races makes getting in nearly impossible. But that's exactly why I want to go. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then, Zhou Tianfu from Rongyang University let out a sharp laugh. You? The top 3 universities? His voice dripped with mockery. I thought you had some sense, but you're just an arrogant fool. His expression turned cold. I've read your file. You've already lost too much time. Your stats are mediocre, your foundation is weak, and you have 0 elite training. You don't have what it takes to compete with the best. Even if you somehow get in, you'll be nothing but cannon fodder. As he spoke, a crushing aura erupted from him, pressing down on Zhou Yi like a tidal wave. If this had happened a day earlier, Zhou Yi would have collapsed instantly. But thanks to his recent training, he gritted his teeth and stood his ground, barely. Luo Heng's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and released his own counter-aura, colliding with Zhou Tianfu's pressure. The air crackled with tension as their forces clashed. What's the meaning of this? Zhou Tianfu. Luo Heng's voice was laced with anger. You think you can bully my student on academy grounds? From the side, Zhi watched with interest. Zhou, he wasn't just enduring the pressure. He was adapting to it. There's something special about this kid, she thought, a smirk playing on her lips. Zhou Tianfu finally withdrew his aura, scoffing as he turned to leave. The other teachers followed, muttering their frustrations. Recruitment isn't just about potential, it's about attitude, Zhou Tianfu sneered. With that kind of arrogance, he'll never amount to anything. He cast one last glance at Luo Heng. No need to waste more time here. Until next time, Headmaster Luo. As the teachers exited, Zhiyu paused in front of Zhou Yi. You've got guts, she admitted. But Zhou Tianfu wasn't entirely wrong. This country is filled with monsters, and many races have natural advantages over humans. Getting into the top 3 universities? That's as hard as reaching the heavens. She gave him a small smirk. Still good luck. Once the room emptied, Luo Heng let out a long sigh. Zhou Yi, you've chosen the hardest road possible, he said, shaking his head. I just hope you can prove them wrong. Zhou Yi's eyes burned with determination. I will. Luo Heng studied his student's expression. No hesitation, no doubt, only sheer conviction. Zhou, he let out a confident chuckle. I'll make it through the exams. Just watch. With 1 month left, he knew exactly what he had to do. Push his strength to terrifying levels. With his system, failure wasn't an option. What do you think? Can Zhou Yi break into the top 3 universities? Drop your predictions in the comments. The exam day had finally arrived. The atmosphere was thick with tension as students gathered outside a massive portal gate, their entrance to the secret realm. But the real fear wasn't just the test. It was the examiner, Demon Yang. The moment his name was announced, students broke into frantic whispers. Demon Yang? The guy who wrote those nightmare-level questions 2 years ago. Our district's average score hit an all-time low that year. If he's in charge, we're doomed. The panic spread like wildfire. But in the midst of it all, one name kept popping up in hushed conversations. Zhou Yi. Did you hear? Zhou Yi rejected special admissions from the top 10 universities, a student whispered. Yeah, because he thinks he can make it into the top 3, another scoffed. Arrogant much? Even the top geniuses wouldn't aim that high. He's just showing off because of his hidden class. Watch, he's gonna crash and burn. If someone offered me millions and a guaranteed spot, I'd have taken it in a heartbeat. What a waste. But the murmurs stopped abruptly when Zhou Yi stepped into view. A golden aura radiated from his body. The change was impossible to ignore. His very presence sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. Is it just me, or does he seem different? Someone muttered. He looks strong. Zhou Yi paid no attention to the whispers. His focus was razor-sharp as he approached the portal gate. This wasn't just an exam. It was a stepping stone to the top 3 universities. A holographic map flickered to life, displaying the terrain for this year's test. A perilous zone teeming with deadly creatures. The descriptions alone sent shivers down the students' spines. Cat monsters, lightning fast, masters of ambush. Minotaurs, towering beasts with armor-thick skin and a taste for human flesh. Will there be swamp terrain too? One student asked nervously. This difficulty? Demon Yang doesn't want us to survive. The max party size is 5 this year, not 3 like before, another realized. That means this map is even harder than previous exams. A teacher stepped forward, his voice firm. Remember, survival comes first. If you're in danger, use your return scroll immediately. Dying in the secret realm means dying for real. Stay sharp, and don't be reckless. Failing is better than losing your life. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. 30 seconds, the teacher shouted. Nervous energy crackled among the students. Some clenched their fists, their expressions hardened with determination. Others swallowed their fear, sweat beading on their foreheads. Then, 0. In flashes of blue light, one by one, the students vanished, teleported into the secret realm. Some left with cocky grins. Others disappeared with fear frozen on their faces. But regardless of their emotions, only one thing mattered now: survival. Within moments, the portal gate stood empty. The only ones left were a few teachers and spectators, all waiting anxiously to see who would emerge victorious and who wouldn't return at all. Outside the secret realm portal, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and tension as the crowd focused on massive screens displaying the participants' live progress. Each screen highlighted a contestant's name, stats, and role, sparking animated whispers among the onlookers. The first screen showcased Sun Chong, a warrior from Class 1, tackling hard difficulty solo. Next came Mo Ching, an assassin from the same class, also braving hard difficulty alone. The third screen featured a trio from Class 1, Long Fei, Kong Su, and Sun Jian, representing an elemental mage, gunsman, and swordsman. Their team had also opted for hard difficulty. On the fourth screen, a Class 2 squad appeared: Zhang Wei, archer; Wu Meng Li, fire mage; Zhao Tianhong, swordsman; and Younger Lang, potion master. They too faced hard mode together. But it was the fifth screen that made the crowd erupt. The name Zhou Yi flashed across, accompanied by his title, Saint Knight. Nightmare difficulty? And he's going in solo? Gasped a student, breaking the tension. Is he insane? Nightmare maps are death traps, especially for solo players. He's after the high experience points and top-tier marks, another chimed in. But even seniors steer clear of nightmare mode unless they're gods. On screen, Zhou Yi's stats glowed in gold, stark against the haunting backdrop of the nightmare-level terrain. Shadows swirled as red eyes of monstrous enemies gleamed menacingly. The camera panned to the audience, zooming in on the visibly tense headmaster Luo and education director Zhang Tao. Director Zhang Tao couldn't contain his alarm. That Zhou Yi, a Saint Knight, is a support powerhouse, not a soloist. In nightmare difficulty, the death rate is 40%. Does he have a death wish? Headmaster Luo tried to maintain his composure. Director Zhang calmed down. Zhou Yi doesn't take unnecessary risks. If he chose this path, it means he's prepared. Zhang Tao scoffed, his eyes fixed on the screen. Prepared? The city council invested heavily in him for this event. If he dies, do you understand the backlash? Our academy's reputation and the council's credibility will be shredded. The tension in the air thickened, with the crowd, teachers, and officials glued to Zhou Yi's every move. As the ominous shadows shifted on the screen, one thing was clear. This solo run was about to determine more than just Zhou Yi's grades. It was a gamble with lives, legacies, and the academy's future on the line. Inside the nightmare-level map, Zhou Yi stood alone, surrounded by the eerie glow of countless blood-red eyes lurking in the shadows. The oppressive bloodlust pressing against him would have sent most students running. But Zhou Yi remained unfazed. His grip tightened on his weapon, eyes sharp with determination. A sleek, panther-like monster suddenly lunged at him, its razor-sharp claws gleaming under the dim light. Zhou Yi smirked. "You came at the right time," he muttered. In one fluid motion, he swung his weapon, not a sword, as one might expect from a Saint Knight, but a massive two-handed battle axe. The single-blade polearm cleaved through the monster effortlessly, dropping it in an instant. Weapon stats enhancement. Strength, +7. Agility, -2. As he wiped the blood from his face, a golden aura radiated from his body, illuminating the grim battlefield. His stance was unshakable, his purpose clear. "I will become strong enough to get into the best university," he vowed internally. And this is only the beginning. With a quick glance at his stats, Zhou Yi reassessed his progress. Strength, 45. Constitution, 51. Agility, 43. Intelligence, 52. Level 10 in just 1 month, with stats rivaling a level 13. Even across Sukong district, I'd be among the top. Yet, the battlefield was far from empty. The surrounding monsters, having witnessed their comrades' brutal demise, hesitated. Zhou Yi smirked at their fear. "If they won't come to me, I'll go to them." Without warning, he launched forward at full speed. As he closed in, he activated Weapon Blessing, Level 4, Grade C, a signature Saint Knight ability, though his S+ grade talent amplified it beyond its usual limits. Condense Holy Light. Increases the attack power and accuracy of weapons for teammates within range. Except Zhou, he had no teammates. He was his own squad. His axe, previously a 2-star bronze weapon, now surged with divine energy, its power rivaling a 5-star bronze weapon. The battlefield trembled as Zhou Yi unleashed his assault, turning the nightmare realm into his personal proving ground. With brutal efficiency, Zhou Yi sliced through the monsters like a blender on overdrive. Each strike was precise, each movement lethal. Under the effects of his buffs, his strength surged by 21 points, making him an absolute juggernaut compared to the other examinees. Sensing the danger, the remaining monsters regrouped, launching a coordinated assault from all sides. But Zhou Yi didn't flinch. Instead, he activated Blade of Pure White, level 5, grade C. A surge of crackling light energy enveloped him, electric arcs dancing across his body. Then, one massive sweeping slash. A blinding wave of holy light tore through the monsters, reducing them to nothing in an instant. System notifications flooded in. XP gained. XP gained. Skill level up. Blade of Pure White is now level 5, Zhou Yi noted. With the protection of Sacred Angel buff, this skill is practically an instant kill against weaklings. The battle continued, but Zhou Yi didn't just rely on his axe. He mixed in hand-to-hand combat, fluidly transitioning between styles. A knee to the gut, a reverse grip slash, a spinning counter. His mastery over combat was as effortless as breathing. The audience watched, jaws practically on the floor. Holy, did you see that? That timing was perfect. He's cutting through those things like a hot knife through butter. One student stared at the screen, dumbfounded. That axe, I've seen those at trade centers. They're ridiculously heavy. How is he swinging it like a toy? Did he dump all his free points into strength? A teacher, Li Xiangyang, overheard and shook his head. Now look closer. His speed exceeds the cat monsters, and his magic output is insane. That means his intelligence stat is also high. His strikes are deliberate. He's not just strong, he's a combat prodigy. The tension in the viewing hall reached its peak. Students and teachers alike were glued to the screen. Among them, the Class 5 teacher watched with a mix of awe and concern. Meanwhile, another teacher, Tang Tianjun, scowled. How does a monster like him end up in Class 5? He muttered, barely hiding his envy. Here's your refined and dynamic recap. Seated among the school's elite, Education Director Zhang Tao studied Zhou Yi's battle with a critical eye. His arms were crossed, his gaze sharp. His combat instincts are exceptional, he admitted, but his stamina management is flawed. He's burning too much energy on just the first wave of monsters. On screen, Zhou Yi prepared for the next assault. The forest pulsed with crimson eyes, a fresh horde of monsters encircling him. The tension in the viewing hall thickened. Nightmare difficulty isn't just about tougher enemies, the director continued, addressing the crowd. It's about endurance. Wave after wave wears down even the best challengers. Mages run out of mana. Warriors lose stamina. And that oversized axe of his, it's a double-edged sword. He won't feel it yet, but after swinging it hundreds of times, his arms will fail, leaving him wide open. The murmurs in the audience grew. Will he last? He's fighting alone. What if he collapses midway? Inside the realm, a one-man army. But Zhou Yi wasn't worried. With his axe in one hand and lightning crackling in the other, he tore through the monsters like a force of nature. Every swing felled multiple enemies. Every bolt of lightning turned flesh to ash. It wasn't just a fight, it was a massacre. Monster after monster fell, their corpses piled around him, their blood soaking into the earth. And still, Zhou Yi stood tall, unshaken. Then, a portal appeared, a faint glow in the darkness, signaling the transition to the next round. Zhou Yi barely hesitated. He exhaled, steadied his grip, and stepped through. The moment Zhou Yi emerged, they were already waiting. The next batch of monsters stood in formation, their muscles tense, claws ready. No mindless charging, these ones had battle instincts. The audience gasped. These monsters aren't just standing around. They're preparing to fight. But Zhou Yi barely blinked. Lightning surged. His axe gleamed. Then, he moved. The first wave disintegrated in mere minutes. Precision. Power. Devastation. The viewing hall fell into stunned silence. He's a god of death, someone whispered. He's not even sweating, another breathed. Even the doubters, teachers, officials, skeptics, had no words. Zhou Yi wasn't just proving himself. He was etching his legend into their minds, one fallen enemy at a time. Popular host KK broadcast the spectacle with boundless energy, narrating every thrilling moment to his massive audience. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on the hottest match of the season. KK boomed, practically bouncing in front of the camera. Our S-grade talent, the Saint Knight Zhou Yi, is absolutely crushing the nightmare difficulty. The screen lit up with Zhou Yi's highlights. Swift attacks, flawless dodges, and a commanding presence. KK, holding up his phone with the official timer, couldn't contain himself. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. KK shouted, his excitement radiating through the stream. That's 29 seconds faster than last year's record holder. Can you believe it? The cameraman fidgeted nervously. KK, you're about to headbutt the lens? Who cares? The hype is real. KK shot back, igniting the live chat with a storm of fire and clap emojis. Meanwhile, in the exam venue, Zhou Yi's performance had sparked heated discussions among students waiting their turn. He's like a human dynamo, one girl gushed. What kind of constitution stats does he even have? But Director Jean Tao always warns against burning stamina early, another student argued. Maybe Zhou Yi's got a deeper plan we're not seeing yet. Even Li Xiangyang, one of the instructors, couldn't keep a straight face. Though he maintained his stern demeanor, his faint smirk betrayed him. Mr. Li, are you rooting for Zhou Yi? A cheeky student teased. Focus on your own results. Li barked, though the smile tugging at his lips made it clear he was secretly enjoying every moment. Am I that obvious? He wondered, trying to compose himself. Back in the secret realm, Zhou Yi readied himself for the second wave of monsters. His evaluation technique revealed the stats of his next adversaries. 1 Minotaur, O level, 14. O grade, Silver. O skills, Berserk, Wild Rush, War Stomp, Superbody. O roll, a tanky bruiser built for destruction. 2 Light Cat Monster. O level, 12. O grade, Bronze. O skills, Light Type Mastery, Healing Technique. O roll, a speedy healer that could prolong battles. 3 Fire Cat Monster. O level, 13. O grade, Bronze. O skills, Fireball, Fire Surge, Fire Type Mastery. O roll, a fiery glass cannon capable of area damage. 4 Dark Cat Monster. O level, 11. O grade, Bronze. O skills, Curse, Dark Type Mastery. O roll, a sneaky debuffer who could weaken him while strengthening its allies. Zhou Yi analyzed their synergy carefully. Together, the monsters were a well-rounded squad, but to him, they were just another obstacle in his way. A berserker, a healer, a blaster, and a debuffer. Cute lineup, Zhou Yi muttered. Let's see who's still standing after I'm done. With his strategy taking shape, Zhou Yi gripped his blade tighter, stepping into the fray like the protagonist in an epic boss battle. Zhou Yi assessed the battlefield with sharp eyes. This wasn't a mindless horde, it was a well-organized assault team. Warriors charging, healers supporting, mages striking from a distance. This was a coordinated attack, not some random brawl. The first round had been like fighting street thugs. This was facing an elite squad. And with the silver-grade Minotaur leading the charge, the stakes had skyrocketed. Then, the monsters roared in unison, attack signal confirmed. The Minotaur and warrior cats lunged forward with terrifying speed, while fire and dark mages launched their spells. Before Zhou Yi could even take a step, the dark-type monsters hit him with a curse, locking him in place. The audience outside exploded in panic. He's immobilized. This could be the end. Not even Zhou Yi can tank all that damage at once. Some students turned away, unable to watch what looked like an inevitable defeat. Yet, inside the battlefield, Zhou Yi remained eerily calm. As warriors closed in and fireballs rained down, a small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Not bad teamwork, he mused, but you're still a step too slow. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Zhou Yi's hands. The entire battlefield ignited. A massive, radiant cross materialized behind him, its divine glow engulfing everything in its path. Cross of the Sacred Light activated. Holy energy surged outward, dealing continuous light elemental fire damage to every enemy in range. The warrior monsters shrieked as their fur burned away. The fire and dark mages staggered, their spells fizzling under the overpowering brilliance. Even the healers, helpless against this relentless divine assault, crumbled to dust. The light was so intense that distant monsters flailed blindly, while those closest vanished on the spot. Within seconds, an army had been reduced to ash. The battlefield fell into absolute silence. The dust settled, revealing only one figure still standing. Zhou Yi. The glowing cross behind him gradually faded, its divine judgment complete. And then there was only the Minotaur, alone, visibly shaking. As it locked eyes with Zhou Yi, the once mighty beast realized an undeniable truth. It had just become the final boss of its own nightmare. Spectators erupted in chaos. Did you see that? Those monsters were wiped out in an instant. One student shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. And they called Saint Knight a support class? Yeah, right. Another added, shaking their head in amazement. Even the education director, who had been dismissive earlier, stood frozen in shock. Watching Zhou Yi's display of power, he muttered, a grade B area of effect skill? And he's already mastered it? Unbelievable. To clarify, skills like Zhou Yi's are ranked from grade F to grade S, with higher grades being exponentially more powerful and rare. Outside the arena, Director Jean Tao's expression darkened as he processed what had just happened. How did Zhou Yi manage to acquire a grade B skill? Jean Tao muttered, brows furrowed. With the resources we allocated, he should have only had access to grade C skills at best. That means he's hiding something. Inside the arena, Zhou Yi stood confidently, his axe resting lightly on his shoulder. His gaze locked onto the final opponent, a towering minotaur, the last monster of the second wave. "Well, looks like it's just you and me now," Joey said, smirking as if the hulking beast was no more than a minor inconvenience. The minotaur bellowed furiously, its massive frame trembling as it activated Berserk and Superior Body, boosting its strength and resistance. Slamming its hooves into the ground, it unleashed a seismic war stomp, splitting the earth beneath them. The shockwave alone was enough to knock most opponents off their feet. But Joey, he dodged it with the ease of someone avoiding a stray puddle. The minotaur wasn't done. With its body glowing from its buffs, it charged with wild rush, the devastating combination of speed and raw power, making it a living battering ram. Its momentum seemed unstoppable. "Nice try," Joey quipped, tightening his grip on his axe. As the minotaur closed in, Joey unleashed an air slash with a single fluid swing. The energy wave struck the monster mid-charge, sending it hurtling backward at twice the speed it had attacked. The crowd gasped audibly as the massive beast crashed into the ground with a deafening thud. Before the minotaur could recover, Joey dashed forward, his weapon glowing with golden energy as he unleashed the blade of pure light. The attack landed directly on the monster, but its enhanced hide barely showed a scratch. Joey frowned, quickly assessing the situation. Its defenses are too strong. Berserk and Superior Body are dampening my damage. I'll need to hit it harder, much harder. Drawing in a deep breath, Joey adjusted his stance, summoning every ounce of strength into a single, decisive swing. His axe cut through the air with devastating force, slamming into the minotaur's side. This time, even the monster's reinforced body couldn't withstand the blow. It collapsed onto the ground, blood dripping from its mouth, its roars fading into pained growls. Joey stood over the fallen beast, his expression calm, but his aura was anything but. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Joey stood over the fallen minotaur, his gaze cold and unyielding. "You're still alive," he muttered, watching as the massive beast trembled, its eyes filled with terror. Sweat poured down its body as if silently begging for mercy. Too bad for the minotaur. Joey wasn't in a merciful mood. Lifting his foot, he pressed down on the creature's skull. A sickening crunch echoed through the arena as the minotaur let out one final, agonized scream before going silent. The moment its body faded into particles of light, a glowing portal appeared, signaling the next stage, the boss fight. Without hesitation, Joey turned toward it and stepped in, completely unfazed. Outside the battlefield, the audience was losing their minds. "Did you see that? He crushed a berserk-boosted minotaur like it was a bug," a student shouted in disbelief. "That thing was 4 meters tall," another added, "and he took it down in less than a minute." Among the crowd, a group of girls couldn't hold back their excitement. "Senior Joey, we love you," they screamed, their voices nearly drowning out the others. The energetic livestream host was practically vibrating with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, Joey has cleared the second stage in an astonishing 59 seconds," he roared, his voice electrifying the audience. In the observation room, Education Director Jean Tao, who had once doubted Joey, now looked thoroughly impressed. "Incredible," he muttered. "His timing, his power control, it's almost flawless. And to think he only awakened his class a month ago." Turning to Headmaster Luo, he let out a sigh of reluctant admiration. "Congratulations, Headmaster. It looks like your academy is producing a truly remarkable student." Headmaster Luo chuckled, clearly enjoying the moment. "Well, fortune favors the bold, Director. The second academy's rise begins now." For years, their school's best ranking had been a pathetic 721st in the district. But with Zhou Yi's performance, that was about to change. Principal Wang Hui's face practically glowed with satisfaction as he imagined the school's newfound prestige. Meanwhile, a student watching the live feed frowned in confusion. "Wait, why isn't Senior Zhou Yi taking a break before entering the boss room?" At that moment, the observation room fell silent. Director Jean Tao's eyes narrowed as he turned back to the screen. Just in time to see Zhou Yi walk straight into the boss fight. No rest, no recovery, no hesitation. The director's face darkened. This is reckless. If he loses his advantage because of fatigue, it'll be a disaster. But Headmaster Luo remained calm, a knowing smirk on his lips. "Relax, Director Jean Tao," he said smoothly. "Zhou, you must have a reason. Let's watch and learn." Headmaster Wang Hui's words weren't just blind optimism. They carried real weight. In Sukong District, where talent overflowed and competition was brutal, only the best aimed for the top 100. To stand out, challengers picked solo nightmare difficulty, striving to clear it in record time. Zhou, he wasn't just playing. He was playing to win. Inside the boss chamber, an oppressive aura filled the air as Zhou, he faced his next opponent. A towering behemoth. Its presence alone was enough to shake the battlefield. Its deep, guttural voice echoed through the chamber. "Humans," the Minotaur King roared. "How dare you trespass into my domain?" Zhou Yi didn't flinch. Calmly, he activated evaluation technique to gauge his opponent. Minotaur King, level 16, gray gold. Unfortunately, the level gap was too great, blocking him from seeing the rest of its abilities. The Minotaur King, sensing Zhou Yi's attempt to analyze it, wasn't about to stand still. "You dare analyze me?" The beast bellowed before charging forward, its sheer power distorting the air itself. The ground cracked under its immense weight, turning the once majestic hall into a crumbling war zone. Zhou Yi remained composed, instantly activating his arsenal of buffs. Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, Gift of Protection. A radiant aura enveloped him, enhancing his strength, defense, and resilience. In that moment, he wasn't just a warrior. He was the embodiment of a Saint Knight. The Minotaur King snarled, eyes glowing blood red with fury. "Little cow, I'm right here." Zhou Yi taunted, smirking. Enraged, the Minotaur King lunged, aiming to crush him. Zhou Yi met its charge head-on, his axe swinging with devastating force. The Minotaur King blocked it with one hand. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. Even with 4 buffs, his axe barely left a dent in the monster's thick hide. Each strike felt like swinging against an unbreakable wall. Damn, even with everything activated, I'm barely scratching him. Despite his relentless assault, exhaustion crept in. The buff form of a Saint Knight was powerful, but it came at a cost, draining stamina at an alarming rate. Then, a tiny scratch appeared on the Minotaur King's palm. The beast howled in rage, its fury igniting like wildfire. "Insolent worm, die!" Lifting its colossal weapon, the Minotaur King swung down with bone-crushing force. The sheer impact split the ground apart, sending a shockwave of dust and debris into the air. Zhou Yi dodged, just barely. If that had landed, he wouldn't be standing. But there was no time to think, he had to strike back. The battlefield lay in tatters, the Minotaur King's every move carving destruction into the arena. Zhou Yi was on the defensive, dodging and weaving with calculated precision, though each swing of the beast's weapon drove him further back. Then, without warning, the Minotaur King barreled forward with terrifying speed. Zhou Yi, caught mid-step, couldn't evade in time. The massive weapon struck him square in the gut, launching him like a ragdoll. His trajectory smashed through multiple stone pillars before he collided with a wall, the arena trembling under the impact. Zhou Yi staggered to his feet, coughing but alive. "Thank you, Saint Armor," he muttered, glancing at the glowing sigils protecting his body. Without it, he'd be looking at a ribcage resembling crushed cornflakes. But he wasn't worried. This was part of the plan. A grim smile tugged at his lips. "All right, my turn." With a flick of his hand, Zhou Yi activated his skill. Spear of Victory, level 3, grade C. Above the arena, spears of radiant energy materialized, shimmering with divine power. The Minotaur King glanced up, its eyes narrowing at the incoming assault. Zhou Yi shouted, "Time for a light show," as the spears rained down in a barrage of golden destruction. But the beast wasn't easy prey. Swinging its colossal weapon, it deflected each spear with precision, the explosions of divine light reflecting off its thick hide. Zhou Yi observed intently, his mind working at full speed. None of the attacks landed, not a single one. The Minotaur King wasn't just raw power, it had skill to back it up. "Great. It's like I'm in a boss fight without the cheat codes," Zhou Yi muttered under his breath. Despite his frustrations, he stayed focused. The exam wasn't about brute strength. It was about strategy. If raw power was enough, this trial wouldn't exist. As the Minotaur King batted away another spear, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Something clicked. It wasn't obvious at first, but subtle signs began to emerge. The beast's movements were slowing, its monstrous strength faltering under the relentless attacks. "Got you now," Zhou Yi thought. He hadn't been wasting mana for no reason. 2 critical weaknesses had emerged. 1. Its speed was noticeably diminishing. 2. Continuous attacks from multiple angles disrupted its defenses more effectively than expected. Zhou Yi smirked, adjusting his stance. "The bigger they are, the harder they fall," he quipped, his confidence reigniting. This fight wasn't over, not by a long shot. "Here's a refined and engaging version of your script." Zhou Yi saw his opening and went all in. With the Minotaur King's mobility compromised, he unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, each strike aimed at its weakened joints. His blade carved through the beast's defenses, forcing it further onto its knees. The system blared a warning. Mana, critically low. Immediate replenishment required. Zhou Yi ignored it. No time for that now. He had to end this fight before the Minotaur King recovered. Golden shockwaves rippled across the battlefield as each hit landed, the Minotaur King's guttural roars shaking the air. Spectators watching outside held their breath. This wasn't just a fight. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. Zhou Yi's vision blurred slightly, exhaustion creeping in. His mana reserves were nearly depleted. One last attack. If this fails, I'm done. Steeling himself, he tightened his grip on his sword. His muscles screamed in protest, but he lunged forward, channeling everything he had left into a single, decisive strike. With a flash of light, his blade tore through the Minotaur King's massive frame. The beast let out one final, deafening roar before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dust and debris filled the air as the battlefield fell silent. Then a notification popped up. Congratulations! You have completed the Nightmare Difficulty Deep Dark Forest Dungeon. Another message followed. Time, 9 minutes, 24 seconds. Rating, SSS. You have secured first place in the Sukong District College entrance exam. Zhou Yi's breath hitched. First place? The system wasn't done. You were the first to achieve an SSS rating in this dungeon. Record-breaking achievement unlocked. Zhou Yi blinked, barely processing it. Then it hit him. He had done it. A laugh bubbled out of him. Half exhilaration, half disbelief. He had fought against overwhelming odds, pushed past his limits, and won. His body trembled, partly from exhaustion, partly from something deeper. Memories surged, his mother's passing, his sister's illness, the crushing weight of debt. The struggles, the sacrifices, the moments when giving up seemed like the only option. But he hadn't given up, and now for the first time in a long time, he stood at the top. Here's your refined script with better pacing, impact, and engaging dialogue. If Zhou Yi couldn't boost his stats, he sharpened his combat skills. If he lacked resources, he cultivated his spirit. Hard work was his only constant. He recalled the moment the system first appeared, the second chance of the reset button on fate. But he knew better than to rely on luck alone. Fate may have given me an opportunity, but my destiny is still in my hands. His resolve solidified. I'll outwork everyone. I'll seize every chance. My heart is steadfast, unshakable. As the system notifications faded, a glowing portal materialized, signaling his exit. Zhou Yi stepped through, eager for his rewards. Rewards obtained, experience points, 5,212 XP, leveled up to level 13. Skill points, plus 20 free stat points. Force belt, plus 10% constitution, plus 7% strength. Bonus, continuous HP, stamina, and mana recovery in forest terrain. Forest ring, plus 8% agility, plus 10% intelligence. Wild strawberries, a consumable that restores mana. Minotaur King card, gold grade, enhances item strength by 20% after enchanting. Zhou Yi inspected the loot, eyes lingering on the forest belt and ring. These were solid upgrades, perfect for his next challenge. But before he could strategize further, deafening cheers erupted around him. He stepped out of the portal and into chaos. The crowd went wild, chanting his name. Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi! Some girls screamed, I love you, Zhou Yi. Others called him their hero, their god. Zhou Yi blinked, overwhelmed. Did I miss something? Amidst the uproar, a group pushed through. Headmaster Wang Hui and the education director, leading a parade of reporters. Cameras flashed, capturing every second. The headmaster's booming laughter cut through the noise. A solo clear of nightmare difficulty under 10 minutes? Unheard of. You've brought unparalleled honor to the Second Academy. He clapped Zhou Yi on the back, grinning. With this performance, I bet my career you'll rank first in Sukong District. Your future is as bright as the sun. Zhou Yi, still processing everything, could only think so. This is what winning feels like. Zhou Yi gave a humble smile, responding, You flatter me, headmaster. As he basked in the glow of victory outside the venue, the scene was interrupted by the low hum of a sleek, futuristic S400 pulling up. The car's gleaming design and impossibly smooth finish immediately captured everyone's attention. Isn't that the S400? One student gasped. The flying car? Yeah, it's worth more than a mansion in the capital, another exclaimed wide-eyed. Whispers spread like wildfire as students gawked at the luxury vehicle. The audacity of arriving in such an ostentatious ride turned heads, though no one dared to speak too loudly. The reason for this flashy entrance soon became apparent. The education director, Zhang Tao, stepped forward and waved Zhou Yi over. It'll take 3 days to finalize the results. In the meantime, take some rest. We'll let you know as soon as they're ready. Zhou Yi nodded, expressing his thanks. Before stepping into the car, Headmaster Wang Hui clapped him on the shoulder. Take it easy for now, Zhou Yi. You've earned it. The narrative shifted to Zhou Yi arriving at the hospital to visit his sister, Zhou Yun. As promised, Zhao and Bing had arranged for her to be admitted to a deluxe suite, where she was receiving top-notch care under the watchful eyes of a professional medical team. As Zhou Yi entered the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a warm smile. Here to see your sister? Yes, Joey replied, returning the smile. I've got good news for her. The elevator began its ascent, but a chill settled over the cabin. The nurse shivered, rubbing her arms. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Zhou Yi's instincts flared. Something was wrong. When the elevator doors slid open to the 26th floor, the sight that greeted them was nightmarish. The entire floor was frozen solid. Ice covered every surface, from walls to the floors, turning medical equipment into crystalline sculptures. Doctors and nurses stood frozen in place, their expressions locked in panic. The nurse beside Zhou Yi gasped. What? What happened here? Zhou Yi's heart sank. Zhou Yun. Ignoring the nurse's protests, he sprinted toward his sister's room. As he entered the icy corridor, another nurse reached out to stop him, but her hand froze solid the moment it touched the cold air, her body encased in ice within seconds. The door to Zhou Yun's room was sealed shut, covered in a thick layer of frost. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. With a powerful strike, he shattered the icy barrier, calling out, Zhou Yun. The sight within made his breath catch. Hovering above Zhou Yun's bed was an ethereal ice dragon, its shimmering form radiating intense cold. The room itself was a frozen tundra, icicles hanging from the ceiling as frost glittered on every surface. Zhou Yun lay on the bed, her unconscious form writhing in pain, surrounded by a faint, otherworldly glow. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his mind racing. Whatever was happening, it wasn't natural, and it wasn't going to end quietly. Zhou Yi's eyes widened as realization struck. The dragon wasn't just in the room. It was coming from Zhou Yun. Her body trembled violently, the spectral beast coiling above her like a guardian gone rogue. The sheer pressure in the air was suffocating, freezing everything in its path. A nearby healer struggled to approach, his hands glowing with restorative energy. Her bloodline is awakening. But this power is out of control, he gasped, his breath visible in the icy air. The healer attempted to channel warmth into Zhou Yun's body, but the moment his energy touched the dragon's presence, it was repelled, sending him staggering backward. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. This isn't just a sickness. This is a bloodline phenomenon. He had no idea how to stop it, but standing still wasn't an option. Zhou Yi's heart pounded as he watched Zhou Yun convulsing in agony. Fury ignited within him. An instinct took over. He wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. Summoning his energy, he prepared to strike, his aura crackling with power. If this dragon was hurting Zhou Yun, then it had to go. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, a strained but firm voice cut through the freezing air. Stop! Healer Ching, kneeling beside Zhou Yun, barely managed to lift her frostbitten hands. I'm stabilizing her. If you strike recklessly, her heart could shatter. Zhou Yi's breath hitched. Her heart. He forced himself to halt, fists trembling as he processed Ching's words. Stepping closer, he saw just how bad things were. Ching was on the brink of collapse, her hands already half frozen, her feet encased in ice. Despite that, she refused to stop channeling her healing energy. The spiritual dragon continued to radiate a deathly chill, its freezing aura creeping outward. Any normal person would be an ice sculpture by now, but as awakeners, Zhou Yi and Ching barely held on, though not for long. Zhou Yi turned to Ching. What's happening? And why can't I stop that thing? Ching, still locked in her healing efforts, replied through gritted teeth. This isn't just an attack. It's her bloodline awakening. The dragon is part of her. If you attack it, you'll be hurting her too. She exhaled sharply, ice forming on her breath. I've been holding back her condition for as long as I could, but I'm running on fumes. At best, I can slow the spread of the cold. You need to get out of here. Zhou Yi's face darkened. And what about Zhou Yun? Ching's exhausted eyes met his, laced with quiet frustration. Without a high-level priest, this is all I can do. That answer wasn't good enough. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. He could see Ching's dedication, but it wasn't going to be enough. If no one else could save Zhou Yun, then he would. Taking a deep breath, he accessed the system. He had been saving his skill points for a moment like this. This was that moment. With zero hesitation, he dumped every last point into slow recovery, pushing it from level 4 to level 10. The skill evolved. Slow regeneration. LV.10 gradually restores health and mana to all allies within range over a set duration. Zhou Yi's eyes burned with newfound determination. Time to turn the tide. Zhou Yi activated slow regeneration, and instantly, a divine light engulfed the room. A radiant symbol formed behind him, amplifying the healing aura. The sheer power of it sent waves of warmth through the frozen air, melting the ice that had gripped the floor and walls. Ching, half frozen and barely able to move, gasped as the warmth spread through her limbs. The ice encasing her began to crack and melt, restoring her mobility. This healing magic, she stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. It surpasses the abilities of a level 23 priest like me. But Zhou, he had no time to celebrate. He focused everything on Zhou Yun. The divine light wrapped around her like a protective cocoon, melting the frost encasing her body. Her violent shivering eased, her expression softening. However, it wasn't enough. He could slow the effects, but he couldn't cure her completely. Turning to Qing, he spoke firmly. Sis Qing, I'll hold things down here. Go find Secretary Zhao Wenbing. Tell him to get a high-level priest here immediately. Qing hesitated. Even if we contact her now, she won't make it in time. The appointment Zhao Wenbing set up is for next week. Zhou Yi's gaze hardened. Then tell Zhao Wenbing this. If he can bring a high-level priest here tonight, I'll owe him one unconditional favor. Anything he asks, I'll do it. Qing's expression tightened at the weight of that offer, but she nodded. Understood. I'll go. With a final glance at Zhou Yun, she turned and hurried out. Inside, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and kept his healing skill active. The cold had haunted Zhou Yun for a year, but he had never realized how much stronger it had grown. Now, it wasn't just affecting her, it was consuming the entire building. The temperature plummeted. Frost crept across the walls, and the windows cracked under the strain of expanding ice. Zhou Yi himself felt the creeping numbness as his body became layered in a thin sheet of frost. His limbs grew sluggish, but he didn't stop. Above Zhou Yun, the spectral ice dragon's eyes gleamed. It noticed him. The beast shifted its attention fully to Zhou Yi, its icy aura surging toward him. The cold intensified, seeping into his bones. Zhou Yi's breath became visible in the air, his vision blurred at the edges. Still, he refused to back down. Then, a streak of green light shot into the room. A swirling energy ball slammed into the ice dragon, sending crackling pulses of force through its ethereal form. The beast let out a guttural roar as the energy lashed at it repeatedly. But in that same moment, Zhou Yun convulsed violently on the bed. Zhou Yi's heart nearly stopped. The dragon was linked to her, and right now, she was feeling every bit of that attack. Zhou Yi's voice tore through the freezing air. Stop! Don't touch her! But before he could react, another energy ball slammed into his stomach, sending him flying across the icy floor. He tumbled hard, landing just outside the dragon's range, gasping for breath. A figure strode into the room, her presence alone enough to command attention. Clad in flowing robes laced with intricate runes, she exuded an aura of overwhelming authority. Come to me, she ordered. The ice dragon let out a guttural snarl, its fury undeterred. It lunged at her, its frozen breath chilling the air. But the high priest was ready. With fluid precision, she brandished her weapon and unleashed a series of spell-like attacks. Chains of pure magic wrapped around the dragon, coiling tighter with each strike. The beast roared in defiance, thrashing violently, but only its mouth remained free, snapping wildly as it struggled against the bindings. She didn't let up. With a final surge of power, she forced the ice dragon back into Zhou Yun's body. The moment the dragon vanished, the room shifted. The oppressive cold lifted. The ice covering the walls melted away, revealing the original hospital suite beneath. Most importantly, Zhou Yun's pained expression softened. Her breathing steadied, and the color returned to her face. Zhou Yi, still sprawled on the floor, exhaled in relief. She's safe. The high priest turned her sharp gaze to him. You must be Zhou Yi. He pushed himself up, still aching from the earlier attack. Nice to meet you, miss. Chui Laina, level 35, secondary awakened priest from Yun City. Zhou Yi stiffened. Level 35? That was an absurdly high rank, far beyond what he expected. Chui Laina continued, her tone measured. Director Zhang, Tao personally requested that I treat your sister ahead of schedule. Though inwardly, she mused, if he hadn't mentioned your potential to take first place, I wouldn't have broken the rules to come here. However, after witnessing Zhou Yi's sheer willpower in resisting the ice dragon's aura, she found herself nodding slightly. Zhang Tao wasn't exaggerating. This kid is something else. Still catching his breath, Zhou Yi looked at her with urgency. Miss Chui Laina, what's happening to my sister? Can she be cured? Chui Laina crossed her arms. The fact that the ice energy solidified into a form proves one thing, a bloodline awakening. It's rare and incredibly dangerous if not controlled. Zhou Yi blinked. Bloodline awakening? She nodded. Yes. When the Eternal Game first appeared, many players chose non-human races, elves, giants, demons, and more. When the game merged with reality, those players inherited traits from their chosen bloodlines. Elven descendants often developed sharper features and longer ears. Humans who picked giant bloodlines grew to heights of 3 to 4 meters. Zhou Yun's ice dragon? It's her bloodline manifesting, and if she doesn't learn to control it, it could destroy her. Chui Laina's voice remained steady as she continued. Over the last 200 years, intermarriage between original players and regular humans has diluted most bloodlines. Their traits and abilities have weakened, except in rare cases where a bloodline awakening occurs. He listened intently, his hands clenched. A bloodline awakening is a double-edged sword, she explained. If successful, the awakened gains immense power, rapid level growth, and enhanced learning abilities. However, if their body fails to withstand the transformation, she hesitated. They either become permanently crippled or they die on the spot. Zhou Yi's heart pounded. Zhou Yin, was she walking that razor's edge? Shui Laina met his gaze. Your sister's bloodline is incredibly rare. Her dragon spirit is proof of that. But her body is rejecting it. If she wants to survive, her constitution must change. There is only one known way to achieve that. This treasure can restructure her body, allowing her to control her bloodline, Shui Laina revealed. But, she sighed, it's one of the rarest artifacts in existence. The last recorded appearance was 30 years ago, when it sold at auction for $1.3 billion to an unknown buyer. Zhou Yi's stomach twisted. $1.3 billion. That wasn't just expensive, it was impossible. Seeing his expression, Shui Laina offered an alternative. There's another option, the Great Sealing skill. It would lock away her bloodline, preventing any further outbreaks. Zhou Yi's hope flared, until she delivered the catch. If we seal it, Zhou Yin will never be able to level up. The weight of her words crushed him. Seal her power forever, or risk her life trying to control it. Shui Laina stood. I've told you everything. The decision is yours. With that, she turned and left, leaving Zhou Yi alone with his unconscious sister. He sat there in silence, staring at her. His phone was in his hand, but his mind was elsewhere. 3 months. That's how long she had before the cold consumed her completely. Zhou Yi trained like a madman. Every day, from sunrise to sunset, he pushed his body to the limit. His training regimen was relentless. 200 deep squats, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 weapon swings. Every muscle burned, every breath felt heavier, but he never stopped. He couldn't afford to. At the end of each session, the system prompted him to choose his daily reward. As always, he selected stat points. Using the 2-3-3-2 distribution method, he balanced his growth. +2 strength, +3 constitution, +3 intelligence, +2 agility. For a Saint Knight, constitution and intelligence were crucial. But Zhou Yi knew better than to neglect the others. Balanced development was key. Just as he finished his workout, a system notification popped up. Exam results released. Zhou Yi took a deep breath. This was it. The announcement echoed like a thunderclap. Exam results announced. Zhou Yi has achieved first place in the Sukong district exam. Rewards will be distributed based on rank. Zhou Yi's jaw nearly hit the floor as a cascade of rewards began popping up like achievements in a video game. Level S Divine Skill, God Hand. Legendary Healing and Support with insane buffs. Instant Recovery? Yep, this skill screams overpowered cleric vibes. S-Grade Divine Item. One-time Mystery Skill Exorcism. Perfect for kicking spiritual entities back to the Shadow Realm. AoE Rare Skill, Punishment of Light. An apocalyptic light show guaranteed to ruin anyone's day. Free stat points, +30. Skill points, +30. Zhou Yi was barely done processing his newfound power-up arsenal when the outside world exploded with news of his win. Headlines blazed. Dark Horse of Sukong District rides to victory. News anchors hyped him up like he'd just taken down a raid boss solo. They recapped his legendary awakening ceremony, the one with the sacred angel phenomenon that left everyone slack-jawed, and how he entered the secret realm at a mere level 10. Education Director Zhang Tao basked in the media spotlight, looking like he'd known this outcome all along. From the moment Zhou Yi awakened the Saint Knight class, I knew he was destined for greatness, he said with the confidence of someone claiming credit for inventing electricity. Of course, the haters were out in full force. At a cafe, a group of students crowded around a phone. Are they serious? A Saint Knight got first place? One guy sneered. That's a support class, right? They're like the healbots of teams, another chimed in. But then a girl at the next table casually dropped the ultimate Uno reverse card. I have the recording. Want to see how wrong you are? She pulled out her phone, and the skeptics leaned in. The video showed Zhou Yi in action, and the change in their expressions was priceless. Wait, what the? His Holy Cross skill looks like a nuclear explosion. And those buffs? Weapon Blessing, Gift of God, Blessing of Courage. How does he stack so many at once? While they were busy picking their jaws off the floor, elsewhere, another reaction was brewing. One much less amused. In a dimly lit room, a young man with fiery red hair sat surrounded by flickering flames. His eyes burned with frustration as he replayed Zhou Yi's Secret Realm run. This guy was also a nightmare difficulty finisher, but Zhou Yi's time had been a solid 20 seconds faster. He clenched his fists, the flames around him roaring to life. Zhou Yi, he growled. You're not the only one aiming for the top. He dares to take him my honor? The fiery-haired young man seethed, his glowing eyes burning with resentment. Flames surged from his body, licking the edges of his room until, boom, a nearby training robot exploded. Smoke curled around him as he sneered through the wreckage. Zhou Yi is inviting his death. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had zero idea some firestarter was out for revenge. Casually strolling through the bustling city streets, he checked his phone, only to be met with some very interesting messages. Jiang City government has transferred 5 million into your account ending in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. Jiang City government has transferred 2 million into your account ending in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. 7 million out of nowhere? Zhou Yi stared at his screen, wondering if he'd just glitched reality. Before he could process the windfall, his phone rang. Mr. Zhou, came the calm, professional voice of Secretary Zhao Wenbing. Due to your exceptional exam performance, the government has decided to reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxury mansion. Would you like to choose the location, or shall we handle it? Zhou Yi thought for a moment before replying. You can choose. Understood. A pause, then a subtle chuckle. Oh, and one more thing. Recruitment teachers from the top 3 universities are on their way to meet you. Shall I send a ride? Zhou Yi smirked. No need. They're already here. Sure enough, just ahead stood a recruiter from Rongyang University. One Zhou Yi immediately recognized. It was him, the same guy who had dismissed Zhou Yi earlier, calling him too arrogant during recruitment. Before either of them could speak, another voice rang out from above. If I remember correctly, didn't Rongyang University say Zhou Yi was too arrogant? Both men looked up as a helicopter descended in dramatic fashion. A man leaped out with all the flair of a blockbuster action star, smirking as he landed. He turned to the Rongyang recruiter. And now here you are, trying to recruit him? What changed? The Rongyang representative scowled. Watch your words, he snapped. That was Zhou Tianfu's mistake. He's been fired for his poor judgment. Then, regaining his composure, he turned back to Zhou Yi, his tone much more polished. Zhou Yi, if you join Rongyang University, we'll offer you 4 million up front. Before Zhou Yi could respond, helicopter guy laughed. Whatever Rongyang University offers you, he said with an easy grin, Modi University will double it. The sheer confidence of the Modi University rep clearly got under the Rongyang recruiter's skin. He scowled. You're just here to interrupt me. Before the argument could spiral into a full-blown university showdown, a new challenger entered the fray. Without warning, a young woman stepped out from behind Zhou Yi. Moving with startling speed, she grabbed him and, with zero hesitation, took off into the air, carrying him away like some overpowered kidnapper. I'm taking him. Her voice was firm as she glared down at the stunned recruiters. Did any of you get permission from Ching Jing University to recruit Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi, midair and mildly baffled, had no choice but to roll with it. As they soared above the city, the woman leaned in and spoke in a softer tone. Mr. Zhou, at Ching Jing University, you'll receive the best cultivation resources. Every year, you'll get grade A materials to accelerate your growth. Just think about it. Before he could even consider this bold sales pitch, their airborne escape plan hit a literal roadblock, a magic barrier. Bam! They stopped midair, hovering awkwardly as a new figure appeared below. Another recruiter, this one from Sukong University, stood with a casual smirk, clearly the one who had cast the barrier. Kidnapping a top recruit now? That's a bold strategy, he remarked unfazed. He adjusted his glasses before shooting the Ching Jing rep a knowing look. But let's be real. When it comes to resources, history, and prestige, Sukong University can match anything you offer. So, let's not get too hasty, shall we? The university battle royale was reaching peak intensity when the Modi University rep, still on his flying board, floated closer with a smirk of his own. Ah yes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, he mused, clearly enjoying the chaos. Then, with a dramatic pause, he turned to Zhou Yi and made his final boss-level pitch. Mr. Zhou, not only will Modi University provide you with annual grade A cultivation resources, but we'll also throw in a full set of gold-grade equipment every single year. No other university can match that offer. The Ching Jing representative, now feeling cornered, adjusted her approach. She gently lowered Zhou Yi back to solid ground, letting out an awkward cough. I wasn't kidnapping you, she clarified, putting on her best polite but slightly desperate smile. I just wanted an intimate conversation in private. Surely, that's not a crime? Before Zhou Yi could react, yet another voice joined the fray. A woman stepped forward, her posture exuding quiet confidence. I am Sue Meyer, from Sukong University, she introduced herself smoothly. And unlike my competitors, I won't waste your time. Her offer was simple, yet terrifyingly effective. At Sukong University, strength is everything. If you rise to the Earth rank or Heaven rank, you won't just get standard resources. You'll receive grade S cultivation materials. And let's not forget, Sukong has dominated the freshman exchange contest for 4 years straight. That's the kind of talent we cultivate. The Ching Jing University teacher scoffed, crossing her arms. Winning a few competitions doesn't give you the right to boast. Strength is temporary. Unfazed, the Sukong representative smirked. Facts don't care about your opinion, Miss Su Meyer. Sukong dominates for a reason. Maybe instead of complaining, Ching Jing University should just work harder. The two locked eyes, sparks flying as their verbal duel continued. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remained silent, lost in thought. Each university had presented a tempting offer, and he knew this choice would shape his future. This wasn't just about prestige. It was about growth, competition, and the path to becoming the strongest. Finally, he exhaled and spoke. I've decided which university I want to attend. Instantly, all three recruiters fell silent, eyes locking onto him like hungry beasts awaiting their prey. With a calm yet firm voice, Zhou Yi declared, I choose Sukong University. The Sukong representative, Miss Su Meyer, beamed with satisfaction, wasting no time as she pulled out a special recruitment contract. Excellent choice, she said, handing him the document. Take your time to review it, and if everything looks good, sign here. The Ching Jing University teacher let out a resigned sigh, but managed a small smile. If you ever feel like Sukong University isn't the right place for you, Ching Jing will always welcome you. Her words only annoyed Su Meyer further. How stubborn can you be, Miss Su Meyer? She muttered, her irritation barely concealed. Just as Zhou Yi was about to sign, something caught his attention. Su Meyer was casting a spell, silently. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Usually, only high-tier mages could perform magic without an incantation. Curious, he hesitated. Miss Su Meyer, what's your level? She chuckled, as if amused by his sudden interest. I'm level 42, a second awakening mage. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Level 42? She doesn't even look 30. As if reading his thoughts, Su Meyer smiled knowingly. The world is much bigger than you think, Zhou Yi. Once you enter Sukong, you'll meet even more young and powerful individuals. It's a place where you'll truly grow. Her words resonated with him. With the system backing him, no one his age could compete with him. But at Sukong, he'd be surrounded by monsters in human form, pushing him to grow even faster. Fueled by excitement, Zhou Yi signed the contract. Su Meyer noticed the fire in his eyes and smiled. She could already tell this guy wasn't just talented. He had the will to become the strongest. As soon as Zhou Yi signed the contract, his journey with Sukong University officially began. Miss Su Meyer handed him a week to prepare. I'll pick you up in 7 days, she said briskly. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Sukong starts its semester this early? She paused briefly before walking away, leaving him with a cryptic remark. Special recruits, like you need an edge. That head start will make you shine at the National Freshman Exchange Contest. A week later, Secretary Zhao Wenbing kept his promise and delivered Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun to their new home, a sprawling mansion courtesy of the city government. Zhou Yun's face lit up as she explored the luxurious 3-story building. Her delight was contagious, bringing a rare smile to Zhou Yi's lips. This is your mansion, Secretary Zhao explained, gesturing around. It includes a dedicated training room on the 2nd floor, a leisure space on the 3rd, and spans about 1,000 square meters. Please settle in and rest well, especially Miss Zhou Yun. Before the secretary could leave, Zhou Yi stopped him. Secretary Zhao, Zhou Yun's recovery is still ongoing. Sister Ching will be here to help, but I'd appreciate it if you could check in on her while I'm away. The secretary nodded with a kind smile. It would be my honor. The week flew by, and the time came for Zhou Yi to depart. Miss Su Meyer arrived at the mansion as promised. Zhou Yi stood by the car, giving Zhou Yun a barrage of last-minute instructions. Call me if there's any problem. Take the pills from Priestess Chue Laina every week, and let Sister Ching check on you daily. Secretary Zhao will take you to school soon. Listen to him. Zhou Yun pouted dramatically, folding her arms. You're nagging again, she quipped, pretending not to listen. With a soft chuckle, Zhou Yi tugged her cheeks gently. Did you hear me? Yes, I got it, she replied with a playful grin. After a final hug, Zhou Yi climbed into the car. As the car sped off, Miss Su Meyer glanced at him. First time traveling this far? Still lost in thought about his sister, Zhou Yi gave a distracted nod. Yeah, she smirked knowingly. Hold on tight. With that, the car surged forward, entering a teleportation array. Zhou Yi barely had time to blink before they emerged in Anning City, home to Sukong University. The teleportation platform buzzed with energy. Cars streamed out of the array while new and returning students gathered, their faces filled with excitement, curiosity, and the occasional travel-induced nausea. Zhou Yi's car emerged from the portal, and he immediately rubbed his temple, feeling a wave of dizziness. Was that really necessary? He muttered. We had time. Couldn't we have taken a normal route? Miss Sue Meyer stepped out and stretched as if she had just finished a relaxing nap. Teleportation is both safe and convenient. Sukong University has direct military support. This array is just one of many perks. Zhou stepped out of the car, and his breath hitched. Sukong University was a world of its own. The campus sprawled across picturesque mountains, with grand architecture blending ancient elegance and futuristic design. The pathways were packed with students of every kind. Giants, wolves, demons, and other supernatural beings mingled with humans as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This place is insane, Zhou muttered, eyes darting between the towering structures and the fantastical creatures passing by. Miss Sue Meyer smirked. Come on, you need to check in at admissions. Just as Zhou started walking, a blur shot past him, fast. Instinctively, he dodged, only to watch as the figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground with a solid thud. Standing over the fallen student was a girl with piercing purple eyes that glowed with an eerie aura. Her expression was cold, her stance aggressive. I told you, I don't want to talk to you, she said icily. Then, with a sharper glare, she added, that kick was a warning. Bother me again, and I won't hold back. Without another glance, she turned and walked away, power radiating off her in waves. The unfortunate victim groaned weakly, still face down on the pavement. Students nearby murmured excitedly. Young Master Jin finally got what was coming to him. Dude tries to flirt with new students every year. Guess he picked the wrong one this time. Zhou Yi's sharp eyes locked onto the purple-eyed girl. The intricate magical design in her aura stood out like a neon sign. His thoughts flickered, demonic bloodline. Noticing his scrutiny, Miss Sue Meyer casually remarked, you'll see plenty like her here. Students and teachers with all sorts of bloodlines. It's just another Tuesday at Sukong University. Don't let it throw you. Zhou Yi's gaze shifted toward her, his voice steady. I won't judge someone just because they're different. As long as they stand with humanity, their race doesn't matter to me. My past isn't their burden to bear. Miss Sue Meyer's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Wise words, Zhou Yi. She handed him a sleek student ID card with a glowing rank displayed. 001. Top freshman. As they walked through the sprawling campus, she began her orientation spiel. Let's break this down. The ranking system is king here. Every year group has its own, and rankings are based on strength. Right now, you're sitting pretty at the top because of your entrance exam. But she glanced at him meaningfully. It's temporary. A month from now, there's a freshman competition. The rankings will be reshuffled based on that. And trust me, everyone's gunning for you. Zhou met her gaze, a confident grin spreading across his face. If I'm at the top, I'll stay there. Miss Sue Meyer chuckled, amused by his boldness. That's the spirit. But keep that fire burning, you'll need it. The conversation shifted gears as she explained the score system. Now about scores. These are your lifeline at Sukong. You'll use them for everything, food, gear, potions, skills. Rack up enough, and you can even buy S-class resources. Zhou listened intently as she continued. You earn scores in 3 main ways. 1. Your rank. Higher rank, more scores. Simple as that. 2. Score missions. Use your ID to access the mission board. Pick a task, complete it, earn scores. 3. Heaven and Earth rank. These top-tier ranks come with guaranteed score payouts. Her tone hardened, her earlier smile gone. 5,000 students, Zhou Yi. Most of them are clawing their way up, desperate to make it into the Heaven and Earth rank. Don't get cocky just because you're number 1 right now. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with determination. Don't worry. I know the stakes. I'm ready for whatever comes. Miss Sue Meyer smirked. Good. You'll need that resolve. Welcome to Sukong, where survival isn't just a skill, it's an art. Zhou Yi nodded firmly. Got it? Miss Sue Meyer led him through the campus until they reached a high vantage point. Below them, a massive crowd of students bustled around a glowing portal. There, she said, gesturing. Zhou Yi followed her gaze. The portal pulsed with energy, surrounded by students forming parties, sharpening weapons, and making last-minute preparations. It was a scene straight out of a fantasy war film. Miss Sue Meyer explained. Sukong University has 3 major secret realms for training. 1. Goblin Dungeon, levels 17 to 21. Perfect for fresh recruits. 2. Distorted Forest, levels 23 to 26. Trickier terrain, deadlier monsters. 3. Purgatory, levels 28 to 31. The ultimate test of skill. Entry isn't free. You'll need to spend scores to access these realms. Zhou Yi silently took it all in. Dungeons, a competitive ranking system, and a currency-based economy. This place was practically an MMORPG brought to life. As they walked, Miss Sue Meyer led him to the training area. Inside, students were sparring, some against robotic opponents, others facing real challengers. The sheer intensity of their battles filled the space with a crackling energy. "You can practice here anytime," she said. "Pick your opponent, machine or human." Zhou Yi's attention shifted to the trading area. It was no mere market. It was a thriving city within the university. Stalls stretched endlessly, with students haggling over rare potions, enchanted weapons, and mysterious scrolls. Miss Sue Meyer smirked. "Here, the strongest control everything. Power means resources. Resources means survival." Zhou Yi's grin widened. This school wasn't just about fighting, it was about strategy, dominance, and control. He liked it. As they walked, a group of students noticed them and exchanged whispers. "Who's that?" a girl muttered. "Why is a teacher personally guiding him?" "Yeah," another student added. "We're a group of 10, and even a senior had to lead us." "Did this guy sneak in through the back door?" Just as the speculation started snowballing, a boy named Wu Mangli chuckled. "You rookies don't know anything. Special admission students get a personal teacher. It makes recruiting them into top houses easier." The group went silent. A moment later, realization dawned. "Wait, is he the top-ranked freshman?" Wu Mangli smirked. "Bingo. That's Zhou Yi, the first-place winner of the Sukong district exam." "Oh, and by the way, he's already a level 13 Saint Knight." The whispers stopped. Every student in earshot turned to stare. Zhou Yi, unfazed, kept walking. Let them talk. They'd find out soon enough. He wasn't just here to keep his title. He was here to dominate. The crowd erupted in disbelief. "A Saint Knight? Isn't that a support class?" One student scoffed. "How the hell did a Saint Knight beat a Berserker, who's ranked 002 and already level 14? Some struggled to reconcile their rigid class stereotypes with Zhou Yi's unexpected dominance. Others, however, had different concerns. "He's so handsome," a girl whispered, eyes practically sparkling. "He could be a celebrity." Meanwhile, the purple-eyed girl from earlier remained silent, watching Zhou Yi closely. First place among the freshmen, she mused, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Not everyone shared her admiration. A red-haired boy standing nearby clenched his fists, his face twisting with jealousy. He had noticed the demonic bloodline girl's interest in Zhou Yi, and it made his blood boil. "I think this so-called first place is just a fraud," he suddenly barked. The students turned, startled by his outburst. Even Zhou Yi, who had been content to ignore the murmurs, now shifted his gaze to the red-haired challenger. His expression remained calm, but his sharp eyes bore into him like a blade. The boy smirked and stepped forward. "Lu Jing, level 13, Punishment Knight, rank 038. He crossed his arms arrogantly. "I don't buy that you're the real number one. So prove it. Fight me." Before Zhou Yi could even consider responding, the senior leading the group slammed a firm hand onto Lu Jing's shoulder. "Student duels are private matters," the senior said coolly. "Don't waste everyone's time." His face remained neutral, but internally, he was fuming. "I'm only earning one freaking score for babysitting freshmen today. What the hell are you doing, dumbass?" Lu Jing, utterly oblivious to the senior's frustration, brushed his hand off with a cocky grin. "Relax, senior. I got this." The senior clenched his fists, mentally screaming, "Got this my ass. Do you have any idea who you're challenging?" Ranking 001 was unanimously decided by Headmaster Wang Hui and 5 house teachers. If they gave him the top spot, it sure as hell wasn't a mistake. "You're just looking to get humiliated." Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with speculation. "Lu Jing's trying to use Zhou Yi as a stepping stone," one student whispered. "Not surprising. People still think Saint Knights are weak. Maybe he just wants attention," another added. "But does he seriously think he stands a chance?" Zhou Yi stood his ground as Lu Jing approached, his expression calm and unreadable. Lu Jing, eager to provoke him into accepting the challenge, made an enticing offer. 100 points if Zhou Yi won, with no risk on his end. But Zhou Yi wasn't so easily swayed. If he was going to do this, he'd make it worth his while. After a brief pause, he countered with a bold demand. 300 points. Gasps rippled through the crowd. "That's insane," someone whispered. "He's ranked 38th. If he loses, that's almost all his points gone," another murmured, eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Jing hesitated, clearly rattled by the stakes. His gaze flickered toward a purple-eyed girl in the audience, her attention fixed on Zhou Yi rather than him. Fueled by the need to impress, he forced a smirk and shouted, "Fine, 300 points it is. Let's do this." Zhou Yi's smirk deepened. "So, you've got some guts after all," he mused, his tone laced with mockery. "But we won't be needing a ring." As golden light radiated from his body, he stretched casually, as if this were nothing more than a warm-up. Then came the real shocker, his declaration. "If you're not on your knees in 3 moves, I lose." The crowd stirred with excitement. More students gathered, eager to witness what promised to be a spectacular showdown. Lu Jing unsheathed his large sword, the blade gleaming under the sunlight, while Zhou Yi remained unarmed, standing effortlessly composed. Miss Sue Meyer stepped forward as the referee, her voice cutting through the chatter. This match will follow university sparring rules. 3-second countdown. No killing moves allowed. The tension thickened as the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The moment the count ended, Lu Jing exploded forward, his sword pulsing with a blood-red aura. Confidence surged through him as he closed the distance, determined to take Zhou Yi down in one decisive strike. The battle had begun. Lu Jing's mind raced as he charged forward. His class, the Punishment Knight, was a hidden evolution of the Knight class, just like the Saint Knight. But unlike the Saint Knight, which focused on support, the Punishment Knight was built purely for destruction. This fight was already won in his head. As long as Zhou Yi hadn't buffed himself, Lu Jing believed he had the upper hand in both speed and raw power. And this battle wasn't just about proving his strength. He had another goal. His gaze flickered toward the demonic bloodline girl in the crowd. If he could crush Zhou Yi, she'd have no choice but to notice him. The moment he got within striking range, he unleashed his blood slash. His sword pulsed with a crimson aura as he swung it downward, aiming to end the fight in a single, decisive blow. But his attack never landed. In one fluid motion, Zhou Yi sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the strike as if he had seen it coming from miles away. Before Lu Jing could react, a brutal knee strike crashed into his stomach. The impact was instant and devastating. Lu Jing's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing through the arena ropes and smashing straight into a nearby wall. The stone structure crumbled on impact, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Silence. As the dust settled, the scene was undeniable. Lu Jing was on his knees, completely unconscious. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and his shattered sword lay beside him. Zhou Yi barely spared him a glance, his expression filled with disappointment. How boring, he muttered. He had expected at least some resistance, maybe even a clever trick, but no. The so-called Punishment Knight had collapsed after a single move. A senior student, the same one who had tried to stop Lu Jing earlier, rushed over to assess the damage. After a quick examination, he turned to Miss Sue Meyer. Miss, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs and internal bleeding. He's unconscious. Miss Sue Meyer remained unfazed. Get a healer on him, she instructed before turning her attention back to Zhou Yi. With a faint smile, she handed him his student ID. 300 points have been transferred to your account. Zhou Yi accepted the card with practiced composure, his gentlemanly demeanor making it seem as if the entire battle had never happened. But the surrounding students knew better. Whispers filled the air, their excitement and disbelief spreading like wildfire. Zhou Yi had just turned the academy upside down with a single strike. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. It's nearly impossible to stop a Punishment Knight's charge, especially when combined with blood slash, one student whispered. But he countered it with just one kick. Another added in awe. So this is the power of 001? He's on a whole different level? Amid the murmuring students, the girl with the demonic bloodline remained focused, her purple eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and curiosity. As she analyzed the fight, a thought crossed her mind. The gap between our strength stats must be at least 20 points. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, standing before Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, fight me, she said, her tone both eager and challenging. Zhou Yi glanced at her, intrigued by her boldness. Without a word, he activated his evaluation technique to scan her stats. This time he had the chance to take a proper look. A powerful demonic bloodline and legacy equipment? His gaze flickered toward the sword strapped to her back. The name Dark Moon Ancient Sword glowed faintly in his system interface. Quality, legacy. Race limitation, human. Class limitation, swordsman. Effect, unknown. Zhou Yi's curiosity deepened. This is the first time I've seen stats like this. He couldn't ignore the opportunity to test her strength. I accept, he said, stepping into the arena. Both fighters took their positions in the ring. This time, Zhou Yi summoned his Warhammer, a mystic light-class weapon that radiated golden energy. Quality gold. Effect 1. Increases constitution by 18%. Effect 2. Increases wisdom by 24%. Additional effect. Enhances all light elemental skills by 1 level, up to grade B. Source. System Lottery. As the tension in the arena grew, several senior students arrived, drawn by the commotion. Freshmen are already fighting on their first day. One of them chuckled. Among them was Li Dongsheng, a level 29 spearman and captain of the Aurora Club. Spotting Sue Meyer, he greeted her with a charming smile. Miss Sue Meyer, what brings you here? Before she could answer, the countdown ended. The battle began. The demonic girl struck first, activating Shadow Slash, her blade crackling with dark energy as she lunged forward at lightning speed. Zhou Yi wasted no time, raising his Warhammer high and unleashing Typhoon Smash, a devastating skill designed to deal massive damage and knock enemies back. The clash was about to begin. The moment their attacks collided, the arena erupted with a deafening explosion of energy. A shockwave rippled outward, forcing spectators to shield their eyes from the sheer force of the clash. Both fighters skidded backward, their auras flaring even brighter. Zhou Yi's golden light radiated with overwhelming energy, while the demon girl's purple aura pulsed with dark, mysterious power. The crowd watched in stunned silence. This wasn't just a sparring match. It was a battle between two rising titans, a collision of light and darkness. The demon girl steadied herself, gripping her dark moon ancient sword tighter as realization set in. What kind of monster is this? She could still feel the impact of Zhou Yi's last strike reverberating through her body. But instead of backing down, she poured more dark mana into her blade, preparing Demonic Slash, a devastating move infused with dark elemental energy. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was exhilarated. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained excitement, and a wide grin spread across his face. Finally, someone who can go head-to-head with me, he roared, his booming laughter echoing through the arena. Their next clash was even more ferocious. The moment their weapons met, the impact sent another wave of force across the battlefield. Neither of them relented. Blow after blow, they unleashed relentless attacks, their strikes moving at dizzying speeds. A flurry of skills engulfed the arena. Zhou Yi's uppercut, a powerful rising strike designed to send opponents airborne. Demon Girl's enhanced rapid stab, a precise forward thrust, followed by an additional stab. Shockwave slash, a devastating uppercut slash that released multiple shockwaves. Mountain crushing hit, a multi-stage attack that shattered the ground with sheer force. The intensity escalated with each exchange. Zhou Yi's golden light burned fiercely, forming an almost impenetrable shield, while the demon girl's dark energy swirled like a raging storm. Their movements blurred, making it nearly impossible for onlookers to keep up. The entire arena trembled under the sheer power of their battle. Blow after blow, they tested each other's limits, neither willing to back down. And for the first time, it felt like the academy itself had become the battleground for something far greater than a simple match. Among the stunned onlookers, the senior students, who had previously scoffed at the idea of freshmen sparring, now stood in silent awe. This is insane, one of them murmured, eyes locked on the battle. Are these two really freshmen? Another whispered, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. This isn't a sparring match, it's a clash between masters, conserving energy for the right moment. But Zhou Yi, his relentless offense was anything but cautious. He's not holding back, Li Dongsheng murmured. Either he's reckless or he's completely sure of his victory. The Warhammer, typically a slow and cumbersome weapon, became an instrument of pure dominance in his hands. Each swing disrupted the demon girl's footing, cutting off her options. She had no choice but to defend. Li Dongsheng smirked. A hot-headed Saint Knight who doesn't hold back? And against someone that's stunning? Man's got no mercy. In the ring, the tide shifted. The demon girl, after an exhausting exchange, finally dropped to one knee, her breath ragged. Zhou Yi stood tall, golden energy crackling around him, his warhammer resting easily on his shoulder. With a casual shrug, he said, "All right, warm-up's over." Then, in a single breath, he activated Gift of God, Gift of Courage, Weapon Blessing, Blessing of Dawn, and Gift of Protection. Holy energy surged around him, a divine whirlwind that sent shockwaves through the arena. The audience watched in stunned silence. The real fight was only just beginning. Here's your refined scene with sharper pacing, stronger character moments, and a smoother flow. The demon girl knelt, struggling for breath as the sheer weight of Zhou Yi's power bore down on her. So this is his true strength? Before she could recover, Zhou Yi activated Spear of Victory. Radiant energy spears materialized above him, raining down like divine judgment. Reacting instantly, she used Phantom Slash, vanishing in a blur and reappearing right in front of Zhou Yi, blade poised to strike. But I knew you'd do that. Her breath caught. Zhou Yi was already there, waiting. When did he move? A chill ran down her spine as she saw his warhammer rising. With no time to dodge, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for impact. Yet the blow never came. Instead, his voice rang out, calm and composed. "Do you want to keep going?" She opened her eyes to see Zhou Yi standing before her, his warhammer planted firmly on the ground. He wasn't mocking her. He was waiting, exhaling slowly. She pushed herself to her feet, brushing off the dust. "No," she admitted. "I've got nothing left. Against this level of aggression, I can't win." Zhou Yi tilted his head slightly. "You weren't fighting at full strength." A sly smile crossed her lips. "Neither were you." She reached in her pocket and pulled out her phone, holding it out to him. "I saw your exam video. Add me. We'll do this again sometime." Zhou Yi shrugged and added her to his friend list. Then, her entire demeanor changed. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Her eyes sparkled with unspoken emotions. In her mind, fireworks exploded, cherry blossoms swirled, and an imaginary romance theme played on loop. Is this love? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, noticing her suddenly dreamy expression, felt a shiver run down his spine. Why is she looking at me like that? Clearing his throat, he turned to Miss Su. Let's move on. Miss Su, still beaming from his performance, led him away from the arena. As they walked, she chuckled. Earning 600 points on your first day and scaring off potential challengers. You've definitely made an impression. Zhou Yi smirked. Good. Saves me some trouble. This year was going to be very interesting. Zhou Yi and Miss Su arrived at the newcomers' dormitory, perched atop a mountain. As they walked, Miss Su explained the dormitory hierarchy. Regular students stayed in shared dorms at the base. Special recruits, like Zhou Yi, lived in independent mansions higher up. The quality of these mansions depended on rank, with the first-place student receiving the most extravagant residence. Standing before his new home, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be impressed. The sheer scale and luxury made it clear this was no ordinary dorm. Before he could head inside, Miss Su suddenly asked, I heard you're looking for the freezing lotus. That true? Zhou Yi nodded. There's a rumor, she said, lowering her voice slightly. A frost lotus was spotted in the Tempest Mountain range about 6 years ago. A party found it but left empty-handed. It was heavily guarded by high-level demons. No one knows if it's still there. Zhou Yi absorbed the information carefully. After Miss Su left, he wasted no time diving into research. The Tempest Mountain range was no ordinary place. It had emerged after Earth fused with the Eternal Game, creating a sprawling, resource-rich wilderness filled with rare treasures and deadly creatures. Even tertiary awakened class holders hesitated before venturing inside. But Zhou Yi wasn't deterred. He wasn't strong enough to face high-level demons head-on yet, but the system's exam reward, a resurrection cross, gave him a trump card. No matter how dangerous it got, he had at least one guaranteed escape. Determined to prepare, Zhou Yi sat at his desk and browsed through his first-place rewards. A list of skills flashed before him. Holy Light Protection, Sacred Punch, Holy Light Shield, Sacred Retaliation, Holy Light Ball. He chose skills that gave him immunity to physical damage, a weaponless combat technique, and a long-range attack. He also eyed the Force Set, a powerful armor reward from the exam. Unlike the skills, it required points to claim. After some consideration, he spent what was needed. Preparation was everything. With his new gear equipped, Zhou Yi stepped into the Tempest Mountain range. The landscape was rugged and silent, the air thick with an eerie stillness. Then, boom! A massive explosion erupted in the distance, sending a shockwave rippling through the terrain. Even from afar, Zhou Yi felt the sheer force of the blast. He narrowed his eyes. That wasn't natural. Curious and cautious, he moved toward the source. Whatever had caused that explosion wasn't just powerful. It was something worth investigating. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Jiang Churen, the cool and enigmatic white-haired demon girl, is pacing nervously in her dorm. Her usual icy composure has been replaced by a whirlwind of anxiety as she checks her phone for the millionth time. Finally, it pings. Zhou Yi has replied. His message reads, I'm heading to the Tempest Mountain range. Her pale cheeks turn bright red, and her heart pounds like a boss battle soundtrack. Tossing and turning on her bed, she tries to calm her spiraling thoughts. Her friend, who has been quietly observing her meltdown, finally speaks up. Churen, seriously, what's going on? You've been glued to your phone all day. Did something happen? Still flustered but unable to hold back her excitement, Jiang Churen blurts out, I met someone. He's different. I even tried using my charm ability on him, but he completely ignored it. Her friend's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. That ability works on everyone. His willpower must be insane. Exactly. Churen's face lights up like she just rolled a legendary weapon. That's why he's so special. I've decided I'm going to the Tempest Mountain range too. Far away in the Tempest Mountain range, chaos reigns as an all-female adventuring team tears through a rugged trail in a battered truck, pursued by a monstrous horde. The team is a powerhouse of skills and synergy, each member playing a crucial role in their desperate escape. Zhu Xiao, the mechanic, mans the truck's defenses, expertly launching explosive bombs that turn the pursuing monsters into bursts of gore. Yet, some creatures still press on. Wen Tianrun, the summoner, casts her spirit's summoning ice skill, conjuring a massive ice wall that slows the advancing horde. It buys them precious seconds. Zhu Dan, the gunner, unleashes relentless firepower, mowing down the creatures with her machine gun like she's in a high-score arcade game. For a brief moment, victory seems within reach as the number of monsters dwindles. But fate has other plans. When Tianrun suddenly freezes, her eyes narrowing. Something's off, she warns, her voice tinged with urgency. Before anyone can react, A blazing projectile streaks toward them, fiery and deadly. When Tianrun conjures an ice shield around the truck just in time, but the fiery attack shatters their momentum. The projectile narrowly misses Su Qinglian, the swordsman of the group, but the truck takes the brunt of the blast. The vehicle explodes into a cloud of smoke and flames, scattering the team like an overpowered AoE attack. When the dust settles, the team is left battered and vulnerable. Some are pinned under wreckage, others barely standing. Su Qinglian scrambles to assess the situation, calling out, "Everyone, sound off. Are you okay?" When Tianruan's face pales as she gasps in terror, pointing behind Su Qinglian. "Look behind you." The sight is nothing short of terrifying. A horde of demons, one of the 5 most violent races, surrounds the battered team. These creatures are infamous for their unrelenting hunger for living beings, their monstrous mouths glowing ominously as they prepare to unleash a wave of fiery destruction. The team is frozen in place, exhaustion and despair gripping them. They've used up every trump card, yet they've barely managed to scratch the enemy's numbers. The same grim realization flashes through everyone's mind. Is this the end? The demons unleash a hellish inferno, their fire attacks converging into a massive wave of destruction. The adventurers brace for impact, knowing there's no escape. Then a flash of white. A streak of light cuts through the battlefield as Zhou Yi arrives, riding atop a majestic white wolf. Without hesitation, he raises his hand, activating Sacred Storm. A radiant cross symbol materializes midair, intercepting the incoming inferno. When the holy energy clashes with the demonic fire, a fiery tornado infused with divine light erupts, twisting and consuming the flames while sending a shockwave through the battlefield. The storm's holy radiance pierces through the night, causing the demons to shriek in agony as the sacred energy disrupts their dark essence. Zhou Yi stands at the center of it all, his cross-shaped mark glowing brilliantly on his forehead, intensifying the purifying force. Before the demons can regroup, Zhou Yi strikes again, a lightning-fast sacred slash. His sword, bathed in divine energy, cuts through the demonic horde in an instant, leaving behind only lifeless bodies and a battlefield soaked in holy light. Silence. The once overwhelming horde is reduced to nothing. The eerie calm that follows is almost surreal. The rescued adventurers, still processing what just happened, stare at Zhou Yi in utter awe. His overwhelming power, his divine presence. Who is this man? Even as he approaches, there's a lingering hesitation in their eyes. Is he truly a savior, or simply another unknown force they should fear? Zhou Yi quickly dispels their doubts. Slow healing activates, and a soothing golden glow envelopes the injured, closing their wounds within moments. However, when Tianrun remains unconscious, her condition is still critical. Grateful yet cautious, Su Qinglian steps forward. "Thank you for saving us," she says sincerely. Zhou Yi's gaze lingers on her for a moment before he responds with a small smile. "Of course I know you. Su Qinglian's team is one of the top 3 in the academy. Naturally, I've heard of you." Su Qinglian blinks in surprise before letting out a light laugh. "Hearing that makes me feel shy," she admits, her tone unusually warm. Her expression turns serious as she continues. "Brother Zhou, your light attribute abilities are terrifyingly effective against demons, but the Tempest Mountain range is no joke. Why don't you return to the supply base with us?" Zhou Yi considers her words carefully. For a month, he's been searching these lands for the Ice Lotus, a rare herb with extreme cold properties. Yet he has found no trace of it. With the new student competition just 3 days away, time is running short. For now, it seems returning with Su Qinglian's team is the best move. He can resume his search once the event is over. As the group prepares to leave, Su Qinglian signals Zhu Xiao, who instantly understands. With a confident smirk, Zhu Xiao summons a squad of mechanical spiders, sleek, high-tech constructs that radiate advanced engineering and lethal precision. Zhou Yi and his wolf both seem genuinely impressed, taking in the intricate craftsmanship. Zhu Xiao, never one to waste an opportunity for dramatic flair, sweeps her arm out with a grand gesture. "Come aboard, everyone," she announces like a captain leading a starship launch. Su Qinglian rolls her eyes, suppressing a sigh. Why is she always like this? Once everyone is seated inside the spider vehicle, it springs into motion, maneuvering through the rough terrain with surprising speed and agility. Zhou Yi, seated next to Su Qinglian, takes the opportunity to press her for details. "Senior Sister Su," he begins, "with so many monsters in the Tempest Mountain range, why haven't they been dealt with already?" Su Qinglian's expression darkens. "Our team has been patrolling the outskirts of Gale Mountain for over 2 months. This is the first time we've encountered demons like this." Zhou Yi raises an eyebrow. So you're saying these monsters either crawled out from the depths of Gale Mountain, or they slipped through some kind of dimensional rift? Ching Lien nods grimly. Exactly. That's why we need to report this to the military base immediately. Yi frowns, his mind analyzing the situation. But isn't the Mage Tower supposed to monitor the entire region? Shouldn't they have picked up on this anomaly? Ching Lien shakes her head. The Mage Tower focuses on tracking high-ranking demons, epic and legendary level threats. These ones fall below their detection threshold. Yi crosses his arms, deep in thought. A silver demon above level 20 isn't exactly low level. If they're slipping through undetected, there's something wrong with their monitoring system. Ching Lien elaborates. The alien energy levels around these demons fall below the set limit of the Mage Tower's sensors. That's why they weren't flagged. Yi slowly nods, piecing the puzzle together. But something still doesn't sit right. Meanwhile, Ching Lien's concern deepens. If a rift really did open, why are only weaker demons coming through? She muses aloud. A breach capable of letting in level 30 monsters could also allow level 50 or higher creatures. If that happens, she doesn't finish the thought. The implications are too grim. A large-scale demon invasion could obliterate entire cities before anyone has time to react. This situation is bigger than just a single patrol. It could be the prelude to something catastrophic. Her resolve hardens. We have to get this information to the authorities as soon as possible. High above them, a sinister presence stirs. A flock of winged demons slices through the sky, their grotesque forms blending with the darkness. They are moving fast, heading straight for the rift. The chilling word echoes through the air, spoken in raspy, inhuman voices. Food, food. High above, winged demons cut through the sky, their hollow cries filling the air with an eerie dread. Their glowing red eyes scan the ground below, searching for prey. At the same time, a far more dire scene unfolds nearby. Jiang Churin stands surrounded. More than 20 silver demons closing in on her, their grotesque forms moving with unsettling coordination. Her sword flashes as she cuts through their ranks, but exhaustion weighs heavily on her. Her mana is running dangerously low. There are people trapped over there, someone from the team exclaims. Zhou Yi's eyes narrow. Without hesitation, he takes charge. You all go ahead. I'll handle this. Ching Lien's concern is immediate. Zhou Yi. There could be more of them. It's too risky to go alone. But Zhou Yi is already mounting his wolf. His resolve is absolute. I'll catch up soon. He kicks off, speeding toward the battle without looking back, asterisk asterisk. As the wind howls past him, Zhou Yi's mind sharpens into a single thought. This aura. I know it. It's her. His instincts confirm it. Jiang Churin is in grave danger. Meanwhile, a small group of adventurers watches from a safe distance. Jiang Churin, now in full demon form, fights with deadly precision. Each swing of her sword carves through the demons, but her movements grow increasingly strained. Should we help? One of them asks hesitantly. Silence. They all know the answer. The odds are too high. One of them finally mutters, we can't even protect ourselves. If she makes it, she'll be a powerhouse in the future. But for now, it's best to let go. Regret lingers in their eyes as they choose to stay hidden, watching her fight alone. Jiang Churin's breath comes ragged. Her blade still moves, but she can feel it. The demons have figured it out. They no longer attack blindly. Instead, they circle, keeping their distance, forcing her to waste energy. They're waiting. Her transformation has a time limit. They know it. She knows it. The tactic is brutal. Wear her down, wave by wave, until she collapses. Jiang Churin grits her teeth, refusing to fall. If her succubus power fades, escape will be impossible. She needs to end this now. But just as her body starts to falter, a voice booms across the battlefield. Come, thunder, and fall upon them all. The air crackles. A surge of electricity erupts from the distance, illuminating the battlefield in an instant. Before Jiang Churin can even process what's happening, bolts of lightning tear through the sky, striking down like judgment itself. In an instant, the overwhelming horde is reduced to ash. Charred remains scattered across the battlefield, the very ground beneath them scorched and steaming from the sheer power of the attack. Jiang Churin's eyes widen in disbelief. Then she hears it. Move out of the way! She turns to see Zhou Yi charging toward her, his voice cutting through the haze of destruction. But before she can react, a piercing, monstrous scream rips through the battlefield. The sound is deafening, a banshee-like wail that sends shockwaves through the air. Jiang Churin clutches her ears, grimacing in pain. The source? A high-level demon, massive, menacing, and furious at the loss of its kin. The creature's roar ignites a frenzy, and the remaining demons respond immediately. Their bodies burst into flames, activating madness. Body of fire. amplifying their strength to terrifying levels. Jiang Chuan watches in horror as the once weakened demons become even deadlier. Zhou Yi, leave now. This is the madness of a demon clan, she shouts, urgency in her voice. But Zhou Yi, completely unfazed. Jiang Chuan's mind races. There's no way to win. If Zhou Yi won't leave, then she has only one option left. Self-destruction. She grits her teeth, preparing to unleash everything in a desperate final attack. If she's going down, she's taking them with her. But just as she's about to act, a strong arm wraps around her waist. Jiang Chuan gasps as Zhou Yi effortlessly lifts her onto his wolf, securing her in front of him like it's nothing. Zhou Yi. Her voice is barely a whisper, her face heating in shock. The high-level demon bellows in rage, its fiery fist smashing down toward them. Miss. Zhou Yi's wolf dodges with unreal grace, leaping out of the attack's radius just in time. The impact behind them is devastating, the ground shattering like glass under the force of the failed strike. The horde lunges again. Zhou Yi scoffs. Time to end this? He raises his hand, summoning a blinding golden light. Light punishment activates. Above them, the storm returns, but this time, it's not just lightning. It's divine retribution. Bolts of holy energy rain down, striking the demons one by one, their agonized screams echoing through the battlefield. The fiery aura surrounding them flickers and fades, snuffed out under the sheer magnitude of Zhou Yi's heavenly assault. As the last demon falls, silence returns. Zhou Yi surveys the battlefield with satisfaction, then lets out a chuckle. No wonder everyone wants to be a magician. Killing monsters from a distance is kind of addicting. Jiang Chuan, still held firmly on his wolf, can't decide what's more dangerous, the demons or the ridiculous man who just saved her. Zhou Yi cradles Jiang Chuan protectively, his calm demeanor contrasting with the chaos around them. Her gaze, once tense, now softens with admiration, and perhaps a flicker of something deeper. The battlefield crackles with fiery energy as demons swarm relentlessly, their numbers still overwhelming despite the devastation wrought by Zhou Yi's earlier light punishment skill. The two find themselves encircled by 180 demons, their fiery auras blazing with rage. Zhou Yi sits astride his wolf, Jiang Chuan in his arms, surveying the approaching horde with calm calculation. 180 demons. Scattered, but manageable if I can group them together. Zhou Yi thinks, his tactical mind at work. Jiang Chuan, however, is less composed. Her eyes dart between the advancing foes, her voice trembling with doubt. This is impossible. They've all been drawn here. How are we supposed to survive? Without missing a beat, Zhou Yi turns to her. His voice is steady, radiating confidence. Jiang Chuan, distract the ones on the left. Don't engage. Just lead them away. Her stunned expression says it all. What? Zhou Yi, what are you? Her words trail off as he activates slow healing, a warm energy enveloping her and restoring her vitality. Before she can protest further, Zhou Yi casts a series of buffs. Death Dawn Blessing, Blessing of Weapon, and God's Gifts. Each spell amplifies her power, bathing her in radiant light. Her stats skyrocket. Strength, from 114 to 143, plus 29, 25% increase. Speed, from 122 to 153, plus 31, 25% increase. Constitution, from 103 to 129, plus 26, 25% increase. Intelligence, from 156 to 195, plus 39, 25% increase. Jiang Chuan gasps as the surge of energy floods her system. This is the power of a Saint Knight? How is this even real? Zhou Yi's sharp voice cuts through her amazement. Focus. You got the power now. Go. I'll take care of the rest. Though reluctant, Jiang Chuan nods and darts to the left, her newfound speed allowing her to lure a portion of the demons away. Her swift movements split the horde, creating an opening for Zhou Yi. Gripping his warhammer, Zhou Yi spurs his wolf forward and charges into the thick of the remaining demons. The fiery creatures react, their glowing forms unleashing energy attacks, but Zhou Yi is faster. Each swing of his warhammer reverberates through the battlefield, the impact unleashing holy light that obliterates his foes in radiant explosions. With each strike, the tide of battle begins to shift, Zhou Yi's unwavering determination shining like a beacon against the darkness. Zhou Yi's hammer swings with divine precision, erasing weaker demons in a single blow. The stronger ones barely stagger, but they don't escape his wrath. Every strike is a symphony of destruction, turning the battlefield into chaos incarnate. Flames burst across the ground as demon cries echo through the melee. Zhou Yi's presence transforms the fight into an apocalyptic scene. Jiang Chuan, watching from the sidelines, struggles to believe what she's seeing. Her boosted agility and strength keep her mobile, dodging and distracting the demons in her path. Still, her attention is fixed on Joey. This is insane, she whispers. Not even a level 25 Saint Knight should have this kind of raw power. Despite her combat experience, Jiang Churen is dumbfounded. Zhou isn't just fighting. He's rewriting the laws of combat, making it clear who rules this battlefield. The relentless waves of demons keep coming, but Zhou meets them head-on, each strike sending shockwaves through the air. The holy light from his attacks bathes the area, disintegrating any demon unlucky enough to get caught. But the battlefield shifts as a group of demons breaks away and charges Jiang Churen. One particularly fast demon lunges at her, only to meet Zhou Yi's wolf in midair. The beast clamps its jaws around the demon, forcing it to the ground. Jiang Churen tightens her grip on her sword, fending off the surrounding demons. Her mind races. Focus. Don't think. Just trust him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi continues to carve through the horde, but the enemy numbers refuse to dwindle. A group of demons sneaks up behind him, until a wave of dark energy slashes through them in an instant. Zhou Yi glances back to find Jiang Churen wielding a shadow whip. The weapon hums with dark energy, lashing out in sharp arcs that cut through demons and their shadows alike. Her movements are sharp, precise, and devastating, turning the tide in her immediate area. A smirk tugs at Zhou Yi's lips. She's better at luring them than I expected, and pulling out moves I didn't see coming. Sacred energy radiates from Jiang Churen, enhanced by Zhou Yi's buffs. Her strikes grow even stronger, her movements faster. Zhou Yi tosses a glowing sphere of light in her direction. It bursts into a radiant shield around her, shimmering with holy energy. Stay inside the shield, Zhou Yi commands, his voice steady but firm. Jiang Churen nods, her confidence bolstered by the protective aura. The two warriors, now working in tandem, turn the battlefield into a playground of divine destruction. Zhou Yi raises his warhammer and invokes Holy Cross, summoning a massive cross of radiant light that towers behind him. It blazes with holy flames, scorching every demon within a 200-meter radius. The air crackles with divine energy as the demons writhe and howl in pain, their bodies succumbing to the relentless flames. Jiang Churen, standing nearby, can't take her eyes off him. Her voice barely a whisper, she mutters, This is power beyond reason. Despite the widespread destruction, the remaining demons, driven by fury, launch a desperate attack. Zhou Yi steps forward unbothered, his voice booming with conviction. All darkness will fall under the light of holy light. With a flourish, he raises his warhammer again, chanting, Let the light gather, and the storm rage. From above, glowing crosses rain down like a divine meteor shower, blanketing the battlefield in radiant destruction. The holy storm spares no one. Every demon caught in its grasp is obliterated, their remains fading into nothingness. Even those who attempt to flee are pulled back into the storm's grasp and reduced to ash. From a safe distance, the 6 men who had abandoned Jiang Churen earlier are frozen in terror. Not at the demons, but at Zhou Yi. Is he even human? One of them stammers. Another nods, his voice shaky. That's not human. He's like a god of war. Their leader swallows hard, sizing up Zhou Yi's strength. At level 26, I'm the strongest among us, but against him, even all 6 of us together wouldn't stand a chance. He hesitates, then resolves, we need to be on his good side. Let's introduce ourselves before it's too late. Before they can act, a mechanical spider skids to a stop nearby. Gunner girl Zhu Dan leaps out, her voice brimming with excitement. Brother Zhou Yi, we're here to back you up, her words catch in her throat as her eyes sweep over the battlefield. The once chaotic field is now littered with the lifeless remains of 180 demons, the ground scorched and silent. You did all this? Zhu Dan asks, her face a mix of awe and disbelief. At that moment, a familiar chime rings in Zhou Yi's mind. Congratulations! You've reached level 17. Reward, plus 15 free attribute points, plus 15 skill points. Congratulations! You've reached level 18. Reward, plus 15 free attribute points, plus 15 skill points. Zhou Yi lowers his warhammer, his exhaustion finally showing. Jiang Churen, equally drained, exhales deeply as they survey the aftermath. Zhou Yi pulls out a recovery potion and gulps it down, grimacing at its minimal effect. Still not enough, he mutters, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the battlefield. Zhou Yi's stats now read like a mini-boss flex. Strength, 160. Physique, 171. Agility, 162. Wisdom, 172. He sighs, feeling bittersweet about his progress. Man, if it weren't for those level caps on XP, We'd be on a whole new tier after that fight. Before he can stew further, Su-Ching Lien, the ever-composed swordswoman, leads her team toward him. Her usual calm is replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. "Zhou Yi, did you really handle all this?" she asks, scanning the carnage with a hint of suspicion. Even Zhu Dan, the sharpshooting gunner who rarely lets emotions show, seems shaken. "Brother Zhou Yi, this level of strength is unreal." The praise is cut short by Jiang Churin dramatically flopping onto the ground. She groans. "Yep, definitely overdid it." Su-Ching Lien refocuses, her tone shifting to business. "Did you encounter anything unusual?" Zhou Yi pauses, replaying the battles in his mind. The strongest one was a level 23 gold-ranked demon. Not exactly a big deal. Su-Ching Lien's expression darkens. That's troubling. Demonic armies don't operate without a leader. If there wasn't one here, it means their main force hasn't arrived yet. The weight of her words settles on everyone like a bad plot twist. She straightens up, her voice commanding. "We need to move. Now. Everyone, head to the supply base before things get worse." The group doesn't waste a second, hustling away from the danger zone. Meanwhile, a group of 6 spies hidden in the nearby bushes exhales collectively, relief evident. "They're gone," one whispers to their leader. "Should we move?" The leader nods, but as they step forward, an overwhelming force pins them in place. "What the boss? What is this?" one cries, panic edging into his voice. The leader's face pales as realization hits. Demonic energy. Something big is coming. High above the mountain, a fiery skeletal dragon emerges, its roar echoing like a death knell. The air around it burns with intense demonic power. This monstrosity, a level 24 gold tier, 3-star demon, radiates pure destruction. Flame blasts? It can spam those all day. But the dragon is merely the opening act. From the shadows steps a skeletal demon warrior, towering and far more menacing. Its aura alone could make a battle-hardened veteran reconsider their life choices. This level 30 legendary tier, 3-star demon is an enigma, its abilities shrouded in dread. Back at the supply base, alarms blare to life. The demonic energy detector meter spikes off the charts, triggering emergency alerts across the network. Chaos erupts as everyone scrambles to prepare for the incoming nightmare. The emergency alert surges to alien invasion level 4, setting the entire base into a frenzy. A commanding voice crackles through the intercom, sharp and urgent. "All personnel, combat readiness, now." The Snow Dragon Legion springs into action like a well-oiled war machine. Warrior and Knight departments drop their training immediately and sprint to the battlefield. Chaplain department prepares to fuel the fighters with magic energy. Logistics department rapidly distributes magic cores and crystals to sustain the battle. Mage department pinpoints the enemy's location down to the exact coordinates and constructs a massive teleportation circle for instant deployment. The central square erupts into controlled chaos as warriors rally, their gazes locked on their leader, Commander Su Yujo, the indomitable force behind the Snow Dragon Legion. His presence alone is enough to steady the storm. A soldier steps forward, salutes sharply, and reports. "All personnel assembled and awaiting orders, sir." Commander Su Yujo strides forward, unsheathing his blade, his voice carrying like a battle hymn. "Knights!" The warriors snap to attention, standing taller as he continues, raising his sword high. "My strength is creation, and I am capable of conquering thrones and thrones. My strength is a shield, and I am a protector." The knights echo his words, their voices turning into a thundering chant. The air brims with unshakable resolve. With a final unified cry, they march toward the glowing teleportation magic circle, ready to charge headfirst into the abyss. The scene shifts to something out of a nightmare. A towering, menacing throne looms in the heart of the demonic horde, and upon it sits Demon King Urimus, a living embodiment of destruction. His mere presence commands submission, his crimson gaze burning with cold fury. Before him, a sea of lesser demons kneels, awaiting their master's decree. Their twisted forms tremble, not with fear, but with bloodthirsty excitement. Urimus surveys his army, his expression unreadable. "Each of these demons, personally tested and chosen by me. In 6 months on this pathetic planet, I've lost only 10, but then his face darkens. Yet now, before my triumphant return to the sacred world, hundreds have been slaughtered." His grip tightens on the armrest of his throne. An insult of this scale will not go unanswered. Rising to his full, monstrous height, he gazes upon his army and declares, "Before we depart for the sacred area, go wild." A split second of silence, then pandemonium erupts. "Thank you, Your Highness." The horde screams in savage delight, their deafening roars shaking the very ground. The invasion isn't just continuing, it's about to get worse. The chaos unleashed by Urima's decree was the catalyst. The reason Jiang Chern was attacked. The reason Zhou Yi was forced into the fray. And now, in the present, the battlefield has reached its breaking point. A colossal fire dragon descends from the sky, its molten scales glowing like liquid magma. The sheer heat from its body warps the air, making the battlefield feel like the mouth of an active volcano. Perched atop the beast is Urimas himself, his crimson cloak billowing, his glare burning with unrelenting fury. The ground trembles as the dragon lands with a bone-rattling crash. Urimas fixes his gaze on Zhou Yi's group, his voice venomous with rage. I will never forgive this insult. You will drown in regret. The fire dragon snarls, its voice a deep, guttural growl that seems to reverberate through their very souls. Your spirits will burn forever in the flames of the underworld. Without hesitation, Urimas raises his hand, activating a summoning skill. The battlefield transforms into a nightmare. A tsunami of demons surges forth. Golden tier demon knights, silver tier demon spellcasters, countless lesser fiends, forming a seemingly endless tide of darkness. The very horizon disappears under their sheer numbers. Su Qinglian quickly scans the battlefield with her detection skill. Her face darkens as the enemy ranks unfold before her. Legendary devils, gold tier knights, silver tier spellcasters. This is beyond anything we've faced before. She steps in front of Zhou Yi, gripping her sword tightly. Zhou Yi, listen to me. If you get an opening, you need to escape. We'll hold the line. Zhu Dan forces a nervous chuckle. Yeah, you're way more valuable than the rest of us. No offense, everyone. Their resolve is clear. They see Zhou Yi as humanity's best chance for survival, someone whose potential must be protected at all costs. Then, a blinding flash. The teleportation circle above them suddenly activates. The sky splits open, revealing glowing gates of light. Warriors begin descending like a divine army, their presence turning despair into hope. Su Qing's breath catches in her throat. Then, her expression erupts into relief. The Snow Dragon Legion is here. The elite second-tier professionals, all level 30 and above, march forth with unwavering determination. At their helm, a towering level 51 third-tier warrior, his aura alone radiating power. It feels like a miracle, but miracles don't last long in war. Urimas smirks. Then he laughs. Fools! A pulse of demonic energy ripples outward. You really thought your reinforcements could save you? My magic ensures they stay far from this battlefield. They can only watch as you are erased. A shimmering magic barrier materializes around Zhou Yi's group, effectively sealing them inside enemy territory. The Snow Dragon Legion, mere meters away, suddenly halt, powerless to break through. Su Qing's relief shatters into horror. They're trapped. Tension rises as the Snow Dragon Legion knights assess their dire predicament. One knight presses his hand against the shimmering energy shield, his tone grim. This is the Demon Clan's Dark Wall of Flame, a forbidden level spell. It creates a barrier that blocks teleportation and external attacks. Another knight turns to Commander Su Yuzhou, his expression equally somber. We need the strength of two armies to break this. Otherwise, we wait for it to fade naturally. Commander Su Yuzhou's voice tightens. How long? The knight hesitates before answering. 5 minutes at least. Su Yuzhou clenches his fists, frustration and regret clear. In that time, the demons will wipe out everyone inside. After a heavy pause, he adds, compile information on the survivors. Once this is over, notify their families to claim their remains. Below the barrier, Zhou Yi's system notification flares to life. New achievement quest unlocked. Mission, kill the legendary demon. Failure penalty none. Reward, +1 level, talent fueling potion. Zhou Yi smirks, determination lighting up his face. Finally, something exciting. As Su Qinglian and her team shout futile warnings, Zhou Yi strides forward, holy energy radiating from his frame. His unflinching resolve cuts through their pleas. High above, Urimas, son of Satan, sneers from his fiery mount. So, you're the one who dared to slaughter my soldiers. I'll crush you myself. His fire dragon roars, its molten scales glowing ominously as it takes flight. Urimas' voice booms across the battlefield. Burn in eternal suffering. The dragon unleashes a massive fireball that rockets toward Zhou Yi. Su Qinglian's panicked cry rings out. Zhou Yi! But Zhou Yi is unfazed. Raising his warhammer, its golden energy arcs magnificently as he swings. The hammer's force collides with the fireball, shattering the flames like glass. The same strike doesn't stop there. It slashes through one of the dragon's wings with a sickening crack. The dragon screeches as it spirals downward, its body crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, sending tremors rippling through the earth. Urima's leaps from his fallen mount, disoriented but quickly regaining his composure. Before he can fully recover, Zhou barrels forward with blistering speed, alarm flashing in his eyes. Urima's raises his flaming sword, slicing through the air with an arc of fire that scorches the battlefield. Zhou vanishes in a blur, effortlessly dodging the fiery slash. Urima's whips his head around in frantic search. Too late. A presence looms behind him. Zhou Yi's warhammer swings down with earth-shattering force. Urima's barely raises his sword in time, meeting the strike head-on. The collision erupts in a shockwave that ripples across the battlefield, sending tremors through the ground. Both warriors are thrown back, locking eyes in an intense standoff. Urima's sneer falters, his voice tinged with disbelief. Impossible. This human. He's only level 18. How is he matching my strength? Zhou plants his warhammer into the ground, golden energy crackling around him. His calm, commanding voice cuts through the battlefield's chaos. Resilient, aren't you? Good. You're the first legendary monster I've ever fought. The demon's pride takes a direct hit. Snarling in fury, he charges, flames surging from his sword as he swings at Zhou with breakneck speed. Their weapons clash again, each impact ringing like thunder. The battlefield becomes a blur of steel and fire. Their strikes too fast for the onlookers to track. Seizing an opening, Zhou leaps into the air, summoning divine energy into a new attack. Pure white blade. A radiant slash of holy power hurtles toward Urima's, closing the distance in an instant. The demon's eyes widen, too fast to dodge. The attack slams into him, sending him staggering. Zhou, he doesn't let up. Punishment of light. A deafening crack splits the air as lightning surges from the heavens, a golden torrent crashing down. But Urima's reacts in time. Balog's shield. Dark energy flares as a barrier materializes. The holy lightning strikes with devastating force, but disperses against the shield. Though Urima's remains standing, his arms tremble slightly from the impact. Zhou, he narrows his eyes. Even that wasn't enough? His grip tightens on his hammer. He's facing a monster that won't go down easily. Sensing danger, Urima snarls. Reinforcements now! A deafening roar echoes across the battlefield. From the shadows, an army of demons surges forward. His elite generals leading the charge, countless lesser demons following in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Kill him! Urima's commands. The demonic horde charges, the ground trembling beneath their numbers. But high above, Zhou lifts his hands, his voice resonating with divine power. Let the heavens open and cleanse this land. The air shifts. A sacred wind howls across the battlefield, sending shivers through demons and humans alike. The sky glows golden as divine energy floods the atmosphere. The demons freeze. Their primal bloodlust flickers, overshadowed by something even greater. Fear. Beyond the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion watches in stunned silence. Even Sukong Lian and her team stand mesmerized. Zhou is preparing to end this. The massive sacred palm descends from the portal like divine judgment, its impact obliterating the battlefield. The ground fractures under the force, wiping out waves of the demonic horde. Sacred energy pulses outward, so intense it seems to warp the air itself, leaving an oppressive pressure that paralyzes everything nearby. Sukong Lian steadies herself, her voice trembling. This can't be real. Did Zhou, was that him? Her mind struggles to match the boy she knew with the overwhelming power she just witnessed. Jiang Churen isn't faring much better. The sacred energy clashes violently with her succubus blood, leaving her visibly shaken and pale. Even standing nearby feels like a challenge. Outside the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion watches in stunned silence. A soldier cautiously approaches Commander Su Yuzhou. Commander, reports confirm the students inside include Sukong University's elite. The one who launched the attack is Paladin Zhou Yi, this year's top recruit. Commander Su's expression darkens, his voice laced with regret. The boy has talent, no question. That skill could obliterate the devil himself, if properly honed. But now, he's just a beginner. He's burning through power he can't sustain against an opponent like this. Amid the devastation, the devil Urima's staggers to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth. His face contorts with rage, his voice a booming roar. You dare challenge me? You dare insult Urima's? I will show you despair. Demonic energy erupts around him, a swirling vortex of fury. Pointing a clawed hand, he issues his command. Demon army! Flame curse army magic now! Burn him to ash! Instantly, the battlefield stirs with renewed chaos. Mage demons weave curses, fire demons ignite the ground beneath them, and shadow creatures slip through the chaos, ready to strike. Every corner of the field brims with death, converging toward Zhou. Urima's retreats slightly, allowing a demon healer to attend to his wounds. His eyes burn with malice. He's bluffing, he growls. A level 18 warrior can't sustain that kind of power for long. His magical reserves must already be depleted. The healer nods, his expression grim yet confident. You're right, Lord Urimas. Against the combined might of 300 tribal warriors and millions of lesser demons, his exhaustion is inevitable. He'll be torn apart. Urimas' lips curl into a cruel grin. Exactly. This ends here. Let's remind him why mortals should fear the abyss. His laughter echoes across the battlefield, his confidence fully restored. A celestial radiance descends, splitting the suffocating darkness of the demonic barrier. Zhou Yi's shining for help skill activates the of Light's secret technique, summoning a divine presence that stuns the battlefield. From the heavens, the radiant angel from his awakening materializes once more, golden wings unfurling as she embraces him. Silence blankets the battlefield. Even the monstrous Urimas, who moments ago exuded unshakable confidence, stares in frozen dread. Then, the angel's wings tremble, and sacred feathers begin to fall. Their beauty is mesmerizing, hypnotic even. Demons, unable to resist, instinctively reach out. The moment their claws graze the feathers, however, they ignite into searing pillars of divine fire. Agonized shrieks rip through the battlefield as entire demon ranks are reduced to smoldering ash. Outside the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion watches in stunned disbelief. A single feather drifts toward Commander Su Yujo. He catches it gently, feeling the immense power pulsing through it. Commander, what is this? A soldier asks, his voice laced with awe. Su Yujo's gaze remains fixed on the battlefield. Divine magic, he murmurs. A gift from the gods. Only high-tier divine professionals can wield it. I once saw a level 58 priest cast a divine spell that healed an entire legion in seconds. That same magic saved us from 3 demon armies during the siege of the Northern Gate. And now, he exhales almost reverently. This magic alone could wipe out every demon on that battlefield. The legion stands transfixed, the realization settling in. Zhou Yi is wielding a force beyond mortal limits. Meanwhile, Urimas watches in pure horror as his once mighty army is annihilated. His elite generals, his shadow assassins, his flamecasters. Nothing withstands the relentless holy flames. Impossible, he bellows, voice cracking with fury. How can a mere level 18 warrior command the power of the gods? The fear in his eyes is unmistakable. This isn't just some fluke or overpowered skill. This is something else, something unnatural. Amid the smoke and flames, he begins to change. The corpses of his fallen soldiers dissolve into streams of dark energy, their lingering souls unwillingly consumed. His once imposing aura multiplies tenfold, raw demonic power pulsating from his form. The air around him vibrates with pressure, warping space itself. Zhou Yi, however, remains composed. His golden aura intensifies as the angel's divine energy flows through him. The celestial figure leans in, her voice an ethereal whisper. Wield the power of light wisely. This is your trial, chosen warrior. Darkness must be eradicated without hesitation. With her blessing, Zhou Yi's body ignites with holy flames, forming a protective barrier around him. Behind him, the divine circle glows with unshakable brilliance, a testament to the light's favor. Zhou Yi watches his enemy's reckless aggression, then slowly raises his warhammer, whispering an incantation. His voice resonates across the battlefield, each syllable carrying divine authority. The ground quakes beneath him. The sky, once darkened by demonic energy, splits open as beams of heavenly light pierce through the clouds. In the name of light, may all shadows be banished. Carrying with his glowing warhammer, the impact detonates like a bomb, sending shockwaves across the battlefield, shattering the terrain beneath them. Light and darkness twist and churn in a violent struggle. Then, Zhou Yi seizes the moment. Channeling the angel's full power, he thrusts his hand forward. A colossal beam of divine light streaks down from the heavens, striking Urima's dead center. The demon lord howls as the sacred energy burns through him, his body smoldering from the sheer force. Yet, even as his form cracks and flickers, his eyes burn with undying fury. I will not fall to a mere mortal, he bellows, his voice shaking the skies. But deep inside, even he knows the tide has turned. Urima's, once a mighty level 23, had now ascended to a terrifying level 43, fueled by the souls of his fallen army. His body crackled with dark energy, and his fury burned hotter than ever. Zhou Yi's defiance had pushed him beyond reason. With an earth-shaking roar, Urima's unleashed the roar of the flame demon, a hellish blast meant to erase anything in its wake. He lunged forward at impossible speed, his 6 monstrous arms launching a relentless barrage of energy strikes. Each blow carved craters into the battlefield, reducing the land to a corrupted wasteland. The very air seemed to battle itself. Zhou Yi's divine radiance clashing against Urima's suffocating malevolence. But the demon lord wasn't done. Summoning the pinnacle of his clan's fire magic, he began forging an ultimate attack, a flame demon sphere. This wasn't just fire. It was hellfire, compressed into a searing mass of energy that burned at 15 million degrees Celsius. The mere presence of the attack distorted reality itself. With a triumphant snarl, Urima's hurled the deadly sphere at Zhou Yi. The battlefield trembled as the attack streaked across the sky like a falling star, colliding in a detonation so massive that it threatened to swallow everything in its radius. A shockwave rippled outward, sending even the distant Snow Dragon Legion staggering. Laughter rumbled from Urima's chest. This was the power of a level 43 demon lord. No mere human could withstand such devastation. But as the smoke cleared, Zhou Yi still stood, unmoved, untouched, unshaken. Golden energy crackled around him, divine light shielding him like an impenetrable fortress. His calm gaze locked onto Urima's, his fury controlled yet unmistakable. The demon lord's grin faltered. This isn't possible. Panic set in. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted toward a glowing magic circle, the return gate. If he could reach it, he could escape. He only needed 1 minute. But Zhou Yi wasn't about to let him go. In the name of justice, I condemn you to your end. Raising his warhammer, he unleashed a divine energy slash, a blade of golden destruction that tore through the battlefield. The sheer force ripped the ground apart, dust and debris exploding into the air. Urima's barely had time to scream as the attack struck him square in the back, carving a gaping wound through his massive form. The battlefield fell silent, save for the demon lord's ragged breathing. For the first time, Urima's knew true fear. Urima's, battered and broken, crawled toward the ruined return circle, clinging to the last shred of hope. His once mighty form dragged across the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Survival was all that mattered now, returning to the holy world from which he came. But fate had other plans. Zhou Yi's final attack had shattered the magic circle, leaving it beyond repair. The remaining demons stood frozen, paralyzed by disbelief. Their unstoppable demon lord had fallen. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, having unleashed his last ounce of divine power, could barely remain conscious. His mana was spent. His body refused to move. His vision blurred as exhaustion took hold. Finally, it's over. With that final whisper, his body gave in, and he plummeted from the sky. Chaos erupted. His allies rushed forward, panic in their voices as they surrounded him. Zhou Yi, wake up! Hands checked for a pulse, frantic eyes scanned his battered body. The dragon team, having breached the barrier, took control of the situation. Their leader, composed despite the tension, barked orders with precision. Teams 1 and 2, search the mountains for survivors. The rest of you, wipe out any remaining demons. Zhou Yi was quickly transported to a medical ward, his unconscious body placed on a soft bed. His mind, however, was far from restful. Even in sleep, he felt crushed under an invisible weight. His chest tightened, breath escaping him in strangled gasps. Something was pressing down, suffocating him. It felt like a phantom force, relentless, inescapable. The panic in his dream built to a breaking point, and with a sudden, desperate scream, he jolted awake. Across the room, Jiang Chuan shot upright, startled. You're finally awake, she gasped. You've been out for 2 days and 2 nights. Before he could fully process what she said, she darted toward him, placed a quick peck on his cheek, and grinned. Thanks for saving me. Then, before he could react, she turned and bolted out of the room to inform the others. Zhou Yi sat frozen, brain malfunctioning. His hand slowly rose to his cheek. What just happened? Shaking off his confusion, his gaze landed on something far more pressing, a familiar glowing screen. The daily mission window had popped up, and with it, a realization hit him like a truck. He had missed 2 days of rewards. Damn, I lost my daily streak. He sighed, clicking through the menus. Guess I'll check if the achievement mission makes up for it. His eyes locked onto a notification. New talent acquired. Death resistance, S+ grade. A rare ability unlike anything he had ever seen before. His fatigue momentarily forgotten, his eyes widened. S+ grade? What kind of broken ability was this? Zhou Yi's curiosity got the best of him. Grabbing a small knife, he decided to test his newfound talent. Without hesitation, he stabbed himself lightly in the stomach. The wound vanished in seconds. Eyes widening, he grinned. Healed in 2 seconds? This is broken. Regular wounds won't even slow me down now. My survival rate just skyrocketed as excitement bubbled within him. His gaze shifted to his inventory. He scrolled through the random treasures he had picked up over time. A legendary artifact from a street vendor, a mysterious token from a retired warrior grandma, and a bottle labeled possibilities. I should check that out later, he mused, deciding to save it for a crucial moment. His eyes then landed on something else, Holy Flame Halo. Reading its description, his brain went into full strategist mode. This divine ability could enhance both light and flame-based attacks. Even better, when paired with protection of the Sacred Angel, it increased his damage output by 40%. His grin widened. If I stack this with Punishment of Light, I'll be a dual-element mage, wielding both light and flame. I'll be unstoppable. A new strategy was forming in his mind, one that would redefine his fighting style. Feeling reinvigorated, he stepped out of his room. As he walked down the corridor, his gaze landed on a composed, authoritative figure seated on a nearby sofa. The man turned to him and introduced himself. I presume? I am Wang Liang, Vice Captain of the Snow Dragon Legion. Blinked. A high-ranking officer? Here to see him? Wang Liang continued. Thanks to your elimination of the demonic sun and destruction of the return portal, we've captured several high-ranking demons. Your actions have turned the tide of this conflict. He scratched his head. Oh, no big deal. Wang Liang smiled at his modesty and held out a glowing orb. Commander Su Yuzhou wanted to thank you personally, but he's handling urgent matters. Your final strike not only obliterated half of Dark Shadow Valley, but also preserved key traces of demonic energy. Thanks to you, we've uncovered secrets about the demon descent, and Su Yuzhou is reporting them to the higher-ups as we speak. As he spoke, the room transformed. The once simple surroundings shifted into a dazzling vault, filled with ancient treasures, weapons, and rare artifacts. Rows of enchanted armor gleamed under ethereal light, and tomes of forgotten magic pulsed with hidden power. He stood frozen. Wang Liang gestured grandly. These are resources accumulated by the Snow Dragon Legion over centuries. Tell me, what do you want? The hero's eyes gleamed as he scanned the treasure vault. His gaze locked onto a specific artifact. Vice Captain Wang Liang, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have the treasure Frozen Lotus? Wang Liang smirked, clearly amused. Let me check. With a casual wave, a radiant piece of equipment materialized before them. This what you're looking for? The hero's excitement was unmistakable. That's the one. Wang Liang forced a smile, mentally calculating the damage. An S-rank treasure worth 100 million points. That's 3 years of my salary. Yeah, the captain's covering this one. He began restoring the room's original, more modest appearance. The Frozen Lotus is stored in our headquarters, Wang Liang explained. You'll need to stay here for a few days if you want to collect it. If you get bored, I can arrange a hunting party for you in Tempest Valley. A cunning gleam flashed in his eyes. I'll pair you with some younger Legion members. If he rises to the top, the Snow Dragon Legion wins big. A flawless plan. Before he could leave, the hero interjected, Can't stay. I have a freshman competition at school tomorrow. Just mail it to my dorm. Wang Liang blinked, momentarily thrown off. Right, you're still a student, he chuckled. All right, the Frozen Lotus will be delivered to Sukong University in 2 days. If you run into trouble in Tempest Valley, don't hesitate to call us. Thanks, Vice Captain, the hero said as Wang Liang exited. Alone at last, he collapsed onto the sofa with a relieved sigh. Zhou Yun is safe. I owe this to the demonic sun. Without him, I wouldn't have gotten access to the Snow Dragon Legion's vault or the Frozen Lotus. A glance at the clock. Almost midnight. He exhaled. Time to clear today's missions. Meanwhile, in another room, a girl, wrapped in a towel, unknowingly steals the spotlight. Other girls huddle in the corner, whispering, Captain, we want to recruit Zhou Yi into the Blue Phoenix team. Thoughts? The captain, calm but calculating, shook her head. Doubt he'll accept. With his strength, he's better off hunting solo. Unwilling to back down, one of the girls smirked. How would you know if you don't try? Besides, Captain, you've been sneaking glances at Zhou Yi a lot lately. You want him on the team too, don't you? Caught off guard, Su Qing Lian's face reddened. Nonsense, she muttered, but the teasing had already taken root. With a sigh, she steeled herself. Fine, I'll ask him. Later that night, after a grueling training session, Zhou Yi pushed open the door to his room, only to find Su Qing Lian waiting inside. Senior Su Qing Lian? His brow furrowed in surprise. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. Zhou Yi, would you like to join the Blue Phoenix team? He blinked. A team? Su Qing Lian chuckled, sensing his confusion. Zhou Yi, Zio, and Jan are going to be heartbroken. Huh? He stared at her, completely lost. She laughed softly. Just our way of thanking you for saving us in Tempest Valley. Then, without warning, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. A special thank you, she whispered before swiftly exiting the room. Zhou Yi stood frozen, hand on his cheek, feeling the lingering warmth. His face heated up. A special reward, huh? Girls these days are bold. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a tense meeting unfolded. Several high-ranking officials sat around a long table, their expressions grim. One of them, an older man with sharp eyes, spoke first. Our investigation confirms that demons infiltrated our world 6 months ago and have been hiding in Tempest Valley ever since. We now have proof. They've figured out how to travel between worlds using medium-sized cracks. A murmur spread through the room. Another official leaned forward, his voice grave. Are you certain? Do you understand the implications? A man in a black shirt nodded solemnly. For the longest time, only large dimensional cracks allowed creatures to cross into our world. Those were unstable and short-lived, making invasions manageable. But medium-sized cracks? They're everywhere. If monsters can use them freely, we're looking at a global catastrophe. Silence fell over the room as the weight of his words sank in. Then, a deep, guttural growl echoed from the other end of the table. A lion-like figure, his golden mane bristling with tension, rumbled, "What's our window of actions?" The black-shirt official replied, "Luckily, our research shows that only monsters below level 30 can pass through these cracks for now. That gives us time." The lion man nodded. "Then we move immediately. Senator Young, alert all major legions and station guards at every known medium-sized crack. Senator Zhang, you'll attend the international summit and gauge the response of other nations." The senators exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Time was running out. The black-shirt man cleared his throat. "One more thing. We've identified the hero behind our victory in Tempest Valley. His name is Zhou Yi, a freshman at Sukong University and a newly appointed Saint Knight. Using a divine summoning technique, he defeated the demonic sun and destroyed their return formation, playing a crucial role in our success." The room hummed with approval. A freshman? A Saint Knight? The weight of his contribution wasn't lost on anyone. At Sukong University, a loudspeaker crackled to life. "Attention all students. The freshman competition will begin at 10 a.m. All participants must gather at the field on time." At the starting grounds, the housemasters of Sukong University stood in formation. One of them, an imposing figure with sharp eyes and a commanding presence, stepped forward. "I am Housemaster Wu Mang of the Warhouse," he announced. "Welcome to Sukong University." The freshman competition consists of 2 phases. The first phase is the Secret Realm Challenge. Your rank will be determined by the difficulty you clear and your completion time. The second phase is the Free Challenge. You'll have 3 chances to challenge someone ranked higher. Win, and your ranks swap. As he spoke, a girl in the crowd fidgeted nervously. "Where are Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen? If they don't show up soon, they'll be disqualified." I shouldn't have told him about that unverified frozen lotus. Around her, students murmured among themselves. "Anyone seen Zhou Yi? No. Maybe he forgot the competition? He's been gone for a month. If he's a no-show, that's one less powerhouse to worry about." Nearby, a red-haired boy smirked, arms crossed. "You wasted a whole month, Zhou Yi. Instead of training, you vanished. Now you don't even have the guts to show up. Pathetic." Wu Meng raised his hand, a golden aura radiating from his palm. "Let the first phase of the freshman competition begin, the Secret Realm Challenge." At his command, the silver portal to the Secret Realm roared to life, its fiery glow illuminating the arena. This year's competition was unlike any before. With the most powerful freshman batch in history, the challenge had been modified. For the first time ever, a new difficulty had been unlocked. Beyond easy, hard, and nightmare modes, there was now Abyss difficulty. Gasps rippled through the crowd. They really unlocked Abyss difficulty? No wonder the portal's surrounded by those weird flames. Are they insane? I heard Abyss is dozens of times harder than Nightmare. Tension filled the air, and Zhou, he was still nowhere to be seen. "This is going to be fun. Abyss difficulty? I'll crush it like it's nothing." Housemaster Wu Mang's voice boomed across the field. "Bring your best potions, equipment, and weapons. Step forward and prove your strength." At his command, students surged toward the portal, their figures appearing on a massive display screen. Watching their determined expressions, Wu Mang nodded in approval. "Not bad. This batch has ambition." But then his sharp eyes caught something amiss. "Where are number 1 and number 3? Sumair quickly stepped forward. "Reporting, sir. They went to the Tempest Mountain Range for training and haven't returned yet." Wu Mang's face darkened. "Ridiculous." His voice thundered across the field. "The freshman competition determines their future training resources, and they treat it like an afterthought? They're too arrogant just because of their rankings and age." Sumair hesitated before speaking. "Housemaster, Zhou isn't like that." Wu Mang cut her off with a raised hand. "Students like them need discipline. If they won't take this seriously, their rankings will be reversed." Just as he was about to make it official. "Wait, Sorry for being late. Zhou Yi dashed onto the scene, Jiang Churin right behind him. Without missing a beat, the two charged straight into the portal, leaving Wu Meng momentarily stunned. You have entered Bear Monster Nest. Difficulty Abyss. Warning. Monsters in Abyss difficulty are extremely violent. Be mindful of return scroll usage. Jiang Churin exhaled in relief. We made it. Zhou Yi, however, was already shifting into battle mode. A golden aura flared around him as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Let's see if this Abyss difficulty is as terrifying as they say. A guttural roar echoed through the dark cavern. From the shadows, monstrous bears emerged, hulking, bloodthirsty, their claws gleaming like razors. Zhou Yi smirked. Let's see if you can actually make me go all out. With a flash of movement, he charged straight into the horde, his weapon cutting through the dim light like lightning. Outside, the housemasters watched closely. The freshmen are handling themselves well, one remarked. Indeed, another agreed. The Bear Monster Nest is one of the toughest secret realms. Most newcomers panic and bail early. This group, they're different. Housemaster Wu Meng crossed his arms, eyes locked onto the display. I want to see what number one can really do. He wasted a whole month in the Tempest Mountain range. Let's see if it actually paid off. Inside the realm, Zhou Yi moved like a storm. Precise, relentless, unstoppable. With each strike, monstrous bears collapsed, their roars cut short by the sheer ferocity of his attacks. Congratulations! First level cleared. Monsters killed. 16 bear monsters. Time taken. 5 seconds. Outside, the housemasters sat in stunned silence. 5 seconds? One finally blurted out. That's absurd. Another shook his head in disbelief. He only used Holy Flame Halo, a support skill, and yet, that fire incinerated the bear monsters instantly. Maybe his intelligence stat is off the charts, someone speculated. Could be buffs, rare skill synergies, hidden treasures. There's too much we don't know, another housemaster added cautiously. We shouldn't jump to conclusions based on a single fight. Housemaster Wu Meng remained quiet, his sharp gaze locked onto the screen. Even with all my years of experience, I can't decipher that Halo's full effect. One thing's clear. Zhou Yi didn't waste his time in the Tempest Mountain range. This kid is something else. Back inside the battlefield, Zhou Yi's aura surged. Sparks of electricity crackled around him as he charged forward, his attacks tearing through the remaining monsters with terrifying efficiency. Zhou Yi exhaled, his eyes scanning the rewards. Clearing a secret realm grants access to new talents. A class's strength heavily depends on them. He recalled his awakening ceremony, the moment he unlocked the Saint Knight class with an S+ grade talent. This must be a privilege of silver grade secret realms and above. I didn't get anything like this when I shattered the bronze realm record. Before him, 3 talent choices materialized. He barely glanced at the first before narrowing his focus on the final 2. Rapid steps, increased movement speed, and agility. Focus Halo enhances concentration, stabilizing skill activation under any conditions. Zhou Yi smirked. Speed is useful, but in real combat, Focus Halo is a game changer. Against stronger, faster enemies, reaction time is everything. If I can keep my skills uninterrupted, I can dominate any fight. Without hesitation, he made his choice. As soon as he did, another notification appeared. You have cleared Abyss difficulty. Would you like to unlock additional levels? Zhou Yi's smirk widened. Finally, something interesting. With a confident step forward, he accepted the challenge. Outside the portal, the housemasters could only watch in astonishment. What kind of monster did we just witness? Someone muttered. Housemaster Wu Meng folded his arms, a glimmer of excitement in his usually stern gaze. Let's see how far you can go, Zhou Yi. What a powerful combat style, one housemaster murmured, watching the display. His control over elemental magic is flawless. He adapts instantly and fights with precision. The Abyss difficulty was a perfect match for him. Another nodded. Zhou Yi is ridiculously versatile, magic attacks, buffs, close combat skills. The Saint Knight class suits him perfectly, but an all-around class comes with challenges, a more cautious housemaster interjected. As he levels up, his point requirements will skyrocket. He might struggle to maintain this rapid growth. That's a valid concern, another agreed. Once the freshman competition ends, we should speak with him about his path forward. One of them raised a hand. Let's not rush. He hasn't chosen a house yet. Once he does, his housemaster can guide him accordingly. The others nodded in agreement, though one housemaster couldn't resist adding. With his elemental mastery, he's a prime candidate for the elemental house. It's no surprise they're already making moves to recruit him. I regret arriving late, another lamented. But judging by your reactions, it seems Zhou Yi has left quite an impression. Inside the realm, Zhou Yi stepped into the next challenge. His sharp gaze scanned his surroundings, arcane symbols, bloodstains, and the eerie remnants of a sinister ritual. A cult ritual. His eyes darkened. If benevolent super beings exist, then so must their opposites, chaotic ones. He clenched his fists as memories surfaced. Chaotic beings weren't merely entities of darkness. They embodied pure madness, the unraveling of reality itself. While worshippers of light and darkness required unwavering faith, those who sought chaos paid with something far worse, fresh lives and souls. His thoughts drifted to history's darkest tragedy, the Bloody Abyss incident. Decades ago, an ambitious tertiary awakened class holder had prayed to a chaotic entity. The price? An entire mid-sized city. Millions of lives wiped out in an instant. His level had skyrocketed from 54 to 89 before the Patrol Legion and Army finally brought him down. Even then, the souls devoured by the entity were lost forever. From that day forward, chaotic worship was outlawed, punishable by immediate execution. Yet, the lure of unchecked power remained. Humans, beast men, elves, even creatures from other worlds, some still dared to risk it. Back in the realm, Zhou moved effortlessly, cutting through the abyss-level challenge like a force of nature. Challenge cleared. As the final portal opened, a heavy pressure filled the air. The energy beyond it was different, darker, hungrier. Zhou stepped forward. The oppressive aura thickened, clinging to him like a whisper of madness. The air reeked of malevolence. His instincts flared. Something was waiting for him, something that should not exist. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, a ghostly bear monster, its form twisted by the dark ritual. Undead energy pulsed through its body, rendering it immune to physical attacks. A suffocating aura of menace filled the air. Yet, instead of fear, Zhou Yi's lips curled into a confident smirk. If martial artists were here, they'd be losing their minds. An undead bear, as the final boss? He planted his feet firmly and raised a hand, beckoning the creature forward. Come to me. With a thunderous roar, the ghost bear charged. Zhou didn't flinch. He raised his weapon, summoning a divine tornado. A massive surge of radiant energy erupted, engulfing the battlefield in holy light. The ghost bear thrashed violently, trying to resist, but the divine force ripped through its essence, reducing it to nothingness. For a moment, silence fell. But then, the malevolent energy in the air did not fade. Zhou Yi's smirk disappeared. He watched as the chaotic energy coalesced once more, gathering like a storm. The bear's mangled form began to reassemble. A deep, guttural laugh rumbled from the creature as it rose again. Its hollow eyes gleamed with a sinister light. I'll admit, the bear's voice echoed, your holy light is powerful. Its massive body pulsed with dark energy. But I live because I've been granted immortality by the great god Xia. Your efforts are meaningless. A surge of black flames erupted from the monster, aiming to consume Zhou Yi. But the hero stood his ground, countering with an equally intense burst of sacred energy. The two forces collided, shaking the entire realm. The ghost bear snarled, sensing something was wrong. The divine energy surrounding Zhou Yi wasn't fading, it was growing. The bear roared defiantly. You can't kill me. I'll revive again and again. How much energy do you have left after using your trump card? When I return, it will be your end. Zhou Yi's response was simple. Another devastating blast of divine power tore into the beast, making it shriek in agony. I told you, it bellowed. You cannot kill me. Zhou Yi ignored the empty boast. He didn't stop. A relentless barrage of holy energy rained down, engulfing the entire battlefield in blinding light. Explosion after explosion shook the ground as the bear screamed, desperately calling out to its god. But there was no answer. As the last of its energy burned away, the bear let out one final, pitiful roar before vanishing completely. A notification flashed before Zhou Yi. Extra level cleared. Completion time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Rewards, 713 EXP, gold grade horn acquired. With this, he advanced to level 19. As the next portal opened, Zhou Yi stepped forward, smirking. As I thought, immortality is just an illusion. Everything has a limit. You just have to burn through it. Zhou Yi reflected on his battle. When he first entered the secret realm, he had sensed an ominous, violent energy. It wasn't elemental, yet it felt eerily similar to the divine summoning skill he had used before. Now, he understood. The ghost bear's revival was fueled by the remnant power of an evil god. But with each resurrection, that power visibly weakened. So that's the trick he mused. The bear isn't truly immortal. It just has a limited energy supply. The correct strategy? Keep destroying it until it burns through every last drop of divine fuel. Outside the portal, a massive screen displayed the student's progress. The extra level, the ghost bear fight, was proving to be a nightmare. Many challengers hadn't even reached this stage. Those who did struggling. Among them was a fire-type student, locked in a brutal clash with the bear. His mana was nearly drained. His body screamed for rest. Watching the monster rise for the third time, he gritted his teeth. I have to kill it 10 times to clear this level? He exhaled sharply. At least I've leveled up twice already. If I can hold out, I'll clear this in 8 minutes, hopefully. Meanwhile, Zhou strode out of the portal, challenge completed with ease. A hush fell over the crowd. Then murmurs spread like wildfire. Did you see that? He finished it already? He used an S-rank skill. The teachers observing the competition exchanged looks. Some intrigued, others skeptical. One teacher frowned. Should other freshmen be allowed to use that kind of shortcut? Or is Zhou just too far ahead of the curve? A calm but authoritative voice cut through the discussion. Headmaster Wang Hui. It seems our Saint Knight has some secrets of his own. A skeptical teacher scoffed. S-rank skills aren't something a kid from a backwater area should have access to. Silence. Headmaster Wang Hui's expression darkened. His sharp gaze turned to the speaker, ice-cold, unreadable. The room's temperature seemed to drop. The teacher stiffened under the weight of Wang Hui's stare, swallowing nervously. Around them, the other faculty exchanged confused glances. Why is the headmaster so protective of Zhou? Amidst the murmurs, Su Meyer's sharp eyes focused on one detail. Zhou's level. She stared at the number. Something was off. Her eyes narrowed. She checked again. Level 19. Shock rippled through the group. He's already level 19? How? When the entrance exam results were posted, he was only level 13. Even an Abyss-level secret realm wouldn't allow for a jump of 6 whole levels. That's insane. A heavy realization settled over them. Zhou, he wasn't just ahead of the curve. He was shattering it. The scene buzzed with tension as Headmaster Wang Hui addressed the crowd, his ever-present smile unsettlingly calm. Zhou's trip to the Tempest Mountain Range was highly productive. He hit level 18 before even stepping into the secret realm. Remember, this is the same person who took down the Flame Demon Army solo. Frankly, this competition is a warm-up for him. If rankings didn't decide resource distribution, he probably wouldn't even bother showing up. As if on cue, a fire-type student stormed out of the portal, his gaze locking onto Zhou. His face twisted in disbelief. How is he here before me? His mind scrambled for answers. He must have failed the extra level and bailed early. That's the only explanation. He tried to suppress his growing fury, keeping a composed exterior as he walked away. Inside, his thoughts burned. No way a kid from the backwater north can beat me. Someone from the 8 great families. Meanwhile, Zhou raised an eyebrow, catching the boy's heated glare. What's his deal? Did he bomb out of the realm or something? He mused. The portal lit up again, spitting out Jiang Churin in a chaotic tumble. She staggered, yelping, and Zhou instinctively stepped forward to catch her. She looked up, grinning. Brother Zhou, you've already finished ahead of me, she said, her tone cheerful despite her disheveled state. Zhou blinked, caught off guard. Brother, he repeated. Well, you're older than me by a few months, she explained. Isn't that what I should call you? He chuckled, nodding. Sure, why not? Their brief camaraderie was interrupted as the portal unceremoniously dumped the remaining students onto the ground in a heap of groans and complaints. The medical team sprang into action, attending to injuries and helping students off the ground. Chaos and muttered curses filled the air until order was restored. An hour later, the groups gathered as a teacher stepped forward to announce the results. The tension was palpable. The first phase of the freshman competition has officially concluded. We will now reveal the rankings. The fire-type boy smirked confidently, bracing himself for the inevitable validation of his superiority. This is it, my moment. Time to claim the spotlight. But when the rankings appeared, his smug grin vanished. Zhou's name blazed in first place. The boy's face turned ashen. How? How? All around, murmurs erupted, but Zhou stood calm and unbothered, his gaze fixed forward. Somewhere, Headmaster Wang Hui's smile grew just a little wider. Here's the revised script with a sharper flow and engaging tone. Shun Lingfeng stormed toward a towering pillar, his fists clenched. Zhou, you robbed me of first place in the entrance exams, and now you've stolen the top spot in the freshman competition. I don't care how you did it. Next round, I'm crushing you. Zhou, watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow. Why is he climbing so high? As the official rankings were finalized, Housemaster Wu Meng addressed the crowd. The second phase of the competition, the Freshman Free Challenge, begins now. Each of you may challenge any competitor of your choice. You have 3 opportunities to battle, with a 5-minute break between each fight. Excitement surged through the crowd. Students wasted no time issuing challenges across the arenas. Then, Shun Lingfeng stepped forward, his voice booming. Zhou, let's settle this now. Zhou turned to face him, unfazed. Jiang Churin, standing beside him, offered some context. That's Shun Lingfeng. second place in the entrance exams. One of Jiang City's great family heirs. He's got the fire dragon bloodline, and your unexpected debut knocked him off the throne in Sukong district. Basically, he holds a major grudge. Zhou Yi blinked, surprised. All this because of a test score? His anger's making him reckless. Without hesitation, he stepped into the arena. I hope you'll let me show my full power, he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. Shin erupted into flames. Come on, Joey. Saint Knight versus Berserker. Let's see who dominates. His fiery aura blazed, heating the entire arena. The referee gave the signal, and Shin wasted no time. He shot forward, a blur of speed, his fire punch crackling with power, amplified by blood berserk. In the stands, students held their breath. A teacher observed, that's the Berserker's signature move. Shun's going for a blitz strategy. He's not giving Zhou Yi time to activate any buffs. Classic great family combat instincts. Flames surged. The battle had begun. Shin Lingfeng's fiery punches exploded toward Zhou Yi with blistering speed, but each one shattered harmlessly against a golden barrier. The protection of the holy light, a B+ grade skill, flickered faintly before fading, leaving Zhou Yi completely unscathed. Shun's eyes widened. What? I didn't even see him activate it. Realizing his attacks were useless, he leaped back to regroup. But Zhou Yi, unbothered, calmly summoned his massive warhammer. A slight smirk played on his lips. Smart move, he said. Your speed is decent, but I only need 0.1 seconds to activate my shield. I held back, hoping for a good fight. But honestly, I'm disappointed. His tone turned ice cold. You're not worth my time. Before Shun could react, Zhou Yi lunged forward, swinging his warhammer in a devastating arc. The sheer force sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Panicking, Shun summoned a fire shield, its blazing energy forming a protective dome. But the moment the warhammer struck, boom, the shield shattered instantly, sending Shun skidding across the battlefield. He staggered to his feet, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. How? His attack just tore through my fire shield like paper. Zhou Yi gave him no chance to recover. He closed the gap in a flash, raising his warhammer for another crushing blow. Shun's breath hitched, too fast. There's no way to dodge. Desperation ignited within him. His eyes burned with fury. No, I refuse to lose. Just as Zhou Yi's hammer came crashing down, a blinding explosion erupted, engulfing the arena in flames. The sheer heat forced the crowd to shield their eyes. As the light faded, gasps filled the air. Standing amidst the smoke was Shun Lingfeng, transformed. His fire dragon body was fully activated, his muscles surging with raw power, veins glowing like molten lava. He had tapped into his rare bloodline ability, his ultimate trump card. With newfound strength, Shun pushed Zhou Yi back, gaining distance. Zhou Yi steadied himself, his eyes flickering with interest. So this is the fire dragon bloodline, he mused. No hesitation. Shun charged with relentless ferocity, his attacks now faster, hotter, stronger. Zhou Yi weaved through them with effortless precision, his mind sharp, analyzing. Another trump card tied to a special bloodline, just like Jiang Charan. The real fight had just begun. Though Zhou Yi admired the sheer power of the fire dragon bloodline, a flicker of jealousy stirred within him. Why do all these special bloodline users get such broken abilities? Determined to prove his own strength, he grabbed Shun Lingfeng's arm, his warhammer glowing with energy. Even with your bloodline unlocked, you're still no match for me, he declared, swinging the weapon with devastating force. But this time, Shun dodged, a smirk creeping onto his face. You think my fire dragon bloodline is just about brute strength, he taunted. Let me show you its true power. Shun took a deep breath, and then unleashed a roaring dragon breath, a torrent of flames surging toward Zhou Yi at terrifying speed. The crowd exploded with excitement. That's the fire dragon bloodline's signature skill. Shun's pulling out his trump card. This could turn the tide. Zhou Yi doesn't have a special bloodline. He might actually be in trouble now. Is this the end for him? Inside the arena, Zhou Yi remained completely unfazed, his expression unreadable as the firestorm raced toward him. Then, with a surge of divine energy, he activated Holy Flame Halo, a golden aura bursting around him. The incoming flames didn't consume him. They bent to his will. Shun's eyes widened in disbelief as his dragon breath was intercepted and absorbed effortlessly. Impossible. It felt like a mere insect daring to challenge a king. Rage boiled within him. No, I won't accept this. With a furious roar, Shun pushed his flames to their absolute limit, pouring every ounce of power into overpowering Zhou Yi's control. But Zhou Yi remained unmoved. His voice was calm, absolute. It's pointless. Your flames belong to me now. Deciding it was time to end the match, Zhou Yi lifted his warhammer once more. Boom! He launched forward with blinding speed, his weapon descending like a judgment from the heavens. Shun's eyes flared with desperation. You think you can beat me with my own flames? Dream on. With his last shred of energy, he fought to reclaim control of the fire. But it was too late. Zhou Yi's warhammer slammed into him with earth-shattering force, sending him rocketing across the arena. He crashed into the protective barrier, the impact shaking the entire stadium. As the dust settled, Shin was revealed, kneeling, unconscious. Silence. Then, the referee's voice rang out. Winner, Zhou Yi. The arena erupted in chaos. Students gawked in disbelief. A bloodline user, defeated? But Zhou Yi didn't bask in the attention. He simply turned and walked away, his expression unreadable. The gap between them had been decided. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, their whispers carrying a mix of awe and disbelief. Shun Lingfeng, the berserker prodigy, crushed so effortlessly. Zhou Yi didn't just win. He obliterated him. Shun's combat IQ is no joke, and yet he couldn't touch Zhou. 5 levels in 1 month? That's not human. Even the teachers were murmuring. One of them leaned over and said, this isn't just talent. Zhou Yi is operating on an entirely different level. Zhou Yi, unfazed by the chatter, walked toward the arena for his next battle. His next opponent? Song Xiaolan, a spiritual Taoist priest, one of the rarest classes in China. Her calm confidence and level 17 rank were enough to catch everyone's attention. Zhou Yi's thoughts raced. A spiritual Taoist priest. Their sealing techniques are top tier. When Zhou Yun's bloodline curse was revealed, I remember a priest suggested sealing it. I didn't expect to fight someone from this class. Song Xiaolan broke the silence with a light-hearted smile. Zhou Yi, right? Level 19. Impressive. But I've heard whispers you haven't shown your real strength yet. Let's not hold back, okay? Take your time to buff up. I want the full experience. The audience outside nearly lost their minds. Wait, did she say level 19? No wonder my skill won't scan him. He's 3 levels higher than me. And he stomped Shun Lingfeng without buffs? What monster training regimen is this guy on? Zhou Yi nodded to Song Xiaolan's request. As you wish. He started activating his buffs. Holy energy radiated from him, brightening the arena with an almost oppressive glow. The sheer force made the spectators feel as if the air was getting heavier. Song Xiaolan's expression turned serious. She clasped her hands together, murmuring an incantation. Golden talismans materialized around her, floating in the air, radiating their own ethereal energy. I'll have to go all out too, she said, her voice steady. The arena buzzed with tension as 2 powerhouses stood ready to clash. Zhou Yi's divine energy versus Song Xiaolan's spiritual prowess, a battle that promised nothing short of fireworks. The crowd leaned forward, bracing themselves for a fight they'd be talking about for years. And Zhou Yi's journey was only beginning. The moment Zhou Yi unleashed his full power, the entire arena trembled. The pressure alone made Song Xiaolan act immediately. Her spiritual cards flared with divine energy as she activated them, their golden glow illuminating the battlefield. Zhou Yi wasted no time. His warhammer crackled with heavenly energy as he charged forward, his strike carrying an unstoppable force. Song Xiaolan remained composed. Chanting ancient incantations, she infused her talismans with celestial power. With a precise flick of her wrist, she hurled a glowing talisman straight at Zhou Yi. The card detonated on impact, engulfing the entire arena in a thick cloud of smoke. The crowd gasped, trying to catch a glimpse of the battlefield. Song Xiaolan's eyes scanned the haze, her heart pounding. Where is he? A voice whispered behind her. Changing your position won't help if I can track your every move. Song Xiaolan's blood ran cold. How did he? Before she could react, Zhou Yi's warhammer came crashing down. Instinct kicked in. She summoned a protective shield just in time. Sparks flew as the hammer met the barrier, but the sheer force sent shockwaves rippling through her defenses. Zhou Yi didn't let up. His relentless assault shattered one talisman after another, each hit pushing Song Xiaolan closer to the edge. Her protective gear barely held, emergency barriers activating automatically, but even those cracked under the pressure. He's too fast, too strong, she thought, struggling to keep up. Desperate, she flicked her fingers, summoning a small flame and tossing it toward Zhou Yi. A simple feint, but it bought her the second she needed. She clasped her hands together, chanting rapidly. The air around her shimmered as the divine laws of heaven and earth responded. The arena itself pulsed with ethereal light, forming a sacred summoning circle beneath her feet. Then warriors emerged, clad in radiant armor. Their golden eyes glowed with celestial might. These weren't mere illusions. They were manifestations of heavenly power, bound to Song Xiaolan's will. She pointed toward Zhou Yi. Go! The divine warriors charged, their movements fluid and precise. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Summoning soldiers from the heavens? Now that's peak Taoist combat. The warriors struck with divine precision, but Zhou Yi remained unfazed. He met them head-on, warhammer swinging with devastating force. One by one, the celestial warriors fell, their forms dissolving into radiant dust. Zhou Yi smirked, his energy surging. This is getting interesting, and the battle was far from over. The summoned warriors were persistent, but persistence meant nothing against overwhelming power. Zhou Yi struck them down effortlessly, his warhammer crushing their forms with each precise swing. Yet, like vengeful spirits, they regenerated almost instantly. Regeneration? Huh. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. So the real target isn't them, it's the source of their magic. With renewed focus, he tore through them even faster, his attacks so relentless that their recovery speed couldn't keep up. Song Xiaolon's frustration grew. This is absurd. My Taoist array is strong enough to hold off a level 30 fighter, yet he's tearing through it like it's nothing. Before long, her summoned warriors were nothing but fading embers of light. And then, Zhou Yi moved. In a single leap, he closed the distance between them, reappearing behind her once again. This time, his warhammer was raised high, its divine aura crackling with enough force to end the match. Song Xiaolon froze, her instincts screaming danger. If this lands, I lose everything. I accept defeat, she blurted out. Zhou Yi halted mid-swing, lowering his weapon with a puzzled expression. You were the one who wanted me to go all out, he said. Why surrender now? Song Xiaolon let out a nervous laugh, brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. Because I'm not an idiot, she replied. We're just not on the same level. She turned to leave, pausing only to throw him a small smile. Next time, when I'm stronger, I'll definitely challenge you again. As she stepped off the stage, Zhou Yi turned to the crowd. His voice rang out confidently. If anyone here still doubts my strength, step forward now. I'm waiting. Silence. Then, I ate too much this morning, one student muttered, clutching his stomach. Not feeling great? Another pointed weakly at Zhou Yi. Hey, aren't you that guy I met when we were kids? Yeah, you're number 156, right? I'm 172. We've already fought before. No need for a rematch, right? One by one, the would-be challengers slipped away, mumbling half-baked excuses. Jiang Churen, watching from the sidelines, stifled a laugh. Can't blame them. This is Zhou you were talking about. His performance alone sent them packing. The teachers observing the match were left in stunned silence. Even the seasoned instructors, who had seen countless prodigies, couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Yi's sheer dominance. Teacher Wu Meng let out a deep sigh of admiration. He crushes warriors with brute strength, outmaneuvers mages with intelligence and agility. Zhou Yi's power is beyond imagination. Whispers spread among the senior faculty. Are we sure he's from an ordinary northern family? One instructor asked. No elite bloodline, no secret inheritance? He's a new top student, another replied. But genius feels like an understatement. He's a monster. Wu Meng, who had been quietly observing, smiled knowingly. The second round is over. Time to start recruiting. It was obvious Zhou Yi would be the academy's most sought-after student. Sensing the competition, Su leaned in and whispered a few words to Wu Meng. The seasoned instructor chuckled and said, Relax. I'll make sure Zhou Yi ends up in my division. Meanwhile, across another battlefield, Xunling Feng's day had gone from bad to worse. Beaten down by Zhou Yi earlier, he barely had time to recover before another challenger, Li, stepped up, and Li showed no mercy. Punch, knee, elbow, repeat. Within moments, Xun lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and defeated. His rank plummeted to 16, while he shot up to number 10. Like sharks sensing blood, more challengers lined up, each eager to use Xun as their stepping stone. 30 minutes later, the free challenge phase officially ended, and the final rankings were announced. 1. Zhou Yi. 2. Jiang Churen. 3. Song Xiaolon. A teacher stepped forward to address the students. Your rankings have been updated. Your accommodations and credits will be adjusted accordingly. If you ranked lower than expected, don't be discouraged. The Academy offers many ways to earn credits and climb the leaderboard. Stay dedicated, and you'll have plenty of chances to rise. With rankings settled, it was time for the next major event, the selection into the Academy's 5 divisions. The deans of each house stepped forward, ready to present their philosophies. First up was Warhouse, led by the formidable Wu Meng. His voice was deep and commanding as he addressed the students. The dark era of large-scale alien invasions may have passed, but the battlefield still claims countless warriors every year. At War Academy, we forge students into true combatants, those who can not only fight but survive. We do not coddle. We do not compromise. If you want strength, if you want resilience, this is where you belong. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, daring them to step forward. The students swallowed nervously. The competition was over, but the real battle was just beginning. Next up was Elemental Academy, an elite division that only accepted students specializing in elemental magic. Teacher Cho Huayang stepped forward, his voice brimming with passion. "We will guide you to the true essence of elemental mastery," he declared. "Through rigorous training, you will unlock the full potential of your magic, bending the elements to your will." Then came Weapon Academy, led by the imposing Rongqi. His presence alone radiated strength. "Our academy prioritizes pure combat prowess," he stated firmly. "We focus on refining your weapon skills and physical strength, without unnecessary complexity. If you want to become an unstoppable force with nothing but your weapon and raw power, this is your place." The fourth speaker, Teacher Zhang Ling, represented Tactical Academy. His voice was calm, but carried undeniable authority. "We train strategists capable of commanding battles," he explained. "A skilled tactician doesn't need overwhelming strength to win. They make sure their enemies never get the chance to fight back." Finally, Logistics Academy introduced itself. Teacher Wu Kuqing stepped forward, speaking with quiet pride. "Strong logistics are the backbone of every successful operation," he said. "We may not specialize in combat, but we equip students with professional skills that keep armies moving and battles winnable. If you excel in support, strategy, or resource management, this is where you belong." With all 5 academies introduced, Housemaster Wu Meng stepped up once again. "You have heard what each academy offers," he announced. "Now, log into the system and choose your path." Students immediately pulled out their devices, scrolling through their options. The tension was thick as they made their choices. Meanwhile, Jiang Churin turned to Zhou Yi, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "So, which academy are you choosing?" Before Zhou Yi could answer, Wu Meng himself stepped forward. His usual stern expression softened into something almost welcoming. "Student Zhou Yi," he said, voice rich with persuasion. "If you join the War Academy, I will personally take you on as my private student." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "Private tutor?" Wu Meng nodded. "Every instructor is allowed to mentor one exceptional student, granting them priority access to training and resources. If you join me, you'll receive exclusive benefits, including 3 A-level skill books and an A-level resource exchange order." Before Zhou Yi could reply, Cho Huayang from Elemental Academy stepped in with a smirk. "Zhou Yi, picking the right mentor is a long-term decision," he said smoothly. "Join Elemental Academy, and I'll personally craft a legendary equipment set tailored for you." Not to be outdone, Rongqi from Weapon Academy cracked his knuckles. "Forget fancy spells and strategy," he said. "Come to Weapon Academy, and you'll have unlimited access to everything that enhances your raw strength." The other students watched in awe as the top teachers fought over Zhou Yi like merchants bidding on a priceless artifact. Jiang Churin crossed her arms, amused. "Looks like you're the most wanted man on campus," she teased. Zhou Yi just smiled. "Well, this is getting interesting." Wu Meng's frustration grew as the teachers' bidding war escalated. "What are you two doing?" he barked, glaring at them. "I was here first." Rongqi, the Weapon Academy teacher, smirked. "This isn't a cafeteria line. It's about who's more sincere." The chaos left Zhou Yi torn. Around him, the crowd buzzed with excitement. 3 deans fighting over Zhou Yi, one student whispered. "This has to be the VIP package for being top-ranked, right?" Another chimed in. "Becoming a personal student is like being a direct disciple of a martial arts grandmaster. But these offers? Insane. 3 A-level skill books? And a legendary equipment set from Dean Chao. That's God tier." Before the bidding could escalate further, a commanding voice silenced the commotion. Headmaster Wang Hui had arrived, his authoritative presence cutting through the tension. All eyes turned to him. "Zhou Yi," he said firmly, "I want you to be my personal disciple." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even the teachers froze, stunned by the declaration. Unfazed, Wang Hui elaborated. "If you agree, I'll teach you the bloodline fusion technique." Zhou Yi's curiosity was instantly piqued. "What's the bloodline fusion technique?" "It's a forbidden-level skill," Wang Hui explained, his tone grave. "It uses the blood of an alien race to amplify your physical power. On top of that, every level up grants bonus attributes and skill points. It's a rare, game-changing technique reserved for those with a critical mission." The crowd erupted into whispers, disbelief evident in their voices. "A forbidden-grade spell? This is next-level crazy," one student exclaimed. "Talk about breaking the game," another muttered. "If Zhou Yi agrees, he'll be on a whole different plane of power." Beyond power, the offer had another layer. Among the crowd, someone pointed out the prestige that came with being Wang Hui's disciple. "Wang Hui's last personal student is the president of the Tianyu Association," one murmured. "That guy's a literal legend. If Zhou Yi steps into that role, he'll inherit the connections too. Total one-way ticket to the top." Meanwhile, Shun Lingfeng stood silently, his clenched fists betraying his fury. He couldn't stop the seething thoughts swirling in his mind. Why does everything fall into Zhou Yi's lap? If it weren't for him, I'd be the one at the top. That offer should have been mine. Jiang Churin stood beside Zhou Yi, her mind racing. Bloodline fusion? The mere thought of it was mind-blowing. If Zhou Yi accepted, he'd become even stronger, possibly unstoppable. Chou Huayang, the Elemental Academy teacher, crossed her arms with an amused smile. I never realized Zhou Yi had such star power that even Headmaster Wang Hui wants him personally. But Wang Hui was unfazed by the side chatter. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a small, ornate box. Zhou Yi, he said, smiling. There's more to you than meets the eye. He opened the box, revealing a gleaming gold medal. The crowd gasped. Students craned their necks for a better look, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Shun Lingfeng's jaw tightened. A gold medal? Even the Shun family, one of the Great Eight, doesn't have one. How the hell did Zhou Yi get this? Song Xiaolon blinked in disbelief. Wait, isn't that an honor medal? Jiang Churin, equally stunned, instinctively grabbed Zhou Yi's arm. A gold medal? My grandfather fought for years on the front lines and only got a silver one. Zhou Yi stared at the engraving. In honor of those who have contributed to China's civilization. Huh, when did I do anything that great? Sensing his confusion, Wang Hui explained, I know about what you did in Tempest Valley. This outstanding achievement gold medal is well deserved. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. A medal like this for just killing some demons? Something felt off. There was definitely more to this than he was being told. Still, he accepted the medal with a respectful bow. Thank you, Headmaster. Chou Huayang chuckled. Still calling him Headmaster? You might want to rethink that, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi bowed even lower. Teacher, I'm honored to be your student. Satisfied, Wang Hui wasted no time. With a casual wave of his hand, he teleported away with Zhou Yi in tow. The moment they disappeared, the remaining teachers turned to each other. Did he just snatch Zhou Yi away because he thought we'd still try to poach him? One teacher muttered. Meanwhile, Wu Meng and Rong Qi shifted their attention straight to Jiang Churin. Rong Qi, flashing a confident smile, stepped forward. Jiang Churin, how about this? If you become my personal disciple, I'll give you the exact same offer I made to Zhou Yi. Wu Meng's face darkened. Old Rong, are you deliberately trying to piss me off? Rong Qi smirked, completely unfazed. Zhou Yi's off the market now, but Jiang Churin? I'm not letting you snatch her up so easily. She's got potential, and I'm not backing down. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi found himself whisked away by Headmaster Wang Hui, landing in a massive, high-tech mansion. The place had the aura of a secret lab fused with a treasure hoard. Ancient relics, rare artifacts, and glowing energy sources neatly displayed on shelves and inside reinforced glass cases. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. This place is insane. Headmaster Wang Hui gestured around. Welcome to my private mansion. It's where I keep my most valuable possessions. If you ever need me, this is where you'll find me. Zhou Yi nodded, still absorbing the sheer magnitude of the collection. This isn't just a mansion. It's a hidden treasury. And considering the teleportation used to get here, it could be anywhere, maybe even outside China. As they walked deeper into the mansion, they stopped at a heavily reinforced room containing 3 glowing formations. Each held a vial of radiant liquid, pulsating with raw power. Zhou Yi stared at them, mesmerized. What kind of energy is this? These, Wang Hui said, are source blood, 3 different kinds. They hold the key to true transformation through the bloodline forging technique. He glanced at Zhou Yi. Most people only focus on the forbidden grade spell aspect of the technique. But the real game changer? It's this, the source blood. Zhou Yi listened intently. A regular human's potential is finite. As you level up, your stat gains diminish. Eventually, you hit a cap where growth slows to a crawl. That's why top-tier classes merge with the blood of other races, to push beyond their limits. Zhou Yi's curiosity spiked. Wait, teacher, even you have trouble leveling up? Wang Hui nodded solemnly. Of course, once you reach tertiary awakening, leveling up becomes an entirely different beast. Right now, I'm level 64. At this stage, most monsters I fight are leader-tier bosses, each one a nightmare to take down. Zhou Yi's mind raced. Even at level 64, he struggles? Just how high does this power scale go? Headmaster Wang Hui gestured toward the 3 glowing vials of source blood, each radiating immense power. He explained their origins one by one. 1. Angel source blood. This comes from the divine angel race, extracted from the remains of a fallen angel. They are beings of pure light, granting an unparalleled affinity for light-based abilities. Merging with this bloodline will enhance your control over light energy to a whole new level. 2. Titan source blood. The Titans were ancient beings who worshipped thunder. They had absolute mastery over lightning, and their bloodline carries that power. Merging with Titan blood would greatly amplify any lightning-based abilities you possess. 3. Dragon Source Blood. The dragon race descends directly from the dragon god, carrying the purest form of dragon lineage. Merging with dragon source blood will grant you dominance over all beast races and drastically enhance your physical capabilities. Zhou Yi stood frozen, his mind reeling. Angels, titans, dragons. These aren't just any races. These are high-tier beings, all level 60 and beyond. Despite the overwhelming choices, Zhou Yi didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. Instead, he asked calmly, "Teacher, which bloodline do you think would suit me best?" His composed response made Headmaster Wang Hui smile approvingly. Most young people, when faced with 3 legendary bloodlines, would impulsively pick the most exciting one, Wang Hui said. But you remained rational. This mindset will take you far. He then explained further. The Titan and Dragon bloodlines are exceptionally powerful, no doubt. Both would dramatically increase your strength and mana capacity. However, Wang Hui paused, his gaze sharp. Your natural light affinity makes the Angel Source Blood the best choice. With it, you won't just improve. You'll evolve beyond your imagination. Trusting his teacher's judgment, Zhou Yi made his decision. Angel Source Blood it is. As soon as he reached for it, the vial glowed even brighter, as if reacting to his very presence. Wang Hui chuckled. It seems the Angel Source Blood has taken a liking to you. That's a good sign. Satisfied, the headmaster continued. You are my 5th student. You have 4 senior disciples before you. When the time is right, I'll introduce you to them. Zhou Yi nodded, but then hesitated, a lingering question nagging at him. Teacher, I have one more question. Why was I awarded the gold medal? His brows furrowed. Killing some demons in Tempest Valley doesn't seem like enough to justify such an honor. The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Hui's expression grew serious. Finally, the real mystery was about to be unraveled. Headmaster Wang Hui's expression darkened. I'll be honest with you, he said gravely. Your actions in Tempest Valley exposed a critical threat. The military has confirmed that otherworld creatures can now travel through middle-sized cracks. Zhou Yi's breath caught. Wait, doesn't that mean there are already otherworld creatures hidden all over China? That's exactly right, Wang Hui confirmed. Our investigations have found hundreds of these cracks. The good news? The creatures coming through so far are relatively low level. The legions can handle them for now. But make no mistake, this changes everything. The Academy's mission system will soon include assignments to track and eliminate them. He placed a firm hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder. As my student, I hope you will grow as strong as your senior disciples and contribute to protecting this nation. Zhou Yi met his gaze with unwavering determination. Yes, teacher, I'll do my best. Satisfied, Wang Hui handed him a teleportation device. Come back tomorrow morning. The bloodline forging preparations aren't complete yet. For now, rest. Back in his room, Zhou Yi lay on his bed, scrolling through system messages and replaying Wang Hui's words in his mind. The bloodline forging outcome depends on constitution and luck. His eyes flickered with realization. I do have one thing that could help. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a shimmering vial labeled Lucky Potion, a reward from slaying the demonic prince. Effect: increases luck for 12 hours. Zhou Yi smirked. Well, no harm in testing it out. He gulped it down in one go and decided to try his luck on a random chest in his inventory. Normally, these chests were a gamble. 90% junk, 10% decent loot. But today, ding, congratulations. You have obtained an S-grade treasure, Long Ning Fruit. Zhou Yi sat up so fast he nearly fell off the bed. The Long Ning Fruit? This ultra-rare item was grown from a dragon's corpse, known for massively boosting constitution and spell damage. This thing is basically a cheat code. He burst into laughter. So, this is what actual luck feels like. Not wasting another second, he used the teleportation device and arrived back at Headmaster Wang Hui's mansion. Just as he stepped inside, he overheard Chou Huayang speaking with Wang Hui. Headmaster, you're insanely generous, she said. The corpse of an angel is beyond rare. Do you know how many wars have been fought over a single vial of angel source blood? Headmaster Wang Hui's calm demeanor didn't waver as he addressed the room. I've waited a long time to find someone worthy of receiving this source blood. Zhou Yi is my choice, and I stand by it without hesitation. Before anyone could respond, Zhou Yi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Headmaster Wang Hui's face softened into a pleased smile, his sharp gaze noting Zhou Yi's well-prepared body. Good, the headmaster said, motioning to the elaborate formation etched into the floor. Step into the array for the bloodline forging technique. Zhou Yi complied without hesitation, shedding his outer garments and settling at the center of the glowing formation. Headmaster Wang Hui turned to the elemental teacher, Chou Huayang, and explained the process. Activate the array. I will personally safeguard Zhou Yi during the infusion. Chou Huayang nodded. a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes as he began channeling energy into the formation. With a hum, the intricate lines lit up, and the angel source blood, glowing with divine radiance, began to merge into Zhou Yi's body. The entire chamber was bathed in a holy light as the transformation commenced. But then, the unexpected struck. A sudden burst of blue energy erupted from Zhou Yi, sending a freezing chill across the room. "What is this?" Cho Huayang gasped as his breath became visible in the icy air. Headmaster Wang Hui's sharp eyes narrowed. "Frost energy, and it's no ordinary kind." The frost energy surged like a tidal wave, clashing violently with the angel bloodline trying to integrate with Zhou Yi. The temperature dropped sharply, frost creeping along the walls, and both teachers found themselves battling against the bitter chill. Cho Huayang barely shielded himself with his elemental magic, but even his protective barrier began to crackle with ice. This frost power, it's overwhelming. It seems Zhou Yi already possesses an extraordinary bloodline. The angel bloodline and frost energy were like two titans, locked in a ferocious battle within Zhou Yi's body. The frost surged outward, encasing parts of the room in solid ice. Despite their immense strength and experience, both teachers felt the suffocating presence of Zhou Yi's latent power. This power could rival the angel bloodline itself, Wang Hui murmured, though his tone held more intrigue than alarm. Cho Huayang, however, seemed less composed. Watching the display of frost energy, a thought crept into his mind. If Zhou Yi were to shift his focus to magic, he could become a legendary ice mage, far surpassing anyone of this era. The air grew heavier as Zhou Yi's frost energy roared in defiance, resisting the divine bloodline with ferocity. The temperature continued to plummet, the formation itself groaning under the strain of the elemental clash. Cho Huayang clenched his fists, torn between his duty and the spark of greed ignited by witnessing Zhou Yi's raw potential. This wasn't just any frost energy. It was a force that could change the balance of power in the world. Headmaster Wang Hui steadied himself, channeling his internal energy to shield against the icy onslaught. His eyes remained fixed on the violent clash of bloodlines, a flicker of realization crossing his face. "So, it runs in the family," he murmured. "Zhou Yi's sister is awakening a frost bloodline. This confirms he shares the same lineage." Cho Huayang's expression darkened with disbelief. The angel bloodline, one of the highest-tier divine inheritances, should have effortlessly dominated any lesser lineage. Yet here it was, locked in a deadlock against Zhou Yi's frost bloodline, neither side giving way. Headmaster Wang Hui's thoughts ran deeper. For this frost bloodline to hold its own against the angel bloodline, his mind traced back to the origins of the eternal game. After the game fused with reality, the strongest bloodlines had been inherited from the legendary first-generation players, beings who had reached unimaginable heights of power. If Zhou Yi truly carried such an ancient lineage, his potential could be beyond anything they had foreseen. The clash between the two forces only grew more violent. Under normal circumstances, the angel source blood would have seamlessly merged with Zhou Yi, elevating him to new heights. But the frost bloodline's resistance was relentless, not just disrupting the process. It was actively consuming the angel source blood. Cho Huayang let out a long sigh. At this rate, the angel source blood is being wasted. If this continues, the final fusion might not even match a low-tier bloodline. "We can't interfere now. Forcing a stop could kill him." The two teachers stood by, powerless to intervene. Zhou Yi's fate was now a gamble against destiny itself. Inside Zhou Yi's body, agony coursed through him like a tidal wave. The warring bloodlines tore at his very being, pushing him to his limits, until suddenly something shifted. A notification flashed before him. The gate of consciousness has opened. You have entered the mental realm. The world around him blurred. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a grand, ethereal palace. Towering columns bathed in golden light stretched endlessly into the heavens. At the center of it all stood a radiant figure, an angelic being exuding divine power. She gazed at him with a serene smile. "My child," she spoke, her voice echoing with celestial grace. "You have finally arrived." Zhou Yi scanned his surroundings warily. "So, this is the mental realm?" The angel stepped forward, her presence overwhelming yet strangely familiar. "Congratulations on receiving God's blessing. I have been sent to grant you your true strength." Her eyes gleamed as she continued, her voice laced with an unsettling promise. "With it, you shall be unrestrained by morals, unbound by rules, free to follow your own will and desires." The angel's words dripped with warmth, but her smile twisted into something sinister. A creeping unease settled over Zhou Yi as he caught the dark glint in her eyes. His instincts roared in warning. This thing is no angel. A wave of revulsion surged within him. His fingers twitched, the urge to summon his holy hammer overwhelming. Sensing his hesitation, the angel extended her hand again. "Fear not," she coaxed, her voice laced with an eerie sweetness. "Embrace this blessing, and you shall attain power beyond measure." Before she could speak another word, Zhou Yi's holy hammer materialized in a flash of divine light, then shot forward at full speed. The hammer struck her square in the face, sending her reeling. Her once serene expression twisted into one of pure shock and fury. Meanwhile, in another part of the divine realm, Zhou Yi's protection angel sat in quiet contemplation within her radiant palace. Beside her, a smaller angel, clad in vigilant armor, shifted uncomfortably. "Something wrong?" the security angel asked. The protection angel let out a soft chuckle, her golden eyes gleaming. "Nothing," she murmured. "I just saw something interesting." Closing her eyes, she whispered an incantation under her breath. "Don't disappoint me, little one." Back in the mental realm, the corrupt angel staggered to her feet, her fury palpable. Dark energy crackled around her as she fixed Zhou Yi with a venomous glare. "You dare strike a divine being?" she spat. "God shall unleash holy punishment upon you, erasing your very existence. Kneel now, beg for forgiveness, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy in his name." Zhou Yi met her gaze, unwavering. "Yeah, that's going to be a no from me." Her scowl deepened, but a wicked smirk returned to her lips. "Impudent boy," she sneered. With a flick of her wrist, chains of pure darkness shot forward, wrapping around Zhou Yi's limbs. All around him, countless demonic eyes blinked open from the shadows, their twisted gazes filled with malice. The chains pulsed with corrupt energy, seeping into his very being, trying to erode his will. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, muscles straining as he fought against the bindings. The corrupt angel's laughter rang through the sacred palace. "You dared defy my master, Xia," she taunted, her voice dripping with mockery. "Now, you shall suffer his judgment." At the mention of that name, Zhou Yi's eyes burned with pure rage. "You're nothing but his lackey," he spat. The angel's smirk vanished, replaced by a snarl. She struck him across the face, the force reverberating through the chamber. "Brat," she hissed, "you've successfully earned master's attention. Feel honored. He has sent me to correct your path." Dark energy surged around her as she loomed closer. "Your baptism begins now." The chains constricted around Zhou Yi, pulsing with Xia's corrupt energy. Like a venomous tide, it surged through his body, poisoning his mind, drowning him in unbearable agony. His thoughts blurred, his very soul teetering on the brink of corruption. Outside the mental realm, Headmaster Wang Hui and Chou Huayang felt the shift immediately. A wave of malevolent energy erupted from Zhou Yi's body, filling the chamber with an overwhelming, oppressive force. Chou Huayang staggered back, his face pale. "What's happening?" "This energy, it's pure evil." Headmaster Wang Hui's eyes darkened. Quickly, he channeled his own energy, forming a protective barrier around Zhou Yi. "Why is there an evil god's power within the angel's source blood?" he muttered, his tone grim. Could it be the angel was already corrupted? The clash of energies intensified, the dark force within Zhou Yi lashing out violently. Headmaster Wang Hui's barrier shuddered under the relentless assault, sending shockwaves rippling across the room. Chou Huayang clenched his fists. Zhou Yi is in grave danger. That evil god won't stop until he's consumed entirely. But then, to Chou Huayang's disbelief, Headmaster Wang Hui smiled. "Relax," the headmaster said, his voice filled with certainty. "Look closer." Chou Huayang turned his gaze back to Zhou Yi, and what he saw left him speechless. Instead of being overwhelmed, Zhou Yi's energy was evolving. The angel power and frost energy, once locked in a violent struggle, began to intertwine. Instead of destroying one another, they found a new balance, melding into something entirely new. A singular, divine bloodline was born. Zhou Yi's body pulsed with unprecedented power. The brilliance of the angel bloodline fused seamlessly with the icy wrath of the frost bloodline. The once opposing forces no longer fought. They strengthened each other. Then, with a single explosive surge of power, Zhou Yi shattered the chains binding him. In the mental realm, the corrupt angel staggered back in horror as holy radiance and frost energy erupted from Zhou Yi. The combined power of light and ice surged through him, purging every trace of Xia's corruption. The angel barely had time to react before the frost lashed out, encasing her limbs in ice. At the same time, the holy energy burned through her very essence. She shrieked, writhing as both forces ravaged her body. "How?" she gasped, panic gripping her. This boy was moments away from corruption. How did he suddenly awaken such divine strength? Her thoughts spiraled into despair as the frost spread further, sealing her in an unbreakable prison. The once arrogant emissary of Xia was now reduced to nothing more than a frozen relic of failure. Zhou Yi's transformation was complete. His entire body radiated with divine brilliance, and from his back, a pair of crystalline wings, woven from pure frost and celestial light, unfurled majestically. His aura surged with overwhelming might, the very air around him humming with power. In his grip, his warhammer pulsed with newfound strength, now cloaked in a swirling storm of frost energy. Without hesitation, he swung the weapon with devastating force. The frozen angel shattered instantly, fragments of her corrupted form scattering like dust in the wind. One strike. That was all it took. But Zhou, he wasn't done. He could still feel Xia's lingering presence, an insidious force tainting the very fabric of the realm. Tightening his grip on his warhammer, he turned his sights toward the true enemy. With a battle cry, he unleashed a barrage of hammer strikes, each one detonating with divine fury. The entire mental realm trembled under the sheer force of his attacks, light and frost intertwining as they tore through the dark influence suffocating the space. Xia, enraged by the death of his lackey, finally revealed himself. The moment he materialized, an oppressive wave of corrupt energy flooded the realm. The once sacred halls darkened, the atmosphere thick with malice. Xia's presence alone was suffocating, his aura a vortex of pure destruction. From the beginning, Zhou Yi had sensed something was wrong. When he first encountered the so-called angel, he had almost believed her divine presence. But the moment she spoke of abandoning morality, of being unbound by rules, he knew she was no true servant of light. Her chains had tried to bind him. Xia's corrupt energy had tried to invade him. And for a moment, it seemed as if the evil gods would triumph. But fate had other plans. The lucky potion he had consumed took effect at the critical moment, tipping the scales in his favor. Instead of being destroyed, his angel and frost bloodlines had merged, forming a power beyond anything he had imagined. And now, he stood above his shattered foe, stronger than ever. Yet Xiao refused to accept defeat. With a wave of his dark power, he revived his fallen servant. But she was no longer an angel. What rose from the icy remnants was an abomination, twisted, grotesque, pulsating with raw, corrupt energy. Her once divine form had morphed into something monstrous, her wings now skeletal, her face contorted in unholy glee. She laughed, her voice dripping with venom. Your resistance is nothing but a temporary inconvenience. With a flick of her grotesque claw, she summoned a massive chain, pulsating with evil energy. It howled through the air, slicing toward Zhou Yi with terrifying speed. But this time, Zhou Yi was untouchable. Floating effortlessly in midair, he radiated a serene, divine grace. His golden light shimmered brilliantly, while his crystalline wings of frozen energy spread wide, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. The fusion of his two bloodlines had elevated him beyond the reach of darkness. The battle was far from over, but now, Zhou Yi held the power to end it. The demonic chains lashed out, striking Zhou Yi's frozen wings and shattering them into glittering shards. Yet, despite landing a direct hit, the monstrous creature felt no triumph, only fear. Before she could react, Zhou Yi vanished. In an instant, he reappeared right in front of her. His speed was blinding, his approach so sudden that she froze in terror. Before she could even flinch, Zhou Yi activated a formation beneath her feet. Crystalline spikes erupted from the ground, impaling her from every angle. The ice tore through her grotesque form, her screams filling the air as blood splattered against the jagged shards. Zhou Yi stood at a distance, watching coldly as she writhed. But even in agony, she laughed. I will accept this gift of yours, she taunted, her voice trembling with something dark and unnatural. A surge of ominous power radiated from her body. The corrupt energy within her flared violently, stitching her wounds together and amplifying her strength. Her form twisted, expanding, her limbs grotesquely elongating, her body pulsing with malevolent energy. You humans call this power? She sneered, her many glowing eyes narrowing. It's nothing more than scraps of light thrown to you by your so-called god. With a chilling grin, she unleashed a storm of laser-like beams and shadowy chains, each attack carving through the air with lethal precision. But Zhou Yi was untouchable. He moved like a phantom, slipping between the deadly projectiles with absolute ease. Every attack missed him by a hair's breadth, leaving the monstrous being seething in frustration. Worms like you only know how to run, she spat, voice dripping with venom. Furious, she charged a massive energy blast, an orb of pure destruction crackling in her hands. With a monstrous roar, She hurled it at Zhou Yi, the attack streaking toward him like a comet, leaving a trail of darkness in its wake. Yet Zhou Yi didn't move. He simply raised his hand. A shimmering shield of holy light materialized in front of him. The moment the attack struck, it disintegrated instantly. The creature's confidence wavered. Her many eyes widened in disbelief. How is he still standing? Zhou Yi didn't answer. He just moved. With unwavering determination, he surged forward, his warhammer obliterating every shadowy chain that dared reach for him. Step by step, he closed the gap. High above, in the divine palace, Zhou Yi's protection angel watched the battle unfold. A knowing smile graced her lips as she whispered, "It's about to end." Back in the mental realm, Zhou Yi reached the monstrous creature. She unleashed one final, desperate shriek. But it was already over. Zhou Yi raised a single finger and touched her. The moment Zhou Yi's hand touched the creature, an explosion of holy light erupted from his body, engulfing the entire mental realm in divine brilliance. The searing radiance tore through the grotesque figure, her agonized wails reverberating as her form began to disintegrate. "Where is this power coming from?" she gasped, her voice filled with disbelief and fading malice. The holy light grew even brighter, obliterating every last vestige of her existence. Within seconds, the once corrupted mental realm was purified, left immaculate and untainted by the darkness that had plagued it. As the malevolent creature dissolved, residual traces of a corrupted bloodline, tainted by the evil god Xia, emerged from the shadows surrounding Zhou Yi. It became apparent that Xia had left remnants of his influence when the fallen angel perished. But now, with the creature vanquished, the angel bloodline was freed from its corruption, its divine essence restored. From the remnants of the battle, the purified angel bloodline emerged in a radiant glow, its brilliance piercing through the fading remnants of lightning. It drifted toward Zhou Yi, its divine energy palpable. Reverting to his human form, Zhou Yi extended his hand and grasped the glowing essence, beginning the process of merging it into his very being. As the fusion commenced, a potent holy aura surged from Zhou Yi, rippling through the air with an intensity that left even seasoned warriors in awe. Outside the mental realm, Chou Huayang stared in amazement. This is the power of an angel," he exclaimed. "It's completely eradicating the evil god's influence." Nearby, Headmaster Wang Hui, who had been visibly tense just moments earlier, allowed a small smile to break through his stern demeanor. "The fusion of the angel bloodline and frost bloodline is extraordinary," he remarked, his voice tinged with pride and relief. The two teachers exchanged a look of shared satisfaction. Moments ago, they had feared Zhou Yi might be consumed by the overwhelming darkness, but witnessing his triumph filled them with hope. Within the protective formation, Zhou Yi maintained his focus, channeling the sacred energy coursing through him to complete the fusion. Overhead, the protection angel manifested, silently lending her support by infusing him with additional holy power. The radiant holy aura enveloping Zhou Yi grew even more intense, bathing the entire area in a blinding light. As the merging process reached its climax, a brilliant glowing symbol appeared on his chest, a mark of the bloodline fusion success. The protection angel stood vigil, stabilizing the transition and ensuring no remnant of corruption remained. Finally, Zhou Yi opened his eyes. He felt the harmony of frost and light intertwining within him, a perfect balance of opposing forces now unified in his body. The surge of newfound strength coursed through him like an unstoppable tide. Chou Huayang watched with a broad smile. Zhou Yi truly is blessed. The power of light intervened at the critical moment, granting him the strength to overcome this trial. Headmaster Wang Hui nodded. This marks a turning point. With this fusion, Zhou Yi's potential is boundless. The aura of divine radiance lingered, a testament to the victory won and the transformation achieved. As Zhou Yi rose from the formation, the lingering divine aura around him gradually faded. Headmaster Wang Hui stepped forward, his sharp gaze scanning Zhou Yi. "How do you feel after successfully merging the bloodlines?" Zhou Yi took a deep breath, sensing the immense transformation within him. Before he could respond, a system notification flashed before his eyes. His expression shifted from curiosity to sheer excitement as he scanned the rewards. Bloodline talent updates. 1. Six-winged angel bloodline, a legendary and exceedingly rare divine lineage, unlocking Zhou Yi's unparalleled potential. 2. Divine Mark of Light, A grade, enhances his affinity with both light and ice elements, with the potential to evolve further, expanding his elemental compatibility. 3. Magic Immunity, B grade, grants resistance to magical effects, including debuffs and non-damaging abilities like Purify and Disperse. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up, It's the six-winged angel bloodline, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. And I inherited 2 bloodline talents. Cho Huayang's jaw nearly dropped. The six-winged angel bloodline, he repeated, his voice a mix of shock and admiration. Such a bloodline was nearly mythical, and seeing someone obtain it in real life was nothing short of a miracle. Headmaster Wang Hui nodded approvingly. The forging process was indeed a success. The six-winged angel bloodline stands at the pinnacle of angelic lineage. The talents it bestows will continue to evolve, potentially reaching an S+ grade as you grow stronger. You've truly awakened something extraordinary. As Zhou Yi scrolled through the notifications, his eyes suddenly stopped on a particular message. His breath hitched. Master, he called, excitement bubbling in his voice. There's also an S+ grade bloodline technique called Angel Physique. That got their attention. Headmaster Wang Hui's interest visibly sharpened, while Cho Huayang took a step closer. Read it, Wang Hui instructed. Zhou Yi quickly scanned the description and relayed it aloud. Angel Physique, S+ grade. Unleash the full potential of your six-winged angel bloodline. The higher your level, the stronger the power you can wield. Note, until reaching level 50, the bloodline remains incompletely absorbed. Using this ability before then will result in temporary weakness. A brief silence followed as both Cho Huayang and Wang Hui absorbed the information. Then, they exchanged looks of quiet astonishment. This is no ordinary bloodline talent, Wang Hui murmured, his voice laced with rare admiration. An ability of this level means that Zhou Yi's angelic potential surpasses even the strongest known angels. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, feeling the holy energy surging within him. His new talents were nothing short of divine. 1. Six-winged angel power, a lineage unmatched in the celestial hierarchy. 2. Divine mark of light, A grade, granting him extraordinary mastery over light and ice elements. 3. Magic immunity, B grade, providing resistance to various magical influences. 4. Angel physique, S+ grade, unlocking his full potential, albeit with limitations until level 50. Cho Huayang let out a breath, shaking his head with a smile. Zhou Yi is truly blessed, he mused, still reeling from the revelation. Wang Hui placed a firm hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder. This is just the beginning. Your path forward will not be easy, but with these gifts, you have the power to shape your own destiny. Zhou Yi exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He knew one thing for certain. His journey had just taken a monumental leap forward. Headmaster Wang Hui, clearly intrigued by angel physique, leaned forward with anticipation. Why don't you try using this secret technique now? He suggested. Let's see just how much your power has increased after merging the bloodline. Zhou Yi, eager to test his newfound strength, nodded without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he focused on activating angel physique, drawing upon the depths of his newly awakened bloodline. The moment he channeled his energy, golden light surged around him, swirling like celestial flames. The aura condensed into a sphere of pure radiance, steadily growing until it resembled a miniature sun. Waves of holy energy rippled outward, flooding the chamber with an overwhelming divine presence. Cho Huayang and Headmaster Wang Hui stood motionless, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the power unfolding before them. Even as seasoned experts, they had never felt an energy this raw, this refined, this divine. As the transformation neared completion, Zhou Yi's form underwent a dramatic shift. Gone was the frost energy that had once been a defining trait. In its place, a golden radiance engulfed his entire body, making him appear almost ethereal, like a celestial being descended straight from the heavens. When he opened his eyes, his presence alone exuded an unmatched majesty. The sacred energy pulsating around him was undeniable. Headmaster Wang Hui's expression broke into one of sheer pride and exhilaration. This is remarkable, he exclaimed, taking a step closer. The sheer force radiating from Zhou Yi was staggering. It was as if his power had increased at least 5-fold in an instant. How do you feel? Wang Hui asked, his voice filled with expectation. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, letting the celestial energy course through him. A grin spread across his face. Unreal, he admitted. I've never felt anything like this before. My entire body is brimming with power. To demonstrate, he instinctively activated his frost energy, allowing it to flow alongside his divine light. The two elements manifested in his hands, coiling around his arms like twin celestial forces. He flexed his fingers, watching the light and ice respond effortlessly to his will. The light element and ice element, he murmured, awestruck. They feel like an extension of myself, like my closest companions. I can wield them freely. As he spoke, the combined energy radiating from him intensified, filling the entire chamber with overwhelming pressure. The sheer magnitude of his aura was enough to trigger the room's defense systems. Suddenly, alarms blared. A mechanical voice rang out. Warning, high elemental energy detected. Room defense system engaged. With a loud clang, the chamber's triple-layered defenses activated, prepared to neutralize the overwhelming energy before it spiraled out of control. Headmaster Wang Hui chuckled as the alarms blared. Six-winged angels truly are the favorites of elemental energy. But deactivate the technique. Zhou Yi, unless you want the defense system to treat you like an intruder. Zhou Yi immediately complied, allowing angel physique to fade. As the golden radiance dissipated, his body returned to its normal state. But the moment he relaxed, a sharp discomfort pulsed through him. His muscles ached, and a strange bloated sensation spread across his limbs. Chou Huayang noticed his hesitation. What's wrong? Did something go amiss? Zhou Yi frowned slightly, still trying to process the unfamiliar feeling. The technique boosted my power drastically, but even though I barely used it, my whole body feels sore and heavy. Headmaster Wang Hui stepped forward, his expression turning serious. That's expected, he explained. Angel physique forcefully amplifies your strength, but the six-winged angel bloodline is no ordinary lineage. Right now, your body is struggling to contain its full potential. If you push it too hard before fully adapting, the backlash could cripple you. He met Zhou Yi's gaze, emphasizing his next words. Consider this technique a trump card. Only use it in life or death situations. Reckless overuse will do more harm than good. Zhou Yi nodded, taking the advice to heart. Meanwhile, Chou Huayang stood back, quietly observing him. The six-winged angel bloodline, 2 evolutionary talents, and an S+ grade technique. He shook his head slightly. For the other freshmen, competing with him is nothing but a fantasy now. Their conversation continued for a while, with Headmaster Wang Hui offering more guidance. Based on how your bloodline manifested, I suspect your sister's frost bloodline may not be any weaker than yours. If you want her to awaken it under the best conditions, you should refine the frozen lotus into a frost pill for her. Zhou Yi's eyes flickered with realization. The university has a pill forging department, right? I can submit a request through the system? Exactly, Wang Hui confirmed. Turning the lotus into a pill will maximize its effects. It's the best path forward for her. Zhou Yi nodded. He had been searching for a way to help his sister unlock her true potential, and this was the perfect opportunity. Seeing his understanding, Headmaster Wang Hui smiled. Good. Now go get some rest. With a respectful bow, Zhou Yi activated the teleportation device and vanished from the chamber. As soon as he was gone, Chou Huayang's expression darkened slightly. Turning to Wang Hui, he asked, Headmaster, how did Zhou Yi even come into contact with the power of an evil god? If anything had gone wrong, we wouldn't just have lost him. We could have lost one of Sukong University's greatest assets. Maybe even a key protector of the entire country. Wang Hui's smile faded as well, his gaze deep and thoughtful. That is what troubles me the most. Headmaster Wang Hui let out a weary sigh. It's only thanks to the protection of light that Zhou Yi survived this ordeal. But this situation cannot be ignored. I will personally launch an investigation into the source of this threat. Every clue will be pursued, and whoever is responsible will face justice. As he teleported back to his quarters, Zhou Yi's mind replayed Wang Hui's words. The frozen lotus would soon be delivered by the Snow Dragon Legion, but the icicle grass, the final key ingredient, was still missing. Without both ingredients, the frost pill can't be made, he mused, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Determined to solve the issue, he opened his inventory, quickly scanning through his items to estimate their market value. Bronze medal, 500 points. Silver medal, 1,000 points. Gold medal, 2,000 points. After a quick calculation, he nodded. With my current points, I should have enough to purchase the icicle grass at the school market. Just as he was finalizing his plan, a sudden knock at the door snapped him out of his thoughts. Who could be visiting this late? He walked over and opened the door, only to find Teacher Su Meyer standing outside. Zhou Yi blinked, caught off guard. Teacher Su? He asked. Did you need something from me? Su Meyer stepped inside, her sharp gaze subtly analyzing him. Strange, she thought. In just a day, Zhou Yi's strength has skyrocketed. This isn't just a level up. His entire presence feels different. His bloodline has transformed. Breaking the silence, she finally spoke. House Master Wu Meng asked me to deliver the resources promised to you by the War House. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. But I chose Headmaster Wang Hui as my personal mentor, he pointed out. Why is House Master Wu Meng involved? Su Meyer smiled, already anticipating the question. It's simple, she explained. While Headmaster Wang Hui is your personal mentor, your standard courses will still be conducted in the War House. These resources are distributed to top-ranked students, and the War House manages the allocations. You've earned this? Realization dawned on Zhou Yi. So, despite choosing Headmaster Wang Hui, I'm still technically under the War House's jurisdiction for regular training. Satisfied with the explanation, he nodded. However, something about Sue Meyer's wording struck him as odd. She referred to the War House as her own? Zhou, he eyed Sue Meyer curiously. But Teacher Sue, aren't you a mage? Why do you refer to the War House as yours? Sue Meyer smirked. Can a mage study in the War House? Zhou, he quickly waved his hands. Of course you can. I just didn't expect it. Satisfied with his answer, Sue Meyer moved on to business. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned multiple chests into the room, each landing with a heavy thud. She gestured toward them. Here are your allocated resources. A system notification popped up in front of Zhou Yi, listing the contents. Grade A treasure, 1000 mountain dragon root. Grade A treasure, icicle grass. Grade A weapon, Cha short sword. Grade B equipment, Pim gauntlet. Grade B equipment, Hang apes white chest armor. Grade B enchantment material, wind chasing tendon. Grade B enchantment material, blood of earth dragon. Grade C skill book, touch of ice. Grade C skill book, icicle protection. Grade C skill book, blade of light. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up when he spotted the icicle grass, the missing ingredient for the frost pill. The lucky potion's effects really are something else, he thought. Everything seemed to be falling into place. With the frozen lotus already secured, he was now only a few steps away from refining the frost pill. He quickly signed off on the inventory, storing the items away. However, Sue Meyer wasn't done. Folding her arms, she gave Zhou Yi a sharp look. Now that you've got your resources, it's time for a proper lesson. Before Zhou Yi could react, she continued, her voice firm. You're powerful, I'll give you that. But diving into the deeper parts of Tempest Valley? That was reckless. Borderline foolish. Ignorance and lack of fear is a deadly combination. You might have survived this time, but next time, you need to be sure you have the strength to back up your ambition before taking risks like that. Zhou Yi considered explaining that his system gave him complete awareness of threats, but he decided against it. Sometimes it was better to just nod and listen. Seeing his silence, Sue Meyer let out a sigh and softened her tone. Every year, Sukong University produces plenty of geniuses, but only a handful rise to become true elites. Many fall along the way, sometimes due to enemies, sometimes due to bad luck. But more often than not, it's because of their own overconfidence. She studied him for a moment before adding, I'm not saying this to nag you. Just be careful. Talent means nothing if you don't live long enough to use it. Zhou Yi nodded respectfully. I understand, Teacher Sue. I'll be more cautious in the future. Sue Meyer gave a small, satisfied nod. Good. Now, get some rest. You'll need it. Zhou Yi, eager to push his limits, turned to Sue Meyer. Miss Sue, my strength has increased again. Could you recommend a good training ground where I can gain real combat experience? Sue Meyer blinked before letting out a chuckle. You really are a monster, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. Without further delay, she led Zhou Yi to a specialized combat training facility. As they arrived, she gestured toward the high-tech environment. This training ground allows you to fight combat robots in realistic battle scenarios. You can manually adjust the difficulty from level 1 to level 10. The more robots you include, the stronger the challenge. At level 10, these machines can fight on par with a level 20 class opponent. As she spoke, several camera orbs floated around Zhou Yi, scanning his body from various angles. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. What are these orbs doing? They're recording, Sue Meyer explained. They'll document your challenge, track your combat data, and generate a detailed battle report afterward. But be warned, these robots don't pull their punches. I suggest starting at a lower level unless you're looking to get yourself hospitalized. With her explanation done, Sue Meyer stretched and turned to leave. I have a class to attend, so I'll leave you to it. Remember, know your limits. Don't overdo it. Zhou Yi nodded, watching her exit. The moment she was gone, he turned to the hovering camera orbs and smirked. Start the challenge, he commanded. Level 7 combat form. Immediately, the training program roared to life. Red warning lights flared across the room as mechanical whirs and clanks filled the air. The floor panels shifted, and from hidden compartments, combat robots emerged. Metallic figures gleaming under the dim light, their synthetic eyes glowing with a predatory gleam. A system message flashed across the air. Combat monitoring activated. 50 combat training robots deployed. Another warning followed. Caution. Level S combat form activated. Prepare accordingly. Zhou Yi barely had time to react before the robots sprang into action. Without hesitation, they unleashed their first attack. A blinding barrage of laser beams, fired with precision and speed. Zhou Yi's instincts kicked in immediately. He dodged left, then right, narrowly evading the deadly beams. A smirk tugged at his lips. They don't waste time, huh? Before he could fully recover, the remaining robots joined the assault, surrounding him in a perfectly coordinated formation. The room became a war zone. Laser beams, rapid gunfire, and energy pulses rained down in a relentless, synchronized assault. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This, he thought, weaving through the attacks with impressive agility. This is exactly what I needed. Despite the chaos surrounding him, a wide grin spread across Zhou Yi's face. This is exactly the kind of training I wanted. His excitement only grew with each dodge and counter. Deciding to push his frost power to the next level, Zhou Yi concentrated his energy into his fist. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward and smashed a combat robot with a frost-infused punch. The impact was devastating. Metal groaned under the sheer force. The machine dented and encased in solid ice within seconds. Before he could revel in his success, a high-powered laser blasted toward him from behind. Reacting instinctively, Zhou Yi whipped up a frost shield with his free hand, absorbing the laser's force. Now fully immersed in battle, he found himself freezing one robot with his left hand while deflecting another attack with his right. The versatility of his frost energy was exhilarating. But this wasn't enough. Zhou Yi could feel his energy building, a storm waiting to be unleashed. The frost aura around him swirled wildly, forming a miniature tornado of icy winds. Standing at the eye of the storm, Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. It's time for the storm. With a single thought, the tornado exploded outward, rapidly expanding into a full-blown blizzard. The entire training ground became a battlefield of howling winds and freezing destruction. Snow and ice spread mercilessly, engulfing everything in its path. Despite their durability, the combat robots couldn't withstand the unstoppable frost energy. One by one, their joints froze solid, their systems slowed, and soon they were completely immobilized. The once heated battlefield was now a frozen graveyard of shattered machinery. But Zhou Yi wasn't done yet. Summoning the last of his frost energy, he activated a final technique, a formation-like move that crackled with raw, elemental power. Clenching his fist, he let out a controlled breath and slammed his hand downward. The frozen machines shattered instantly, breaking apart like fragile ice sculptures. A bold notification flashed across the room. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou Yi for passing the Level S combat form test. As the storm subsided, the red emergency lights dimmed, returning the room to normal. Zhou Yi exhaled slowly, his excitement tempered by deep satisfaction. Above him, the camera orbs hovered silently, processing the battle footage. Training results calculating. A moment later, the system displayed his battle stats. Total combat robots faced, 17 level 7. Time taken, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Final grading, top-tier distinction. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed as he read the results. Frost power is ridiculously effective for crowd control. Passing level 7 was easier than I expected. His gaze shifted toward the control panel. I wonder, will the highest difficulty finally push me to my limits? Zhou Yi, ever the daredevil, smirked as he commanded the camera orbs. Activate the level 10 combat form. His voice carried a mix of anticipation and mischief, completely undeterred by the chaos he'd caused earlier during level 7 training. The wreckage of the prior robots had forced the system to unleash its ace in the hole, the supernatural-grade training robots. The room rumbled ominously. Metallic clangs and stomps filled the air as the new adversaries powered up. These weren't your typical clunky training bots. They were sleek, advanced, and downright intimidating. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as the orb provided commentary. These units are equivalent to a level 25 class, equipped with advanced intelligence for optimal offense and defense. The orb explained, almost as if it was showing off a prize creation. Then came the obligatory cautionary note. Should your safety be compromised, you may command us to cease the exercise. But Zhou Yi simply waved it off. Safety? Never heard of her. His grin widened. This was exactly what he wanted, something to truly push him. The countdown started. Zhou Yi barely had time to brace himself when the robot launched its first move, a frost energy laser beam that seared through the air with deadly precision. Zhou Yi's reflexes saved him by a hair's breadth, the searing cold barely missing him as he rolled out of the way. Frost energy? Seriously? Zhou Yi's mind raced. These bots weren't just tough. They had elemental tricks up their mechanical sleeves. He responded in kind, summoning his frost-infused warhammer, its icy aura crackling as he prepared to strike back. From above, Zhou Yi dived, his warhammer glowing like a comet of frozen fury. But the robot wasn't letting up. Streams of frost energy arced toward him, forcing him to weave and dodge like a seasoned martial artist in a bullet hell game. Deciding it was time to get creative, Zhou Yi activated a secret weapon of his own, Ice Light Double. The technique combined frost energy with refracted light, creating a dazzling, illusionary clone. As the shimmering duplicate advanced, Zhou Yi vanished into the ether. The robot, clearly confused, redirected its frost laser at the clone. Every shot missed its mark, but the illusion was convincing enough to keep the bot occupied. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi circled stealthily, his real self preparing a decisive counterattack. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yi surged forward, his warhammer gleaming with concentrated frost energy. With a roar, he swung it down, aiming to shatter the robot in one devastating strike. The battle had only just begun, but Zhou Yi was already relishing the thrill of facing an opponent worthy of his ambition. Zhou Yi closed the gap, swinging his warhammer with all his might, aiming to cripple the supernatural robot's offense. The impact sent the machine staggering, but the crucial laser system remained untouched. Before he could press the attack, the robot retaliated instantly. A light beam shot straight at him, slamming into his chest. The force tore the warhammer from his grasp and sent him skidding across the training ground like a ragdoll. Flat on his back, Zhou Yi clenched his teeth. How the hell is it mimicking my skills? His gaze flicked to the camera orbs floating overhead. Are they feeding him my combat data? As if in response, the robot systems completed a synchronization process. Its next move left Zhou Yi speechless. It forged its own warhammer, composed of pure light energy, an exact replica of his technique. Without hesitation, the machine lunged, its hammer aimed to crush him. Reacting on instinct, Zhou Yi channeled his light energy into his hands. As the hammer fell, he caught it midair, his palms glowing with a blinding radiance. The resulting shockwave rippled across the room, sending waves of pressure through the air. But the robot wasn't done. Mid-clash, its arm shifted, transforming into a mechanical wolf that detached and lunged at Zhou Yi from the side. You're kidding me, Zhou Yi cursed, twisting his body to evade. The hammer bore down on him from one side, while the cybernetic beast went for his flank. He barely managed to deflect both, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This thing can even replicate Tempest Wolves? This isn't just a training bot. It's a damn nightmare factory. Realizing his usual tactics wouldn't cut it, Zhou Yi made a split-second decision. He activated Angel Physique. A blinding explosion of light energy erupted from his body, forcing both the robot and the mechanical wolf to reel back. The sheer brilliance illuminated the entire training ground, turning Zhou Yi into a glowing figure of power. He stood tall, his smirk returning. All right, let's see you copy this. His voice carried unwavering confidence. The fight had just reached a whole new level. The thrill in Zhou Yi's eyes was unmistakable. This was exactly the challenge he had been craving. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, Jiang Chern approached the training area. Scanning her ID at the entrance, she watched as the system granted her access. Unaware of the chaos unfolding inside, she stepped forward. Here's a refined and engaging rewrite of your script. As Jiang Chern walked through the corridor, she reflected on her rapid progress. Becoming House Master Rong's personal disciple had granted her access to rare resources, accelerating her cultivation. Just a while ago, clearing an S-level combat form seemed impossible. But now, she was ready to take on the challenge. However, as she reached the training room, an unexpected system notification popped up. We apologize for the heavy damage sustained by the training robots. Please reschedule your challenge for tomorrow. Jiang Chern blinked in confusion. Heavy damage? Before she could process it, another message flashed on the large hallway screen. Warning, a student is currently challenging the level 10 combat form. Her eyes widened. Level 10? That was insane. This training ground was meant for freshmen. Most struggled to clear level 6. Who in their right mind would attempt level 10? Her thoughts immediately drifted to Zhou Yi. Could it be Brother Zhou Yi? But she quickly dismissed the notion. Even for him, this would be an extreme challenge. Still, an uneasy feeling settled in her chest. Inside the training ground, Zhou Yi was facing the fight of his life. His opponent wasn't just any combat bot. It was a monstrosity capable of copying his abilities from frost to light techniques. Overwhelmed by its relentless adaptation, Zhou Yi unleashed his trump card, Angel Physique. Radiant energy burst from his body as he pushed his power to its peak. But he needed more than raw strength. He needed control. Summoning the Holy Chain, he called forth a divine weapon made entirely of pure holy light. Golden portals materialized in midair, unleashing luminous chains that crackled with sacred energy. Unlike brute force attacks, the Holy Chain specialized in restraint, binding enemies completely. Zhou Yi hadn't forgotten how the demonic chain had once left him powerless during his bloodline awakening. Now, it was time for his mechanical foe to experience that same helplessness. With a flick of his wrist, the chains lashed forward, targeting the mechanical beast first. The glowing links struck with pinpoint precision, tearing the cybernetic wolf apart in an instant. With the beast eliminated, Zhou Yi turned his attention to the supernatural robot. The golden chains surged forward, wrapping around the machine's limbs and torso, locking it in place. The robot thrashed violently, its systems desperately analyzing the holy chain, searching for a way to replicate or counter it. But the data came up blank. This ability was an anomaly beyond its capacity to mimic. As the bot struggled, Zhou Yi activated another ace up his sleeve, Vision of Light. His eyes shimmered with celestial energy, granting him the ability to perceive an enemy's weak points and hidden abilities. Scanning the robot, he quickly pinpointed its power source, hidden deep within its chest. A smirk formed on Zhou Yi's lips. There it is. Time to end this. Zhou Yi's grin widened as he locked onto the robot's weakness. Without hesitation, he concentrated pure light energy into his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating light punch. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance, driving his glowing fist straight into the robot's chest. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the room, the sheer force triggering an electric surge that crackled through the machine's core. The robot systems faltered, its movements jerky and unresponsive. Desperate, it attempted to initiate a self-destruct sequence, but the system intervened, preventing an explosion that would have taken the entire facility with it. Instead, the impact unleashed a sacred detonation, engulfing the training ground in a blinding storm of light and dust. As the haze settled, Zhou Yi stood amidst the wreckage, victorious yet barely able to stay upright. At that moment, the training room doors slid open. Jiang Chuan stepped inside, only to freeze in shock. The place was ruined. Scorch marks lined the walls, shattered training bots lay in heaps, and remnants of the combat arena smoldered from the sheer intensity of the battle. Then her gaze landed on Zhou Yi, exhausted, bruised, but very much standing. What in the world happened here? A system notification popped up in front of Zhou Yi. Congratulations, you have cleared the level 10 combat form. Entry access is now reactivated. However, the system wasn't done. Warning, due to excessive damage caused during testing, repairs are required. The training ground will be unavailable for 1 week. Jiang Chuan remained frozen at the doorway, struggling to process what she was seeing. Someone actually cleared level 10? Her heart pounded. Who could have pulled this off? Driven by curiosity, she stepped forward, taking in the sheer destruction. Then her eyes locked on Zhou Yi once again. Zhou Yi, she gasped, rushing toward him. What? What did you do? Before he could answer, the floating camera orb whirred to life, scanning Zhou Yi before flashing a result screen. Level 10 combat form cleared in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Final appraisal. Single greatest physical damage, 27,304. Single greatest magic damage, 56,021. Highest combined skill damage, 106,221. Zhou Yi exhaled, glancing at the numbers. TCH. If it weren't for that mechanical wolf sneak attack, I could have wrapped this up even faster. He made a mental note. I need a magical pet to cover my blind spots. Before he could entertain the thought further, Jiang Chuan grabbed his shoulders, eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Zhou Yi, she said breathlessly. Did you finish your bloodline forging? And how the hell did you get this strong in just 1 day? Zhou Yi, still catching his breath, gave a faint smile. Yeah, finished it this morning. His eyes gleamed with a newfound confidence. I now possess the 6-winged angel bloodline. Jiang Chuan's face lit up like a kid in a candy store. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she practically bounced on her feet. That's incredible, she exclaimed. The 6-winged angel bloodline is one of the rarest divine lineages. You're basically a walking legend now. As someone with a succubus bloodline, Jiang Chuan was well-versed in bloodline rankings. She knew just how absurdly rare Zhou Yi's newfound power was. Zhou Yi, however, wasn't one to bask in admiration. He turned to her and said, Jiang Chuan, take me to the magic pet market. I need a magic pet to strengthen my combat potential. Jiang Chuan's enthusiasm skyrocketed. Of course, it's not far from here. I'll take you right now. The moment they stepped into the bustling market, they were met with a storm of activity. People shouted bids, vendors flaunted their rarest beasts, and magical creatures roared, chirped, and hissed from all directions. A silver-tier fire tiger, capable of reaching level 20, was already sitting at 110 points in a heated auction. A dragonhorn rhino, boasting a level 19 draconic bloodline, had a fixed price of 210 points. First come, first served. A vendor waved a silver-tier golden claw greenhawk egg, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime bargain. As they wove through the chaos, Jiang Chuan suddenly grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and grinned. So, do you have a specific magic pet in mind, brother Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi stopped to think. Back in Tempest Valley, I tamed a Tempest Wolf, he said. But after defeating the demonic sun, I blacked out and lost my chance to contract it. I still want a Tempest Wolf cub, one with wind elemental talents. Before Jiang Chuan could respond, a nearby student perked up. Carrying a small cage, he approached them with a confident smile. Hey there, I'm Lu Jishue, third-year student from the logistic house and an elite level 22 trainer. He introduced himself. I happen to raise a Tempest Wolf cub myself. Interested? Jiang Churen leaned closer to Zhou Yi and whispered, trainers belong to life skill classes, and Lu Jishue is from Sukong University. Compared to regular vendors, his magic pets are usually higher quality. Zhou Yi considered her advice before nodding. All right, let's see it. Lu Jishue carefully unlatched the cage and revealed the Tempest Wolf cub inside. The tiny creature looked frail, its body visibly weak. This one is about 10 days old, Lu Jishue explained. Its mother was a silver tier Tempest Wolf, and I've confirmed that its talent is also silver tier. You can have it for 60 points. Zhou Yi studied the cub, his expression unreadable. The price was decent, and the bloodline potential was there, but something about this situation felt off. Here's a refined and engaging rewrite of your script. Zhou Yi studied the cub thoughtfully before asking, are there any gold-tier magical pets available here? Lu Jishue looked genuinely surprised. Gold tiers? He shook his head. You won't find many of those in this market. If you're serious about getting one, I can keep an eye out, but it'll cost you way more than 60 points. Zhou Yi nodded but remained focused on the cub in his hands. Jiang Churen stepped closer, examining it with sharp eyes. Her brows furrowed. Something's not right, she muttered. It's too small and looks malnourished. Lu Jishue's expression stiffened slightly. He quickly forced a smile. Tempest wolves are naturally leaner than other monsters. Their cubs always look small at first. It's completely normal. Before he could ramble further, Zhou Yi suddenly smiled. It's fine. I'll take it. Lu Jishue blinked in surprise. Even Jiang Churen looked at him curiously. Are you sure? She asked. Zhou Yi held the frail cub gently and said, there are no weak magical pets. Only weak masters. I have high hopes for its future. Jiang Churen smiled, impressed by his confidence. Well, if you believe in it, then it must be a good choice. Relieved, Lu Jishue wasted no time handing Zhou Yi a magic pet contract scroll. Here, take this. It's on the house, he said quickly. Just place the scroll in your contract space to bind it. After Zhou Yi transferred the 60 points, the cub and the scroll officially became his. As he inspected the contract scroll, he noted its intricate design built specifically for controlling magical creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Jishue casually turned and walked away, but a sly grin crept onto his face. That cub was the weakest of its litter. I was worried I'd never get rid of it. He chuckled internally. This rookie showed up just in time. Good thing he paid first. If that defective wolf had collapsed during contracting, I'd be in trouble. Unaware of Lu Jishue's scheming, Zhou Yi prepared to activate the contract scroll. As he unfurled it, an ethereal formation lit up beneath him. Placing the cub inside, he watched as the ritual took effect. Suddenly, deep purple light erupted from the formation, its radiance sweeping across the market. Lu Jishue, already halfway down the street, felt the surge of energy and froze in place. Slowly, he turned back, his face draining of color. The once frail cub was changing, its body expanding, its aura intensifying, its dull fur now gleaming with an intimidating violet glow. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Wait, that dark purple light, someone stammered. Isn't that the sign of a legendary tier magical pet? How ridiculously lucky do you have to be to find a legendary tier pet at this market? Here's a refined and engaging rewrite of your script. A man rushed up to Zhou Yi, eyes gleaming with greed. I'll buy that Tempest Wolf from you, 1,000 points right now. Jiang Churen, just as stunned, clung to Zhou Yi's arm, practically vibrating with excitement. Brother Zhou Yi, you've got insane luck. This cub must be a devolved legendary magical pet. Your energy must have nourished it, restoring its original tier. Zhou Yi finally pieced it together. He had seriously underestimated the effects of that lucky potion he drank earlier. The once frail cub, now brimming with power, wagged its tail happily and hopped onto Zhou Yi's lap, already acting like a loyal companion. Jiang Churen admired the little wolf before grinning. You haven't named it yet. What do you call it? Zhou Yi thought for a moment, then smiled. I'll call it Gray. Jiang Churen blinked, then burst out laughing. Gray? That's so basic. You pull a legendary pet out of nowhere, and that's the name you go with. She ruffled Gray's fur affectionately. But fine, it's still cute. Before they could leave, Lu Jishue came storming back, face red with panic and desperation. Wait, I messed up selling that cub for only 60 points. He took a deep breath, forcing his voice to sound firm. If you want to keep it, pay me 500 more points. Or return the pet. I'll refund you 300 points. Either way, you owe me a decision. The moment he said that, murmurs spread through the crowd. Classic mistake, a nearby vendor muttered. He didn't even check the cub's real tier before selling it. A woman beside him whispered, Lu Jishue's backed by the Lu family. They've got connections with Headmaster Wang Hui. No way he lets this slide. Zhou, he might be in trouble. But then everything changed. Zhou, he stepped forward, his golden aura erupting with overwhelming force. The marketplace fell silent as a crushing pressure filled the air. I've never heard of something so pathetic. Zhou, he said coldly. You sell something, then demand more money after the deal is done? His glare sharpened. Pathetic. Lu Zhixue staggered back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is this pressure? His heartbeat pounded in his ears. I feel like I'm staring death in the face. How can a freshman have this kind of aura? Zhou Yi's voice was like a blade slicing through steel. Stop dreaming and get out of my sight. His golden light flared dangerously. Try anything else, and the consequences won't be so forgiving. Lu Zhixue's legs buckled. The sheer weight of Zhou Yi's presence crushed his pride into dust. He collapsed to his knees, groveling. Bro, it's my bad. A misunderstanding. I swear. Please, just take the Tempest Wolf. I don't want any trouble. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the once cocky Lu Zhixue begged for mercy. Jiang Churen smirked. Wow, brother Zhou Yi, you don't just tame legendary pets, you tame people too. As Zhou Yi withdrew his aura, Lu Zhixue scrambled to his feet, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. He didn't dare make eye contact. Zhou Yi turned to leave, but glanced back one last time. His voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable weight. Take care of yourself, and stay out of my way. I won't warn you again. Jiang Churen shot Lu Zhixue a final icy glare, and even Gray let out a low, menacing growl before the three of them walked away, leaving Lu Zhixue humiliated in the middle of the market. As they strolled down the busy streets, Jiang Churen's earlier sharp demeanor vanished, replaced by a cheerful smile. Brother Zhou Yi, can I stop by later to play with Gray? Zhou Yi chuckled. Of course. You're welcome anytime. Behind them, murmurs began to spread like wildfire. Wait, that was Zhou Yi, one merchant whispered. The number one freshman? The one who got a gold contribution medal from Principal Wang Hui, a bald seller added, his eyes wide. Another merchant smirked. Lu Zhixue's been throwing his weight around for ages because of his family connections, but this time, he picked the wrong fight. As the chatter grew, the crowd suddenly parted. A tall, imposing man strode forward, exuding an aura of power. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Lu Wucheng is here. Lu Zhixue's older brother. Lu Zhixue's face lit up with relief. His backup had arrived. Brother, help me, he cried, stumbling forward. You have to get justice for me. Lu Wucheng didn't say a word. He simply lifted his leg. A brutal kick sent Lu Zhixue flying, landing in a crumpled heap on the ground. The market fell into stunned silence. Lu Zhixue clutched his bleeding lip, staring up in shock. Why did you kick me? Lu Wucheng's glare was like a blade cutting through him. You idiot, he spat. Do you have any idea what you've done? Do you understand how important it is for a new student to receive a gold contribution medal? You should be begging that Zhou Yi lets you live. If you have any sense, disappear. Now, Lu Zhixue lay there, his world crumbling around him. When did I provoke someone this terrifying? Back home, Zhou Yi wasted no time testing Gray's abilities. The wolf cub, no longer the frail creature from before, moved with unbelievable agility, its tiny frame already brimming with power. As Zhou Yi watched, gusts of wind swirled around Gray's paws, reacting instinctively to its movements. A satisfied smile formed on Zhou Yi's lips. It's truly worthy of being an epic-tier wind wolf, he mused. Even at this young age, it can instinctively manipulate the wind. Gray wagged its tail, letting out a small but confident howl, ready to grow into the legendary beast it was destined to be. A knock on the door interrupted Zhou Yi's thoughts. He exchanged a glance with Gray, the lucky potion's lingering effect making him wonder, could this be another stroke of fortune? Opening the door, Zhou Yi was greeted by a soldier in the Snow Dragon Legion's uniform. The man introduced himself briskly. Zhao Sheng, delivering the promised S-level treasure. He handed over a meticulously sealed box. Zhou Yi accepted it with curiosity. As he opened the box, the sight of the extremely cold lotus, a frozen lotus radiating an icy yet fragrant aroma, left him beaming. Please thank your leader on my behalf, he said, his voice bright with gratitude. Zhao Sheng gave a curt nod. Delivery complete. I'll return to my post. With that, the soldier departed. Zhou Yi admired the lotus in his hands, knowing its importance. With this treasure, Zhou Yun's bloodline crisis could be resolved once the elixir was refined. Next step, finding Yi Tian, he mused. The famed 9th-level alchemist was his best shot at success. However, attempts to book an appointment online hit a dead end. Frustrated but determined, Zhou Yi muttered, guess I'll have to visit the elixir department myself. At the elixir department, he approached the front counter, where a young woman greeted him with a polite smile. Hello, he began. I'm looking for teacher He Tian. I need a pill refined. The woman, introducing herself as Lini, shook her head lightly. Teacher Tian just went to a meeting, but I'm his student. Maybe I can assist you. He hesitated briefly before presenting the treasures. I need the S-level extremely cold elixir refined. Lini's eyes widened at the sight of the extremely cold lotus paired with ice grass. These are S-level natural treasures. How did you even get these? Her shock turned into outright curiosity. He shrugged with a grin. Let's just call it luck. After examining the items, Lini explained the next steps. The refinement fee for an S-level elixir is 800 credits. Once Teacher Tian completes the process, I'll contact you immediately. She handed him a form to fill out for his details. He completed the paperwork, handed over the treasures, and left the department with a feeling of accomplishment. The first hurdle was over. Now, it was all about waiting for the elixir to be ready. He strolled through the academy halls, heading toward his first class. On his way, snippets of conversation floated his way. Did you hear? Alien creatures have been showing up everywhere, one student murmured. Yeah, it's the hot topic right now, another replied. As He entered the classroom, the chatter only grew louder. I heard entire armies are being recalled from the front lines, the student said. Same here, another added. My buddy in the army said alien creatures are appearing all over the empire. He settled into his seat, his mind turning over the information. Alien invasion rumors are spreading like wildfire. This could be serious. Just then, a tap on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw a familiar face. Yi. Song Xiaolan greeted him with her usual bright energy. Song Xiaolan, you're in this class too? He asked, caught off guard. Of course, she replied with a grin. Housemaster Wu Mang is my special instructor, so we'll be classmates from now on. She extended a hand with mock formality. Please take care of me, classmate Yi. Yi shook her hand, amused. I'll rely on your guidance too. Song chuckled. With your strength, it's more like we'll rely on you. But hey, if you ever need anything, I'm here. Before the conversation could go further, the classroom door opened, and Sue Meyer walked in. Her commanding presence silenced the room. I'm Sue Meyer, your instructor for the detailed intricacies of the world of Warcraft, she began. After a brief introduction, her tone shifted to something more serious. I'm sure many of you have heard the rumors, she said. Let me confirm, they're true. The Empire is facing an invasion of alien creatures. Although these beings aren't particularly powerful, the threat is being treated with the utmost urgency. She continued, the Central National Army has escalated to Level 3 combat readiness. In response, major universities, including Sukong University, are receiving increased resource allocations. Effective immediately, monthly resource distributions for students will rise by 70%, and school-issued tasks will offer higher credit rewards. The announcement stirred excitement among the students, but Sue Meyer wasn't finished. Additionally, Abyss mode permissions for the 3 major dungeons on campus will soon be unlocked. However, access will require an Abyss magic stone, which you can purchase with credits. The room buzzed with energy as the news sank in. This is it. Abyss mode is finally opening, one student exclaimed. Time to rack up some real experience. He leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his lips. The storm brewing across the Empire was now knocking at their door. A student in the crowd muttered, even the mission credit rewards are higher now. Looks like the school is really going all out. Noticing the rising excitement, Sue Meyer kept her tone firm but calm. Settle down, she instructed. Increased resources mean nothing if you slack off. Strength comes from effort, not handouts. From his seat, he watched her thoughtfully. She seems different, stronger, more confident. It wasn't just in making progress. The academy was buzzing as students gathered in small groups, discussing dungeon runs. I tried taking on the goblin dungeon boss yesterday, one student groaned. Got wiped at the last second and lost 100 credits. That's what you get for jumping straight into nightmare level, another teased. Nearby, Joey considered his own plans. Now that I'm level 19 and have the extremely cold ice lotus, Gale Mountain is a waste of time. The Abyss level goblin dungeon is the perfect grind spot. Just as he finalized his decision, a familiar figure caught his eye, Jiang Churin. Curious, he walked over. Jiang Churin, what brings you here? He asked, smiling. She turned, her expression brightening. Joey, I heard the dungeon rewards have been boosted, so I wanted to give it a shot. She hesitated before adding, would you like to team up? He raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I was heading there too. With their plans aligned, they entered the dungeon together. Inside, Jiang Churin turned to him. Which difficulty are you going for? Abyss level, He answered without hesitation. You? Jiang Churin hesitated. Abyss level is too tough for me, she admitted. With my strength, I can only manage the difficult level. He stepped closer, his voice calm and reassuring. That's fine. When I clear Abyss level, I'll help you through it next time. A faint blush dusted Jiang Churen's cheeks. Feeling shy, she gently freed her hand from his. Okay, brother Zhou, she murmured with a small smile. I'll go for the difficult level then. Take care. You too. Zhou replied, watching her walk off. With their paths set, Zhou strode toward the abyss-level dungeon. Just then, a stir spread through the crowd. Wait, is that Shiming Xian? What's he doing here? The crowd buzzed with anticipation. It wasn't every day that a top-ranking student challenged the leaderboard dungeon. Don't you know? A student explained. If you break the abyss-level dungeon record, you earn an achievement talent. Those things are nearly impossible to get unless you stumble upon a rare opportunity. No wonder Shiming Xian's here. Shiming Xian, a level 23 mage ranked 86 on the leaderboard, stood nearby, exuding confidence. His reputation as a prodigy made him the center of attention. Zhou spared him a glance before sighing internally. Meh, not interested. I've got my own business to handle. Ignoring the growing chatter, he stepped forward and selected abyss-level difficulty. As soon as he confirmed his choice, the system deducted 400 credits from his account, granting him a glowing purple abyss magic stone. In a flash of light, Zhou vanished, teleported into the goblin dungeon. Outside the dungeon, a murmur of shock rippled through the students. Wait, was that Zhou? The top newcomer? No way. A level 19 warrior challenging abyss level? Is he insane? One student scoffed. If he's just throwing away 400 credits, another sneered. Even Shiming Xian smirked, shaking his head. Looks like some people are letting all these extra resources get to their heads. Inside the dungeon, Zhou landed in the middle of what looked like the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The ground was littered with broken weapons and shattered stone. Crumbling structures loomed in the distance, as if the place had been ravaged by war. He narrowed his eyes. Why is this place in such a state? Could demons have taken over and destroyed everything? Before he could ponder further, his instincts flared. A goblin assassin crept up from behind, blade in hand, its movements nearly silent. Nearly. Without turning around, Zhou pivoted and delivered a devastating punch. The goblin flew back like a ragdoll, its body slamming into a broken pillar before crumpling lifelessly. Zhou smirked. A sneak attack on a 20-year-old? That's just embarrassing. Then, a low growl echoed through the ruins. He turned to see a horde of goblins emerging from the shadows. Each one level 22, silver tier grade. Their glowing eyes locked onto him as they raised their jagged weapons. Unlike the first one, these goblins weren't here for cheap tricks. They were hunters, and they had just found their prey. Zhou cracked his knuckles. Finally, a challenge worth my time. Summoning his warhammer, he tightened his grip. The goblins charged. With fluid precision, Zhou swung his warhammer in a wide arc. The sheer force sent goblins flying, their bodies crumpling like paper dolls. Each impact sent shockwaves through the ruins, reducing the goblins to broken heaps. Within moments, the entire wave had been obliterated. Zhou exhaled, resting the warhammer on his shoulder. That's it. But before he could relax, the ground trembled. A second wave emerged from the ruins, this time larger, stronger, and angrier. A literal goblin army now stood before him. Their sheer numbers made the earth quake beneath their feet as they roared in unison. Zhou grinned. Now we're talking. Zhou quickly assessed the real danger. Not the goblins' individual strength, but their sheer numbers. These grunts are like an endless swarm. If I waste too much energy here, I'll be drained before facing the boss. Gotta be smart about this. With that in mind, Zhou activated Shining Phantom Slash. His warhammer spun like a blur, creating a deadly whirlwind of destruction. Goblins were shredded apart in rapid succession, their shrieks of pain echoing through the ruins. Within minutes, silence fell. The battlefield was now a graveyard of goblins. A system notification popped up. You have gained 11,236 experience points. Zhou exhaled, resting his warhammer on his shoulder. As expected, he muttered, "The higher my level, the harder it is to climb. Even after all that, I'm still far from level 20. Hopefully, the boss makes it worth my time." After catching his breath, he strode toward the boss's lair. The air grew thick with oppressive energy. At the chamber center stood a towering figure. A level 24 legendary tier monster, the Goblin King had led countless raids, leaving human cities in ruins. His hulking frame radiated menace, and his piercing red eyes locked onto Zhou. Then the boss spoke. "Foolish human," the Goblin King roared. "Welcome to the land of your death, prepared especially for you." Zhou blinked. Why do villains always talk so much? Before he could respond, the Goblin King, enraged over the massacre of his minions, charged forward. Fast! Zhou dodged just in time, the king's massive fists slamming into the ground, shattering the stone beneath them. Strong too. Zhou didn't hesitate. He countered with a devastating warhammer strike, aiming straight for the Goblin King's head. The boss reacted instantly, activating Dominant Body. A shimmering shield enveloped his body, nullifying the attack completely. The ground trembled from the impact, but the Goblin King simply grinned. "Human, are these scratches supposed to frighten me?" he mocked. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Physical attacks are useless against him. He was already formulating a new plan when, out of nowhere, a golden angel chain appeared, cutting through the king's defenses like butter. The divine chains wrapped around the Goblin King's massive frame, locking him in place. The moment they tightened, his entire body froze. "What is this?" the Goblin King bellowed, thrashing violently, but his limbs refused to respond. Zhou Yi smirked. "Your magic resistance is surprisingly low," he remarked. Then he raised his warhammer, crackling with energy. "Now, enjoy the special gift I prepared just for you." With a smirk, Zhou Yi unleashed his finishing move. A radiant blast of holy energy erupted from his warhammer, engulfing the Goblin King in a blinding surge of power. The boss's eyes widened in terror, but the angel chain held him fast. He had no chance to escape. The dungeon trembled under the sheer force of the attack. When the light finally faded, the Goblin King was gone. Zhou Yi lowered his weapon, surveying the battlefield. "That was it," he muttered, shaking his head. "Abyss-level boss, and I didn't even need my full mana or advanced skills. What a letdown." Just then, a system notification flashed before him. "Congratulations. You have set a new clearance record for the Abyss-level dungeon. New talent acquired. Rapid casting, A level. Effect, greatly accelerates spellcasting speed, allowing the instant release of low-level spells." Zhou Yi felt a powerful surge as the new talent fused with his abilities. Still, he sighed. "I was hoping this would push me to level 20, but I'm still short." He glanced toward the dungeon entrance. Maybe next time, Jiang Charan can join me. Abyss level would be a great challenge for her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a massive screen displayed the latest dungeon clear records. Among the names, one stood out. Tang Ling Yi Yang, Abyss level clear time, 16 minutes 24 seconds. A group of students gathered, murmuring. "No one's cleared it today," one said. "Abyss level is just too insane, right?" Another agreed. "The moment you enter, you're swarmed by hundreds of silver tier goblins. If you don't handle them fast, you're dead." Jiang Charan stood among the crowd, glancing at the leaderboard. "I managed to clear hard difficulty without much trouble," she thought. "I wonder how Brother Zhou Yi is doing." Suddenly, the leaderboard updated. The murmurs turned into gasps. "Wait, did you see that?" Someone pointed at the screen. "A level 19 Saint Knight named Zhou. He just got first place." Another student yelled. "He broke the Abyss level record." All eyes locked onto the screen. At the very top of the leaderboard, a new name shone brightly. First place, Zhou Yi. Abyss level clear time, 10 minutes 56 seconds. The students went crazy. Who the hell is Zhou Yi? Is he a senior? No, he's the #1 freshman. Disbelief spread like wildfire. Everyone remembered Zhou Yi's insane performance at the freshman competition, but this was on a whole different scale. A level 19 Saint Knight had just annihilated a level 24 legendary boss. How the hell did he do that? Someone muttered. Another student shook his head. Clearing Abyss level is hard enough. But in under 11 minutes? That's unreal. Doubt crept into some of the crowd. There's no way, a skeptical voice said. He had to have cheated, right? But deep down, everyone knew. Zhou Yi was now a monster among monsters. The crowd held its breath, waiting for sure Ming Xian to emerge. Ranked 86th on the Earth list, Xian was expected to put on a far stronger performance, maybe even surpass Zhou Yi's record. Then, the dungeon gate shuddered open. Xian stumbled out, his body battered, his armor scratched, and his face pale with exhaustion. Brother Xian, a student rushed forward, catching him before he collapsed. Xian shook his head, panting. The Abyss realm, it was too much. I lost golden grade equipment and still failed to clear it. He uncorked a recovery potion, taking a shaky sip, but the murmuring crowd caught his attention. What's going on? He asked, his brows furrowing. The student supporting him hesitated before speaking. Brother Xian, a freshman named Zhou, he just cleared the Abyss level in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. He set a new record. Xian froze. The potion slipped from his fingers and shattered on the ground. Impossible, he whispered. Then, the dungeon gate opened again. Zhou, he stepped out. The murmurs grew louder. There he is. Zhou Yi's back. Xian's disbelief hardened into determination. He stepped forward, blocking Zhou Yi's path. I'm sure Ming Xian, ranked 86th on Earth. He introduced himself, his voice steady but tense. How did you clear the Abyss level? His gaze locked on Zhou Yi, sharp with both curiosity and doubt. Did you? Before he could finish, Zhou Yi waved him off. Sorry, I got other things to do. Goodbye. Then he walked right past Xian without a second glance. The abrupt dismissal left Xian speechless. His expression twisted into frustration. Before the tension could build further, Brother Zhou Yi, Jiang Charan came running over. Her face lit up with excitement. Zhou Yi greeted her warmly. Hi, Jiang Charan. Blushing slightly, she said, Congratulations. You cleared abyss level, and I barely survived hard difficulty. It feels like no matter how much I train, you just keep getting further ahead. Zhou Yi stepped closer, his tone calm, yet encouraging. Don't worry. The Goblin King is easy once you know the right strategies. He smirked. I'll teach you everything you need to beat him. I've got plenty of credits. I could take you through a few more times. We'll figure it out together. The crowd exploded in whispers. He just cleared the dungeon, and now he's going back in? Has he turned abyss difficulty into his personal training ground? That's the difference between monsters and regular people, one student muttered in awe. Meanwhile, Ming Xian stood frozen. Each comment cut deep. A student beside him tried to encourage him. Brother Xian, you almost cleared abyss level. Maybe one more try is all you need. But Xian wasn't listening. His hands clenched into fists. His pride had just taken the biggest hit of his life. Ming Xian's resignation. Ming Xian sat in silence, his expression dark and unreadable. The murmurs around him felt distant, like echoes from a place he no longer belonged. Finally, after a long pause, he spoke. There's no need, he said quietly, his voice heavy with resignation. I won't challenge this realm again. The students around him froze. Someone hesitated before asking, Brother Xian, are you serious? But Xian didn't answer. The weight of his defeat, the whispers, the comparisons to Zhou Yi, they had taken their toll. For the first time, Ming Xian accepted that there were mountains even he couldn't climb. Inside the abyss dungeon. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Jiang Charan ventured into the dungeon together. Zhou Yi turned to her with a smirk. This is our second time teaming up. Feels like just yesterday we were fighting side by side in Tempest Valley. Jiang Charan's cheeks flushed pink at the memory. Shyly, she started that experience, but her voice trailed off. Her mind drifted back to that battle. Waves of demons surrounding her, pushing her to the brink. In that moment of despair, she had almost chosen self-destruction. But Zhou Yi had been there, fighting, protecting, refusing to let her fall. And then that moment, the kiss, a gesture born of gratitude and something deeper. Gathering her courage, she looked at him and said, Those demons had me completely trapped. If not for you, I don't even want to think about it. Zhou Yi grinned. It was an honor to rescue you. His voice was warm but confident. And that was just the beginning of our adventures. There are many more ahead. Jiang Charan's heart skipped a beat. But before she could say anything, a horde of goblin warriors suddenly emerged, their grotesque laughter filling the air. Each one was level 22, and there were a lot of them. Jiang Charan's eyes widened. The abyss difficulty really doesn't hold back. These goblin stats are insane. Zhou Yi, however, was completely unfazed. He had brought Jiang Charan here to help her gain experience and clear the dungeon together. Calmly, he began coaching her. Don't focus on their levels, he instructed. They're dangerous because of their numbers, not their strength. Control the battlefield. Focus on your skills, and you'll see they aren't as scary as they look. Jiang Charan took a deep breath and nodded. Zhou Yi smirked. All right, you take the left. I'll take the right. Watch your back, and don't let any sneak up on you. Jiang Charan gripped her sword tighter. Got it? The battle was set. Before charging in, Zhou Yi activated several buffs. Gift of Power enhances strength and speed. Shield of Protection reduces incoming damage. Weapon's Blessing increases attack impact. Not only boosting himself, but enhancing Jiang Charan's abilities as well. Empowered by the buffs, Jiang Charan raised her Dark Element sword, its edge gleaming with magic. Zhou Yi spun his warhammer, the air crackling with raw force. Side by side, they charged. Zhou Yi charges in like a one-man demolition crew, his hammer smashing goblins left and right. Charan, take the flank. Keep him guessing, he yells, his voice booming over the battlefield. Jiang Charan, invigorated by the buffs, feels her power skyrocket. Her movements are sharper, her strikes deadlier, almost like she'd just activated a hidden cheat code. When a pack of goblins tries to ambush her, Jiang Charan doesn't flinch. Nice try, she mutters, raising her blade. With a single dark slash, she carves through them like a hot knife through butter. The dark energy surging through her sword amplifies the damage, turning what could have been a skirmish into a cleanup operation. Despite her lower level, she dismantles the silver-tier goblins with a speed and precision that makes Zhou Yi glance over mid-swing and whistle. The duo's synergy is flawless. Zhou Yi's hammer swings cause mayhem, while Jiang Charan's blade ensures no goblin escapes. In record time, the horde is reduced to 0. As the XP notifications roll in, Jiang Churen levels up to 18 with 5,200 XP, while Zhou Yi inches closer to his next level with 5,900 XP. Jiang Churen's eyes sparkle with excitement. That was insane. Let's hit the next one, she says, practically bouncing on her feet. Zhou Yi smirks. All right, but don't get cocky. The boss will be a whole different beast. The pair strides into the goblin boss's lair, greeted by a massive figure that looks like it walked straight out of a nightmare. The level 24 goblin boss roars, the sound echoing through the cavern. You dare disturb my realm? Prepare to pay. Jiang Churen's confidence falters for a moment. Zhou Yi, this guy's not just beefed up, he's the whole steakhouse. What's the plan? Zhou Yi adjusts his grip on his hammer, calm and composed. Bosses like this usually have one fatal flaw. This guy's spell resistance is trash. Hit him with your strongest skill, and we'll bring him down fast. Emboldened, Jiang Churen channels her succubus bloodline. Her aura darkens, and demonic energy swirls around her blade. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashes her ultimate, demonic slash. The attack hits the goblin boss squarely, but instead of crippling him, the dark energy is absorbed into his body. His eyes glow brighter, and his aura surges, signaling a terrifying power-up. That's bad, Jiang Churen says, taking a cautious step back. The now supercharged goblin boss stomps the ground, triggering a ground shockwave. The entire cavern trembles, forcing both fighters to brace themselves against the unrelenting tremors. Zhou Yi is the first to recover. He quickly checks on Jiang Churen, who's visibly shaken but unharmed. I'm fine, she assures him, though her voice carries the weight of regret. But this is my fault. I made him stronger. I couldn't control the demonic energy. Zhou Yi puts a hand on her shoulder. Stop it. Gil's not going to help us win. We need a new plan and fast. Jiang Churen nods, determination flickering in her eyes. Right? No time for regrets. Let's finish this. The fight isn't over yet, but one thing is clear. The stakes just got real. Zhou Yi watches as Jiang Churen sinks into self-blame, her shoulders heavy with guilt. He steps closer, his voice firm but reassuring. Snap out of it, Churen. We're not done yet. His words carry more than just comfort. They hold a battle-hardened resolve. Determined to turn the tide, Zhou Yi falls back on the strategy that worked before. He activates Punishment of Light, his attack blazing toward the goblin boss. But this time, the monster doesn't even flinch. A shimmering barrier absorbs the blow effortlessly. Zhou Yi grits his teeth. Great. So much for round 2. Still undeterred, he summons the Spear of Light and turns to Jiang Churen. Listen, if this goes south, use the Abyss Stone and get out of here. Jiang Churen's hands tighten into fists, but she says nothing. Zhou Yi charges in, launching a relentless assault, divine chains, rapid strikes, every move he has. But nothing gets through. The goblin boss effortlessly shatters the divine chain, his newfound power turning Zhou Yi's once effective techniques into mere annoyances. Jiang Churen watches, frozen. Guilt coils around her like a vice, choking her resolve. She clenches her blade, but doesn't move. This is my fault. I made him stronger, and now I can't even help. Then, a voice slithers into her mind. Pathetic. Her breath catches as a shadowy figure emerges in her inner world. It's her. No. It's the presence of her succubus bloodline. It regards her with a smirk, eyes gleaming with wicked amusement. Look at you, weak, powerless, clinging to doubt while he fights for you. Jiang Churen shakes her head. No. Enough. You have power. Power that can change this battle. But if you won't claim it, why not just run like he told you to? Asterisk. Her heartbeat pounds in her ears. The goblin boss presses its attack, forcing Zhou Yi back. He's already considering his last resort, activating his angel physique. When it happens, a blinding arc of energy cuts through the battlefield. With a sickening SHHK, the goblin boss's arm is severed clean off. The beast howls in agony, staggering back as dark energy is forcibly ripped from its body. Zhou Yi turns, eyes widening in shock. Jiang Churen stands there, transformed. Dark power radiates from her very being. Her once composed expression is replaced by something different. A chilling, otherworldly confidence. Her laughter echoes through the cavern, smooth yet menacing. You had your fun, but I'll take it from here. The goblin boss snarls, but panic flickers in its eyes. It can no longer absorb demonic energy. Worse, it's being drained. Jiang Churen grins, stepping forward. Let's see what this power can really do. The goblin boss roars in agony, clutching the stump where his arm used to be. Jiang Churen smirks, tilting her head playfully. Oh, don't cry yet. That was just the appetizer. Her voice drips with amusement as she watches his stolen power surge back into her. Blinded by rage, the boss charges, his massive form thundering across the battlefield. But Jiang Churen remains still, unimpressed. Just as he closes the gap, She raises a single hand. A pulse of dark energy builds at her fingertips before erupting into a devastating beam of pure destruction. The entire battlefield quakes under the force. Zhou Yi shields his eyes as a shockwave ripples through the cavern. When the dust settles, the goblin boss is gone, obliterated in an instant. Jiang Churen exhales, flexing her fingers as if testing her newfound power. Zhou Yi, still processing what just happened, lets out a low whistle. Well, remind me never to make you mad. Their interface flashes. 23,200 XP gained. 15 stat points. 15 skill points. Jiang Churen saunters up to Zhou Yi, her eyes gleaming with playful mischief. So, she purrs, leaning in dangerously close. How about we keep going? This work of ours is getting interesting. Zhou Yi blinks, his brain stalling as she steps even closer, placing a hand on his chest. What's wrong? She teases, voice dripping with sultry amusement. Don't tell me you don't like this version of me? Before he can formulate a response, she grabs his hand and places it on her waist. Zhou Yi practically short-circuits. His face burns as he yanks his hand back and takes a hasty step away. Wait, are you really Jiang Churen? His voice is wary, but his concern is real. The question hits like a splash of cold water. Jiang Churen freezes, her teasing demeanor flickering. Her expression shifts, as if waking from a trance. Slowly, she steps back, her playful confidence cracking. Then, with a mortified groan, she drops to the ground, burying her face in her hands. Ugh, that wasn't me. That was definitely the bloodline. Zhou Yi kneels beside her, his tone softer now. You sure? Jiang Churen peeks through her fingers, cheeks burning. I wasn't possessed, I swear. Just got a little carried away. After a pause, Zhou Yi gently lifts her chin, his gaze steady. As long as you're still you, that's all that matters. Her heart skips a beat, and she quickly waves him off. We should focus on clearing the dungeon. No time for sentimental moments. Zhou Yi chuckles, standing up. Agreed. But let's use this as training. Help you control that power before it controls you. Jiang Churen exhales, nodding. Then, with a sly grin, at this point, the Goblin King is practically our old friend. Zhou Yi laughs. Right? Feels like we're running drills more than clearing dungeons. The tension finally breaks, and with renewed determination, the duo heads deeper into the challenge, ready for whatever comes next. Outside the dungeon, a group of students gathered, murmuring in curiosity and speculation. Abyss-level realms are no joke, one student remarked. Only that monstrous freshman ever cleared it. Another scoffed. TSH. Maybe Zhou, you just got lucky. A third student rolled their eyes. Right? And maybe you should try your luck in there and see how far you get. The sarcasm was thick, and the group chuckled as the doubter fell silent, unable to argue. Just then, the leaderboard flickered. The students turned their heads, only to freeze in shock. New record. Zhou Yi, first place. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Again? This guy's unreal, someone exclaimed. But before the hype could settle, the board shifted once more. New record. Jiang Churen, first place. Silence. Then, an explosion of disbelief. Wait, what? She passed Zhou Yi. Wasn't she just struggling with a hard difficulty a while ago? One student turned to his friend, looking utterly defeated. Brother, I finally understand what it means to witness the gap between a genius and a mere mortal. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen showed no signs of slowing down. Zhou Yi conquered the abyss-level realm again, while Jiang Churen, now fully in sync with her newfound power, cleared it once more. This time as part of their unstoppable duo. Their repeated victories turned them into living legends on campus. When they finally emerged from the dungeon, exhausted but triumphant, Jiang Churen stretched her arms with a bright smile. Brother Zhou Yi, I heard the Element House is putting on a fireworks display for the freshmen. Let's go watch. Zhou Yi, more than ready for a break, chuckled. Sounds good. Let's take it easy for a bit. The two made their way to the Element House, a street powered entirely by magic. The entire area shimmered with ethereal lights, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The warm glow reflected in Jiang Churen's excited eyes as she looked around in awe. Zhou Yi glanced at her and let out a laugh. We farmed that realm so hard today, I didn't even realize how much XP we racked up. Jiang Churen nodded, then turned to him, her expression soft with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhou Yi. I've gained so much from the abyss-level realm. All because of you. Zhou Yi smiled. You did the work. I just made sure you didn't go on a demon-powered rampage. She smirked. No promises for next time. The fireworks burst above them, lighting up the sky in brilliant hues, just like their rise in the academy rankings. Zhou Yi chuckled, waving off Jiang Churen's praise. You're giving me too much credit. You put in the effort. I just give a little push. As they continued down the glowing magical street, They stopped before a towering statue. Zhou Yi examined it curiously. Who's this? Jiang Charin's expression softened with admiration. This is Mage Wei Yang, honored as the protective deity. He single-handedly defended against multiple invasions from otherworldly legions. His bravery became legend. She paused, her voice growing solemn. But during his final battle, a demon lord ambushed him from behind. He sacrificed himself, and his soul was completely wiped out. Because of that, he can never be resurrected. Zhou Yi's gaze lingered on the statue, his respect deepening. To stand alone against so many, that's true greatness. After a moment, he turned to Jiang Charin, curiosity sparking in his eyes. I don't know much about history. Tell me about the Dark Ages. Jiang Charin brightened at his interest. All right, let's start with the Golden Age. It began in the year 2544, 80 years ago. That era saw the rise of many extraordinary talents, earning its prestigious title. Heroes like the Tempest Sword Saint Cheng Pinghai and the Heat Blade Saintly Xiao Yang became legends. And even now, they're still fighting on the front lines. But then came the Dark Age. She continued, her voice turning grim. It all started when humanity got a little too ambitious, exploring, attacking, and expanding into other worlds. That's when the invasions began. Creatures from beyond swarmed in, and everything spiraled into chaos. Zhou Yi listened intently as she recounted the harrowing battles that followed. The elites of the Golden Age fought with everything they had, sacrificing themselves to push back the tide of destruction. 30 years of relentless war. Millions of warriors lost. But in the end, humanity won, and peace was restored. A brief silence hung between them. Jiang Charin's expression darkened, a flicker of unease crossing her face. But lately, the dimensional cracks are opening again. What if history repeats itself? Zhou Yi noticed her worry and, without hesitation, placed a firm hand on her head. Don't overthink it, he said confidently. This time it's different. The creatures slipping through the cracks now are nothing compared to what they faced back then. And we're not the people of the Golden Age. We're stronger. He smirked, his eyes glinting with certainty. If darkness falls again, it won't be humanity trembling in fear. It'll be those otherworldly creatures regretting they ever set foot here. Jiang Charin blinked, then let out a small laugh. You always make it sound so simple. Because it is, Zhou Yi shrugged. Now come on, we've got fireworks to watch. The tension melted as they continued down the glowing street. The night sky soon to be illuminated by bursts of magic and color. Jiang Charin smiles at Zhou Yi's unwavering confidence. You're right, she agrees. We've been training for this. If they come, we'll be ready. At that moment, fireworks burst into the night sky, painting the magical street with dazzling colors. The vibrant explosions reflect off the shimmering buildings, creating an enchanting atmosphere. With playful energy, Jiang Charin grabs Zhou Yi's hand and pulls him toward a better viewing spot. Together, they watch the display, their earlier worries momentarily forgotten. The scene shifts. Zhou Yi sits on a train, gazing out the window. He exhales a long sigh. Too bad Miss Su isn't here. I could have used the military teleportation array. Having grown used to instant travel, the slow pace of the train now feels agonizing. His attention shifts to the frozen pill in his hand, a rare remedy capable of curing Zhou Yun's illness. Holding it, he feels a wave of relief. Finally, I can help her. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun sits in her room, fidgeting with impatience. Why isn't he here yet? She grumbles, frustration evident. Beside her, Ching chuckles, offering a reassuring smile. Relax. He just called. He'll be here soon. Just then, the door swings open. I'm back, Zhou Yi announces with a warm smile. Zhou Yun's mood shifts instantly. Beaming with excitement, she leaps onto him, settling comfortably on his lap. Zhou Yi laughs, stroking her hair gently. I was worried about you the whole way here, but seeing you this full of energy, I feel a lot better now. Zhou Yun puffs out her chest proudly. Of course, I've been taking my medicine every day. Her cheerful declaration earns an amused glance from Ching. Ching turns to Zhou Yi, smiling softly. It's good to see you again after so long. Zhou Yi nods. It really has been a while, Sister Ching. Stepping closer, Ching's expression shifts, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Now that you're back, how long will you stay? Zhou Yi sighs. 3, maybe 4 days. I came for Yun's final treatment. At his words, Zhou Yun's face immediately falls. She clings to him, her voice turning pitiful. That's way too short. Zhou Yi ruffles her hair in an attempt to console her. But before he can say anything, she brightens up, her tone switching in an instant. Fine, but did you bring a gift for your adorable sister? Zhou Yi chuckles at her sudden shift in attitude. Without missing a beat, he summons the horn of the golden-grayed beast, handing it to her. Here, this lets you summon a golden grade bear for protection. Zhou Yun's eyes sparkle. A bear? That's so cool. Watching her excitement, Zhou Yi smiles, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. This trip is already worth it. Yun's eyes sparkle as she clutches the gift, practically vibrating with excitement. This is perfect. Exactly what I expected from my awesome brother. Thank you. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and Zhou Yi chuckles, resting a gentle hand on her head. Once you're fully cured, you'll be just as strong as me. Maybe even stronger. Before Yun can respond, the doorbell rings. Zhou Yi heads over and opens it to find Secretary Zhao and Madame Chu Yi standing outside. With a warm smile, he steps aside to welcome them in. Secretary Zhao nods politely. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Madame Chu Yi last night, and she came immediately. Before he can continue, Madame Chu Yi waves a hand dismissively, a confident smile gracing her lips. Come now, Secretary Zhao, as if I'd ignore an invitation from Zhou Yi of all people. Zhou Yi steps forward, shaking her hand. You're too kind, Madame Chu Yi. I'm the one who should be thanking you for coming. Her eyes gleam with approval. And I nearly forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you find the frozen lotus, but you also managed to refine it into a frost pill with effects far beyond expectations. Secretary Zhao's jaw drops. The frost pill? That's an S-grade treasure. Its value is priceless. It's practically impossible to obtain. Zhou Yi merely chuckles at his reaction and gives a brief explanation of how he acquired it. But he quickly shifts gears. We shouldn't waste any more time. My sister's treatment comes first. Madame Chu Yi nods. Agreed. Let's begin immediately. Inside a specially prepared room, Yun sits at the center, her hands clenched in her lap. As the others set up, she hesitates before looking up at Zhou Yi, her voice small. Bro, will this really be okay? Zhou Yi kneels beside her, placing the frost pill gently in her palm. You don't have to worry, he assures her with a calm, steady smile. Just take this pill, and everything will be fine. Yun swallows hard, then gives a firm nod. Okay, I'm ready. She steps into the intricate formation in the center of the room. As she prepares, Zhou Yi moves into position, activating a series of powerful buffs. Blessing of protection, blessing of dawn, blessing of courage. The room is instantly bathed in radiant light, the sacred energy rippling through the air like a divine force. Everyone present watches in awe as the power intensifies. Even Madame Chu Yi, a seasoned priest, is taken aback. She studies Zhou Yi with wide eyes, unable to hide her admiration. His sacred energy, it's purer than my own. As the light washes over her, Yun's earlier fear fades, replaced by newfound strength. She takes a deep breath, steadying her resolve. This was it, the moment that would change everything. With everything in place, Zhou Yi gives a firm nod to Madame Chu Yi. She steps forward, activating the intricate formation beneath Yun. As the array hums to life, glowing symbols spread across the room, pulsing with energy. Now, take the frost pill, Madame Chu Yi instructs. Yun swallows the pill, and the change is immediate. A brilliant frost light erupts from her body, sending a chilling shockwave through the air. Ice rapidly spreads across the floor, freezing everything in its path. The temperature plummets, and a thick mist swirls around the room. What's happening? Is something wrong? Someone shouts in alarm. Zhou Yi remains composed. Stay calm. I'll handle this. Without hesitation, he activates the sacred flame. Warm, purifying energy radiates outward, pushing back against the encroaching frost. The intense energy from the pill gradually stabilizes under the sacred flame's influence, bringing balance to the chaotic burst. Zhou Yi looks around, reassured by the change. That was the last uncontrolled frost surge Yun will ever experience. Slowly, the freezing energy settles. The radiant frost light dims as Yun regains control over her power. Madame Chu Yi exhales in relief. The hardest part is over, she says. Now, all that's left is for Yun to fully absorb the pill's essence. Inside the formation, Yun feels the icy energy flowing through her veins. The frost pill dissolves completely, and for the first time in her life, she isn't fighting against the frost. It's hers to command. Taking a deep breath, she raises a hand, channeling her newfound power. In a final act of release, she summons the lingering frost energy into a majestic frost dragon. The shimmering beast coils around her, its presence both awe-inspiring and serene. Unlike before, the frost no longer harms. It nurtures, strengthens. Everyone watches in stunned silence as the dragon slowly dissipates, leaving behind a transformed Yun. She steps out of the formation, her posture confident, her aura entirely different. Then, without hesitation, she runs straight to Zhou Yi, her face lit with joy. Bro, I think my illness is completely gone. Zhou places a hand on her head, smiling. That's great news. Now, let's check your status, see what's changed. Excited, Yin quickly examines her abilities. Her eyes widen as she instinctively raises a hand, forming an intricate ice sculpture in mere seconds. The details are flawless, precise, like an artist's masterpiece carved from pure frost. Bro, my frost bloodline awakened, she exclaims. I can control ice freely, summon it whenever I want. As she marvels at her newfound abilities, a thought crosses her mind. She looks up at Zhou, eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, does this mean I'll get more cool abilities after my bloodline fully awakens? She asks, grinning playfully. Watching his sister excitedly test her newfound frost bloodline, Zhou chuckles. Normal bloodline awakenings don't usually come with special talents. But then again, you are my sister. You awakened a rare frost bloodline after all. As he speaks, a thought crosses his mind. Our family gained so much from this frost bloodline. Could we have a powerful frost-class ancestor? He quickly dismisses the idea, recalling their family struggles. Even if that were true, it's clear our lineage fell from prominence long ago. Shaking off the thought, he turns to Madame Chu-yi. Madame Chu-yi, Yun's frost bloodline has fully awakened. But could you check her condition, just to be sure? Before she can respond, Secretary Zhao steps forward with a formal air. Mr. Zhou, I wanted to inform you that not only has Miss Yun been completely cured, but the mayor is taking her frost bloodline awakening very seriously. He has arranged for a new batch of resources to support your cultivation. Zhou nods in appreciation. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. I truly appreciate the support. I'll need to return to school soon, but I'll have to trouble you with looking after Yun while I'm away. Secretary Zhao bows slightly. It would be my honor, Mr. Zhou. Meanwhile, Yun is happily playing with King, her laughter filling the room. Zhou watches with a smile before calling out. Yun, have you decided what class you'll switch to in the future? Yun pauses, her expression turning thoughtful. Then, with a confident grin, she declares, definitely mage. Zhou smirks. A perfect choice. When you reach level 10, I'll find a hidden mage class conversion book for you. Yun's eyes widen with excitement. Really? That's amazing, brother. But then, as if sensing something deep within herself, she hesitates before adding, I can feel a dark power awakening inside me. It won't be long until our true power is fully unlocked. Her words instantly change the atmosphere in the room. Madame Chu-yi stiffens, her face flashing with concern. Dark power? Why would she have dark power? Without wasting a second, she rushes over and begins examining Yun carefully, scanning for anything she might have overlooked. The tension is palpable. Suddenly, the scene shifts, a childhood memory. A much younger Zhou and Yun are playing together. Yun giggles mischievously, waving her hands dramatically. Behold, I am a mistress of dark power, she declares, striking a villainous pose. Zhou raises an eyebrow before grabbing her by the collar. All right, little villain, time for a reality check. Let me show you what real frost power can do. Yun thrashes playfully, laughing as he drags her toward the training room. Sis Ching, save me. If my brother trains me, I'll die, she cries out dramatically. The memory fades, leaving only the looming mystery of her awakening dark power. As everyone laughs at Yun's playful antics, Madame Chu-yi chuckles to herself. Dark power, huh? This should be interesting, she muses, amused by the light-hearted moment. Later, Zhou takes Yun to a separate room for training. The moment they arrive, she strikes a dramatic pose. Brother, I won't hold back. I'll unleash my full power and freeze everything in my path. With a flourish, she summons her ice spirit, launching a rapid barrage of icicle attacks. The sharp projectiles streak toward Zhou, only to shatter harmlessly against his barrier before they even land. He watches her efforts with a proud smile. Her body has completely recovered. Now I can set up a proper cultivation plan for her. But the second he mentions training schedules, Yin suddenly clutches her chest in exaggerated distress. Oh no, my frost energy, it's acting up again. Looks like I won't be able to cultivate with you after all, she laments. Zhou narrows his eyes, stepping forward. Sensing imminent danger, Yun backtracks instantly, laughing nervously. Just kidding. I must have been mistaken. Let's get to work. The two train hard, with Yun giving it her all. By the end, she collapses onto the floor, panting. Bro, I'll leave the saving the world mission to you. I'm officially retired, she groans dramatically. Zhou chuckles. I feel the same. Who else but me could handle that responsibility? After their session, he summons Gray, a small, adorable magical pet. Handing it to Yun, he says, This is Gray. I recently contracted it. It'll keep you company while I'm away. Yun's eyes light up as she takes the fluffy creature into her hands. Don't worry, brother. I'll take good care of Gray. We'll train so hard together. She pauses, then smirks mischievously. Holding the tiny pet close, she whispers, "Come on, Gray, let's sign a contract with darkness and become eternal companions." Gray lets out a confused squeak. A few days later, Joey prepares to return to school, now free of worries about Yun's condition. As he walks, he thinks to himself, "I hope Jiang Charin can set up a teleportation array soon. This back-and-forth travel is getting annoying." Just as the thought crosses his mind, a sudden flash of light appears before him. Sue Meyer steps out, teleportation magic crackling around her. Joey stops in his tracks, startled. "Miss Sue? What are you doing here?" She wastes no time. The National Freshman Exchange competition is starting soon. Each team needs 5 members for the team match. Since you won first place in the Academy's freshman competition, you're the team leader. She crosses her arms, giving him a pointed look. That means assembling the team is your responsibility. Here's the refined version of your script with improved pacing, sharper dialogue, and a natural blend of strategy, tension, and intrigue. Sue Meyer hands Joe a list of the top 10 performers from the freshman competition. "Choose 4 members for your team," she instructs. Joey glances at the list and, without hesitation, says, "I'll take the top 4. Sue Meyer raises an eyebrow. "That's a bit hasty." Crossing her arms, she explains, "In team matches, stamina conservation is crucial, especially in the later rounds. A priest can restore status effects and heal injuries, essential for maintaining a team's strength." She gives him a pointed look. "While your buffs as a Saint Knight are powerful, your recovery skills are still weaker than a dedicated priest's." She taps the list. "If you check previous year's competitions, you'll see that teams without a healer struggle to go all the way." Joe listens but remains completely unfazed. He smirks. "We don't need a priest. If we defeat our opponents fast enough, recovery won't be an issue." His confidence isn't just arrogance. He fully believes he can dominate the individual category, and if necessary, handle entire teams alone with his 6-wing activation. Sue Meyer studies him for a moment. Given his overwhelming performance in the freshman competition, she realizes he might actually be right. With Joey on the team, we might not even need a healer. We could steamroll through other schools. After a brief pause, she shrugs. "If you're that confident, I'll leave everything related to the team to Housemaster Wu." Joey nods, his tone unwavering. "Don't worry. First place is ours." Before leaving, Sue Meyer turns back. "Did you finish your sister's bloodline awakening?" Joey inclines his head slightly. "I did, and I have to thank you. It was all possible because of your help and the frozen lotus you told me about." "Please," Sue Meyer smiles. "Good to hear." Joey then asks, "Do you know where I can find a hidden class conversion book?" Sue Meyer arches a brow. "For your sister?" "Yes," Joey affirms. "With otherworldly monsters appearing through mid-sized cracks, I feel an urgency. I want Yin to have more power to protect herself. As soon as possible." Sue Meyer's smile shifts into something more knowing. "You're quite thoughtful, Joey." She pauses, then continues, "Yes, the Academy does have a hidden class conversion book, but purchasing one won't be easy." Before he can ask for details, she activates her teleportation circle. Just before vanishing, she tosses him a cryptic parting remark. "Do your best in the freshman exchange competition. I have other business to attend to." Her tone carries a teasing lilt, leaving Joey puzzled. Just what is she up to? Curious about Sue Meyer's cryptic remark, Joey checks the requirements for obtaining the hidden class conversion book. His confusion quickly turns to understanding as he scans the conditions. The student must be level 25. They must hold at least an A grade in school missions. They must rank within the top 10 Earth rank and the top 100 Heaven rank. Even the cheapest conversion book costs a staggering 20,000 points. Joey exhales, shaking his head. So that's why she spoke in riddles? This isn't just difficult. It's ridiculous. Before he can dwell on it, a system notification pops up. New mission. National Freshman Exchange Competition. His rewards will depend on his combined performance in both the individual and team matches. The challenge ignites his determination. Looks like I'll have to dominate this tournament. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's team selection has already been submitted to Housemaster Wu, prompting a faculty meeting to finalize the academy's strategy. As the teachers gather, Housemaster Wu begins. Zhou Yi has submitted his lineup for the team match. Here are his choices. Saint Knight Zhou Yi, Spiritual Swordsman Jiang Charin, Spiritual Taoist Song Xiaolan, Mage Tang Lingyi, Warrior Wei Tiexin. The announcement sparks immediate surprise. Mr. Rong, one of the instructors, furrows his brows. There's no priest? That's risky. Without healing support, this could fall apart fast. Before the concern spreads, Element Teacher Cho Huayang waves a hand dismissively. I don't think we need to worry. Zhou Yi alone is enough to replace a priest. Cho speaks with absolute confidence. He had personally guided Zhou Yi through the bloodline forging technique and knew better than anyone just how broken his abilities were. Teacher Kong nods in agreement. Not only can he provide buffs, but his defensive and offensive capabilities are top tier. He might be able to handle the entire tournament on his own. Teacher Jiang, instead of objecting, takes a more strategic approach. Then our focus should be on maximizing Zhou Yi's strength while ensuring the team can work together effectively. With their concerns addressed, the teachers approve the lineup. Housemaster Wu finalizes the decision and instructs Su Meyer to gather the team in the warehouse in 3 days. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi is in the middle of completing a system mission when another notification appears. Message from Headmaster Wang Hui. A one-on-one class has been arranged. Your first since becoming my disciple. Zhou Yi grins, excitement flickering in his eyes. Finishing his mission, he chooses skill points as his reward, boosting his abilities even further. First the competition, now a private lesson from the headmaster? Zhou Yi smirks. With a satisfied smile, Zhou Yi muttered to himself, thanks to the system, I can keep pushing ahead. Every mission makes me stronger. Not long after, he was summoned by Headmaster Wang, who wasted no time teleporting them to a private training ground. The moment they arrived, Zhou Yi found himself surrounded by the lush edge forest, its dense greenery teeming with level 23 forest wolves. His eyes scanned the area before turning to his master in surprise. Master, am I supposed to take down all these wolves? Headmaster Wang chuckled. No need to panic. This forest is a private training ground owned by the Tianyu Guild, one I discovered a long time ago. Just as he finished speaking, the atmosphere shifted. A massive shadow passed overhead. Zhou Yi instinctively looked up, his breath caught. A colossal dragon soared across the sky, its sheer presence sending every forest wolf scattering in terror. That's a dragon? Zhou Yi's voice carried a rare hint of nervousness. Headmaster Wang nodded. Not just any dragon. That's a level 62 legendary great dragon, your senior brother's magic pet. It's here to keep the monsters in check. Zhou Yi's mind raced. If his pet is that strong, how powerful must my senior brother be? Sensing his thoughts, Headmaster Wang smiled. This year, your senior brother reached level 64, equal to me. In fact, his combat ability has already surpassed mine. Zhou Yi blinked. He's only 30, and he's already on your levels? The headmaster nodded. That's why I handed the Tianyu Guild over to him without hesitation. Zhou Yi was stunned. At that level, his senior brother was already strong enough to be a guild master, a national-level powerhouse, and a true legend in the making. But before he could process it further, Headmaster Wang placed a hand on his shoulder. I've seen countless talents in my time, but you, Zhou Yi, his gaze sharpened. You are the most gifted of them all. Stepping forward, Headmaster Wang raised a hand, his aura shifting dramatically. Watch closely. This is the first skill I will teach you. A brilliant golden light burst from his palms, forming 2 massive shields of radiant energy on either side of him. This is Holy Light Heart Shield. The shields collided with a thunderous crash. A massive explosion erupted, obliterating everything in its wake. The once lush forest vanished, replaced by enormous craters scorched into the earth. Zhou Yi stood there, speechless. Headmaster Wang turned back to him, handing him a skill book. This is the first skill you'll learn. His eyes gleamed. Master it well. Here's the refined version of your script with improved pacing, sharper dialogue, and a stronger balance between action and character development. Zhou Yi takes the skill book with reverence. You don't need to study it the traditional way, Headmaster Wang explains. Just connect it to your consciousness and use skill points to absorb the knowledge. Following the instructions, Zhou Yi links the book to his consciousness. Instantly, a flood of knowledge pours into his mind. Skill unlocked. Holy Light Heart Shield. Grade A. Effect. Summons 2 massive shields of holy light that collide to trigger a colossal explosion. The blast deals devastating damage while clearing a path for allies and blocking enemy reinforcements. Legacy skill. A Saint Knight inheritance passed down through generations. Absorbing the information, Zhou Yi turns to his master, curiosity flickering in his eyes. This is a Saint Knight legacy skill. Master, how do you know it? Headmaster Wang chuckles. Because your grandmaster created it when he was still a tertiary returned Saint Knight. I inherited it from my own mentor, and now I'm passing it down to you. Zhou Yi is humbled. A skill designed by my grandmaster himself. After mastering the basics, the headmaster gestures toward the field. Now let's see it in action. Zhou Yi activates the skill. 2 radiant shields of light manifest, crashing into each other with a burst of holy energy. The explosion ripples outward, but at level 1, its power is limited. The blast injures the weaker monsters, but it lacks the overwhelming force of his master's demonstration. Even so, Headmaster Wang smiles. Impressive. Achieving this much with just a level 1 skill shows your potential. Holy Light Heart Shield is designed for team battles. Use it to split the battlefield and limit enemy movement. Zhou Yi nods, taking note of its strategic value. The headmaster steps back. Enough theory. It's time for practical combat training. Overhead, the colossal dragon Gaolong, lets out a mighty roar. At its command, monsters lurking in the forest emerge, forming a massive horde. The more you defeat, Headmaster Wang says, the more experience you'll gain. A few monsters lunge first, aiming to catch Zhou Yi off guard. He swings his hammer, obliterating them in a single blow. The main horde charges, but Zhou Yi is already moving, activating his buffs and unleashing a relentless counterattack. Holy energy erupts from his strikes, reducing enemies to ashes. Frost energy freezes others in place before he shatters them effortlessly. His combat style is fluid, relentless, and precise, each strike maximizing damage while maintaining efficiency. Wave after wave falls before him. He fights with such ferocity that he loses track of time. By the time the dust settles, the battlefield is silent. Not a single monster remains standing. Headmaster Wang approaches, arms crossed, thoroughly impressed. "You put everything into that fight," he says with a laugh. "I didn't expect you to burn through all your stamina and mana." Then, with a teasing glint in his eye, he adds, "But tell me, if more monsters appeared right now, wouldn't you be scared?" Zhou Yi wipes the sweat from his brow before flashing a confident grin. "Of course not," he replies, "because I have you." After a quick rest and a recovery potion, Zhou Yi feels fully recharged. The battle was tough, but the reward makes it all worthwhile. His system notifies him of a major achievement. He has reached level 22. Along with the level up, he gains 20 stat points and 20 skill points. Eager to grow stronger, Zhou Yi immediately invests his skill points in a Holy Light Heart Shield, upgrading it to level 3. The improvement gives him a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing it will be a crucial asset in future fights. The headmaster surveys the now empty battlefield, impressed by the sheer scale of the victory. Turning to Zhou Yi, he remarks that he expected him to defeat around 100 monsters, but the final count is nearly 400. Zhou Yi, both proud and a little bashful, acknowledges the praise and credits his progress to the headmaster's teachings. Over the past 2 months, his skills have advanced far beyond what he once thought possible. The headmaster steps closer, his voice steady yet firm. With the upcoming exchange competition, Zhou Yi's team will be competing without a priest, a risky move. He reminds Zhou Yi to stay composed and never waver in critical moments, as he expects nothing but excellence from his student. Zhou Yi flashes his usual confident grin. "No need to worry, master. As long as I'm here, first place is guaranteed." His unwavering determination is evident, and the headmaster nods, reassured by his confidence. Meanwhile, at the Tempest Forest Station, Zhou Yi's chosen teammates, Jiang Chuan, Song Xiaolan, Tang Lingyi, and Wei Tiexin, gather in an old hut, gearing up for the competition. Across the country, an official announcement sends waves of excitement through the student community. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is officially underway. With 218 high schools and universities participating, social media buzzes with discussions, predictions, and speculation. Lists of participants and team captains appear across various platforms, drawing intense scrutiny from students and teachers alike. One detail about Zhou Yi's team immediately stands out. They have no priest. The revelation stirs up shock and doubt among the competitors. Is this real? How can they compete without a healer? The murmurs spread like wildfire. Back in Tempest Valley, Zhou Yi's teammates eagerly check the finalized rosters. Among them, 2 of his admirers, Gunner Girl and Mechanical Girl, react with enthusiasm upon seeing his name listed as team captain, with Jiang Chuan as vice captain. Gunner Girl, amused by the flood of skeptical comments online, chuckles at the overconfident naysayers. "Look at all these people already counting Zhou Yi's team out just because there's no priest," she scoffs. With a smirk, she watches the doubts spread. They have no idea what's coming. They're going to regret underestimating him. At another school, a rival team captain, also impressed by Zhou Yi's abilities, expresses her confidence in his potential. She muses aloud, convinced that with Zhou Yi leading, even without a priest, this year's championship is as good as theirs. Her belief in him is so strong that she even instructs an attendant to cover all of Zhou Yi's expenses for the day, a gesture of unwavering trust in his capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remains focused on his training. Inside the combat room, he pushes through a level 10 training session, but the challenge barely phases him anymore. His newfound strength has far outgrown this level, turning what should be a grueling test into little more than a warm-up. Recognizing that he needs a tougher challenge, he contemplates his next steps until his phone rings. Sue Meyer's voice comes through the receiver with timely news. Housemaster Wu is kicking off special training for the National Freshman Exchange Competition at the Warehouse Court today. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi thanks her and immediately makes his way to the location, eager to sharpen his skills. As he arrives at the warehouse gates, he overhears an energetic discussion inside. "The competition is so close. I was so excited I couldn't sleep last night," one voice exclaims. Another voice adds, "Same here. My fists are itching for battle. But can you imagine the pressure? Our school has held the championship title for 4 years straight. A third voice, brimming with confidence, reassures the group. Relax. Once you see Zhou in action, you'll understand. With him on our team, victory is guaranteed. At that moment, Zhou steps inside, greeted by a wave of excitement. His teammates turn toward him with bright smiles, clearly thrilled to see him, even though it's obvious he's the last to arrive. Jiang Chern, a little shy, steps forward. Brother Zhou, we've been waiting for you for so long. Zhou chuckles, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry for being late. He then approaches Housemaster Wu and Su Meyer, offering a respectful bow. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Housemaster Wu dismisses the concern with a wave of his hand. It's fine, he says. Let me introduce your team officially. The introductions begin. First up is Wei Tiexin, a level 18 warrior, who steps forward with a firm nod, expressing gratitude to Zhou for the invitation. Next is Tang Ling Yi, a level 18 mage, who shyly greets him with a soft hi, her cheeks turning slightly red. Zhou responds with a warm smile, quickly easing any tension. Of course, two of his teammates need no introduction. Jiang Chern, the spiritual swordsman and vice captain, and Song Xiaolan, the spiritual Taoist priest, both of whom Zhou is already familiar with. Once the introductions wrap up, Housemaster Wu's gaze lingers on Zhou's status, and his expression shifts to one of surprise. I didn't expect you to level up so quickly under Headmaster Wang's guidance, he remarks. Jiang Chern, wide-eyed, turns to Zhou. Brother, you've gotten even stronger? Zhou offers a modest smile. Thanks to Master's teachings, I've made some improvements. Housemaster Wu cuts through the chatter with a firm tone. All right, that's enough talk. We don't have time to waste. Our priority is preparing for the competition. I'll be overseeing your training for team matches, individual battles, and survival challenges. For today, we'll focus on team coordination and combat abilities. The announcement energizes the group, but what really gets them excited is the next part. Housemaster Wu reveals that later, they'll be forming a party to challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. The school will cover all expenses for points used in the Abyss realm, he adds. Hearing this, Tang Lingyi's mind races. No wonder Miss Su kept pushing us to reach level 18. She was preparing us for this dungeon all along. We're already strong as a party, and with Zhou leading, clearing the Abyss level is practically guaranteed. She sneaks a glance at Zhou, admiration flickering in her eyes. Honestly, he could probably solo this dungeon. With all four of us backing him up, there's no way we'll fail. Zhou catches her looking at him and offers a warm smile. The unexpected eye contact sends Tang Ling into a flustered panic, and she quickly turns away, her face slightly red. Without a word, she dashes off. Watching her flee, Zhou chuckles to himself. Is my smile really that dangerous? With spirits high, the team enters the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon, fully aware of its notorious difficulty. As they step into the eerie realm, Zhou takes charge. This is our first time working together as a team, he begins. I'll handle the strategy. The group nods in agreement, trusting his leadership completely. Zhou swiftly lays out the battle plan. Wei Tiexin will take point, managing defense and drawing the goblins' attention. Jiang Chern and Tang Lingyi will focus on dealing physical and magical damage. Song Xiaolan will provide support, ensuring the team stays in top shape. Zhou himself will stay flexible, eliminating threats and reinforcing the team as needed. Just as they finalize their strategy, the ground trembles, and a horde of goblins rushes toward them. Be careful, Zhou warns. Wei Tiexin is the first to act, slamming her fist into the ground. The impact, infused with powerful energy, sends shockwaves through the battlefield, destabilizing the goblins. As she moves, she realizes something incredible. Her strength has increased by nearly 40%. She glances back in surprise, only to see Zhou calmly casting buffs over the team. His support abilities are amplifying everyone's power beyond their usual limits. Tang Lingyi, positioned at the rear, watches in astonishment as Zhou effortlessly casts 3 buffs in rapid succession. Even professional mages struggle to cast 3 buffs this fast. She thinks, barely able to process his speed and precision. Fueled by Zhou's impressive display, Tang Lingyi taps into her own power, activating sound magic destruction. A surge of sonic waves rips through the battlefield, disorienting the goblins and throwing them into chaos. Seeing an opening, Jiang Chern swiftly moves in, her blade slicing through enemy after enemy with precise, fluid strikes. As the battle intensifies, a goblin archer lurking in the shadows takes aim at Zhou. The arrow flies toward him in a deadly arc. Be careful, Zhou shouts, spotting the danger. Wei Tiexin reacts instantly, raising her shield just in time to deflect the projectile, protecting Zhou from harm. Meanwhile, Jiang Chern narrows her eyes, quickly assessing the situation. Something isn't right. This dungeon has changed. Goblin archers? They weren't here before. Her sharp gaze locks onto the new threat. These aren't just any goblins. They're level 23 specialists in sneak attacks and long-range combat. This is different, she mutters. The difficulty has definitely increased. The team immediately tightens their formation, adapting to the unexpected challenge. Watching his teammates move and sync, Joey can't help but smile. The dungeon is evolving, just like them. With more challengers entering this realm, the goblins have adapted, developing stronger tactics and countermeasures. Deciding to clear the path, Joey activates Punishment of Light. A blinding surge of energy erupts, obliterating an entire cluster of goblins in one devastating strike. He turns to his team, his confidence unwavering. "I'll handle these pests," he says. "The rest is up to you." Understanding his intent immediately, his teammates spring into action. Song Xiaolan hurls talisman papers into the fray, each one detonating in fiery explosions. "If everyone else is giving it their all, I can't slack off," she declares, summoning 5 thunders of justice. Bolts of lightning crackle through the air, obliterating goblins in electrified bursts. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room, Housemaster Wu and Su Meyer observe their progress through a large screen. Housemaster Wu smirks. Joey's casting speed has improved drastically since the freshman competition. Some of his skills are practically instantaneous now. Su Meyer nods in agreement, clearly impressed. It looks like he chose a talent that enhances casting speed after clearing the Abyss-level realm. His growth rate is unbelievable. Don't forget, he and Jiang Churin conquered this dungeon as soon as school started and secured the top rankings. Housemaster Wu's smirk deepens. "That's exactly why I decided to raise the difficulty a little." Su Meyer's eyes widen. "You increased the difficulty just for him?" This is supposed to be the preparation stage for the national freshman competition. Back in the dungeon, the team faces an overwhelming wave of goblins, but their coordination is flawless. Surrounded on all sides, Jiang Churin unleashes Shadow Slash, her blade cutting through the goblins with precise, lethal strikes. Song Xiaolan continues hurling talismans, each one exploding on impact, sending shockwaves through the enemy ranks. Tang Lingyi, positioned at a distance, conjures a massive wind tornado, trapping a swarm of goblins within its spiraling vortex. She calls out, "Wei Tiexin, finish them off!" Without hesitation, Wei Tiexin leaps into the tornado, her fists and feet moving like a storm. Empowered by Zhouyi's buffs, each strike lands with devastating force, reducing the trapped goblins to nothing. Despite the dungeon's increased difficulty, the team pushes forward relentlessly. One by one, the goblins fall, and soon, the battlefield is clear. Tang Lingyi scans the area, sensing for any remaining threats. "No more goblins nearby," she announces. The group erupts into cheers, thrilled by their swift progress. However, Zhouyi steps forward, his tone steady. "Don't celebrate just yet," he reminds them. "This was just a warm-up. The real challenge is ahead, the boss fight. Stay sharp, and don't let your guard down." Wei Tiexin cracks her knuckles, a grin spreading across her face. "Afraid? Not a chance. With your buffs, my strength has nearly doubled. This dungeon feels like a playground." Song Xiaolan laughs, nodding in agreement. "She's right. With you leading us, Zhouyi, we could probably clear this place on our own." Tang Lingyi, standing nearby, smiles. "Our captain is truly impressive." Zhouyi feels a little embarrassed by the praise, though he doesn't show it. "They really trust me," he thinks. Jiang Churin, standing quietly beside him, watches the exchange with a warm smile, her confidence in him unwavering. After some time, they finally arrive at the entrance to the boss chamber. The towering doors loom before them, exuding an ominous presence. "Is the final boss inside?" someone asks. Zhouyi steps forward, studying the dark energy radiating from beyond the doors. Something feels different, more oppressive, more dangerous than before. A sense of unease stirs within him, but he pushes it aside. "No turning back now. We have to clear this level." With a deep breath, he pushes the doors open. "Whatever's waiting for us inside. Let's go." As the heavy doors creak apart, the team steps into the chamber. A chilling laugh echoes through the air, sending shivers down their spines. From the shadows, a towering figure emerges, the second Goblin King, a level 25 legendary grade boss. The thick, dark energy surrounding the room feels suffocating, far more intense than anything Zhouyi remembers from his past clears. This battle will be unlike anything they've faced before. The Goblin King sneers, his voice dripping with malice. "Foolish children, you've walked right into my lair. I knew you were coming, so I prepared a little gift for you." As he raises his hand, a massive fireball begins to form above him. The sheer size and intensity of the flames radiate an oppressive heat, filling the entire chamber. Standing at the front, Tang Lingyi feels her breath hitch. The overwhelming pressure from the fireball locks her in place. "How? Is it this powerful? She whispers, frozen in terror. With a wicked grin, the Goblin King hurls the fireball straight at her. The team shouts in alarm, urging her to move, but she remains paralyzed, her body refusing to obey. Seeing the imminent danger, Wei Tiexin doesn't hesitate. She rushes to Tang Lingyi's side, conjuring a shield just in time to block the attack. The fireball collides with a deafening impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the chamber. Wei Tiexin grits her teeth, pushing back with all her strength. But cracks begin to spiderweb across her shield, the sheer force of the attack proving overwhelming. This is way stronger than I expected, she mutters, struggling to hold her ground. Within moments, the shield shatters. The remnants of the fireball explode, sending both Wei Tiexin and Tang Lingyi flying backward. The team watches in horror as the Goblin King erupts into maniacal laughter, clearly reveling in his newfound strength. Zhou clenches his fist, his sharp gaze locking onto the boss. This fight is going to be tougher than I thought. Everyone focus, he commands. Stay calm and stick to the plan. We're not backing down. Wei Tiexin, still reeling from the impact, feels a flicker of doubt. Even with Zhou's buffs doubling my strength, I'm barely holding up against his normal attacks. The Goblin King, completely unfazed, raises his arms once more. His voice echoes through the chamber, taunting them. Don't panic, little children, he sneers. This place has been prepared as your grave for a long time. With a mocking grin, he summons not one, but 3 massive fireballs, each one burning hotter than the last. Get ready to be reduced to dust, he roars, launching the blazing spheres toward the group. Tang Lingyi and Wei Tiexin's eyes widen in horror. There's no time to dodge. The flames surge toward them, promising devastation. Just as panic begins to take hold, Zhou steps forward. His expression remains steady as he activates frost power. A massive frost shield materializes before them, its icy aura spreading across the chamber. Captain, be careful. This isn't just any ordinary fireball. Zhou nods grimly, his gaze never leaving the Goblin King. You're right, he murmurs. This is much trickier. This boss is far stronger than the last time I fought here. Before Zhou can strategize further, Song Xiaolan steps forward, determination burning in her eyes. Let me take the lead this time, she declares. She swiftly activates her talisman skill, chanting an incantation before hurling enchanted talismans toward the Goblin King. The glowing symbols encircle the boss, pulsing with explosive energy. At her command, they detonate in a massive blast, shaking the entire chamber. A moment of silence follows. As the smoke clears, Song's confidence falters. The Goblin King stands completely unharmed. With a wicked grin, his mouth glows with fiery energy as he cackles. Is that all you've got, little one? To everyone's shock, the boss absorbs the explosion's energy, growing even stronger. Song's face pales. How is that even possible, she stammers. Tang Lingyi refuses to back down. She raises her staff, summoning a fire magic long arrow, while Jiang Churen dashes forward, her demonic blade slashing through the air toward the Goblin King. Both attacks strike in perfect sync, only to be instantly repelled by an invisible force. The Goblin King smirks. Interesting, he muses. But now it's time to end this. A pulse of dark energy swells in his mouth before he unleashes a devastating wave toward the team. The sheer power of the attack leaves them momentarily frozen in fear. Tang Li, trembling, mutters, "The difference in our levels is too great. This isn't a monster we can defeat." Just as the attack is about to engulf them, Zhou steps forward. With a flick of his hand, he summons a radiant shield, intercepting the dark energy. "Don't worry," he says, his voice calm and unwavering. "I'm still here." The shield absorbs the attack before shattering into particles of light, leaving the team unharmed. Wei Tiexin, seeing his unwavering confidence, clenches her fists. "Brother Zhou, let me fight this boss up close," she insists. Zhou considers her offer, but shakes his head. "This is a level 25 legendary boss. It's far beyond what you're ready for. Leave the rest to me." With that, he activates Light of True Sight. His eyes glow with a brilliant golden hue as intricate details flood his mind, revealing the Goblin King's abilities and weaknesses. A smirk crosses Zhou's face. So that's how it is? This Goblin King is only one level higher than the last boss, but its stats have nearly doubled. A tricky upgrade, but nothing I can't handle. Zhou quickly weighs his options. If he activates his S+ grade bloodline secret technique, he can multiply his stats and surpass the Goblin King's overwhelming strength. The realization dawns on him. This is no ordinary battle. This is the Housemaster's doing. A deliberate test, meant to push him beyond his limits. An amused smile tugs at his lips. All right, if that's how it is. His confidence surging, he activates Angel Physique, his voice steady and commanding. "Then let me show you the true power of my divine angel form." A radiant glow engulfs Zhou as he transforms. His angel physique pulses with a fusion of divine and frost auras, illuminating the entire dungeon with a blinding light. The surge of energy sends shockwaves rippling through the chamber, intensifying the already treacherous battlefield. Outside the dungeon, observing the battle, Housemaster Wu smirks knowingly. I raised the difficulty of this realm to test their limits, he admits. Su Meyer, alarmed, shoots him a look. This boss was already at an extreme difficulty level. Was that really necessary? The Housemaster's tone turns serious. Their current strength is impressive, but the National Freshman Exchange competition won't be forgiving. Sukong University, Ching Jing University. Those schools will send their very best. If Zhou and his team don't experience real adversity now, they won't be ready for what's coming. Su Meyer sighs, but then smiles knowingly. You underestimate Zhou, she says with quiet confidence. Back in the dungeon, the Goblin King watches Zhou's transformation with a wicked grin. Interesting, he sneers. You've turned into a shiny bird. No matter. Use all the tricks you want, little one. It won't save you. Hovering in the air, Zhou remains calm. As you wish, he replies. With a single motion, he gathers energy into a brilliant sphere of light, its radiance illuminating the entire chamber. The sheer power contained within hums with intensity. Then, with a decisive throw, he hurls it at the Goblin King. The boss's smirk fades, replaced by rage. You're too arrogant. You're just a challenger. Yet you dare challenge me like this. With a furious roar, the Goblin King unleashes his ultimate attack, Apocalypse Meteor Fire. A colossal fireball, pulsating with raw, destructive energy, hurtles toward Zhou's attack. The two forces collide midair. The impact is cataclysmic. The resulting explosion sends shockwaves tearing through the dungeon, shaking the ground beneath them. The sheer pressure forces the team to brace themselves, shielding against the overwhelming force of the blast. As the energy storm subsides, the room slowly returns to focus. Song Shelon stares at Zhou in utter disbelief, her voice barely above a whisper. Is this Zhou's true power? A thought strikes her, unsettling yet undeniable. They were never on the same level to begin with. She turns to Jiang Churin, her expression filled with awe. Have you ever seen him use this form before? Jiang Churin shakes her head, her eyes locked onto Zhou. No, this is my first time, she admits. Then, with a knowing smile, she adds, it seems Brother Zhou is giving this battle his all. The Goblin King, still standing after Zhou's devastating attack, sneers through his injuries. Is that all you've got? No matter how much you change your form, you can't win. Zhou simply smiles, unfazed. Without hesitation, he summons Holy Light Chain, sending radiant chains surging toward the boss. The glowing bindings wrap tightly around the Goblin King, immobilizing him completely. The boss thrashes, struggling violently to break free, but the chains hold firm. His smug confidence quickly fades into fear. Seizing the opening, Zhou unleashes the Spear of Victory. A radiant energy spear pierces through the air, striking the bound Goblin King with devastating force. A massive explosion erupts on impact, shaking the entire dungeon. The team watches in awe as dust and debris swirl through the chamber. Yet, as the smoke clears, the Goblin King is still standing. Battered, wounded, but alive. Persistent, aren't you? Zhou mutters, preparing his next move. The Goblin King, sensing his end, switches tactics, gathering flames in his palms for another powerful attack. But Zhou doesn't give him the chance. He counters instantly with Light Flame Storm, summoning a swirling vortex of holy fire around the boss. The flames rage, engulfing the enemy completely. The Goblin King screams in agony, his body burning under the relentless assault. His defiant roars turn into desperate threats. I'll kill you. I'll end you, he howls. Zhou remains unmoved. Don't worry, he replies coolly. There's more where that came from. With that, he casts Lightning Binding, fusing it with the holy flames to launch a dual-element assault. A surge of divine lightning crackles through the inferno, striking the boss repeatedly. The Goblin King groans, his voice finally laced with desperation. Between strained breaths, he taunts weakly. It seems you've been holding back. I'm sorry I couldn't push you far enough to enjoy this fight. Zhou smirks, his golden eyes glowing. What a shame, he says. I was hoping to test my hand of God's six-winged angel form in this battle, but I suppose I'll have to save it for another time. With the Goblin King clinging to his last breath, Zhou raises a single finger, charging it with concentrated holy energy. A precise beam of divine light pierces the boss's core, ending him instantly. The Goblin King crumbles, his massive form disintegrating into golden embers. In the control room, Housemaster Wu watches the battle, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he mutters, is a monster. Turning to Sue Meyer, he continues, I designed this boss to challenge even a level 26 player, and yet he defeated it with ease. Sue Meyer, however, remains unsurprised. Joey trained extensively in the combat field before coming here today, she explains. He completed the level 10 combat form challenge in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds, without breaking a sweat. Housemaster Wu chuckles, shaking his head. No wonder the element teacher and you have such faith in him. Watching this fight, it's obvious. He's on a completely different level. As the Goblin King falls, a system notification flashes before the team. Congratulations. You have cleared the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon in 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards will be released soon. The team erupts in excitement, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten. They didn't just survive this dungeon. They dominated it. Moments after the battle, a surge of experience points washes over the group, rewarding each member with a whopping 8,000 XP. Wei Tianxin can hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming in amazement that one Abyss-level realm had granted her as much progress as an entire week of relentless training. For Joey, the rewards are even sweeter. Defeating the boss nets him 11,236 experience points, along with 10 free stat points and 10 skill points. His satisfaction is evident as he silently calculates how close he is to leveling up, a small smile tugging at his lips. Before he can revel in the moment, Jiang Churin rushes to his side, her face etched with worry. She immediately checks if he's injured, but Joey assures her he's fine, brushing off her concern with a composed demeanor. Quickly shifting the focus back to the group, he suggests they examine the boss's loot. Everyone gathers, their anticipation building as they uncover the treasure. Their hard work has yielded some impressive golden grade items. 1. Flame Staff, a golden weapon requiring level 24. 2. Shield of Spirit, another golden weapon for the same level. 3. Ring of Flame Magic, a golden accessory, also level 24. The sight of the rare loot leaves the group buzzing with excitement. The shimmering equipment is a testament to their triumph. Joey acknowledges their luck with a nod and turns to the team. If anyone can use these, go ahead and take them. Wei Tianxin is the first to respond, shaking her head. The level requirements are beyond her current capabilities. Tang Lingyi follows suit, explaining that fire element gear doesn't align with his abilities. Jiang Churin and Song Xiaolon echo similar sentiments, admitting the items don't suit their needs. The consensus is clear, and the group unanimously insists that Joey deserves the rewards. After all, his efforts had carried them through the treacherous realm. Joey hesitates for a moment, then decides to hold on to the items temporarily. However, he promises to sell them through the school's auction network and split the proceeds equally among the team. Wei Tianxin protests, insisting that Joey keep the lion's share of the rewards. Song Xiaolon agrees, emphasizing how critical he was in the final battle. Despite their objections, Joey remains firm, advocating for fairness. Equal distribution, he believes, ensures everyone is well-equipped for future challenges. Jiang Churin chuckles softly, noting that Joey's generosity isn't surprising. We all know he doesn't really need the points, she teases. But even if he wants to share, we can't change his mind. Her lighthearted comment brings a smile to everyone's faces as they revel in their victory, ready to face whatever challenges await next. With Joey's firm stance on fairness, the team finally relents, nodding in agreement. As the matter settles, he takes a moment to remind them of the bigger picture. The exchange competition is just around the corner. These points will help all of you grow stronger, but remember, our goal isn't just to win. We're here to defend the honor of our school. His words ignite a spark in the team. Determination flares in their eyes as they respond in unison. We won't let you down, Joey. We'll train hard for the competition. Pleased by their resolve, Joey nods. Good. Victory isn't just about individual strength, it's about teamwork. If we all give it our best, we'll shine when the time comes. With the battle behind them, the team finally steps out of the Abyss dungeon, their faces glowing with the satisfaction of victory. Clearing such a high-level realm together is no small feat, and their teamwork has never felt stronger. But just as they take in the fresh air of the outside world, an unexpected sight stops them in their tracks. Housemaster Wu stands before them, clapping enthusiastically. Well done, the Housemaster exclaims, his grin wide. Congratulations on conquering this specialized training realm. I designed it just for you. The team exchanges stunned glances, even more surprised to see Sue Meyer standing beside him. Housemaster Sue Meyer, what are you both doing here? Someone blurts out. Still clapping, Housemaster Wu chuckles. I had to witness your performance firsthand, and I must say, you all exceeded my expectations. Especially you. You've given me quite the surprise. Joey scratches the back of his head, a little embarrassed by the praise. I just did what was needed, he responds humbly. But the Housemaster's expression shifts to something more serious. His eyes lock onto Joey. Tell me, do you have the confidence to take first place in the exchange competition? Zhouyi's hesitation vanishes in an instant. His gaze sharpens with determination. Absolutely. We're taking first place for sure. Housemaster Wu bursts into hearty laughter. That's the spirit. Confidence is key to a championship. At that moment, Sue Meyer steps forward, her expression thoughtful. For the tournament, I suggest we play to Zhouyi's strengths strategically, she proposes. For the early matches, Zhouyi should hold back, taking on a supporting role. That way, other teams will underestimate him. Then, when the moment is right, she smirks, he can unleash his full strength and dominate. The team processes her words, the idea clicking into place. Sue Meyer's grin widens. This way, we'll not only win, but we'll make a statement. One that'll silence those skeptics who still doubt Zhouyi's abilities. Housemaster Wu nods approvingly. A brilliant strategy. Among the best, there's always a gap between the elite and the rest. But if you want this plan to work seamlessly, your teamwork still needs refining. Sue Meyer agrees. Yes, a little fine-tuning and coordination will make all the difference. Housemaster Wu clasps his hands together and makes an announcement. Specialized training starts tomorrow. For now, get some rest, but don't get too comfortable. I'll be implementing some disciplinary measures to keep your training on track. Zhouyi raises an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Disciplinary measures? What kind of measures, sir? Before the housemaster can respond, Sue Meyer glances back with a playful smile. If we told you now, it wouldn't be as fun. You'll find out soon enough. With that cryptic remark, the two take their leave. Zhouyi watches them go before turning back to his team, determination shining in his eyes. All right, everyone, rest up for today. Starting tomorrow, we train hard. The exchange competition is coming, and we're going to give it everything we've got. The team nods in unison, fully committed to the challenge ahead. The next day, outside the Goblin Dungeon, a group of students stands in heated discussion, frustration clear on their faces. The nightmare level is brutal, one complains. His friend groans in agreement. I've tried twice and still couldn't clear it. And if nightmare is this hard, imagine how impossible abyss level must be. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the sound of voices. Turning toward the source, they spot Zhouyi's team deep in discussion, their conversation sending shockwaves through the eavesdroppers. We should aim to clear the abyss level in under 10 minutes this time, Zhouyi suggests. Tang Lingyi, brimming with confidence from their recent training, responds without hesitation. We've been practicing with the captain's buffs for a while now. 10 minutes should be doable. Wei Tiexin chimes in, nodding. Yeah, plus, the housemaster gave me some solid tips to optimize our attacks yesterday. The eavesdropping students freeze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Did they just say they're speedrunning the Abyss realm in under 10 minutes? One of them stammers. His friend, equally stunned, suddenly realizes something. Wait, that's the team representing our school in the National Freshman Exchange Competition. The first student is even more floored. Are you serious? The strongest warrior from last year's team was only level 19, but their lowest level member is already at 20? This competition is going to be on a whole different level. His friend smirks, nodding toward Zhouyi. And that guy? He's not just strong. He's the top ranker in the entire school. As realization sets in, the watching students are left in awe. The upcoming competition isn't just going to be intense, it's going to be legendary. The first student, still in shock, quickly pulls up the school leaderboard. His eyes widen as he spots Zhouyi's name firmly secured at the very top. So that's Zhouyi, he mutters in awe. The one even Earth-rank experts couldn't surpass. Meanwhile, Zhouyi's team is already locked in battle with the Goblin King. Enraged, the massive boss roars and unleashes his most devastating attack. Apocalypse Meteor Fire, a blazing onslaught aimed directly at them. But Wei Tiexin steps forward, grinning with excitement. I've been waiting for this, she exclaims. As the fiery meteor plummets toward them, she channels every ounce of her strength into a thunderous punch, shattering the attack midair. The team watches in awe. Under the housemaster's training, her growth has been astonishing. But the battle is far from over. The Goblin King glares at her, unimpressed. Weakness is still weakness, he sneers. A little improvement doesn't mean you can defeat me. Wei Tiexin tightens her fists, refusing to back down. But before she can react, the boss lunges at her with terrifying speed. Just as his massive hand is about to strike, Zhouyi intercepts with a single, earth-shattering punch. The force is so immense that it completely severs the Goblin King's arm and shoulder, sending the boss howling in agony. Zhouyi turns to Wei Tiexin, his expression calm but approving. You did great handling the first attack on your own. Now let's end this together. Tang Lingyi steps in with a nod. That's right, Wei Tiexin. You've done enough, take a breather. Leave the rest to us. Despite his injuries, the Goblin King isn't done yet. His fury reaches its peak as he bellows. I'll kill all of you. But before he can act, Zhouyi moves first, summoning his holy chain to bind the boss in place. Smirking, he taunts, scream all you want. But you're not going anywhere. From there, The team launches a perfectly coordinated assault. Song Shalon follows up by plastering the Goblin King with talismans, suppressing his power, and even muffling his ability to roar. Tang Lingyi unleashes Thunderfall, a devastating electric blast that sends waves of energy crackling through the boss's body, leaving him writhing in agony. With the boss now completely immobilized, Jiang Churen steps forward to deliver the finishing blow. With a single, decisive swing of her sword, she beheads the Goblin King. The massive creature collapses lifeless. A system notification instantly flashes before them. Dungeon cleared. Their final time? 8 minutes and 36 seconds. An unbelievable achievement. As they step out, still riding the high of victory, they're met with a familiar figure, Housemaster Wu, waiting for them with an amused expression. It seems their performance had not gone unnoticed. Housemaster Wu claps enthusiastically, his face beaming with pride. That was flawless. I can't even find a single flaw in your performance, he praises. Zhou Yi, caught off guard by his presence, raises an eyebrow. Housemaster, what brings you here? With a knowing smile, Housemaster Wu responds, I came to deliver some important news. The exchange competition's date has been finalized. It starts in 1 week. Tomorrow, I'll personally escort you all to the venue, Ching Jing University. The team's excitement is palpable. Zhou Yi, in particular, feels a rush of anticipation. Finally, a chance to face off against geniuses from other universities. Fighting dungeon bosses was getting boring. Housemaster Wu continues. To ensure a smooth and safe trip, we'll be using the school's exclusive teleportation point. This way, there won't be any unnecessary delays or complications. The team follows him to the teleportation area, where the headmaster and several housemasters are already waiting. They greet Zhou-Yi's group warmly, offering words of encouragement. The headmaster steps forward, his gaze sharp but encouraging. You are the finest among our freshmen. The honor of our school rests on your shoulders. We've won the championship 4 years in a row, and now we trust you to secure our 5th consecutive victory. The weight of responsibility settles over the team, but so does the immense pride their school has in them. After listening to the headmaster's words, Zhou-Yi and his team eagerly strategize for the competition. Meanwhile, the Element Housemaster, Cho Huayang, steps forward at the headmaster's command. Activate the teleportation formation. Cho Huayang nods. Understood? With a few precise gestures, he weaves a powerful incantation, and the teleportation gate flares to life. Bright energy swirls around them, signaling that the formation is ready. Before stepping through, the headmaster gives them a reassuring smile. Travel safely. We'll be watching your progress closely. As the team moves into the glowing formation, a surge of light engulfs them, and in a blink, Zhou-Yi stumbles slightly, blinking in astonishment. Wait, we're already here? Didn't you all say the distance between our schools was 2 million kilometers? How do we get here so fast? Su Meyer chuckles. That's the power of tertiary awakened mages. Long-distance teleportation formations like this can only be created by mages of their level. Without it, the journey would have taken several days by train. Zhou-Yi nods, clearly impressed by the Element Housemaster's skill. As they take in their surroundings, a figure approaches them with a warm smile. Welcome to Ching Jing University, he announces. The man steps forward with a confident smile. Welcome. I'm Cheng Yong Chun, a tertiary awakened mechanic. It's an honor to have you all here. Housemaster Wu's face lights up the moment he sees him. Cheng Yong Chun, what a surprise. Why are you personally welcoming us? Cheng Yong Chun chuckles. Of course, I came on my own. I have to take care of my old friend. His gaze shifts to Zhou-Yi's team, sizing them up with interest. The students you brought this time, they seem quite promising. Housemaster Wu grins. I've heard the same about your school's freshmen this year. I guess we'll see whose team truly shines in the competition. Cheng Yong Chun pats Wu's shoulder, smirking. Indeed, we'll see. After exchanging a few more words with his old friend, Housemaster Wu turns back to his team and gathers them around. His expression turns serious. A few reminders before we begin, he starts. The opening ceremony for the exchange competition is on the 10th, and the tournament will follow soon after. He pauses before continuing. For now, we won't be doing any additional training. Use this time to rest and prepare mentally. His tone deepens as he adds a crucial warning. That being said, stay on guard. Ching Jing City is seeing an influx of tourists, and we suspect spies from other races could be among them. Every year, we see demons or other species targeting human talents during events like this. Don't let your guard down. The team exchanges uneasy glances, but Housemaster Wu quickly softens his expression. That's enough for now. You have a few days to relax, explore, and enjoy yourselves, but stay sharp. With a collective, understood, the team disperses to their rooms for some well-earned rest. Later that night, Zhou-Yi stands on the balcony of his apartment, taking in the view of Ching Jing City. The cool night breeze brushes against him when suddenly, A small robot assistant hovers nearby, greeting him in a polite, mechanical voice. Welcome to Ching Jing University Apartments. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Joey chuckles, amused by the advanced service. Thanks, but I'm good for now. Still, this is impressive. With some free time on his hands, he opens his system menu, deciding it's time to put his hoarded experience points to good use. He immediately begins leveling up. However, after using every single point, he frowns. Still not enough to reach level 24, he mutters to himself. His current abilities are mostly C-grade and B-grade, but once he reaches Secondary Awakening, he'll gain access to B-grade Saint Knight skills. And if he's lucky, he might even unlock the coveted A-grade Jewel of Apocalypse skill. Jewel of Light would allow him to enhance and buff his teammates. Jewel of Darkness would grant him a devastating offensive edge against his enemies. While Tertiary Awakening is still far on the horizon, Joey remains focused on completing his system missions. The thought of growing even stronger brings a satisfied smirk to his face. The day of the much-anticipated National Freshman Exchange competition finally arrives, with a grand announcement marking the opening of China's 157th annual event. The crowd bursts into cheers, filling the stadium with a contagious energy. The first team to be introduced is none other than Sukong University, the reigning champions, and a university represented by the renowned Joey. The audience's excitement reaches a fever pitch, chanting loudly for Sukong University as the team steps onto the field. Observing the electric atmosphere, Joey can't help but note how captivating the competition is, drawing so much enthusiasm from fans and participants alike. Standing beside him, Jiang Chern smiles knowingly, adding that if today's opening ceremony is this intense, the finals will see the crowd double in size, turning the stadium into a roaring sea of excitement. Next up is Rongyang University, Sukong's first opponent. However, their introduction is met with a visible shift in mood among their players. They're clearly unnerved, realizing the formidable challenge of facing the defending champions in the opening round. The air of apprehension is palpable as one player grumbles about their bad luck, likening their situation to being served up as a mere stepping stone for Sukong University. Another sighs in agreement, already doubting their chances. But their captain refuses to let the team give in to despair. With a determined tone, he reminds them of their top 30 finish last year and insists they still have a fighting chance. His words inject a bit of hope, though the shadow of their powerful opponents looms large. Meanwhile, the crowd's attention sharpens on Sukong University's lineup, particularly the figure standing at the back, Joey. Excited whispers ripple through the spectators as they take note of his status. Is that a Saint Knight? One exclaims in awe. Not just that, he's level 23. Nobody else on the field comes close to that, another marvels. Yet there's some consolation among the onlookers. Thankfully, he's only a supporter. If he were playing offense, this match would be over before it even started. Others speculate how many of Sukong University's hidden strategies will be revealed in this first-round match, further cementing their dominance. Back on the field, the pressure weighs heavily on Rongyang University's captain. Watching Joey and his imposing level 23 ranking, he knows the uphill battle his team faces. Even so, he calls out a rallying cry to his teammates, emphasizing that in competitions like these, strategy and execution can often outweigh sheer power. As both teams take their positions in the arena, the stage begins its transformation, assembling the battlefield through a series of automated mechanisms. A protective shield rises around the stage, ensuring that the crowd remains safe from any stray attacks. With the defensive barriers in place, the countdown to the match begins, and the tension in the stadium becomes almost tangible. The match begins, but just as Rongyang University's players prepare to charge, their captain urgently calls out, "Hold back. Stay calm and focus on defense first. Let's see what they do." His team hesitates for a moment before retreating slightly, shifting into a defensive stance. Then, in an instant, a radiant golden energy sweeps across the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Joey, moving with effortless precision, activates all his team buffs within seconds. The sheer scale and speed of his enhancement abilities leave Rongyang University momentarily frozen in shock. Gasps ripple through the audience as Sukong University's team is enveloped in a golden aura, their strength surging visibly. He cast that many buffs in mere seconds. One spectator blurts out in disbelief. No wonder he's their captain. Another murmurs, watching in awe. Even Chung Yong-chun, observing from the sidelines, can't hide his admiration. He glances at Housemaster Wu and comments, "The Saint Knight captain of Sukong University, Joey, is truly remarkable. With those buffs, your team's overall power just shot up by nearly 50%. Housemaster Wu chuckles, clearly pleased. That's the essence of a hidden class Saint Knight. Large-scale buffs are their specialty. Despite the impressive display, Chung Yong-chun's smile fades slightly as he watches Joey's flawless execution. His gaze sharpens, and he mutters under his breath, "Fortunately, Our team has its own trump cards. Otherwise, Zhou alone would be a nightmare to deal with. On the field, Rongyang University's players exchange nervous glances, overwhelmed by the sheer dominance of their opponents. What do we do now, Captain? One player asks, their voice trembling with uncertainty. The captain swallows hard, trying to maintain composure. I think I can block that, he stammers, though the fear in his tone betrays his lack of confidence. Recognizing the hesitation in their opponents, Zhou quickly gathers his team. Since their strength seems ordinary, let's keep it simple. We'll attack together and break their formation in a single wave. The team nods in agreement, wasting no time in preparing for action. Stepping forward first, Tang Lingyi raises her hand and summons a fire magic arrow. The blazing projectile streaks across the field, its ominous glow sending another wave of panic through Rongyang's ranks. Their captain, desperate to keep his team from crumbling, reacts swiftly. He casts a light shield, successfully intercepting the attack. A flicker of confidence returns to his face as he smirks. Look, I blocked it. This must be all the power they have. But before he can revel in his small victory, one of his teammates frantically interrupts. Captain, they're coming again. Before the captain can even process the warning, Wei Tiexin dashes forward at breakneck speed. With a single devastating strike, her air-breaking fist smashes straight through his shield, sending him hurtling backward. He crashes onto the ground with a thud, winded and dazed, struggling to push himself up. The match has only just begun, but Rongyang University is already on the back foot. Before Rongyang University's team can recover, Jiang Chuan steps forward, her demonic blade radiating an ominous glow. With a swift slash, dark energy surges toward their captain, paralyzing him with fear. His mind screams in panic. He knows there's no way he can block this. Before the team can even process the incoming danger, a massive thunder spell crashes down from above, engulfing the entire field in a surge of lightning. The sheer force of the spell leaves Rongyang University's players sprawled across the ring, barely conscious. As the dust settles, the referee steps forward and makes it official. Sukong University takes the victory. The stadium erupts in applause, though the announcer encourages the crowd to cheer even louder to help boost Rongyang University's morale. Despite the overwhelming win, Zhou's team doesn't look particularly excited. Having conquered Abyss-level challenges multiple times, this match felt more like a warm-up than an actual fight. One of them mutters under their breath, clearly unimpressed. That was way too easy. Zhou, however, just laughs. Don't worry. The real challenge will come when we face Sukong University and Ching Jing University. Save your energy for them. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Cheng Chun watches in stunned silence. The sheer dominance displayed by Zhou's team leaves him momentarily speechless. Turning to Housemaster Wu, he shakes his head in disbelief. How did you even train these students? They're like crouching dragons and hidden tigers, he says, still trying to process what he just witnessed. Especially Zhou's buffs. How could any regular school possibly compete against that? Housemaster Wu grins smugly, clearly enjoying the praise. Oh, I didn't train them much, he says, waving a hand dismissively. Just gave them a few pointers here and there. Everything else is the result of their own hard work. Cheng Chun narrows his eyes, not buying Wu's false humility. The fight had been so one-sided that it left him unsettled. He exhales sharply before turning away. I'd better go. If my team ends up facing yours, I need a solid strategy before stepping onto that field. As he walks off, Housemaster Wu chuckles heartily, calling after him. Remember, Chun, our friendship comes before competition. Cheng Chun simply replies with a curt "you," not even turning around as he leaves. With the match over, Zhou's team returns to their waiting area, still unfazed by their victory. Seeing them, Housemaster Wu greets them with a warm smile. You all did well today, he says, nodding approvingly. Keep up the hard work. I know you can push yourselves even further. Stepping forward, Sue Meyer adds her own advice. Since there are no matches scheduled this afternoon, you should use the free time wisely. I suggest watching the high-level team battles happening now. Observing them will give you valuable experience. The team exchanges quick glances before nodding in agreement. Okay, they respond enthusiastically, ready to make the most of their time. Before the team heads out, the Housemaster makes one last announcement. While there aren't any team battles at the moment, individual competitions are taking place. Anyone interested can sign up with him. Zhou raises an eyebrow, curious. Why not just include everyone automatically? Sue Meyer explains that some classes, like priests, lack offensive abilities and would struggle in these fights. Even defensive-based fighters might prefer to sit this one out rather than deal with unnecessary challenges. That's why participation is optional. Hearing this, Zhou's excitement sparks. He sees this as the perfect training opportunity and immediately suggests they all join. His enthusiasm is contagious, and soon, the whole team agrees. The housemaster chuckles at their determination. Without hesitation, he signs them up, declaring that Sukong University is in good hands. There are no weaklings in this group. Once registered, the match schedule is revealed. Jiang Churin and Song Xiaolan will have to wait for their turn, as their matches are set for later. Zhou Yi, however, is up much sooner, placed in the second round of fights. His opponent? Liu Jie, a level 18 swordsman from Rongyang University. The announcement immediately stirs up excitement among the crowd. Wait, Zhou Yi's entering the individual matches, someone exclaims. He barely showed anything in the last team fight. Let's see what he can actually do. Some are skeptical. After all, Zhou Yi is a Saint Knight, a support class. How can he really hold his own in a solo fight? Others are more confident. There's a reason he's the team captain, and they're eager to see what he's truly capable of. As Zhou Yi steps toward the arena, his teammates cheer him on. Across the field, Liu Jie enters to the roar of his own supporters. Spotting Zhou Yi, Liu Jie can't hide his excitement. A support class opponent? This should be an easy win. Still, not everyone on his team shares his confidence. Some notice Zhou Yi's unwavering composure and grow uneasy. This might not be as simple as we thought, one mutters. Others scoff. Please, a Saint Knight? Brother Liu will crush him. The countdown begins, and the match is officially underway. Liu Jie wastes no time, stepping forward with his sword engulfed in flames. A smirk plays on his lips as he taunts his opponent. If Zhou Yi surrenders now, he'll at least lose with dignity. Zhou Yi chuckles, completely unfazed. Talk about surrender when you can last 10 breaths in front of me. Liu Jie's face turns red with anger. How dare Zhou Yi mock him like that? With a furious shout, he lunges forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of sword slashes. But Zhou Yi doesn't even flinch. He dodges every strike with effortless precision, moving like a blur. The confidence on Liu Jie's face quickly shifts to shock. Zhou Yi is way faster than he expected. Determined to break through, Liu Jie pushes harder, but then his feet freeze in place. Zhou Yi's frozen ability locks him down, and now the tables have turned. Liu Jie grits his teeth, struggling against the ice. A cheap trick like this won't stop me, he sneers. Desperate to counter, he raises his sword to block Zhou Yi's incoming punch. But the moment blade meets fist, crack. The sword shatters into pieces. Before Liu Jie can even process what just happened, Zhou Yi's punch slams into his stomach. The impact sends him flying across the ring, crashing hard onto the ground. The entire arena goes silent for a split second, then erupts into gasps. Liu Jie's teammates, who had been so sure of his victory, now stand frozen in disbelief. What just happened? One of them whispers. I couldn't even see his attack. Their schoolteacher steps forward, shaking his head. You underestimated him. That's Zhou Yi, the captain of Sukong University. Liu Jie got cocky and paid the price. A Saint Knight may be a support class, but Zhou Yi's combat power is anything but ordinary. Back in the ring, Liu Jie remains on the ground, unable to continue. The referee wastes no time. Zhou Yi is declared the winner. Zhou Yi barely acknowledges the victory, glancing at his fallen opponent with a smirk. That was weak, he mutters. Couldn't even handle a grade C punch. The crowd loses it. Cheers explode from every corner of the arena. What a terrifying punch, someone exclaims. He took him down in just a few moves, insane. Another spectator chimes in, and this isn't even his full power. He's still holding back. Amid the excitement, Miss Sun, a representative from another school, watches in shock. She murmurs to herself, I can't believe it. He's improved so much since the recruitment trials. I never saw him this strong back then. Beside her, Chung Yong-chun overhears and raises an eyebrow. Wait, you're saying we almost recruited Zhou Yi? Miss Sun sighs, a tinge of regret in her voice. If I had known his true potential, I would have fought harder to bring him to our university. With him on our team, we'd be unstoppable. Not far away, another spectator, Xiaolan, a level 19 archer, watches Zhou Yi with growing interest. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she whispers. So this is the special boy Jiang Churin mentioned. His strength is unreal. Who knew someone could master support, close combat, and magic all at once? At the edge of the crowd, Zhou Xiao, a level 18 priest, observes Zhou Yi's abilities with a mix of curiosity and confusion. She narrows her eyes, analyzing his ice magic. His casting speed, it's far too fast, she mutters to herself. Even among the elite families of ice mages, no one can release spells that quickly. As Zhou Xiao continues analyzing Zhou Yi's abilities, a faint glow catches her attention. She looks down. Her bracelet, a treasured heirloom, is reacting. Her eyes widen in realization. This artifact only responds to those with a special connection to ice magic. Could it be? She murmurs to herself. Is it possible? Did he awaken a frost bloodline? Standing beside Xiaolan, Zhou Xiao notices the unease on her face. Something wrong, she asks. Xiaolan hesitates for a moment before quickly shaking her head. No, it's nothing, she replies, though her troubled expression says otherwise. Without waiting for further questions, she abruptly turns to leave. I have urgent business to attend to. Zhou Xiao watches her go, confusion and concern flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, in a different location, a mysterious man answers a call on his company's private line. A curious smile plays on his lips. It's your competition day. How did you find the time to call me? On the other end, Xiaolan's urgent voice cuts through. Dad, I found an awakener of the Frost bloodline. His name is Zhou. The purity of his bloodline is over 70%. The man's expression shifts instantly. Are you certain? A Frost bloodline with such high purity is incredibly rare. Xiaolan's tone grows even more serious. There's a chance it's closer to 80%. I need to confirm if his abilities are real. Realizing the weight of the situation, the man's demeanor turns grave. All right, find a way to get close to Zhou. In the meantime, I'll investigate to see if he has any connection to our Zhou family. As the call ends, a glimmer of hope appears in his eyes. If Zhou's Frost bloodline is genuine, he might be the key to saving the Zhou family. Back at the tournament venue, an announcement echoes across the arena. Zhou's second match is about to begin. The crowd erupts into excitement, cheering for both him and his next opponent, Lee Sin, a renowned warrior. Near the ring, one of Lee Sin's friends pats his shoulder. Don't hold back. Show him what you're made of. Lee Sin smirks confidently. Oh, I won't. My only worry is that it won't even last long enough for me to go all out. Despite his bravado, another teammate issues a warning. Don't underestimate him. Zhou is dangerous. I can feel it. Lee Sin waves him off. Relax, brother Yi. I've got this. Stepping into the ring, Lee Sin releases his aura, an overwhelming wave of power that instantly grabs the audience's attention. Then, to their amazement, he reveals his Tempest armor set, an incredibly powerful level 18 artifact. His teammates erupt in cheers. As expected of brother Lee Sin, with the Tempest armor set, Zhou won't even get close to him. A nearby girl chuckles with a sly grin. I just hope Zhou doesn't end up crying when this is over. In the arena, the atmosphere is electric. The crowd roars with excitement, split between cheering for Zhou and rallying behind Lee Sin. The supporters from both universities chant their schools' names, their energy shaking the stadium as the match inches closer to its start. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a distinguished man arrives, accompanied by a young girl named Zhou Dong. As she takes in the massive venue, her eyes widen in awe. This place is huge. It's almost as grand as our family's private training grounds, she remarks. Just then, Zhou Xiao approaches. Sister, Zhou Dong calls out, rushing forward for a warm embrace. After greeting her, Zhou Xiao turns to their father, curiosity in her eyes. What are you both doing here? Her father's expression remains serious. After looking into Zhou's background, we discovered that he's likely a descendant of a branch family that separated from us during the Dark Ages. When the family head heard about someone awakening the Frost bloodline, he sent me to confirm his identity. He glances at Zhou Dong. I also brought her along to witness the strength of Sukong University's freshmen. There's a lot she can learn from them. Zhou Dong crosses her arms, unimpressed. Learn from a support class, say Knight? There's nothing worth learning from that. Zhou Zhao's expression darkens. That's wrong, Zhou Dong. A Saint Knight isn't inferior to any other class. Zhou's Frost bloodline purity exceeds 70%, which makes him eligible to awaken our family's hidden class. Zhou Dong's skeptical gaze flickers with interest. The youngest member of the main family barely has 40% purity. Is this really that high? Their father speaks firmly. Zhou Dong, I told you before, show respect. Zhou is, by name, your elder brother. Zhou Dong frowns, still unconvinced. Even if he is part of our family, he has to prove himself. I won't acknowledge him until I see his strength for myself. Zhou Xiao sighs but nods. Father is here. We'll verify his blood purity soon enough. For now, let's focus on his match. It's about to begin. Back in the ring, Zhou and Lee Sin from Mode University finally face off. This is the first individual match of the third round, and the crowd's anticipation reaches a fever pitch. Lee Sin studies Zhou with a confident smirk. At first, I figured I'd take it easy and finish this quickly, but my captain warned me not to underestimate you. So, I'll be using my full strength from the start. Zhou meets his gaze unfazed. A smirk of his own forms as he responds calmly. Do your best. As the match begins, Zhou carefully assesses Lee Sin's abilities. His aura is strong, and the Tempest armor set proves he's no ordinary opponent. Mode University's captain is clearly not someone to take lightly. However, after a closer evaluation, Zhou notes something crucial. Lee Sin is only level 18, 5 levels below him. A simple move like Punishment of Light could end this in seconds. But with tomorrow's match against Ching Jing University, Revealing too much now isn't an option. Deciding to keep his true strength a secret, Joey opts for close combat instead. He'll win this match, but without showing his full hand. As the countdown begins, Joey feels the familiar frustration of holding back. Restraining his power isn't easy, but for now, it's necessary. The moment the match starts, Joey wastes no time, activating Blessing of Protection. A glowing shield of holy energy surrounds him, shimmering under the arena lights. Lee Sin scoffs at the display. Flashy tricks, but that's all they are. He taunts before charging forward. He opens with a low kick, aiming to destabilize Joey. But Joey reacts instantly. His own kick counters Lee Sin's mid-motion, stopping the attack cold. Is that all you've got? Joey remarks before driving a sharp elbow strike straight into Lee Sin's face. A loud crack echoes as the impact visibly damages the Tempest armor. Lee Sin's eyes widen in shock. How is his strength bypassing my armor? Before he can recover, Joey follows up with another strike, sending him flying into the protective barrier surrounding the ring. The audience erupts in disbelief. A fighter is being dominated by a support class? What is happening? Is Joey actually breaking through Lee Sin's defenses? But Lee Sin has an A-grade steel talent. His armor should be impenetrable. Inside the ring, Lee Sin struggles to stand. Blood drips from his mouth, and his once reliable armor is now visibly cracked. He stares at Joey in disbelief. Are you from a martial artist family? How is your fighting stronger than mine? Joey casually stretches his hands, warming up. A faint smile plays on his lips. No, I'm not from a martial artist family, he replies. I'm just slightly stronger than you. Then, without hesitation, Joey unleashes a rapid barrage of holy punches. Each strike shatters more of Lee Sin's armor, his defense crumbling with every blow. I can't stop this. Lee Sin realizes, panic setting in. Joey's relentless assault leaves him with no openings to counter. The rhythm of Joey's punches only intensifies. Lee Sin knows the final strike is unavoidable. With desperation in his voice, he raises a trembling hand and shouts, I surrender. Stop. But Joey's final punch is already in motion. At the last second, he adjusts his trajectory, redirecting the blow toward the ground. The impact is devastating. A massive crater forms beneath him, shaking the entire stadium. Even so, the sheer force of the attack still sends Lee Sin flying, leaving him sprawled across the arena floor in a terrible state. His once mighty Tempest armor is completely shattered, and his body bears clear signs of exhaustion and injury. Medics rush onto the field as the referee officially declares Joey the winner. The audience erupts in a mix of cheers and disbelief. Did you see that punch? He cracked the entire arena. This guy is terrifying. He's not just a Saint Knight. He's a monster. Meanwhile, Joey stands in the center of the ring, lost in thought. Hiding my power is harder than I expected. He exhales slowly, regaining his composure. Once I get into my rhythm, it's almost impossible to hold back. Despite the overwhelming cheers, Lee Sin's teammates remain frozen in shock. This is absurd. How did a Saint Knight defeat a full-fledged fighter barehanded? One spectator chimes in, still stunned. Joey doesn't fight like a support class at all. His combat skills are insane. Inside the ring, Joey approaches the fallen Lee Sin. Assessing his injuries, he raises a hand, casting holy light. A warm, golden glow envelopes Lee Sin, slowly stabilizing his condition. I'm sorry it ended like this, Joey says sincerely. You surrendered too late. I couldn't redirect my power in time. The healing team arrives in a hurry, their expressions tense as they assess Lee Sin's condition. Joey steps back, giving them space. I've cast a healing spell to stabilize him, he informs them. The rest is up to you. One of the nurses nods quickly. Understood, she says, though her eyes remain filled with concern. As she checks Lee Sin's injuries, her breath catches. These wounds are severe. It'll take days for him to fully recover. Another nurse mutters in disbelief. I never imagined a Saint Knight could deal this kind of damage. Up in the stands, Zhou Xiao turns to her father, her expression triumphant. See? I told you Joey's strength surpasses even the most talented members of our family. Her father, still trying to process what he just witnessed, slowly nods. Watching Joey overpower an armored fighter with nothing but raw strength was beyond anything he expected. His mind drifts to the hidden strength class within their family's frost bloodline, one that emphasized pure physical might. Even Zhou Dong, who had been skeptical of Joey, can't hide her reaction. She exhales sharply, her earlier doubts shattered. I admitted he's powerful. Her father smiles, clearly pleased. If even Dong is convinced, that settles it. We need to meet him. Zhou Xiao, arrange a meeting with Joey as soon as possible. Zhou Xiao nods, her gaze shifting toward Joey with newfound determination. I'll take care of it. As the excitement from Joey's match begins to fade, the next match is announced. Jiang Chuan versus Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Zhou mentally evaluates the matchup. Jiang Feng's strength is much lower than Li Sin's. Chuan should have no trouble winning this one. Both fighters step into the arena, and the battle begins. Wasting no time, Jiang Chuan launches a relentless barrage of attacks. Jiang Feng struggles to keep up, barely managing to defend. Panic creeps into her thoughts. Sukong's team is terrifying this year. I can't handle this. Sensing her opponent is nearing her limit, Jiang Chuan decides to end it swiftly. She activates Shadow Slash, her blade surging with dark energy as it slices through Jiang Feng's defenses. The attack lands cleanly, and with no strength left to continue, Jiang Feng collapses. The referee doesn't hesitate. Jiang Chuan is declared the winner, advancing to the 4th round. The crowd erupts once again, thoroughly impressed. Even Jiang Feng couldn't keep up. I thought Zhou was the only powerhouse in Sukong's team, but Jiang Chuan is just as dangerous. As the buzz grows, the audience shifts their focus toward the highly anticipated match against Ching Jing University. Speculation runs wild. How will Sukong's team fare against their toughest opponents yet? Jiang Chuan walks out of the arena, satisfaction written all over her face. Zhou approaches with a smile. You fought really well. That last attack was especially impressive. Jiang Chuan, pleased but modest, waves off the praise. I was lucky this time. My opponent was weak. If I had to fight you, I'd probably surrender on the spot. Zhou chuckles. Don't worry. I would never fight against you. Before the conversation can continue, Zhou Xiao suddenly approaches, interrupting them. Zhou turns toward her, curious. Do you need something important? Zhou Xiao introduces herself formally. I am Zhou Xiao, from the Tianlan Zhou family. You've awakened the Frost bloodline with exceptional purity, which makes you a likely member of our Zhou family. Zhou blinks in confusion. Frost bloodline? Zhou family? He repeats the words, trying to make sense of them. Before he can ask more, Jiang Chuan, standing beside him, steps in. I know about them, Brother Zhou. The Zhou family is an ancient lineage, much like my own Jiang family. They've been a dominant force in the Tianlan district for centuries, and their strength is undeniable. Jiang Chuan continues. However, their bloodline's power has weakened over the years. Fewer and fewer members of the Zhou family are awakening the Frost bloodline. Given their desperation to restore it, they'll likely offer you significant resources. Zhou Xiao nods in agreement. She's right. If you join us, the family will ensure you receive the best support. But Zhou waves off the offer without hesitation. I don't need any resources, he says firmly. Then, turning to Zhou Xiao, he asks, but do you have any proof that I belong to your Zhou families? Without a word, Zhou Xiao produces a bloodline examiner stone and holds it out. My father is here today, and he brought this stone to confirm your bloodline. If you truly have Zhou family heritage, the stone will resonate with your Frost bloodline. Curious, Zhou decides to test it. As he brings his hand closer to the stone, it immediately begins to glow. A surge of energy flows through him, revealing the purity of his Frost bloodline. In that moment, he feels an undeniable connection to the power coursing within him. Staring at the glowing stone, Zhou murmurs, I never thought I'd uncover the origins of my Frost bloodline during an exchange match. Zhou Xiao smiles. This confirms it. My father wants to meet you. Would that be all right? Zhou nods. Sure. Then, glancing at Jiang Chuan, he says, I'll go meet Zhou Xiao's father now. You can head back without me. Jiang Chuan gives him a warm smile. All right, Brother Zhou. Just don't feel pressured by the Zhou family. They may be powerful in Tianlan, but compared to the Jiang family, they're nothing. Zhou Xiao's expression twitches slightly. Our Zhou family is not inferior to anyone, she snaps. Jiang Chuan chuckles. We'll see, she replies playfully before walking away. Zhou Xiao leads Zhou to a private apartment where her father and younger sister, Zhou Dong, are waiting. As they walk, Zhou's thoughts drift. When my sister was sick, no help came from the Zhou family. But now that I've awakened the Frost bloodline, they suddenly want me. What should I do? Upon arrival, Zhou Xiao's father greets Zhou warmly. Hello, Zhou. My name is Zhou Xiaoyu, he says, his eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Zhou nods politely. I'm Zhou. Xiaoyu studies him closely. I've heard a lot about you recently, and I must say, you're extraordinary. Your Frost bloodline purity is remarkably high. A faint frost-like glow flickers in his eyes as he continues. Meeting you reminded me that your father and my great-grandfather were related. That would make Zhou Xiao your distant cousin, in a way. His expression softens as he adds. I was deeply saddened to hear of your father's passing. Zhou remains composed. What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on the past, he replies calmly. As the conversation deepens, Zhou Xiaoyu gets straight to the point. If you agree to return to the main branch and switch your class to the Ice Element Hidden class, The Zhou family will provide all the resources necessary to help you reach the third awakening as quickly as possible. Zhou Yi furrows his brow. I've already awakened as a Saint Knight. How can I change my class now? Xiaoyu responds with confidence. Don't worry about that. We've preserved a class-changing artifact specifically for special cases like this. With your high-purity frost bloodline, you'd be able to unlock the full potential of our family's hidden class. It's an incredibly rare and powerful opportunity. Zhou Yi carefully considers the offer, but quickly realizes the problem. The Saint Knight class is deeply tied to my support system, and my entire growth has been built around holy light. Switching classes now would throw everything off. The Zhou family's hidden class is powerful, but it's not the path I need to take. He voices his concern. What happens if I don't switch classes? Will I still receive support from the Zhou family? Xiaoyu leans forward, trying to persuade him. It's true that switching isn't mandatory, but if you do, you'll gain access to the Zhou family's private library, filled with advanced skill books, as well as an endless supply of resources. You'd never have to worry about leveling up again. Zhou Yi shakes his head. I appreciate the offer, but I can't accept. Xiaoyu looks genuinely baffled. Why? This is a rare chance that most would kill for. He presses further, appealing to logic. If you switch classes, all your skill points will reset and be refunded. Your stats won't drop, and we'll ensure you reach level 50 in Tertiary Awakening in just 6 years. Despite the tempting offer, Zhou Yi remains firm. The Academy already provides plenty of resources, and I've built my power as a Saint Knight. Changing paths now would be a step backward, not forward. Xiaoyu's confusion only grows. The Saint Knight class is just a heavy support role, he says, almost dismissively. The Zhou family's hidden class is a pure damage dealer. Why hesitate? At that remark, Zhou Yi's expression hardens. His tone turns sharp. If you think the Saint Knight class is just support, then you clearly don't understand its true potential. He stands tall, unwavering. Tomorrow, we face Ching Jing University. Watch closely. I'll show you exactly what a Saint Knight is capable of. With that, Zhou Yi bids them farewell, his tone firm and unwavering. He has nothing more to say. Without hesitation, he turns and walks away. Zhou Xiao instinctively reaches out, trying to stop him, but before she can get a word in, Zhou Yi is already gone, leaving her Xiaoyu and Zhou Dong stunned by his sheer determination. Frustration flares in Zhou Xiao as she turns to her father. Why didn't you try harder? You just let him walk away. But Xiaoyu remains calm, shaking his head. Let him go. He still doesn't understand the limitations of the Saint Knight class. Once he sees the overwhelming power of damage-dealing classes, he'll come to us on his own. Up until now, Zhou Dong has been quietly listening, but suddenly, she raises a hand. Hold on. I have a question. Her voice is steady but firm. Why are we trying so hard to bring Zhou Yi into the main branch? Do we really need him that badly? Her words catch both Zhou Xiao and Xiaoyu off guard. After a brief pause, Xiaoyu finally responds, his tone carrying the weight of history. Our family's past explains everything, he begins. The Zhou family's ancestor was the first on this planet to awaken the Frost bloodline. Under their leadership, our family rose to prominence, with generations of descendants inheriting that power. Many even reached the legendary Tertiary Awakening. But then came the Dark Ages. When invaders from another world arrived, our ancestor led the Zhou family into battle. Tragically, they vanished deep within enemy territory, and without their guidance, our most powerful warriors perished. Though 5 elders were resurrected using revival magic, they returned cursed. And that curse spread through the bloodline, corrupting it. The once strong Frost bloodline weakened. And now, the chance of awakening it is less than 1% of what it once was. This curse is unshakable. It can't be purified. And without heirs, the Zhou family's strength has been steadily fading. Outwardly, we may still seem formidable, but in truth, we're a shadow of what we once were. Zhou Dong takes it all in, her expression contemplative. So that's why Zhou Yi is so important? Xiaoyu nods. Exactly. His Frost bloodline is exceptionally pure. If he joins the main branch, we can invest everything into his growth. He could reach a level of power that rivals our ancestors. But right now, he's riding high on his recent victories. Tomorrow's match against Ching Jing University will be his wake-up call. That's when he'll realize true strength lies within the Zhou family. Zhou Dong tilts her head, a smirk playing on her lips. But what if he wins tomorrow? Zhou Xiao snaps at her almost instantly. How can you even say that? I'm fighting too. Are you doubting me? Zhou Dong shrugs, feigning innocence. I'm just saying, what if? The next day, the arena is packed, buzzing with excitement. The highly anticipated showdown between Sukong University and Ching Jing University has drawn a massive crowd, with tickets selling out in record time. Fans from both universities wave banners and chant their school names, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Every seat is filled as the two teams prepare to take the stage. Sitting among the spectators, Zhou Dong watches intently. Sister has a good chance of winning. But could Joey actually lose? The announcer's voice booms through the arena, officially welcoming both teams. The crowd erupts as the competitors step forward, one by one. Then, Joey makes his entrance. His team strides into the arena with confidence, but the moment Joey steps forward, all eyes are on him. He raises his warhammer, its radiant glow illuminating the field. A surge of excitement ripples through the audience. But as the match begins, confusion spreads among the spectators. Wait, why is Captain Joey standing in the front? Does he even know how to use that weapon? It's not unusual for a Saint Knight to wield a weapon, but something about Joey feels different. His aura is overwhelming, his presence sending an eerie chill through the air. Even from the stands, people can feel it, a raw, unsettling power. Zhou Dong watches closely, narrowing her eyes. He looks even stronger than before. Beside her, Xiaoyu observes in silence. Was he holding back before? Is this his true strength? Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Ching Jing University's team is growing uneasy. Their level 22 warrior, Li Yuan, studies Joey with suspicion. Why is he in the front? Is he trying to be a damage dealer? Xiaolan, another teammate, nods. After watching his solo match yesterday, it's obvious he's more than just support. He might actually be playing offensively, but not everyone is convinced. Lu Zhou, one of their more arrogant members, scoffs. Doesn't matter what role he's playing. Just being the highest level doesn't make him unbeatable. Their level 22 mechanist, Wang Xian, remains focused. We fought Sukong University last year, and they destroyed us in the team match. We've trained hard since then, but we can't afford to underestimate them. This time, we will win. With both sides ready, the stage is set. The battle is about to begin. Sensing the growing tension, Ching Jing University's captain rallies his team. His voice is firm, filled with determination. Stay sharp. This is our shot at reclaiming the championship. No holding back. Give it everything you've got. His teammates respond in unison. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, in Sukong University's section, Chung approaches Housemaster Wu Meng, watching the unfolding scene with skepticism. Do you really think Joey can handle both support and damage roles? Chung asks, doubt lacing his tone. Overconfidence could cost you the match. But Housemaster Wu Meng simply chuckles. No need to worry. In this competition, raw strength decides everything. And Joey has plenty of it. Chung frowns. Freshmen have limited skill points, he thinks. Why is Wu Meng so confident? Could he be hiding something? Back in the arena, Joey turns to his team, his voice steady. We stick to the same strategy. I'll lead the attack, and you adapt as needed. Play to your strengths. Wei Tianxin grins. If brother Joey is going all out, this will be a breeze. Her confidence spreads through the team, and despite facing a tough opponent, she believes victory is within reach. Still, Joey reminds them to stay cautious. Don't underestimate them. They were second place last year for a reason. If anyone gets hurt, come to me immediately. I'll handle it. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The announcer's voice booms through the arena. Match start. The moment the signal is given, Joey charges forward. No hesitation. No holding back. Activating his buffs mid-sprint, he rushes directly toward Ching Jing University's team. The crowd is stunned. He's attacking head-on? Is he insane? Shouldn't he be staying back or using long-range support? But Joey's confidence is unshaken. As he moves, his rapid skill casting leaves even experienced players impressed. On the opposing side, Li Yuan, Ching Jing University's level 22 warrior, watches with a smirk. He's running straight into his own demise. He mutters, gripping his weapon tightly. Beside him, Xiaolan, the team's archer, takes a step forward. Her eyes narrow as she activates Arrows of Suffocation, a high-level grade A ability. Multiple arrows materialize, sealing off every escape route. The skill is designed to overwhelm its target, making dodging impossible. The arrows fly at Joey, closing in fast. But he doesn't even flinch. They're annoying, he mutters. Then, with precise movements, he smashes the arrows mid-air, shattering them with his warhammer. The remaining ones? He swats them aside with his bare hands like they're nothing. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Did he just crush enhanced grade A arrows like they were twigs? Impossible. That skill is level 8. Xiaolan is left speechless, her mind struggling to process how Joey neutralized her attack so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Li Yuan seems unfazed. Observing Joey's performance, he smirks confidently. For someone like Joey, a Saint Knight specializing in defense, this was par for the course. But Li Yuan wasn't concerned, because offense wasn't far behind. Next to him, Lu Zhou, their mage, begins chanting his ultimate spell. Li Yuan's smirk widens as he mutters to himself. Let's see him handle this. When Lu Zhou's Fire Phoenix attack lands, it's game over. With a fiery brilliance, the spell reaches completion. The flames morph into a magnificent spiritual phoenix, its wings ablaze as it unleashes a scorching flame breath toward Joey. The spectators gasp in awe. That's a plus-grade skill. Ching Jing University's team isn't holding back. The fiery phoenix roars through the battlefield, followed by Lu Zhou's second attack, Burning Impact. The flaming bird dives directly at Joey, the arena heating up from its sheer intensity. But Joey doesn't dodge. Instead, he steps back slightly, his posture calm, almost amused. Fire. And more fire. He muses aloud, as if the incoming inferno were a mild inconvenience. The crowd buzzes with confusion and disbelief. What's he doing? Why isn't Joey moving? He can't possibly think he can take that head on. From the sidelines, Ching Jing University's team supervisor watches intently, offering her analysis. He should retreat to his team's defenses. With his speed, he can make it back before impact. But Joey stays rooted, unmoving. At that moment, Sue Meyer, watching from the crowd, chuckles softly. Her amusement doesn't go unnoticed by Miss Sun, seated nearby. What's so funny? Miss Sun asks sharply, clearly annoyed. Sue Meyer, still smiling, replies, oh, nothing. Just that remark about Joey retreating because of an A+ grade skill. It's hilarious. Miss Sun's face turns red with irritation. You won't be laughing when Joey loses. Sue Meyer's smirk deepens. Sure, I'll wait. But let's see if you're ready when that doesn't happen. The conversation is cut short as a radiant light suddenly floods the arena. Joey activates his holy flame light wheel, the blinding brilliance freezing everyone in stunned silence. The once deadly Fire Phoenix attack begins to falter, its ferocity fading. The holy flame light wheel draws in the Phoenix's flames, and Joey, with unparalleled control, bends the fiery energy to his will. Lu Zhou's composure shatters as he watches in disbelief. How is this possible? He stammers, panic creeping into his voice. Desperately, he calls out to his creation. Return to me. You're my strength. But his cries go unanswered. Within moments, Joey has claimed full control of the flames, rendering Lu Zhou's ultimate attack completely ineffective. From the sidelines, Song Xiaolan watches the unfolding battle with a knowing smirk. Looks like Ching Jing University still hasn't realized what it means to go up against our Saint Knight captain, she muses. Beside her, Jiang Churen nods, her voice calm yet certain. Even Xin Ling, with his flame dragon bloodline, couldn't put a scratch on brother Joey. Lu Zhou's fire magic doesn't stand a chance. Inside the arena, Joey, now in full control of the raging flames, lets out an amused chuckle. Addressing Lu Zhou directly, he shrugs. Sorry to disappoint, but fire manipulation isn't exclusive to you. I can control it too, with holy flame. The entire arena falls silent. The sheer intensity of Joey's aura fills the air, a presence so overwhelming that many in the audience feel both awed and intimidated. Miss Sun, standing next to Sue Meyer, instinctively takes a step back, her voice barely above a whisper. A divine blessed skill, and not just any, it's the holy flame skill. Even a tertiary awakener would struggle to achieve this. Sue Meyer, however, remains unfazed, her playful smirk unwavering. Maybe Joey just got lucky, she teases. Sometimes talent and opportunity aligned perfectly. Miss Sun clenches her fists, frustration evident. We still have our ace left, she mutters. Sue Meyer responds with another sly remark, further testing Miss Sun's patience. Among the spectators, Zhou Dong turns to her father, curiosity written all over her face. Father, why is everyone so shocked? What exactly is a divine blessed skill? Xiaoyu takes a deep breath before answering. Divine blessed skills are the rarest abilities, granted directly by higher beings. They can't be learned from books, inherited, or passed down. Only those personally chosen receive them. This holy flame skill was granted to Joey by a divine force itself. Our family has long worshipped the goddess of frost, but ever since our bloodline was cursed, her blessings have disappeared. His voice grows heavier as he continues. A professional blessed by a divine force holds unimaginable potential. Compared to that, anything we could offer Zhui seems insignificant. Zhou Dong frowns. Then, was coming here a waste? Xiaoyu shakes his head firmly. No, there's still a chance. After this match, we'll approach Joey again. He is the last hope for restoring the Zhou family's legacy. I won't give up so easily. Back in the arena, Lu Zhou stares in disbelief as his once powerful Fire Phoenix is completely absorbed, leaving him powerless. How is this possible? He mutters, unable to process what just happened. Before he can dwell on his frustration, his team captain steps forward. Lu Zhou, I don't know how you did it either, the captain admits. But one thing is clear. Fire magic is useless against him. Don't give up. Switch to a different element. Lu Zhou, though reluctant, steadies himself and prepares for another attempt. This time, he shifts to close combat, drawing his sword while calling for Xiaolan to provide long-range support. Don't let him advance so easily, their captain commands. Xiaolan immediately fires a volley of arrows, each one enhanced with long-range magic to slow Zhou's approach. At the same time, Lu Zhou channels earth magic, summoning a massive stone wall to block his path. Their confidence surges as they launch their counterattack. Don't underestimate us. Xiaolan calls out, grinning. We've still got plenty of tricks left. Lu Zhou adds. Zhou, however, remains unfazed. He quickly analyzes their strategy, ranged attacks paired with barriers to stall his advance. A smart tactic, but against him, far too naive. As Xiaolan's arrows rain down and the stone wall rises before him, Zhou calmly activates his Holy Light Shield, an A+ grade defensive skill. A radiant barrier bursts to life around him, effortlessly deflecting the arrows and crumbling the earth magic before it can fully take shape. The crowd erupts in shock. His defense is unreal, but at least it slowed him down. And they're right. The Holy Light Shield, while powerful, momentarily halts Zhou's relentless charge. Realizing he needs to shift strategies, he starts casting a long-range spell, one designed to dismantle his opponent's formation in an instant. Seeing this, Li Yuan, the captain of Ching Jing University, shouts in alarm, "Retreat! Now!" But it's already too late. Zhou unleashes Holy Flame Storm, a devastating spell that engulfs the battlefield in raging flames of divine energy. The firestorm spreads like an unstoppable tidal wave, tearing through everything in its path. "Dodge it!" Li Yuan yells desperately, but there's nowhere to run. The sheer intensity of the storm leaves the battlefield engulfed in a sea of blazing destruction. As chaos erupts, Li Yuan frantically scans the arena. Where's Lu Zhou? Did he get caught in that? Elsewhere, Lu Zhou struggles to maintain a protective shield, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to withstand the relentless flames. His breathing grows heavy, his arms tremble. Is this really a saint knight? He thinks, panic creeping in. How is his elemental magic stronger than mine? A mage? Lu Zhou is barely holding on, and Zhou decides to put an end to it. The flames Lu Zhou had summoned earlier? They were now useless against him. With precise control, Zhou redirects the phoenix fire he absorbed earlier, turning Lu Zhou's own power against him. The fiery onslaught crashes into Lu Zhou's shield, shattering it instantly. A desperate cry escapes him as the flames engulf his defenses completely. His wand snaps under the pressure, leaving him helpless. With nothing left to protect himself, Lu Zhou collapses to the ground, consumed by his own fire and crying out for help. As the raging firestorm finally died down, Lu Zhou lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Weakly, he reached out, his voice trembling as he pleaded for assistance. Though Zhou's attack had left him battered and broken, he wasn't entirely out of the fight, at least not yet. Zhou, however, had no intention of wasting time. With a confident yet menacing air, he drew his massive warhammer, the sheer weight of it making the ground tremble slightly. Glancing down at Lu Zhou, he smirked. "You survived this time," he remarked. "But luck like that doesn't last forever." Watching Zhou's display of dominance, Li Yuan gritted his teeth. Arrogant, he muttered under his breath. But rather than dwell on it, he quickly took charge. "Zhou Xiao, heal Lu Zhou," he commanded. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiao dashed toward the injured Lu Zhou, trusting Li Yuan to keep Zhou occupied. Facing Zhou directly, Li Yuan showed no sign of fear. His courage didn't go unnoticed. Zhou gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before casually raising his warhammer for what seemed to be a light attack. Li Yuan, fully prepared, braced himself with his shield. But the moment Zhou's hammer made contact, an earth-shattering force erupted from the strike. His shield, unable to withstand the impact, was ripped from his grasp and sent flying. Before he could react, the sheer power of the blow sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the protective barrier surrounding the arena. One strike. That was all it took to shake his confidence. Struggling to his feet, Li Yuan finally understood. This was why even Li Xin, known for his legendary steelbone talent, couldn't endure Zhou's attacks. But as the captain of Ching Jing University, surrender wasn't an option. Refusing to back down, he steadied himself and unleashed his most powerful rage slash, his sword blazing with energy as he swung with all his might. Their attacks collided in a violent explosion of power. But once again, Zhou's sheer strength easily overpowered Li Yuan's assault. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. That attack was powerful enough to obliterate a level 20 golden grade monster, yet Zhou had countered it as if it were nothing. But he wasn't done. Gritting his teeth, he launched another attack, determined to break through. Zhou, unfazed, advanced with unwavering confidence. Since you're so persistent, he taunted, I'll make sure this lesson stays with you. The two clashed fiercely, their battle turning into a relentless exchange of blows. Li Yuan's skill and resilience were impressive. Unlike most opponents, he wasn't immediately overwhelmed. For the first time, Zhou faced someone his own age who could withstand his power, at least for a while. But endurance was another matter entirely. As time passed, fatigue caught up with Li Yuan. His movements slowed, his stance weakened, and eventually, his sword slipped from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou raised his warhammer high, preparing the finishing blow. A smirk played on his lips as he looked down at Li Yuan. You're too exhausted to even hold your weapon, he remarked. Time for you to go. But just as Zhou swung his warhammer down, a sudden protective shield materialized out of nowhere, blocking the strike completely. The unexpected interference caught him off guard. Before he could react, a sinister red aura flared up behind him. Then, with a thunderous roar, a massive mechanical robot charged straight at him, its metal frame radiating pure destructive force. Zhou's instincts kicked in immediately. He activated Holy Protection, forming a radiant shield to absorb the impact. But the moment the robot's attack connected, the sheer force shattered Zhou's barrier instantly. Zhou was caught off guard when a mechanical robot suddenly appeared and shattered his level 9 Holy Light Protection with a single strike. The sheer force of the attack left him momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his footing. Without hesitation, he swung his warhammer, reducing the machine to a heap of scrap metal. The robot's invisible and devastating attacks had been impressive, but not enough to shake him. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Wang Xian, who had been keeping a low profile, finally made his move. Li Yuan, still recovering from his earlier fight, thanked him for saving his life. But Wang Xian dismissed the gratitude, making it clear that if he hadn't stepped in, their team would have been done for. Without wasting another moment, he told Li Yuan to focus on the others. He would take care of Zhou himself. The real reason behind Wang Xian's reluctance to fight soon became apparent. As a skilled mechanic, he had been holding back, unwilling to reveal his full strength before their upcoming match against Modu University. But with Zhou turning the tide of battle single-handedly, he had no choice but to unleash his trump card. With a flick of his hand, Wang Xian summoned a massive army of machines. The arena was soon filled with GX-100B robots, DYS light-type rocket robots, and BT-200 cavalry robots, each a powerhouse at level 21 and above, boasting silver-grade qualifications. The sheer number of machines created an overwhelming spectacle, leaving even Zhou slightly surprised. The audience was just as stunned. In the viewing area, the housemaster glanced at Cheng with a knowing smile, commenting that it seemed his university had its own hidden ace. Cheng nodded, admitting as much. He explained that Wang Xian possessed a rare S+ talent, known as Mechanical Heart, which allowed him to create robots far stronger than his own level. This ability made him a true game-changer, the backbone of his team's strategy. Back in the arena, Zhou reaction was unexpected. He grinned. Instead of feeling threatened, he was excited. The sight of the massive robot army only fueled his fighting spirit. With his warhammer gleaming in his grip, he prepared for battle, his eyes alight with anticipation. This is going to be fun. Wang Xian, however, was furious at Zhou's audacity. The sheer nerve of someone charging headfirst into his mechanical army was beyond belief. Fueled by anger, he barked out a command. His robots were to attack without mercy. The mechanical horde surged forward in perfect coordination, filling the arena with the deafening clash of metal and the crackling hum of energy blasts. Zhou found himself surrounded, with attacks coming from all directions. Without hesitation, he summoned a holy shield to block the incoming onslaught. But as the relentless barrage continued, he quickly reinforced his defense, creating twin holy shields that formed an almost impenetrable barrier. Sparks flew, energy waves rippled, and the entire battlefield became a chaotic storm of light and destruction. Yet, amid the turmoil, Zhou remained unfazed. A calm smile played on his lips as he unleashed his next move, Holy Light Cross. A massive cross of radiant energy erupted into existence, sending electric currents and waves of scorching heat through the battlefield. The devastating force tore through the surrounding robots, melting them down with holy fire. Even from a distance, Wang Xian could feel the searing heat washing over him. Despite being built with fireproof materials, the robots stood no chance against the overwhelming flames. This unexpected setback only served to irritate Wang Xian further. With frustration evident on his face, he pulled out a keyboard-like device and slammed his hands onto it. He wasn't done yet. Glaring at Zhou, he activated the tool and declared that he had plenty more machines at his disposal. As if on cue, multiple portals materialized around the arena, each one spewing out fresh waves of reinforcements. Robot after robot emerged, flooding the battlefield in an endless tide. Confidently, Wang Xian taunted Zhou Yi, claiming that no matter how strong he was, his mental energy would eventually deplete. If you have the guts, then come at me, he challenged. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Zhou Yi's teammates were locked in their own battles, dismantling the robotic horde with ease. Watching the fight unfold, Wei Tiexin smirked. Looks like Wang Xian didn't expect Brother Zhou to handle such large-scale attacks like they were nothing, he mused. Back at the heart of the chaos, Zhou Yi suddenly received a system notification. A knowing grin spread across his face. This is the perfect moment, he murmured. Without hesitation, he activated a storm-type attack. Wang Xian, watching from afar, felt his confidence waver as the storm exploded onto the battlefield. His eyes widened in horror as the raging force tore through his robotic army like a natural disaster. Panicked, he screamed for his machines to retreat, but it was too late. One by one, they were swallowed by the raging tempest, reduced to nothing in its wake. In mere moments, the raging tornado had torn through 74 robots, leaving nothing but wreckage in its wake. Wang Xian's device flashed with an urgent notification. Nearly one-third of his forces had been wiped out. Fury and desperation took hold as he realized that his strategy of overwhelming Zhou Yi with sheer numbers was failing. With no other options left, he made a bold decision. It was time to unleash his ultimate trump card. Summoning his most powerful creation, Wang Xian called forth the HX Judgment Fusion Robot, a towering monstrosity unlike anything seen before. This was no ordinary machine. The moment it materialized, its mouth opened wide, unleashing chains that lashed out and ensnared nearby robots. Operational or destroyed, it didn't matter. One by one, the machines were pulled in, their metal bodies fusing into the growing colossus. As the fusion process neared completion, the robot emitted powerful, pulsating waves of energy that sent shockwaves across the arena. Security systems immediately went into high alert, detecting a dangerous spike in power. The sheer size of the machine was unprecedented, and cracks began to form in the arena's structure under its immense weight. A stunned silence fell over the audience as Wang Xian's massive mechanical creation loomed over everything. Gasps rippled through the crowd, with many spectators covering their mouths in shock. This was no longer just a competition, it was a historic moment. Never before in a national college freshman competition had such an extraordinary mechanical weapon been unveiled. At level 23, with an epic qualification, the HX Judgment Fusion Robot was a true spectacle. Its towering frame nearly grazed the edges of the protective barrier, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. In the stands, a wide-eyed girl whispered in disbelief, marveling at how terrifyingly powerful this year's new students were. Back in the arena, Li Yuan watched the mechanical giant with a confident smirk. Finally, Brother Xian's judgment has arrived, he said, clearly impressed. Standing nearby, Jiang Chern glanced back at the monstrous machine, but Li Yuan wasn't done. With a smug grin, he turned to her. Now you all are definitely going to lose. But Jiang Chern wasn't shaken. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Li Yuan, her sword flashing through the air. Brother Zhou will never lose, she declared, her voice unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit of his mighty creation, Wang Xian couldn't contain his excitement. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he addressed Zhou Yi directly. Let me show you the real firepower of my judgment, he declared, his voice filled with exhilaration. Then, with a manic laugh, he launched a devastating barrage of missiles straight at his opponent. Zhou Yi's eyes darted across the battlefield as the missiles rained down on him. Taking them head-on was out of the question. There were simply too many. Moving with lightning speed, he dodged through the storm of explosions, narrowly escaping several direct hits. Just as he evaded two incoming missiles at the last second, they collided behind him, triggering a massive blast that shook the entire arena. The sheer force of the explosion confirmed what he already knew. Getting hit wasn't an option. The damage would be devastating. Meanwhile, inside his massive machine, Wang Xian laughed hysterically, reveling in the chaos. Run all you want. There's nowhere left to hide, he taunted, launching wave after wave of missiles. Zhou Yi retaliated as best as he could, swinging his warhammer to destroy the incoming projectiles. But the relentless barrage made it almost impossible to keep up. And just when he thought the attack couldn't get any worse, Wang Xian's robot revealed its next weapon, a colossal sword. With a single swing, the massive blade came crashing down, slicing through the ground where Zhou Yi had stood just moments earlier. The sheer force of the attack split the arena in half, sending debris flying in every direction. Zhou Yi barely managed to leap to safety, narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. Wang Xian's laughter grew even louder. Watching Zhou Yi dodge attack after attack only fueled his amusement. What's wrong? Is all you can do run away? He mocked. I've never seen a coward from Sukong Academy before. Is this really all you've got? The robot's massive sword continued to swing with relentless force, each attack shaking the battlefield. Zhou Yi had no choice but to keep moving, dodging one earth-shattering blow after another. Then, with a smirk, he called out to Wang Xian. Do you really think I'm running? Let's settle this head-on. Wang Xian's grin faltered for a moment. The sheer confidence in Zhou Yi's voice irritated him. How could someone be so bold in the face of such overwhelming power? But deep down, he couldn't deny it. Zhou Yi was living up to his reputation as a true captain. That flicker of admiration, however, was quickly replaced by fury. His grip tightened as he commanded his machine to strike. Such foolish determination will be the downfall of Sukong University, he roared, swinging the robot's colossal sword with full force. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He met the attack head-on with his warhammer. The two weapons collided in a thunderous impact, sending a shockwave through the arena. The ground trembled, the air vibrated, and for a brief moment, the entire battlefield stood still under the sheer force of their clash. Wasting no time, Zhou Yi unleashed his next move, God's Hand. The moment he activated the technique, an intense, radiant light engulfed the entire stadium. The sheer energy surging through the air was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Divine power gathered above the arena, forming a dense, concentrated aura, while streaks of electricity crackled through the sky like a brewing storm. Inside his massive war machine, Wang Xian's confidence wavered. Even within the protective confines of his robot, he could feel the overwhelming force pressing down on him. The divine light only grew stronger, absorbing energy directly from the arena's protective barrier. That unexpected shift sent shockwaves through the stadium's security system, immediately triggering emergency protocols. In response, the protection robots stationed around the arena sprang to life, their mechanical voices issuing urgent orders. Powered by light magic stones, they rushed to construct an additional defensive shield, reinforcing the stadium against the escalating battle. What had started as a competition had now spiraled into a full-scale emergency. Elsewhere, the chaos of battle continued. Jiang Churen and Li Yuan were still locked in combat, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding. But as Jiang Churen dodged one of Li Yuan's attacks, she suddenly felt a surge of divine energy ripple through the air. Her instincts kicked in. Something was very wrong. Without hesitation, she disengaged and sprinted toward her teammates. Her first stop was Tang Linyi. We need to withdraw now, she urged, her voice leaving no room for argument. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolan and Wei Tiexin were busy evading a relentless rain of arrows from their opponents. Yet, even in the heat of battle, they exchanged a single glance, one that said everything. No words were needed. Without hesitation, they both began retreating, sensing the sheer magnitude of what was about to unfold. As Tang Linyi and Wei Tiexin fell back, Lu Zhou prepared to follow. But before he could move, Li Yuan stepped in, stopping him with a firm hand. Hold your ground, he ordered. Lu Zhou frowned. Why? They're running scared. We should finish them off. But Li Yuan, his face unusually pale, shook his head. Something is wrong, he muttered, his voice laced with unease. This power, it's not normal. The rest of his team gathered around, their expressions mirroring his concern. Even from a distance, the pressure radiating from Zhou Yi's divine energy was suffocating. Back in the arena, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Above them, a colossal, glowing hand began descending from the heavens, its radiant presence undeniable. At first, the spectators murmured in confusion. Then came the gasps, and then panic. Screams erupted throughout the stadium as the crowd struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. The sheer force of Zhou Yi's power had turned the competition into something far beyond what anyone had expected. Inside the cockpit of his HX Judgment Fusion robot, Wang Xian felt an unfamiliar sensation creeping over him, fear. His heart pounded as he stared at the descending hand of divine energy. He knew exactly what this was. This is a god-level skill, he muttered, his confidence crumbling. Just moments ago, his HX Judgment had seemed unstoppable, an S+ level creation, the pinnacle of his mechanical genius. But now, in the face of Zhou Yi's overwhelming power, it felt insignificant, like a mere toy. But surrender was not an option. Clenching his fists, Wang Xian roared, "No, I'm not a coward. I refuse to lose." Fueled by sheer desperation, he sent his robot charging forward, its massive sword raised high. With all his strength, he swung at the divine hand, striking again and again. Sparks flew as metal met light, but no matter how many times he slashed, his attacks didn't leave a single scratch. The colossal hand continued its slow, inevitable descent, completely unfazed. Then, for a brief moment, it stopped. A flicker of hope flashed across Wang Xian's face. "I stopped it," he thought, a triumphant grin forming. But that hope was shattered in an instant. Without warning, the divine hand suddenly jerked downward with unstoppable force. Wang Xian's expression twisted from victory to terror. No! No! He screamed. But there was no time left. The hand crashed into the HX judgment, unleashing a devastating shockwave that tore through the entire arena. The sheer force of impact shook the stadium, rattling spectators in their seats. Dust and debris filled the air, and the deafening sound of metal collapsing echoed across the battlefield. When the dust finally settled, Zhou Yi stepped forward, calm and unshaken. Scattered around him were the shattered remains of what was once Wang Xian's ultimate weapon. A few loose bolts clattered to the ground at his feet. Without hesitation, he kicked the broken scraps aside, as if they were nothing more than worthless junk. Not far from the wreckage lay Wang Xian, unconscious and battered, his once mighty creation reduced to rubble. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a stark contrast to the overwhelming pride he had displayed before. His team stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with despair. They knew the battle was over. Zhou Yi barely spared a glance at Wang Xian before turning his attention to his own team, his steps steady and composed, like none of the destruction around him had ever happened. But even as he lay broken, Wang Xian wasn't ready to let go completely. Weakly, he raised a trembling hand, as if reaching for something, his pride, his dream, or perhaps one last shred of hope. He struggled to stand, his body refused, and moments later, he collapsed into unconsciousness. The moment the match ended, the arena erupted in a thunderous roar. The spectators were on their feet, electrified by what they had just witnessed. Zhou Yi's holy light had left an unforgettable mark on everyone present. His sheer power was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, like witnessing a force of nature, a nuclear explosion in human form. The crowd chanted his name, their voices shaking the very foundations of the stadium. Meanwhile, in the stands, Chung, the team supervisor of Ching Jing University, watched in silence, his expression a mix of frustration and reluctant admiration. Letting out a deep sigh, he muttered to himself, a god-level skill, the hand of God. Despite his disappointment, he had no choice but to accept the reality of their defeat. No complaints. Ching Jing University didn't lose unfairly. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of disbelief. As he stood, he reflected aloud, with Wang Xian on our side, I thought winning this championship would be as easy as taking candy from a child. But who could have predicted someone like Zhou Yi would appear? Zhou Yi was no ordinary opponent. He was an all-rounder in the truest sense. His melee combat was just as deadly as his spellcasting, and even his support abilities were devastating. He wasn't just strong, he was a nightmare to face in battle. As Chung turned to leave, he glanced at Wu Meng, the housemaster of Sukong University. You've got a rare gem on your hands, he admitted. I've been teaching for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone like Zhou Yi. He's not just talented, he's something else entirely. Wu Meng, clearly pleased by the praise, responded with nothing more than a knowing smile, enjoying Cheng's rare moment of humility. The crowd, meanwhile, continued to chant, their voices echoing through the massive stadium. Some cheered for Sukong University, but most simply shouted Zhou Yi's name like a rallying cry. As Zhou Yi walked out of the arena with his team, he shook his head, still processing the sheer madness of it all. Beside him, Wei Tianxin beamed with excitement. That was way too easy. Is this really the best Ching Jing University had to offer? She said, her confidence soaring. Song Xiaolan shot her a skeptical glance. Easy? Without Zhou Yi, we wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes against Wang Xian. Tang Lingyi nodded in agreement. Exactly. That robot was level 23, an epic class creation. Without Zhou Yi, this match would have ended very differently. Wei Tianxin waved them off with a laugh. What are you even saying? Of course, we have brother Zhou Yi with us. Why wouldn't we count him? He's part of our team, isn't he? Zhang Churen, listening to their banter with an amused smile, added, this year's freshman exchange competition has drawn a massive crowd. They expanded the stadium last year, and it's still packed. Plus, this match was broadcast live across the entire empire. Her words hung in the air, a reminder that their battle had been witnessed by countless eyes. And among them, no one would forget the name Zhou Yi anytime soon. Zhang Churen glanced at Zhou Yi with a knowing smile. After this fight, Zhou Yi's name will be known all over the empire, she declared. The weight of her words lingered for a moment before she suddenly burst into laughter, clearly pleased with herself. Watching her amusement, Zhou Yi shook his head and sighed. This little girl is getting more disrespectful by the day, he teased, his tone playful. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber elsewhere, a young woman stood watching Zhou Yi through a magical projection. Her sharp eyes remained fixed on him, studying his every move. After a moment of silence, she muttered to herself, Zhou Yi is incredibly capable. I want someone like him in the Tianyu Guild. However, she knew recruiting him now wasn't an option. His current level was still too low for their standards. She decided it would be best to wait until he reached the second rank before making her move. Just then, another man entered the room, bowing slightly as he addressed her. Miss, Tianyu is the top guild in the kingdom. Even our logistics staff must be at least level 30 and in the second rank. But after today's battle, Zhou Yi's combat data will be submitted to the major guild leaders. If we wait too long, someone else might recruit him first. The woman, however, remained unfazed. A confident smile played on her lips. It won't be too late, she said firmly. With the old president overseeing everything, we'll face challenges recruiting him right away. But trust me, this younger brother of mine will eventually join the Tianyu Guild. It's only a matter of time. Her expression was one of certainty, as if she had already foreseen the outcome. Back in the arena, Wang Xian's condition had worsened. Several healers surrounded him, their faces tense as they worked tirelessly to stabilize him. Despite their combined efforts, his wounds refused to heal properly. The lingering effects of Zhou Yi's holy light made the cleansing process nearly impossible, as even advanced spells failed to neutralize its power. The senior healers urged their teams not to give up, pushing them to continue their efforts until their mana was completely drained. But the vicious energy left behind by Zhou Yi's attack was unlike anything they had ever encountered. As they exchanged grim looks, a silent understanding passed between them. They had just witnessed the true extent of Zhou Yi's power. Not far away, Wang Xian's teammates watched anxiously, their fear palpable. They whispered among themselves, relieved that the arena's protective shield magic had been in place. Without it, none of them were sure if Wang Xian, or even they, would have survived Zhou Yi's overwhelming force. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, Li Yuan and the rest of Ching Jing University's team stood before Housemaster Cheng, their heads lowered in shame. We used all the resources the school provided, Li Yuan admitted, his voice heavy with regret. Cheng listened in silence before finally speaking. This isn't your fault, he said. Zhou Yi is simply too strong. After this defeat, it looks like Ching Jing University will have to settle for third place in the team rankings this time. The mention of third place stunned the team. Their captain, stung by the implication, immediately protested. Housemaster, we may have lost to Sukong University, but we can still defeat Odu University. Another teammate quickly chimed in. Yes, Housemaster. Losing to Modu University would be humiliating. We can't let that happen. Cheng's expression remained stern. Xian is severely injured, and all 200 of his robots were destroyed in a single match. Ching Jing University no longer has enough strength to stand against Modu University, let alone Zhou Yi. Lying nearby on a medical bed, Wang Xian overheard every word. His fists clenched weakly at his sides, frustration boiling inside him. His thoughts were consumed by one name, Zhou Yi. You may have defeated me today, he seethed internally, but this isn't over. Once I complete my secondary awakening, my heart will become a true mechanical heart. With my S+ grade talent, I'll shine brighter than ever. And then, I'll fight you again, Zhou Yi. Next time, I will win. But no matter how hard he tried to reassure himself, the sting of defeat refused to fade. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, Zhou Yi found himself in conversation with Xiaoyu. With a slightly embarrassed look, Xiaoyu hesitated before speaking. I owe you an apology, he admitted. I underestimated you before. But after seeing you fight today, as a Saint Knight, you've completely redefined what it means to be both a support and a damage dealer. In all my years, I've never seen anyone like you. You're a true genius. Zhou Yi, unimpressed by the flattery, raised an eyebrow and cut him off with a wry smile. All right, that's enough sweet talk. Just get to the point. Taking the hint, Xiaoyu quickly got serious. I've already reported everything about you to the family. Both the family head and the elder have promised that once you return, they'll give you their full support. Every resource you need to grow stronger will be yours. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Family head? Elder? What's all this about? Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to explain. The Zhou family is massive with many internal factions. Resource distribution depends entirely on ability and influence. The two most powerful factions are led by the elders and the family head. Normally, these two sides never agree on anything. He paused for emphasis. But for the first time, they've reached an agreement about you. Both sides are willing to work together if it means supporting your rise to power. It was an offer most people could only dream of. With the backing of the Zhou family's most powerful figures, Zhou Yi could gain access to unparalleled resources and influence. But Zhou Yi already knew his path. His master, Headmaster Wang Hui, had played a crucial role in shaping him into the fighter he had become. More than that, Zhou Yi had something no one else in the world could claim, his system. And that was all he needed. Zhou Yi remained calm as he gave his response. The offer was tempting, but he had no plans to change his path. Xiaoyu's shoulders slumped, his face painted with disappointment. If Zhou Yi refused, did that mean the Zhou family's revival was nothing more than a pipe dream? Sensing his friend's frustration, Zhou Yi softened his tone. There was still hope. Someone within the family carried the Frost bloodline, someone who might be capable of taking on their hidden class. Xiaoyou's eyes lit up for a moment, but he quickly tempered his excitement. It wasn't just about possessing the Frost bloodline. Its purity played a crucial role. Without a sufficiently high purity level, those elite classes would remain out of reach. Zhou Yi, however, remained unfazed. That wouldn't be an issue. His sister's bloodline purity was 3 times higher than Xiaoyou's, more than enough to qualify. At that revelation, Xiaoyou's disappointment vanished in an instant. His excitement skyrocketed as he pressed for confirmation. If Zhou Yun's purity really reached such levels, it meant she could choose any of the 3 hidden frost classes. Seeing Xiaoyu practically bouncing with joy, Zhou Yi couldn't help but think he was getting ahead of himself. He quickly brought him back down to reality. It wasn't set in stone yet. Zhou Yun still had to make her own decision. Whether she'd accept the Zhou family's path or not was entirely up to her. But Xiaoyu wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. One way or another, he was determined to bring Zhou Yun into their fold. Zhou Yi, too, saw potential in the arrangement. For him, the Zhou family had little to offer. He had his own system, his own path, and the backing of Master Wang Hui. He didn't need their resources. But Zhou Yun's situation was different. While he could provide some support, the structured guidance of a family with a vested interest in her success could do far more. The family had failed him after their parents' passing, but maybe, just maybe, it wasn't too late for them to do right by Zhou Yun. With that thought in mind, Zhou Yi made his decision. He would call his sister. The screen lit up with an incoming video call, revealing Zhou Yun laughing as she played with Gray. The moment she spotted her brother, her face lit up with excitement. She had watched his fight, and, as expected, he had won. She never doubted him for a second. Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, "Oh, by the way, a lot of girls at my school have been asking for your contact info. But don't worry, I haven't given it to anyone yet." Before Zhou Yi could respond, she launched into her own version of the ideal sister-in-law. A warrior with broad shoulders, strong arms, tight skin, and legs packed with muscle. And of course, she had to wield a sword weighing over 100 kilograms. Zhou Yi's face instantly turned red as his mind conjured an involuntary image, Jiang Churen in such a form. He quickly shook the thought away and cut her off before she could go any further. There was something important he needed to discuss. Sensing the shift in his tone, Zhou Yun straightened up, her playful demeanor replaced by curiosity. Zhou Yi wasted no time getting to the point. The Zhou family had reached out to him, offering 3 hidden frost classes: Frost Archer, Frost Swordsman, and Ice Mage. The first 2 specialized in physical attacks, while the last focused on magic. And with her bloodline purity, she qualified for any of them. Without hesitation, Zhou Yun made her choice: Ice Mage. She had always wanted to specialize in ice element magic, and this was the perfect opportunity. Zhou Yi nodded, satisfied with her decision, but there was something else she needed to consider. Accepting the Zhou family's cultivation plan meant committing to years of training in their territory, at least 3 to 4 years. She needed to think carefully before agreeing. But Zhou Yun didn't waver. If her brother was getting stronger, then so would she. She wasn't about to fall behind. More than that, she felt a sense of relief. With the Zhou family's resources, she wouldn't have to rely on Zhou Yi alone. She wouldn't be a burden. Zhou Yi smiled at her determination. That settled it. Once he wrapped up his matters, he would personally escort her to the Tianlan district to finalize everything. With that, the call ended. Meanwhile, excitement buzzed through the arena as the 4th round of the National Freshman Exchange competition began. A live monitor drone hovered above, announcing the stakes. This round would determine the top 8 contenders who would advance to the next stage. The tension in the air was palpable. The real battle was about to begin. As the crowd held its breath, the drone unveiled the rewards for the quarterfinalists. The first prize alone sent a wave of shock through the audience: an S+ grade mana potion. Gasps rippled across the stadium. Even the contestants couldn't hide their surprise. This rare potion was practically a treasure, essential for those with tertiary awakened classes. For most, it was an unimaginable prize. Among the spectators, Jiang Churen turned to Zhou Yi, eyes wide with disbelief. Last year's champion had only received an S-grade mana potion. This was a whole level higher. Zhou Yi, however, remained unfazed. The reasoning was clear. They had entered the 3rd level of war preparation, and the Alliance needed to foster stronger talents. That explained the unusually generous rewards. Jiang Churen nodded in understanding, just as the announcer continued. Semi-finalists would receive an S-grade resource, and the ultimate champion of the individual matches would walk away with something even more incredible: a custom-made legendary-grade weapon, personally forged by Master Ching Jing of the Class Alliance. The moment the image of the weapon appeared on the screen, the stadium erupted with excitement. This was the pinnacle of human craftsmanship, the highest-grade weapon forged by mortal hands. The sight alone sent adrenaline surging through the contestants. Every single one of them was now locked in, determined to fight for the championship. With the announcements concluded, it was time for battle. One by one, the competitors stepped into the arena, each ready to prove their worth. Zhang Churen entered confidently, flashing Zhou Yi a bright smile before heading to her match. "Brother Zhou Yi, cheer for me?" He nodded in response, watching as she made her way forward. Then, shortly after, it was his turn. Stepping into the battlefield, Zhou Yi found himself facing a knight who carried himself with unmistakable confidence. The opponent smirked, raising his sword. He acknowledged Zhou Yi's strength, but made it clear he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Unlike most fighters who balanced their stats, this knight had funneled everything into raw power. He lived by one belief: strength alone was enough to crush anyone. And now he was ready to prove it. The match began. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi pulled out his hammer and charged straight at the knight Chang. Seeing him rush forward, Chang smirked and raised his sword. He welcomed the challenge. "Come on, Zhou Yi. Let's see if you can handle me head-on." The moment they clashed, the force of the impact sent dust exploding into the air, momentarily blinding the audience. For a brief moment, silence fell over the arena. Then, as the dust began to settle, the outcome became clear. Zhou Yi's hammer had struck Chang square in the stomach, sending him flying across the battlefield. Chang's body slammed into the protective shield of the arena before collapsing to the ground. He groaned, struggling to process what had just happened. He had poured everything into his strength. How could someone overpower him so effortlessly? Zhou Yi stood calmly, his hammer resting casually at his side, his expression unreadable. "You're strong, and you take great pride in that," he said, amusement flickering in his voice. Chang, now on his knees, looked up at Zhou Yi with a mix of awe and humiliation. In just one strike, Zhou Yi had shattered his confidence and exposed the overwhelming gap between them. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Everyone knew Chang was a powerhouse, a warrior who had devoted every stat point to raw strength. And yet, Zhou Yi had taken him down in an instant. Whispers spread through the arena. Some even speculated that Zhou Yi might be cheating. How else could he overpower such a brute force opponent so easily? Among the shocked spectators were Chang's teammates. They stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Their calculations made no sense. Chang had gone into the match fully buffed, with a strength stat of 370. Yet Zhou Yi had dominated him so decisively that it could only mean one thing. His strength had to be at least 450. From the stands, the housemaster of Edu University observed quietly, analyzing the battle. Zhou Yi's sheer power was undeniable, but there was something else at play, a combination of intelligence and overwhelming strength. He turned to one of his top fighters, Wei He. "Do you think you can defeat him?" Wei He hesitated, then answered honestly, "I'm not sure, but I'll do my best." Back in the arena, Chang stirred. Despite the crushing defeat, he wasn't ready to back down. Summoning every ounce of willpower, he forced himself to his feet. His voice rang out through the stadium. "A knight prefers to die standing and never accepts defeat by kneeling." Zhou Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. That kind of determination, he could respect that. But Chang wasn't done. Fueled by sheer grit, he charged forward, throwing a full-force punch straight at Zhou Yi. He didn't even flinch. With a single, decisive swing, his hammer struck Chang's stomach once more. The impact sent him crashing into the ground again. Still, Chang refused to give up. Just as he tried to push himself up for another round, a voice from the sidelines rang out. "We surrender." One of Chang's teammates had made the call. The match was officially over. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, declaring Zhou Yi's victory. Edu University had conceded. As Zhou Yi walked off the battlefield, the once stunned audience erupted into thunderous cheers. His name echoed through the stadium, chanted with excitement. The crowd had just witnessed something incredible, an absolute display of dominance. Zhou Yi had arrived, and everyone knew it. As the dust settled, a nurse rushed onto the field to tend to Kang's injuries. With a frustrated sigh, she examined his condition, already expecting complications. Zhou Yi's holy light always left lingering energy that made healing difficult, slowing down recovery for anyone who had the misfortune of facing him. Despite the added challenge, the medical team worked swiftly. After all, dealing with the aftermath of powerhouse fighters like Zhou Yi was just another part of the job. The following day, Zhou Yi's team stood before their housemaster, who couldn't hide his pride. 2 students from Sukong University had secured spots in the quarterfinals, surpassing expectations. As he addressed the team, he began acknowledging each member's performance. First up was Song Xiaolan. He praised her efforts but remained realistic. While her chances of making it to the semifinals were slim, he encouraged her to give it her all. With a determined nod, she acknowledged his words. Then came Jiang Churen, who looked visibly down. The housemaster, noticing her disappointment, spoke with a gentler tone. She had the potential to make it to the quarterfinals, but luck wasn't on her side. She had to face Weah, a likely tournament champion. It was a tough draw, and she hadn't been able to advance. However, there was still hope. 2 spots in the next round would be given to selected competitors from the losing bracket. If she stayed prepared, she still had a shot. Finally, the housemaster turned to Zhou with absolute confidence. I have no doubt you'll take first place in the individual matches, he declared. Zhou, unfazed, grinned. He was just as sure of his victory. Shifting the discussion, the housemaster brought up the upcoming group match against regular high school. Before he could continue, a few students overheard and eagerly chimed in. Since the opponent wasn't a major threat, they wondered if the substitutes could get a chance to compete for valuable experience. The housemaster agreed. It was a good opportunity for them to train. Meanwhile, Jiang Churen remained lost in thought. The upcoming Cruel Losers competition weighed heavily on her mind. Out of 70 contestants, only 2 would advance. It was a brutal stage, but if she could make it through and reach the semifinals, she'd gain access to an S-class resource. An incredibly rare opportunity, even for someone from the powerful Jiang family. If she could secure it, her strength would skyrocket. Her thoughts were interrupted when the housemaster turned back to Zhou. His power was no longer a secret. Everyone knew he could single-handedly dominate regular high school. However, this match wasn't about him. It was about helping his teammates grow. He was instructed to stay on guard, but not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Zhou understood and agreed. Tomorrow's match wasn't about proving himself. It was about preparing his team for what was to come. As the group discussed their upcoming matches, a sudden commotion near the door drew their attention. A group of girls had caught sight of Zhou through the open doorway, and without hesitation, they rushed inside, their faces glowing with excitement. Zhou, you're so handsome, one of them squealed, while the others eagerly chimed in with similar praises. Caught off guard, Zhou blinked in surprise, a slight blush creeping onto his face. Who are you? He asked hesitantly. In perfect unison, the girls beamed. We're your fans. They wasted no time pulling out photos of Zhou, each one covered in various decorations. Some had cat ears drawn on, others had playful captions, and a few even had little whiskers added for extra cuteness. Zhou stared at the images in disbelief, barely recognizing himself. Is that me? He muttered under his breath. His teammates looked on, just as stunned. When had Zhou become this popular? Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Jiang Churen's expression darkened as she watched the scene unfold. Deep inside her mind, a mischievous version of herself, like a shadow of her hidden emotions, whispered, Aren't you worried, Churen? What if one of these girls takes brother Zhou away from you? What if you can't stay by his side anymore? Jiang Churen's eyes flickered with determination. I'll secure one of the 2 spots tomorrow, she vowed to herself. That way, I can always stay by brother Zhou's side. Her inner shadow smirked knowingly, shifting its gaze toward Zhou. At that exact moment, Zhou felt a strange sensation, as if someone was watching him a little too intently. He glanced around the room, a slight unease creeping up his spine, but couldn't pinpoint the source of the feeling. The second half of the 4th round was finally underway. They found themselves standing in a dense, unfamiliar forest. Confusion rippled through the group. Last year, this round had taken place in a grand castle, and the drastic change in setting caught many off guard. It didn't take long for them to realize the truth. The battlefield changed every year. But this wasn't just any forest. It was a hyper-realistic battlefield simulation, created through advanced artificial intelligence. Using data gathered by teachers and the military, the system constructed an environment designed to mimic real combat scenarios. The terrain and monsters were randomized each year, ensuring no 2 competitions were ever the same. Jiang Churen took in her surroundings. The air was thick with moisture, the atmosphere unnervingly heavy. The other students, though unsettled by the change, were eager to prove themselves. Above them, the hum of machinery signaled the arrival of a telecast drone. It hovered overhead, its voice echoing through the trees. Welcome to the missing forest. The students listened intently as the drone laid out the rules. Every 30 minutes, mysterious creatures would appear in waves near an abandoned village. These creatures had only one goal: to hunt and eliminate the students. Survival alone wasn't enough. They had to fight. Only the 2 students with the highest monster kill count would advance to the next round. To reassure the competitors, the drone clarified that there was no real danger to their lives. However, there was one major twist: no return scrolls. If a student was eliminated, they would be ejected from the simulation immediately, ending their chances of moving forward. The tension in the air thickened. This wasn't just about skill. It was about endurance, strategy, and sheer determination. The battle for survival was about to begin. As the rules sank in, the students relaxed slightly. Many assumed this challenge would be straightforward. After all, they had fought in countless realms before and faced all kinds of monsters. Confidence filled the air as they prepared for battle. Jiang Churen, however, remained on edge. She stood among the group, her sharp gaze scanning the dense forest. The unpredictability of the creatures unsettled her. Randomized, unknown monsters meant unforeseen dangers. This could get complicated, she thought, tightening her grip. The tension escalated as the announcement for the first wave echoed through the forest. Weapons were drawn, senses sharpened. Everyone braced for combat. But then nothing. Minutes passed, and yet no monsters appeared. Confused murmurs spread through the group. Students exchanged puzzled glances, shifting uneasily. "Where are they?" someone muttered, scanning the treetops. Then a student suddenly spoke up. "Why am I itching?" he asked, scratching his arms. Another voice followed. "Me too. It's all over." More students started fidgeting, scratching frantically at their skin. What had started as a minor irritation turned into full-blown panic as they realized something was wrong. Jiang Churen turned toward the commotion, and what she saw made her stomach drop. Tiny, bacteria-like worms were wriggling beneath the student's skin. The parasites latched onto them, burrowing deep and sapping their strength at an alarming rate. One by one, students collapsed, their bodies disintegrating as the creatures devoured them, ejecting them from the realm. A chill ran down Jiang Churen's spine. The worst part? No one could see these creatures before they attacked. It felt like they were being eliminated by ghosts. Players who had entered with confidence were vanishing in seconds, completely defenseless against an enemy they couldn't even perceive. Determined not to share their fate, Jiang Churen pushed deeper into the forest alongside the remaining students, all of them desperate to survive and secure a spot in the next round. But just as they moved forward, a new nightmare unfolded. The invisible parasites were everywhere. They latched onto anyone they could reach, draining life force with terrifying speed. Students screamed in horror, watching helplessly as their peers collapsed. No one could fight back. Panic surged as fear took hold. How do you defeat something you can't even see? Jiang Churen, though shaken, forced herself to stay calm. There has to be a pattern, she thought. She refused to believe these creatures were completely untouchable. No being is truly invisible or intangible. There has to be a medium, something spreading them. Her mind raced. If she could figure out how these parasites moved, she might just have a chance to fight back. The real battle had only just begun. Jiang Churen's suspicions were confirmed when she spotted a strange spore mushroom clinging to her arm. Acting fast, she ignited a flame, burning it away before it could spread. As the spores disintegrated, the truth became clear. The real enemy wasn't invisible. The spores were the actual threat, multiplying and latching onto students before draining their energy. Wasting no time, Jiang Churen shouted to the others, "These spores are spreading through the air. Once they land on you, they grow and attack. You have to burn them off. Use fire-based techniques to protect yourselves." Her warning sent a wave of urgency through the students. Those with fire abilities immediately activated their skills, covering themselves in flames to destroy the spores before they could take hold. But not everyone was so lucky. The warriors who lacked fire-based techniques quickly found themselves in a dire situation. Some called out for help, but in a competition like this, teamwork was a rare luxury. Survival took priority. Hesitation could mean elimination. One by one, those without a way to defend themselves succumbed to the spores, their bodies vanishing from the battlefield as they were ejected from the realm. Even for those who managed to fend off the spores, another harsh realization hit. Burning the parasites didn't count as monster kills. To advance, they needed to find and eliminate the creatures spreading them. Jiang Churen's sharp eyes darted through the dense forest, searching for the true source of the infestation. Then she spotted them, strange, grotesque creatures clinging to the treetops, releasing clouds of spores into the air. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. With a powerful leap, she closed the distance, her sword glowing with energy. A single, precise strike tore through the nearest creature, cutting it down instantly. A notification echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Churen from Sukong University has killed a monster. The remaining creatures let out piercing screeches, their cries reverberating through the trees. But Jiang Churen didn't stop. She moved like a storm, cutting down one monster after another. Using her enchanting flame, shadow black fire technique, and precise sword strikes, she tore through the infestation relentlessly. Each kill was met with another announcement, marking her rising kill count. Meanwhile, outside the realm, preparations for the next stage of the individual matches were in full swing. The arena was being reconstructed, and the defense barriers were activated in anticipation of the upcoming showdown. The next match? Megao University versus Sukong University. With both teams given the signal, the battle began. Fighters from both sides wasted no time clashing. Fire-based attacks colliding against water-based techniques in an explosive display of elemental combat. Flames roared, water surged, and the battlefield became a chaotic dance of offense and defense. But just as the fight escalated, a sudden volley of arrows rained down, aimed directly at one of Sukong University's fighters. For a brief second, it looked like there was no escape. Then, a shimmering shield appeared just in time, blocking the arrows mid-flight. The fighter, Tanwei, looked up in shock to see Zhou standing beside him, his protective barrier shimmering in the air. Zhou's expression remained calm, but his presence alone sent a clear message. I've got your back. Tanwei exhaled sharply, shaken but grateful. The battle was far from over, but with Zhou in the fight, the tide had just shifted. The team match reached a critical point as Zhou took a moment to guide his teammates. With a calm yet firm tone, he advised one of them, never lose focus during a fight and always be aware of your surroundings. Then, turning to Zhang Qing, he emphasized her crucial role as the team's defender. Her job was clear: protect her allies and follow instructions to the letter. Though nervous, Zhang Qing nodded in agreement, silently vowing to do her part. On the other side, the fighters from Megao University grew increasingly irritated. Zhou's composed demeanor and methodical coaching grated on their nerves. To them, it felt like he was treating the match as a simple training exercise. Their frustration boiled over when their captain shouted, "Enough of this! Attack now and end it!" Spurred on by the command, the Megao team launched a full-force assault. As chaos erupted, Zhou casually glanced at his phone. A message from Jiang Chuan popped up, reading, "I've passed." A small smile crossed Zhou's face, briefly breaking his focus. This seemingly indifferent act enraged one of the Megao fighters. To him, Zhou's actions were the ultimate insult, a blatant disregard for the match's intensity. Determined to punish Zhou for his perceived arrogance, the fighter charged forward in a rage. However, the result was swift and unexpected. Before the attacker could land a single blow, Zhou effortlessly turned the tables. Moments later, the overzealous fighter lay flat on the ground, unable to continue. Medical staff rushed to the arena to provide assistance, but the outcome of the match was already clear. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, declaring Sukong University the victors of the team match. With the fourth round complete, preparations for the fifth began. Scheduled for the next morning, the fifth round would narrow the competition from 8 contestants to just 4. That same afternoon, the semifinals of the sixth round would pit Zhou against a formidable opponent, Weeha, a fighter renowned for his relentless aggression. Excitement buzzed as a live-stream host hyped up the coming matches. Brimming with enthusiasm, he addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for is here. Today's the big day, and the stage is set for an unforgettable battle." The host leaned in, adding flair to his narration. In one corner, we have Zhou. From humble beginnings to becoming the strongest Saint Knight in history, his story has touched hearts around the world. He paused, letting the weight of Zhou's journey sink in. And in the other corner, Weeha, a proud nobleman with centuries of family legacy behind him, armed with rare lineage and immense talent. He's a warrior who doesn't back down. The host flashed a confident grin, addressing the viewers directly. 2 champions, 2 incredible stories, but only one can claim victory. Who will emerge triumphant in this epic showdown? Stay tuned, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join the live chat. The broadcast sent waves of excitement through the audience, igniting passionate debates about the upcoming showdown. One fan eagerly recalled a past battle. Zhou's fight against Wang Xian was unreal. This time, he's going to crush Weeha. Another viewer wasn't so sure. Don't underestimate Weeha. His first match was brutal. This won't be an easy win for Zhou. As the tension built, the scene shifted to Zhou's team descending from their helicopter. The moment the doors opened, an eruption of cheers filled the air. Fans eagerly called out the names of their favorite fighters: Song Xiaolan, Jiang Chuan, and of course Zhou. But among them, Jiang Chuan received an overwhelming wave of support. Having lost her match to Weeha, she was met with encouragement instead of disappointment. "You'll get it next time," a fan shouted, while others clapped and cheered for her resilience. Not long after, another helicopter touched down, carrying the fighters from Modu University. The crowd's enthusiasm remained just as intense, welcoming their arrival with equal fervor. As the two teams stood across from each other, a notable figure approached: Modu University's housemaster. With a polite smile, he greeted Su Kang's housemaster Wu Meng. "Good morning," he said smoothly before adding with a confident smirk. "This year, the first and second places in the championship will belong to our school. But before the competition, let's strengthen our friendship." Wu Meng returned the greeting with a neutral expression, though his thoughts told a different story. Friendship? Please. You're banking on Weeha to take down Joey, but we'll see who gets the last laugh. Not far away, Weeha stood silently, locking eyes with Joey. His heart pounded with anticipation. Finally, he thought, the final match. I'll defeat you and claim the championship. His mind raced through strategies, preparing for the battle that would determine everything. Before long, both fighters were called to the arena. As they made their way to the center, an announcement rang out, instructing the audience to take their seats and remain respectful during the match. But with the energy surging through the crowd, that request was easier said than done. Cheers erupted from all sides, with supporters passionately calling out for their chosen champion. Some rallied behind Joey, others behind Weeha. Regardless of allegiances, one thing was certain: everyone was eager for an unforgettable fight. Meanwhile, in a quiet room away from the commotion, Xiaoyu sat beside another man, who finally broke the silence with a probing question. The Wei family's boy has been a prodigy since childhood, with access to the best resources and cultivation methods. Do you really think Zhou stands a chance against him? Without a second of doubt, Xiaoyu answered, yes. His conviction was unshakable. I've analyzed every one of Zhou's fights since his entrance exam. His growth rate is absurd. He surpasses even the peak talents of his generation. While Weeha is undeniably a genius and the pride of his family, Zhou is something far greater. In him, I see the shadow of our ancestors, those who once defined what it truly means to be unmatched. The countdown ticked away, each second heightening the tension in the stadium. The audience held their breath as the final moment arrived. Then, with a booming voice, the announcer declared, begin the match. The instant the battle commenced, Weeha wasted no time. He surged forward, his sword poised for a deadly strike. But Zhou was already prepared. Activating every buff at his disposal, his body radiated with a powerful aura, exuding overwhelming strength. Weeha's opening attack came fast and precise. As his blade slashed downward, Zhou met it head-on, swinging his hammer with incredible force. But Weeha's reflexes were sharp. Anticipating the counter, he swiftly adjusted his movement, dodging the hammer's crushing blow before landing a short distance away. Wasting no time, he activated Berserk Mode. The moment Berserk Mode took effect, Weeha's aura flared violently. Strength, speed, agility, every aspect of his physical powers surged. He launched into a relentless assault, wielding his flame blade technique with deadly precision. Each strike burned through the air, leaving behind searing trails of fire. Zhou, however, remained unfazed. With seamless movements, he dodged every flaming arc, his calm composure never faltering. While the crowd marveled at Weeha's overwhelming offense, Zhou had already assessed the situation. He knew the fundamental weakness of Berserk Mode. Once the effect wore off, the user would be left vulnerable. All he had to do was hold out until that moment. Weeha wasn't about to give him that chance. Closing the distance in an instant, he unleashed one of his most devastating techniques, Lightning Strike. His sword, now shrouded in a swirling red tornado of energy, became a blur as it shot toward Zhou. The attack, honed through thousands of repetitions, moved with the speed and precision of a lightning bolt. The crowd tensed. This was it, Weeha's defining move. At level 9, its power was enough to carve through even the toughest defenses. As the blade raced toward Zhou, anticipation gripped the arena. Then came the counter. Zhou swung his hammer, activating Air Smash. The moment the two forces collided, a thunderous shockwave erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. The sheer impact of the clash sent cracks spidering across the arena floor. Weeha's confidence wavered. His lightning strike, a technique he had mastered to near perfection, had been stopped dead in its tracks. He gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly as pain shot through his hands. Blood seeped from his fingertips, the strain of the clash taking its toll. And Zhou wasn't done. Feeling the shift in momentum, he pressed forward, adding even more force to his hammer. Weeha staggered backward, struggling to keep his footing. The match was only beginning, but already, the balance of power was tipping. Weeha staggered but refused to back down. His determination was unshaken. Yet Zhou showed no signs of relenting. Without hesitation, Zhou activated level 9 Holy Cross, summoning a radiant cross of light that bathed the entire arena in a brilliant glow. Despite his exhaustion, Weeha smirked. He had seen this move before and had been expecting it. In response, he unleashed fighting rage. A crimson aura surged around him, forming a protective armor that magnified his strength. The air between them crackled with raw energy, an intensity that sent a wave of excitement through the spectators. Zhou's divine lightning clashed fiercely with Weeha's blazing aura, turning the battlefield into a chaotic spectacle of light and force. Watching from the sidelines, The housemaster of the university wiped the sweat from his brow. He had been certain of Wea's victory before the match started. Now, with Joey's power still climbing, that confidence was quickly unraveling. Joey had already analyzed Wea's S-grade talent, a formidable ability that enhanced all 4 of his core stats while reducing incoming damage by a staggering 80%. However, there was a catch. Once the ability wore off, Weha would suffer every ounce of damage he had accumulated. The sheer risk and power of this technique made him a terrifying opponent. As soon as Weha activated his buffs, his speed skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap, launching an all-out offensive. Joey immediately caught on. Weha wasn't planning to drag this battle out. He wanted to finish it now. Their clash reached a fever pitch, each exchange more explosive than the last. Weha, now in full berserk mode, fought like an unstoppable force, forcing Joey to meet him head-on with razor-sharp counters. Every impact sent shockwaves through the stadium, rattling the stands as dust and sparks filled the air. The sheer speed of their movements left the audience struggling to keep up. Some spectators murmured in confusion. Why is Joey fighting him head-on? If he just stalls for 2 minutes, Wea's talent will backfire and take him out. Others remained firm in their faith. Joey wouldn't fight like this without a reason. Just wait, he's got a plan. And they were right. As the battle raged on, Joey's strategy finally came to light. After a rapid exchange, he suddenly summoned the Spear of Victory. A blinding spear of lightning materialized behind him before launching forward at incredible speed. Weha, instead of dodging, charged straight at it. A confident laugh escaped him as he bellowed. That move is useless against me. The spear struck its mark, but as expected, Weha barely flinched. With his talents still shielding him, the attack had little effect, at least for now. Joey remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Save your laughter, he said coolly. The match isn't over yet. As his words faded, punishment of light activated. Bolts of lightning rained down from every direction, turning the arena into a dazzling storm of destruction. Blinding flashes lit up the battlefield, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. The sheer intensity of the attack left the audience breathless. Even with his damage reduction, Weha felt the crushing force of the assault. Sweat streamed down his face as he clenched his jaw, forcing himself to endure the scorching pain. Without fighting rage, a single strike from Punishment of Light would have been enough to take him down instantly. But amid the chaos, he saw an opportunity. The attack had a brief cooldown between strikes, just enough of a gap for him to counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to charge forward. Then, another bolt of lightning struck. Wea's body seized up in shock. The pain this time was sharper, more intense. What? His mind reeled as realization struck. The cooldown was shorter than he expected. The next wave of lightning followed even faster than before. His confidence wavered. Before stepping into this match, he had studied every skill Joey had ever used, analyzing his tactics down to the smallest detail. Yet now, standing amidst the relentless storm, he felt completely lost. How is this possible? His thoughts raced as he struggled to withstand the punishment. Then, a terrifying possibility crossed his mind. Wait, could it be? His breath hitched. Is Joey's Punishment of Light at a level above 20? A chilling realization set in. If that were true, then he had miscalculated everything. The arena pulsed with overwhelming energy, every bolt of lightning making the very air tremble. The live drone hovering above captured the spectacle, broadcasting the moment to stunned viewers. What an incredible display of power. This is absolutely terrifying, the commentator's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, this is the National High School Freshman Exchange Competition. The once roaring crowd fell silent. Some spectators had even turned away, unable to watch the sheer brutality unfolding before them. The relentless lightning storm sent shivers down their spines. Wea's agonized screams echoed through the arena, piercing through the thick tension. His body convulsed under the barrage, the pain tearing through him with each strike. Through his blurred vision, he barely managed to look up. Joey stood just 10 meters away. Yet at that moment, the gap between them felt impossible to cross. Wea had never felt this small before, like an insect caught in a storm, like a worm beneath the heel of a giant. The sheer force of Joey's power shook Wea to his core. He refused to accept it. Frustration and desperation swirled within him, pushing him toward his final option, his hidden technique. Fueled by rage at his inability to land a decisive blow, Wea unleashed his ultimate skill. A crimson spiritual sword materialized in midair, then another, and another. In moments, thousands of them filled the sky, forming a relentless storm of blades. The arena was swallowed by chaos as the swords rained down, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Spectators shielded their eyes, struggling to see through the blinding assault. But Joey? He remained calm. His sharp gaze followed every blade's movement with pinpoint precision. Even as the swords cut dangerously close, he stood firm, unshaken. Weeha, now fully consumed by a secret technique, had turned his own body into a weapon. The Wei family had a long history of warriors, their lineage dating back to an ancient war in the demon world. Legends told of their ancestors achieving enlightenment, merging their souls with magical energy to forge bodies capable of summoning thousands of swords strong enough to wipe out an entire city of demons in an instant. Though Weeha hadn't reached the heights of his predecessors, even this prototype version of the technique was awe-inspiring. The sheer lethal intent radiating from the storm of swords left the audience breathless. Zhou, well aware of the Wei family's legendary heritage, understood the significance of this moment. Yet, as the deadly swords rained down, his expression remained unreadable. His stance steady, his confidence unwavering. The battle had raged on for a long time now. Zhou had waited patiently, conserving his strength while analyzing every move. He had come this far without faltering. He wasn't about to start now. With the storm of swords closing in, Zhou finally moved. A faint smile crossed his lips. He raised his hand, but this time, there was no radiant light, no holy cross or punishment of light. Instead, the temperature in the arena plummeted. A chilling force spread through the battlefield as frost began to creep across the ground. The once scorching battleground was now consumed by an entirely different kind of power. Zhou had decided it was time to end this, and he was going to do it with something new. As the storm of swords closed in, Zhou finally revealed his trump card, a fusion skill of his own creation. A violent ice storm erupted around him, unleashing a freezing gust that deflected the incoming blades. The entire arena transformed into a swirling blizzard, the cold so intense it froze everything in its path. The only thing protecting the audience from the bone-chilling storm was the barrier shielding the arena. The live drone, struggling to capture the action, hovered closer, only to be swallowed by the thick veil of frost. Nothing was visible inside. The announcer's voice crackled through the speakers. The entire stage is now engulfed in Zhou's technique. We have zero visibility inside. What exactly is happening in there? The audience erupted into a mix of excitement and frustration. They couldn't see what was happening, nor could they comprehend how Zhou was wielding such immense ice magic. In the VIP section, an elder of the Zhou clan suddenly shot to his feet, his face filled with shock. Xiaoyu, noticing his reaction, turned to him. "Elder, what's wrong?" The elder's voice was filled with astonishment. "Xiaoyu, do you see that? That's the power of a true ice element master." Back in the arena, the storm intensified. Through the freezing winds, Zhou's power became undeniable. He had completely halted Weeha's sword storm midair. But he wasn't done. With a precise motion, he conjured a thread-like force, tethering the frozen swords together. Then, with a single commanding movement, he shattered them all at once. The arena shook as the swords exploded into fragments of ice, the impact sending a deafening shockwave through the stadium. But this wasn't just any attack. These swords were formed from Weeha's own body. As the blades shattered, Weeha's body suffered the full force of the destruction. His form convulsed with pain, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Then his body gave out. He collapsed. A few agonizing seconds passed before the announcement finally rang out. Weeha has lost consciousness. The winner of this match is Zhou. The crowd erupted. Cheers and chants of Zhou. Zhou thundered across the stadium. Some fans screamed, "Zhou is number one," while others proudly shouted, "Our senior is unbeatable." The announcer's voice returned, filled with excitement. What an incredible victory for Zhou. But let's not forget Weeha. His performance was nothing short of extraordinary. This battle will go down in history as one of the most thrilling matches in the exchange competition. As the cheers continued, the focus of the event shifted. With the individual battles now concluded, it's time to move on to the final test, the team survival competition. Who will prove themselves the strongest? Stay tuned to find out. In the Sukong team's area, the housemaster couldn't hide his pride. Turning to his students, he first acknowledged Weeha's performance. Despite his young age, Weeha has already mastered his family's legendary body weapon transformation. In any other competition, he would have undoubtedly been the strongest. He paused for a moment before glancing at Zhou with a knowing smile. But this time his luck ran out. He ran into Zhou. As Zhou approached, the housemaster reflected on the match. "I thought he'd have to use his ultimate form to beat Weeha," he mused. But he didn't. He only used punishment of light and a fusion of the light and ice elements. His potential is terrifying. He's a dangerous boy. When Zhou finally reached him, the housemaster placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his smile filled with pride. "You did well." With this victory, Sukong University had claimed its first individual championship in 4 years. They had always dominated the team competition, but this one felt extra special. Zhou's teammates quickly surrounded him, their excitement infectious. They praised him for his incredible performance, already looking ahead to their next challenge. The team match against Modu University in 2 days. With Weha injured and no other major threats in sight, confidence surged through the team. There's no one left to stop us now. The group agreed. Victory seemed inevitable. After a quick strategy discussion, they decided to relax for the evening. Someone suggested a trip to Ching Jing City's famous food street, and the idea was an instant hit. The food street was a paradise for food lovers, a lively, bustling avenue filled with mouth-watering aromas and endless culinary delights. Vendors enthusiastically promoted their dishes, each one more exotic than the last. Some stalls boasted dragon meat skewers, others offered Wolf King blood jelly, and there were countless bizarre yet tempting options that drew curious glances. Zhou and his teammates strolled through the colorful chaos, food in hand, marveling at the sheer variety. As they explored, a group of boys nearby suddenly noticed Jiang Charan. One of them, clearly captivated by her beauty, took a deep breath and started walking toward her. His friend grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" The boy didn't hesitate. "Look at her. You don't meet someone this stunning every day. If I don't take this chance, I'll regret it forever." His friend sighed. She already has a partner. Undeterred, the boy shrugged off his friend's warning. "So what? He won't make her happy like I can." But before he could take another step, Zhou turned toward them. His expression darkened, his eyes blazing with an intensity that sent a chill down their spines. The sheer weight of his glare alone was enough to root them in place. The boys froze. Suddenly, this didn't seem like such a great idea. One of them nervously muttered, "Let's not. This isn't our style." And just like that, they turned on their heels and disappeared into the crowd, leaving Zhou and Jiang Charan in peace. With that brief interruption out of the way, the group continued exploring the legendary food street. Spanning 6 interconnected blocks, it was massive. Despite walking for ages, they had barely scratched the surface. Eventually, exhaustion started setting in, and they decided to take a break. Just then, someone had an idea. "Let's leave Jiang Charan and Zhou alone for a while." Wei Tiexin, eager to rest, immediately agreed. But before she could sit down, Song Xiaolon playfully dragged her away. "No breaks. Let's give the couple some time together." She grinned, leading the others off before anyone could argue. That left Zhou and Jiang Charan alone. They found a cozy little shop and sat down, enjoying a rare moment of calm amidst the bustling food paradise. A cheerful server approached their table, setting down a bottle of green fruit wine. "This wine increases agility points," she explained. "It's 800 milliliters per bottle, and it comes with a bonus effect." Intrigued, Jiang Charan immediately ordered a bottle, excited to try it. As they sipped, she noted the drink's mild taste. "It's not very strong," she remarked confidently. 10 minutes later, Jiang Charan was completely drunk. Swaying unsteadily, she blinked in confusion and giggled. "Brother Zhou, why are there 2 of you? No 3-4? Zhou stared at her in amused disbelief. "You got drunk that fast?" he asked, shaking his head. What they didn't know was that Ching Jing City's wine was special. Even the weakest drinks contained unique properties that could intoxicate even high-level individuals. And Jiang Charan? She was already at level 19. As she wobbled in her seat, Zhou sighed and stood up. "It's getting late, and no one has come back yet. Let's go find them." Jiang Charan pouted, refusing to move. "No, let's wait a little longer." Before Zhou could argue, an unfamiliar girl suddenly appeared. Casually, she placed her hand on his shoulder, flashing a charming smile. "Brother, my glass is empty. Can you buy me a drink?" Zhou barely spared her a glance before motioning toward their table. "There's still some of this left. It's good quality." The girl's smile widened. Amused, she let out a playful laugh. "You're interesting," she purred. "You've made me happy. Why don't we find a quiet place to continue chatting?" Jiang Charan sat nearby, watching the scene unfold with growing tension. Her expression darkened, her hands tightening into fists as frustration and embarrassment flooded through her. But when she saw the girl leaning in even closer to Zhou, something inside her snapped. Without a second thought, Jiang Charan shot up from her seat, her face flushed with anger. Striding over, she forcefully shoved the girl away from Zhou. The girl staggered back, but quickly recovered, flashing a sly smile as she leaned toward Jiang Charan. Her voice dripped with amusement as she whispered, "You're getting worked up for nothing. Just look at yourself. Anyone can see you're not his girlfriend. So why step in and ruin someone else's fate with him?" She knew exactly who Zhou was, the strongest freshman with a growing reputation. And she also knew about Jiang Charan's close ties to him. Like many others, she assumed they were a couple, though their feelings for each other seemed far from sorted out. That uncertainty was all she needed to make her move. Playing her next card, the girl smiled sweetly and activated a charm ability. a subtle but potent spell designed to stir emotions. With calculated innocence, she turned to Zhou Yi and spoke softly. I'm only telling the truth. Wouldn't you like to come with me instead? Jiang Charan stood frozen, a storm of jealousy raging within her. Her nails dug into her palms as she watched helplessly, feeling as if she was losing control of the moment. But then, Zhou Yi moved, calmly peeling the girl's hand off him. He turned and walked straight to Jiang Charan, taking her hand in his own. His voice was steady, unwavering. It doesn't matter to me if Jiang Charan is blocking my luck with her love. Then, glancing back at the stunned girl, he smirked. Besides, you're pretty ordinary. I doubt you'd even make it onto my list. The girl's jaw nearly hit the floor. Did he just call me ordinary? She muttered in shock, struggling to process the blunt rejection. But Zhou, he had already moved on. Hand in hand, he led Jiang Charan away through the bustling crowd. She followed in silence, her heart pounding. Not from anger this time, but from something far more overwhelming. Then suddenly she stopped in her tracks. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Zhou Yi, her voice trembling. Zhou Yi, I like you. Zhou Yi froze mid-step. His grip on her hand tightened slightly as he turned to face her, his expression caught between surprise and disbelief. Jiang Charan, still slightly tipsy and visibly nervous, took a shaky breath before continuing. I've liked you for a long time. I know I shouldn't have said this before the match, but before she could finish, something inside her shifted. Her succubus personality surfaced, speaking with bold confidence. I hate seeing other girls around you, it declared. Whenever they get too close, I feel like wiping them out. Jiang Charan's true self fell silent, overwhelmed by the sudden outburst. Then, without warning, she threw her arms around Zhou Yi, holding him tightly. In the middle of the lively street, she shouted, "Can I be your girlfriend?" Before anyone could react, her energy gave out, and she collapsed into Zhou Yi's arms, completely unconscious. Just then, their teammates returned from the food stalls, chatting and laughing, until they caught sight of the scene. They froze in place, their jaws dropping as they took in the sight of Jiang Charan clinging to Zhou Yi while he stood there, stiff as a statue. The awkward tension in the air made it clear they had definitely walked in at the wrong time. The next morning, Jiang Charan was jolted awake by the blaring sound of her alarm. Sitting up groggily, she rubbed her temples, trying to shake off the drowsiness. But then, the memories of the previous night came rushing back. Her face instantly turned crimson. Summoning all her courage, she hesitantly made her way downstairs, where the entire team was gathered around the breakfast table. She lingered at the edge of the room, unsure of how to face them. But before she could retreat, the housemaster, Wu Meng, spotted her and greeted her warmly. You're finally awake. You really slept in today. Come have some breakfast. The others looked up and smiled at her, as if nothing had happened. Their casual attitudes made her second-guess everything. Had she imagined it all? Was it just a drunken dream? The scene shifted back to the night before, to the moment Jiang Charan had fainted in Zhou Yi's arms. Standing there, holding her limp figure, Zhou Yi looked at his teammates and made a simple request. Let's all pretend this never happened. Song Xiaolan raised an eyebrow. Why? Don't you both like each other? Zhou Yi let out a quiet sigh. Jiang Charan's family is one of the most powerful in the country, with a legacy that stretches back even before the Eternal Game began. Over the centuries, they've cemented themselves as one of the top ruling families. He glanced down at Jiang Charan before continuing. Right now, I have some fame as Master Wang Hui's direct disciple, but that's surface level. It's not enough to match the Jiang family's status. I don't want to bring trouble to her or her family because of this. When I've gained absolute power, when no authority or family can stand in my way, then, and only then, will this matter to me. The team fell silent, nodding in quiet understanding. The next morning, as the team gathered for breakfast, Song Xiaolan leaned in close to Zhou Yi with a mischievous grin. Brother Zhou Yi, you're truly the master of romance, she teased. Don't worry, I'll always support you. In fact, from now on, I'll be the captain of the ship where you and Jiang Charan live. Zhou Yi shook his head at her playful words, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. As they ate, the housemaster, Wu Meng, addressed the group in a serious tone. There are 10 high schools in the finals of the National Freshman Exchange Competition. Each team will face the others, making a total of 45 matches. The champion will be determined by the number of victories. His gaze swept across the team as he continued. Today is our 9th match. If we win, the championship is ours. Stay focused, stay humble, and take down Modu University. With excitement in his voice, Wu Meng rallied the team one last time. This is the most important match of the competition. Give it your all. The team responded with an enthusiastic, okay. Their energy was high, their confidence unshaken as they prepared for battle. Meanwhile, over at Modu University, the atmosphere was far more tense. A group of students stood together, their housemaster addressing them with a grim expression. He turned to Sun Jiao, a talented summoner who was stepping in for the injured Wei He. Sun Jiao, you're filling in today, but don't let that pressure you. Your safety is our priority, he assured her. Then, shifting his attention to the rest of the team, he let out a heavy sigh. I can only encourage you with words, but we all know the reality. With Wei He still recovering, our team has taken a serious hit. And with Zhou Yi on the other side, his words trailed off for a moment before he continued, his voice more somber. Zhou Yi isn't just an ordinary all-rounder. Even if we combine the strength of every freshman here, we wouldn't be able to match him. He's a monster, a force so overwhelming he could single-handedly dominate every top school in this competition. Still, the housemaster refused to let them give in to despair. But we can't afford to lose without a fight. If we go down today, Modu University's reputation will be in shambles. Other schools will mock us. So, I need each of you to give it everything you've got. Can you do that? Yes, we can. The team roared in unison, their voices filled with determination. With that, they marched toward the arena, ready to face Sukong University. The excitement in the air was electric as the two teams arrived at the battleground. The roar of the crowd grew louder, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Above them, a live drone hovered, its voice booming across the stadium. The match between Sukong University and Modu University, the one you've all been waiting for, is about to begin. Before the match kicked off, the tournament organizers revealed the rewards for the top 3 teams. Third-place teams would receive custom-made gold-grade 3-star equipment tailored to their level. Second-place teams would be awarded gold 4-star equipment with enhanced stats. First-place teams would walk away with epic grade war equipment, the kind of gear that could turn the tide of battle. The crowd erupted in excitement, buzzing over the incredibly generous rewards. Far better than anything offered in previous years. Zhou Yi's team exchanged glances, a knowing smile passing between them. The epic-grade weapons were already as good as theirs. Their confidence was unwavering. As both teams were called to the arena, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Fans chanted Zhou Yi's name, cheering wildly for Sukong University. Others rooted for Modu University, urging them to hold their ground. The teams took their positions. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The match officially started. Zhou Yi's team immediately assumed their battle stances, ready for anything. Across the field, Sun Jiao, Modu University's summoner, wasted no time. She activated her summoning skill, and in a flash of light, 5 powerful monsters materialized. Young Dragon Regus, Beehive Yakjan, Great Snake Hades, Monster Hell Guard Kerberos, Lion King Michaela. A wave of energy pulsed through the arena as the summoned beasts let out deafening roars, their sheer presence sending shivers through the crowd. On Sukong University's side, Tang Lingyi was the first to move. She stepped forward without hesitation, locking eyes with the towering Lion King Michaela. The beast let out a ferocious roar before firing a devastating energy beam from its mouth. Tang reacted instantly, summoning Magic Dew, a shimmering barrier of icy mist that deflected the attack. Without missing a beat, she manipulated the ice into a lightning-charged spear and hurled it directly at Michaela's stomach. The impact sent the beast stumbling backward, growling in pain. But the fight was far from over. Across the battlefield, chaos erupted. Song Xiaolan found herself swarmed by a vicious army of bees from the Beehive Yakjan. Moving quickly, she activated her talismans, trapping the swarm in a dense cluster before triggering an explosion. The blast scattered the bees, neutralizing the threat in an instant. Meanwhile, Wei Tiexin took on the Great Snake Hades in a brutal one-on-one fight. With every punch, her fists tore through the monster's hardened scales, leaving deep wounds that bled steadily. Zhang Chuan was locked in combat with Hell Guard Kerberos, her sword flashing as she delivered precise slashes. Her relentless strikes cut through the beast's thick hide, drawing more and more damage with each attack. As his team fought fiercely, Zhou Yi moved effortlessly through the battlefield, dodging attacks from multiple Modu University fighters. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't land a single hit on him. But Zhou Yi wasn't focused on his own opponents. Instead, his sharp gaze analyzed his teammates. They're improving rapidly, he thought, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. The intensity of real battle had pushed them beyond their limits. Their teamwork was smoother, their reflexes sharper. Compared to their last fight, they had improved by at least 30%. The match was only beginning, but one thing was already clear. Sukong University wasn't going down today. Zhou Yi's swift and confident movements didn't go unnoticed. The Modu University fighters assigned to protect Sun Jiao watched in shock. He was moving too fast, too effortlessly. But before they could react, he was already upon them. With a single, devastating swing of his hammer, he sent them flying across the battlefield. Now his focus shifted to Sun Jiao. Advancing toward her, he raised his hammer, ready to strike. But just as the blow was about to land, Sun Jiao's eyes snapped open. Her gaze was no longer human. A surge of beastly energy radiated from her glowing pupils, filling the air with an eerie pressure. At that exact moment, a massive black portal tore open in front of her. Sun Jiao winced in pain, her face twisting as if the portal had appeared against her will. From within the swirling darkness, a towering, flame-covered baboon-like monster emerged. The moment it stepped onto the battlefield, it reached out and caught Zhou Yi's hammer with one hand. Its massive fingers alone were bigger than the hammer's head. The sheer force of its grip sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Then it roared. The deafening scream shook the entire stadium, a monstrous sound that sent chills down the spines of everyone watching. Zhou Yi braced himself, digging in his heels as he pushed back with all his strength. But the pressure was overwhelming. The sheer crushing force from the baboon's grip made the strain visible in his stance. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao's expression turned to pure horror. Her skin paled as she realized the truth. She had no control over the creature she had summoned. The flame baboon slowly turned its menacing, fiery gaze toward her. Panicked, Sun Jiao desperately tried to summon another monster to help, only for the baboon to react instantly. It casually reached out, grabbed the great snake Hades by the neck, and crushed it with terrifying ease. The snake's head was obliterated in an instant, its massive body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The baboon stepped closer to Sun Jiao, its deep, rumbling voice filled with menace. "Don't play tricks with me." Its burning eyes locked onto hers. "Why have you summoned me?" Sun Jiao stammered, her voice trembling. Defeat him. Defeat Zhou Yi." The baboon turned to face Zhou Yi, its fiery eyes narrowing with interest. Then, with a chilling laugh, it muttered, "I have to defeat him? Very well. Face your death." For a split second, Sun Jiao's heart stopped. Wait, did it mean her? No, not me. Him. "Kill Zhou Yi," she screamed, panic overtaking her. The flame baboon let out another ear-splitting roar before launching itself toward Zhou Yi's team. Its sheer presence was enough to make the entire arena feel like it had dropped into a pit of fire. Its first target? Tang Lingyi. Standing firm, Tang activated Water Shield, a powerful defensive skill that had withstood relentless attacks during her individual matches. But the moment the baboon slashed at it, the shield shattered instantly under the sheer force of its claws. Song Xiaolan reacted next, swiftly throwing a barrage of exploding talismans at the beast. Each one detonated on impact, sending fiery bursts across its body. But when the smoke cleared, not one single scratch. Song's heart pounded. This thing was on a completely different level. Water Shield was an A-grade defensive skill, strong enough to endure the relentless strikes of Ching Jing University's top assassin when pushed to level 8. But now, it hadn't even lasted one single attack from the flame baboon. Tang Lingyi stared in disbelief. This thing is on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolan's talismans proved just as ineffective. Every explosion, every seal, not a single scratch. The baboon stood completely unscathed, its fiery aura growing stronger with each passing second, as if it was feeding off the battle itself. The monster didn't slow down. It charged forward, its relentless assault continuing without hesitation. Desperate to buy time, Wei Tiexin activated her strongest protection shield, reinforced by her own power. But the flame baboon leaped into the air, bringing its massive fist crashing down onto the shield with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Visible fractures spread across the barrier. Inside, the team exchanged uneasy glances. Fear was written all over their faces. Legendary-grade monsters were nearly unstoppable, and if not for Zhou Yi's buffs, which had doubled the shield's durability, it would have already shattered. From a distance, Zhou Yi watched carefully. The brutal reality was clear. His team had no chance against this monster. It was time to step in. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi activated Holy Light Shield and launched a powerful counterattack. A massive explosion engulfed the arena, shaking the battlefield. But when the dust settled, the flame baboon stood there, completely unharmed. Its fiery aura burned even brighter, as if the attack had only made it stronger. Using the brief distraction, Zhou Yi turned to his team, his voice firm. "Leave the match. Get out of the ring now." His teammates hesitated, confusion flashing across their faces. "But why?" someone asked. Wei Tiexin stepped forward, concern in her voice. "Are you joking? There are no MOD University students left, just that thing, and it won't show you any mercy." Zhou Yi's gaze hardened. "Do I look like I'm joking?" His tone left no room for argument. "I have a way to defeat the flame baboon, but I can't protect all of you while I fight. If you stay, you'll only slow me down." His teammates exchanged uneasy glances, torn between trusting him and refusing to abandon him. Jiang Churen was the first to speak. "We'll be fine without your protection," she said, her voice steady. Even if we seem weak, we want to help you in any way we can. The flame baboon didn't wait. It continued its relentless assault, hammering the shield with bone-crushing force, each impact shaking the ground beneath them. Zhou-Yi stayed focused, analyzing its every movement. Then he spoke again, this time his voice cold and sharp. If you're careless against a legendary grade monster, you'll die. Even if the priest revives you, you'll lose 30% of your stats. That means for the next 3 months, you won't be able to train. Have you thought about that? Jiang Chuan flinched at his words, her resolve wavering. Sensing her hesitation, Zhou-Yi placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair gently. I know you're all afraid. His tone softened. You think I might not be able to handle it. But if you stay, you'll only distract me. Trust me, this monster might be legendary, but it won't harm me. The crowd was electrified, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Whispers and exclamations filled the stands as one spectator shouted, "Unbelievable. Could history repeat itself? This hasn't happened in 7 years." The buzz was all thanks to Sun Jiao's latest move, summoning a legendary grade flame baboon. Its overwhelming presence had turned the match into an unpredictable spectacle, and tension ran high. A live reporter, broadcasting the event, echoed the crowd's anticipation. Can Zhou-Yi turn this around? Or will this be the year a new champion rises? Amidst the roaring excitement, Xunling watched with a smug grin. To him, this was the moment Zhou-Yi's undefeated streak would finally come to an end. His reasoning was simple. Just like equipment, monsters were ranked in tiers: bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. The same skill, when used by different grades, could have drastically different effects. For instance, a charge attack from a bronze-grade creature barely matched the strength of a low-tier human fighter. But that same skill, wielded by a legendary-grade monster, could rival the power of elite warriors ranked A-class, or even higher. On top of that, legendary-grade monsters were incredibly resilient, shrugging off damage that would obliterate lesser creatures. Even the Goblin King from Sukong's Abyss-level realm was merely epic grade. Yet here, in a mere exchange competition, a legendary-grade beast had entered the fray. Xunling was convinced Zhou-Yi was done for. Then, just as the flame baboon roared and prepared its next devastating attack, a sudden commotion erupted from the stands. "They're forfeiting," someone shouted. Back in the ring, Zhou-Yi's team had come to a collective decision. One by one, they stepped forward, announcing their withdrawal from the match. Jiang Chuan, however, hesitated. Disappointment flickered across her face as she remained frozen in place. Zhou-Yi met her gaze, his expression calm yet firm. That silent exchange seemed to steady her, though reluctance still lingered in her eyes. Finally, she stepped forward, announcing her forfeit. At Zhou-Yi's insistence, the rest of the team followed suit, walking off the battlefield. But Jiang Chuan still lingered, as if struggling with the decision. Zhou-Yi turned to her once more, his voice unwavering. "Leave the arena." Her expression tensed, emotions warring within her. But in the end, she obeyed. Just as she reached the exit, she paused, casting one last look at him. In this fight as soon as possible. With that, she was gone. Meanwhile, the flame baboon showed no signs of slowing. Its relentless assault hammered against Zhou-Yi's protective shield, each strike more devastating than the last. Cracks spread across the barrier until, finally, with a thunderous crash, it shattered. The flame baboon, its face twisted in fury, charged straight at Zhou-Yi, ready to strike. But just as it closed the distance, a brilliant golden light exploded across the arena. The sheer force of it shattered the ground beneath them, sending shockwaves rippling through the stands. The spectators watched in stunned silence. Then, drops of blood splattered onto the wrecked arena floor. It wasn't Zhou-Yi's blood. One of the baboon's massive hands had been severed. Staring at the stump where his palm had once been, the beast froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Confusion turned to rage as its burning gaze locked onto Zhou-Yi, who now stood bathed in golden light, his presence radiating overwhelming power. Zhou-Yi had activated his ascendant form. His shimmering golden wings spread wide, crackling with golden lightning as he hovered just above the ground. The sheer force of his energy made the air itself hum with tension. He looked at the injured flame baboon, his expression calm, yet brimming with battle intent. Jiang Chuan has left the ring. My team is no longer here. Now, I can focus entirely on testing the strength of this legendary creature. With those words, Zhou-Yi raised his hammer, pointing it straight at the baboon in an unmistakable challenge. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The students from Modu University stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. A legendary-grade monster, wounded by a single strike? It defied everything they knew. Even Sun Jiao, the summoner, was at a loss for words. One of her strongest summoned creatures had just been injured as if it were nothing. Meanwhile, the flame baboon let out a deep, guttural growl. For the first time, A hint of unease crept into its mind. As it focused on Joey, it sensed something unusual, an aura that sent a primal warning through its instincts. It was faint, but unmistakable, the presence of a supreme bloodline. A memory surfaced. His mother's warning echoed in his mind. The flame baboon are born as kings among monsters. We are a legendary clan, rulers by nature. But among the many supreme bloodlines in this world, there are those even we must respect. And now, for the first time, the baboon felt the presence of such a bloodline coming from a human. But the realization didn't shake his resolve. Instead, he scoffed internally. So what? Joey's power had to be a fluke, mere luck from merging with a powerful bloodline. If Joey were truly a force to be reckoned with, he would have ended this battle already. Determined to prove his dominance, the baboon unleashed a surge of fiery energy, sending an oppressive wave of heat across the arena. The ground cracked beneath him as his aura flared to its peak. Then something astonishing happened. Before the crowd's disbelieving eyes, the baboon's severed hand began to regenerate. Flesh, bone, and fur rapidly reformed until his palm was fully restored. A triumphant roar erupted from his throat, shaking the entire battlefield. Wasting no time, the flame baboon summoned a massive nunchaku, its surface glowing with searing flames. Spinning the weapon at terrifying speed, it unleashed a fiery whirlwind, scorching the very air around it. Joey, unfazed by the spectacle, simply smiled. Without hesitation, he activated his divine chain skill. In an instant, golden chains materialized, shooting toward the baboon like striking serpents. The flame baboon let out a fierce growl, refusing to back down. With all its might, it swung the blazing nunchaku straight at Joey, the sheer force of the attack warping the air around it. But before the weapon could reach its target, Joey's divine chains intercepted it mid-flight, stopping it dead in its tracks. The baboon roared in frustration, yanking and twisting with all its monstrous strength to break free, but the golden chains held firm, refusing to budge. While the beast struggled, Joey seized the moment. A frigid energy began swirling around him, the temperature in the arena plummeting as ice crackled to life in his hands. With a swift motion, he unleashed the attack, sending a devastating wave of icy power straight at the baboon. The impact was brutal. The flame baboon staggered backward, its massive frame pushed away by the sheer force of the frost. But before it could be completely overwhelmed, it slammed its nunchaku into the ground, anchoring itself in place. The attack had been powerful, but not enough. Joey's sharp eyes narrowed as he observed the aftermath. Despite the direct hit, the baboon remained completely unscathed. A bead of sweat rolled down Joey's forehead. He could feel it now, the toll of the battle. His stamina was draining fast, and every use of his abilities was chipping away at his remaining strength. Up in the stands, tension gripped the audience. An elder from the Zhou family watched in growing horror, his face pale, his hands trembling. Turning to Xiaoyu, his voice was urgent. "Stop this match immediately. We cannot let the future of our family be destroyed here." Xiaoyu didn't wait for another word. He bolted from his seat, rushing to find House Master Wu Meng. If it meant protecting Joey, then offending both Sukong University and Modu University was a price worth paying. Meanwhile, in the control room, a heated debate had erupted between the house masters of the three universities. House Master Chung of Sukong University turned to Wu Meng, his voice heavy with concern. "In this match now, if Joey dies here, we will lose a prodigy that could shape our nation's future." The house master of Modu University nodded in agreement. "Joey is destined to stand at the top one day. If he falls here, it will be a disaster far greater than a simple tournament loss. Rankings mean nothing compared to what's at stake. Make your decision before it's too late." The weight of their words hung in the air. The match was no longer just a competition. It was now a battle between fate and responsibility. At that moment, Xiaoyu burst into the control room, his voice laced with urgency. "Stop this match now. The Zhou family will compensate Sukong University tenfold. No, 100-fold. If you end it immediately." His desperation echoed through the tense air. The housemaster of Modu University gave a firm nod. "Wu Meng, don't overthink this. Make the call before things escalate any further." But House Master Wu Meng remained composed, his expression unreadable. "Do you think I haven't considered that?" he asked calmly. His thoughts drifted back to a past conversation with the principal of Sukong University. When Wu Meng had inquired about Joey's true strength, the principal had answered with unwavering confidence. "As long as he isn't facing a legendary grade monster above level 26, Joey will handle it with ease." Wu Meng's gaze remained locked on the arena, his mind working through the calculations. After level 20, the power gap between levels, whether human or monster, became staggering. A level 26 monster of the same grade wasn't just slightly stronger than a level 24. It was equivalent to facing 10 level 24 monsters at once. The flame baboon, though undeniably powerful, was only level 24. The challenge was immense, but Wu Meng's confidence in Zhou Yi remained firm. It's highly unlikely for Zhou Yi to lose here, he finally declared. Xiao Yu turned to him, stunned. Aren't you afraid of? Before he could finish, a violent shockwave erupted from the arena. The force of the impact rattled the entire control room, sending Xiao Yu stumbling backward. For a moment, the air was thick with silence. Then, as reality set in, every pair of eyes snapped back to the battlefield. The fight had reached a terrifying new peak. In the arena, the flame baboon launched a relentless assault, its massive nunchaku tearing through the ground with each devastating strike. Explosions of debris filled the air as Zhou Yi dodged with razor-sharp precision, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow. The moment the baboon's weapon smashed into the ground where he had just stood, Zhou Yi seized his chance. Golden lightning crackled around him as he activated Divine Punishment. A massive bolt of golden energy descended from above, striking the baboon with earth-shattering force. The beast convulsed as electric currents surged through its body, temporarily locking its limbs in paralysis. Wasting no time, Zhou Yi began charging a second strike. But this time, the baboon was ready. With a furious roar, it swung its nunchaku at blinding speed, striking the incoming bolt midair. In a shocking display of power, the second Divine Punishment attack was deflected, its energy dispersing harmlessly into the sky. The baboon's eyes burned with determination as it snarled, its deep voice booming across the battlefield. Come, show me your strength. Give me everything you've got. Zhou Yi's Light Punishment, now a level 14 skill, had been amplified by his S+ talent Holy Guardian and the 4-dimensional buffs from his Ascended form. The attack he had just unleashed was strong enough to obliterate the epic-ranked Goblin King of the Abyss-level dungeon. Yet, the flame baboon had endured it with barely a scratch. The battle was far from over. Even as divine attacks rained down, the flame baboon adapted with alarming speed, using its massive nunchaku to deflect and evade each strike. With renewed aggression, it lunged at Zhou Yi, swinging its weapon with terrifying precision. Sensing the incoming danger, Zhou Yi activated his divine chain once more. Golden chains shot out, wrapping around the baboon and locking it in place. The beast roared furiously, thrashing against its restraints in sheer frustration. Enough of these annoying tricks, the baboon bellowed. Muscles bulging, it flexed its immense strength. One by one, the golden chains began to shatter under the strain. Zhou Yi watched carefully, his mind racing. He had fought and defeated a legendary grade demon before, but that opponent had been severely weakened by its vulnerability to light-based attacks, unable to unleash the full extent of its power. This baboon, however, was an entirely different kind of monster. Not only was it absurdly resilient, but it was adapting at an astonishing rate. As Zhou Yi dodged another crushing nunchaku strike, a realization struck him. His speed is increasing. He's building resistance to my light element attacks. His adaptability is off the charts. Now, it made sense. This was why so many humans perished during the Dark Ages. Warcraft like this didn't just overpower humans. They surpassed them completely in raw physical dominance. Zhou Yi knew he had no choice. He activated every buff at his disposal, stacking them to their absolute limit. Even though he had already enhanced his abilities before transforming into his Ascended form, he now pushed even further, unlocking the third stage of his full power. The intensity of the battle only escalated. Neither combatant showed any signs of retreating. The baboon, having evaded most of Zhou Yi's attacks, lunged forward again, its nunchaku slashing through the air with devastating force. Meanwhile, members of Modu University watched in stunned silence. Sun Jiao's teammates couldn't believe what they were seeing. He's stronger than we thought, one of them muttered. Another grimly nodded. We're lucky he didn't go straight for Sun Jiao. If the summoner is eliminated, her summoned creature vanishes immediately. If he had targeted her first, this fight would have been over already. Realizing the looming danger, a teammate urgently shouted, he might not be focused on Sun Jiao now, but we can't take that risk. Get her to safety before he decides to change tactics. The atmosphere in the arena was suffocating, the tension unbearable. Zhou Yi and the flame baboon continued their battle at breakneck speed, neither willing to yield. Every strike, every counter, every exchange pushed both fighters closer to their absolute limits. Zhou Yi and the flame baboon had finally reached the last stage of their battle. Both fighters were exhausted, yet neither was willing to back down. Determined to end the fight in one decisive move, they prepared to unleash their ultimate attacks. Our protagonist, Zhou Yi, decided to channel the full power of the Divine Hand into his final technique. Mustering every ounce of energy left in his body, he began forming his ultimate strike. At the same time, The flame baboon gathered all his remaining strength, igniting flames that surged wildly around him. His weapon, once ordinary, started to evolve. Fire erupted from within, and sharp thorns emerged along its surface. With a fierce roar, he combined his twin weapons into one massive staff, resembling the legendary weapon of Sun Wukong. As the flame baboon charged forward, wielding his newly formed weapon, Zhou Yi's colossal energy-infused hand descended from above. Both attacks hurtled toward each other at full speed, carrying unimaginable force. Then impact! The entire arena exploded upon collision. The sheer power of their clash shattered the protective barrier surrounding the battleground. Flames and shockwaves burst out, surging toward the terrified audience. Panic ensued as spectators scrambled to escape the incoming destruction. Just when chaos seemed inevitable, a girl from the audience stepped forward. With unwavering resolve, she unleashed her water-based abilities, summoning a guardian to counter the raging fire. A massive water barrier formed, intercepting the flames and electrical surges before they could harm the crowd. To protect herself, she conjured a shield of water, absorbing the attacks effortlessly. As the last embers fizzled against her barrier, the panic in the crowd melted away. Relief washed over the spectators, their fear replaced with gratitude. Some cheered, overwhelmed with joy at their survival. The crisis had been averted, but the battle was far from over. As the chaos settled, the audience slowly regained their composure. One of them, looking relieved, proudly stated that the girl who saved them was a third-level mage of the Alliance. With someone of her caliber around, there was no reason to be afraid. However, another spectator admitted that the attack had terrified them, wondering if the priest would be able to revive those who might not have survived. The intensity of the battle had been anticipated, which was why they had reinforced the protective shield to level 7 before the match. A shield of this caliber was designed to withstand a full-force attack from a top-ranked Tier 2 mage. Yet, against Zhou Yi's devastating strike and the resulting explosion, the barrier had shattered completely, something that hadn't happened in over a century. While holding back the attack, the mage girl reflected on the sheer power behind it. The force she had just witnessed was unlike anything before, and she realized what it meant. Li Jiang had produced another prodigy, someone capable of changing the course of history. A talent like this wasn't just a blessing for the nation, but for the entire human race. As the dust settled and the arena fell into an eerie calm, all eyes turned back to the battlefield. The audience gasped in shock. In the center of the ring, the flame baboon stood motionless, his arms severed and his body covered in gruesome injuries. He struggled desperately to heal himself, but something was stopping his natural regeneration. Zhou Yi's attack had embedded light and ice elements into his very flesh, continuously eating away at his ability to recover. The realization infuriated the flame baboon. This human was not only strong but terrifyingly ruthless. His so-called holy light was even deadlier than expected. Overcome with rage, the flame baboon roared in defiance. Using every last ounce of strength, he forced his body to regenerate, restoring his arms in an instant. Slamming his fists into the ground, he bellowed, "How could I, the great flame baboon, fall here?" But before he could even finish his declaration, Zhou Yi appeared out of nowhere and landed a crushing punch right to his face. The sheer force sent the flame baboon flying across the arena, his body skidding uncontrollably. A few teeth went flying, marking the devastating impact of the blow. But Zhou Yi wasn't finished yet. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the flame baboon, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. With his knee poised for impact, he declared, "This is the end for you." Before the flame baboon could react, Zhou Yi struck with full force, slamming him into the ground at an incredible speed. With his opponent defeated, Zhou Yi wasted no time. He summoned his divine chains, swiftly capturing Sun Jiao's remaining summoned monsters. As the chains tightened around them, he turned to their summoner and asked a simple question. Would they continue fighting, or would they surrender? Sun's team stood frozen in shock. None of them could comprehend what had just happened. Their strongest summon had been utterly crushed, and now their remaining creatures were powerless against Zhou Yi's chains. Realizing that victory was no longer possible, Sun Jiao made a quick decision. Without wasting another second, she admitted defeat. The moment Modi University surrendered, a drone hovered over the arena, officially announcing the victory of Sukong University. The crowd erupted in cheers as the announcer encouraged everyone to celebrate the champions. It was a match to remember, a battle where Zhou Yi had turned the tide and delivered an unforgettable performance. Chants of Zhou Yi's name filled the stadium, along with cheers for his teammates. With this final match concluded, the overall rankings for the tournament were revealed. Sukong University claimed first place with an undefeated record of 9 wins and 0 losses. Modi University followed in second place with 8 wins and 1 loss, while Ching Jing University secured third place with 7 wins and 2 losses. As the rankings were displayed, the crowd once again roared in excitement, celebrating Sukong University's flawless victory. Meanwhile, a commentator who had been covering the match for his viewers couldn't contain his amazement. He had asked before the battle who the audience thought would win, but now, seeing Zhou Yi's overwhelming strength, he was left speechless. "Can you believe this guy is only 18? He exclaimed. "With skills like that, if he keeps going at this pace, there's no doubt Zhou Yi's name will soon be among the top 10 professionals in Lijiang." Exhausted from the intense battle, Zhou Yi finally reverted from his enhanced form back to his normal state. As soon as he did, Jiang Chu rushed toward him, throwing her arms around him in relief. "Brother Zhou Yi, you just used your transformation. How are you feeling?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. Meanwhile, the commentator hosting the live broadcast immediately sensed an opportunity. Seeing this heartfelt moment unfold, he quickly instructed his cameraman to zoom in on the pair. With over 500,000 viewers tuned in, this was exactly the kind of scene that would boost his stream's engagement. As the camera captured the touching moment, Zhou Yi gently placed his hand on Jiang Chu's head, offering a reassuring smile. "Sorry for making you worry," he said softly. "I feel weak right now, but once I level up, I'll be fine." The online audience erupted with reactions. Comments flooded the chat, some playfully declaring that these two were definitely a couple, others lamenting their own single status. One viewer jokingly pleaded, "Please stop showing your love. I'm already heartbroken," while another couldn't help but admire, "That girl is so beautiful." However, the lighthearted moment was abruptly interrupted when a housemaster arrived, seizing the broadcaster's camera. "Private live streaming after the competition is not allowed. Don't you know the rules?" he scolded. The commentator and his cameraman stiffened, looking visibly nervous. Just then, the housemaster stepped in, redirecting everyone's attention. "Let's head back to the villa first," he announced. "Once we're there, I'll explain the final event, the survival competition." With that, the group made their way back, gathering in a spacious room where the housemaster stood before them. He wasted no time diving into the details of the last challenge. "The survival competition is the final stage of the tournament," he began. "All contestants from the 10 universities will enter a real open dungeon, unlike the simulated one used in the previous rounds. This means you'll be facing true dangers, unpredictable encounters that could eliminate even the strongest among you right from the start." He continued, outlining the competition's rules. Points are earned by defeating monsters of varying levels. Additionally, if you eliminate players from other schools, you'll receive half of their accumulated points. The university with the highest total score after 7 days will be crowned the winner. The challenge didn't end there. The dungeon's territory is vast, but your exploration will be limited each day. As the competition progresses, the available area will shrink. You must move into the newly designated zones within the given time, or you'll be automatically eliminated. Before concluding the briefing, the housemaster gave one final warning. Remember, the entry points into the dungeon's secret area are random. If you ever encounter the void zone at the border, leave immediately. At that moment, the housemaster elaborated on the danger of the void zone, a treacherous region riddled with spatial cracks. Even a third-level professional wouldn't survive if caught in one. The weight of this revelation hung in the air as the entire team absorbed the information. When asked if they understood, everyone nodded in unison, responding with a firm yes. The scene then shifted to Modi University's housemaster, who was making his way through a dimly lit corridor. He soon arrived at a secluded chamber where the housemasters from 8 other universities were already gathered, their expressions tense. Upon seeing him, Housemaster Chang's face lit up. "Finally, you've arrived," he said. The moment he stepped in, Housemaster Su from Sukong University broke the silence. "It seems that every university except ours has gathered here. What exactly are you all planning?" Chang didn't hesitate. "If we don't act now, Sukong University will likely dominate the survival competition as well. So, we're here to discuss whether you'd be interested in evening the playing field." Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, the same magician girl who had protected the audience with her water abilities stood at the center of a grand stage. Above her, a live drone broadcasted the scene to millions of viewers. "This is it," the drone's mechanical voice echoed. "The final event of the National College Freshman Exchange Competition, the survival competition, is about to begin. Since this challenge would last for 7 days and nights, there would be no live audience in attendance. Instead, the entire event would be streamed nonstop across all major platforms." The drone then requested permission to introduce the battlefield, the secret dungeon where the competition would unfold. With a dramatic pause, it revealed the truth. This was no ordinary dungeon. According to reliable sources, this dungeon is a remnant of the ancient orc battlefield, known as the Wild Beast Ruins. At that moment, the magician girl activated the ruins, causing an eerie glow to spread across the landscape. The drone captured the breathtaking sight, relaying every detail to the captivated audience. The origins of the war that took place here remain a mystery, it continued. But one thing is certain. It was a battle filled with unknowns and deadly dangers. The dense forests conceal monstrous beasts of terrifying stature, their razor-sharp claws and fangs ready to tear apart any challenger. Every inch of these ruins, every stone, every shadow, could be hiding long-lost artifacts and buried treasures. Only the most intelligent and daring competitors will be able to uncover their secrets. The audience watching the live broadcast was buzzing with excitement. Some were thrilled by the announcement, eager for the unfolding adventure, while others remained skeptical. There's no way a school would be so generous as to release this dungeon for free exploration, some speculated. The army must have already scoured this place. How could there be any treasures left? Amid the debates, the drone delivered its final announcement. Contestants, ready your weapons, steel your resolve, and face this challenge with courage. We are waiting for your legend. With that, the survival competition officially began. One by one, the participants began teleporting into the wild beast ruins. As they vanished, tension filled the air. Among them stood Zhou, his presence alone making several competitors uneasy. Many secretly prayed that they wouldn't end up near him once inside the realm. Soon, Zhou himself was teleported, and the competition was underway. Upon arrival, contestants found themselves scattered across different locations within the ruins. Before entering, Zhou had been holding hands with Jiang Chu, standing close to her. Yet now he was alone. It became clear, no matter how close two people were physically, the teleportation process strictly separated everyone. This meant it would take some time for him to reunite with his teammates. As Zhou glanced back, he immediately noticed he standing there. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Then, without hesitation, he turned and bolted at full speed, activating his 100-step technique to escape. Watching him flee, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. What a madman, he mused. His score is still at 0. Why would I waste my time fighting him now? Summoning his hammer, Zhou smirked. To hunt properly, you have to let the prey fatten up first. Meanwhile, high up in the trees, Xiaolan perched silently with her bow, her sharp senses scanning the area for movement. Suddenly, she detected rapid motion in the northern direction, a lone figure sprinting across the terrain, about 1,000 meters away. Unable to determine the runner's identity, she narrowed her eyes. Could it be Zhou? Wasting no time, she drew her bow, took careful aim, and released an arrow straight at the target. The arrow cut through the air with deadly precision, heading straight for its mark. But just before impact, the figure twisted mid-step, narrowly dodging the attack. A voice rang out in alarm. Xiaolan, we're on the same side. The target was none other than Yi. Some of the arrows had come dangerously close, but hearing his frantic shout, Xiaolan immediately halted her assault and stepped forward. Good thing you spoke up, she said, lowering her bow. Now tell me, what exactly scared you so badly that you had to run like that? He hesitated for a moment. There was no way he could admit that he had panicked after seeing Zhou. Instead, he quickly changed the topic. Forget about that. Have you run into anyone from Suhang University yet? Xiaolan shook her head. No, my plant sensing ability only works within a 10-kilometer radius, and even then, only in areas with plant life. So far, you're the first person to enter my detection range. Hearing this, he nodded. Then let's stick to the plan and move forward together. Xiaolan agreed without hesitation. With that, the two of them joined forces, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, the outside world was watching the competition unfold in real time. Among the spectators was a young man who furrowed his brows upon seeing Yi and Xiaolan working together. Why are Ching Jing and Moda University cooperating? He muttered, puzzled by their unexpected alliance. Beside him, another observer glanced at the screen and offered an explanation. They're at similar power levels, so they're naturally cautious of each other. Plus, this dungeon is dangerous. It's smarter to work together for now, rather than waste energy fighting right away. He continued, but don't worry. This is just day one. As time goes on, the survival match will only get more intense. By the 7th day, when the contestants' tracking devices reveal everyone's location, that's when the real chaos will begin. Hearing this, the first spectator nodded in understanding. The real action was yet to come. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a storm of destruction raged. Bolts of divine lightning rained down relentlessly, striking monsters with overwhelming force. The one responsible? None other than Zhou. With every strike, he racked up more and more points, his power crushing anything that stood in his way. However, the surviving monsters weren't about to let this intruder continue his rampage unchecked. Furious, they gathered together, their enraged voices echoing through the battlefield. Who dares disturb our territory? Kill him! Zhou watched as a horde of enraged creatures charged toward him. He didn't flinch. Instead, he activated his ice ability, freezing them all in an instant. Before they could even attempt to break free, he swiftly finished them off, eliminating the entire group in seconds. As each monster fell, his device recorded the kills, rewarding him with an impressive number of points, 500, 600, and higher. His score was skyrocketing. Then, without warning, a massive spider-like beast emerged from the shadows, its multiple eyes gleaming with hostility. Unlike the previous monsters, this one radiated a much stronger presence. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, a real challenge. Without hesitation, he summoned his hammer and struck with full force. The impact was devastating. One hit, and the giant spider was obliterated. As its body crumbled, his device displayed the results, 1,200 points. A satisfied smirk crossed Zhou Yi's face. Now that was worth it. With his latest victory secured, he opened his device to check his standing. The leaderboard displayed the current rankings, with his name sitting comfortably at the top. First place, Zhou Yi. Second place, Wang Xuan. Third place, Liang. Scanning the lower ranks, Zhou Yi noticed a trend. Mechanists were climbing fast. The mechanists are practically an army on their own, he mused, using scout robots to detect high-level threats while targeting weaker monsters. It's an efficient way to farm points without taking big risks. His thoughts drifted back to something Housemaster Wu had said before the competition began. The early stages of the survival competition are where summoners and mechanists shine. Curious about his teammates' progress, Zhou Yi navigated through the leaderboard, ready to see how they were faring in this battle for dominance. As Zhou Yi continued checking the leaderboard, he noted the current rankings of his teammates. 9th place, Jiang Chu Ran. 10th place, Wei Tai Xian. 11th place, Xia Lan from another university. Everything seemed to align with his expectations. However, as he scrolled further, he spotted something unusual. Tan Wei was ranked 72nd, with a score of only 540 points. Even more surprising, Zhang Zhe, who was ranked just below him, had a score of 470 points. Zhou Yi frowned. Tan Wei and Jiang Zai may not be the strongest, but they should at least be maintaining a mid-tier position. Why is Tan Wei's score so low? Before he could dwell on it further, the screen suddenly flickered. Tan Wei's name vanished from the rankings. A single word replaced it: eliminated. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Eliminated? For a moment, he stood still, trying to process what had just happened. Tan Wei was strong, cautious, skilled, and not the type to take unnecessary risks. If he had encountered a powerful monster or competitor, he would have escaped rather than fight recklessly. That meant there were only 3 possible explanations. 1. The realm itself. Some unknown environmental hazard could have taken him out. 2. A high-level monster. But Tan Wei would have avoided such an encounter. 3. Other contestants, the most likely scenario. Zhou Yi's mind raced. It's still too early in the game for the shrinking zone to eliminate anyone, but that doesn't mean others haven't started forming alliances. In the survival competition, the real danger wasn't just the monsters, it was the other competitors. Weaker teams often joined forces to take down stronger opponents, increasing their own survival chances. Since teleportation had been random, early alliances were rare. But as the game progressed, teamwork would become essential for survival. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed from Zhou Yi's device. Warning to all contestants, the safe zone is about to shrink. You have 3 hours to reach the designated area. Anyone who fails to arrive in time will be automatically eliminated. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Damn it. Wasting no time, he took off at full speed. Unfortunately for him, the first safe zone was incredibly far. If he wanted to reach it in time, he had to push himself to the limit. And along the way, he still had to uncover the truth behind Tan Wei's sudden elimination. The real game had just begun. As Zhou Yi sprinted through the mountainous terrain, his focus remained on reaching the safe zone in time. But suddenly, a sharp burst of energy caught his attention, a surge of water element power rippling through the air. His instincts kicked in immediately. That's Ling Yi. Without hesitation, he changed course, pushing himself to run even faster. Meanwhile, in the middle of the rugged landscape, Ling Yi was locked in a fierce battle. Several opponents had surrounded her, attacking in unison. With sharp precision, she launched a water arrow, striking a female opponent and knocking her backward. But before she could recover, another challenger arrived, a boy wielding an enormous sword. With a fierce battle cry, he swung at her with full force. Ling Yi reacted instantly, summoning a water shield to block the strike. The boy's blade clashed against the barrier, but it held firm. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth. "You're as annoying as a cockroach," he spat. Ling Yi merely smirked. "And you talk too much." Before he could react, she activated her second skill, Stone Hammer. A massive stone hammer materialized above them, slamming down with crushing force. The The boy barely had time to register what was happening before he was sent flying, his screams echoing through the mountains. Dusting herself off, Ling Yi shook her head. Did your mentor never teach you not to underestimate your opponents? But she wasn't done yet. She turned slightly, her voice laced with amusement. Did you really think my memory was that weak? A second opponent, a girl, had been sneaking up behind her, hoping to land a surprise attack. But Ling Yi had sensed her presence all along. Before the attacker could get any closer, Ling Yi swiftly activated stone binding. In an instant, jagged rocks erupted from the ground, encasing the girl and trapping her in place. With both opponents immobilized, Ling Yi folded her arms and gave them a cold stare. So, what's it going to be? Will you surrender, or should I finish this right now? Before either of them could answer, the sound of slow, deliberate clapping echoed through the battlefield. A figure stepped forward, their face still hidden in the shadows. Only their hands were visible, applauding as if they had been watching the entire fight unfold. Whoever they were, they had finally decided to make their presence known. Tang suddenly hears the sound of clapping behind her. Turning around, she's slightly surprised. Someone had been hiding there all along. What shocks her the most is that she never sensed this person's presence, even amidst the intense battle. The mysterious figure steps forward, summoning his monsters with a smirk. I never expected to find such a talented elemental mage at Suhang University, he remarks. But it seems your own team has overlooked you. What a waste of potential. Without giving Tang a chance to respond, he commands his creatures to attack. A wave of monsters rushes toward her. Reacting quickly, she raises her staff and unleashes a powerful wind spell. The attack lands, knocking back several creatures. But there are too many. Some dodge her spells and close in from all directions. Before she can reposition, a few manage to strike from behind. She tries to evade, but more creatures overwhelm her. One clamps its jaws onto her arm, drawing blood. A sharp pain shoots through her, causing her to cry out. The wolf-like beasts completely surround her, their fangs sinking deeper. Seeing her struggle, the unknown enemy laughs in delight. Yes, keep going, make her suffer, he jeers. Tang's grip on her staff weakens, and it slips from her hand, severely reducing her casting speed and power. Exhausted from prolonged combat, her strength fades fast. The monsters keep biting, pinning her to the ground. Just when it seems she has no way out, she suddenly chuckles. You should take your chance while you still can, she tells him. Before he can react, a glowing magic circle forms beneath her hands. His eyes widen in shock. How? Without your staff? That's impossible. Before he can finish, a massive explosion erupts. The force sends him crashing into a rock, the impact knocking the air out of him. Tang had taken a desperate gamble, but the recoil from the spell leaves her in even worse shape than her opponent. Both are thrown far apart. Moments later, a system message rings out. Li Jian of Ching Jing University has been severely injured and is now in a coma, eliminating him from the competition. Another notification follows. Contestant Tang receives 1,050 points following Li Jian's elimination. Tang lies motionless on a rock, blood dripping from her lips. Her body is battered, and her magic is completely drained. She's defenseless. In this state, any opponent could finish her off without resistance. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy, she had previously crushed with a stone hammer, hurls a dagger straight at her, aiming for the kill. Just as the blade is about to strike, a figure suddenly appears and kicks it away with precision. The dagger reverses course, shooting back toward its sender at full speed. The attacker's eyes widen in shock. He barely has time to react before realizing who just intervened. Joey. The moment he recognizes him, fear takes hold. Before he can escape, the deflected dagger reaches him, triggering a powerful explosion. Tang, struggling to stay conscious, hears the commotion. Summoning what little strength she has left, she tries to lift her head. Through her blurred vision, she sees Zhou Yi standing there. She attempts to get up but collapses, racked with pain and coughing weakly. Zhou Yi wastes no time, rushing to Tang's side and using his powers to heal her. Meanwhile, the enemy who had just been struck, Wukong of Liqi University, lies gravely injured. The impact leaves him in a coma, making him unfit to continue in a competition. A notification soon appears. Wukong has been eliminated. Contestant Zhou Yi earns 1,240 points. As Zhou Yi focuses on healing Tang, another figure begins to stir. The girl who had been trapped in the stone earlier. She attempts to slip away unnoticed, but Zhou Yi turns his gaze toward her. The moment she meets his cold stare, fear paralyzes her. At that moment, Luo Zheng swiftly forfeited. Almost instantly, a notification appeared. Luo Zheng from Chaoyang University has forfeited. Contestant Tang Ling Yi receives 1,860 points. A short while later, Tang fully recovers. As she and Zhou each check their devices, another elimination alert appears. Tang clenches her fists, frustration boiling over. They must have ambushed another one of us, she shouts angrily. Then, turning to Zhou Yi, she adds, something isn't right about all this. The secret realm's locations are randomized. No one should be able to track others so precisely before entry. So how are they finding and attacking us with such accuracy? Zhou Yi's expression darkens. They must be using some special method to pinpoint our locations, he replies. Hearing this, Tang clenches her fists, frustration bubbling up. This is outright cheating. How can they get away with this in a national event? Zhou Yi remains calm. If it's a single contestant using a special skill, it's technically within the rules. But if they're all using some shady method, I'll make sure their reputation is completely ruined. Tang exhales, her anger shifting to concern. Her teammates are still scattered, and if these enemies are using underhanded tactics, they could be in serious danger. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Zhou Yi steps closer, resting a hand on her head. They're trying to weaken my power over these 6 days, he explains. First, they target you and the others, and in the final days, they'll surround me. But no trick or conspiracy can stand against absolute strength. Tang listens to his words, and a wave of emotion washes over her. Her face flushes slightly with shyness, but she quickly composes herself. Zhou Yi then picks up his hammer and turns to her. Don't get too worked up. You're still recovering. Drink a magic potion and rest here for the night. I'm going to clear out the demons nearby. With that, he strides off, his determination unwavering. The final day of the National College Freshman Exchange Survival Competition arrives. Outside, spectators fill the massive stadium, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Drones hover above, broadcasting the event, and a voice announces. Today, 74 contestants will face off in the final battle to determine the ultimate ranking. Each player's location will now be displayed on their smart wrist. Let's see who will emerge victorious. The crowd erupts into cheers, calling out the names of their favorite fighters. The anticipation is at its peak. After 6 grueling days, only Jiangchu, Tang, and Zhou Yi remain from Suhang University, while 71 contestants from 9 other schools are still in the competition. Many believe sheer numbers will be the deciding factor, and whispers spread through the audience. Can Zhou Yi really withstand an all-out assault from so many opponents? Meanwhile, in the competition zone, a group of contestants stands atop a rock, monitoring their devices. They see Zhou Yi and Tang moving toward them at high speed. Among them are Zan, Wei, and Wang Xian, who have been tracking their every move. Wei narrows his eyes at the screen. Jiangchu is positioned in the northwest. She's strong, but not on Zhou Yi's level. The key advantage is that 18 fighters are already on their way to intercept her. Turning to his ally, Wei issues orders. Xiaolan, take 5 people and handle Jiangchu. Make sure she's out of the competition. Then, with a smirk, he adds, I'll take care of Zhou Yi myself. With 47 fighters by my side, the final showdown is about to begin. Hearing this, Xiaolan nods. Meanwhile, a group of fighters stands in formation, discussing their strategy. At Zhou Yi's current speed, he'll reach us in about an hour. Everyone, give it everything you've got. This fight will decide our final rankings in the exchange competition. At the same time, Jiangchu finds herself surrounded by enemies attacking from all sides. But she doesn't slow down. Instead, she keeps pushing forward, cutting through her opponents with precise and powerful strikes. Among them, Xiaolan locks onto Jiangchu and smirks. It's been a while since we've had a real fight. Hearing this, Jiangchu halts. A strange energy begins to radiate from her body as the atmosphere around her shifts. Slowly, she transforms into her succubus form, letting out a chilling laugh. Xiaolan, why did you wait so many days? Did you think that because my brother Zhou Yi has been fighting nonstop, I'd be too weak to handle you? Let me give you a long, painful lesson. Xiaolan's eyes widen in shock. This was the true power of Jiangchu's succubus bloodline. She had no idea Jiangchu had mastered her transformation to such an extent. Realizing this fight won't be easy, she immediately fires an arrow while several others charge toward Jiangchu. Just then, a threatening purple light surges across the battlefield, shaking the ground. Suddenly, the ground trembles. Wei grins. He's here. A massive stone hand erupts from beneath them, followed by an enormous rock monster. Standing atop it are Zhou Yi and Tang, making a dramatic entrance. The sheer impact of their arrival sends a wave of unease through their enemies. The gathered fighters instinctively tense up, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Zhou Yi. But instead of showing fear, Wei laughs. Zhou Yi, you should feel honored, he sneers. We've assembled 47 of the best fighters from various universities, just for you. By now, every single enemy has assumed their fighting stance. Zhou Yi is the biggest threat here. and they won't give him a single opening. Zhou Yi takes one look at the 47 so-called top players before him and smirks. You call yourselves elites? To me, you're nothing more than a disorganized mob. His words instantly ignite anger among the crowd. His arrogance is unbearable. But Zhou, he doesn't stop there. He scans their faces and continues. Am I wrong? If I am, tell me. Who among you hasn't already lost to me? Silence. You relied on numbers to take down the competitors from Suhang University, and now you think ganging up on me will work? Let's be honest. You wouldn't even dare face me one-on-one. Even with all of you together, you're still weaklings. And today, I'll prove something to you. No matter how many ants gather, they can never kill a dragon. Zhou Yi's words are like a spark in dry grass. His enemies explode with rage. One after another, they unleash their abilities. Wang Xian activates his mechanical enhancement skill, surging forward. Others wield wind, fire, and summoning magic, all converging on Zhou Yi at once. But Zhou Yi doesn't flinch. Instead, he leaps down from the giant rock monster and calls out to Tang. Stay up there. I'll handle this alone. Mid-air, he activates his hammer and buffs himself. The moment he lands, he charges at full speed toward the horde. His hammer swings in a blur, smashing into enemies left and right. Each hit sends bodies flying, leaving some fighters seriously injured. The battlefield erupts into chaos. Spectators watching the fight are left stunned. How is he this fast? Some exclaim. Others shake their heads. No matter how strong he is, he's just a freshman. There's no way he can take on 47 people at once. Zhou Yi, however, keeps pushing forward. After crushing several close-range attackers, he finds himself surrounded, not just by enemies, but by massive summoning creatures. Many of his opponents have perched on top of these beasts, using them as mounts to box him in. Instead of backing down, Zhou Yi grips his hammer and charges straight at the nearest creature. As he does, his body begins to glow, his angel form activates. One of the enormous summoned creatures lunges at him, swinging a giant hand. But before the attack can land, a blinding light erupts from Zhou Yi's body, disintegrating the creature's hand on contact. Even mages in the backline react, scrambling to stop him. They unleash defensive spells, activating Guardian of Light, barriers, and layered magical circles to form an impenetrable shield. Their combined effort creates a multi-layered defense, ready to absorb Zhou Yi's onslaught. But Zhou Yi doesn't hesitate. He raises his hammer high and slams it down with full force. Boom! 3-4 layers of defense shatter instantly. But despite his immense power, the barriers keep stacking. There are simply too many layers for him to break through in one hit. The battle is far from over. Seeing that 6 layers of defense still remained, the mages, mostly girls, breathed a sigh of relief. They smiled, convinced that their barriers could withstand anything. Safely hidden behind the layers, they watched as Zhou Yi, still in his angel form, remained at a distance. But Zhou Yi simply chuckled. You really think you can stop what's coming next? This is just the beginning. Raising his hand slightly, he summoned the divine hand. The sky ripped apart as an enormous, celestial hand descended toward the battlefield. The moment his enemies laid eyes on it, their faces drained of color. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Wang Xian Wei. Everyone stood frozen in terror. The divine hand continued its slow descent, its sheer pressure suffocating the air around them. Even before it touched the ground, its force was already crushing. Wang Xian snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Get out of the way! Now!" That was all the others needed to hear. Panic erupted. One after another, they turned and ran, their fear overcoming any thought of fighting. Move! Run, or we'll be wiped out. The battlefield became chaos as fighters scrambled to escape the attack's range. But not everyone ran. Standing directly in the divine hand's path was Wang Xian, his mechanical body locked onto the attack. Wei turned to him, frowning. What the hell are you thinking? Inside his robotic shell, Wang Xian's voice remained calm. The chances of success are 0. But I still want to try. His system flashed a danger alert, warning him to evacuate. But he ignored it. His mind worked at high speed, recalling every battle against Zhou Yi he had simulated in his strategy games. He had studied Zhou Yi's divine hand's skill hundreds of times, analyzing its angles, power distribution, and impact zones. The hand of God appears invincible, Wang Xian murmured, furiously activating his mechanical skills. But in reality, its force is dispersed across multiple points. If I can assemble all my machines to form a focused defensive barrier, I might just be able to withstand it. Metal clanked and gears spun rapidly as he constructed his final defense. The divine hand was now seconds away. As he finished his preparations, he shouted, "Everything into defense, now!" The divine hand slammed into Wang Xian's robot, smashing it into the ground. The force sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, shattering rock and driving him deep into the earth. His mechanical defenses crumpled under the impact, layer after layer, giving way as the attack dragged him downward, obliterating everything in its path. Silence followed. Zhou Yi exhaled and turned his gaze to the remaining fighters. Raising his hand, he conjured sharp, glowing icicles, letting them hover ominously. His eyes swept across the trembling enemies. "Your lives are in my hands now," he declared coldly. "Surrender or die." Suddenly, Wei shouts Zhou Yi's name and unleashes a flaming whirlwind straight at him. He pours everything he has into this attack, convinced that if Zhou Yi takes a direct hit, he won't have time to recover. At the same time, several other fighters rush in from behind, activating their own abilities. Wind, fire, lightning, and summoning magic surge toward Zhou Yi in a coordinated assault. They know they can't eliminate him, but their goal is clear: to land a serious injury. Zhou Yi watches them charge and smirks coldly. "It seems I've been too merciful." Without hesitation, he hurls the icicles in his hand, sending them piercing through his attackers. The force of the impact sends bodies flying, knocking them far across the battlefield. Then, without missing a beat, Zhou Yi turns his focus to Wei and unleashes a light punishment attack. A blinding blast of energy tears through the air, heading straight for him. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, still inside his battered mechanical armor, watches everything unfold. Though slightly injured, he remains conscious. His eyes widen as he witnesses Zhou Yi's overwhelming power. "He's even stronger than I thought." He had expected a hard-fought battle, but this was a one-sided massacre. Zhou Yi wasn't just winning, he was dominating. Realizing there's no point in continuing, Wang Xian opens his device menu and hovers his hand over the surrender button. He sighs, shaking his head. If we had known this would happen, there was no need for 9 universities to team up. With a final glance at Zhou Yi, he presses yes. After today, he will become a national hero. Outside the secret realm, university housemasters watch the entire fight unfold on their monitors. Housemaster Wu, clearly pleased with what he saw, couldn't help but laugh. "Huh, so all 9 schools teamed up just to take us down?" He scoffed, shaking his head with a grin. Then, glancing at Dean Sheng, he added with a mocking smile, "Must have cost you a fortune to go after our university like that." Everything happening inside the secret realm was being streamed live, from Zhou Yi healing Tang to him taking on wave after wave of enemies. Dean Sheng, keeping a straight face, replied coolly, "I don't know what you're talking about." Wu chuckled, but quickly dropped the smile. "Come on, drop the act. Wei He from Modu, Xiaolan, and Li Jian from Ching Jing, Wu Kong from Liqi, Luo Sheng from Chaoyang. You brought in all the big names. You think no one's going to connect the dots?" His tone sharpened. This wasn't a decision small-time schools could make. Modu's in second place. They've got no reason to get involved unless someone convinced them. Only one university could have pulled this off. Ching Jing. Wu leaned in, eyes narrowed. "You had the advantage in this tournament. Then you lost. And now you're trying to recover face with this mess of a plan." Chung remained silent, deep in thought. The scene cut to the past, back when the plan to target Suhang University was first set in motion. It began with a covert meeting. Chung had summoned the housemasters to present his case. While some were hesitant, his message was blunt. If Suhang sweeps all 3 events, what will that say about the rest of us? Most of them agreed. All but one, Housemaster Su. He listened quietly, arms crossed, then gave a slight shake of his head. "Dean Sheng, don't twist this. Moda has been third for years. I'm satisfied with second. I've got no interest in chasing the top spot." Chung, unwilling to let the plan fall apart, sweetened the deal. "Join us, and Ching Jing will offer elite resources to every participating school. A show of goodwill." The offer was clear. Now it was just a matter of who would bite. Housemaster Su leaned in with a smirk. "You want my support? Then I've got a condition: 2 ruined dungeons." Cheng's face tightened. He clearly didn't like the demand, but after a short pause, he gave in with a sigh. "Fine." With that, the alliance was sealed. Cheng wasted no time outlining the strategy. Have your teams work together, but avoid openly attacking players from other schools. Target every Suhang University participant except Zhou Yi. Take them out in the first 6 days. If anyone crosses paths with Zhou, you don't engage. Retreat immediately. Wait until everyone's assembled before making a coordinated move. Now, back in the present, an uneasy silence filled the viewing room. The once bold housemasters now sat in silence, their confidence drained. Wu glanced around, then scoffed. "What's the matter? Aren't you all leaders of elite institutions? Why so quiet now?" His eyes settled on one person, Dean Feng. Feng visibly tensed, then slowly turned to face him. Wu leaned back, arms folded. "You've always had a reputation. Honorable, dignified, a man of principle. Doesn't it bother you that being part of this pitiful setup could tarnish that?" Feng sat up straighter. "Housemaster Wu, Let's not twist things. Working together is allowed under tournament rules. Nothing we've done is against the law. Wu's smirk faded. For a beat, his expression turned cold. Then he burst into laughter. You really think some half-baked plot like this will stop Zhou Yi? He shook his head. Ridiculous. His voice cut through the room. Zhou Yi's power is real. You saw it. Tricks like these won't slow him down. He doesn't fear challenges, and even with the whole pack against them, Su Hang will still come out on top. Inside the secret realm, Wang Xian slowly reached out to press the surrender button. But just before his finger landed, his interface blinked red, danger detected. His heart skipped a beat. What? He tried again. Same result. Another message followed. Be patient. His eyes darted around in confusion. His teammates, battered and barely conscious, began pressing their own surrender buttons. But no one disappeared. One after another, they stayed put, wounded, exhausted, and stuck. Gasps rippled across the battlefield. Wang Xian's thoughts raced. Why isn't it working? I hit the button. Why won't it activate? Something was wrong. And whatever it wasn't going to end well. Without warning, a portal tore open above the battlefield, sending a shudder through the entire secret realm. The air thickened with a suffocating pressure. Then it appeared. A colossal eye, dark, oppressive, materialized behind Zhou Yi, distorting the space around it like a ripple through glass. Outside the realm, the housemasters shot to their feet. Shock quickly morphed into dread. Housemaster Wu's voice cracked. That eye, how did it enter the secret realm? Housemaster Su's tone was urgent. We need to get the students out now. Force the teleportation. The Alliance mage guarding the entrance wasted no time. She raised her staff and began channeling the evacuation spell. But something snapped. Her expression twisted in alarm. The space-time structure inside. It's unstable. The magic sputtered out, the spell unraveling in midair. No teleportation. No escape. A heavy silence crushed the control room. Then a housemaster spoke, his voice low and shaking. Those kids, they're our strongest future warriors. If we lose them here, another chimed in, panic rising. This is a national broadcast. If the world sees this, we'll become a global disgrace. The room exploded into chaos. Voices shouted over each other, desperate for answers. But Wu stood still, his fist clenched tight. Under his breath, he muttered, Zhou Yi, can he survive this? Outside the realm, the live broadcast suddenly cut to static. Viewers across the country sat stunned. What happened? Why'd the feed cut out? Someone asked. Right at the climax, too. That was the best part, another cried. A few stared at their screens, brows furrowed. Did you see it? That thing behind Zhou Yi, what was that? I didn't see anything, one replied. In the crowd, Feng stood still, pale. His eyes were locked on the now black screen. His voice was quiet but heavy. I've seen that creature before. Inside the secret realm, the true nightmare began. The eye pulsed, and from its center, something massive began to emerge. The sky warped. The ground shook. Then it broke through. A towering creature, hideous and twisted, stepped out from the portal, its presence turning the air to ice. Wang Xian shouted, voice full of panic. Zhou Yi, behind you. Zhou Yi spun, his palm already glowing with radiant power. He struck, unleashing a blast of angelic energy straight into the beast. But the attack didn't land the way it should have. His power splintered, scattering like dust. The creature didn't even flinch. It hadn't blocked the strike. It absorbed it. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He summoned his hammer and launched a full-powered swing. But before the strike could connect, the beast disappeared. His eyes swept the battlefield. Where did it go? There was no trace. It was like the creature had never been there. Down below, Wang Xian quickly shut down his mech, urgency written all over his face. Zhou Yi approached, voice firm. You know what that thing is, don't you? Their eyes met. Tell me. Wang Xian nodded slowly, inhaling deeply. That creature, it's a void beast. Zhou Yi's expression hardened. Void beast? Yeah, Wang Xian said. It was sealed in a hidden realm decades ago. Only the oldest warriors even speak of it now. Born from the void, beyond reality itself, it slips through space and time like mist. You can't track it. You can't predict it. He clenched his fists. But the worst part, it can tear open dimensional space. Creates rifts strong enough to trap anything that gets caught. If you're inside when it happens, you don't come back. Almost as if summoned by his words, the air cracked apart again. Zhou Yi didn't waste a second. How did it break the seal on this realm? But there was no time for an answer. The void beast reappeared, right in the middle of the other warriors. Panic exploded across the battlefield. None of them knew what to do. No one had the skills to face something like this. Zhou Yi launched forward, sacred power charging through his body, ready to land the first blow. Then the beast locked eyes with him, eyes that burned with raw, ancient rage. In an instant, it vanished. Zhou Yi didn't even see it move, but he felt it. The void beast materialized inches from him, its claws swiping through the air. He twisted out of the way, just in time, but pain flared in his leg. The claws had caught him, not enough to cripple him, but enough to slow him down. Still, not a single blow had landed. Another portal tore open right in front of him. He fired a blast of sacred energy directly into it. But the beam went straight through. Nothing. Just empty space. Then he felt it. A presence. Right behind him. His breath caught. Too close. Too fast. He spun, fists igniting with energy for close-range strike. But before he could throw it, two streaks of energy screamed through the air. One, a razor-sharp arrow. The other, a crackling bolt of violet light. Both tore past the void beast, aimed directly at Zhou Yi. Before he could react, a blur dashed across the battlefield. Jiang. She grabbed him, yanking him clear just in time. They hit the ground hard, tumbling through the dirt. Jiang landing on top of him, still in her full succubus form. For a heartbeat, everything stilled. Zhou Yi looked up at Jiang, breath uneven. "Why are you here?" She smirked slightly. "Took me long enough to catch you." Her tone was playful, but only for a second. Her eyes grew serious. The moment I realized no one could leave the realm, I knew something was off. I came straight in. Not far off, Xiaolan stood ready, bow drawn, scanning for the next threat. Then, without warning, the void beast returned. It appeared directly in front of her. The battle was far from over. Zhou Yi reacted instantly, sacred energy roaring around him as he launched a devastating strike. The explosion rocked the battlefield, blasting Xiaolan away and slamming her to the ground. Zhang's heart dropped. "Zhou Yi," she screamed. But before she could move, he caught her midair, holding her steady. "Jiang, I've been poisoned. I need time to purge it. Cover the others." She barely had time to nod before the void beast vanished again, only to materialize inches from Wang Xian, claw raised for the kill. Jiang intercepted with a sharp slash from her blade, forcing the creature back. "Get out of here now." But the void beast didn't relent. Its other claw came down in a brutal arc. Wang Xian barely escaped, activating a skill that blinked him out of the danger zone just in time. More students charged into support, but their attacks bounced off, barely scratching the surface. Nearby, Wei stood frozen, too close for comfort. He muttered, "What is this thing? Nothing's working." The void beast turned its gaze on them, voice dripping with contempt. "Pitiful mortals, you think you can stand against me?" With a swipe of its claw, it hurled Yi across the battlefield, leaving him bloodied and torn. "Insects like you dare challenge the god of space-time." At a distance, Zhou Yi watched carefully, still recovering, but more alert now. His eyes narrowed. Its power isn't normal. Every time someone gets close, it bends the realm itself, opening space-time rifts to block the attack. But long-range strikes don't land either. It vanishes before they connect. The students kept pushing, but it wasn't enough. The void beast moved like a phantom, slipping between dimensions, appearing and vanishing at will. The weaker ones couldn't even see it coming. One girl stepped forward, gathering energy for a blow. But before she could strike, the beast appeared beside her, claws glinting, ready to end it. Jiang didn't hesitate. Her whip cracked through the air, wrapping around the girl and yanking her out of harm's way just as the void beast's claws came down. "Tang, take care of her," she shouted. Tang caught the wounded student and quickly encased her wounds in a layer of ice, slowing the bleeding. The girl's voice was barely a whisper. "We're not going to make it." Tang gripped her shoulders. "Focus. I'll seal the wounds." But the girl wasn't listening. Fear had taken over. She trembled, eyes wide with panic. "It's over. We're all going to die. This wasn't supposed to happen." Tang's tone hardened. "Stop it. Zhou Yi is still fighting. He's strong. He'll pull us through." The girl shook her head, lost in despair. "No. The teacher said it'd be different." That caught Tang off guard. She grabbed the girl's wrist, urgent. "What are you talking about? What did your teacher say?" Still trembling, the girl stammered. "None of this is right. We weren't told it would be like this. It's all wrong." Before Tang could question her further, the void beast struck. It blinked past every defense, appearing right beside Jiang. In one fluid motion, it seized her and swallowed her whole. Everything stopped. Zhou Yi froze mid-heel, his eyes locked on the beast. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a violent surge of sacred energy, the blast tearing through the air. But the void beast slipped away again, vanishing into a rift before the attack could land. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and bolted toward the tear in space, prepared to chase it down. "Wait!" Tang yelled, but it was too late. The portal slammed shut. Jiang was gone. Zhou Yi stood there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. Behind him, Tang and Wang Xian watched in stunned silence. Tang finally broke it, voice tight and low. "The dean of Ching Jing College, he planted wind-attracting butterfly eggs on all of us." Zhou Yi turned slightly, listening. If the queen bug is nearby, she continued, it can sense every single one of us, track us from miles away. That's how the other teams kept finding us. That's how they always knew where we were. Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. He turned slowly to face Wang Xian, his expression unreadable, yet the sheer weight of his presence made Wang Xian instinctively step back. I didn't know, Wang Xian blurted. I thought it was just coincidence. I didn't know they were tracking us. I swear. Tang let out a shaky breath and kept going. From what I've gathered, the void-guiding butterfly is bonded to the void beast. That's how it ended up here. It must have believed we took its partner, and that's why it's been hunting us. Silence fell like a curtain. Tang glanced at Zhou Yi again. He looked the same, calm, composed, but something had changed. There was a weight in his stance now. Then he spoke. I couldn't protect Jiang, but if she's still alive, I'll find her wherever she is. Hidden realms, rifts, voids, it doesn't matter. I'll go through them all. His eyes hardened. Let me be the bait. Before anyone could respond, a new voice cut in. Zhou Yi, I know a way to tame the void beast. Everyone turned. Sun Jiao stood there, bloodied, bruised, but upright. My family, we have a sealing technique. It's ancient, passed down through generations. We can trap creatures far stronger than us. Her gaze dropped, but once activated, it drains all of the caster's power. If you can't survive the backlash or escape in that instant, you die. The room fell into stunned silence. Tang snapped. Then why say anything? What? You want a round of applause for dying? But Zhou Yi stepped forward, calm and focused. He looked directly at Sun Jiao. You can't do it, can you? Her silence was answer enough. Then, slowly, she nodded. Zhou Yi didn't even blink. Then I'll do it. He held her gaze, unwavering. Just tell me how. In the heart of a battlefield choked with smoke and chaos, Zhou Yi stood alone, fixated on something in his hand. A fragile butterfly lay still in his palm. His eyes burned with quiet rage. Suddenly, the air twisted. Void energy spiraled into a violent storm, howling as it formed a vortex. Zhou Yi tightened his grip, readying himself. From his shadows, he spotted it. The void beast, lurking silently. He didn't hesitate. In an instant, he shifted into his angelic form, summoning his warhammer. The beast remained unaware that Zhou Yi could see through its stealth. But Sun Jiao's words echoed clearly in his mind. Non-summoners couldn't access summoning abilities without a medium. And sometimes, that medium was another person. Sun Jiao had paid the price. She poured her mana into a single object, an enchanted eyeball, a summoning tool, one that now hung from Zhou Yi's neck. With it, Zhou Yi charged, hammer raised high. He struck at the void, hitting where the beast hid. Each swing was relentless. Each strike guided. Sun Jiao had told him. This tool would let him seal the creature. Caught off guard, the beast recoiled. It hadn't expected Zhou Yi to still be standing, let alone fighting. But even now, it didn't take him seriously. It assumed he was blindly attacking shadows, until a crushing blow slammed into its partially exposed head. Light burst out in golden waves, flooding the battlefield. Staggered, the void beast reeled. Zhou Yi could see it, really see it. He didn't stop. War hammer clenched tight. He stepped forward and said coldly, "You're not going anywhere." Still, the beast remained smug. It thought capture was impossible, but then it moved. A portal split open, revealing its true form at last. Zhou Yi stood firm, warhammer glowing with golden energy. He swung with all his strength. The beast met the blow with a lazy flick of its arm, sending Zhou Yi flying. Then came a storm of void blades, tearing through the air and striking him down. Its voice thundered in rage. "You think I'm weak?" It raised its arm and smashed Zhou Yi further back, then launched another wave of blades. Laughter echoed, twisted and cold. Now witness the real might of the overlord of space. The void blades kept coming, slicing through the air like relentless daggers. Zhou Yi's angelic form began to shatter, light flickering across his battered frame. Blood streaked down his body, every movement a battle against pain. But he didn't fall. Sun Jiao's voice echoed in his thoughts. How a summoner's mana could pierce the fabric of space. How her sacrifice had turned her very eye into a vessel of immense power. She had warned him, the eye could protect him, activate the seal, but only for a short time. With no other option, Zhou Yi gave everything he had left. Holy Light Typhoon. Punishment of Light. Holy Punch. One after another, he launched wave after wave of attacks. The void beast blocked and dodged, slowly shifting into a defensive stance. None of it could truly wound the creature. He knew that, but he also knew what Sun Jiao had told him. He just needed to push it to the brink. Just one moment of vulnerability. Each blow drained him. Each hit he took chipped away more of his strength. But he pressed on, refusing to fall, blood pouring from fresh wounds. He was waiting for the right instant to trigger the seal within the enchanted eye. And then he saw it. The void beast faltered. Its breathing grew heavier. For the first time, it growled in frustration, snarling threats of vengeance for its wounded pride. But Joey was no better. His limbs shook, his wings fractured, his body close to collapse. Still, he lifted his arm. This was it. He summoned the last of his mana and roared. Divine punishment. A blinding beam of divine light erupted from his war hammer and smashed into the void beast. The impact lit up the entire realm, ripping through space itself. But the power it cost him was too much. Joey's vision faded. Darkness rushed in. He felt himself falling. Then the eye ignited. Mana poured from it like a tidal wave. A massive sealing array unfurled across the sky, ancient runes spinning to life. They locked onto the void beast, soul and body. Agony lanced through Joey, and he crashed down, landing right atop the beast's skull. Frozen in shock, the beast twitched, but before it could react, radiant chains of light exploded outward, snaking from the eye and binding its limbs, its wings, its power. It screamed in fury, thrashing against the bindings. The seal tightened, and as the battle reached its climax, Joey slipped into unconsciousness. In that deep stillness, faces began to appear. Jiang Churin, his sister, his master. Memories surged. His heart thudded. Louder, faster. Jiang Churin reached out to him. In his vision, she transformed, succubus wings unfurling as she leaned in, her lips brushing his. Through that kiss, he felt it. Her fear, her hope, her cry for him to return. His eyes snapped open. A fierce crimson glow lit them from within. Digging deep into his last reserves of strength, Joey reached out, grabbed the eyeball, and slammed it straight onto the void beast's head. Stay put, he roared. The void beast froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Even now, Joey still had the power to fight. The seal snapped tighter, glowing chains constricting the creature's body like iron bands. It struggled wildly, but the bindings held. In the end, the great beast lay still, completely immobilized. Joey stepped forward, unflinching. The mighty void beast, once so arrogant, now trembled and begged for mercy. A glowing message flashed before Joey's eyes. Void beast defeated. You may now summon it as your own. But he didn't even blink. His expression darkened. Where is Jiang Churin? The beast tried to play dumb. I don't know who you're talking about. Joey answered with action, not words, driving his foot into the creature's eye. It howled in pain, thrashing under the seal. Realizing Joey meant business, the beast relented. The girl? She's fine, it cried, casting its gaze toward a strange flower blooming in the distance. The void flower unfurled slowly, its eerie glow revealing a figure inside. Jiang Churin lay motionless within the petals. Joey didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and gently gathered her in his arms. Without a backward glance, he stepped through the portal, carrying her out of the void and back into the secret realm. As he emerged, several people rushed over. A girl hurried up to him, eyes wide. What happened to her? Sun Jiao appeared beside her. You defeated the void beast. Joey gave a silent nod, but before he could speak, whispers caught his attention. Off to the side, a few contestants were quietly plotting to leave the realm using their teleportation stones, hoping to slip away without officially surrendering. Joey's eyes narrowed. He turned to Tang Ling-yi, gently placing Jiang Churin into her arms. She blinked in confusion. What's going on? Joey didn't answer. He turned back toward the group, pulled out his war hammer, and raised it high above his head. A hush swept over the crowd. What are you doing? Someone shouted. Another added, the fight's over, man. Chill. Joey's voice was ice. The competition isn't over. He brought the hammer down hard. The ground split with a deafening crack. Shockwaves rippled through the earth, knocking contestants off balance. Cracks spidered out in all directions. Shouts and curses erupted. You've lost it. But Joey stood firm, still clad in his angelic form, war hammer resting on his shoulder. His gaze swept across the stunned crowd. He pointed the weapon straight at them. Surrender or step forward. Silence gripped the field. Finally, a brown-haired boy let out a sigh, rubbing his temples. Forget it, he muttered. He raised a hand. I surrender. A green-haired girl stepped out next. Same here. Then another. And another. Seeing the top contenders back down, the rest followed, one after another, grumbling as they activated their return stones. All of them, one by one, surrendered and vanished from the realm. With Jiang Churin safe, Joey stepped into the open, standing tall despite the toll the battle had taken. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. This competition isn't over. He raised his war hammer, calling out to the remaining contestants. Anyone who refuses to surrender, face me now. That was all it took. The memory of his brutal clash with the Void Beast was still fresh in everyone's minds. Fear swept through the crowd like a shockwave. No one moved. No one dared challenge him. One by one, participants gave up without so much as drawing their weapons. The look in their eyes said it all. They knew they didn't stand a chance. Soon the field emptied, and just as the last few turned to leave, Zhou's knees buckled. His war hammer slipped from his hand. He collapsed to the ground. Tang Lingyi was at his side in an instant. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" she cried, panic in her voice. Zhou's eyes fluttered as his strength finally gave out. I had nothing left," he whispered. "If they'd fought back, I wouldn't have been able to stop them." He lost consciousness moments later. Despite his injuries, their team ranked in the top 3, securing a spot in the upcoming survival tournament. As Zhou lay unconscious, a glowing notification appeared above the field. Final rankings. First, Zhou. Second, Jiang Churen. Third, Tang Lingyi. Zhou opened his eyes just enough to see it. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "I'm the captain." Suhang University didn't lose face, he murmured before slipping into unconsciousness once more. Time moved forward. The competition had ended. Results were plastered across every screen in the nation. Suhang University, 500,000 points, first place. Ching Jing University, 200,000 points, second place. Modi University, 190,000 points, third place. News anchors exploded with excitement. The 183rd National College Freshman Exchange Competition had come to a close. And just like every year before, it had forged a new generation of elites, future legends of the Jiangchuren Nation. The message was loud and clear. Today's students would become tomorrow's protectors, not just of a nation, but of humanity. Elsewhere, competitors from all schools were starting to unwind. "I'm picking up an epic gear set tomorrow. Gonna look legendary," one student bragged. Another stretched and groaned. 20 days of hell. "I'm celebrating tonight. Biggest meal of my life." Cut to Zhou, fresh from a shower, calm and composed. He checked his system notifications. One by one, completed quests lit up. Everything he'd done before the tournament was finally paying off. As Zhou stood there, freshly showered and calm, the first system notification blinked into view. National competition complete. Exchange tasks cleared. Another alert followed, right behind it. "Congratulations. You placed first in 3 events. Final result, overall champion." Then came the real prize, the rewards. Divine talent. Sacred Sword Heart plus pending collection. Divine skill. Sword Flash, level S, pending collection. He tapped through more panels. A cascade of messages followed. God level treasure acquired. Primordial Earth Essence, grade S+. Plus 50 free attribute points. Plus 50 energy points. Zhou couldn't help the grin spreading across his face. Each reward hit harder than the last. This wasn't just a victory, it was a complete transformation. Every single item, skill, and talent was God tier. The kind of rewards you didn't just stumble into, you earned them by surviving every grueling second of 20-day deathmatch and coming out on top. Compared to that, even the worst dungeon raids or entrance exams felt like a breeze. He continued scrolling, taking in the full scope of what he'd achieved. The system had gone above and beyond. An S+ divine talent, an S-rank combat skill, and a primordial treasure born from nature itself. The power boost? Off the charts. Once he finished reading every line, he accepted the rewards. Instantly, energy erupted inside him. A divine wave surged through his body, shaking him to the core. Without hesitation, he activated everything. The sacred sword heart fused with him first. In an instant, knowledge of advanced sword techniques filled his mind. His body radiated sacred light as a glowing blade of energy formed above him, hovering, humming with divine force. Then came the rest. Skill, treasure, attributes, all absorbed, all synced. The light faded, but Zhou's power had already evolved far beyond anything he'd ever known. Cut to the training grounds. Sword in hand, Zhou stood still. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a wave of raw force tearing across the field. The earth cracked and split beneath his feet, the impact echoing like thunder. He paused, feeling the energy coursing through every nerve. It was intense, almost overwhelming, and it was only the beginning. The sacred sword heart wasn't just brute force. It refined everything, his technique, his movement, even his speed. His sword now glowed with divine energy. One of the blessings it granted? Speed faster than light. A technique that activated on its own once mastery reached a certain threshold. And Zhou was almost there. Zhou stood in silence, the glow of divine power still humming around him. But the more he focused, the more he realized it wasn't just divine energy coursing through his body. It was sword energy. True sword energy. Something most warriors could only unlock after years of disciplined training, relentless repetition, and mastery of form. Yet here he was, wielding it as though it were second nature. His bond with the blade had already surpassed what many lifelong swordsmen dreamed of reaching. He tested it again, another swing. Clean, fluid, devastating. There was a time when even gripping a sword felt clumsy to him. Now, every movement flowed with instinctive grace. If I master this, really master it, he thought, eyes fixed on the blade, I might actually become untouchable. Then there was sword flash, the system-granted skill. On paper, it looked simple, basic, but he knew better now. A regular sword strike might only deal minimal damage, maybe 1%. But the moment sword flash kicked in, that same hit exploded with power, increasing its damage output by 18%. And this was just the starting level. He activated it. Sword flash burst forward. A sharp gleam sliced through the air and crashed into the far wall of the training field. The ground trembled. Cracks spidered out from the point of impact. Just a basic attack. Yet it struck with the force of a finishing blow. And it was only going to get stronger. Still, Joey wasn't about to let the power get to his head. Training alone wouldn't cut it. He needed pressure, real combat, someone who could challenge him, test the edge of his newfound strength. That's when she arrived. Jiang Churen stepped onto the field, hair slightly tousled, eyes alert but confused. You seriously dragged me out here this early just to spar? A faint blush tinged her cheeks, the weather from the rush or something else. Even she wasn't sure. On her way over, she kept wondering, what was so urgent that Joey needed to see her right now? Her mind kept drifting, more curious about why than about the duel itself. But Joey had only one thing on his mind. Jiang Churen wasn't just any student. She was the heir of the Jiang family, renowned, respected, feared. Trained since she could walk, she'd spent over a decade honing her swordsmanship under one of the finest masters alive. Her talent had earned her the title of sword prodigy. Now, as she faced Joey across the training field, her grip on the hilt was firm. He's stronger overall, she admitted to herself. But when it comes to swordsmanship alone, she tightened her stance. I can match him. Joey lifted his blade with quiet confidence. Don't hold back. Jiang gave a short nod. Then you be careful. In the next breath, they clashed. Jiang made the first move. Her sword sliced through the air with speed and precision, aiming straight for Joey's guard. But he didn't flinch. With his sword still sheathed, Joey blocked every strike using only the scabbard. Each parry was smooth, effortless, almost casual. Jiang's expression tightened in disbelief. He hasn't even drawn his sword, and I can't land a hit? Then, without warning, Joey stepped back and unleashed sword flash. A beam of energy burst forward. Jiang's eyes widened. Wait, is that sword energy? She jumped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Since when did Joey become this skilled with the sword? Before she could regroup, another attack came flying her way, faster, stronger. She met it with a clash of steel, barely holding her ground. Determined not to be outdone, Jiang countered with one of her own signature techniques, Shadow Demon Sword. Now the real fight began. Strike after strike echoed through the training ground. Their swords danced, clashing with incredible force as divine energy collided with demonic precision. At that moment, Housemaster Wu stepped into the room and froze. He watched in stunned silence. Am I dreaming? He muttered. When did Joey become this good with a sword? Every swing from Joey carried precision and refinement. Clean, powerful, almost radiant. In contrast, Jiang's style was swift and sharp, unpredictable like a shadow slipping through cracks. Wu observed quietly. She's holding her own now, but only because of her technique. If Joey weren't adjusting his power and speed to match hers, he'd have ended this already. As if on cue, Joey advanced. With one smooth movement, he knocked Jiang's sword clean from her hands. The blade flipped midair. Joey caught it effortlessly and rested it on his shoulder. Jiang stood still, breathing hard, sweat dotting her brow. Brother Joey, I can't keep going. I admit defeat. He stepped closer, eyes scanning her face. You okay? She gave a tired but genuine smile. I'm fine, just out of gas. Before anything more could be said, Housemaster Wu approached. That was unbelievable, Joey. You've mastered the blade, yet you never used swordsmanship in the tournament. Both Joey and Jiang bowed respectfully. Joey gave a small laugh. Gotta keep a few cards hidden. Then his tone shifted. Quiet, thoughtful. The requirements for unlocking new talents are brutal. No one's cleared an abyss-level dungeon. I haven't even gone through my job transfer ceremony yet. It's tough to gain new abilities now. His gaze sharpened. Looks like I'll have to handle everything my way. Joey turned toward Housemaster Wu, curiosity flickering in his eyes. So what brings you here? Wu gave a faint smile. I'm here to take you to the Alliance's celebration banquet. But that's not the only reason I came. His tone shifted, calm but heavy. There's something else you need to know. He didn't draw it out. Feng is dead. The words landed like a blade. Joey stayed silent as Wu explained everything. When the investigation team, alongside Joey, searched for Feng He, they found him in his dorm. He had taken his own life. The clues came later. One of Fang's students confessed. Feng had argued that the insect eggs could be tracked to monitor movements within the secret area. In exchange, he promised exclusive access to hidden resources. No one had noticed him slipping into the laundry room. He planted the eggs in the contestants' clothes, quietly, strategically. Beyond that, the student claimed ignorance. And with Feng gone, the investigation hit a wall. Zhou absorbed it all without a word, his expression unreadable. Then Wu stepped closer, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry," he said. "The Alliance is already digging into everyone Feng had contact with over the past 10 years. We'll have answers within the week." He gave Zhou a moment to take it in before changing the subject. "For now, the banquet is about to start. Let's go." Then Wu added something else, something that couldn't be ignored. Zhang's most elite military factions will be there too. They'll be scouting for top-tier talents. That includes you. They're not just looking to recruit, they want alliances, leadership, even future generals. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. The banquet wasn't just a celebration. It was the beginning of something much bigger. Housemaster Wu brought Zhou up to speed. The major agencies were digging deep into the secret realm incident, but Feng He's death had thrown a wrench into their investigation. That detail alone made Zhou Yi's demeanor turn more serious. Still, Housemaster Wu tried to shift the focus. "No need to stress right now. What really matters is tonight's banquet. All the major factions will be there, eager to bring you into their ranks." Later, Zhou Yi and his squad arrived at the venue. As they walked in the grand hall, Housemaster Wu leaned close. "They're going to throw everything at you. Money, status, powerful connections. But once you say yes, you're under their banner and their rules. I won't interfere with your decision. Just make sure it's what you really want." As they moved further in, the attention was immediate. Onlookers closed in, but the guards quickly created a buffer, holding the crowd back and giving Zhou Yi's team space to breathe. Despite the scale of the banquet, the biggest event they'd ever been part of, Zhou Yi and his team carried themselves with poise. Calm, focused, not the slightest bit shaken. Then, someone stepped forward, drawing the entire room's attention with a single round of applause. "You're this year's top performers in the National Freshman Exchange Competition," the woman said, smiling warmly. "Your journey hasn't been easy, and in recognition of your achievement, the Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance has prepared a special gift." She introduced herself as Feng Hao, a representative of the Xia Yan Professionals Alliance. Right behind her, a line of maids entered, each holding an elegant box. Inside each one, a sleek, card-shaped item, which they began handing out to each student. Feng Hao continued, "Each card you've received is a bank card preloaded with 20 million yuan, courtesy of the Xia Yan Professionals Alliance." The room erupted in gasps. Even the most composed students couldn't hide their shock. "And there's more," Feng Hao added. "From this moment on, each of you holds the title of Elite Peripheral Member in the Xia Yan Professionals Alliance. That's just one step below Core Member, and it comes with top-tier perks, including a 20% discount on all gear and potions at any Xia Yan supply base." She gave a final smile. "If any of you are considering becoming Core Members, you're welcome to contact me directly." Zhou Yi stood quietly, absorbing everything. 20 million for each participant. 100 students, that's 2 billion. The Zhou Yi Alliance is really pulling out all the stops. Around him, the students were buzzing with excitement. 2 million Xia Yan coins. "I've never even seen that much before," someone blurted out. "Even as a backup, I got that much. Time to finally grab a B+ tier resource," another chimed in. Excitement rippled through the hall. This wasn't just a reward. It was a bold statement from the Alliance, loud and clear. Then Feng Hao raised her voice again, bringing the room's attention back. "The awards for individual, team, and survival events will be given out tomorrow. For now, let the banquet begin. Eat, drink, and celebrate." A loud cheer followed, and glasses lifted high. Housemaster Wu joined in, raising his own glass. "To Su Hang University, for taking first place in the exchange competition." One student came bounding up to Zhou Yi, grinning wide. "Brother Zhou Yi, you carried us to the top. I'm toasting to you." Housemaster Wu chuckled. "That toast is well-earned. Without Zhou Yi, we'd be scraping the bottom of the top 3. More students came over, glasses in hand. Song stepped up with a smile. "Zhou Yi, let me toast you too." Jiang joined in. "Don't leave me out, brother Zhou Yi." Then Tang Ling Yi edged closer, a little bashful but smiling. "Me too." One after another, they gathered around him, all holding up their glasses, eager for a toast. Seeing the crowd form, Zhou Yi laughed. "What is this? Are you all planning to get me drunk?" Right then, a voice called his name. He turned and saw Li Wei. At first, Zhou Yi wasn't sure why he'd been called out, but Li Wei walked up, solemn, and raised his glass. "If not for you, I wouldn't have made it to see the doctor. You saved my life. If you ever need me, just say the word. I'll be there." With that, he downed his drink, a quiet promise sealed. Zhou Yi glanced around. These people, once rivals, now stood beside him. Allies. Friends. Not far off. Jiang Chu ran watched the scene unfold, smiling to herself. Brother Zhou Yi, seems you won even more hearts today. And then, with perfect timing, Wu Shuang burst into the group, shoving Li Wei aside playfully. Hey, don't leave me out. I'm still here. His loud laugh only added to the celebration. Off to the side, Heng stood with his daughter, Zobi, quietly watching the celebration unfold. Zobi leaned closer and whispered, Dad, am I imagining things, or is Zhou Yi's divine aura way more intense than before? Heng responded calmly, You're not imagining it. His aura has already surpassed most second transition divine class professionals. Zobi gasped, covered her mouth. What? It's only been a few days. How is he already stronger? Heng's expression turned serious. With such a noticeable shift, it's clear his strength has risen again. His growth rate is beyond belief. The following day, a massive fighter jet descended precisely where the top students had gathered. As the door slid open, a girl appeared inside and called out casually, Everyone on board. We're headed to the Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance headquarters, so you can receive your rewards. She explained the location, Ching Jing District, Ching Jing City, and said that only a high-speed combat jet could make the trip in time. Without hesitation, everyone climbed aboard. As Zhou Yi settled into his seat, the boy next to him glanced around in amazement. This is the Phantom X-1000, the newest model. Up ahead, Jiang turned slightly and chimed in. Phantom's top-tier model. They're the leading jet maker in Xiayan. From a cold start, it hits top speed in just 10 seconds, 3 times the speed of sound. In the cockpit, the pilot girl watched them through the internal feed. The boy beside Zhou Yi added, This thing alone costs billions. Just then, the pilot's voice came over the speakers. Buckle up. We're lifting off. With a deafening roar, the jet blasted forward, accelerating like a rocket. The sudden force slammed everyone against their seats, or not. The boy beside Zhou, he couldn't keep his balance and tumbled all the way to the back of the aircraft. Jiang, caught completely off guard, was flung straight forward, landing on Zhou Yi. She quickly pushed off, red-faced, and hurried back to her seat. Zhou Yi averted his gaze, mumbling, Ching Jing District is over 20 kilometers from Ching Jing University. At this speed, we'll be there in 20 seconds. After a rapid flight, the jet finally reached its destination. Once they exited the aircraft, the pilot turned to the group. Ching Jing District has 40 land entries and 15 aerial routes. Every aircraft is scanned before entry, so line up for clearance. Above them, drones hovered non-stop, broadcasting a robotic message. Registration complete. Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance aircraft recognized. Special access granted. Each student stepped forward one by one, scanned head to toe before being allowed through a glowing portal. On the other side, a breathtaking scene awaited. A massive floating island suspended in the sky, covered in towering structures that stretched as far as the eye could see. Jiang Chu ran, tilted her head. Wait, isn't that Ching Jing University's flag? The pilot girl nodded. Good eye. Ching Jing University has its own floating island here. In fact, most top universities, legions, and guilds have established bases in Ching Jing District. As she spoke, Zhou Yi scanned the area around the Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance's mechanical island. The magic energy in the air was overwhelming. The energy here, it's way stronger than I expected. Every floating island must be shielded with heavy defenses. Eventually, they reached the Alliance's headquarters. As the group moved ahead, Wu Shuang suddenly froze in his tracks, staring wide-eyed. A massive dragon loomed nearby, its piercing gaze aimed downward. Its very presence sent a chill down his spine. Someone nearby whispered, Only a third transition powerhouse could tame a level 60 mythical race creature like that. The pilot girl turned back to address them. Your rewards will be distributed inside. Staff members will call you in one at a time. Almost immediately, a receptionist appeared beside Wu Shuang. Please follow me. Another staff member arrived, leading Jiang Chu ran away next. The students were taken one after another, until only Zhou Yi remained, standing with the pilot girl. She turned to him with a composed smile. Zhou Yi, you topped the singles, team, and survival events. I'll escort you myself. Please come with me. As they walked through the sleek corridors, she continued, Your performance was the highest in the entire competition. The Zhou Yi Professionals Alliance has been keeping a close eye on you. We'd like to formally invite you to join as a core member. What's your decision? Zhou Yi's reply was calm. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not planning to join any faction just yet. She didn't seem surprised. Fair enough, but at least consider hearing what we have in store for you. Most professionals would kill for this chance. Plus, we're known for being flexible, very few restrictions. Zhou Yi kept his thoughts to himself. Fewer rules or not, there's still rules. I'm just starting out. No way I'm locking myself into anything this early. The pilot girl gave him a sideways glance, a knowing grin on her face. Geniuses always have their own way of doing things. No need to rush. Before long, they stopped in front of a grand golden doorway. She motioned toward it. Your rewards are split into 3 parts. First, for winning the singles event, you get a custom legendary grade weapon. Second, for the team competition, a full set of epic grade gear, also customized. And third, for taking first in survival, you'll get to choose 1 item from the Zhou Yi Alliance's resource vault. She pushed the doors open. And now, I'm taking you to see the top forger in the Alliance, Master Ching Jing. He'll be making your legendary weapon personally. A wave of heat rolled out as the doors swung wide. This is his forge, she added as they stepped inside. She raised her voice. Master Ching Jing, the singles champion is here. In the center of the chamber stood a massive man, solid as stone, hammer in hand. He turned slowly to face them. You're Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stepped forward and gave a respectful bow. Yes, Master Ching Jing. I'm Zhou Yi. Ching Jing gave him a once-over. Level 23, huh? That means I'll be crafting a level 25 legendary weapon. The tier upgrades every 5 levels. It'll be a good fit for your next leap in strength. He paused briefly. So, what kind of weapon do you want? Any specific attributes or effects you're aiming for? Without missing a beat, Zhou Yi replied, a longsword-type weapon. Prioritize strength and intelligence for the attribute bonuses. Ching Jing nodded, eyes narrowing slightly in thought. A hybrid build, brute force with precision and control. Smart. He turned toward the blazing forge, molten metal glowing like lava, and sparks dancing in the air. I'll get started right away, he said, tightening his grip on the hammer. This won't be quick, but when it's finished, you'll have a weapon unlike any other. Renowned throughout the realm, Master Ching Jing, legendary blacksmith and craftsman of unmatched skill, had made a rare offer. He would personally forge a weapon for Zhou Yi. Hearing this, Zhou Yi replied without hesitation, I want a longsword. One that amplifies both strength and intelligence. Standing nearby, the pilot girl gave a slight tilt of her head, puzzled but silent. Few were aware that Ching Jing possessed a rare ocular technique. His stare alone could paralyze seasoned warriors, silencing them with its sheer intensity. But Zhou Yi didn't budge. He returned the stare, calm and steady, unfazed. The pilot girl's eyes widened slightly. So this is the man who took the top spot this year. Not even Ching Jing's legendary gaze shakes him. Zhou Yi spoke again, his voice measured. I don't need anything flashy. Just make sure it syncs with my paladin class, and that it hits hard. He paused for a beat, thinking, gold tier weapons boost 2 attributes. Legendary tier ones, all 4. But as a paladin, I need a weapon that can keep up with both my spells and close range combat. Strength and intelligence come first. Ching Jing nodded thoughtfully. His gaze lingered on Zhou Yi. Then he said, I've seen how you fight. Straightforward, relentless, like a sword drawn for battle. A longsword fits your nature. Then, an idea sparked in Ching Jing's mind. In one swift motion, he summoned a luminous gem into his palm. The forge lit up in an instant, bathed in holy light. The sunlight, holy stone. The pilot girl's breath caught in her throat. She darted forward. Li Wei, that's a legendary forged stone. It only drops in the sacred domain ruins, and even then, maybe 10 appear a year. Her eyes locked on the radiant gem. Then almost involuntarily, she spoke its name. Sunlight, holy stone. Zhou Yi echoed her, drawn in, mystified. Sunlight, holy stone. Both were speechless. She'd at least heard of it. For Zhou Yi, it was a complete unknown. Master Ching Jing stepped onto the massive lava bridge at the center of the forge, his voice calm, but firm as he walked. This stone was born from the sun's very core. When forged into a weapon, its divine energy becomes a force of purification. Undead, demons, any shadow-tainted being, it'll burn them away. Their power won't even have a chance to resist. With everything in place, the wielder, the specs, and the materials, Ching Jing began the forging ritual. He raised his hand. The sunlight, holy stone pulsed brightly, divine energy swirling around him like a storm ready to break. From the glowing depths of the lava pit, rare materials began to rise one by one. First came meteoric iron, silver, steel. Gold tier, formed from celestial debris that crash-landed on the continent. Divine, unyielding, nearly impossible to smelt. Next, abyss obsidian. Legendary tier, a black or mine from the rift's deepest layers. Its aura was heavy, oppressive, pure darkness made solid. Then, dragon soul crystal core. Gold tier again, the soul of an ancient dragon, crystallized after death. Still brimming with silent, explosive power. More followed. Fourth, a fragment of the Dragon Clan's guardian star. Epic tier, a fallen star shard saturated with ancient draconic force. Fifth, Tear of the Holy Spirit. Legendary tear. Rumored to be the tears of a fallen angel, sanctified through divine rites. It radiated a soft, sacred shimmer. All 5 materials hovered midair, held aloft by Ching Jing's energy. Without delay, he activated lava's smelting. The 1,000-degree flame ignited with a roar, shifting from blazing orange to a deep, searing crimson. The materials were swallowed in its blaze, and as the heat intensified, the true nature of each item was revealed. These weren't just rare ores. They carried remnants of the lives they once belonged to. As the smelting began, wails and cries echoed through the forge, fragments of monstrous souls screaming as they were purified in flame. Then came the divine tempered sledgehammer, a god-blessed forging tool. Ching Jing raised it high and struck. Over and over, the hammer crashed down, each blow ringing through the air like lightning in a storm. Every strike cleansed impurities, every hit shaped the molten blend. Zhou Yi and the pilot girl watched in awe as divine light flooded the forge. The mixture began to settle in the casting mold, glowing, ready. Now, the true forging started. Ching Jing struck with relentless precision, each hammerfall molding the essence into steel. Between blows, he murmured sacred incantations, guiding the weapon's soul into existence. Finally, with one final lift of the hammer, Ching Jing roared. Now, the final strike. Sensing what was coming, the pilot girl reacted fast, casting a protective barrier around herself and Zhou Yi just in time. Then, with every ounce of strength he had, Master Ching Jing slammed the hammer down one final time. Boom! The impact rocked the entire forge. From the center of the anvil, a searing light burst forth, revealing the finished weapon. A long sword, gleaming with divine brilliance. This was it, the shining holy sword. Legendary tier. Its stats were staggering. Plus 68 strength, plus 71 constitution, plus 65 agility, plus 74 intelligence. Level 25 required. No race limit. Usable only by warrior, knight, swordsman, or sword soul classes. The effects were just as insane. Plus 80% attack speed. Radiance. Burns mana to deal splash damage with light energy. Divine power. Massively increases damage to enemies aligned with darkness. Without pause, Master Ching Jing activated a forging skill. The sword launched through the air, streaking towards Zhou Yi like a bolt of holy lightning. He caught it mid-flight. The instant his fingers wrapped around the hilt, a strange energy surged through him. Foreign at first, then quickly overwhelming. Ching Jing's voice rang out. Legendary weapons must accept their master. Let your energy dominate it. Zhou Yi nodded and focused. Power surged from within. In a flash, his seraph bloodline triggered. Radiant light exploded from his body, flooding the entire forge in brilliance. Even the pilot girl stepped back, stunned by the sudden blaze. The sword reacted, glowing, pulsing in sync with him. Slowly it calmed. It had acknowledged him. The shining holy sword was now his. Stats filled his vision, each one syncing with his own, boosting everything, enhancing him. He glanced down at the blade, a faint smile creeping in. All core stats enhanced. 3 top-tier abilities. And that speed buff. If someone tries to swing once, I'll land 3, maybe 4 hits before they can blink. From behind, the pilot girl finally spoke. Looks like you're happy with the results. But before Zhou Yi could answer, she turned sharply toward Ching Jing, concern in her voice. Wait, what's going on with you? Everyone followed her gaze and were left speechless. The mighty blacksmith they had just watched work miracles now stood frail and hunched. His broad frame had withered, his skin pale, his breath shallow. Master Ching Jing looked like a man drained of everything, like sunlight had dried him to the core. In a hoarse murmur, Master Ching Jing said, forging something at this level drains a massive amount of magic. Ending up like this is normal. The pilot girl leaned toward Zhou Yi and lowered her voice. A weapon like that takes dozens of intricate steps. Only someone like Ching Jing, born with a rare talent, can pull it off this fast. For a regular smith, it'd take 2 or 3 months at least. Ching Jing unstrapped the weighty forge gear from his body and sighed deeply. You should go. I need to rest. He cast one final glance at the blade. That sword's built with divine materials. If you ever plan to raise its star level, only use divine grade ones. Anything lower, and its power will drop. Zhou Yi bowed his head in thanks, offering a respectful nod of gratitude. The pilot girl stepped in, gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Let's move. You've still got another reward waiting. As they turned to leave, Ching Jing, now stripped of all his gear, walked straight toward the lava pool at the forge's center. Without a word, he dove in, vanishing beneath the molten surface. Zhou Yi followed the pilot girl into a new chamber, lit by a warm, golden glow. The room was lined with finely crafted outfits, organized neatly across the walls. A tailor's workshop. The moment he stepped inside, a group of tailoring girls surrounded him, measuring tape in hand. They wasted no time, taking measurements, adjusting fabrics, making precise notes. This was no standard set. It would be crafted just for him, tailored down to the smallest detail. He stood there quietly, arms out. But as the tape moved across his waist and hands brushed along his chest and arms, the situation started to feel a little uncomfortable. Some of the girls crept in closer, curiosity getting the better of them. One looked up and asked, "Do you have any special requests for your gear?" He cleared his throat and answered confidently, "Light armor. Prioritize strength and wisdom." The tailor gave a quick nod. "Got it. Your equipment will be ready in about a month. Someone from your academy will bring it to you." As the girls wrapped up, they stepped back, whispers and giggles quickly following. "He's got such a trim waist," one of them said with a teasing grin. "I touched his abs," another whispered with a blush. "They're rock solid." A third girl let out a soft laugh. "He still has that innocent look, though." The pilot girl, standing a few steps away, caught the comment and smiled to herself. College students these days, they definitely know how to enjoy themselves. She turned back to Joey. "All right, let's move on. Time to claim your survival competition reward. Come make your pick." With a casual wave of her hand, a holographic screen blinked to life in front of him, filled with a list of rare, high-tier skills. "All of these are yours to choose from," she said. "Go with whatever fits your style." Joey's gaze moved down the list, studying each skill carefully. One stood out immediately, Blood Shadow Escape, an S-rank technique that let the user split into 1,000 shadows, making it nearly impossible to target or trace. Another drew his attention, Red Cloud Wings, a high-mobility skill perfect for airborne combat, allowing for swift, unpredictable maneuvers. He continued scrolling. Most of the skills were top-tier survival abilities, each designed to offer a life-saving edge in the most dangerous scenarios. Then his eyes landed on something different, Space Jumpstone, an S-level item. With a single use, it could teleport the user up to 10 kilometers in any direction. A perfect getaway tool, but with a catch, it only worked 3 times. He didn't hesitate. He tapped the Space Jumpstone. The pilot girl raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "Space jump, huh? That's a solid escape option, but why not choose a resurrection item instead?" He gave a small, confident smile. "This is the one I need." Silently, he thought to himself, resurrection items are rarer, sure, but I already have the rebirth cross the system gave me. This is part of the plan. Seeing his mind was made up, the pilot girl didn't push. She reached out, handed over the glowing stone. "All right then, it's yours now." The moment touched it, something shifted. A jolt of cold power surged from the stone, like a dark current rushing into his veins. A heavy, twisted presence pressed against his mind, followed by a deep, whispering voice. "Free me. Let me out. Set me free." His heart pounded. His whole body tensed. The voice was like a claw on his thoughts, cold, eerie, and overwhelming. The pilot girl instantly noticed the change in him. Her eyes narrowed. "Hey, what's wrong? You don't look right. Did something happen?" He let out a quick laugh, brushing it off with ease. "Don't worry about me. Maybe you're the one who could use some rest." She gave him a look, half suspicious, half amused, then smirked and handed over a sleek card. "All right then. All your rewards are now officially claimed. My part in this is done." She gave a playful shrug. "But hey, if you ever change your mind about that legendary sword or custom gear, you know where to find me." With a nod toward the exit, she added, "The others are probably already waiting in the hall. Let's get moving." They turned to leave, but before they could take more than a few steps, a voice called out from behind. He glanced over his shoulder, and there stood Hang, walking toward them, flanked by his 2 daughters. He walked alongside the pilot girl, carrying the rewards he'd earned through sweat and effort. Just then, Hang appeared in their path, flanked by his 2 daughters. He didn't wait. "If you've got something to say, let's take it somewhere private." Hang shook his head. "No need. We're just here to say goodbye." He continued. "Everyone involved in the exchange program, students and teachers, will be heading back through the teleportation circle at Ching Jing University this afternoon. I'll be taking Donger back with me to our clan." Yi's heart tensed. His little sister was leaving with them. Hang added, "If there's a chance, I hope you'll bring Xiao Yun to visit Tianlan province. You and you're both part of the bloodline. The clan will support you however it can." He gave a slight nod. "She graduates in 6 months. I'll take her there myself. Safe journey." Hang returned the nod, then turned to leave with his daughters. He stood silently, watching them go. That's when he froze. It hit him again, faint, almost invisible but clear as day. Someone was watching. His eyes darted around. That's when he saw it. A small beetle clinging to the bark of a nearby tree. Without missing a beat, he lunged forward and crushed it in an instant. The beetle was gone, but something didn't sit right. Was that really it? Or was his mind just playing tricks? A voice rang out from a distance. Joey, we're heading into town to pick up some local snacks. You in? It was Li Wei, waving from afar. Zhou, he shook his head. I'll pass. Staying in today. Back in his room, he shut the door behind him and leaned against it, thoughts swirling. Was it just the lingering effects of that injury? Or maybe he was overthinking it all. But before he could settle into the thought, it struck again. That same dark, swirling energy erupted around him, purple and heavy, wrapping him like smoke. He recognized it instantly. The same power he felt the day he accepted the space jumpstone. Then a voice echoed in his mind. Human, let me out. Pain exploded in his head. Zhou, he gripped his temples, barely keeping his balance. A glowing symbol appeared beneath him, a summoning circle. From it, a creature emerged. The void beast. It had shrunk in size, probably to stay hidden, but the sheer force of its presence hadn't faded one bit. Zhou, he stared the void beast down. You've already accepted me as your master. So why do you keep appearing like this? The creature scoffed. Accepted you? Don't flatter yourself. I've existed for thousands of years. The idea of serving a kid like you? Ridiculous. If it hadn't been for that strange technique you used at the end, you wouldn't have lasted a second. Zhou Yi's tone sharpened. You injured 63 people in the secret realm. 10 of them died. The Shaoyan Professionals Alliance had to pour in a fortune just to bring them back and patch up the damage. If they ever find out you're still alive, do you really think they'll let you off? The void beast let out a cold laugh. Trying to scare me now? Is that all you've got? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. You know those third-tier mages in the Alliance? They've all mastered something called the spirit-shedding art. It wipes out the mind of any magical beast, turning it into a mindless servant. He took a slow step forward. So, if you really don't fear death, maybe you'd prefer being turned into a hollow puppet? And even if you were killed, Zhou, he added, his voice calm, your remains alone could fetch a fortune. Your bones, your blood, your hide. Something in the void beast shifted. Its eyes flared with anger. What are you getting at? It growled. Zhou, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he summoned the space jumpstone, holding it out where the beast could see. You were badly hurt in that fight, he said. I can't take you to a healer. But this can help you recover. As soon as the void beast saw the stone, everything changed. Its gaze locked on the artifact. Hunger lit up in its eyes. Nothing else seemed to matter, just that one stone. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the moment. 1 year. Serve me loyally for 1 year. You've got power, too much to waste. Do that, and I'll break the contract. You'll be free. The void beast paused, then asked quietly, and why should I believe you? Zhou, he didn't flinch. You don't have another option. Believe me, or die. Before the beast could answer, Zhou, he summoned something else, its companion, the void butterfly, and handed it over. I'm giving this back. With that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, the void beast stood motionless, clutching the stone and the butterfly, eyes fixed on Zhou Yi's back, silently watching him disappear. Just as Zhou Yi reached the door, the void beast's voice called out behind him. All right, but there's something you should know. Zhou Yi turned around. The beast was chewing on the space jumpstone, talking through the motion. My companion told me something. This was the first time she'd ever been caught. And the one who did it, not human, something else, something unknown. Zhou Yi's expression turned cold. His instincts sharpened. Cut to the bustling city marketplace, where 3 girls were out shopping. The streets were packed with shouting vendors, each trying to outdo the next. Blazing Fury Blade, Fire Crystal in the hilt, cuts through monsters like nothing. Only $9.98, no haggle. Miss, buy this battle armor, and I'll throw in a nail clipper for free. 1-day deal. Genuine stuff. No ripoffs, no gimmicks, just quality. Amid the chaos, Jiang Chu browsed a vendor's stall lined with trinkets and enchanted gear. She examined each item with careful eyes. The vendor girl leaned forward, beaming. This hairpin here, it's got embedded ice crystal. Not only pretty, but has a defense charm, too. She reached for another gem, presenting it with both hands. This one was enchanted by a wood-type mage, speeds up healing. Strong yet elegant, just like you. But before she could grab more, a hand reached in from the side, picking up a piece of jewelry near Jiang Chu Ran. The mirror caught the reflection of the newcomer, Zhou Yi, standing right beside her. He held up the piece with a small grin. This one's more your style. Jiang Chu Ran's cheeks flushed instantly. Surprise, embarrassment, and a hint of joy all tangled together. What are you doing here? You said you weren't coming, she added, a little flustered. Zhou Yi gave a casual shrug. Wrap things up early. Thought I'd grab a few local bites. The vendor girl watched them with sparkling eyes, lips tugging into a smile. A charming guy and a stunning girl, exchanging subtle jabs. It was like a scene straight out of a love story. What a pair, she thought. Just watching them feels like magic. But suddenly, a voice rang out, sharp and cheerful, cutting through the noise. All three turned to look. In the distance, a young man waved excitedly as he rushed forward. I didn't expect to see you here. What are the odds, huh? It's fate. He stopped right in front of Jiang Chu Ran, grinning from ear to ear. She blinked, clearly confused. Do I know you? The young man gave a polite bow. Miss Jiang Chu Ran, it's understandable that someone of your status wouldn't remember someone like me. I'm Wang Hao, Wang Beishan's nephew. Third generation of the Thunder Prison Wang family. Ranked second among this year's Thunder Element prodigies. The vendor girl blinked. Second best genius? That's certainly one way to introduce yourself. Wang Hao flashed a proud grin. Last year, I even sent you a soul sword for your birthday. Jiang Chu Ran's face dropped instantly. The Wang family again. Relentless as always. Before she could respond, Zhou Yi calmly stepped in, placing a hand on her shoulder. There's a snack place down the street, he said with an easy smile. Let's go check it out. He gently guided her away, but not without a final glance back. We've got plans, he said with a smirk. We'll be on our way. Wang Hao's expression twisted in fury. You dare, he shouted. A filthy nobody like you thinks he can lay a finger on a noble's treasure? With a roar, he summoned a surge of thunder energy and launched it at Zhou Yi. The crackling bolt raced forward, but the instant it reached him, it slammed against a golden shield and vanished into nothing. Wang Hao froze, stunned. He immediately triggered a scan spell, checking Zhou Yi's class. The result made him sneer. A paladin, hiding behind a bubble shield. Smugness returned to his voice. A coward class like that, this won't take long. Jiang Chu Ran's fists clenched. She stepped forward, ready to fight. But Zhou Yi raised a hand to stop her. I've got this, he said calmly. He turned to face Wang Hao, his grin steady. 3 moves. If you can even brush the edge of my clothes, I'll apologize. But if you can't, his eyes sharpened. You'll kneel and apologize to me. He added, almost casually, and if anything around here gets wrecked, the bill's on you. A crowd quickly gathered, murmurs buzzing through the marketplace. This should be fun, someone whispered. Dueling in the middle of shopping? Gotta love young hotheads, another chuckled. Wang Hao was already seething. You signed your own death sentence. He summoned his spell, Thunderstorm Strike. Lightning burst around him, flashing wild and uncontrolled. With a furious swing, he launched the bolt straight at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi didn't move. His hand lifted. The golden shield shimmered again. The thunder strike hit and disappeared on impact. The crowd gasped. Someone in the back blinked hard. That didn't even leave a mark. Wang Hao stood stiff, caught off guard, but quickly forced a sneer onto his face. So what? You're just hiding in that shield of yours. Dumped all your points into defense, huh? Typical paladin. But inside, his thoughts were spiraling. What the hell is that shield? I wasn't ready for this. Gritting his teeth, he summoned more power. Fine. You want to see real strength? Let me show you. Blitz Panther's Shadow. A roar split the air as a thunder-shaped panther burst from his hand, crackling with violent energy and charged straight for Zhou Yi. But Zhou Yi didn't even bother casting a skill. Instead, he summoned a faint glow of holy light, picked up a random item from a vendor's stall nearby, and casually tossed it. Boom! The enchanted item struck the Shadow Panther midair and shattered it completely. The remains of the broken item kept flying, grazing Wang Hao's cheek. He didn't move. Couldn't. His entire body froze. What just happened? Panic crawled into his eyes. Who is this guy? Zhou, he let out a lazy yawn, stretching like he'd just woken from a nap. You still got 1 move left, right? Don't stall, go ahead. Wang Hao just stared. Nothing made sense anymore. A paladin with this much power? I've never even heard of him in the noble rankings. Who is he really? His confidence cracked, smashed to pieces by disbelief. With just a few fluid moves, Zhou, he had already forced Wang Hao to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. Wang Hao trembled, still reeling from the blow. He couldn't believe it. How could someone ranked so low take him down like that? But he wasn't ready to admit defeat. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao grabbed his sword. He won't dodge this. Crackling thunder surged along the blade as he channeled every ounce of power into it. Then he lunged, his thunder slash tearing through the air toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi didn't budge. He simply lifted 1 finger, and from above, a radiant holy cross beam slammed down. Boom! A column of light swallowed Wang Hao, crushing him under its force. It ended as fast as it began, but the silence that followed was almost louder than the blast. Zhou Yi looked at him, unmoved, icy. So, this is the legendary lightning prodigy? Pathetic. No one said a word. The crowd just stared. Wang Hao slowly stirred, dazed. He tried to rise, but dropped right back to his knees. The sting of humiliation was worse than the pain. Rage burned in his eyes, but he couldn't move a muscle. Then the murmurs started. Wait, doesn't Li White look familiar? Yeah, that presence. He's got the vibe of the Saint Knight. I've definitely seen him before. Someone pointed wide-eyed. That's Zhou. He won the exchange competition this year. The realization swept through the crowd like wildfire. The vendor who had earlier dealt with Jiang Chu Ran nodded, piecing it together. No wonder he's that strong. And the girl with him? That's Jiang Chu Ran, his girlfriend. Wang Hao heard all. It hit him like another thunderclap. He'd just been crushed by first year. In front of everyone. Still on his knees. All he could do was watch as Zhou Yi walked away beside Jiang Chu Ran. Calm. Untouched. Unbothered. Wang Hao's hatred boiled over. Zhou Yi, I'll let you go today. But once my brother returns, you'll pay. Then he turned his fury on Jiang Chu Ran. And you betrayed the Wang family. My brother won't forget this. Neither will I. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's team moved steadily through the crowd, drawing stares from every direction. At the front, Housemaster Wu led with quiet confidence. Whispers rippled around them. That's Su Hang's squad. He looks even better than on the broadcast, someone whispered, starstruck. And Jiang Chu Ran. She's even more gorgeous in real life. As they stepped into the inner courtyard, Housemaster Wu was met by another figure. Housemaster Cheng of Ching Jing University. Wu offered a warm smile. We really appreciate the hospitality. Housemaster Cheng, on the other hand, was clearly annoyed. TCH, your team hogged all the attention. We were just background extras this time. Wu chuckled, unfazed. Now, no need to be so harsh. Friendships outlast rankings, don't they? Cheng folded his arms, unimpressed. Call what you want. We still finished dead last. No sense pretending otherwise. Before the conversation could continue, voices echoed through the courtyard. Everyone, get ready to depart. A glowing teleportation circle lit up beneath their feet. Mages swiftly activated the runes, the air humming with magical energy. Students from all academies began filing into the circle, preparing to return home. Zhou Yi made his way over to Jiang Chu Ran. See you next time, he said with a casual grin. Jiang Chu Ran gave a calm nod. Take care. Around them, others exchanged their own goodbyes. Next round's mine, got it? You're right, keep dreaming. Laughter rippled through the group. Light-hearted teasing and final farewells filled the courtyard. The teleportation circle flared, then, one after another, groups began vanishing into the light. Until finally, the courtyard fell quiet again, holding only the fading energy of the spell and the echoes of a fierce competition. In an instant, Zhou Yi and his team reappeared at the central plaza of Su Hang University. Waiting to receive them were Housemaster Wu and the headmaster, along with a crowd of cheering students and staff. Applause erupted the moment they landed, welcomed home as champions. Among the greeters stood Housemasters Zhou and Song, both beaming with pride. Housemaster Zhou waved a newspaper, grinning. We're everywhere this year. The headlines can't get enough of us. Su hangs the name on everyone's lips. Housemaster Song laughed. You've made us proud, every one of you. Then the headmaster stepped forward, his tones steady and clear. The exchange competition isn't just a contest, it's a proving ground, a true test of student potential and the strength of our teaching. And like any real battle, exceptional performance deserves exceptional reward. He turned to the substitute team, calling them out by name. Tan Wei, Zhang Zi, Su Chang, Huang Bin, Zhao Qingzhu. You may have entered as substitutes, but your performance in both solo and survival rounds was extraordinary. He paused for effect. For your efforts, each of you will receive 5,000 contribution points. Gasps followed. 5,000 points. Shock turned to joy as the reward sank in. It was no small sum. A top-tier dungeon run only netted 500 points. This was the equivalent of a year's worth of grinding, handed to them in a moment. Then, the headmaster turned toward the main team. Jiang Chu Ran, Song Xiaolan, Wei Tai Xi, Tang Ling. You all stood out during the competition, the headmaster said. Each of you will be awarded 20,000 points. They bowed with respect. Thank you, headmaster. Then his gaze shifted to Zhou. As team captain, you carried this team to victory. You, a Saint Knight, defeated Mechanist Wu Shuang and Warrior Li Wei in the individual rounds. You faced the combined forces of 9 academies in the survival match and turned the tide in our favor. You shielded your team. You brought back the championship. You were the pillar behind it all. He paused, then delivered the announcement. You will receive 100,000 points. The reaction was immediate. 100,000 points? Someone cried out. That's like 3 billion in cash. Get real, another chimed in. You can't buy S-class techniques with money. But 100,000 points? That's enough to get one straight from the school's resource bank. A third voice cut in with a laugh. With that kind of reward, even a pig could be turned into a divine beast. The first guy turned and smacked him. You calling Zhou Yi a pig? Hey, I wasn't. I didn't mean it like that. Laughter broke out all around them, but beneath the jokes, no one disagreed. Zhou Yi had earned every bit of it. The headmaster nodded. Suhang University doesn't hold back when it comes to rewarding excellence. Take this time to rest and recover. Yes, sir, came the chorus of replies. The group began to scatter, voices still buzzing with excitement. But Joey didn't move. He stepped forward, facing the headmaster directly. The headmaster raised a brow. Something on your mind, Zhou Yi? He already knew. He could tell by the look in Zhou Yi's eyes. He narrowed his gaze. You want to ask about Housemaster Fan from Ching Jing University, don't you? Zhou Yi gave a single nod. I do. The headmaster's face darkened. This situation goes deeper than you realize. Even Housemaster Wu isn't in the loop. My advice? Stay out of it. But Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He looked the headmaster in the eye and answered, steady and sure. What if? I'm already in too deep. Then, without another word, he raised his hand. A crack tore open in the air before them, space itself splitting. The headmaster turned sharply, eyes narrowing as the rift pulsed with raw energy. Zhou, he kept his gaze steady. The void beast companion said something strange. It wasn't captured by humans. Whatever took it wasn't from our world. Could Feng Yi be behind it? The headmaster's eyes narrowed, fixed on the still glowing rift. I thought you drove the void beast away, but now I see. You've bonded with it. Realizing there was no point in holding back anymore, the headmaster raised his hand and summoned a worn, sealed book. He opened it slowly. What I'm about to share is classified knowledge. He began, voice low. Feng, he was an inhuman. Zhou, he stiffened. Inhuman. The headmaster nodded gravely. Inhumans are demium creatures, born of the master of chaos. They wear human skins, but their cores are pure evil. They exist only to serve the evil gods. We have evidence that Feng, he summoned the void beast intentionally. He offered it as a tribute, an offering of loyalty to the master of chaos. Death and destruction, that's their currency. He flipped to the next page. Official records say Feng, he took his own life. But when investigators arrived, they found only his shed skin. He wasn't dead. He was transforming into a full servant of the evil god. He wounded one of the agents and escaped. Zhou Yi stood in silence, thoughts racing. The headmaster met his gaze. Zhou Yi, do you know why Feng he acted during the exchange competition? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi replied, because it gathers the top young talents. If something happened there. Exactly, the headmaster finished. Maximum chaos. That's one reason, but not the only one. He turned his eyes toward a bare wall, as if peering far beyond it. The ruins of the Million Beasts, where the competition was held, isn't just ancient battleground. It sits directly on a fracture in the seal that holds back the evil gods. The air grew heavy with tension. That land, he continued, was once the site of a catastrophic war between the beast clans and the master of chaos. They fought to stop his descent into our world. They succeeded, but at the cost of their civilization. Zhou Yi's brows drew tight, the full picture beginning to take shape. Feng he likely used the void beast to trace the cracks in that seal, the headmaster said grimly. And now that he knows the creature listens to you, he'll be coming for you. Then his expression changed, sharpened with purpose. Years ago, the Tianyu Guild recovered an angel-class combat skill. I've kept it sealed, waiting for the right moment. He stepped back. That moment is now. As the words left his mouth, the teleportation circle beneath them flared to life, already primed and glowing with power. The scene shifted in a flash, transporting them to the heart of the Tianyu Guild's resource vault. Before them stood a massive chamber, ancient, secure, and humming with magic. The towering gates loomed high, etched with dense layers of runes, each one pulsing faintly with enchantment. This, the headmaster said as they walked in, is the core of the Tianyu Guild. Centuries worth of skilled books, artifacts, and rare materials, all locked away right here. To keep it safe, we've layered it with every defense imaginable. He gestured toward the gate. 2 level 60 flame earth lions stand guard, and the vault door itself is sealed with anti-mana glyphs. Any unauthorized energy gets absorbed and bounced back. Even a tertiary awakened pro couldn't break through. Ahead of them, lounging just in front of the gate, was a lone figure. He sat relaxed, watching them approach. The headmaster gave a small smile. Young on vault duty today? The man rose with a nod. Yeah, but I'm off shift tomorrow. He grinned. Good timing. You up for a drink later? Zhou, he stood quietly, observing. Even though the man's aura was suppressed, the sheer pressure rolling off him was unmistakable, far beyond anything he'd felt from Housemaster Zhou. There was no doubt. Tertiary awakened. That pressure alone said it all. The headmaster gave a brief nod. We'll drink later. Right now, I need something. Yang arched an eyebrow. You're here for the Holy Thunder skill book? The headmaster didn't answer, just looked over at Zhou Yi. Yang caught on immediately, grinning wider. Ah, for your new disciple. Turning back to Zhou Yi, the headmaster said, Yang's an old war buddy. We've been through a lot. You can call him Uncle Yang. Zhou Yi bowed politely. It's an honor, Uncle Yang. Yang chuckled, arms folding across his chest. Watch a match. That hero tag? You earned it. Zhou, he rubbed his neck, clearly a little bashful. You're giving me too much credit. Facing the gate, Yang raised a hand and began the ritual to unlock the vault. Glowing runes flared to life, reacting to his mana. As the sequence began to activate, he spoke without turning. Being humble's fine, but don't take it too far. Show too much weakness, and people will never stop trying to break you. The vault responded to his magic, its runes humming softly as the gate cracked open and a shimmering portal formed. The headmaster chuckled. You're still as chatty as ever, Yang. No wonder the younger generation avoids you. Yang smirked. Maybe, but they'd be wise to listen. With a fluid motion, he reached into the glowing portal and retrieved an ornately bound tome. Lightning crackled faintly along its edges. He handed it over to Zhou Yi, the Holy Thunder skill book. The headmaster gestured toward the tome. You should have enough skill points by now. Go on, absorb it. Zhou Yi nodded and accepted the book with care. The moment it touched his hands, a shimmering system window blinked into view. Skill points, 319. Accumulated from daily missions and achievements. A second prompt followed right after. System has detected the skill book, Holy Thunder. Consume it now. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He selected yes. Instantly, the book lit up, arcs of lightning crackling off its pages. A powerful surge of energy surged through his body. Bolts of radiant thunder danced across his limbs as streams of knowledge poured straight into his mind. Oh, and by the way, big news. I've launched a second channel. If you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, what are you waiting for? I'll be posting full-length videos over there, so definitely check it out. Links in the description and pinned comment. Don't miss it. Back to the story. To master the Holy Thunder technique, Zhou Yi needed skill points. The moment he spent the first 100, his body locked up. A torrent of thunder energy exploded from the book, and in an instant, the knowledge of Holy Thunder was etched into his mind. Skill acquired. Holy Thunder, form of Apocalypse S rank. Activates the form of Apocalypse. Boost resistance to anomalies and thunder by 50%. Lasts for 14 seconds. But that was only the beginning. Another 100 skill points vanished, and with it came another S-rank skill. Skill unlocked, Blade of Punishment. Empowers weapon with Holy Thunder. Charges blade with Divine Lightning. Drastically boosts attack speed and thunder damage. And then came the third surge. One final burst of points awakened the next technique. Skill unlocked, Chain of Heaven. Grants full mastery over Holy Thunder. Converts power into chains of Divine Lightning. Paralyzes anything they touch. As all three powers ignited inside him, a wave of holy energy erupted from Zhou Yi. The force shook him to the core. His body trembled, struggling to contain it. Then, he unleashed it all with a roar that shook the skies. A thunderous shockwave ripped through the air, Zhou Yi's roar echoing like a lion across the heavens. From just one skill book, he had gained not one, but 3 divine-grade abilities. Electric arcs flickered along his skin as he stood there, bathed in light, overwhelmed by a quiet, unshakable joy. And then, something unexpected. The Holy Thunder skill book didn't just impart its power, it fused with his divine sword heart, melding into him completely. As the energy calmed and the storm within him settled, the headmaster stepped forward, smiling. You're blessed, he said. For the divine race, even their weakest mastered skills start at A+ grade. Zhou Yi said nothing, lost in thought. A powerful body, strong elemental affinity, and now a collection of top-tier skills. It all made sense. The divine race was on another level entirely. Not far off, Yang poured wine into the headmaster's cup, glancing over. Actually, A+ is considered pretty low. The divine race? Their skills can reach S+ and even beyond. Zhou Yi blinked. Beyond S+? I thought that was a ceiling. Yang laughed. For humans, sure, but for the divine race. He raised his glass, a sly smile tugging at his lips. They don't play by our rules. Zhou Yi's curiosity flared. So if divine race skills can go past S+? Before Yang could explain, the headmaster raised a hand. Enough talk for now. You've unlocked your new powers. Now, it's time to meet someone important. He snapped his fingers. A teleportation circle lit up in the room, and in the blink of an eye, a girl appeared. She bowed her head in greeting. The headmaster chuckled. Eager to meet my new pupil already? There he is. The girl turned. Her eyes met Zhou Yi's. This wasn't just any stranger. This was Wei Ning Xian, one of the 3 deacons of the Tangyu Guild. She walked over, elegant and confident, and extended her hand. Greetings, Mr. Zhou Yi. I'm Wei Ning Xian, deacon of the Tangyu Guild. I went to Ching Jing University looking for you, but you'd already left. Zhou Yi took her hand, clearly caught off guard. You were looking for me? The headmaster let out a laugh. Deacon Wei's in charge of recruiting new talent. And once she sees potential, she doesn't let it slip away. Yang stepped in smoothly. Deacon Wei, Zhou Yi's still in his first year. Let's not rope him into guild business just yet. I need to speak with the guild master anyway. While I'm gone, how about you give him a proper tour? Wei Ning Xian nodded with a polite smile. Gladly. Wei Ning Xian led Zhou Yi through the towering gates of the Tane Yu Guild stronghold. This guild was founded 45 years ago, she said as they walked. This base was our first headquarters. Now, it's home to many of our members and their families. She gestured to the vast complex surrounding them. It used to be just forests and mountains. But after 5 major expansions, it's nearly the size of a city. And we're already planning the 6th. Zhou, he looked around, taking in the sights, until his eyes locked onto something above, and he froze. Perched on a high mountain cliff was a colossal dragon, its scales gleaming like polished jade. He gaped. That's the Eastern Dragon. I've only seen it in broadcasts. Wei Ning Xian smiled. That's our guardian beast. It's been with the guild for 32 years. Incredible to look at, but trust me, you don't want to get too close. He's not exactly friendly. As they continued, Zhou Yi noticed a tower nearby, surrounded by a small gathering of people. He pointed. What's happening over there? Wei Ning Xian glanced over. That's the realm tower. Inside, we have 3 different battle realms, golden, epic, and legendary. Members go in to train and earn rewards. She reached into her pocket, handed him a sleek card. Here, use mine. Try one out. Zhou, he didn't hesitate. He had new powers to test, and this was the perfect chance. He scanned the card and selected a challenge labeled Nightmare Difficulty. Sighing Plague Realm. The moment he entered, a system message flashed. Nightmare Difficulty. Sighing Plague Realm. Recommended level. 23 to 30 players. 1 to 8. At the edge of the continent lies a land cursed by disease. Monsters twisted by dark sorcery roam the blighted earth, destroying all in their path. Then the message disappeared, and chaos began. A flood of zombies charged toward him. Over 200, most around level 20, with feral attacks like bite and claw. Among them, stronger ones at level 22 roared loud enough to shake focus and rattle the nerves. Zhou, he didn't flinch. He slowly lifted his hand. Lightning crackled to life, wild and untamed, pulsing with divine thunder. Then, in one swift move, he unleashed it. A blinding surge cut through the undead tide. Dozens were torn apart instantly, their bodies charred and broken by pure electric force. He activated Form of Apocalypse. His resistance to plague and thunder surged by 50%, giving him an edge in this toxic battlefield. Even at its base level, the skill gave him a 14-second burst of power, and in the hands of someone like Zhou Yi, that was more than enough. Wave after wave collapsed beneath the weight of his divine might. Blade of Punishment lit up his weapon with holy thunder, while Chain of Heaven lashed out, freezing enemies in place before they could even take a step toward him. Zhou, he didn't let up for a second. And when the battlefield finally went still, a system alert appeared before him. Level 1 cleared. Enemies defeated, 200 zombies. Completion time, 35 seconds. Instantly, a swirling portal opened up, leading straight to the next challenge, Mutant Village. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi stepped through. The second his feet touched the ground, a wave of sickness slammed into him. The air was foul, heavy with the stench of decay, like corpses left to rot in a pit of disease. Far worse than anything he'd faced in Tempest Valley. His eyes narrowed. Whatever lingered in this village wasn't just strong. It was corrupt. A dense, sickly fog rolled over the ground, distorting the air and turning every breath into a struggle. The atmosphere was poisonous, each inhale scraping at his lungs like ash-soaked thorns. Zhou Yi's pace slowed. His every step was measured now, cautious. But his holy aura, bright, pulsing with sacred power, acted like a beacon in the darkness. It didn't repel the monsters. It drew them in. The mist echoed with low, guttural voices, snarling, rasping, barely human. Get him out of here, one growled from somewhere unseen. This stench, disgusting, another hissed. Zhou, he didn't move. His hand rested on the hilt of his thunder-forged weapon. He was ready. The voices turned savage. Kill him. Another fool come to die. This fake Saint Knight. I'll rip him apart. And then they attacked. From the fog, a pack of zombie hounds burst forward. Their bodies were twisted, rotted, dripping with filth. Each one was level 25 and came armed with rapid bite and jumping lunge, skills designed for speed and brutality. Zhou, he remained calm. In one seamless motion, he drew his blade and struck. A crackling arc of thunder exploded through the air, ripping into the pack with devastating force. The hounds never touched the ground again. Mid-air, they were cleaved apart, burned and broken before their attack even landed. Then the next wave hit. Zombie butchers, towering, bloated monstrosities, Level 25. Their roars tore through the fog as they charged, swinging with strong slash, wind slash, and wild roar. Zhou, he activated Blade of Punishment. His weapon lit up with radiant thunder. He didn't retreat. He charged. One strike, one burst of light. Every butcher fell, bodies ripped clean in half by a single flash of divine steel. But he didn't pause to admire the damage. He pushed deeper into the fog, cutting through every abomination that dared to block his path. Thunder crashed with every swing. Each enemy exploded in flashes of light and lightning. Zhou, he was unstoppable, an unrelenting storm wrapped in sacred fire. Zhou, he let out a low chuckle. Not bad, he muttered. You guys lasted 2 seconds longer than the last wave. Another clean sweep of his blade, and more undead dropped, their broken forms littering the ground. The few that remained slowed. Even in their lifeless state, they seemed to hesitate. One of Zhou Yi's previous strikes had gouged a massive crack into the earth itself, evidence of just how much power he was holding back. But the dead don't stay scared. Not for long. Wild roar. A zombie butcher bellowed, releasing a thunderous skill that pulsed through the battlefield. In an instant, the fog shivered. Every undead in range went berserk. Their dull, lifeless eyes ignited with a crimson glow, bloodlust overriding hesitation. Filthy Saint Knight. You died today. Pathetic human. This is your grave. The fog burst with motion as the horde came charging all at once, snarling and shouting through the poisoned air. Zhou, he rolled his eyes. What are they even rambling about? He didn't wait. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward, lightning trailing behind him, his blade already drawn. Thunder howled from its edge as he struck. Blade slash landed with explosive power. Each swing carved through the horde like divine judgment, slicing enemies clean in half before they could even raise a claw. Their momentum shattered in seconds, broken by one man and his thunder-wrapped fury. The moment Zhou stepped onto the second floor, everything changed. The pressure cranked up fast. More powerful, more relentless zombies surged from every direction. Back on the first floor, he'd relied on sheer skill to carve his way through. But this level, it demanded a new approach. This time, he unleashed a weapon skill he just unlocked, Blade Slash. Each swing cut through the undead with surgical precision, his rhythm perfect, his momentum unstoppable. But the swarm didn't let up. They began to frenzy, their snarls turning into deafening roars as they charged together. Twisted, mutated forms lunged at him in packs, but Zhou, he didn't flinch. One slash, half a dozen hit the ground. Another, his strike slammed the floor hard enough to split it. Still, they kept coming. Then, out of the thick fog slithered a fresh horror. Worm-like zombie beasts with gaping jaws, snapping wildly as they lunged. Zhou, he flowed around them, slicing clean through their ranks, but for every one he cut down, more kept pushing forward, tightening the circle around him, bit by bit. He stepped back slowly, keeping his distance, cutting down anything that got too close. That's when it happened. A level 26 plague, spreader zombie, crept up behind him. Its jaw drooped open, thick green ooze dripping out. The stench hit hard. With a sudden lunge, it blasted out its plague breath, one of the deadliest attacks in its arsenal. Just breathing it in could drain life away second by second until the victim dropped. Zhou, he spun around just in time, gripped its face, and shoved it back, straining against its weight. It wasn't easy. He was in real danger. With a fierce roar, he brought his sword down and split the thing in two. But the damage was done. He'd already inhaled the breath. He didn't hesitate. Activating death resistance, his body instantly kicked into overdrive, purging the toxin, healing fast. The burning pain in his arm began to subside. He fell back, slipping behind the thickest part of the undead wall to reposition. Earlier, he'd used a war hammer, devastating an open space, but too slow up close. Now he switched it out for a shorter blade, triggering blade of pure white, quick, precise, and perfect for tight encounters. Everything clicked into place. His movements became smoother, his kills cleaner. But it was taking too long. Over a minute had passed, and only 20 zombies had fallen. At this pace, the horde would crush him. He thought briefly of activating Blade of Punishment, but held back. That one was for something nastier. Scanning the gathering mob, a smirk played at his lips. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead, shut his eyes for just a moment, and murmured, "Holy storm." A violent burst of sacred energy exploded from his body, tearing forward in a spiraling storm, ripping into the advancing undead like a vengeful cyclone from the heavens. The moment Holy Storm detonated, you have killed Zombie Butcher. You have killed Plague Spreader. You have killed Worm Beast. Notification after notification lit up his screen. Zhou, he stood in the eye of the storm, coat whipping in the wind, watching as the last of the undead was vaporized by divine force. Then came the message. Second level cleared. 100 enemies defeated. Time, 1 minute 50 seconds. A glowing portal shimmered into view. Next stage, the Forbidden Church. Without looking back, Zhou Yi stepped through. Everything changed. No more twisted beasts. No more howling hordes. Just a heavy, ominous silence. Before him stood a tall, robed figure, clearly infected but upright and calm. Around him, several veiled nuns stood in eerie stillness, heads bowed. Zhou Yi's grip on his sword tightened. This wasn't a man. It was a zombie bishop, level 45, cloaked in decay and shadows. He was no brute, but a master of forbidden powers. Dark ball, zombie summoning, death curse. He stepped forward, voice low and smooth, like a preacher delivering a sermon. I see it in your gaze, doubt. You've tasted life, but now you seek purpose. That's why you've come. Zhou Yi didn't raise his weapon yet. If God truly answers prayers, explain this. A dark laugh escaped the bishop. My faith isn't in your false light. I serve the ancient God, the keeper of all that lives, all that dies. And through that power, his hand lifted. The nuns began to stir. Even chaos becomes sacred. Then came the sermon. Life is fragile, temporary, but serve their God, and one becomes eternal. No more aging, no more death, just endless time as others fade into dust. Witness the collapse of empires. Walk untouched through centuries. He extended a hand, eyes gleaming. Come, abandon that feeble sense of justice. Join us. Accept the gift of immortality. Feel it, breathe it. Be reborn. Zhou Yi's steps slowed. His lips began moving, quietly echoing the bishop's words. He stepped forward, the red glow building behind his eyes. Yes, you understand now, the bishop said, smiling. You were meant for this. Chosen. But then, Zhou Yi stopped. I've got something to say. The bishop leaned in, curious. Speak, child. The Lord is listening. He never saw it coming. Zhou Yi's sword flashed up in a blur, and he roared. To hell with your lies. The blade carved deep into the bishop's head, splitting halfway through before launching the undead priest across the sanctuary. Zhou Yi stood firm. That immortality you worship, it's nothing but a curse. Death is mercy. The bishop hit the floor, half his face mangled and gone. But he laughed, even in ruin. Fool, you'll regret this. Then he howled to his silent followers. Kill him. Show this traitor what happens when you defy our Lord. The moment the bishop gave the order, the nuns erupted to life. From their arms, spears extended with a sharp metallic snap, and their eyes blazed red with fury. Zhou Yi just smiled and took a stance. They came at him fast, a blur of movement from all sides. But he was faster. Steel met steel in a deafening clash as dust shot into the air, swirling in chaos. When the haze settled, the nuns lay scattered across the ground, broken and groaning. Those still breathing? He walked right toward them, sword gleaming with holy light. Without hesitation, he raised the thunderblade of punishment and executed them one by one. The remaining few shrieked in rage, their silence shattered by the sting of death. Zhou Yi approached, calm and amused. Oh, now you're screaming. Before they could lift a hand, his blade flickered, and in the blink of an eye, they fell, cut down where they stood. More poured in, vengeance burning in their undead hearts. He grinned. You really think this ends with you? He didn't wait. His blade whipped through the air, moving so fast it split the wind. A vortex exploded around him, shredding everything in its path. What followed was a massacre, steel tearing through bone, a whirlwind of destruction with Zhou Yi at its center. Not a single step back, not a single miss. From the distance, the zombie bishop watched the carnage unfold, a sick grin spreading across his face. Yes, let the lightning guide you. Let flesh fuel the altar. With every scream, the ritual deepens. Let the agony sing praises to our God. But there was no more time for words. Zhou Yi turned and began walking, blade steady, gaze locked. Your turn, he said coldly. The bishop's chuckle echoed through the chamber. You think you can defeat me on your own? Suddenly, a crimson wave of dark energy shot from beneath the bishop, racing forward, snaking across the ground, and stopped at Zhou Yi's feet. In an instant, the ground glowed. A cursed circle flared to life beneath him. He tried to move. Nothing. His legs wouldn't respond. His body felt pinned by invisible chains. A sinister formation pulsed at his feet, sealing him in place. His eyes narrowed. When did he cast this? He slashed downward, testing it, over and over. But no matter how hard he struck, the formation held. Not a single crack. Then it hit him. So that's it. All those weak attacks. All that preaching. You were stalling. Before he could act, black, clawed hands erupted from the circle, grabbing his arms, his legs, his torso. More poured out, wrapping him tight, dragging him down. Bound and overwhelmed, Zhou Yi didn't panic. His eyes just sharpened. What now? The zombie bishop lured Zhou Yi into a trap, sealing him inside a summoning circle. From within it, shadowy hands emerged, grabbing at him and dragging him downward. His limbs grew heavy, and his strength began to fade. It was as if the ground itself was swallowing him whole. The trap was no ordinary spell. It was the touch of withering, a special group cast formation that took 10 seconds to complete. Once activated, it didn't just restrain its target, it overwhelmed them. It drained energy, clouded the mind, and infected the victim with the curse of rotting. Inside the formation, the hero's power began to collapse, his abilities weakening with every moment. But Zhou, he wasn't defenseless. His resistance to death magic and immunity to most forms of magic allowed him to block out the worst of the curse. Even as the rot tried to sink in, he countered it again and again with his own skills, keeping it at bay. Seeing his curses fail, Zombie Bishop stepped things up. His voice echoed coldly as he mocked. "Receive this gift, boy. Embrace it, and I shall reshape you into something magnificent." By now, the formation had nearly pulled Zhou all the way in, but he stood unfazed. Still sinking, still surrounded by corruption, he smirked and replied, "You keep spouting the same lines. Are you on repeat or what?" Then, in an instant, he activated Holy Flame Halo. A blinding ring of divine fire exploded around him, supercharging his fire abilities and setting the entire formation ablaze. The dark hands and curses ignited at once, howling in agony before crumbling to ash. In mere seconds, the formation was reduced to nothing. Now free, Zhou, he didn't hesitate. He surged forward, striking at Zombie Bishop with his sword, the Spear of Victory. But the bishop raised his dark shield just in time. It absorbed the force of the blow, blocking both blade and magic. Worse yet, it had the power to reflect attacks, turning the hero's strength against him and spreading a wave of dark corruption in its wake. Zombie Bishop raised his dark shield to block the incoming blow, but Zhou, he wasn't about to slow down. When his first strike failed to break through, he immediately followed up with a blade technique aimed straight at the shield. The clash sent a tremor through the air, and cracks began to spider across the shield's surface. Zombie Bishop's confidence faltered for the first time. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he roared, "Great Xia, unleash your wrath and crush this pest." That name, Xia, hit Zhou like a jolt. He paused for a split second, searching his memory. The bear demon had spoken that name before, and now it surfaced again. Something wasn't adding up, but there was no time to piece it together. The cracks in the shield widened, and dark, orb-like bubbles started leaking from Zombie Bishop's body, slowly enveloping him. Zhou, he gripped his weapon tighter, thoughts racing. I don't know what this all means yet, but I can't let him continue whatever he's planning. Determined to end it in a single strike, he prepared his next move, merging the divine sword heart into his attack. He knew the shield could take enormous damage and even reflect it, so this blow had to be absolute. Summoning every ounce of power, he activated Apocalypse, Holy Thunder form, and combined it with the Holy Thunderblade of Punishment. The moment both attacks struck the shield, it shattered instantly. The explosion of force carried through, slicing cleanly through Zombie Bishop's neck, his head torn from his shoulders and launched into the distance. But death didn't come. Even beheaded, Zombie Bishop's body didn't fall. A thick, black fluid began to ooze from the severed parts, and slowly, his form started melting and shifting. That dark liquid crept and writhed, pulling itself together. From the ground, his severed head hissed, "You little wretch, if you won't offer yourself to Xia, then I'll feast on you myself." By now, Zhou, he had already stepped into his angel physic state. Hearing the threat, he only laughed. "Honestly, you're way more tolerable like this." Suddenly, grotesque eyes and twisted mouths began appearing all over Zombie Bishop's new form. The black liquid creature lunged forward, launching attack after attack, each wave more ferocious than the last. Zhou, he moved like lightning, slipping through the gaps between the oncoming waves of dark energy. But as the attacks started surrounding him, cutting off every escape route, he raised his hand and activated Holy Light Shield. The divine barrier surged forward and snapped shut around Zombie Bishop's fluid form, sealing him inside completely. Wasting no time, Zhou summoned Holy Thunder, Chains of Heaven. Bolts of sacred lightning crashed down from above, transforming into glowing chains that wrapped around the bishop's distorted body, locking it down from all sides. Zombie Bishop shrieked, thrashing inside the glowing prison. "Release me. You'll pay for this outrage. Almighty God, punish this blasphemer." Unmoved, Zhou, he stepped forward and spoke calmly. "Stop chasing illusions. It's time you faced the light of judgment." Then he activated his final move, Chain of Heaven. Monumental chains surged out, bursting with divine energy. They pierced through the bishop's writhing mass, anchoring him in place. His screams tore through the air as he roared, "Let me go, or the radiance will reduce you to ashes. Holy Thunder Chain of Heaven wasn't just any skill. It was an S-level restriction technique, designed to suppress with absolute force. It locked down even the strongest foes. Zhou, he watched the chains tighten, his mind turning inward. Among class skills, there are 5 core types: attack, defense, buffs, debuffs, and limitations. Some rare types include summoning or creation. But among the core categories, limitation skills are the rarest, especially control types. And when you have one as powerful as this, you don't even need pinpoint precision. As Zombie Bishop flailed helplessly, his voice rose into a hateful cry. Ashia's fury will scorch your soul. You'll scream in endless torment. Zhou, he narrowed his eyes. Who is this Ashia you keep bringing up? The bishop's tone shifted, filled with pride and madness. Ashia is the one true god, supreme, unchallenged. With a mere thought, Ashia could burn everything to dust. Those who follow will taste immortality. Those who defy shall drown in flames. Zhou, he stepped forward, placing his foot squarely on Zombie Bishop's chest. He looked down with a cold smirk. And you call this immortality? You're just a mutated shadow clinging to borrowed power. Snarling, Zombie Bishop spat back. Ignorant mortal, you know nothing. And in that moment, his voice changed, heavier, weighed down by memories. As Zhou, he watched in silence, the past began to surface. From shadows of his mind, Zombie Bishop's story started to unfold. I was once no different from any other man. Zombie Bishop began, his voice thick with memory. Just a nameless priest in a quiet village. The people there, they treated me like their own. I healed what I could, helped wherever I was needed. His tone grew darker. But then, the plague came. He paused, the weight of it lingering. It tore through the village like a curse. The pain, the cries. I couldn't stop any of it. I prayed, begged, did everything in my power. But I was powerless. He clenched his teeth. I went to the cities, pleaded with the senior priests. Over and over. I didn't care that they mocked me. Called me pathetic, worthless. I just wanted help. Anything. But they wouldn't come. They wouldn't even look our way. To them, my people were already dead. His gaze turned inward, distant. When I returned, the village was in ruins. What little life remained was buried under fear and despair. And yet, a hint of something else crept into his voice, sorrow, or perhaps resentment. When they saw me, they smiled. His tone cracked. They still had hope. They believed. I had come to save them. I went to every city I could. Zombie Bishop continued, his voice low and bitter. I begged every priest I met. But no one came. No one cared. His eyes gleamed with a twisted glimmer. But somehow, I found a way. I don't even remember how or where it came from. Just that it worked. I returned to my village and told them. This time, I would save them. He paused, then spoke with a haunted tone. One of them, he was barely breathing. His body dried up, covered in sores. I held out my cross, poured holy power into him. His voice cracked, and then he exploded. The silence that followed was heavy. I lost control. I didn't understand. More kept dying. I watched, helpless, as the screams filled the air. Graves lined the streets. My power, it was meaningless. Their cries, begging for help, they never stopped. A shiver ran through his voice. I hated myself. I hated the priests who turned their backs on us. I fell so deep I could barely speak. All I could say was, forgive me. I can't save you. Then everything changed. But something heard me. In that darkness, something answered. He looked up, eyes wild with conviction. And it gave me power. Real power. The plague disappeared. The pain stopped. Even the dead, they came back. A crooked smile spread across his face. Yes, it was an illusion. But what does that matter? They smiled again. They were whole. My choice was right. He laughed through the pain, screaming, Xia chose me. I must spread his light. His gift. Everyone deserves it. Even as divine chains burned through him, he continued chanting his god's name. Zhou, he watched in silence, then slowly gripped his sword tighter. There was nothing left to say. No truths to uncover. Only silence. With calm finality, he drove his blade into Zombie Bishop's body. The creature wailed in agony, shrieking, Xia, save me. Destroy him. But Zhou, he only chuckled. Your god's not listening. This is the end. Fury lit the bishop's face as he screamed. Then I'll take you with me. We'll both burn in the pits of hell. He initiates his self-destruction, and his body begins melting into a glowing red liquid, spreading rapidly across the area. But the hero doesn't even flinch. He just watches calmly and says the guy's way too slow. Without wasting time, he hoists Zombie Bishop into the air with his chains and instantly unleashes his cross ability. A massive holy cross crashes down from above, wiping out Zombie Bishop in one clean hit. As he's erased, Zombie Bishop lets out one last cry to Xia, but there's no response. Just like that, he's gone. With the dungeon cleared, the hero collects his loot. A treasure chest appears containing high-grade life potions, mana potions, sturdy chest armor, and a pair of boots. Not bad, but even after all that, the experience wasn't enough to push him to the next level. He turns around, eyes falling on the statue of the evil god, now dripping with zombie bishop's remains. He picks up an iron rod nearby and hurls it at the statue. The rod slams into it hard, shattering the statue completely. Right then, system messages pop up, congratulating him for destroying the evil god statue and confirming bonus rewards. One item stands out, something called the Holy Crystal, forged in the primordial era by divine beings. It holds the power to trigger a secondary awakening for holy-type classes. It exists in both godly and demonic realms, and this is the first time the hero has ever gotten his hands on one. Realizing its worth, he makes up his mind. This realm needs further exploring. As he steps out of the dungeon, Deacon Wei is waiting. She praises him, saying he did impressively well. His clear time, 10 minutes and 25 seconds. That puts him in the top 20 on his very first run. Without skipping a beat, the hero hands over the items he gathered and looks her straight in the eye. He says he's giving everything to her and that he wants to dive back in immediately. Caught off guard, Deacon Wei blinks. She asks why he's so eager, reminding him this isn't some kind of game. The energy it drains is real and brutal. Suddenly, the giant leaderboard screen behind them lit up. The Sighing Plague Realm rankings flashed across in glowing text. At the top stood Wei Qi-xian in first place, with Ning Xinu right behind in second. The hero stared at the rankings for a while, then turned back, eyes burning with purpose. He said the first run was just to scout things out, but this time he was going for the fastest clear. He was sure he could beat the top record. Deacon Wei's smile faded. She warned him that everyone in the top 10 was already level 30. He should at least wait until he hit 27 before trying something like that. But the look in his eyes didn't waver. Seeing his determination, she gave a small nod and advised him to be careful. But she wouldn't accept any more items from him. Just then, a voice called out to her. It was Zheng Ming, her nephew, a level 24 berserker in second year at Sukong University. He looked worn out. He said it had taken him 2 months to clear out the otherworld creatures, and he was completely drained. While they talked, the hero quietly made his way toward the portal, lost in thought. Creatures from other worlds slipping through dimensional rifts. Back in Tempest Valley, he learned that lower-level invaders could sneak in through medium-sized gaps. He remembered what his master had told him, how the country had moved into level 3 wartime status and dispatched legions to sweep the surrounding areas for any signs of otherworld creatures near those rifts. Meanwhile, Wei asked Ming about casualties. His expression turned grim. Out of a 12-man squad, only 8 made it back. Even with the legion guarding them, it had been a near thing. Without that backup, he said, he likely wouldn't have survived. Wei's expression darkened. 1/3 casualties, that was serious. She then asked if Ming had told his mother. Ming chuckled awkwardly and admitted he hadn't. That's why he came to her. He knew his mother would explode if she found out. Annoyed, Wei said she wasn't going to cover for him. Ming just laughed and called her Annie, clearly not taking her scolding too seriously. That's when Wei spotted the hero again and asked why he was still here. He calmly stepped forward and said he'd already gone in and come back. Wei froze. Then he showed her the updated record. His clear time was now at the very top, 1 minute and 59 seconds. Wei was stunned. You're telling me you cleared a nightmare-level dungeon in under 2 minutes? At level 23? The hero quietly repeats himself. He wants to go again, but this time, he's aiming for abyss difficulty. Wei stares at him, then shakes her head and calls him a monster. She hands him her card, telling him to use it however he wants. As he turns to leave, Ming suddenly does a double take. His eyes widen in shock. That's when it hits him. This guy is Zhou Yi, the #1 student at Sukong University. 2 months pass. In that time, the abyss difficulty Sighing Plague Realm turns into a battleground for the elite. And sitting confidently at the top of the rankings is one name, E. The numbers speak louder than any words. At level 29, he cleared the realm in just 1 minute and 29 seconds. The second spot? Still him. Now at level 35, clocking in at 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Third place goes to Margareta, also level 35, with a time of 4 minutes and 32 seconds. The community erupts. Students and warriors alike can't stop talking. Someone mumbles in disbelief that anyone could finish the Sighing Plague Realm in a mere 129. Another person admits they're still stuck on stage 1. Then someone else chimes in, pointing out that this must be the strength of Guild Master Wong's personal disciple. He steps out of the realm again, and a group of students nearby can't contain their awe. Their voices ripple with shock. One exclaims that he just set the nightmare difficulty record at 59 seconds. A girl responds, saying even second awakened classes can't match that speed. His name lights up the board once more. On Nightmare difficulty, he now holds the record at 59 seconds, achieved at level 26. Wei Qixin is second with 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Ning Xinu sits in third at 2 minutes and 45. As he exits the realm, his thoughts drift back over the past 2 months. They've been nothing short of transformative. When Master Wang Hui found out I was grinding the realm, he handed me his card personally, he thinks. Of course I'd push my level to the limit. No point restrictions holding me back. And push he did. With every dungeon cleared, his level rose. Now at level 29, he wasn't just gaining strength. His skills were evolving rapidly. The future looked wide open. His ascent had only just begun. He glanced at his phone and saw a message from Master Wang Hui, asking to meet. Without hesitation, he set off for the location. The moment Wang Hui laid eyes on him, a proud smile appeared on his face. He noted that he had gained 6 levels in just 2 months, exactly as he predicted. Impressive, he said. Resting a hand on Yi's shoulder, Wang Hui chuckled and added, "You know, I could have taken you straight into the deeper wilds. With the right monster hunts, you'd be level 40 or 50 by now." Then he paused. But do you know why I didn't? Yi's expression stayed calm. Because tertiary awakenings leave too many gaps. Levels alone don't mean strength. Real power comes from battling on the edge, training where it actually matters. Wang Hui's gaze turned sharp as he nodded. Exactly. In the world of the powerful, some people hit high levels using family wealth and shortcuts. But even with their awakenings, they're still weak. No real combat skill. No real growth. Then, he pulled out a scroll and handed it to Yi. You've hit level 29. It's time to prepare for your secondary awakening. As the headmaster handed over the scroll, he said, the secondary class for a Saint Knight is known as the Apocalyzer. It sharpens your control over holy light and massively boosts your offensive capabilities. But in your case, your attack power is already extraordinary. This is the class Awakening Scroll for the Apocalyzer. Connect with it through your mind to reveal the conditions needed to evolve. The moment the scroll touched our hero's hands, a notification appeared, alerting him of the class advancement opportunity. Meet the required conditions to ascend from Holy Knight to Apocalyzer. Focusing his thoughts on the scroll, the details slowly unfolded before him. First condition, only someone whose primary class is Saint Knight can take this path. Second, reach level 29. Third, possess 100 sacred crystals. And fourth, gather 100 will of repent. It was this final condition that made him pause. He stared at the requirement and muttered, Will of repent? Is that the remorseful essence left behind by cultists who once followed evil gods? The headmaster replied, Do you remember the repent skill you picked up in the plague realm? That's what you'll need to draw out the will of repent. But act fast. Once they die, you've only got 30 minutes before their souls vanish. Hearing that, our hero questioned him directly. Master, how do you know I have that skill? He was referring to repent, a grade C ability that lets you extract the will of repent from cultists, either while they're alive or shortly after death. With a composed expression, the headmaster answered, Once I heard you were grinding in the Sang Plague realm, I knew you'd acquire it. That realm is essential for holy type classes. And knowing you, I'm sure you've already gathered enough sacred crystals too. Then, without another word, the headmaster began to walk off. As he watched him leave, our hero stood silently, realizing his master had been planning his second awakening all along. Just as he thought that, the headmaster added, You only need to complete that last task to trigger your awakening. Our hero gave a firm, understood. With a chuckle, the headmaster said, There's a mission involving cultists listed on the Academy's network. You might be able to collect will of repent from them. Go take a look. With a firm nod, our hero replied, Yes, and turned to leave. Following the headmaster's suggestion, he dove into the school's online mission board, skimming through every corner of the site, hunting for anything related to cultist activity. As he clicked through pages, something caught his eye. Sukong Academy's student population was surprisingly small. Across all 4 years, there were only around 5,000 students, significantly fewer than the other 2 top academies. While continuing his search, he thought to himself, Sukong's focus has always been on quality over quantity. They pour more resources into fewer students. That's why their numbers are lower, but the mission board is still full. Most tasks were for earning merit points, but what he needed now was a cultist-related mission. When the first mission turned out to be unrelated, he shifted his attention to Longfeng City. Pulling up its map, he mumbled, It doesn't look like a bustling city, but with something like the Bao Yuan fruit native to it. It's probably more developed than Lai Jiang City, he concluded. And if cultists were involved, the odds of harvesting will of repent were much higher. Just as he opened the mission listed under Longfeng, a red warning message appeared. Mission classified as highly dangerous. 2 agents have gone missing. Do you wish to proceed? Our hero stared at the alert and thought. A high-risk mission. Just like realms have difficulty levels, school missions follow a ranking. Simple, normal, dangerous, and highly dangerous. The fatality rate for high-risk ones? Over 70%. There was a momentary pause. The weight of the decision pressed on him, but only for a second. He clicked accept without blinking. Missions tied to cultists were never safe. He knew that. That's exactly why he needed to be ready. A calm smile spread across his face. He stood from his desk, took a breath, and summoned the void butterfly. The space around him shimmered, and the butterfly appeared, its voice clear and loyal. Master, what would you have me do? Without a word, our hero tossed it forward and activated a skill. Location. With a flash, the butterfly's form shifted, gathering mana to carve a formation right beneath his feet. It was a precise, invisible mark, locking this spot in space. If he ran into something beyond what he could handle, this would be his way out. A silent safeguard, a lifeline through the void. Before setting out, our hero considered picking up some mana restoration supplies from the Academy's online store. As he made his way through the crowded campus, heads turned. A group of girls noticed him and began whispering among themselves. Isn't that Godyu? He's so good-looking. Of course he is. The leader of this new golden era. Even the top 4 seniors can't match that kind of presence. Amid the bustling crowd, a familiar face lingered quietly, hidden in plain sight. It was the dragon boy, eyes fixed on our hero, silently observing from the sidelines. The scene then shifts to the combat school's training ground, where Housemaster Wu is running a high-intensity combat drill. Nearby, Sue steps forward, having just received new intel. She looks at Wu and asks, "You said he took a high-risk mission and is about to leave campus?" Wu glances over. "Where to?" Sue responds, "Long City, Chongshan District. It involves cultists." Hearing that, Housemaster Wu raises an eyebrow. A cultist mission? Then he's getting ready for his second-class awakening. Smart. But that Longfeng City operation, I overheard some teachers talking about it. Sue continues after a quick check. It was originally listed as a normal-level mission, but after a level 26 and a level 28 student disappeared during it, it got bumped up to high risk. It wasn't just any high-risk task. Even among those, this one stood out. The teachers had reviewed the mission and concluded it needed someone with a secondary class to handle it safely. Wu's expression shifted slightly. So something's off. Still, he's not like the others. He didn't waste those 2 months at Tianyu Guild. At level 29, he can already stand toe-to-toe with people who've had their second awakening. And with all those trump cards he's hiding, he'll be fine. He waved a hand, issuing the final instruction. Mark his class status is on leave. That's all. With that, he finished off the last of the training bots and walked calmly forward, adding, "I'll talk to him about protocol when he returns." The story cuts ahead. Our hero was already en route. The distance between Suhang and Chongshan District stretched across 100,000 kilometers, cutting through countless danger zones and mysterious realms. To get to Longfeng City, he departed from Ning City's teleportation hub. It took 12 teleportations and 7 high-speed rail rides before he finally arrived in Chongshan District, specifically in Yongxing City. Seated on a high-speed train, our hero let out a quiet sigh. Even with all the teleporting and rail transfers, he still had 2 more hours before arriving at his destination. The ride stretched on in silence, until his communicator pinged. A message popped up. "Let me know once you arrive." As he glanced down, a girl sitting next to him noticed the monster-shaped charm dangling from his device. "Oh, that's a chirp rat, right? A specialty monster from Ningguang. Are you from there?" He turned to her and asked in return, "You too?" She nodded. Actually, my grandma still lives there. I grew up in the city, but only visit during summer breaks now." Suhang's just too far from Chongshan. Then she tilted her head and asked, "Are you headed to Long City for sightseeing?" The other girl beside her joined in the conversation. As they chatted, our hero subtly activated his assessment skill to gather some quick intel while keeping the tone light. He replied, "Not really, just going for some business." Then, turning the question back, he asked, "What about you too?" "Tourism." With his skill active, their info appeared before him. Bai Na and Lu Jia, both level 13 pharmacists. Bai Na smiled, clearly enjoying the interaction. "We heard Longfeng has some incredible hot springs, so we figured we'd go and unwind." "I'm Bai Na, and this is Lu Jia." She gave him a quick once-over and tried using an assessment skill of her own. It didn't work. Surprised, she leaned in a little. "Combat class, right? I knew it. My sixth sense never fails. I'm so jealous of you guys." He thought to himself, combat and life classes carry a different kind of presence, so being noticed isn't all that odd. Then, without warning, Bai Na pulled out her phone and held it up with a grin. "Want to exchange contacts? We're pharmacists, so if you ever need mana or healing potions, we'll give you a special discount." She clung to his arm playfully, catching him a little off guard. He coughed lightly and replied, "Sure, thanks." As the train rumbled on, their conversation made the hours pass quickly. Before long, the announcement rang out. The train had arrived at Luong Station. Bai stood and stretched. Wow, that flew by. She and Lu Jie waved cheerfully. Don't forget to message us, Bai said brightly as she stepped forward. But just then, she bumped into someone. She looked up in surprise. The man, dressed plainly, offered her an envelope with a warm smile. The holy faith brings boundless joy, he said calmly. He handed another to Lu Jie, inviting them to an upcoming event. Come witness the blessings of our God. Finally, he turned toward the hero, his expression respectful, his tone steady. You have an unusual aura. You must be divinely favored. But the second our hero laid eyes on the symbol engraved on the envelope, a small statue etched in ink, his entire demeanor shifted. Gone was the relaxed expression. His eyes narrowed, his stare piercing. Fury, cold and sharp, flashed across his face as he locked eyes with the man, unwavering, unflinching, and deadly serious. The moment our hero's piercing stare locked onto the man, the change was immediate. Panic flickered across the man's face. Without another word, he yanked the envelope back and bolted into the crowd, vanishing within seconds. Lu Jie, still holding her own envelope, looked down at it curiously. She flipped it open and began reading the pamphlet inside. Is religion really this big in Luong City? She mused, tilting her head. Before she could finish the thought, a cold and calm voice cut through the air. Throw it away. That thing's nothing but trouble. Startled, Lu Jie turned. Why? What's wrong with it? That's when Bai Na stepped forward. Her expression had shifted, calm, but serious. It's normal not to know, she began. My brother worked in Long City for years. He told me everything about this so-called faith. They only showed up about a year ago. She hesitated for a beat, then spoke more quietly. At first, people said joining brought real benefits. Better stats, faster level-ups. It sounded harmless, but it didn't stay that way. She glanced at the pamphlet in Lu Jie's hands. My brother's classmate was the kindest, softest guy. After joining, he changed, became unstable, angry, violent over the smallest things. His own family's scared of him now. I let out a breath. The faith calls it a sign of awakening. They say it's proof of devotion. But something about it just feels wrong. Lu Jie frowned, still looking down at the leaflet. Miracles like that, can they even be real? Bai quickly shook her head. Don't even try to figure it out. Just steer clear. No one really knows what they're hiding behind that polished front. As the girls talked, the world around them seemed to blur for our hero. He stood silently, eyes fixed on the spot where the man had disappeared. His mind was spinning. The statue, it's the same style as the ones from Tempest Valley, where I saw the true God of Light. He clenched his jaw. Real miracles don't just appear in back alleys and pamphlets. Everything about this smelled of something dark masquerading as divine. If what's happening in Long City is connected to them, then this isn't just a mission anymore. His gaze sharpened. This is a battle against something corrupt hiding behind a mask of holiness. After parting ways with the two girls, the hero made his way to Hangyong Shopping Mall. It was 8:30 p.m. when he arrived. Up on the 9th floor, a crowd had formed outside a place that looked a lot like a church. The air was filled with hushed voices and restless energy. Some people whispered about witnessing a miracle that very night. Others traded wild stories. Like one person swearing their neighbor saw a miracle and suddenly gained 20 points in every attribute, along with incredible strength. The chatter spread quickly, fueling the anticipation. But not everyone there came seeking blessings. Off to the side stood a small group watching the scene carefully. Their eyes were sharp, their presence deliberate. One of them remarked how unbelievable it was that just the promise of miracles could pull in a crowd like this. Another nodded, noting how fast the Holy Spirit cult had grown. In just a year, it had turned into a massive movement with tens of thousands of believers. Growth like that, he said, didn't happen without something serious behind the curtain. The man who spoke first was Guman. He reminded the group that their job was to record how these miracles were being faked. Zhao Ling, a level 19 fighter, shot him a warning. She made it clear this wasn't just some odd cult. They were poking around something tied to an A-level threat. One wrong move could be their last. Guman gave her a calm smile and promised to keep things strictly observational. Zhao Ling turned to Zhang Tsong, a level 18 mechanic, and asked if the microbots were set up. He grinned, assuring her that everything in the area was under full surveillance. Not a single thing would slip through. Just then, Li Yuhan, a level 18 mage, was using her detection ability to scan through the crowd, checking each person's class and level. Mid-scan, she froze. One person wasn't showing up. That shouldn't have been possible. The others picked up on her unease and began scanning the same individual, the hero. Zhang Song tried, but got nothing. Guman followed. Same result. No data. Guman concluded the man had to be at least level 20. Anything lower and their skills would have picked him up. Still running his scan, Zhang Song commented on how rare it was to find anyone above level 20 in Long City. Even level 18s were a big deal here. Someone stronger showing up to a simple cult event? That raised a lot of questions. Then Li Yuhan, her voice low and uneasy, said, "He has a sacred aura. Could he be one of them?" As they all tried to get a clearer read on him, the hero suddenly turned and stared straight at them. The moment the hero locked eyes with them, a wave of fear swept through the four observers. Zhao Ling, barely keeping herself steady, whispered, "Just one glance from him, and I'm shaking. He must be a second transition expert. From here on, we can't afford to catch his attention." Her teammates nodded immediately. Whatever they had just felt, it was enough to silence any doubts. That gaze alone made it clear he was someone far beyond their level. Meanwhile, the hero's eyes lingered on them only for a moment. In his mind, he dismissed them. "They're not ordinary citizens, that's for sure. But they're not my concern. I came for the Holy Spirit cult." Just then, the temple bell rang out, echoing across the floor. The doors opened slowly, and a group of figures dressed in ceremonial robes stepped forward. All attention shifted toward the entrance. They moved toward the stage, walking in perfect formation. At the front, a man with a calm smile addressed the crowd. He welcomed everyone to the gathering held by the Holy Spirit cult, and spoke as though fate itself had brought them there. Introducing himself as Priest Lu, he said it was his honor to lead them on the path of divine grace. The hero remained silent, eyes scanning the room. Among the priest group, he spotted one person at level 18 and two others at level 17. Nothing special. So what kind of game are they playing? He thought quietly. As Priest Lu continued, he explained that the Holy Spirit cult followed the teachings of the Holy Spirit Lord, who believed in guiding all beings toward light and salvation. In the eyes of the Lord, all life held equal worth. Then came a moment that really caught the crowd's interest. Several items were brought forward and placed on display. The crowd's gaze locked onto them instantly. A subtle hunger filled the room, desire stirring just from the sight of what was offered. With a voice full of pride, Priest Lu began unveiling the benefits of devotion. He spoke of divine blessings for the faithful. Cult members had access to exclusive training dungeons. They received valuable cultivation resources, mana potions, rare treasures that strengthened the body. And on top of that, every month, loyal followers were granted an 8,000 mid-tier Zia currency allowance. Excitement surged through the crowd. People began whispering comparisons to their own lives, working long hours for half the amount the cult was offering. The idea of receiving double, without lifting a finger, lit a fire of interest in many. Others were already imagining a new future, one where these resources could finally help them climb the ranks and become powerful professionals. Watching the energy build, Priest Lu's smile widened. He declared that this overwhelming generosity was a gift from the Holy Spirit Lord, a love so vast, it freed followers from worldly burdens so they could fully embrace their faith. Two assistants stepped forward toward a statue, still covered in a thick cloth. As they moved to unveil it, Priest Lu raised his voice, claiming that the limitless power of the Holy Spirit Lord would now be revealed before their very eyes. With a dramatic pull, the cloth dropped. Beneath it stood a mysterious statue, majestic, imposing, and radiating an aura of unknown power. The priest stepped ahead and announced that this was a rare moment, a blessing to witness divine glory firsthand and feel the Holy Spirit Lord's grace in real time. The hero focused on the statue, trying to identify its nature, but it eluded him. What he could sense was the unmistakable wave of magical energy coming from it. His instincts told him it might be some kind of magical trigger. On the other side of the room, the observing group came to the same conclusion. That statue, they're about to stage a fake miracle. We have a catch it this time. Right then, Priest Lu turned dramatically toward the statue and called out, "Holy Spirit Lord, show us your might. Let your faithful witness your divine miracle." The moment the words left his mouth, the energy in the room shifted. He rang a ceremonial bell, and in response, a glow appeared above the statue. A golden figure slowly emerged from the light, drawing the crowd's full attention. Everyone stood frozen, awestruck. Some cried out, "It's a miracle." The golden light flowing from the statue wasn't just for show. It began to affect people physically, filling them with newfound strength and energy. Then, the golden figure began to chant. The words weren't ordinary, they were spiritual, otherworldly. The sounds seeped into people's minds, unsettling them in ways they couldn't explain. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they asked one another if they were hearing voices. Many started to believe that the divine was truly speaking to them. One by one, the crowd fell under its spell. The spiritual words worked like a trance, clouding their thoughts, erasing doubts. Even the group that had been watching the hero, sharp, alert, and prepared, found themselves slipping. The hypnotic influence began to drag them in too. But amidst the spreading trance, one girl, Lu Yuan, remained untouched. A protective aura had silently activated around her, shielding her from the spell's influence. The necklace she wore, enchanted to block mind control, had triggered just in time. Suddenly, Zhao Ling shouted in excitement, "I've advanced. I'm a second-level professional now." Lu Yuhan turned to her, puzzled. She scanned Zhao Ling carefully. There was no change at all. Yet, Zhao Ling was convinced. Then Guman's voice rose over the crowd, claiming that the cult's resources would make him the strongest warrior alive. Right after, Zhang Tsang joined in, yelling that he had become the top mechanical engineer of the Janjia nation and would finally bring honor to his family. Their behavior left Lu Yuhan stunned. Something was clearly wrong. Then it clicked. This wasn't just spiritual influence. It was an advanced hypnotic spell. She quickly realized that the reason Lu Yuan was still in control was because of the necklace. It had a cooldown, only one activation every 30 minutes. Until it reset, her only option was to wait, revive one of her teammates, and fight their way out. The hero, observing everything from within the dazed crowd, had already seen through the spell. It's hypnosis, he thought. Around him, people started moving toward the statue like moths to a flame. He pushed a few back to clear space, silently questioning. So this is how they lure people in? This is how the Holy Spirit Church converts its followers? While the crowd sank deeper into the trance, Priest Lu turned to the statue and marveled at its power. He spoke to his companion, acknowledging how impressive the sacred relic gifted by the bishop truly was. Then, lowering his voice, he ordered the next step to begin. They'd already spent too much time on the performance. Others would be getting impatient. His companion nodded and stepped forward to carry out the command. The priest rang the bell again. A shadow rippled into existence. Out of it, several ominous figures stepped forward. Lu bowed his head as they emerged. Zombie bishops, cloaked in a heavy, dark aura. The hero immediately sensed it. That unmistakable presence. Cultists. One of the bishops turned to Priest Lu with a cold glare. Why the delay? Lu responded respectfully, explaining that the sermon had gone longer than expected. The bishop dismissed his excuse without a hint of emotion. Expendables aren't worth extra time. Don't make this mistake again. Then, the bishop stepped toward the statue and pressed a hand against it. As he did, dark energy erupted from the relic. He declared that once the sacrifice was complete, Lu would be officially welcomed into the Holy Spirit Church and receive the Holy Lord's blessing. Lu bowed again, full of gratitude. Thank you, Bishop. I am honored. From within the crowd, the hero stayed silent, watching everything unfold. He noticed something most wouldn't. When the cultists weren't using their dark powers, they looked completely ordinary. No one without specialized training would suspect a thing. But he wasn't just any professional. As a holy knight blessed by the sacred light, he could clearly feel the presence of evil. To his senses, the dark aura surrounding the 5 cultists stood out starkly, like ink spilled on a white canvas. Then, the bishop lifted his arms and began a loud, solemn chant. He called on the Holy Spirit to reign eternal through all time, proclaiming that the offerings were ready and invited the Holy Lord to accept them. The crowd followed suit, repeating his words with rising intensity, completely lost in the ritual. As the chants filled the space, something strange began to happen. A glowing light surrounded the statue, which started to twist and shift. It took on a monstrous form. Its mouth opened unnaturally wide, and from it, a hidden force began drawing in soul energy from everyone nearby. But the people under the spell didn't sense the danger. To them, it looked like the statue was blessing them with divine power. They cheered, filled with joy, unaware that their very soul essence was being drained away. The hero narrowed his eyes. So it's sucking their soul, power, and they don't even realize it. All around him, the crowd roared with mindless devotion. Holy Spirit, eternal, everlasting through the ages. Holy Spirit, eternal, everlasting through the ages. He stared at the scene, his mind racing. Ordinary people have such weak soul force that it barely registers. After death, most don't even leave a trace of their soul behind. But the soul, it's vital, essential. Priests rely on it to perform resurrection spells. Some powerful beings can even revive themselves using their soul alone. And this thing is stealing it right out from under them. It all started to make sense. That's why followers of this cult seem normal on the surface, but change so drastically after joining. Their souls are being devoured. What's left behind isn't who they were. It's just a shell. The statue continued absorbing the souls of everyone around, and our hero was still baffled. What purpose could this thing possibly have for collecting them? Meanwhile, Lu Han watched helplessly as her teammates' strength faded by the second. She could tell that Zhao Ling and the others wouldn't survive much longer. She couldn't just stand by. Without hesitation, she summoned her ice ability, shouting to the spirit within, "Lend me all your power. Freeze with everything you've got." She cast the ice spell straight at Zhao Ling. The moment it touched her, Zhao Ling stirred slightly, regaining a sliver of awareness, but it didn't last. Almost instantly, she sank back into the hypnotic trance. Lu Yuhan frowned. Her effort had failed. As soon as the freezing effect faded, Zhao Ling was right back under the priest's control. But that brief burst of resistance didn't go unnoticed. The priest chuckled darkly. So someone's still awake? He immediately pinpointed the one who'd resisted and moved to strike. With a flick of his hand, he conjured black flame and launched it with deadly precision. Seeing the attack incoming, our hero sprang into action, racing toward the priest, but it was too late. The flame had already locked onto its target. Frozen in fear, she braced for impact. Then, in a flash, a girl stepped in. She raised a radiant shield, and just as the black flame made contact, it bounced right back toward the priest. He laughed again. Ah, the sacred shine of light. You're from the Holy Light Sanctuary, aren't you? The one who intervened was Lu Ran, a light mage. As the shield held strong, she launched a counterattack of her own. But to her shock, the priest remained untouched, swatting away her spell like it was nothing. She stood stunned. That light spell was level 15, strong enough to take down a level 26 golden bear in one hit. Yet this cultist shrugged it off like it was air. The realization hit her hard. He was far stronger than she had expected. Her only option now was to flee. Clutching a teleport scroll, she prepared to make her escape. Just then, the bishop sneered and stretched out his hand, mocking her attempt to flee. Interrupt the ritual and expect to walk away? Did you really think this place was yours to come and go as you pleased? With a flick of his wrist, he cast swamp magic, turning the ground beneath her feet into thick, sinking sludge. As she struggled to move, his followers sprang into action. One unleashed a flurry of wind blades, while another summoned a wall of flames. Desperate, she raised her staff high and called forth the light. A radiant shield erupted around her, just in time, deflecting the onslaught. But the pressure didn't let up. Of the 5 enemies closing in, 2 were mages relentlessly casting. If there had only been one, she might have had the time to rip her teleport scroll and escape, maybe even bring her injured teammates with her. But with 2 chanting nonstop, there was no opening. Clenching her teeth, she countered with divine power, casting back at them while repeating her spell like a mantra. Her eyes darted toward a new threat. A close-range fighter was sprinting straight at her. If he closed a gap, it was over. She recalled her path, becoming a hidden-class light mage at 18, chosen and trained by the Light Church itself. Now, under siege, her enemies kept shielding themselves to block her strikes. Frustrated, she thought, so this is how it ends? 4 years of training, and my first real mission. I thought I could take down this false cult. Is this the price for overestimating myself? From the sidelines, our hero had watched long enough. As the chaos escalated, he finally stepped in, summoning his warhammer and slamming it into the ground with immense force. The entire building trembled. The quake shattered floors and sent several cultists crashing down, dead before they even understood what hit them. Everyone's attention snapped to him. Lu Ran, carrying her wounded comrades, glanced back in shock. One blow. He ended it in just one blow. The bishop's face twisted in panic. Another meddler? He spat. But when he saw the sacred light pouring off our hero, true fear gripped him. As our hero strode forward, radiating holy energy, the bishop stammered, "A high knight from the holy throne of light?" Our hero's voice was cold and unwavering. "Every cultist here deserves to die." From a distance, she observed everything unfold, her thoughts racing. Those attackers, 2 mages and a melee fighter, all over level 25 and shielded with magic no less. Even a level 29 class wouldn't be able to wipe them out instantly. Is he a second-tier class? She wondered. Something was definitely off in Longfeng City. The church must have already had its eyes on this place. The bishop, furious at our hero's words, barked out an order. "Don't get ahead of yourself," he shouted. Without hesitation, the cultists lunged forward. But our hero didn't flinch. He drew his sword in a single, fluid motion, and with effortless precision, cut them all down. The next moment, he stood alone, unscathed, while bodies dropped around him. The bishop and the priest froze in place. Shock overtook them. This couldn't be real. All of them, wiped out in one strike. In a panic, the bishop shoved the priest forward, using him as a shield in a desperate attempt to escape. But the moment the priest stumbled into range, our hero's sword came down again, splitting him clean in half. The priest hit the ground in silence, a lifeless corpse. Seeing no other way out, the bishop tried to teleport. But our hero had already called forth the void butterfly. With a swift command, he sent it after the bishop, and it vanished into the bishop's fleeing shadow without hesitation. There was no escape now. It was over. With the cultist defeated, Lu Ran approached him with a respectful bow. She introduced herself as a light mage from the Magic Capital Division of the Holy Light Church. As she stepped closer, she studied him. The holy light surrounding him wasn't just powerful. It felt divine, like she was in the presence of the holy light itself. Its warmth filled the space, almost joyful. Our hero turned to her. "What brings you all the way from the Magic Capital Division?" She explained that she had been following church orders when the mission redirected her here. Relieved by his calm demeanor and strength, she felt at ease for the first time that day. "Thank you," she said. "It looks like it won't be too difficult for you to handle things here." He gave a slight nod. "Just takes a bit of effort." Encouraged, she smiled and asked with curiosity, "Which cleric are you exactly? I've never seen anyone with such overwhelming holy light before." He lifted a finger and calmly said, "I'm not with the church." With a snap, he unleashed a blast that shattered the walls around them, sending debris flying. She stood stunned. Impossible, she thought. No one outside the Holy Light Church should be able to wield that kind of power or carry such a dense holy aura. Looking at him more closely, a thought flashed through her mind. Could he be the Holy Son? Her thoughts wandered. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Titles reserved for the most gifted within the church. Chosen few, trained at the highest level, granted privileges beyond imagination. But their strength must prove their worth. Every one of them a force of nature, capable of defeating enemies far beyond their level. Their identities, however, were a well-guarded secret, kept hidden even before birth. Only the highest-ranking clerics ever knew who they were. It was a safeguard against cults and demonic forces targeting them. Breaking out of her thoughts, she turned to him and asked, "Should we wake the civilians?" He shook his head. "No need. The damage is already done. Better to let the security forces handle it when they arrive. They're trained for this kind of thing. If we wake everyone now, it'll only cause chaos and confusion." As he spoke, he began walking toward the fallen cultists and priests. She didn't question him. His words carried weight, and she followed his lead without hesitation. Stopping beside a lifeless cultist, our hero activated a skill, Repent. He recited a short phrase, an invocation calling for purity to stir the soul's conscience. A wave of holy energy wrapped around the body, lifting the soul gently into the air. Darkness seeped from the soul's remains, but the holy energy pushed it back, purging the corruption. As the purifying light took hold, the soul, overwhelmed by guilt, began to speak, confessing every sin it had buried. The scene shifted. The hero now stood beside her in a vast, echoing hall, where the vaulted ceiling loomed overhead and flickering chandeliers cast long shadows across the polished floor. Though the fight had ended, the air remained thick with unease, like the very walls were waiting for something more. He swept his gaze across the dim chamber, thoughts running fast. Only 4 cultists? Far too few. He'd let the bishop escape on purpose, trusting the space butterfly to follow unnoticed. The time to pursue had arrived. The decision hit him like lightning. He was ready to move. At his side, she remained still. Her outward calm masked the storm inside. She knew the Repent skill, too, but hers couldn't come close to what she'd just witnessed. The difference in power was overwhelming. His control over light felt unnatural, beyond gifted. If I could follow his path, maybe I could grow stronger too, she thought. But would he even allow her? The question twisted silently in her chest. Suddenly, movement snapped her focus upward. A figure dropped from the stairwell above, landing clean and sharp. A security officer, clearly trained, clearly ready. Weapon drawn, voice firm, he barked, "Drop your weapons. Hands in the air." In seconds, more officers poured into the hall, surrounding them with expert coordination. The energy in the room shifted, no longer mystical but cold and tactical. Then came a man in charge, Captain Wong. He stepped forward, coat bearing the emblem of the Public Security Operation Team, presence like steel. His voice was crisp and direct. "I'm Captain Wong. Explain what happened here." She raised her hands, unthreatening, and answered calmly. "The Holy Faith, it's a cult. They've been deceiving citizens and harvesting their souls for ritual sacrifice." Captain Wong's eyes widened in disbelief. Harvesting souls. He struggled to absorb the weight of her words. "Were you able to stop them?" She shook her head. "It wasn't me," she said, turning to motion beside her, only to realize he was gone. Vanished without a sound. A strange quiet settled inside her. Why did the Holy Son leave, and why without a word? Her hands lowered slowly as she exhaled, a heavy silence replacing the tension. Captain Wong didn't wait. He snapped into command, barking out orders. Clear the civilians, check for survivors, lock down the area. His team spread out quickly, stabilizing victims and securing the scene. But even with the cult defeated and order returning, something felt unfinished. The Holy Son was gone, yet his absence still filled the room. The crowd stood in a haze, their faces pale, eyes distant, like waking from a broken trance. One man staggered forward, blinking in confusion. Where am I? I need to go home. Another chuckled nervously, still disoriented. Wasn't I just at a party? A third clutched their head, groaning. Why do I feel like I've been hit by a truck? Among them, Jang Song winced and rubbed his temples. My head's killing me. Lu Ran stepped in, frowning as she addressed him. You were all hypnotized by the holy faith cult. I only broke free because of a magic talisman. But what came after? I wasn't prepared for that. Her voice tightened. They deployed at least 5 combatants, every one of them over level 25. Zhang Song froze, eyes going wide. Level 25? And we're still alive. Lu Ren gave a grim nod. We didn't survive because of luck. A man, likely from a secondary awakened faith class, wiped them out. All of them, with just one strike. Zhang Song's jaw nearly hit the floor. A secondary awakened class? You're talking about an elite. Then a light bulb went off in his head. Wait, my robots. They must have caught everything. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If we upload that footage, it's going viral for sure. He wasted no time, summoning a magical screen and trying to pull up the recording. But just as the image began to stabilize, the ground rumbled beneath their feet. The entire building shook violently. Above them, chandeliers trembled on their chains. Then one snapped free, crashing to the floor in a cascade of shattered crystal. Captain Wong turned sharply. What now? He muttered. A sudden crack split the air. The stained glass window behind them exploded inward, a flurry of colored shards sweeping across the hall like a deadly storm. Far beyond the chaos, the scene shifted. Outside, several tattered cloaks fluttered eerily from tree branches, as if something monstrous had passed by. In the shadows, hulking figures lurked between the trees. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dark corridor, a lone figure stood cloaked in ceremonial robes, the silence around him oppressive. His voice echoed cold and bitter through the empty space. Pacing with clenched fists, he hissed, "How could someone like that appear in Longfeng City?" He muttered to himself, panic threading through his voice. He had remained hidden, carefully avoided the notice of the Court of Light, and even manipulated their agents without issue. There should have been no interference. With a heavy shove, he opened a massive iron door. It groaned open, revealing a chamber shrouded in darkness, pulsing with malicious energy. He stepped inside, the shadows swallowing him. "For believers gone?" he whispered, voice cracking with dread. "My lord will not be pleased." Desperation hung in the air. He didn't know what move to make next. High above, veiled by shadows, the space butterfly watched in silence. It wasn't alone. Unseen and unheard, the hero had followed the bishop into the chamber, slipping in just moments after him. Every footstep was calculated, each movement like air, silent, precise. Near the altar, a shimmering screen flickered, showing a chaotic space filled with swirling stars. It was the unstable boundary of the space realm. The air pulsed suddenly with an unnatural hum. Dozens of black bees flew in, perfectly synchronized, their wings buzzing in eerie harmony. At the room's far end, a robed figure stood motionless beside a dark altar. Another stepped out from the gloom, a bishop, his voice cold as he addressed the kneeling man. "What happened? Why did we lose 4 followers?" The returning bishop dropped to his knees, forehead pressed to the cold stone floor. A man, a warrior wielding light magic. He destroyed the ritual team. "I was weak. I failed. Please, grant me a chance to make amends." The Lord's stare was icy. "Then why are you the one still alive?" The bishop stammered, offering to gather more sacrifices, anything to prove his worth. But the Lord showed no patience. "The sacrifice was interrupted," he said, "but the ritual succeeded. Nothing has changed." The bishop looked up, stunned. "But won't the Soul Master punish us for an incomplete offering?" "Fool," the Lord spat. "You think this was about collecting a few souls?" With a dismissive flick of his hand, he called out, "Bishop Su." From the darkness stepped a tall figure, his presence cloaked in thick shadows. He bowed low, a void of emotion and light surrounding him. His aura marked him as something far more terrifying. Level 43. A shadowy reaper. In a voice that sounded like wind scraping stone, Bishop Su began to speak. "The Holy Faith has activated Sacrifice 307. Every site across Longfeng City has been placed with precision, forming a vast energy web, what we call the Chaos Hell Formation." Hidden, the hero's eyes narrowed. Chaos Hell Formation. Bishop Su continued. "Our followers live among the citizens. Their task, spread belief, feed on corrupted desire, grow our numbers. Each new convert becomes fuel for the system." He went on to reveal the most disturbing part. The city's water supply had been tainted with a potion undetectable by any normal means. No color, no taste, but it slowly dulled the senses and weakened the will. Bit by bit, the minds and bodies of the people had been primed for control. And in that moment, everything became clear to the hero. The rapid spread of the cult, the ease with which citizens fell into trances. It hadn't just been dark magic. They'd been poisoned from within, controlled before they even knew it. The bishop's voice rose, echoing through the chamber as arcs of magical energy pulsed from the walls. He declared that beneath the surface of Longfeng City lay a vast network of secret tunnels, each one etched with ancient runes and fortified with layers of formation magic. These passageways, invisible to the world above, linked every sacrificial site in the city. And tonight, they had all been activated. He raised his hands as the room vibrated with raw power. Every soul in Longfeng City, he announced, is being drained, funneled directly into the seal of the Master of Chaos. His body shook, overwhelmed by his own words. Then, with wild eyes, he declared their endgame, the resurrection of the Master of Chaos. An evil god, one who would bring unending destruction and reshape the world in his own chaotic image. In the shadows, the hero stood frozen. All of this to raise a god? The full horror of the plan hit him like a crashing wave. They weren't after power. They wanted apocalypse. Suddenly, another cultist stumbled forward, Bishop Feng. He was trembling, desperation on his face. Please, he begged, falling to his knees. I didn't know. I didn't know the truth. If I had. The Lord's eyes darkened, his voice sharp with disgust. And that's exactly why you were never told. A fool like you couldn't be trusted with the truth. His gaze then shifted, narrowing toward a dark corner of the chamber. Who's there? The hero's eyes widened. He pulled back instinctively, retreating deeper into shadow. But it was too late. The motion gave him away. Bishop Feng turned sharply, fury replacing fear. It's him, he shouted, charging forward. The hero exhaled, jaw clenched. On a flickering screen, battle data streamed in, his boosted stats flashing into view. In one swift movement, he leapt from hiding, slamming to the ground with a surge of power that cracked the stone beneath his boots. A second screen ignited before him, sword flesh, detailing a brutal, high-speed slash meant to devastate on impact. Bishop Feng roared, recognizing the man who had slaughtered his comrades. Their eyes locked, but before the bishop could reach him, a third screen flared to life. Shadow space slash. The blade charged with swirling dark energy, pulsing with the strength of a violent counterstrike. The hero felt the power climb up through his arms and into the edge of his weapon. And then it came, the final trigger. A golden notification slid across his vision. Holy Thunderblade of Punishment, S rank. Summons Divine Thunder, enchanting your weapon. Execute at lightning speed. Damage infused with judgmental thunder. His grip tightened. The blade crackled with holy lightning, surging with both divine wrath and precision. The fight was about to begin. The Lord's voice rang out, sharp and deliberate, slicing through the thick tension. Zhou Yi, that single name echoed with weight. This was no chance encounter. It was a destined clash between enemies who had no more room to retreat. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in hatred, Bishop Sidemaster. His face twisted in fury as he pointed at Zhou Yi. You again? You destroyed the ritual at Hung Yang Shopping Hall. And you chased us here? You're not leaving alive. But before he could say more, the Lord turned on him, voice like a blade. Enough. The room fell still as the Lord's contempt washed over Sidemaster. You let him follow you here, he said coldly. And you think you're worthy of the title Bishop? Sidemaster flinched, but the Lord didn't stop. Were it not for your deluded bloodline, I'd have killed you already. Don't forget where you came from. Nothing. And only through my pity did you crawl up from it. He stepped forward, sneering. You'll kill Zhou Yi, if you're even capable of understanding when you've failed. Tension snapped. In the next instant, the chamber erupted. Zhou Yi lunged, steel flashing, his blade crashing against Sidemasters with enough force to shake the ground. Sparks flew. The sheer pressure of their strikes sent shockwaves blasting through the darkened hall. And it was immediately clear, this bishop wasn't like the others. Zhou Yi felt it in his bones. This was a true secondary awakened class. Every blow landed heavier. Every movement was faster. He was being pushed and hard. Another screen lit up before him. Phantom Scythe, a deadly skill. A sweeping side strike that conjured black blades from shifting angles, each hit delayed to throw the enemy's rhythm into chaos. He readied himself, but before he could launch it, Sidemaster shot into the air, rising with an aura of spiraling violet and blue light. The floor trembled as a wide magic circle expanded below him, each pulse of energy darker than the last. Hovering above, Sidemaster sneered. 3 hits. That's all it takes to bring down a level 29 Saint Knight? Pathetic. The swirling magic surged faster, wrapping tighter around his body. But this ends here. Zhou Yi dropped low, bracing against the floor, sweat stinging his eyes. Every muscle burned, his breath ragged. He could feel his stamina draining fast. Then came another alert, Dark Cyclone. The screen outlined it clearly. A brutal area spell that drew all surrounding dark energy inward, forming a massive vortex that drained life and corrupted anything within reach. The temperature dropped. The room dimmed. A swirling pull began tugging at the edges of reality itself. The cyclone had started to form, and Zhou Yi realized this fight was only getting started. As the fierce clash between both factions exploded into a chaotic battle, the entire chamber began to tremble under the pressure. Suddenly, a swirling ring of blue and purple light materialized in the center, split by a blinding yellow streak that cut through like a sword. On one side stood Zhou Yi, standing firm and alone. On the other, a horde of cultists gathered, their numbers overwhelming. Without delay, Zhou Yi raised his holy protector, a massive, radiant blade pulsing with divine energy, and charged straight into the fray. Each strike of his sacred weapon ripped through the darkness, clashing hard against the bishop's magic and steel. The force of his will cut through the suffocating gloom like a flare in the night. Bishop Sup's eyes flared with disbelief at the sight of Zhou Yi holding his ground. "My dark vortex devours even light," he sneered. "Your resistance is meaningless. For someone in the First Awakening, you're impressive, but the gap between us is like heaven and earth. And don't forget, we're 14 levels apart." As Zhou Yi dashed across the collapsing floor to dodge another assault, his thoughts raced. The sacred angel's blessing might hold off the corruption for now, but this vortex is draining me dry. I won't last long at this rate. Sup's smirk widened as the vortex surged, stronger than ever. "How long can your flicker of light stand against true power?" he mocked. But Zhou Yi roared in return, his voice echoing with resolve. "My light doesn't flicker. It burns through everything you throw at me." In an instant, golden light burst from within him. He shot into the air, eyes glowing like twin suns, locked squarely on his target. He knew what had to be done. "I can't drag this out. I won't win a battle of attrition. I need to finish this now." Watching from below, Bishop Su's confidence wavered. There was something disturbing about Zhou Yi's holy aura. This wasn't normal. That purity, it's not something a regular Saint Knight should possess. Could he be a hidden weapon from the royal court? But his level's too low. No matter. He's not leaving this place alive. Then, a thunderous voice tore through the chaos. The Lord himself. His command rang with fury. "Stop him, Bishop. Do it now." The battlefield ignited once more, surging with fresh violence. As Zhou Yi's body began to transform, a glowing angelic formation flickered to life beside him, displaying his abilities in shimmering text. Power pulsed from within, and a blazing yellow aura surged outward, crackling like a storm forged from holy lightning. The sheer pressure stunned everyone watching. Bishop Su stumbled back, eyes wide. This vortex carries chaos. It can swallow attacks from level 50s. How did he shatter it so easily? The Lord's voice tore through the chaos with razor-sharp urgency. "Everyone, kill him, whatever it takes." The cultists charged all at once, a swarm of bodies rushing in. But Zhou Yi didn't budge. He scanned the incoming tide calmly. Individually, they're weak, but together, they'll bleed me dry, he thought. With a voice that cut through the clamor like steel, he shouted, "Let the chains of darkness and pain bind you." Chain. In a heartbeat, blue and yellow energy exploded from him, rippling outward like divine lightning. It shot through the mob with searing precision. "Too many extras," he muttered coldly. "Time to clean house." One after another, the cultists collapsed, some scorched, others completely broken by the blast. The room fell silent for a heartbeat, only the hum of fading energy breaking the stillness. Then Bishop Su charged in, blades drawn. He and Zhou Yi clashed, steel against steel. But as Zhou Yi summoned more light, the force rocked Su back, leaving him reeling. The Lord growled, fury creeping into every word. His patience had reached its limit. Panic was setting in. Bishop Su's voice cracked as he tried to grasp the impossible. "How are we losing to a level 29 Saint Knight? What is he?" Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's fist tightened. Sacred light swirled around his arm, gold fire dancing like it had a will of its own. With a buff stacked and Angel's psyche active, his strength now rivaled someone nearing level 40. On paper, he was still only level 29, but his affinity for holy light made him a natural counter to darkness. That was his edge. The Lord's rage boiled over. He snapped at Bishop Feng, spitting accusations, demanding answers. "Why are you holding back?" Feng's reply came calm, yet hesitant, waiting for the right moment. Zhou Yi's eyes locked onto Feng. His breath caught. No, it couldn't be. Recognition hit like a blow to the chest. That man was his father. The Lord's twisted grin confirmed the awful truth Zhou Yi had just uncovered. brushing aside the bond of blood as worthless before the will of their dark deity. Disgust welled up in Zhou Yi, his voice cutting sharp as he denounced the betrayal. How could they cast aside something as simple and sacred as human connection? But the Lord responded with chilling calm. In the new world, all life will be reborn as my children, he said. Your struggle? Futile. This city is already lost. Then came the real sting, recognition. The Lord knew exactly who Zhou Yi was. The champion of the National Freshman Exchange Competition. So, it's you. Their collision was thunderous, both of them flung back by the sheer force. But before Zhou Yi could regroup, a new threat emerged. His eyes widened. He threw out his hand, holy light bursting forward trying to stop the escape. But it was already over. The Lord slipped into the darkness with a final, echoing taunt. So, you're the one who stole the Void Beast. It wasn't hard to follow your trail. Silence fell. But Zhou Yi stood, heart pounding, the embers of battle still burning inside him. He knows, and he's hunting me. Then, another voice broke through the quiet. Arrogant, confident. Housemaster Feng. Zhou Yi said slowly, disbelief sharpening every word. You're the lunatic who escaped that night. Feng stepped forward with unsettling composure. Correct, he replied. The Master of Chaos is coming to remake this world, and I will ascend as one of his gods. His tone turned colder. If you hadn't interfered during the exchange match, the Master would already be awakened. But no matter. I'll take both you and the Void Beast today. The Beast is my tribute, and your holy light will speed up the awakening. Zhou Yi's eyes clouded. There was no hate, just a quiet, aching sorrow. So power really does come from darkness, he thought. Feng, back then, he was just a level 49 assassin, barely into his second awakening. But now, he's nearly on par with Housemaster Wu, a level 52 warrior. Without warning, jagged blades erupted from beneath Zhou Yi, shooting upward with explosive force. He reacted instantly, twisting his body and springing backward, barely escaping the deadly ambush. But the onslaught didn't stop. More swords tore through the air, relentless in their pursuit to end him. Zhou Yi clenched his jaw, bracing himself as he summoned a burst of divine energy. With a powerful wave, he shattered the incoming weapons, reducing them to glowing shards that scattered across the field. As the last fragments faded, Feng's voice rang out, cold and distant. Keep fighting. It changes nothing. Every minute, 500 souls are fed to the Master of Chaos. Even as the words settled, new blades formed above, dozens of them, suspended in the air, each one pulsing with deadly energy and all aimed directly at Zhou Yi. With no time to retaliate, he sprinted forward, weaving through the oncoming storm. Steel whistled past him, slashing the air with brutal speed. But then, one blade struck true, slicing into his arm. A sharp bolt of pain lanced through him as blood streaked down his side. The hero gripped his injured arm, blood slipping through his fingers as he trembled. A strange golden light turned his way, casting an unnatural glow across the war-torn ground. Then, boom, the ground split with a deafening explosion. When the smoke cleared, his body was no longer flesh, but a black, foamy form. Yet he stood, untouched by the blast. Overhead, the sky burned a deep red, blanketing the world in a grim, blood-like hue. Housemaster Feng stepped forward, movements unnaturally fluid, summoning something that stood tall and still, like it was waiting for orders. Another flash of gold tore down from above, slamming into the earth like a divine hammer. From the crowd, a low whisper echoed. That's light LV-16, a punishment strike. In the middle of the storm, French stood motionless. No fear, no thrill, just cold calculation. He pieced everything together instantly. The golden strike was meant to box him in, to freeze his movements before going for the kill. A textbook tactic, but what they didn't account for was who they were up against, an ex-master of the War Academy. With ruthless precision, he hurled the abyssal chain. It snaked through the air and latched onto the hero, locking him in place. The hero fought against it, but it was no use. French sneered. That stubborn defiance? He'd seen it in his students years ago. Arms stretched wide, head tilted back in twisted victory. He shouted that the game was over. This was the end. Crushed beneath the weight of the chains, the hero dropped to the ground, fists clenched, teeth grinding. His divine energy was fading fast, sealed away by the chains. Feng loomed above him, cold and deliberate. He grabbed the hero's face, forcing his mouth open until blood ran down his cheek. Then he slowly touched his own lips, eyes glinting with something dark and vile. With a swift motion, he thrust his hand toward the ground, and the earth split open. Lightning flashed, wind howled, and monsters from the depths began to claw their way into the world. The hero lay frozen, helpless, as the grotesque creatures gathered around. Feng's voice echoed with wicked delight. Behold, the servants of the Master of Chaos have arrived. Outside, the sky blazed a deep crimson as waves of red energy surged toward the heavens. Inside the ruined building, silence clung to the air. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, motionless. Their souls had already slipped away, vanishing into the ether. Still chained, the hero called out, "By na, Lu Jie." But no answer came. Only the cold emptiness responded. Feng stood nearby, expression unreadable. The hero glared at him, fury boiling over. "You're monsters, all of you," he shouted. Feng didn't flinch. His reply was ice cold. This was inevitable. Sacrifices fools like you will never understand. Torn between fleeing and staying, the hero hesitated. He could call on the void beast and escape, but that would mean abandoning Long Feng to its fate. With grim resolve, he pulled out a congenital potion, S+ grade, and downed it. Instantly, his body surged with power. His wounds knit themselves shut, his mind stabilized, and a wall rose within him, shielding against despair. Feng sneered. All that effort. For what? But the hero stood, stronger than before. Holy energy sparked around him, and something within Feng shuddered. An echo of kindness, faint but real. Feng's brow furrowed. What did you do to me? Power burst from the hero's core, red and gold swirling in a radiant storm. A glowing screen flickered to life beside him. Will of repent collected. Blood dripped from his lips, but he didn't waver. The ground quaked as a wave of abominations closed in, each one armed and ready to tear him apart. Blades gleamed, arrows were drawn. But as the circle closed, the hero raised his head, and then light exploded from within him. Yellow and blue energy roared outward in a sweeping blast. The monsters were obliterated in an instant, their twisted forms turned to dust before they could strike. Feng stumbled back, stunned. His fists clenched instinctively as he tried to process what he had just seen. This power. This can't be, he muttered, fear creeping into his voice. His hands trembled. He rubbed his eyes, hoping the image would vanish. But it didn't. The truth hit him like a blade to the chest. Secondary awakening, he whispered, voice cracking. He forced himself to stand tall again, though unease leaked into his words. So, this is what it looks like. A real awakening. Incredible. Terrifying. But in the end, his voice lowered. This only proves how far you've fallen. You're out of options. Feng spoke slowly at first, masking his anxiety behind a veneer of composure. Under normal conditions, he explained, triggering a secondary awakening was no small feat. It demanded meticulous planning. Massive stores of mana stones to stabilize the body, high-grade energy injections to sustain the internal surge, and above all, an elite squad to guard against interference during the vulnerable transformation phase. His tone turned razor-sharp as he jabbed a finger toward the bound hero. But look at you. You're still wrapped in a suppression chain designed to seal off holy energy. No allies. No backup. No supply stream. The force you're building right now, it's going to overload. It'll devour you from the inside out. You won't survive this. The air thickened, a suffocating stillness settling over the room. Then, without a sound, another figure appeared beside the hero, Saint. He looked on quietly, his gaze steady. With calm finality, he spoke. You're a strange one, and even if there's the tiniest sliver of hope that you'll succeed, I can't allow it. The monsters, though blasted apart moments ago, began reforming in the red-tinged darkness. One by one, they emerged, circling the hero once more, their weapons glinting menacingly. Feng lifted his hand, face twisted in malice. His voice dripped with venom. Then die, in the middle of your precious secondary awakening. Monsters poured in like a tide, their warped bodies charging with deadly purpose. Yet the hero didn't flinch. Streams of glowing gold and cool blue energy flowed from him in a steady wave, forming a dazzling shield that held the creatures back. Out of nowhere, a luminous window blinked into existence, hanging in the air. Judicator level 30 achieved. The upgrade screen unveiled a fresh lineup of Judicator-only abilities, Judgment, Dissense, and others, each faintly glowing as if calling to be unleashed. Power surged within him anew. Gathering his mana, he focused it into a piercing current of light and hurled it straight at Housemaster Feng. A sharp streak of golden lightning tore across the battlefield and hit Feng dead on, knocking him off his feet. The entire mansion lit up in a flash of gold as Feng hit the ground. His body twisted mid-fall, his face warping into something inhuman. You really think a half-baked holy knight like you can lay a finger on me? He sneered. His form twisted again, this time into a deformed ram-like beast, its eyes filled with vicious hatred. I've crushed countless worms like you, he spat. The floor cracked open, and more abominations clawed their way up, their grotesque bodies writhing toward the light. The hero blinked once, but stayed calm. Save it. All that talk means nothing. He raised his hand as golden mana gathered once more. Another system prompt lit up, channeling, divide wrath, wrath through moral flash. As the swarm lunged at him, he stood firm, eyes burning with divine intent. Sinner, he declared, voice cold and final. I deliver your. With one sweeping motion, he unleashed a radiant blast. Sentence, death. The golden wave exploded outward, flawless and unstoppable. Just before it struck, one of the monsters screamed in rage. You won't win. My lord's power. The hero's gaze sharpened, but his words froze. From deep within the shadows, a massive surge of crimson and black erupted, tearing across the room like a storm. Its sheer force knocked the breath from him. The light dimmed as the oppressive energy swallowed the hall. A voice echoed, cold and vile, submit. Let's fall together. The dark energy struck him hard, and he staggered, coughing up black mist. Pain stabbed through him as the pressure mounted. Laughter echoed in his head, distorted and maddening. Pain reveals truth. Come, join us. Blood streamed from his face as he struggled to stay upright. Then, the darkness parted, and a monstrous shape loomed into view. Glowing golden eyes, jagged teeth, a beast cloaked in chaos, its presence suffocating and wild. The voice wrapped around him like a curse, echoing with twisted clarity. Become the one. Fade into me. Become mine. Trapped in the crushing weight of the mana storm, the hero clenched his fists. The pain didn't break him. It fueled him. With a guttural cry, he erupted in a burst of golden light, blasting apart the corrupted energy holding him down. Across the battlefield, the golden-eyed creature snarled, its jaws stretching wide as it let out a deafening roar. But the hero was already airborne, sword in hand, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Mental corruption. Huh? This is way beyond a cheap trick like hypnosis, he growled. Without hesitation, he surged forward and swung directly at the beast's distorted face. You made one mistake. Choosing me to mess with, he shouted, divine power flaring along the blade. The strike hit hard. The entire hall shook under the force of their clash, the monster's howl splitting the air. Yellow mana flared from the hero's eyes like fire as he advanced, every step packed with fury. You dare? He hissed, golden energy spiraling around him, pulsing with each breath. The creature bared its teeth, but before it could speak, the hero cut him off. Why wouldn't I? He barked. Holy knights, he walked forward, step by step, aura burning hotter. We're made to put down things like you. He launched skyward again, riding a surge of dark energy that rose beneath him like a violent wave. His golden sword flashed back into his grip, radiating righteous power. The beast answered by summoning a jagged spike of red energy and slamming it into the floor. At first, silence. A low hum echoed, ominous and still. The hero's eyes narrowed. Then the trap triggered. A pulse of red energy shot up, slamming into his back. The blow threw him off balance, jerking him in midair. From the other side of the hall, the creature roared, gloating in victory. It bellowed its name, proclaiming itself the Lord of Chaos, a god no mortal could hope to harm. The hero staggered but didn't fall. He gritted his teeth, raised his sword again, and glared at the beast. Half divine power, he scoffed, the words bitter with disdain. Then let me make you a deal. I'll use you as target practice. Let's see how many hits it takes to kill a god. He stepped forward, golden sparks dancing beneath his feet with each motion. If you want to pretend to be divine, at least do it right, he added, voice thick with scorn. You're not a god. You're a leftover, a scrap of something foul. The golden light around him blazed higher. He pointed his blade forward, mocking. That's why a human like me can cut you down. Keep running your mouth, and I'll laugh so hard I might break my jaw. The beast roared, its jaw distorting in rage as it tried to scream another denial. But the hero had already tuned it out. Pressing a hand to his temple, he wiped away the sweat streaking down his face, a harsh realization weighing heavy on his thoughts. This day was cursed, and his body could hold on for barely 2 more minutes. This is insane, he muttered under his breath. At once, divine energy exploded from within him, chaotic, radiant, unstoppable. Gold, black, and countless other colors spiraled together in a furious storm, filling the entire hall. A massive golden seal burned into the ground below, drawn with flawless, holy precision. Monsters poured in from every side, creeping from the shadows like scavengers drawn to dying prey. But the hero didn't move, didn't flinch. Then a new prompt blinked before his eyes. Contract spell inherited from the ancient angelic legions, activated. The message vanished just as a towering monstrosity stomped into view, all jagged teeth and twisted limbs, its voice booming across the battlefield. You pitiful speck, an outlaw's toy like you will never stop me. Suddenly, a second divine eruption tore through the air, Purification initiated. Divine punishment protocols engaged. Punishment. Initiate. A towering array of golden figures formed in midair, arranged vertically like a wall of judgment. Holy energy streamed through them like flowing justice. Even the hero paused, momentarily stunned by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. Another alert appeared, sharp and cryptic. Item obtained. Evil God Power Crystal. Damage. Unknown. Quality. Cannot be assessed. The hero tightened his grip on his blade, expression dark with contempt. So that's all you are? He spat. He rose once more, body battered, spirit unwavering. His eyes locked onto the monstrous figure before him. You're not even a real fragment of a god. When the dust finally settled over the devastated battlefield, the hero tried to stand, but his legs collapsed, dropping him hard to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he pushed a bloodied hand into the dirt, trying again, but his body wouldn't obey. Suddenly, a holographic screen blinked to life before him, its warnings pulsing red, vital signs unstable. Immediate medical intervention needed. Staring at the flickering alerts, racked with pain, he dug deep for whatever strength was left. A soft, golden light sparked from his hand, not to attack but to heal. It spread outward like a wave, glowing and warm, washing over the battlefield. The dying stirred. The still air tensed, as if the world itself had paused to watch. A silver-haired girl who had just fallen lifeless gasped back to life. "Wake up! Bye nah," she whispered faintly. Blinking, she looked around, disoriented. Weren't we just at a hot spring? Her gaze drifted to where the hero knelt, still pouring out that golden energy. Her eyes widened. This is divine. A real miracle. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, urgent alerts flashed across data terminals. One line dominated the chaos. Divine blessing revival. Holy Lamb confirmed. A calm but solemn voice rang through the digital chatter. You forced your second awakening. Broke your meridians, triggered the revival protocol, the Holy Lamb said. It's a miracle you're alive. Why won't you let me take you away? You could have been saved. The hero lay still, voice weak but resolute. And be no better than those cultists? He stared into the light. Back before the class transfer, before the exams, I chose Holy Knight. I chose humility, courage, honor, compassion, and justice. That path means everything to me. If I ran from death and clung to survival, I'd have broken that vow. What good is power if you lose your soul to get it? The Holy Lamb said nothing, his silence heavy, struck by the weight of those words. Then, light surged brighter from the hero's body, casting the battlefield in a soft, blue dawn. Behind the remnants of a shattered wall, a squad of warriors took in the scene, hushed by its enormity. One of them stepped forward, voice low. What happened here? Another scanned the broken ground, eyes wide. This wasn't just a fight. That barrier, someone gave everything to protect Newfound City tonight. Then, as if answering the unspoken prayers of every soldier watching, one of them pointed to the glow and declared, "That's him, the hero of Newfound." Right at the battlefield center, a massive screen crackled to life, revealing the hero's name, class, and level. But below the stats, a flashing message wouldn't go away. Soul damage detected. The hero stood barely upright, every breath laced with pain, jaw clenched as another warning began its countdown. Eyes lifting toward the heavens, he whispered one word, soft, hoarse, and meant only for his teacher. Suddenly, everything shifted. Beneath a pool of calm, clear water, his body floated in silence. Then his eyes snapped open, confused but alert. He quickly realized he'd been unconscious. 2 full days had passed. At the edge of the spring, his teacher sat with arms folded, watching without a word. Breaking the silence, he asked how it felt, standing alone at the brink of death, disrupting a dark god's ritual with nothing but sheer will. Brave? Or just foolish? The hero tried to answer, but his voice cracked into a cough. Before he could say more, his teacher continued. Your meridians were torn apart, like a net dragged through jagged coral. Healing magic can fix the surface, but not what's deep inside. That's why he had placed him in the medical spring, to stabilize what little life force remained. Beneath him, 5 sacred dragon pearls shimmered faintly at the pool's bottom. Ancient relics, each one holding immense restorative power. You need to absorb every last bit, the teacher instructed. Waste even one, and we lose something irreplaceable. The hero glanced down at the water, brows furrowed. Isn't this your foot bath? His teacher snorted. Don't get stuck in the fine print. You're still breathing, aren't you? But his expression turned serious as he shifted the topic. During the 2 days the hero had slept, Newfound's Special Actions Unit had locked down the battlefield, preserving everything, including traces of the holy energy still lingering in the air. The teacher pointed to a glowing arc on a hovering display. A detailed graph lit up, its curve peaking at the exact frequency of the hero's holy aura. Anyone who knows how to read this will know it was you, the teacher said calmly. Which is why for the official report, I'll be the one taking credit. The hero's eyes widened. You want me to hide behind you? He asked, clearly unwilling to accept it. But his teacher didn't waver. You're still young, still not strong enough. If word got out about what you did, the cultists wouldn't hesitate. You'd be marked and hunted. They eliminate threats before they grow. He rose to his feet, faint golden mana flickering beneath his soles. I pulled a few strings, he admitted. Your case is now SSS confidential. No one outside the inner circle will know. But once you reach your third advancement, everything you've done will be yours again. The hero went quiet, staring at the man who had always guided him, conflicted. After a pause, he finally spoke, voice low. Teacher. But before he could say more, a digital panel flickered into view, hovering between them. On it pulsed an eerie violet-black crystal. The hero's gaze sharpened. He remembered it. The so-called evil god wasn't a god at all. Just this. A crystal. Small, inert-looking, but responsible for untold destruction. His mind flashed back to the battle. That towering abomination, radiating dread. The weight of its presence. A chill crept up his spine. His teacher glanced at the screen, gave a soft scoff, and raised his hand. Golden energy glimmered at his fingertips. A pathetic shard trying to shake mountains, he said. He made a gesture to bring the crystal closer. Pure negative essence, compressed. It's laced with a psychic signal, almost like, but he trailed off as he caught the look on the hero's face. The realization hit the young man hard. It spreads, the hero murmured. It wraps around your thoughts, slowly, quietly. From the first moment we touched it, it started to control us. The teacher's eyes narrowed. Then it doesn't belong here. I'll turn it over to the military. Let them lock it down where no one can touch it. He stood, his silhouette framed against the mist rising off the spring. Now, one more thing, he added, tone shifting. You weren't ready for your second advancement. You forced it. And when you used that skill, you tore your foundation. If we don't fix it, you'll never reach the third. A quiet fell over the healing spring, the teacher's voice dropping to a grave tone. There's a hidden realm in the Zhao clan's ancestral grounds, the frozen dragon abyss. Deep within it lies the soul of an ancient ice dragon. You carry Zhao blood. If you can merge with that soul, you may restore your foundation and truly complete your second advancement. His eyes drifted slightly, as if pulled by memories long buried. Once your body stabilizes, I'll have someone from the Zhao family come fetch you. There's someone, she hasn't stopped calling your name. You should wake up for her. The scene faded, and the setting changed. Long, clinical corridors stretched inside a high-security facility. Footsteps echoed softly. Xiaoran walked in silence, her face unreadable. From behind, a red-haired girl appeared, voice cold and cutting. What a pitiful sight, the girl sneered. You're weak, Xiaoran. Low level. No skills. You think you can protect your brother Zhao Yi with that? Xiaoran flinched but said nothing. The girl stepped in close, circling her like a wolf. You're fragile. Pathetic. A waste of a body like that. It should have been mine from the start. She leaned in, almost whispering, only I can protect Zhao Yi. You're just in the way. Xiaoran's lips trembled as she murmured. Exchange. Before she could process it, a voice echoed down the corridor. Firm, familiar. Xiaoran. She turned, stunned. Zhao Yi stood at the far end of the hallway, pale but upright. Her breath caught. How are you out of bed? Zhao Yi stared at her, his expression unreadable. Do you remember what you just said to me? She blinked, confused. I don't. I'm sorry. I can't remember. The mood thickened, tension winding tight. And just like that, the scene shifted once more. Now inside a command tent deep within a military camp, the air was dense with smoke and silence. A soldier knelt before a grizzled commander, his tone grim. Sir, Longfeng City base has fallen. The commander didn't move, eyes shadowed. And French is dead. A sharp pause. The commander's eyes narrowed. Explain. The scene faded into a serene garden where a silver-haired boy moved with precision, trimming plants in silence. Without glancing up, he asked calmly why Wang Hui had gone to that location. Standing next to him, Shun answered coldly. They'd received a confidential report. Wang Hui's personal disciple, Zhou Yi, had spotted someone in Longfeng City. It was French. Zhou Yi immediately contacted his master, prompting Wang Hui's sudden appearance. Shun hesitated, then muttered with a grim tone that if Vangru was involved, things were about to get far more complicated. He ordered all branches to shut down completely, switching into deep divine mode. Under no circumstances were they to get entangled with the military. The boy froze for a beat, then asked why the name Zhou Yi seemed familiar. Shin replied instantly, as though flipping through mental archives. Just 2 months ago, during the freshman tournament, Zhou Yi had made a dramatic return. derailing Fanjia's plans in the process. There were even rumors that he'd subdued a void beast. Since then, they kept close tabs on him. Snipping off a vibrant red flower, the silver-haired boy nodded. Now it came back to him. That kid did have some talent. He twirled the flower in his fingers before letting it drop to the ground and coolly suggested they send him a little gift, one he wouldn't forget anytime soon. Shin gave a twisted grin. The scene cut sharply. Rain pattered down as Shin stood in front of a dilapidated old mansion, eyeing it with disdain. Water streamed from his hair as he sneered in silence. So this was where the kid lived? No powerful family, no noble backing, just a rotting dump. And yet his strength bordered on the unnatural. It didn't make sense. Before he could dwell on it, the air cracked with a surge of violet mana. It erupted from within the mansion and struck the ground near him with force. Shin immediately leapt back, his expression darkening as he barked out a challenge. Who was hiding there? From the shadows, a monstrous figure stepped forward. Its jagged, broken glass teeth glinted, and its eyes sparkled with sick desire. In a low, cruel voice, it mocked a fondness for women and children. Their fear, it claimed, was intoxicating. With a twisted laugh, it looked Shun over and sneered, calling him a perfect blend of both, a double helping of terror. Purple energy coiled and surged. Shun's form began to mutate, his body growing larger, shifting into a monstrous shape. As flames erupted around him, he glanced at the searing aura surrounding his frame. Quietly, he wondered, was this fire or the sign of his dragon blood finally stirring? The monster let out a harsh, mocking laugh, clearly entertained. So, you really want to die? Fine by me, it snarled. Far away from the chaos, the hero suddenly tensed. His senses flared, and his clothes began to tear as his transformation kicked in, triggered the moment he locked onto the sinister energy pulsing in the distance. That presence, feral, chaotic, it could only be a wild beast. He called it an empty-winged butterfly, a rare and dangerous entity. Then it hit him. The target of the special transfer was none other than Zhao Yan. But what truly snapped his focus into razor sharpness was another signal. Little Gray's life force was dropping fast. That meant Yin was in danger. He shut out every distraction and issued a firm command to locate her immediately. Inside him, the voice of the Holy Lamb echoed, calm yet grave. It vowed to protect his body as best it could through the transformation, though there were no promises it would stay intact. As the shift began, the voice faded, leaving only a quiet wish for his safety. Without hesitation, the hero launched forward, the window behind him shattering as he tore through it like a blazing comet, cutting across the storm-filled sky. As he neared the battleground, the scene became clear. Yin was trapped in the middle of it, while Shin fought tooth and nail against monstrous foes. Gritting his teeth, the hero called out to Yin. Can you still move? Wobbling to her feet amidst the destruction, she nodded with fierce resolve. I can. He gave her a sharp nod. Then go. Find your brother. Now. A nearby beast sneered, locking eyes with the fighter. Throwing your life away for some girl? That's real stupid, kid. Shun, standing firm, fire flickering between his lips, fired back with scorn. Stupid? His eyes narrowed, and flames burst from his mouth as he roared. What I do ain't your concern. The blast tore through the battlefield like a tidal wave of fire, hurling debris and smoke into the air, sending shockwaves through the ground. And right then, through the chaos, the hero arrived. He stepped into the fray, eyes scanning the ruin around him, chest tight with dread. Yin spotted him, her expression breaking as she rushed forward, voice trembling. Brother. He caught her in his arms and pulled her close, kneeling down with care. She clung to him, her voice cracking. You finally came. That man was terrifying. He hurt little Gray. The hero met her gaze, pain flickering in his eyes. It's okay. I'm here now. You're safe. As the last remnants of battle faded into silence, a sudden realization jolted Zhao. What reason could Shin Lingfeng possibly have for showing up here? As if summoned by the thought itself, Shin stepped into view from the shadows, wearing that same smug grin. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he greeted Zhao Yi with a jab. So you finally made it. Real responsible of you, big brother. Before Zhao Yi could utter a word, Xiao Yin stepped in front of him, standing between the two. Her voice rang out firm and fearless. Watch your mouth. Don't talk about my brother like that. Shin raised an eyebrow, pretending to be hurt. Ouch, that stings. And here I was, nearly getting myself killed to save you. Xiao Yin didn't budge. Her gaze stayed steady as she replied, I'll repay what I owe, but that doesn't give you the right to speak badly of my brother. She turned slightly, her tone softer but resolute. He's protected me ever since we were kids. He's the best brother anyone could ask for. Shun's smirk twitched, his confidence faltering for a split second. Frustrated, he turned to Zhao Yi and scoffed. At least your sister has some manners. Can't say the same for you. Didn't Paladin Academy teach you to show gratitude to someone who saves your life? Zhao Yi glanced down at his sister, then gave her a faint, amused smile. Don't mind him. He's just bitter and taking cheap shots. Sure, he helped you, but don't be so quick to trust it. He might be playing a deeper game. She tilted her head, uncertain. Really? You think so? Zhao Yi nodded. Classic sour grapes move. That did it. Shun snapped. You think this was all an act? That I'm jealous of you? He shouted, eyes blazing. Then he choked. A spray of blood burst from his mouth as a dark blade drove through his back. His body crumpled, collapsing to the ground in disbelief and agony. Zhao Yi stood motionless, holding his sister protectively, eyes locked coldly on Shun's fallen form. Shun gasped for breath, struggling to lift his head. Through clenched teeth, he growled, Stop standing there. Help me. I'm not dead yet. Zhao Yi's gaze didn't waver. His voice was calm, almost detached. Still cracking jokes, even now. Guess the wound's not as bad as it looks, huh? Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed, his tone sharp with suspicion. Why were you even at my house, Shun? And how did you just happen to be there when Xiao Yun was attacked? Shun stared back, silent and unflinching. He said nothing, no defense, no excuse. Far from the scene, in a narrow alley bathed in flickering shadows, a small group chatted lazily. One of them brought up a strange new trend. People seeking out the former homes of legendary warriors, hoping to tap into lingering energy or gain some hidden insight. Another scoffed, calling it nonsense and accusing him of making things up. But the first stuck to his story, claiming more and more people were doing it, searching for spiritual sparks left behind. Back in the present, Shun's jaw clenched as he fought back the rising tide of frustration. Why couldn't he just happen to be nearby, without everyone questioning his motives? Why did it always have to be something more? He told himself bitterly that others weren't the only ones who stumbled into rare opportunities, that they didn't know what really brought him there. And they never would. His expression darkened with regret, shame tightening his features. The truth was too humiliating to admit. Before the silence could deepen, Xiao Yun suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhao Yi, her voice trembling. Are you okay? Zhao Yi's stern expression softened. He gently rested a hand on her back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. But as he embraced her, his gaze dropped, and his breath hitched. A jagged scratch ran down her leg, barely visible beneath her torn clothes. It was deep, too deep. Churn explained that the void beast sensed his injury as it passed the patio. After the chaotic event brought him here, the beast found Churin. They both hurried over together. Churin said the energy signature matched people from Longfang country, but they weren't targeting him. They had attacked Zhao Yun instead. Churin guessed they didn't know the real story about what happened back there. They were taking their anger out on Zhao Yun just because he showed up. He added that the military secretly started eliminating holy cult spirit members. But their enemies stayed hidden, while Churin's side was exposed. He said he couldn't stay here anymore. He had to go to the Zhao family's old home immediately. Our hero answered through the pain. Going to the Zhao family was a good plan. It was also a chance to take little Yun back there. She would be safe at the old residence. Churin told him his injuries were too serious. He couldn't survive teleportation. The only choice was the nearest public spaceship, the Skydome, heading to Zhao territory. The Skydome has top-level security with armed guards. The trip takes 48 hours. Churin said he would notify them to meet at the Sky of Fear. The girl with gray hair walked up. She said she would go too and promised to protect Zhao Yi. Someone shouted nearby, but everyone ignored him. Churin kept talking. He explained they didn't know how many Holy Spirit cult members were hidden around. So, they needed to travel secretly, looking like normal passengers. Drawing less attention was safer. The person shouting was Shun. He yelled, Hey, can't you see me? Did I turn invisible? Are you all ignoring me? I'm hurt too. He felt frustrated. Churin walked over to Shun. He smiled kindly and said, Look at me. My memory really is bad. Come on, let me check your injuries. Shin barely lifted his head. He said, Aren't you the guy Zhao Yi beat in the freshman grand tournament? Thanks for checking on me, principal. He sounded tired and a bit rude. Later, at the Skydome docking port, Zhao Yi sat in a wheelchair. Shin complained loudly nearby. He grumbled, Why do I have to pretend to be his servant? I'm the heir of the Flame Dragon bloodline. He pointed at Zhao Yi. And why does he get to play the rich young master? Shun was annoyed by the situation. Chu Ran spoke coldly. She said adding another person increased their danger. She hadn't wanted to bring him originally, but he kept bothering them. Shun argued back. He stated the school principal personally ordered him to join. He insisted he didn't even want to be there and reminded them he came from an important family. Zhao suddenly interrupted them. He announced loudly that the ship had finally arrived. Just then, Lars Morg appeared in front of the group. A huge ship rose out of the sea right after. A door opened on its side. Zhao got very excited. He pointed and yelled, "Look, a giant flying octopus." He drew attention to its glowing tentacles. "Hero, look at them closely," Zhao urged. Shen explained calmly. The glow was magic energy, he said. The ship docked to recharge its power. He added that the tentacles weren't just for climbing aboard. They could also act as shields in battle, and they could even fire magic energy cannons. Inside the ship was a fancy seating area. A voice came over speakers. "Boarding ramp closing soon. Passengers without checked tickets, move quickly." Chu Ran turned to the hero. "Do you want to go back to your room to rest?" she asked. She mentioned the ship's movement might make him feel sick, but his room had a special protective barrier to help. The hero smiled and joked. "You're treating me like a baby," Ran replied. "I only say that because I'm worried you feel unwell." He teased her back. "You keep fussing about my meals, sunburns, and medicine. I can look after myself." Suddenly, a stranger walked up, staring at the hero. "You are beautiful," she said. She reached out and held his face. "Your skin is softer than snow," she added. It made my heart race. "Come with me. I'll hire the best priest to heal you." Nearby fans froze in shock at her boldness. Ran reacted instantly. She drew her sword and slashed at the woman. The stranger dodged easily. The sword strike cracked the ceiling tiles instead. Ran pointed her sword and warned coldly, "Touch him again, and you lose your hands." The woman smiled slyly. She said the guard was wildly overreacting to her simple tea invitation and harmless fun. Her eyes lingered on Ran as she questioned why the guard reacted so strongly when her young master hadn't even spoken. Why the hostility? She seemed to imply. Maybe Ran wasn't really a guard, the woman suggested softly, but a secret lover. That, she insisted, would perfectly explain the extreme, protective reaction. If Ran liked the boy, she should just admit it openly. The woman claimed to understand such hidden feelings perfectly, her voice dripping with false sympathy. The hero gently took Ran's tense hand, feeling her knuckles clenched. "Don't fall for her bait," he advised quietly, keeping his own voice calm. "Private fights are strictly banned here on the Skydome." He turned to the woman, his expression politely distant. "If you're looking for amusement, perhaps try third class below. You might find better company there." "My weak health," he added with a slight, weary sigh, "simply couldn't handle your particular brand of enthusiasm." Quietly, the hero watched the woman's subtle shift in posture. He realized her overt flirting was just a shallow act, a convenient cover. Behind the playful facade, she was actually studying all four of them with intense, calculating focus. She's gathering information, he thought. Her real goal was clearly much bigger than simple teasing. He knew third class was packed with common workers and laborers. By suggesting she belonged down there, he had intentionally delivered a cutting insult designed to unsettle her composure. It was a deliberate move, a small verbal strike meant solely to knock her off balance and test her reaction. The lady looked back. "Young master, you ruined the mood," she complained, calling herself Red Madam. "There's nothing in this world I can't get." She started walking away, but added, "Soon, you'll come to serve me willingly." Just then, one of her servants tripped. The young man beside her noticed a bracelet on the servant's wrist. "That bracelet looks strange," he said. "It has a wet feeling. Does anyone recognize it?" Shin spoke up. "I do. It's the symbol of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce." He explained Jian Chuan spent years in Chuan province and would know them well. The Mermaid Chamber, Shun said, was a powerful group that rose quickly in Jiangbei. On the surface, they ran legal businesses. Secretly, they did illegal things. Their main crime was targeting beautiful professionals with rare bloodlines. They captured these people and sold them as playthings, forcing them into slavery. Some victims were locked away. Others were given to rich people. Many were tortured to death in cruel trades involving forced labor and human trafficking. 186 words. Shin elaborated, his voice low, that Lady Hong likely held mid or high-level status within the Mermaid Chamber. Their leader wielded immense influence, backed by powerful figures across the provinces. Even Shun's own father, a man of significant standing, had explicitly warned him to avoid any conflict with them. Shin recalled the brutal outcome 2 years prior when the chamber clashed with the Zhou family in Tianlan province. The Zhous had been decisively crushed. He paused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Should we inform Zhou Yi about this connection? He wondered aloud. considering the implications. A cold realization washed over the hero. Lady Hong's subtle insults and playful jabs at Chu Ran weren't mere amusement. They were calculated probes. She was testing Chu Ran's limits, he thought, like an appraiser tapping a vase to judge its quality. Among their quartet, Zhao Yun was clearly the least combat-ready. If Lady Hong decided to make a move against them, Zhao Yun presented the simplest, most vulnerable target. She'd go for the easiest mark first. He turned urgently to Shun. Shun, I need you to stick close to Zhao Yun for the next 2 days on the ship. Guard her. Keep her safe. His worry was palpable. After Lady Hong's public dismissal, retaliation felt inevitable. Zhao Yun would be the logical next victim. Shin met his gaze squarely, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. Consider it done, he stated firmly. Protecting one girl? That's well within my capabilities. Don't worry. The spaceship drifted silently through the void. Outside the passenger quarters, a maid hurried past on her rounds. Within Ran and Zhao Yun's dimly lit room, red, viscous magical energy oozed under the door, unnoticed. Shin Chong slept heavily on the small sofa, oblivious to the intrusion. This invasive magic belonged to Lady Hong. Observing remotely through her spell, her predatory gaze sharpened. A rare prize is forming here, she calculated coldly, her focus intense. She directed the crimson tendrils towards Rant's sleeping face, then abruptly paused. A ripple of surprise washed over her. Asterisk, succubus blood? Truly exceptional and immensely valuable. Asterisk, her eyes shifted to Zhao Yun, taking in the girl's refined features and bearing. Asterisk, nobility. A young master. Useful. Asterisk. Finally, her attention settled on the snoring Shinchong. Plain face, she dismissed instantly, though she noted his powerful build. Asterisk, strong body. He'd last years in the ore pits. Asterisk, she assumed the rest of his lineage was equally unremarkable beneath her notice. Suddenly, Shun's eyes snapped open. Instinct took over. He lashed out with a powerful kick. Lady Hong effortlessly deflected it with her staff, though the force startled her. Annoyance creased her brow. Now fully awake and bristling with outrage, Shun Chong vaulted to his feet. His fist ignited with fiery energy as he roared. Who are you calling plain? I'm not ordinary. Before Chong could finish, she stopped his attack and pushed him to the ground. They stared at each other intensely. Chong gritted his teeth, angry. Suddenly, Ran jumped in and attacked Lady Hong. Lady Hong quickly moved back. For a moment, she looked surprised. She showed her sharp claws and hit back hard, easily throwing both Chong and ran away. She called them little rats and said she would destroy their souls. Then, Lady Hong narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly. She muttered that she finally understood. They had been lying to her all along. The talk about dragon blood was just a lie to cover up. She looked closely at Ran, her eyes showing interest. She wondered if Ran had Sakuga family blood. She said Ran wasn't ordinary, especially with such unusually pure blood. Meanwhile, in a different room, Zhao Yun was with the hero. Zhao Yun explained that because they used Lady Hong's own special item, the Tian House security system couldn't see what was happening inside the room. This gave him the perfect chance to act freely. Back in the other room, Lady Hong calmly fixed her clothes. She mocked Shun and the others. She said even if they fought with everything they had, they were just inexperienced kids. She promised to show them what real power meant. Shun quickly jumped at her to attack. But Lady Hong used a special blood magic technique. She summoned puppet fighters. The puppets moved to block Shun as he attacked. Lady Hong ordered them, badly hurt the red-haired one, but don't damage the other faces. Shun charged forward, his fist burning with fire. He shouted, "You've gone too far. This is too much." His fiery punch smashed one puppet. But instantly, the broken puppet reformed behind him. Before Shun could do anything else, the puppets shot a powerful wave of blood magic at him. It overwhelmed him. Just then, Ran attacked. She moved super fast like a ghost, aiming straight for Lady Hong. But the puppets shot out silk threads. The threads caught Ran in midair, tying her up and stopping her completely. Trapped and hanging right in front of Lady Hong, Ran heard her mock again. Lady Hong smirked and asked, "How does it feel, caught in Big Sister's entangling silk wrap?" Shun cried out as more puppets struck him from behind. Lady Hong stepped close, her eyes glowing. She looked amused. "What tricks do you have left?" she demanded. "Use them now, or I'll get impatient. You've really angered me this time." I will turn you into an experiment subject. Shin watched her carefully. He noticed something. Every time the puppets attacked, Lady Hong had to use her own energy to control them. She was using up her power fast. She's weakening, he realized. He thought about the special item his teacher gave him. It was powerful enough to break Lady Hong's created space. But using it would blast a hole through the cabin floor. That was dangerous. Better to wait, he decided. He planned to let her come closer, then trap her with a different item. While Shin planned, Ran was struggling badly against the puppets. Her eyes glowed bright red, and deep red lines appeared on her skin. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke directly to her mind. It was Lady Hong, sounding odd. Stop holding back, Lady urged. Use your true power now. Ran struggled violently against the silken bonds, shouting for Lady Hong to leave her alone. But Lady Hong remained unmoved, her voice dripping with false sympathy as she insisted they were fundamentally the same and resistance was pointless. She pressed harder, reminding Ran that Zhao Yi lay severely injured. Shin Feng was useless in a real fight, and only Ran possessed the power to protect Zhao Yi now. Could she really be that selfish? Lady Hong demanded, twisting the knife. Would she abandon him to suffer? As she spoke, Lady Hong's hand shot out, gripping Ran's neck painfully. Ran gasped, it's not like that. Yet Lady Hong continued her relentless pressure. She coldly recounted how Zhao Yi had once risked his very life for Ran. Now, he was barely conscious, yet still he'd try to shield her. And Ran? She couldn't even snap a thin silk ribbon binding her wrists. The bitter truth stung. How could she protect anyone like this? She felt utterly powerless. Lady Hong's command was sharp. Stop suppressing her power. Embrace her true succubus nature. Suddenly, the small yellow device in Zhao Yi's limp hand erupted in a blinding flash. A deafening boom followed, tearing the silk ribbons apart like paper and violently hurling the nearby puppets backward. Lady Hong's skin visibly scorched from blast. Yet instead of pain, she threw her head back in wild, ecstatic laughter, her burning eyes fixed intensely on Ran. Brother Zhao Yi, she rasped, the greeting clearly meant for him despite staring at Ran. Long time no see. Chu Ran gave a quiet laugh. Suddenly, he jumped high into the air. At the same time, he released a huge explosion of energy. This energy blast destroyed everything nearby. As he flew upward, powerful waves of this energy spread out wildly. They shook the ground violently and ripped the air apart. Just then, Shirain's voice cut through the noise. She stared coldly at Chu Ran and said, Bugs belong in cages. Both Chu Ran and Lady Hong stood firmly where they were. Then, a very bright light suddenly started shining from the sky. Lady Hong saw the light and knew instantly. This was a domain. The light shot downwards. It formed the shape of an arrow pointing up. This revealed it was the special skill of a pure-blood succubus. Immediately, all enemies near Chu Ran felt their fighting power weaken in several ways. It was like their strength and control were slipping away from them. Lady Hong saw thick red energy swirling violently everywhere, an oppressive force filling the air. She instantly realized Chu Ran's power had increased tenfold, a terrifying leap. The violent energy kept relentlessly spreading outward. Nearby structures groaned, cracking under the pressure, and the ground shattered into deep fissures around them. Furious, Lady Hong glared at Chu Ran, hatred burning in her eyes as she raised her hand, gathering her own power to counterattack. But as Chu Ran deliberately pushed a concentrated wave of the red energy directly towards her, she froze mid-motion, her face paling with sudden, intense nervousness. The red aura surged straight into her open mouth. She let out a bone-chilling, terrified scream, feeling the invasive force flood her. Simultaneously, Chu Ran suddenly grabbed his own hair, grimacing as the chaotic energy roared wildly around him. Fragmented memories flashed too quickly through his mind to grasp. Across from him, Lady Hong started coughing violently, her body convulsing. The same ominous red energy began streaming out of her mouth like smoke. Panic-stricken, she shouted, "What have you done to me? What is this?" Chu Ran just grinned maniacally. He threw his head back and laughed, replying, "I'm just helping you reveal your youth." He then smirked, teasing her cruelly. "You used to be so cute as a child. Remember?" Chu Ran attacked Lady Hong using her own shadow memories. This forced her to relive pieces of her past. The technique pulled out her life force and made her bad memories real, one by one. Lady Hong grabbed her head, groaning that her brain felt ripped apart from the inside. Her mind was stretched thin as her memories were searched. She screamed loudly, creating a wave of blood around herself. Her voice echoed, yelling at Chu Ran to stop pretending to be innocent. She said pure-blood succubi, like her, were real monsters hiding in human form. She sneered coldly. She told Chu Ran that if the person he cared about ever discovered his true nature, everything would collapse. Hearing this, Chu Ran paused. He muttered the name of a powerful skill, Purple Abyss Demonic Sword Tomb. Suddenly, a huge burst of purple energy exploded around them, spreading fast. Lady Hong laughed. She reached her hand toward him, smiling coldly. She said there was no point trying to anger her further. She added that in her special area, she made the rules. Her purple eyes began to fade away. She whispered it was time to finish this. Suddenly, a gray-haired girl appeared, looking surprised. At the same moment, a doll's head shook violently. The statue it was attached to cracked and broke apart. The girl sat calmly at her dressing table, brushing her hair. She thought the fight between a succubus and a shun was interesting. Then she whispered the succubus's name was Xiao. She lay back on her bed, thinking deeply. She wondered if this Xiao was connected to the Tianlan Xiao family. She called out to someone. She said to tell the old man something important. This year, she wanted to choose the tribute herself. The scene changed to Run. He stood excitedly, calling out for brother Zhao Yi. Right after, Zhao Yi's little sister walked up to Run. She sounded worried, saying, "Sister Ren looks strange." She tried to move closer to Run, but Shin quickly appeared and stopped her. Shun held the sister back firmly. Shin warned her, "Don't go near them. Ren isn't safe right now." Chu Ran took a deliberate step forward. Her expression was earnest as she told Zhao she had made a promise to find him and had waited a very long time. He stared back, his face showing only confusion. He genuinely didn't recognize her. Why doesn't he remember? She wondered, a flicker of worry crossing her mind. She moved even closer, closing the distance between them. Gently, she raised her hand and placed a single finger softly against his lips. "Does this help you remember?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. His eyes snapped open wide in sudden shock. The touch triggered a flood of memory. He vividly recalled her holding him tightly and kissing him deeply. "It was you," Zhao Yi exclaimed, astonished. "You gave me that last breath of energy. That's how I survived the forbidden technique and controlled the void beast." Relief washed over Chu Ran. "You finally remember me," she breathed, her happiness clear. Suddenly, Shun lunged forward, his movement swift and aggressive. He aimed a powerful strike directly at Chu Ran, shouting, "Let go of Zhao Yi." A violent burst of swirling white and purple energy erupted between them. Chu Ran instantly stood up, her previous joy replaced by sharp anger. She whirled around to face Shun, her eyes narrowed. "Little Shun," she said, her voice tight with disbelief, "why are you attacking me? We're supposed to be teammates. Stop pretending." Shun yelled back, his stance defensive. "You aren't the real Jiang Chu Ran. I know you have a special bloodline. You're a monster disguised as her." Shun stared at her suspiciously as purple energy swirled around him again. But Chu Ran was already rushing forward, glaring fiercely. "Shut up, or I'll rip out your tongue and eat it as a snack," she spat angrily. Just then, Zhao called out from his wheelchair, "Chu Ran, stop!" But it was too late. She threw a punch. Shin ducked, dodging her fist. Chu Ran stumbled past him. She quickly turned and chased him. She slammed him to the ground and grabbed his hair tightly. Shun groaned in pain. "Are you mad because I called you a monster?" he asked, taunting her. "Monster, monster, monster," he repeated, trying to make her angrier. Zhao started coughing hard. Before he could act, Chu Ran punched Shun hard in the face. "That's nonsense," she snapped. She kept her grip on him, mocking him. "Your claws couldn't even scratch Madame Hong's skin. You can't hurt me. You're still the same arrogant fool." "Stop," Zhao finally shouted. But Chu Ran was furious. She unleashed her glowing holy power shield. Energy blasted out, destroying everything nearby in her rage. Then, slowly, Zhao stood up from his wheelchair. "Please," he pleaded, "don't hurt Shun anymore." Shun moved closer to Zhou Li. "I'm doing this to save you," Shun said. He explained that if Zhou Li fell under the succubus's spell, the mission the principal gave Shun would fail completely. Shun warned him seriously. The woman with him wasn't the real Jiang Chern anymore. It was an evil being from the power inside her bloodline. This being had taken full control. Shun stated clearly, if this fake Jiang Churin didn't disappear, the real one could die. Right then, the woman confirmed it herself. That's right. I'm not Jiang Churin, she said coldly. The weak, helpless Jiang Churin was gone. I remember her begging me to take over and save him. The being sneered. She cried like a pathetic mess. I even made fun of her sobbing. I liked seeing him look disgusted. But before she could say more, Zhou Yi exploded. Shut up, he shouted, his voice shaking with anger. She gave up everything, her bloodline powers, just to protect me. Insult me all you want. I don't care. But you will not insult her. He stood firm. Xiao Ran is the strongest girl I know. I support every single choice she made. The girl felt touched and spoke softly. Thank you for saving me. You saved me 3 times in the dungeon during the freshman contest secret realm, and again now. Zhou Yi looked at her and promised, if I can, I'll repay you 3 times over. She stared at him quietly before asking, but can you bring Xiao Ran back? Zhou Yi felt sad and asked, tell me how to send you back to your own place? Unexpectedly, her face became playful. You poor little thing, she said. Then she suddenly kissed him. That's your first repayment. But her smile disappeared. The cost of summoning me. Xiao Ran can't pay it. Zhou Yi's mind raced. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him. What was this cost? He needed answers. Zhou Yi called out to Shun Lingfeng. What's this symbiotic consciousness you talked about? Shun's face was bruised and swollen. He complained, why should I help you unlucky people? If I stay with you, I'll end up dead. Then, reluctantly, he started sharing the little information he knew. My father explained that powerful bloodlines are like ancient, primal creatures sealed deep within your very bones and blood. If you're strong enough mentally and physically, this inner being lends you its power. But if you're weak or falter, it senses vulnerability and tries to seize control, to possess your body entirely. Zhou Yi stared, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. Possession. The word felt heavy and dangerous. Yes, Shin confirmed, his voice low and utterly serious. That's almost certainly what happened to Jiang Churin. Some scholars theorize this inner force is merely a fractured second personality, emerging only under extreme duress or trauma. Others, he continued, a grim edge to his tone, believe it's the slumbering soul of an ancient ancestor, bound within the bloodline itself, waiting for the chance to live again through a suitable host. He paused, letting the gravity sink in. Regardless of the theory, one brutal truth remains. If you push the bloodline power too far, too fast, the consequences are catastrophic. You either descend into madness, become fully possessed, or simply explode. Zhou Yi felt a cold shock settle in his stomach. The implications were horrifyingly clear. He finally understood that asking Shun for help wasn't just a request. It meant asking Shun to risk his very body and soul to that inner monster. So, Zhou Yi ventured cautiously, piecing it together. You've been so distracted and withdrawn lately. It's because you're struggling? Losing control of that thing inside you. Shin just offered a weary, defeated shrug, avoiding Zhou Yi's searching gaze. If I knew how to fix it, Zhou Yi, he muttered, exhaustion evident, I would have already. Suddenly, Shun's sister rushed in. Brother, she asked urgently. You know how to save Sister Ran, right? Shin paused, remembering something. Then he shouted, go ask the old men of the Zhou family. They've seen everything. If they can't fix it, go to the Jiang family. They're stronger. They'd solve this problem in minutes. Before they could move, mass guards entered the area. Who caused trouble here? They demanded. You're disturbing the firmament's peace. Shin tried to explain, but the guards pointed directly at him. It was him, they stated. Me? Shin shouted angrily. Are you serious? The guards grabbed him immediately. I'm innocent, he yelled as they dragged him away. Why should I be blamed for someone Jiang Churin beat up? When I get free, I'll destroy your wheelchair. The large ship landed at the sky docks. Passengers were told to get off in an orderly way. Shun, released on expensive bail, grumbled to Zhou Yi. Zhou Heng came to pick you up himself? You must be really special. Just then, their ship docked. Xiaobai pointed out their vehicle nearby. She warned Shun to keep things quiet, reminding him the principal ordered this mission to stay top secret. Uncle Heng greeted them warmly. Year, you must be tired. Get in the car and rest. Zhou Yi was surprised by the familiar nickname, but replied politely, thank you for your trouble. However, as soon as they started driving, trouble struck. The car's tires exploded. Black gas sprayed out. A giant spiderweb-like net suddenly fell, trapping the entire vehicle. Jiang Churin, or the powerful mind inside her, recognized it instantly. This is an S-ranked artifact, Isolde's spiderweb. Uncle Hung chuckled calmly. Miss Jiang, you know your artifacts well. But whatever the principal needs to discuss must stay inside this barrier. It traps all mental messages, try to get out. Inside, Xiaobai smiled and introduced himself properly. I'm your cousin, Zhou Xiaobai, he said. Here's a gift for our first meeting. I hope you like it. Uncle Hung watched quietly. He was glad they got along. Zhou Yi thought, he's a good man. Even though Zhou Yi refused to switch his class to the hidden ice element profession, he still agreed to let Zhou Yun train with the family. As long as Zhou Yun stayed here, Zhou Yi would keep his connection to the family. Later, Uncle Hung explained things to Zhou Yi. The Zhou family's power is split. The patriarch leads one side. The elder council leads the other. The old patriarch protects the ice dragon tower. The elder council, led by Elder Zhou Feng, handles resources for outer disciples. The two sides often disagree. To avoid trouble, only Uncle Hung and Xiaobai knew Zhou Yi was coming. Even the guards at the entrance didn't know about the secret path we took. Zhou Yi thanked him. Then he asked, Uncle Hung, what's the Ice Dragon Abyss secret realm like? Uncle Hung looked proud. He explained that the Zhao family ancestors buried Frostfang, a legendary ice dragon, here. He told the story. Long ago, their ancestor found Frostfang in the frozen north. The dragon's scales were harder than the strongest iron, and its icy breath could freeze huge glaciers. Their ancestor fought the dragon for a whole year, battling it 49 times. Finally, he made a blood pact and tamed Frostfang, riding it as his mount. Uncle Hung continued. When demons invaded, Frostfang carried their ancestor right into the fiercest fighting. At the final battle, Frostfang blocked the entrance to the demon cave with its own body. This sacrifice let the Zhao clan escape safely. Later, when their ancestor came back, Frostfang was dead, but its soul was still there. Worried the dragon's spirit would disappear, their ancestor carved a powerful curse on its bones. This trapped Frostfang's soul inside its own body. Over time, Uncle Hung said, the dragon's body and soul changed into a hidden place called the Ice Dragon Abyss. The walls are Frostfang's scales, the pillars are its bones, and the lakes are its frozen blood. This abyss has 3 levels or tests. Disciples who reach the 3rd level can join the inner sect. However, most Zhao family members don't have enough ice bloodline power. Because of this, they can usually only enter the very first outer layer. Uncle Hung looked Zhou Yi straight in the eye. Frostfang's soul still tests everyone who enters the 3rd layer, he explained. When I first reached it, the test broke 3 of my ribs and threw me out. But after I healed, my bloodline power increased by 15%. It offers great reward, but also great risk. He paused. 50 years ago, a strong 3rd-rank elder forced his way in. Frostfang's icy breath froze him instantly, turning him to solid ice. Zhou Yi listened quietly. He felt the heavy responsibility of his family's legacy, the danger ahead, and his own destiny. Uncle Hung told Zhou Yi he must go up to the 3rd floor where Frostfang's leftover soul resides. However, getting there isn't simple. To make the icy creature accept him, Zhou Yi must show the same wild, desperate fighting spirit their ancestors used long ago. He must fight fiercely to succeed. The hero nodded, saying he understood. But Uncle Hung continued, if you're still so weak, when do you plan to enter the Ice Dragon Abyss? He then mentioned a hidden base near the abyss where the hero could rest and recover. At that moment, the hero looked at his screen. A large countdown timer showed only 3 minutes and 52 seconds left. A harsh warning appeared. His divine power was completely gone. Every one of his abilities had dropped back to 0. This weakened state would last for 10 full days. He wasn't worried, though. The timing felt right. There was no need to delay or make a big speech. As soon as the car stopped and everyone got out, he simply stated, I'm going in now. Just as he was about to leave, Churin approached him, looking concerned. Can I go with you? She asked. He looked at her and calmly replied, No. Wait for me outside. I can handle this alone. Immediately after, the red-haired man gave a relaxed nod. All right, understood, he said. I'll watch over the girl for you. He agreed to keep an eye on Churin while the hero ventured into the abyss alone. Our hero was about to thank Uncle Hung when suddenly a message flashed. Divinity exhaustion lifted. All attributes are recovering. Immediately, his screen blazed with intense light. His stats began climbing rapidly. Glowing blue mana erupted around him, swirling violently like a protective shield. Simultaneously, a weapon materialized in his grasp. He watched as bright light constructed it piece by piece, forming a solid, heavy blade. He took a step forward, and the air vibrated loudly, humming with the sheer energy radiating from him. The scene abruptly shifted to the ice dragon abyss. It was a freezing, shadow-filled chasm radiating danger. Massive blue snakes slithered across the slick ice. But these weren't ordinary snakes. Each possessed grotesque, bulging human-like arms, and every single arm gripped a wickedly sharp sword. Dozens of these level 25 serpent-human hybrids filled the cavern floor. Their poisonous bites were just the beginning of their threat. The hero rolled his stiff shoulder, feeling joints creak. He experimentally swung his sword once, the motion unfamiliar. 10 days with 0 stats. He muttered, his voice rough. My bones feel like they've been locked away and used. He acknowledged the rustiness, but beneath it, a readiness stirred. It was time to move. The snakes spotted him instantly and attacked without hesitation. He cut through them effortlessly, his blades slicing through their scale bodies like grass under a scythe. They fell rapidly, one after another. This is barely a warm-up, he thought dismissively, feeling the ease of the fight against these large, sword-wielding reptiles. Suddenly, intense energy flared brightly around the remaining snakes. Empowered, they charged again, swords swinging wildly through the air. He didn't hesitate. Divine Storm, he shouted. Instantly, a colossal, swirling tornado of pure, destructive energy erupted from him. It roared like thunder, pulling the snakes off their feet and sucking them helplessly into its vortex like a vacuum cleaner. Within moments, they were gone, utterly obliterated. Abruptly, the scene shifted. He took a few cautious steps forward over the icy ground, his eyes scanning the frozen landscape. A deep sense of unease settled over him. This place, he muttered under his breath, a frown forming. It feels strangely familiar. Why? Suddenly, Baru appeared out of nowhere. He explained casually, that's because of the ice bloodline in your body. A regular ice user will be frozen solid by now. The hero blinked, surprised. I didn't expect to see him here, he thought. You're here too? He asked. They kept walking while talking. The hero said, I never thanked you properly for calling the teacher last time. Baru shrugged. Just stop causing so much trouble. That's thanks enough. If you die before our 1-year deal. He cut himself off when they both sensed danger behind them. A pack of huge four-horned snakes was sneaking up, ready to slice them apart. But Baru moved instantly. With quick, clean strikes, he chopped the beasts into pieces. They scattered like broken toys. Relieved, the hero turned to thank his powerful friend. Baru just scoffed. These are just snacks, he said. Then things changed fast. The bodies of the remaining snakes crashed into the ice. The ground cracked loudly and collapsed completely. The hero slipped, losing his balance. He fell straight into a giant underground cave below. As he tumbled down, he leaped between falling slabs of ice. He focused hard, trying not to slam into anything or get buried. He looked down and felt his stomach twist. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his pulse raced. What is this place? He muttered, the words barely escaping his tight throat. Below him stretched a colossal army of ice demons. As the swirling mist cleared further, he saw they weren't moving. They were frozen solid, grotesque statues locked in battle stances. The chilling remains of the demon horde that fought the legendary ice dragon Frostfang centuries ago. He scanned the vast, frozen field, dread settling deep in his gut. His rough estimate put their numbers near 200,000. This is really bad, he thought, a tremor running through him. Asterisk, I'm only on the 2nd level of this secret realm. Way too early for this scale. I need to be incredibly careful, conserve every ounce of strength. Asterisk, he braced himself, knowing trouble was inevitable. True to his fear, the petrified demon army instantly detected his presence. Eyes glowed malevolently within the ice. He didn't hesitate for a second. Instinct took over. He unleashed his strongest defensive spells simultaneously. Blessing of Dawn and God's Covenant. Bright yellow and deep blue magic energy erupted, crackling and buzzing violently around him like a living storm. The sheer power was immense, almost overwhelming. The ambient ice energy here, he gasped, feeling its crushing weight. Its magnitude stronger than outside. Strong enough to fuel something devastating. strong enough to crush them all. Suddenly, the entire battlefield shook violently beneath a wave of thunderous power. High above, the distant Monster King's panicked roar echoed. Everyone, guard the skies. It was far too late. A gigantic clawed hand, impossibly huge, smashed through the dense cloud cover. It slammed an enormous mountain of jagged ice, dwarfing even the largest demon statues, directly down onto the frozen army below. Without waiting, the hero raised his hand and yelled, "Freeze!" A burst of energy shot out. It hit the area and instantly froze the remaining demons solid inside a wall of ice. They were helpless, but the hero wasn't finished. He tilted his head slightly. Then, he cast Divine Storm again. Freezing winds suddenly twisted into powerful tornadoes. These tornadoes ripped through the demon soldiers. Bodies slammed together, unable to fight the strong winds. Many tornadoes spun wildly across the battlefield. The demon army was tossed around like ants. The demon king was furious. "You sneaky little worms," he roared. "Our clan's fighting spirit will never die. How dare worthless ants like you challenge us?" His anger grew. His guards started hitting their weapons together rhythmically, preparing for a counterattack. Just then, a thick, pitch-black mist began swirling around them. Something bad was forming. The demon army stirred back to life. Zhao Yi's breath hitched as every ice abyss-bone demon he'd slain moments ago began reassembling itself, frozen shards snapping together with sharp cracks. He watched their shattered limbs knit into grotesque shapes, the air humming with unnatural energy. Bone symbiosis, he remembered grimly. These creatures pooled their collective life force to resurrect the fallen. How do you kill something that refuses to stay dead? The absence of experience points not at him. No system notification confirmed his earlier efforts. It defied all logic. Suddenly, the largest bone demon, a towering monstrosity of jagged ice and ancient bones, locked its hollow eye sockets onto Zhao Yi. He yanked his sword free, knuckles white around the hilt. Legendary demons are tough, he told himself, but nothing's unkillable. The beast lunged, its massive fist crashing toward him. Zhao Yi braced, sword raised, and the impact reverberated up his arms like a gong strike. Before he could recover, tiny bone demons showered from above, sharp as daggers. Instead of dodging, he roared and charged the colossus, scrambling up its frozen ribs. Ice scraped his palms raw as he climbed, until he stood swaying before its massive skull, eye to giant eye. He raised his blade for the killing thrust. Soldiers' screams tore through the air. In a dizzying blink, Zhao Yi wasn't on the glacier anymore. Zhou family troops jostled around him, spears braced against a tide of scaled demons. "By time for Frostfang Lord," a soldier bellowed in his ear. Dazed, Zhao Yi gaped at the sky. A swirling, violet interdimensional portal yawned open, disgorging horrors. Below, soldiers chanted, "Live and die with Tianlan." As they fought, their faces etched with desperation. A deafening roar shook the battlefield. Frostfang Lord, a colossal blue dragon, swept down, icy fire engulfing the demon ranks. Hundreds vaporized in blue-white flames. The Zhou soldiers' cheers surged. "Frostfang Lord, Savior!" Zhao Yi's stomach dropped. Asterisk, this is the Great Invasion. A century ago. Asterisk, the dragon banked, Frostfire incinerating more demons, while Zhou warriors pressed their assault. Abruptly, Frostfang Lord froze mid-flight. His massive head snapped toward the portal as a new horror emerged. A sky demon, all writhing tentacles and gnashing beaks. Zhao Yi felt the dragon's realization like a physical blow. If that thing crossed through, Tianlan would become a demonic hellscape. Every tree, every child, every breath gone. Food for the swarm. The cost of failure was annihilation. Without a heartbeat's pause, Frostfang Lord gathered speed, a blue streak against the chaos, and slammed into the portal. The explosion of light swallowed everything. Frostfang Lord collapsed to the ground. Behind him, the giant portal he had been guarding began to shrink and finally snapped shut. Seeing this, the watching crowd erupted in cheers. They celebrated Frostfang Lord, praising how he had stopped the demon army. Zhao Yi was especially amazed. He remembered clearly how Frostfang had thrown his own dragon core into the portal and made it explode, sealing the demons away. Now, Frostfang lay still on the ground. He had kept his promise. Suddenly, the Zhao family ancestor rushed towards the fallen Frostfang. At that exact moment, someone swung a sword at Zhao Yin. The world blurred. Instead of the cheering crowd, Zhao Yin found himself back in the cold, dark ice abyss. He looked towards the giant bone demon standing nearby. This time, he noticed something new. Dragon scales embedded deep within the bone demon structure. Zhao Yin chuckled softly to himself. He realized the bone demon always moved in the same, stiff way. Its attacks were predictable. He decided to test a theory. Zhao Yin walked slowly towards the massive bone demon. It didn't attack him. This confirmed his suspicion. He now understood this whole resurrection was the Zhao family ancestors' punishment for the demons. It was a special curse, the Shatter and Reform curse. The curse used the dragon scales as its energy source, forcing the demons to endlessly become Frostfang's tomb guardians. Anyone forcing their way into the tomb would be attacked. And even if shattered, the bone demons would just reassemble. Zhao Yi knew even a powerful second-tier master would find this place incredibly dangerous. That explained why Zhao family disciples usually stopped exploring at the second checkpoint. However, if you didn't attack and seemed harmless, the mindless demons wouldn't see you as a target. Zhao Yin thought it was clever revenge, turning the enemy's own bodies into a barrier. He hoped to become even stronger than the Zhao family ancestor one day. Zhao Yin kept walking deeper into the abyss. He finally reached a completely barren area. There, encased in thick ice, were Frostfang's enormous bones. Seeing his goal, Zhao Yin jumped up, intending to fly towards them quickly. Wham! An invisible force slammed him hard into the icy mountainside. Pain shot through him. Then, Frostfang's massive, spectral form rose from the ice, confronting Zhao Yin. Who dares disturb my tomb? Frostfang's voice boomed, filled with anger. He immediately thought Zhao Yin was with the humans who had trapped him here in this frozen prison. Seeing Zhao Yin's relatively low level, only level 30, Frostfang felt mocked. A mere parasite. Frostfang roared, leeching off dragon power. You all just want to see me lose my mind. You want to turn me into your weapon. Zhao Yin tried to explain quickly. I am a descendant of the Zhao family. I mean you no harm. But Frostfang didn't believe him. Lies, he thundered. Frostfang attacked with shocking speed. Zhao Yin barely dodged, his heart pounding. He tried another approach, shouting, Remember the day you sacrificed yourself. You destroyed your own demon core to seal the demon portal. You saved everyone. Frostfang's eyes blazed with fury. Impossible eyes. A dragon core is a dragon's heart. You humans dug mine out. Now you come with more tricks to mislead me. His rage only grew. I will destroy every last one of you traitors. Zhao Yin kept trying to convince him, but Frostfang wouldn't listen. Zhao Yin finally realized the truth. Frostfang's memory was lost. Trapped for so many years, his mind was filled only with betrayal and pain. He blamed anyone who came near him. Zhao Yin understood Frostfang's remaining dragon soul power was still immense, enough to make anyone tremble. His own strength and level were far below the dragon's. But he couldn't give up. He refused to return empty-handed. He had to face Frostfang and fight until the dragon remembered the truth. Zhao Yin drew his sword, gripping it tightly. Frostfang responded instantly, unleashing a blast of freezing ice breath. Despite the danger, Zhao Yin charged forward. A thought gave him confidence. If the Zhao family ancestor could make a contract with Frostfang, then I, his descendant, can make him recognize my true lineage too. Meanwhile, outside the abyss, Shun, look at Jiang, Shun called out. Jiang had been standing rigidly, staring towards the ice abyss entrance for 3 full days and nights. Shun was worried. Jiang turned, his expression dark. Keep talking, Shun, and I'll cut out your tongue. Suddenly, Xiaoba came running towards them, breathless and frantic. Jiang, Shun, we have to go. Now, she yelled. Jiang frowned. What? What? My father. Xiaoba gasped, trying to catch her breath. He sent me. He said we must get everyone out of here immediately. It's urgent. Both Jiang and Shun looked confused and alarmed. Xiaoba explained what's happening. Shun urged. Maybe we can help. Jiang stood firm. I'm not leaving. Not while Zhao Yin is still down there. Shun nodded in agreement. Right, we can't just abandon him. Xiaoba shook her head desperately. No, you don't understand. You can't handle whatever this is. Please, we have to leave right now, before it's too late. Her voice was filled with fear. Just then, someone caught hold of Lady Hong's hand, Zhao Hang. He reminded her that this was the Zhao family's domain in Tian Lane, and she would not be allowed to cause trouble here. At that exact moment, the red-haired and white-haired girls descended, and Lady Hong's demonic aura flared. She mocked Zhao Heng, saying his suppressed bloodline freeze left him with less than 30% of the strength of a level 40 cultivator. Did he really believe he could stand in her way? Pang immediately spoke up. No matter how tough things were for the Zhao family, he declared they would never let outsiders harm their guests. In his heart, though, he was deeply worried. Zhao, he was in the middle of a crucial breakthrough in the Ice Dragon Abyss, and they could not let Lady Hong interfere. Pang resolved that even if he had to risk frostbite in his meridians, he would hold her back until Zhao Yi returned. His eyes sharpened, a faint smile forming, as he asked Lady Hong where she was planning to go. Meanwhile, Lady Hong had already stepped through a doorway into a chamber, where she greeted Xiao Bai with the words, "Long time no see." Shun Ling Feng, Xiaoran, and Xiao Bai froze in disbelief. None of them had expected her to still be alive. The scene then rewinds to half an hour earlier. The Zhao family's patriarch was meeting with Lady Hong. She announced that this year's supply of gold marrow crystal had arrived and placed 3 trunks before him. The patriarch sighed, thinking it was unnecessary for her to personally bring them all this way. A single word from her would have been enough for him to send someone to collect them. It was explained that gold marrow crystals were consumable items, classified as level 1 epic energy crystals. At that moment, the Zhou family's 3rd elder ordered attendants to bring forth their offerings. 4 carriers entered, hauling trunks filled with 1,000 mechanism, snow silkworm silk, and mystic ice jade. The elders stated that, as with past years, they had even managed to prepare rare dry years despite the difficulty. But Lady Hong frowned after inspecting the trunks. She declared the offerings insufficient. Pulling out an ice-splitting thorn, she accused the Zhou family of holding back treasures instead of delivering them, exposing their lack of sincerity in seeking the cold marrow crystal. Uncle Hang immediately countered, saying the Zhou family had always done their utmost each year to gather rare items for her enhancements. Deep down, though, he knew Lady Hong's greed was endless. Her demands grew higher every year, and he couldn't help but wonder what new scheme she was plotting this time. Lady Hong snapped the ice-splitting thorn between her fingers and announced she had grown tired of such trivial goods. This year, she declared, the method of repayment must change. If the Zhao family agreed, she promised there would be enough gold marrow crystals to last them the entire year. The family elder asked carefully what she wanted in exchange. Zhou Hang's instincts immediately screamed that something was wrong. Lady Hong's response was chilling. What she wanted was not treasures, but a living person. The patriarch was stunned and demanded to know who. Her answer came without hesitation, Zhou Yi. Zhou Hang leapt to his feet in shock, declaring that trading away a living person was unthinkable, though his mind raced. Why had Lady Hong fixed her sights on Zhou Yi? Lady Hong simply chuckled, calling him amusing. To her, one person in exchange for the survival of an entire clan was a bargain too good to refuse. The patriarch's face hardened. He rejected her offer outright and ordered her to leave, stating firmly that Zhao Yi was a junior of the Zhao family and could never be traded. Lady Hong sneered, asking if he really believed the Zhao family could survive without handing him over. Even if they clung to life, she mocked, they would last no more than 2 months. The elder quickly reminded the patriarch of their grim reality. 3 children had died last year for bloodline freezing, and without cold marrow crystals, more would follow. The patriarch knew this well. The Mermaid Merchant Guild controlled the mines of these crystals, and the Zhao family's cursed ice bloodline weakened day by day. Only the crystals could reinforce their lineage, quicken cultivation, and ease the constant freezing. For that reason, they were forced to pour vast resources into trades with the guild year after year. Even so, the patriarch cut the discussion short. He declared there was nothing more to consider. He would rather see the Zhao family perish than by survival by sacrificing a life. The elder begged him to reconsider, urging him to think of the children. Zhao, he might be gifted, but he was still too young to carry the clan's future. The elder argued that the family must live on to ever see hope of revival. But the patriarch answered coldly. Zhao, he had never once been protected by the clan, and therefore he should not be burdened with saving it. When the elder protested that the children could wait, the patriarch dismissed Lady Hong outright. Inwardly, though, he cursed the elder as a fool. Lady Hong wasn't asking for a trade. She was forcing a choice between Zhao, Yi, and the entire family. She already understood what he did, that only Zhao Yi's boundless future carried even the faintest chance of true restoration. Lady Hong announces that from this day, the Zhao family will keep Zhao Yi, then orders the supply of cold metal crystals to be cut off, declaring the Zhao family and the old patriarch will perish together. She produces red strings and thanks Xiao Bai for guiding her. Wrapping those strings around Patriarch Zhou's neck, she snaps them. He collapses. Lady Hong accuses the patriarch of winking at Xiao Yun in her presence and demands whether he takes her for a blind person. Xiaoran and Shun Lingfeng leap forward, vowing the enemy will die by their hands. Lady Hong's followers move in to stop them, but Shin Lingfeng carves the attackers into shreds with his sword. A group of minions rushes Xiaoran. She cuts them down like brittle cloth, and they fall dead. Shun Lingfeng then casts a spell that consumes the remaining foes. Lady Hong watches and remarks that in 3 days they will learn cooperation, noting they must have trained together in secret and become more interesting. She observes subtle signs of breakthroughs in Xiaoran and Shun Lingfeng and calls them geniuses in their own right, though she adds that with someone already ahead of them, they will ultimately be left behind. Guarding Patriarch Zhou restricts Xiaoran's movement and distract her. She wonders how this woman, who should have been eliminated before, has come to the Zhao family again, and why Patriarch Zhou and Zhao Yi are not allowed to speak of her. Before she can act, thin strings fly past and bind her in seconds. Lady Hong says Xiaoran lacks combat experience. More strings erupt from the ground and trap Shun Lingfeng. Lady Hong declares she favors these young masters and ladies, talented but useless. With the warm-up finished, she moves to handle them personally. She strikes Shun Lingfeng, taunting him, then slams into Xiaoran and challenges the source of her past power. Pinning Shun Lingfeng to the wall, she states that her blood thread snare resonates with his flames and calls him Little Fire Dragon. Suspended from the ceiling, they are forced to listen as she demands the location of Zhao Yi. Shun Lingfeng vows to burn her to ashes if freed. Lady Hong says she will not allow idle talk, claiming she heard Zhao Yi entered the Gale Mountain range alone to rescue his sister and that she doubts he will emerge. Shun Lingfeng forbids her from touching Xiao Yun. Lady Hong approaches Xiao Yun and asks if she can see her brother from behind the curtain. Xiaoran shouts that Xiao Yun should lend her strength one more time. Before anyone could advance further, Lady Hong spread her strings across the field, her voice echoing as if to crush their spirits. The threads twisted into a swarm of puppets, each radiating a sinister red aura, their attacks driving straight toward Uncle Hang. In response, Uncle Hang released a blast of freezing air and told Lady Hong she had gone to excessive lengths just to target Zhao Yi. Chains in hand, he charged, smashing through the silk puppets one by one. He shouted for the children to take Xiao Bai and Xiao Yun and leave at once. He would hold the minions back. Lady Hong, unfazed, ordered her creations to ignore him. But before they could react, Zhao Bai and Shin Lingfeng grabbed the girls, preparing to flee. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had already ascended into a radiant form, his body shimmering like a celestial being made of pure energy. Facing the dragon head-on, he reminded it of his true identity. The beast released a torrent of blue energy, but Zhao Yi sidestepped with ease, letting the dragon vent the rage it had carried from centuries of confinement and torment. With a single flick of his wrist, he struck its forehead with pure force, then gathered power into his fist for a soul-binding blow, commanding obedience. Suddenly, the dragon's memories awakened. Recognition flashed. It knew this man as its master. Yet Zhao Yi's strike sent it crashing down, smoke swirling as its jaws slammed open, only for Zhao Yi to plant his feet atop them, finally relieved to see the beast subdued. The dragon demanded to know again. Who was he? Struggling to breathe, Zhao Yi lay on the ground, his body slowly repairing the injuries left by the beast's fury. He answered simply. His name was Zhao Yi, descendant of Zhao Fan. He explained how, a century ago, the dragon had given its life to destroy the portal of the demon realm, granting peace to Tianlane. His ancestor, Zhao Fan, had sealed away the dragon's body and soul, then departed in search of a way to bring it back, never to return. The dragon remembered its master's promise of a life of luxury. Zhao Yi told it that the long sealing had imprisoned its soul, warping it toward madness. The only way to save it now was through harsher methods. But the dragon, still skeptical, asked how it could be revived when its core was already shattered. It admitted it could hardly believe 100 years had passed, assuming its master had long died. Then, peering into Zhao Yi's silence, it asked whether he had come seeking the dragon's soul. The question hung heavy. Zhao Yi said nothing. The dragon, sensing his hesitation, observed that Zhao Yi's foundation was damaged and in dire need of restoration through pure energy. If he were to merge the dragon's soul into his body, it warned, the process would feel like 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart, his flesh ripped apart millions of times. And so it asked, was he truly willing to endure such torment? Zhao Yi declared that he was willing. Compared to the agony of helplessness, he said, the inability to protect those he loved was the far greater pain. Energy surged around him as he rose to his feet. The dragon acknowledged his resolve and unleashed a surge of blue energy, striking directly into his heart. The torment fused with his blazing yellow mana, igniting the dormant ice bloodline of the Zhao clan. Blue light spilled from his body as transcendent power surged back into him. Every vessel glowed with brilliance, and his senses sharpened. He could even feel Xiaoran's presence outside, standing before the dragon. The beast warned him to endure, reminding him that his fractured foundation would not survive more than a month without proper repair. Zhao Yi then turned his focus inward, repairing the cracks running along the dragon's spine and its shattered radiance. The strain was overwhelming, blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, but he pressed on. His heart pulsed suddenly, releasing energy that spread farther than ever before. At last, the fusion was complete. He claimed the ice dragon soul, fully restoring his foundation. His control over the ice element ascended to a new level, and the system congratulated him. He had completed the hidden quest and achieved a flawless second awakening. With it came the dragon body's divine skill, which he swore he would use to protect all of Tianlane. Back at the Zhao estate, Lady Hong was crushing her opposition. Shun Lingfeng was nearly overwhelmed by her crimson silk, and now her gaze turned to Xiaoran. She called her a good sister, beckoning her closer with honeyed words, promising no harm. Patriarch Zhou hesitated, but Lady Hong lashed out regardless, her strings binding Xiaoran as she demanded to be led to her brother. At that moment, Shun Lingfeng clutched at her foot and growled for her to release Xiaoran. Lady Hong mocked him, calling him a stubborn little fire dragon desperate to play protector. Shun Lingfeng's eyes burned as he warned her not to lay a hand on Xiaoran. She laughed coldly, ridiculing him as a stray dog, too weak to shield himself, yet foolish enough to shield another. But Shun Lingfeng spat back that she understood nothing. Even if it cost him his life, he swore he would never allow her to touch a single strand of Xiaoran's hair. Lady Hong ordered him aside. He refused. Even as pain racked his body, he pressed against her shoulder, refusing to yield. Xiaoran's voice broke as she begged him to let go. She pleaded for him not to worry about her, urging him to run while he still could, assuring him that her brother would never blame him. But Shun Lingfeng refused. In a final act of defiance, he sank his teeth into Lady Hong's foot. Fury flashed across her face as she struck him with a powerful blow, hurling him across the floor. Yet, even battered, Shun Lingfeng dragged himself forward, inch by inch, determined to return. Lady Hong paused, surprised. This boy's resolve was stronger than she had imagined. For someone of the proud fire dragon bloodline, to humble himself in such a way spoke volumes. Stubborn, yes, but stubbornness like his carried undeniable value. Lady Hong's lips curled in amusement, though her tone carried warning. She told Shun Lingfeng that he was chasing death itself. She hadn't intended to kill him, but since he insisted, she would grant him rebirth. Her threads coiled tightly around his neck as she whispered a farewell. Shun Lingfeng gasped for air, his strength fading, while Zhou Bai cried out desperately for him. With a sharp snap, his fate was left uncertain, and Zhou Bai broke into bitter sobs, begging Lady Hong to spare her brother and let him go. Just then, the world outside erupted. A thunderous roar split the air, smoke billowed, and waves of crushing blue energy shook the ground. Lady Hong froze, her eyes narrowing as she wondered where such terrifying power was coming from. The answer arrived in a blaze of light. A surge of blue energy swept through, tearing her crimson threads to pieces. From within the brilliance, radiant yellow wings unfurled. Zhao Yi appeared, carrying Zhou Bai safely in his arms. She clung to him, weeping softly, calling for her brother. Zhao Yi's gaze fell on Shun Lingfeng, broken and bleeding, then shifted to Xiaoran, still pinned to the wall by Lady Hong's silk. He turned to Zhou Bai and Uncle Hang, who were both battered. Uncle Hang managed to release freezing energy, but Zhao Yi's eyes glowed blue and gold as he countered effortlessly. He raised his hand, summoning chains of pure energy that lashed toward Lady Hong. She only laughed, wild and delighted. With a sweep of her hand, she summoned 2 silk-born minions, then split herself into countless replicas, declaring triumphantly that Zhao Yi had finally emerged. But the chains crashed down from above, shredding her puppets into fragments. She slipped behind Zhao Yi, whispering mockingly for him to behave and return home. Zhao Yi stomped the ground, splitting it apart, and spun to fire a wave of blue energy that nearly struck her. Her eyes widened. This power was terrifying. Her level 20 puppets were destroyed instantly, but even her level 30 elites and level 40 guardians, her prized creations, were crushed beneath Zhao Yi's icy fangs. She tried to counter, only to find her own leg frozen solid. Disbelief escaped her lips. How could someone at level 30 bridge a gap of 15 levels? Yet instead of fear, exhilaration filled her. She wanted him even more. Snarling, she unleashed her final technique, weaving countless puppets into a colossal silk snare that wrapped the battlefield in a suffocating trap. Arrogantly, she reminded him that fighting above his level was meaningless while he carried the burden of a girl in his arms. With that, she forged a massive silk weapon and brought it crashing down, aiming to crush him completely. Zhao Yi stood firm, utterly unmoved. The razor threads tightened around him, but they held no power over his body. In the next instant, a sacred storm erupted from within him. His golden energy flared, and the entire web of silk dissolved into nothing. The waves surged outward, melting everything in its path. Lady Hong's heart clenched. This power was immeasurable, far beyond levels or ranks. Fear spread through her. She needed to retreat. But Zhao Yi called forth Frostfang, the dragon manifesting beside him in radiant glory. Lady Hong quickly raised her hand in surrender, frantically warning him. If he dared lay a finger on her, the Mermaid Guild would unleash its wrath. She declared this was the guild's highest bounty, threatening that the entire Zhao family would be dragged down should he continue. But Frostfang roared and devoured her aura in seconds, leaving her staggered and wide-eyed. Her composure cracked, and she hurriedly backtracked, calling it a misunderstanding. She admitted her faults, attacking his sister, striking his companions, standing against him, pleading for her life. She offered him gold marrow crystals, then sweetened it further. The Mermaid Guild's mine itself, producing thousands of pounds every year, enough to rid the Zhao clan of their cursed bloodline and grant them peace and cultivation. Desperate, she even offered her loyalty, swearing to follow him through fire and storm. Yet behind her trembling eyes lay treachery, already plotting escape once her puppet strings could connect. Zhao Yi knew. A woman like Lady Hong would never bow unless deceit was woven into her words. He lifted his hand, Frostfang rising with him, and made it clear there was no need for negotiation. True strength fears no threat and bends to no temptation. His energy surged. Silk threads shattered like dust, and in a single stroke, Lady Hong's body was cleaved apart. Her gaze froze in horror as pain consumed her, realizing at last that the light he wielded was not mortal. It was wholly untouchable by ordinary means. As her body crumbled, Zhao Yi gently lowered Zhao Yun, then moved to free Zhou Bai. He lifted her limp form, holding her close. A soft glow of healing energy spread from him as he whispered gently that he had returned. Elsewhere, the redhead stirred awake, stunned beyond words. The enemy he had failed to overcome despite exhausting all his strength had been crushed by Zhao Yi in only a handful of moves. He couldn't fathom how he could ever reach such a level. Zhao Yi stepped toward him and thanked him sincerely, honoring the fact that he had fought with everything to shield his sister. The redhead blinked, startled, then lowered his gaze before breaking into a bright grin. Then hurry and heal me already. I'm bleeding out. Not long after, the Zhao patriarch was seen observing from a distance. Relief filled his heart. He said this was his first true meeting with Zhao Yi, yet for such calamity to descend on the clan in this way was proof of his own incompetence as patriarch. He admitted he felt deeply ashamed. Zhao Yi replied that formalities were unnecessary, but he had a question. Why did the Zhao family depend so heavily on the cold marrow crystals? He warned that unless the clan could stand strong enough to guard Zhao Yun, he would never allow her to return. The patriarch asked if Zhou Hang had already told him. Zhao, he explained that Uncle Hang had mentioned it before, but never in detail. The patriarch studied him carefully. This child had just fought through a brutal battle, yet his aura remained calm, like the depths of a still pool. The sharpness in his gaze was colder and fiercer than anything found in the pampered heirs of the family. He then revealed the truth. The eternal curse not only stripped the Zhao clan of their chances to awaken the Ice Blood design, it also left them vulnerable to the backlash of bloodline freezing. Every year, members of the Zhao family lost their lives to it. Even Zhao Yun had once suffered from the affliction, though hers had been the mildest form, cured with the extreme cold lotus. But for most disciples, the freezing could only be suppressed by the cold miracle stone. And this was exactly what Lady Hong had exploited, demanding greater tribute year after year. This time, she had gone so far as to demand Zhao Yi himself in exchange. Hearing this, Zhao Yi declared that from this day forward, there would be no more tribute. The patriarch shook his head. Driving away Lady Hong was only a temporary reprieve. Behind her stood the Mermaid Merchant Guild, powerful and untouchable. They controlled the cold miracle crystal mine itself, and the Zhao family remained chained to it. Zhao Yi spoke calmly. Madame Hong was dead. The patriarch froze, staring at him in disbelief. He repeated the words as if he hadn't heard them clearly. Dead? That was impossible. Madame Hong was a level 45, second-tier puppeteer, shielded by hundreds of her creations. Even if Zhao Yi had advanced in the Ice Dragon Abyss, there should have been no certainty in defeating her. But Zhao Yi explained. She had been too arrogant, arriving without backup. The Ice Dragon Abyss itself had amplified his Ice-type techniques by 30%. More importantly, he revealed Frostfang, the dragon's presence glowing faintly beside him. He had awakened it within the abyss. The patriarch's eyes glistened as he took in the sight, his voice trembling as he asked if Frostfang still remembered their ancestors. Zhao Yi nodded. Frostfang remembered. It was the dragon who had mended his shattered body and helped him bring down Madame Hong. But the dragon's soul was fragile, its essence nearly gone. For now, he had sealed it within himself, and he would not awaken it again unless it was absolutely necessary. The patriarch began laughing, tossing aside his staff. Then, with uncharacteristic reverence, he bent low in a bow. Raising his voice, he called out to the ancestors, declaring that to win Frostfang's recognition at such a young age was proof of unmatched courage and destiny. Even their forebears might not have equaled this feat, he admitted that once. He thought Zhao Yi merely exceptional, but now he knew he had underestimated him. Heaven itself had not abandoned the Zhao clan. Zhao Yi scratched his head lightly and suggested the patriarch rise first. Embarrassed, the old man quickly stood, apologizing for losing his composure. Zhao Yi steadied him by the arm and asked if he could share what he knew about the Merchant Gale's background. He remembered all too well. The cult had already marked his sister. He could not guard her side forever. But if the Zhao clan could be freed from the Merchant Gale's grip, then this would become the safest sanctuary for her. The patriarch's expression darkened. He explained that the Mermaid Merchant Gale had once been nothing more than a small trading post, its owner a low-ranked warrior named Lu Xian who survived by reselling ores. Everything changed 10 years ago. That winter, Blackwind Valley suffered a blizzard not seen in 100 years. Every redwood froze solid. Lu Xian ventured into the valley with a small group, but half a month later, only Lu Xian emerged. From then on, he suddenly had an endless supply of rare ores, gold marrow crystal, profound ice shade, falling frost stone, and even star silver, one of the rarest metals in staggering quantities. As they stepped outside, the patriarch continued his tale. Lu Xian had claimed he discovered a new mine and somehow secured full mining rights. For years, countless people had tried to sneak in a Blackwind Valley to uncover the truth, but none succeeded. Some vanished in the blizzard. Others froze before even glimpsing the supposed mine entrance. Zhao Yi frowned, remarking that it all sounded far too convenient. The patriarch shook his head and said the coincidences went even further. 3 years ago, the Zhao family could still purchase gold marrow crystals from traveling merchants. Expensive, but enough to cover their most urgent needs. Then, one spring, those merchants began vanishing in droves. Within months, not a single vendor carried gold marrow crystals. Just as the Zhao family was desperate, Madame Hong appeared. She claimed to own a mine and offered crystals at half the usual price, so long as the Zhao family agreed to help her with a few small matters. When Zhao Yi asked what those matters were, the patriarch's voice hardened. They were told to crush smaller families in Tianlan province who resisted the guild's authority. Many of these families carried bloodline flaws. The guild provided them with cultivation resources, but in return, they demanded their most gifted children. Once taken, those children never returned. These families hated the merchant guild, yet too dependent on its resources to resist, they vented their hatred on the Zhao family instead, branding them the guild's lackeys. In the past 2 years, Zhao disciples were constantly ambushed whenever they left their estate. The guild's scheme was clear: isolate the Zhao family, choke them of allies, and leave them cornered. Zhao Yi pieced it together aloud. First monopolize supply routes, then bait them with low prices, next force the Zhao family to crush dissenters, and finally turn public resentment against them. The patriarch nodded grimly. That was exactly how it unfolded. With each passing year, the guild added new conditions to every delivery. The trap was obvious, but their children's lives depended on cold marrow crystals, leaving them with no choice but to submit. Lifting a crystal in his hand, he said this was one of the shipments they received last year. 3 years ago, the crystals were pure white ice. Now, they were streaked with black threads. Madame Hong insisted they were harmless impurities from deep underground, but the family's physicians suspected something far darker: corruption eating away at the crystals themselves. Zhao Yi accepted the crystal from the patriarch. Energy swirled around him as he examined it. His power seeped through the stone, purging the black streaks until it gleamed perfectly pure. Yet what he uncovered was unsettling, a faint demonic aura, one he recognized. It felt disturbingly familiar, as if he had crossed paths with it before. The patriarch's expression grew heavier. He revealed there was one more detail. Madame Hong had once claimed that when the Lord awakened, the Zhou family curse would disappear with a mere flick of the finger. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. The Lord, not Lu Xian. The patriarch nodded. Exactly. To produce such vast quantities of rare ore, and to command a second-tier puppeteer like Madame Hong to serve as a mere errand runner, there had to be a true power in the shadows. Lu Xian alone could never be that figure. Zhao Yi understood. With Madame Hong gone, the merchant guild would not let this matter pass quietly. But he did not waver. He stated firmly that he would bear whatever consequences awaited. The patriarch was taken aback. He rebuked him, asking what sort of words those were. Zhao Yi carried the blood of the Zhou family, the same blood as their ancestors. His struggles were theirs, and no matter how fierce the storm, the clan would face it together with him. Zhao Yi placed a hand over the patriarch's, acknowledging his resolve. He admitted quietly that he had never been truly alone. Then, glancing at his companions, he remarked with faint humor that the redhead and the others were dragging their feet. At that moment, new voices rang out. Word had spread of the trouble on Zhao Yi's side, and the principal had sent reinforcements. 3 figures arrived: a priestess, a mage, and a warrior girl. Zhao Yi greeted them with a smile, noting it had been 2 months since their last meeting, and they had clearly grown stronger. The warrior girl beamed with pride, declaring that of course they had. Following brother, he meant they could never afford to fall behind. As they set off, the mage girl leaned toward the priestess, whispering that Ling she had said she wanted to ask brother Yi about ice magic on the way. But when she finally saw him, she lost her courage. The priestess chuckled and relayed the question to Zhao Yi. He didn't stop walking. His gaze stayed calm as he replied that their time was urgent. He would explain while they moved. The patriarch watched them quietly from behind. A faint smile touched his lips. This boy, Zhou Yi, truly carried the same bearing as their ancestors. The group chatted casually as they walked, but Zhao Yi's thoughts drifted elsewhere. A hollow feeling welled up in him, as though he were suddenly unnecessary among them. In the past, he would never have hesitated to infiltrate alone. The demonic energy of Black Wind Valley couldn't touch him, and even when surrounded by enemies far stronger, he could still rely on the Void Beast's power to escape. But everything had changed after Madame Hong's death. The system, which had lain silent except for daily missions, suddenly stirred. A notification appeared. An unlimited time mission had triggered to uncover the secret of the Mermaid Merchant Guild with his companions. The reward was an S-rank skill book. To Zhao Yi, it felt less like a choice and more like a decree, sealing off any chance of moving alone. Yet the system reminded him. It was the strongest auxiliary system, one that never issued meaningless orders. Perhaps what mattered now lay not in the mission itself, but in walking it together with his companions. He thought back on their injuries and struggles. He had always believed strength alone was enough to protect those he cared for. But strength by itself was an illusion. Madame Hong had taught him that even the fiercest lion could stumble, and the moment it did, the hyenas would strike. His reflection was interrupted by the warrior girl's voice, calling out that if they didn't leave now, night would fall completely. Zhao Bai glanced at him with concern, asking if he was all right, reminding him that the teleportation array was prepared and had to be reached before it closed. The redhead grumbled that they should have gone earlier, while the girls complained of hunger and wondered if they would eat first. Zhao Yi looked at them, each with their quirks, their small habits, and realized they were never a burden. They were the ones who allowed even the strongest lion to rest without fear. Ahead loomed Black Wind Valley, a land of perpetual ice and snow, shrouded in a blood-red mist. Few who entered ever returned unscathed. And yet, deep within this cursed place, the Mermaid Merchant Guild had hidden its lair. For reasons unknown, Lu Xian remained unbothered by the risk of its secret being discovered. The jeep rolled to a stop at the valley's entrance. Xiao Bai pointed at the map, noting that while the edges of Black Wind Valley were charted, everything inside was nothing but darkness. Zhao Yi wasn't surprised. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his possession skill. A butterfly of light appeared, carrying his magic as it traced hidden circuits across the void, marking secret coordinates. This butterfly could rip through space itself, leaping instantly to desolate points. Tai Xan cursed under her breath, saying the wind here felt like knives. Zhao Yi agreed. It was colder even than the deepest glacial abyss. He raised his hand, channeling a stream of blessings. Courage, grace, weapon enhancement, and more. Power wrapped around the group like radiant armor, and he warned them to stay alert. Excitement rippled through his companions. It was the first time they had ever received Zhao Yi's amplification. Their strength surged to several times its normal level. Lingxi laughed in delight, boasting that her combat power had shot up by a third, and she couldn't wait to test it. But before she could take a step, threads lashed from the darkness, winding around her leg and yanking her backward. Shun Lingfeng shouted her name. Zhao Yi moved instantly, his blade flashing as he severed the cords in one clean stroke, catching Tai Xen in his arms before she hit the ground. Breathless, she thanked him as everyone's eyes turned to the writhing strands. They looked disturbingly like Madame Hong's puppet threads. Shun Lingfeng muttered, could she still be alive? But Zhao Yi's flames incinerated them. The smell of burning slime rose, and the truth was clear. These weren't puppet strings. They were living tentacles. He quickly ordered Xiaolian to scan the cliffs with her spirit arts. She pressed her palms together, summoning her heaven and earth technique. Words of power shimmered in the air before spreading out to blanket the entire valley. The vision that unfolded froze everyone in place. Even Zhao, he was taken aback. The snow mountains themselves seemed to crawl with life, countless shapes hidden beneath the ice. Then Xiaolian's sight focused sharper, and the cliffs shifted, revealing grotesque structures bristling with eyes and threads. From every side, they lashed out. Xiaolian countered with thunder rumbles, blazing talismans, and volleys of spells, driving them back. But a surge of black magic slammed forward, dissolving her golden incantations as if they were nothing. She leapt away, horrified. The black slime devoured spiritual energy whole. Lingxi gasped in disbelief, while Xiaolian admitted grimly that even his spirit Taoist arts were useless here. For a moment, the entire group froze in shock. Without warning, strings shot out across the valley, weaving into a massive net that sealed Zhao Yi and his companions from every side. The red-haired fighter unleashed his flames in defiance, but a look of disgust crossed his face. The more he burned, the more threads spawned in their place. Out of those writhing cords, shapes began to emerge. In moments, the battlefield was swarming with twisted creatures of dark energy bound together by strings. The warrior girl only smirked, saying their timing couldn't be better, and even Zob was itching to fight. But Zhao Yi raised his hand, stepping forward. He told them to hold position. This fight was his. The creatures recoiled slightly at the glow of holy energy. That was the key. Channeling his talents, Zhao Yi invoked Holy Sword Heart and Holy Light Protection, his body blazing with sacred radiance. He charged straight into the horde, cutting through the shadowy figures one after another. His blade carved a glowing arc, and he remarked sharply that these things didn't flinch from magic, but physical attacks worked just fine. His voice rang out with crisp commands. Taiyin and Churan would break the defense head-on, while Churan also kept their rear covered. The three of them would advance in a triangular formation. The warrior girl grinned wide, eager to prove herself, shouting that it was her turn to shine. Zhao Yi ordered the rest to remain inside the holy light barrier. Under no circumstances were they to step out. The red-haired one scowled, refusing to sit idle. "Wait, I'm not just fire," he shouted, pulling back his bow and unleashing a sharp crimson arrow that tore through the strings. Zhao Yi's tone carried authority as he called out the next orders. Shunfang would strike with them, while Ling, Zia, and Xialan were to remain in the back, studying their enemy's weaknesses. Everyone answered in unison. Shunfang burst through the light shield, spear flashing, his strikes clean and precise. The warrior girl smashed down with her mountain break strike, splitting the enemy apart and confirming her attack worked. Shunfang skewered the creatures without mercy, proudly demanding how they liked their young master's strength. Even Xiaobai dove in, her blade slashing elegantly through the dark spawn. Together, their assault ripped through the battlefield. But then, a new horror unfolded. Several of the dark creatures began fusing into one, forming a larger, more twisted monstrosity. Zhao Yi's eyes sharpened. The tide was endless. Every monster slain only gave birth to another, crawling fresh from the mountain's veins of silver thread. His gaze swept back and caught something that made his heart sink. The priestess staggered, struck by one of the creatures. She looked at him in alarm, holding out a token she had pulled from its body. "Brother Yi, what is this?" she asked. The token bore the crest of the Tianlan Lui family. Zhao Yi rushed to her side, studying it quickly. His thoughts darkened. This must be a remnant, something left behind by the small families and explorers who had once entered Blackwind Valley. Worse still, the truth clicked into place. These silver threads were not just devouring magic and spiritual force. They were consuming life itself, twisting corpses into puppets. Drawing his sword once more, he looked up. Every monster was tethered by threads, crawling back into the cliffs. His voice thundered across the battlefield. They had been wasting their strength, cutting down pawns. The root was the mountain itself. With a roar, he lifted his blade high, then brought it down in a strike filled with immense power, aiming straight at the source. The ground trembled violently, splitting apart as massive stones crashed down. Zhao Yi raised his hand, and the light barrier flared, shielding everyone from the deadly rain of debris. When the dust finally settled, silence fell. What they saw left the entire group frozen in shock. All around them, countless crystals jutted from the ground, each one holding a tiny figure suspended within. The warrior girl whispered, her voice trembling. Was this nothing but a mirage? Zhao, he shook his head. This was no illusion. It was the hidden entrance to a dungeon. Blackwind Valley was not just a natural mountain range. It was a massive dungeon fused with Blue Star itself, camouflaged so flawlessly that no one had ever uncovered its truth. No, Zhao Yi added grimly. Lu Xian already knew. That was why the Merchant Guild dared to leave the valley unguarded. The dungeon itself was their trump card, turning every intruder into fuel. The redhead swore loudly, spitting that it was all just a pile of tricks. The mage stepped closer, her eyes narrowing. She confirmed that the creatures they fought were indeed intruders, twisted into puppets. He touched another crystal, and it exploded, shards raining across the battlefield. The redhead cursed again, shouting if this shattered mirror was trying to ambush them. Lingxi, Zhao Yi barked. Double layer of ice and earth defenses. Don't give them a chance to strike. Lingxi answered without hesitation. Frost and stone surged together, sealing them in a fortified barrier. But from every shard of broken crystal, reflections began to stir, duplicates of their companions, rising like twisted shadows. Zhao Yi's eyes locked forward. An ominous pressure filled the air. Out of smoke and swirling mist, a lone figure began to walk toward them. And then, in an instant, everything shifted. The priestess stumbled into a strange, unfamiliar place. Her voice broke as she called desperately for E, but no answer came. Fear coiled around her heart. The redhead, too, was torn away. Even burning all his strength, he was hurled into another unknown realm. The mage girl appeared alone in an isolated space, trembling as she tried to steady her breath. Xiaobai gasped. She was submerged in a sea-like dimension, water pressing all around her. The warrior girl found herself standing in a graveyard, the silence suffocating. Panic seized her, and she slashed wildly at the shadows, running in desperation. The first to step up was Tai Xian. At the start, she struggled to make sense of what was happening. Her thoughts raced, trying to figure out if some kind of sorcery was at play. The figure before her wasn't just similar. It was an exact copy, matching her every movement, every attack, with the same strength and style. Shaken by the realization, Tai Xian muttered that the enemy was just a clone. To her surprise, the reflection instantly echoed her words back at her, repeating them exactly. The eerie mimicry only fueled her frustration. She began hurling curses, but again, the clone repeated everything, matching her tone perfectly. Soon, the fight turned into a strange cycle. Words and strikes thrown back and forth, each move countered with flawless precision. Determined to break the deadlock, Tai Xian unleashed a crushing blow that sent the clone crashing into the wall with a deafening impact. Mocking it, she sneered that it didn't even understand what a trick was. Yet once again, the reflection copied her words, driving her temper higher. Then she laughed, because in that moment, she discovered a flaw. The clone could mirror her completed techniques, but it couldn't replicate the unfinished or improvised one she slipped into her attacks. Before she could fully act on this advantage, the clone suddenly recovered and charged forward with overwhelming force. Its rapid adaptation shocked her. In such a short time, it had already begun learning her methods. A wave of urgency hit her. If she didn't end this fight quickly, the battle could spiral out of her control. Elsewhere in the mirror world, Shun Lingfeng was battling his own reflection. Their fight had already torn apart the surroundings, and in his beastly transformed state, Shun Lingfeng stood tall, his flame dragon body blazing with power. He sneered at his copy, mocking it for no longer echoing his words. With a taunt, he asked if it was because the clone couldn't handle the overwhelming force of his dragon flames. The duplicate gave no reply and instead lunged forward with a crushing punch. Shun Lingfeng slipped aside with ease, the strike smashing into the ground and leaving a gaping hole. Laughing, he declared he'd show the fake who the real Shun Lingfeng was. Though his body brimmed with raw strength, he was surprised to see his reflection quickly adjusting to his speed, pressing him harder than expected. Yet Shun Lingfeng continued to mock it, daring the copy to keep up with his rapid techniques. Calling upon his might, he unleashed one of his most devastating abilities. With a staff in hand, he summoned the heaven-burning sting. Flames spiraled into a massive tornado, ripping through the battlefield as he bent it to his will. But to his shock, the clone mirrored the same technique flawlessly, controlling an identical tornado with its own weapon. What puzzled him most was the lack of reaction in the clone's movements. But when Shun Lingfeng suddenly shifted the flow of his attack mid-strike, he noticed the enemy falter. The clone failed to defend against the altered move. In that instant, he understood. The reflection could only copy complete techniques, not unpredictable changes made in the middle of battle. But while he was voicing his realization, the clone struck back, driving a weapon into his chest. Flames surged across his body, his power climbing even higher. He felt no pain. Instead, he laughed and cursed the copy, calling it slow and sending it to hell. Meanwhile, another clash unfolded. Xiaolan had engaged her own double, hurling talisman after talisman, each bursting with deadly spells. But her reflection matched her every move, countering with the same techniques. Forced onto the defensive, Xiaolan darted for cover, hiding behind a barrier to avoid the thunderous blasts. The clone sneered at Xiaolan, calling her weak and remarking that it had expected her to be far stronger. Xiaolan hesitated, unsettled by what she saw. The way her double-wielded Taoist talismans was unlike anything she had ever encountered. In her mind, she recalled a fundamental truth. Using a talisman only allowed one to draw on the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. A person could imitate the shape of the spell, but the spirit behind it was beyond replication. Her gaze shifted to the rain and the wind swirling around them, natural forces tied to the Tao itself. In that moment, realization struck. With unwavering resolve, she raised her hand and cast a spell, proclaiming that the heart is the body and power is its function. The truth was clear now. Her opponent had no heart, no reverence for the Tao, no fear of it either. Without that connection, it was impossible for the clone to draw upon the energy of nature. The talismans it used were nothing more than hollow shells, empty gestures with no true force behind them. As the clone continued its incantations, Xiaolan's spell had already taken effect. Threads of energy snaked out, binding its fingers before spreading across its entire form. In the blink of an eye, the threads pierced deep within, tearing the reflection apart from the inside. At the same time, Lingxi was locked in a desperate struggle with her own duplicate. She was battered and breathing heavily, while her copy mocked her, boasting that it was stronger and claiming she would never be able to destroy it. Wounded and weary, Lingxi steadied herself, searching for any weakness she could exploit. In just minutes, the clone had overtaken her, mirroring her appearance, her words, her techniques, everything. Worse, it had already begun laying traps, its speed and precision climbing rapidly. Without finding its flaw, there was no way to defeat it. But she reminded herself, this was a dungeon, and every dungeon carried a path to victory. Her double taunted her again, calling her sister and beckoning her closer so they could merge into one. But as Lingxi watched carefully, a wave of confusion struck her. There was no frost pattern. Then it struck Lingxi. The clone's attacks were nothing more than hollow shells. They carried no true weight and could never harm her. Relief washed over her. At first, she had feared that someone could perfectly mimic the techniques she had spent 10 long years mastering, making all her hard work meaningless. But now she understood. The reflection could only copy appearances, not the essence, not the control, not the elemental power behind them. Her double seemed puzzled by her words, unable to grasp what she had discovered. Lingxi calmly explained that while she wielded the water element, her copy wasn't even close to doing it properly. She could shape it into precise forms like needles with ease, yet the clone couldn't replicate even that most basic skill. And the frost pattern she mastered, something that required deep connection and control, was far beyond what the imitation could reproduce. She laughed at the reflection, mocking it for its lack of understanding, calling it useless when it came to truly commanding the elements. With her confidence restored, Lingxi unleashed her full power. The clone tried to resist, but it was powerless to stop her strike. As her attack tore through it, she taunted the copy once more, declaring that it could never comprehend the true system of a mage, one capable of uniting the elements themselves. As Lingxi's battle pressed on, the truth became undeniable. Her clone was nothing more than an empty shadow. Its spells lacked depth, its power weak and shallow. Lingxi ridiculed it, telling the copy that magic wasn't just about imitation. True sorcery demanded precision, a deep understanding of the elements, and only with that mastery could a spell unleash real power. She admitted to herself that given more time, the clone might eventually outgrow her and surpass her skills. But now that she had uncovered its flaw, she refused to give it another chance. Pouring all her strength into one decisive strike, Lingxi unleashed a devastating blow that shattered the clone completely. With her victory secured, the final duel awaited, the fight of Zhou Yi himself. Locked in combat with his mirror image, their swords clashed with explosive force. Each collision sent shockwaves across the battlefield, tearing through the space around them. As the duel raged, Zhou Yi observed his reflection closely. With each passing moment, the clone grew sharper, wielding the power of holy light with greater precision. Its movements were evolving, no longer rigid but fluid, just like a real fighter. He realized the copy was constantly analyzing his weaknesses and erasing them, adapting at a frightening pace. Instead of frustration, Zhou Yi felt something else, like he was facing a sparring partner that pushed him further with every exchange. But the challenge was mounting. He unleashed the power of his blade, only to see the clone close the gap once again, its delay in blocking reduced to nothing. Blow after blow, it met him without faltering. Then, Zhou Yi transformed, drawing on his full strength. Instantly, his reflection shifted as well, replicating the transformation. Watching it, Zhou Yi understood. The clone could mimic his elemental styles too, but there was a weakness. Whenever it tried to copy multiple elements at once, its flow became unstable. The gathered information clashed within it, causing its timing to falter. The battle turned into a contest of endurance and precision, both sides striking relentlessly, each determined to break the other. Yet Zhou Yi was calm. He had already figured out the path to victory. Mocking his reflection, he remarked that it wasn't speaking as much as he was. For the first time, the clone responded, asking what he wanted from it. With a smirk, Zhou Yi challenged it directly. He wanted to see just how far a mere clone could go in copying his skills and abilities. He demanded it fight him harder, pushing this mirror duel to its limits. The clone looked Zhou Yi in the eye and declared that it was stronger, that he had no choice but to fight, and that it couldn't be killed because it knew everything about him. Zhou Yi only smirked and replied with an old saying, that those who boasted too much often met an early death. Without giving his copy a moment to breathe, he launched a fierce strike. Cracks began to spread across the clone's body, like a mirror shattering. As it broke apart, it demanded to know if Zhou Yi had seen through everything from the start. Zhou Yi answered calmly. He had known all along. The enemy was nothing more than a mirror, capable of copying only what was reflected. And just like any reflection, there was always a delay. He explained further. The mirror wasn't truly fighting him. It was learning from him, masking its weakness behind a storm of copied attacks. But in the end, it didn't matter. Since the clone came from him, Zhou Yi knew everything it could possibly do. That made defeating it inevitable. The mirror self crumbled completely, leaving Zhou Yi standing victorious. Stepping out of the strange dimension, he found his companions already gathered, waiting for him. Ling Shi rushed over, anxious, and told him that he needed to rescue her sister, Xiaoran. Alarmed, Zhou Yi quickly demanded to know what had happened. Inside the mirror world, Xiaoran was locked in a battle not only with her clone, but also with herself. The reflection taunted her, saying she was too weak and too foolish to wield her bloodline powers, that she had no right to call herself the daughter of the heavens. Meanwhile, Xiaoran's thoughts turned inward. She could feel the surge of energy clawing inside her, begging to break free. The power promised strength, but she feared it would seize her consciousness and harm others if she let it loose. Her inner demon whispered again, warning that the clone's next strike would be even stronger, far beyond what she could withstand. Still, Xiaoran refused to yield. She clenched onto her resolve, determined not to lose control. For her, this battle wasn't just survival. It was about completing Zhou Yi's mission. Inside her mind, Xiaoran's inner demon pressed harder, trying to tempt her. It told her that if she lost Zhou Yi, nothing else would matter. That this was her true power, and she only needed to release it. But Xiaoran fought back. She wanted to control her abilities herself, not surrender them. The clone saw her hesitation and struck mercilessly. Knowing she couldn't fully defend herself without her bloodline, it unleashed the demon's blade against her, mocking her helplessness. Xiaoran staggered under the assault, the clone's voice cutting deep as it called her weak. Her inner demon joined the taunts, telling her she was worthless without embracing the bloodline's strength. It demanded she accept what she had been given and let it take over. The clone sneered further, insisting that without her true powers, she was nothing. No matter how skilled she was with the sword or how powerful her spells seemed, she would remain ordinary. It reminded her of Zhou Yi's words, that her kindness would never fail her, and twisted them, saying that this time, her kindness would be the very thing that crushed her. Raising its weapon again, the clone declared she couldn't possibly escape its next strike, that this was the end unless she used her bloodline. Bruised and battered, Xiaoran still resisted. She refused to let the inner demon seize control of her body, not unless she could master it herself. Her inner self mocked her again, saying all this suffering was her own fault for refusing its help. It urged her to give in, promising that if she unleashed the bloodline's true force, the clone would be obliterated in a single blow. One strike, and her enemy would be torn apart instantly. While Xiao Ran wrestled with the storm inside her mind, the others outside the mirror watched her struggle. They had just discovered something shocking. After escaping, they realized they could see the fights of those still trapped within, unfolding in the mirror world before their eyes. She stared at the mirror, confused and unsettled. Xiao Ran was supposed to be the strongest among them, yet her clone was overwhelming her. Xiao Lan's face tightened with worry. She reminded the others that every second spent inside only made the clone stronger. If Xiao Ran didn't destroy it soon, she risked being completely devoured by the mirror world. Shun Lingfeng frowned. What troubled him most was that they couldn't hear anything happening within. Still, just by looking at Xiao Ran's face, he could tell something was wrong. She wasn't fighting at full strength, holding back for some reason. He couldn't understand why she refused to unleash her bloodline power. But he knew the truth. In his mind, the answer was clear. Xiao Ran was suppressing her bloodline to avoid losing control. That restraint was making her weaker against a clone that was nothing on its own, but grew more dangerous the longer the fight continued. He worried about what would happen if the clone fully mastered her powers. A battle like that could consume her entirely. The others grew frustrated, their anger rising as they shouted for her to stop hesitating and use her bloodline. Tai Xian suddenly suggested they smash the mirror to free her, but he said nothing. Deep inside, he knew that forcing it would only damage Xiao Ran's consciousness. Breaking the mirror by force would hurt her far worse. Instead, he made his decision. He told everyone he had to try something else, something different. He warned them to stand back for their own safety. Then he unleashed his strength, forcing his power into the core of the place. His goal wasn't just to crack the barrier, but to obliterate the second stage energy hub itself. If the dungeon lost its second stage, the mirror world would collapse, and Xiao Ran would be freed. The others froze, stunned into silence. Their eyes widened, mouths falling open, unable to believe what they were seeing. And in that moment, he struck with all his might. With decisive force, he shattered the mirror, tearing apart the prison that held Xiao Ran inside. Inside the mirror world, Xiao Ran fought on the edge of collapse. Her body was battered, her movements unsteady, yet she forced herself to stand firm. Her clone showed no mercy, advancing without pause, each strike heavier than the last. Blow after blow drove her backward, until the reflection's hands closed around her throat, squeezing with brutal force. The pressure was suffocating, her strength slipping away with every second. Still, Xiao Ran endured. Even as pain surged through her body, even as the clone's attacks rained down with ruthless precision, she refused to give in. Inside the mirror, Xiao Ran was taking blow after blow, beaten down with no way to escape. The clone had grown far too strong for her to face without calling upon her bloodline. Pinned to the ground by her reflection, she suddenly caught a flash of light descending from above. In an instant, it pierced through the clone, shattering it into nothingness. It happened so quickly she could barely process it. Confused and shaken, Xiao Ran realized it was Zhou Yi's doing. Calm as ever, he told her that she was safe now, that he was there to help her. But the relief didn't last. As she looked out from a mirror, threads suddenly coiled around her, and something inside her snapped. Losing control, Xiao Ran burst free, shattering the mirror entirely. In the next moment, she lunged at Zhou Yi, her sword raised to strike him down. Zhou Yi was stunned, caught completely off guard. Without hesitation, he blocked her strike and countered, sending her flying back with a burst of holy light. The others watching were left speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Zhou Yi's heart sank. His holy light should have burned her, yet Xiao Ran showed no fear of it now. Something was terribly wrong. She charged at him again, intent on cutting him down. Zhou Yi knew he couldn't risk using lightning or holy light again. They would only harm her. Instead, he summoned his threads, binding her tightly. Strings wrapped around her arms and legs, restraining her before she could strike again. It was the only way to stop her without causing further damage. As her struggling ceased, Zhou Yi stepped closer, trying to reach her and bring her back to her senses. But before he could, the dungeon itself reacted. A massive face appeared before them, reflected across glass-like walls. Its voice boomed, declaring that the rules had been broken, and because of that, calamity would fall upon them. In an instant, monsters began materializing all around. The first was a silver silk spider, level 20, deadly in weaving shadows. The second, a rock fire soldier, level 30, capable of unleashing molten charges. The third, a vine puppet, also level 30, wielding the power to launch bone spikes. The fourth, a skeletal warrior, level 23, armed with brutal slashing strikes. And the last, a slimy water monster, level 33, spreading corrosive acid across its prey. The monsters wasted no time, launching their attacks in unison. Without hesitation, the group charged forward, fighting to hold them back and create space for Zhou Yi to focus on Xiao Ran. Though the creatures weren't overwhelmingly strong, Ling Shi quickly noticed something alarming. Their severed parts stitched themselves back together, reattaching with threads. Xiaolan responded instantly, throwing her talismans into the fray. Flames roared to life, consuming the monsters until they burned into ashes, leaving no chance for their bodies to reform. Tai Xian didn't slow down for a second, unleashing her strength in a furious assault, while Shun Lingfeng hacked away with sheer force, cutting through wave after wave of enemies. As his companions fought, Zhou Yi analyzed the situation. He noticed the silver threads connecting the monsters, realizing they were all being controlled by the same source. It became clear to him the dungeon's purpose was to test strength, and in this first stage, those who failed were taken over by the threads, transformed into stage monsters. His thoughts turned to Xiao Ran. By destroying the energy hub earlier, he had disrupted her trial. She had lost the chance to prove herself and break free on her own. Worse, her inability to control her bloodline powers had left an opening. Through that weakness, the dungeon had seized her consciousness with the silver thread. Zhou Yi's suspicion solidified. The one pulling all the strings was none other than the dungeon boss itself. And that boss had marked him as the greatest threat, forcing its hand to unleash monsters to stop him before he could dismantle the dungeon completely. An enemy like this, one who relied on mind control, would never reveal its true form easily. But Zhou knew he had no choice. To free Xiao Ran, he would have to drag the boss out, no matter the cost. His resolve hardened. Turning to Xiao Ran, he whispered an apology, knowing what he was about to do might hurt her. With his power, he conjured a coffin of energy and sealed her inside. He then called out to Xiaolan, instructing her to place a talisman upon Xiao Ran. The talisman would block her qi and shield her energy, cutting off the dungeon's control over her for the time being. As Xiaolan fought her way through the monsters, she shouted to Zhou Yi that she would join him soon. A moment later, she arrived at his side, pressing a talisman onto the coffin and weaving a sealing spell around it. The barrier cut off Xiao Ran's qi, isolating her powers completely and giving Zhou Yi the chance to awaken her safely from within her consciousness. With Xiao Ran temporarily contained, attention turned back to the battlefield. The fight was spiraling out of control. The monsters kept multiplying, their numbers swelling until the group could barely hold them back. Desperate, they called out for Zhou Yi, urging him to step in before they were overwhelmed. Shun Lingfeng unleashed his flames at full force, incinerating waves of enemies, but it wasn't enough. Their numbers only continued to climb. Gritting his teeth, he warned the others. These creatures weren't just spawning, they were devouring one another to evolve into something stronger. Zhou Yi remained calm, but inside he understood the danger. If he didn't act soon, the dungeon's creations would consume everything, and his companions would be the first to fall. There was no more time to hold back. Drawing in every ounce of strength, he began preparing his most powerful attack. His voice rang out across the battlefield, commanding his friends to fall back immediately. He ordered them to raise their shields, to stay within their protection no matter what happened outside. No one hesitated. Trusting him completely, they gathered together in a tight circle, raising their defenses. They shouted for him to strike, placing their lives in his hands. Zhou Yi's body blazed with energy as he pulled mana from every direction, condensing it around himself. The air trembled under the force he was gathering. From within the coffin, Xiao Ran's eyes lingered on him, silently watching. But time was running out. The monsters began to merge, silver threads weaving them together into abominations more terrifying than before. Their fused forms loomed, closing in just as Zhou Yi reached the peak of his power. At the same time, the battlefield shifted. The countless monsters suddenly surged together, merging into one colossal form. The sight froze everyone in place. The dungeon was escalating the fight to a far more dangerous level. Ling Shi's senses sharpened, and her expression hardened. She could feel it. The monster's energy wasn't just powerful, it was climbing at an alarming rate. Its strength had doubled compared to when the creatures had been separate. Now the battle had narrowed to one duel. Zhou Yi versus the monster. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi called forth his divine summoning, level 1, an S-rank ability. A brilliant golden flash lit up the battlefield, and in an instant, a host of radiant angels descended. Their wings stretched wide, bows drawn, arrows glowing with holy light. Gasps rippled through his allies. None of them had ever seen such a sight. The strength of this summoning was far beyond anything they could hope to achieve. They whispered in awe, calling it the ultimate skill of a holy knight. Even the dungeon itself seemed to pause. For a brief second, time froze beneath the sheer weight of the power Zhou Yi had unleashed. But Zhou Yi himself was feeling the cost. Just summoning the angels had drained nearly 30% of his health. Worse, every moment they remained, his mental energy bled away. He had no time to waste. He silently promised himself, once this dungeon was cleared, he would work on controlling this ability, reducing its burden so he could wield it again without such risk. Then his command rang out, "Destroy them all." The angels answered instantly. Arrows rained from the sky in a dazzling storm of golden light. Each arrow struck with an explosion, shaking the battlefield to its core. And with dozens of angels firing in unison, the monstrous abomination was vaporized before their eyes, erased in a torrent of divine fire. Everyone was stunned into silence. They had just witnessed the full might of Zhou Yi's summoning, a force that could obliterate even the dungeon's strongest creation in moments. But awe quickly turned to concern. They knew this power came at a cost. The toll on Zhou Yi's body and mind was heavy, too heavy. Already, signs of strain were showing, and dizziness loomed over him. Yet Zhou Yi's focus never wavered. The battlefield was clear of monsters, but one threat remained. The true target, the dungeon's boss, was still there, lurking in control of Xiaoran. Zhou Yi stepped toward Xiaoran, fire gathering in his hand, his voice cold and commanding. He ordered the dungeon's master to reveal itself before his countdown ended. If there was even a moment's delay, he warned, he would unleash his full strength and obliterate the entire dungeon. The threat struck home. As his count began, the boss grew uneasy and finally abandoned Xiaoran's body, stepping out into the open. Relief flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. The enemy had finally revealed its true form. Just as he had expected, the boss was a shadowy figure steeped in corruption. Its name echoed through the chamber. Heart Eater, a level 50 monster tainted by darkness. Before him, the creature appeared only as a formless shadow, but its presence was undeniable. Surprisingly, Heart Eater sounded almost pleased, saying it was honored to meet someone of Zhou Yi's caliber. For countless years, the dungeon had remained untouched, and those who had braved it before, veterans seasoned in battle, had never reached the level of power that Zhou Yi possessed. None of them, old or new, could compare to him. Then, breaking free of the coffin's binds, Heart Eater raised its voice again, not with hostility, but with an offer. It claimed it had no intention of fighting and instead wished to present Zhou Yi with gifts for forcing it to reveal its true form. One by one, treasures appeared before them. A crystal of purification, radiating pure energy. A mind-calming liquid, capable of soothing split personalities and inner turmoil. A profound ironstone core, brimming with dense energy. A soul-resting jade, carrying restorative essence. And several other rare, powerful items, each undeniably useful. Shen Lingfeng's eyes immediately locked on the crystal. If fused with his dragon-patterned vambraces, it could grant him tremendous strength. Xiaolan's attention shifted to a defensive healing relic, which she realized would greatly enhance her protection in battle. Zhou Yi, however, was drawn to the crystal of purification. He knew its true value. It could be the key to lifting the curse that plagued the Zhou family. But his gaze lingered on another item as well, the mind-calming liquid. With it, Xiaoran might finally be able to master her bloodline, no longer forced to fear losing control whenever she used her powers. Heart Eater turned its shadowed face toward Zhou Yi and spoke with unsettling clarity. It told him the items meant nothing to it. But for Zhou Yi and Xiaoran, they could be priceless. It pointed out Xiao Ran's suffering and assured him that the mind-calming liquid would ease her torment, freeing her to embrace her bloodline's strength without fear. Heart Eater tried to sway Zhou Yi further, claiming that everything laid out before him was the rightful reward of the dungeon. By forcing the boss to reveal itself, Zhou Yi had supposedly passed the trial. But Zhou Yi wasn't convinced. In his mind, he knew something was off. Accepting the items now would mean halting his progress, cutting short the secrets he still needed to uncover with his companions. The rewards were undeniably tempting, yet he hesitated. Finally, Zhou Yi raised his voice. He told the boss he hadn't come to the Black Wind Valley for trinkets. No treasure could resolve the things that truly mattered: his system quest, his companion's revenge, and the curse that plagued his family. None of those burdens could be lifted by the boss's offerings. With that, Zhou Yi shoved the shadowy figure back, his sword blazing with power. Heart Eater faltered, unsettled by his rejection. It couldn't understand why Zhou Yi would so easily abandon such treasures when they were right within his grasp. But Zhou Yi pressed on, his words cutting through. He said he knew this place was aware of everything about them: their struggles, their pain, even his family's curse. That knowledge alone made it clear that the so-called rewards were nothing but bait, a trap woven for him from the very start. Still, one thing was certain in his heart. He would claim the crystal of purification and the mind-calming liquid. But he would do so not as a gift. He would take them as spoils from the enemy's corpse. Raising his voice, he declared his intent to kill Heart Eater. In the next breath, Zhou Yi's form shifted, his body surging with divine energy as he transformed into the dragon god's form. The boss, realizing negotiations were over, roared and gathered its own power. Drawing from the earth, Heart Eater commanded the surrounding rocks to rise and fuse, shaping them into a massive stone monster that towered over Zhou Yi. The colossus lurched forward, its heavy body swinging down in a crushing strike. But Zhou Yi stood his ground, unshaken, ready to counter with the might of the dragon god. It struck first, swinging down with crushing force. Zhou Yi didn't back away. He charged straight through the blow, tearing the stone giant apart. Amid the rubble, he suddenly spotted Xiao Ran's figure. For a split second, the scene looked real. But Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He smashed through her as well, his voice cutting coldly through the battlefield. He told the boss it couldn't trick him twice. This wasn't Xiao Ran, only an illusion meant to slow him down. Without pause, Zhou Yi swung his blade toward the dungeon boss, but Heart Eater withstood the strike, his shadowy form barely flinching. The two mocked each other in turn, each claiming superiority, their words as sharp as their attacks. The boss laughed darkly, calling Zhou Yi a fool for rejecting the treasures he'd offered. Then, with a surge of power, Heart Eater unleashed another attack. He revealed that he had already learned everything about Zhou Yi and his companions. The clones they once fought had now become perfected, and this time, he promised they would not lose. But as the clones surged forward, a storm of arrows rained down upon them. Zhou Yi's angels were already on the field, their holy barrage cutting through the enemy. Zhou Yi declared firmly that he had no intention of fighting this battle alone. His strength wasn't his own. It was the combined might of his friends beside him. Together, they attacked from all sides, while the angels unleashed volley after volley of radiant arrows. The onslaught overwhelmed the boss. In moments, Heart Eater was defeated, his shadowy body collapsing under their united assault. But victory came with an unsettling aftermath. Shards of mirrors scattered everywhere, refusing to fade. Then, something strange pulled at Zhou Yi's vision. He saw someone sitting in the fragments, and suddenly a memory unfolded before him. One from 10 years ago, deep within Black Wind Valley. A man knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. He begged the dungeon boss for help, explaining that his daughter was dying. According to the greatest priest in Tianlan, she wouldn't survive without the 1,000 mystic ice jade. Time was running out. The man had heard that Heart Eater dealt in rare treasures through his black market, and so he had come, humbled and desperate, to ask for this one favor. The man fell to his knees, begging desperately for a way to save his daughter. But the dungeon boss, only a shadowy entity, laughed at his pleas. Amused, Heart Eater admitted he was fascinated by the man's determination. He told him there was indeed a way to gain enough wealth to buy every medicine needed from the city. But there were conditions, 3 of them. The man raised his head, staring into the boss's eyes, and asked what price he would have to pay. Heart Eater's voice was cold and sharp. He demanded the man use his wealth to stir jealousy in others, luring them into Black Wind Valley. He explained that the life force of the weak was his nourishment, strengthening him further. Their souls, he said, served many purposes for his growth. Shaken, the man asked if the people he brought here would be killed. The boss dismissed his concern, saying not to worry. Those who came would not be innocent. They would be driven by greed. And greed, he claimed, was the easiest bait. After all, who could resist the promise of sudden wealth? The man returned to the city, carrying this burden. There, he spread word of his discovery. He told others that Ching Jing stones mined in Black Wind Valley were incredibly valuable, each worth around 1,000 Zhongxian currency. Someone who heard him frowned, reminding him of the dangers. That valley was infamous. Those who ventured and never came back. Just last year, a team had gone, and only their bones were found. But the man brushed the warnings aside. He said those people had failed because they hadn't found the right path. He alone had uncovered the mineral vein. What he lacked was manpower. He offered a deal. If the man helped a mine, he'd share 30% of the profits. Tempted by greed, people began to follow him. One after another, groups entered the valley. And one after another, the dungeon boss devoured their souls. The man wept as he saw their lifeless corpses. Yet he did not stop. Instead, he whispered to himself that it was their greed that had killed them, not him. Heart Eater's voice echoed inside him, assuring him that none of these people had come to serve him honestly. They had only come chasing riches. Lu later approached Clan Headphone, offering to sell him the Ching Jing stones at a negotiable price. But his dealings soon drew trouble. One day, when Lu returned to his office, he found his partner hiding under the table. Shaken, the man explained that another guild had stormed in, wrecked the place, and demanded 80% of their profits. Lu realized then what needed to be done. His company was still fragile, not yet established, but this was his chance to eliminate the local thugs once and for all. With calculated cunning, Lu led the rival guild into Black Wind Valley. There, the dungeon boss devoured them. As their leader was being consumed, he screamed for mercy, calling Lu by name. He promised never to interfere again, swearing he would work under Lu until his dying breath if only his life was spared. But this time, Lu did not waver. Tears fell from his eyes, yet his voice was firm. He ordered Heart Eater to kill them all, to take every soul. Soon after, Lu reached out to his lord, the dungeon boss, with a plan. He proposed establishing a proper guild on the surface, one that would mine the ores, sell them openly, and draw even more people into the valley. It would serve as both a business and a trap. Heart Eater, intrigued, asked what the guild should be called. Lu answered that he had already chosen a name, Mermaid. The boss questioned why. Lu explained that years ago, he had been lost at sea and encountered sirens, creatures of breathtaking beauty. His companions had been lured by them, unable to resist, but he alone survived because he had not been tempted. From that moment, he understood the truth of the world. Beauty and greed were snares, and only those who resisted them could live. Heart Eater was pleased and approved the name at once. He told Lu to proceed. From that point on, Lu's operations flourished. His guild grew stronger, his business expanded, and everything ran smoothly. That year, Lu even decided to send a tribute to the Zhou family, offering them marrow crystals. As he reviewed the records, he made one last note. This year, the price of ores from Black Wind Valley would rise by 20%. Zhou Yi's eyes snapped open. The mirror shards around him faded, and he realized what they truly were, fragments holding 10 years of memories, preserved without distortion. In his palm, he now held something solid and round, the core of the dungeon. Legends spoke of such an item. Whoever possessed the core would gain ownership of the dungeon itself. Instantly, knowledge flowed into him. With this core, he held 30% control over the dungeon systems. That power alone allowed him to alter its very spatial rules. At his side, the dragon spirit spoke with excitement. It told Zhou Yi that this was no ordinary treasure. He now had his own dungeon, something no other guild could boast of. With it, resources would never again be a concern. A dungeon was more than a battleground. It was a gold mine, capable of generating endless wealth. The dragon urged him to bind himself to it. Following the guidance, Zhou Yi channeled his spiritual energy into the core. The moment his power sank into it, a massive surge rippled through his body and across the entire place. The dungeon itself seemed to tremble in acknowledgement of its new master. Meanwhile, his companions tended to Xiao Ran. Still weak from the ordeal, she was carried carefully, her fragile state reminding them that though the battle was over, the struggles were far from finished. With the dungeon core in his hand, Zhou Yi now stood as its master. Following the dragon's advice, he poured his energy into the core, forging the bond. In an instant, his awareness expanded. He could see the entire dungeon with his eyes closed, every corner, every presence. More than that, he realized he could bend its space to his will. Opening his eyes, he explored further with this newfound control. That was when he caught sight of a familiar figure. Shock rippled through him as he rushed forward. There stood his younger sister, Xiao Yun, clutching her cat in her arms. He immediately grabbed her, demanding to know how she had entered this place. With a simple, innocent look, she explained that she had found a guide online, followed the route, and came just to check on her brother. Zhou Yi's anger flared at her reckless decision. The dragon beside him remarked that she was lucky. If Zhou Yi hadn't seized the dungeon core, she would have been discovered first by the dungeon boss, and likely killed. Swallowing his frustration, Zhou Yi warned Xiao Yun firmly. She was to behave and not cause trouble. If she disobeyed again, he would send her back immediately. Turning back to the dungeon rewards, Zhou Yi reviewed the results of their conquest. Their objective was now clear, to uncover the secret behind the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. For completing this stage, each of his companions would receive an S-rank skill scroll tailored to their abilities. Carrying Xiao Yun with him, Zhou Yi rejoined his team. Tai Xen gasped in disbelief at the sight of her, demanding why Xiao Yun had followed them inside. Shun Lingfeng also frowned, warning her sternly that this place was no sightseeing ground. It was deadly. Zhou Yi then asked Shun Lingfeng to take responsibility for guarding his sister. Shun Lingfeng agreed, but Zhou Yi handed him a scroll as well. Confused, Shun Lingfeng opened it and froze. It was an S-rank scroll, crafted specifically for his flame powers. Shock left him speechless. One by one, Zhou Yi gave each of his companions their own scrolls, each perfectly suited to their strengths. As the reality sank in, everyone stood stunned. They could hardly believe what they were holding, or how Zhou Yi had even managed to obtain treasures of this level. Xiaolan and Lingxi were so stunned that they couldn't hold back their questions. Both of them asked Zhou Yi why he would hand out such priceless scrolls so freely. Xiaolan reminded him just how valuable they were. On the black market, one S-rank scroll alone could fetch nearly 7 million Zhongxia coins. And if the buyer happened to be a powerful figure, the price could climb even higher. But Zhou Yi's reply was calm. He told them the scrolls weren't treasures he had purchased or earned alone. They were rewards for clearing the dungeon, and they were meant for everyone. Shun Lingfeng shook his head in disbelief. Even if that were true, he said, it didn't change the fact that Zhou Yi had chosen to give them away. His voice softened as he admitted that in his entire clan, there were only 3 such scrolls. Xiaolan stepped forward, almost flustered. She tried to hand hers back, saying it was far too valuable for her to accept. All she had done was follow Zhou Yi's lead in the dungeon. She didn't feel worthy of such a reward. But Zhou Yi stopped her. He told her plainly that the victory wasn't his alone. Everyone had played their part in clearing the dungeon, and there was no way he would hoard the rewards for himself. Ling Shi also hesitated, echoing Xiaolan's words. To her, the scroll was far too precious. She told him he could sell them all on the black market for a fortune. Zhou Yi only smiled. He told them money meant nothing to him. What mattered was that each of them grew stronger. The path ahead would be far more dangerous than what they faced here today. Without greater power and knowledge, surviving what was to come would be impossible. His words struck them deeply. Shun Lingfeng broke into a grin and declared that Zhou Yi was a true brother. He promised that in every battle ahead, he would take the lead and shield him from harm. The others felt the same surge of resolve. With this being their first S-rank scroll, they made a vow together to grow stronger and to stand at Zhou Yi's side no matter the fight. Shun Lingfeng couldn't help boasting. His scroll granted him the ability to absorb an enemy's blood energy and turn it back against them in combat. Tai Xian added proudly that hers was even more destructive than she had imagined, giving her devastating offensive power. Zhou Yi was pleased, watching the fire in their eyes. They were motivated, united, and ready. He told them it was settled. They would train, master their new abilities, and prepare. Because soon, they would march deeper into the dungeon to hunt even stronger foes. Everyone spread out to find a quiet spot, eager to practice their newly gained skills. Xiaoran approached Zhou Yi, her voice soft with admiration. She praised him for uniting everyone and making them work together so well. Zhou Yi smiled gently, telling her that it was only possible because they were his companions, and he trusted them. Then he revealed a small bottle, holding it out to her. It was the mind-calming liquid. Zhou Yi explained that it would allow her to temporarily harness her bloodline powers in battle, keeping her mind steady and her control intact. He promised her that no matter the danger, he would always do everything in his power to protect her. Xiaoran's eyes filled with tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to cry, not from sorrow, but from joy. Zhou Yi blinked in surprise, bewildered by her sudden tears, wondering aloud if he had done something wrong. But she shook her head, leaning toward him with a gentle smile. With quiet certainty, she told him that she believed in him. Far away, trouble was stirring inside the Mermaid Guild. In the headquarters' top floor stood a massive crystal taken from Black Wind Valley. Suddenly, it began to react violently, glowing and trembling with abnormal energy. The researchers monitoring it panicked, unable to explain what was happening. They hurried to inform Lu. The crystal, they explained, was connected to the dungeon's core. For 10 years, it had remained stable. But now something strange was happening deep within the valley. Lu frowned, confused. To him, Black Wind Valley had always been a death trap. Everyone who entered had been nothing but food for the dungeon boss. No one had ever returned. He thought such a disturbance was impossible. But the energy continued to swell, shaking the entire room. Suddenly, a shock wave burst outward, knocking the researchers to the ground. Only Lu remained standing, his power shielding him from the blast. The terrified researchers stared at the crystal in horror. They whispered that it was broken. Lu's expression darkened. He gave a sharp order, summon Red Madam, and send her to the valley immediately to investigate. Without delay, the researchers rushed to deliver the message. Red Madam lay sprawled on her couch, her body aching as she swallowed down bitter medicine. She reminded herself she should be grateful to even be alive. The price had been enormous. A fortune spent on her resurrection, a year's worth of resources burned away, all just to cling to life. And yet, because of the holy night, that effort had been wasted. Though her body was healed, her life force had been shattered. Her peak strength was gone. The puppets she once commanded so effortlessly were now beyond her control, and her current power was barely a third of what it had been. Resting weekly, she calculated. At least 6 months. That's how long it would take for her to recover enough strength to fight properly again. Then the message arrived. She was to go to Black Wind Valley. The guild demanded she investigate the disturbance there. Her eyes widened. Shock struck her like lightning. She knew instantly. This had to be Zhou Yi's doing. If she entered the valley in her current state, it would be suicide. But the weight of her position pressed down on her. If the guild learned the truth about her condition, they would turn on her. All the years she had clawed her way upward, the sacrifices she had made to secure her reputation, it would all crumble. They would cast her aside without hesitation. Her chest tightened at the thought. No matter how much fear burned in her, she couldn't afford to refuse. Yanking the needle from her hand, she forced herself up. Her voice was cold as she ordered her servant to prepare the car. She would go. She had no choice. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was still immersed in the bond with the dungeon. His senses stretched deeper into its structure, combing through records that had been sealed for years. He saw only monsters, bound and imprisoned within shards, trapped for ages. But then something jolted him. His breath caught. A tremor of unease ran through him. There was something else buried here, something far more dangerous. The dragon's voice broke into his thoughts, asking what had shaken him so badly. Zhou Yi answered in a low tone. He had sensed a passage, one that pulsed with demonic energy. The aura lingered within the crystal itself, and it was unlike anything else in this dungeon. The dragon pressed him for clarity. Zhou Yi explained at once in Gale Mountain. He had fought an enemy from the demon clan, one that had slipped through a rift, and now the energy he had just sensed was the same. The dragon grew tense. He asked Zhou Yi directly, was he certain? Was there truly a demon clan presence hidden within this place? His eyes stayed shut as thick waves of blue energy pulsed around him. Though his arm hung loosely at his side, the crystal floated in the air, shimmering with mana. Frostfang appeared beside him. When he finally opened his eyes, the flood of information nearly overwhelmed him. too scattered, too distorted, as if something was purposefully blocking his perception. He forced his mind to focus, trying to catch a single thread of clarity amid the chaos. He listened, watched, and began filtering through the confusion. Within the storm of energy, he caught flashes, someone restrained by black tendrils, a ritual of sacrifice. Then came a vision of a passageway lined with crystals, leading to a realm filled with terrifying beings ready to break free. A sudden burst of blinding light erupted from the crystals, forcing him to shield his face. The impact hurled him backward, and when the glow finally dimmed, he found himself drenched in sweat, trembling from the surge. Frostfang took one look at him and asked what he'd seen, remarking that he looked half dead. Our boy caught his breath and said he understood now. He'd found the path, and the strange demonic power in the cold marrow crystals finally made sense. Frostfang pressed for details, and he recalled the encounter months ago in the Gate Mountains, when the demon clan had tried to invade through a rift. The energy here matched theirs exactly. Frostfang's expression hardened as he asked if the demon clan was truly inside the mirror prison's core. Yes, came the answer. It was far worse than they'd imagined. He had seen a colossal demonic form, larger than the planet itself. From the core's memory, he realized it wasn't a creature at all, but a massive gate taking shape, an otherworldly portal meant to draw power from another realm straight into Blue Star. The Commerce Guild had been complicit, disguising their crimes as trade. The life supplies they sent were living humans, sacrifices to feed the gate's awakening. Once it absorbed enough life energy, the rift would fully open, unleashing the entire demon clan into their world. Frostfang compared it to the catastrophe a century ago and asked if he was afraid. He shook his head. Not afraid, just careful, he replied. Charging in blindly would only lead to disaster. Tai Sin and the others had just come through a brutal fight, still learning to control their new powers. They weren't ready. Bravery without preparation was suicide. The enemy could be beaten, but only if they grew stronger first. Frostfang gave a slow nod. Caution, he reminded him, was the first rule for any hunter who wished to survive. Then he asked how our hero planned to help the others adapt, because no one gained true strength by standing still. Our boy nodded in agreement. They wouldn't waste time waiting around. This middle realm, he realized, was the perfect place to train. Here, he could bend the environment to his will, even summon simulated enemies. It was the ideal way for everyone to push their S-rank abilities to their absolute limits in a safe, controlled space. He could even create scenarios that mimicked extreme battlefield conditions. Frostfang chuckled, clearly intrigued. Now that, he said, sounds interesting. Turning toward his team, our hero announced a shift in their mission plan. They would hold off on exploring any deeper for now. Shenfang looked confused. Why stop now, he asked. Our boy shrugged slightly. The entity lurking within was far beyond anything they'd ever faced, and he refused to let anyone charge in unprepared. They needed more than courage. They needed mastery. Before they could launch their final assault, every one of them had to undergo intense, specialized training. Tai Xin frowned, wanting specifics. Shenfang echoed him. What kind of training are we talking about? He pressed. Calmly, our boy explained that he would manipulate the dungeon's power to create simulated opponents, beings as strong as, or even stronger than, themselves. The battles would mimic reality so closely that only through them could they truly refine their abilities and uncover their hidden potential. At that, Shenfang's eyes lit up. Then I'll go first, he said without hesitation. Lingxi stepped forward, scolding him for being reckless. You're still recovering, she reminded him. But Shenfang waved her off with a grin. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. Our boy's tone turned serious. This isn't a sparring match, he warned. You'll feel the pain. The system will adapt in real time, pushing you harder the better you perform. You'll likely die many times before it's over. Shenfang laughed. Sound perfect, he said. With a sigh, our boy lifted a crystal. It pulsed with golden mana, humming in the air before releasing a surge that pulled Shenfang into a separate space. In an instant, the world around him shifted. A masked figure appeared behind him, the Shadow Stalker. Without hesitation, Shenfang transformed into his dragon form, his fist blazing with fire as he swung. The attack met nothing but air. The stalker dissolved into shadows, reappearing behind him. Snarling, Shenfang split into multiple copies, launching strikes from every direction. But the masked swordsman moved like smoke, slipping through every assault with effortless precision. The harder Shunfang fought, the more elusive his opponent became. Each missed blow fed his frustration, as the Shadow Stalker circled him like a predator toying with its prey. Watching the battle unfold, our hero studied every movement with sharp focus. The shadow type was slippery, hard to predict, harder to hit. He adjusted the simulation parameters, fine-tuning the battlefield. The terrain darkened, energy distortion thickened, and the Shadow Stalker's movements grew faster, more erratic. Shunfang, unfamiliar with such opponents, found himself struggling as the environment shifted against him. Each adjustment pushed him further, testing his reflexes and control. Finally, Shunfang roared, releasing a wave of blazing fire that nearly engulfed the Shadow Warrior. The flames tore through the illusion, and for a moment, victory seemed his. He straightened up with a cocky smirk, only for several new figures to materialize around him, each one wielding a massive sword. They charged as one, steel flashing. Shunfang scoffed, calling them pathetic for ganging up on him, then charged headlong to meet them. Elsewhere, our boy turned back to the others. "You all ready?" he asked. Their faces showed no hesitation this time, only determination. As he spoke, mana flickered nearby, forming several puppet-like figures beside his sister. Her eyes lit up instantly. She scanned the opponents with excitement, itching to test her strength. But when she looked to him for permission, he shot her a warning glance. "Don't even think about it." She huffed in protest, crossing her arms before deciding to ignore him and crouch down to build a snowman instead. Frostfang chuckled at the sight, then turned his gaze toward our boy. "So," he said, "how does it feel controlling the mirror core like that?" Our boy took a steady breath, still maintaining the simulation from every direction. "Strange," he admitted. "It's like holding a key, one that's heavy, but fits exactly where it should." He noticed that the link felt fragile, faint, but undeniably there. Each time he reached out, maintained it, and shaped it, the connection grew a little sharper. The power he could draw from it increased bit by bit. Frostfang gave a curt nod, admitting that he had a knack for it. But talent alone wasn't enough. This new ability, Frostfang said, was like gaining a new arm, one he needed to use constantly to train until it moved as naturally as his own hand. When he mastered it completely, every tree, every blade of grass inside the mirror prison dungeon would respond to his will. That, Frostfang declared, was the true strength of the dungeon's masters. And our boy silently vowed he would reach that level. Not far away, his sister was happily playing with the snowman she'd made. But suddenly, it toppled over. She gasped and rushed forward, wrapping her arms around it as if to keep it from falling apart. Then, without warning, someone appeared. Her eyes widened, her knees went weak, and she screamed for her brother. He arrived instantly, already bracing for a fight. When he asked what had happened, she stammered out an answer. The woman in the red dress. It was her. Lady Hong had entered the Black Wind Valley. She released her silk puppets, sending them out like silent shadows. 2 crept through the valley's front. 2 more slipped toward the rear crevice, while the remaining pair stayed by her side for protection. As the puppets spread out, she adjusted her orders, making sure no trace of their presence would be detected. Meanwhile, deep within the mirror prison, he could feel everything. His spiritual power had merged with the dungeon's core, allowing his awareness to stretch across the entire Black Wind Valley. It was as if countless invisible eyes had been planted everywhere, watching, listening. Lady Hong couldn't hide from him, no matter what she tried. He could tell she was still alive, though barely. Her aura flickered and pulsed in chaos, proof that she had used some forbidden resurrection method and hadn't fully healed. Placing a hand gently on his sister's head, he told her that Lady Hong's condition was pathetic. She was stumbling right into his trap. He smiled faintly and told her not to worry. "Big Brother's going to show you a game," he said. She blinked, curious. "What kind of game?" He looked toward the valley, his eyes cold. "A game of cat and mouse." On the other side of the valley, Lady Hong's unease grew. Something was off. The stillness around her wasn't natural. It was the kind of silence that pressed down on the air. Every step she took carried the weight of unseen eyes. It felt as if the entire valley itself was watching her. Her instinct screamed that she was being tracked. She needed to find the source, confirm it, and report back to her superior. At once, she commanded her silk puppets to move ahead quietly. They advanced with precision, but as she followed, her eyes caught sight of the first mountain pass, completely annihilated. The ground was sliced clean through, as if by a single, perfect sword strike. A faint trace of energy lingered in the air, something she recognized immediately. She crouched, brushing her fingers across the ground. Holy light! Her expression darkened. So it was him, after all. For a moment, she considered sending a message to her boss. Let him handle this. But then she froze. Reporting now would mean admitting failure. That wasn't an option. Instead, she decided to contact the hidden surveillance points scattered through the valley. If she could get them online, maybe she could pinpoint Zhao Yi's position and strike first. With a flick of her sleeve, she activated her communication beads, but nothing happened. No response. Her eyes narrowed. Interference? Impossible. These were the Commerce Guild's top-grade encrypted links, the kind that no ordinary energy field could disrupt. Her gaze flicked to the strings that linked her puppets. Those were powered by soul energy, immune to regular interference. And yet, ever since entering the valley, she'd felt a strange pressure, something suppressive that made her movements sluggish. Gritting her teeth, she forced red energy to her fingertips, trying again. For a brief second, the link flickered back to life, then exploded in a burst of red light. She gasped, stumbling back as the connection was severed completely. Her head snapped up just in time to see her puppets, impaled mid-sprint. One after another, they fell, pierced clean through the chest. Her pupils shrank. Impossible, she whispered. Could Zhao Yi have already mastered a portion of the mirror prison's power? Or was there someone else, another intruder, lurking here? To wipe out 4 combat puppets in an instant, without even giving them a chance to react. That kind of speed was far beyond what she could handle right now. Before she could retreat, a figure appeared in front of her, a woman in a flowing white dress, serene and graceful. Why does sister look so pale? The woman asked softly. Lady Hong's guard went up immediately. What are you doing here? She demanded. The woman smiled faintly. Just passing through. I came to collect the sex tribute. Her tone was casual, almost teasing. Back when you were bettered in, I gathered the offerings in your place, didn't I? Perhaps this time, I should handle your mission as well. Lady Hong's fury boiled over. You killed my puppets, didn't you? She hissed. The woman in white blinked innocently, her tone calm and airy. Your puppets? I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, she said. But you look terrible, sister. You should return and recover before something worse happens. Perhaps there's more than one intruder this time. You wouldn't want to die twice, would you? Lady Hong's glare sharpened, still as venom-tongued as ever. The woman chuckled softly. Maybe I learned it from you. We've spent so much time together, after all. Lady Hong exhaled slowly, suppressing her temper. Fine, she said coldly. If you're so concerned, then go on ahead. Scout the path. The woman nodded, spreading her wings of light as she flew forward into the valley mist. But just moments later, she sensed movement behind her and turned. Lady Hong was there again. The woman froze. Her eyes darted between Lady Hong and the figure beside her, identical down to every strand of hair. Her heartbeat quickened. What is this? She demanded. How do you have puppets that look like me? Lady Hong said nothing. Her expression remained unreadable as she turned her gaze toward the mirror surface beside them. The woman's hands trembled. Answer me, she shouted. You use me as a model? Her voice broke. We were friends, Hong. You'd kill your own for power? For rank. Lady Hong didn't respond. The replicas stepped forward, their forms shimmering faintly. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she felt their power swell. Stronger than before, far stronger than the lifeless puppets she had seen destroyed earlier. What have you done? She cried. What kind of being did you use to forge these things? The replicas advanced, their movements eerily synchronized. Realizing she couldn't win, the woman bit her lip and spun away, trying to flee into the mist, her figure blurring into streaks of white light as she ran for her life. The girl in white screamed as she found herself surrounded, dozens of identical copies closing in, each one a perfect reflection of her own form. Her voice rang through the valley. So they can even mirror my every move? She shouted. If I lose to a bunch of fakes, I'll never be able to show my face again. She launched upward, wings flaring, but before she could break free, the replicas leapt in unison, grabbing hold and dragging her back down. Their movements were flawless. Her own strength turned against her. Her breath came in ragged bursts. I've suffered just as much as you, Red Madam, she cried. You're not the only one who's bled to survive. The replicas swarmed around her like a storm of bees, and her voice cracked as desperation took over. Don't let greed chain you like this. Remember those days in the slums, when we had nothing, when we split one piece of cornbread between us? Her voice trembled. Please, spare me. I won't tell anyone what happened. I'll leave this province and never come back. Just let me go. Her words turned bitter. So this is what it's come to? You'd kill your own for the sake of power? You'd trade 20 years of friendship for the favor of Boss Liu and a handful of gold. Her body trembled as old memories surfaced. The scent of blood, the sound of the rain that day. She could still hear that voice. Little one, you must be hungry. Wipe the blood from your face and come with me. From now on, your name will be Hong. Her eyes filled with tears as she reached out a trembling hand toward Lady Hong. Lady Hong froze. The words slipped from her lips almost involuntarily. Godmother. The girl in white stepped forward, blue eyes burning with pain. I thought you were just stubborn, she said bitterly. You gave me food, clothed hope. I never thought the one I called sister would use everything I taught her to destroy me. Lady Hong stumbled back, clutching her head as if trying to block out the voice. Get away from me, she screamed. Crimson energy flared from her palms, twisting into strips of living silk that lashed out and coiled tightly around the white-dressed girl, binding her arms and legs. Her voice rose, sharp and trembling with fury. Look at me now. I live in a mansion paved with gold bricks. Servants kneel to serve me bird's nest soup. Her eyes burned red. Bin Hong, who starved in the slums, died long ago, buried in the black winds. Everything I have now, I built with my own hands, my own mind. She spat the words out like venom. You were the one who couldn't keep up, the one who tried to drag me back into the dirt I crawled out of. The bindings tightened, glowing red-hot, as Lady Hong's rage drowned out the last echo of the girl's pleas. A violent surge of crimson energy erupted, hurling the girl in white backward. The wave tore across the mirror's surface, and for a brief instant, the world warped and folded in on itself. When it cleared, she stood there again, her clothes in tatters, her face pale and trembling. She glared at Lady Hong, shouting, I almost died in there. Now it's your turn to explain. Whips of red silk unfurled from her sleeves, wrapping around Lady Hong's arms. With a sharp pull, she yanked her forward, the force shattering Lady Hong's gloves. Lady Hong stumbled, falling to her knees, eyes wide in disbelief. These memories, she gasped. They shouldn't be here. Her chest heaved as realization struck. This wasn't reality. It was a maze of reflections, a prison made to tear her mind apart. Her fury flared. Damn these illusions, she roared. You'll never break me. Raising both hands, she summoned her trump cards. 6 gleaming constructs appeared beside her. Level 35 god puppets, each armed with bladed limbs. With a single motion, they began tearing through the mirrors, shattering them one after another. But as each mirror broke, something dark emerged from within. Shadowy figures lunging out, their weapons clashing against her puppets. The air shook with every impact. Lady Hong frowned. Stop. Stand down. No response. I said stop, she shouted again, her voice sharp with command. The puppets didn't listen. Their blades swung wildly, some even turning on one another. Panic crept in her voice. Obey me, she screamed. Then she saw it, their eyes, burning red. One puppet twisted its head toward her with an eerie grin. Before she could react, it slammed her into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the valley. She coughed, staring up at the puppet that pinned her down. Horror spread across her face. This isn't an illusion. Her voice trembled. He's taken control of them. Zhao Yi. The realization struck like lightning. His power wasn't just within the mirror prison. It was the mirror prison. Every strand, every shadow obeyed him. She was trapped inside his domain, utterly defenseless. I have to get out, she whispered, staggering to her feet. I need to tell the boss, he'll know what to do. She ran, stumbling, frantic, but the ground cracked open beneath her feet. A sharp tremor rippled through the valley, sending her tumbling hard onto the cold floor. Her puppet strings quivered violently, then twisted, moving without her command, as if invisible hands were playing with them. She struggled, screaming in frustration. Stop it! Stop! But the strings tightened around her wrists and throat, jerking her like a marionette caught in a cruel performance. Damn you, Zhao Yi, she cried out, her voice echoing through the valley. Come out! Stop hiding like a coward and kill me yourself. The mirrors flickered. Then his voice filled the air, calm and merciless. Lady Hong, he said, you will struggle just as the ones you sacrificed did. you'll feel the same despair they felt. This hunting ground exists for you alone. Her eyes darted around in terror. You think you've won? She screamed back. The Commerce Guild's power is beyond your imagination. The boss still has cards you can't even comprehend. Her voice wavered as she tried to bargain, desperation creeping into every word. If you let me live, I'll help you. I'll speak to the boss. I can make him see reason. But the mirrors only rippled in silent response, Zhao Yi's presence closing in like an unseen tide. Zhao Yi's single answer cut through her plea. Not interested. Lady Hong raised her voice, warning that the guild's forces would arrive soon and he wouldn't hold her. She reached for her final option, the one reserved for absolute failure. From beneath her robes, she produced a unique construct, an explosive puppet, the masterpiece of the guild's finest artificers, the only one of its kind in their ranks. She laughed, then shouted challenge. If he thought he could control everything, she would prove otherwise. Blue energy coalesced around her as she hurled her last threat. If she had to die here, she would detonate the puppet and reduce the entire place to rubble. A surge of purple energy exploded across the ground, slamming Lady Hong down with brutal force. The impact sent cracks spidering through the earth, and she coughed violently, blood staining her lips. Gritting her teeth, she forced her trembling arms beneath her, trying to push herself upright. Then, through the haze of energy, a figure stepped forward. Zhao Yi. His eyes were cold, his voice even colder. You want to die? He said quietly. I didn't give you permission yet. Lady Hong spat toward him, hatred twisting her expression. You devil, just kill me and be done with it. Zhao Yi's gaze didn't waver. You always enjoyed watching others squirm in despair, he said, almost lazily. So why rush now? Stay alive and savor the feeling. Hypocrites like you deserve nothing less. Her face contorted with rage. So it was you, she snarled. You killed her, the woman in white. Of course you did. You control the entire valley now. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. Do you think you've won? There are plenty who want my seat. Zhou Heng, Zhou Xiaobai, still sitting comfortably at the Zhou residence. And your dear little sister. She never finished. With a sharp metallic snap, a spectral chain whipped through the air, wrapping tightly around her body. Zhao Yi appeared beside Xiao Yun, his expression softening slightly. Don't look, he said gently. Your brother will take care of this. But Xiao Yun didn't turn away. Her small hands clenched at her sides as she stared at Lady Hong. No, brother, she said firmly. She tried to take me away. She hurt you. She wanted to harm. Xiao ran too. Her voice trembled, but her eyes did not waver. If I keep fearing her, I'll never stop being afraid. I don't want to live like that anymore. Please let me face her. Zhao, he was silent for a moment, then placed his hand lightly on her head. All right, he said. I'm right here with you. Lady Hong's eyes burned with fury. How touching, she spat. Little brat, you think hiding behind your brother makes you brave? Her laughter was sharp and mocking. Come then. Kill me yourself if you dare. She rose into the air, her tattered red dress whipping in the violent wind. Black energy surged from her hands, condensing into a wave of dark power that crashed toward Xiao Yun. The blast grazed Xiao Yun's cheek, leaving a thin crimson line, but she didn't flinch. She turned her head slightly, locking eyes with Lady Hong. You're evil, Xiao Yun said, her voice steady. And I'm not afraid of you anymore. Light erupted around her, pure, white, and fierce, as her energy flared to life. Lady Hong sneered through the swirling chaos, her voice sharp with scorn. How amusing, she hissed. The little coward who used to hide behind her brother now dares to raise a weapon at me. Her laughter cracked through the air like thunder. Have you forgotten how you used to weep behind him, trembling like a leaf? Blue energy began to pour from her body, twisting and raging like a living flame. I'm Madame Hong, she screamed. The Zhou family. Zhou Yi himself should have been mine. How could someone like me, who clawed her way up from nothing, fall to a trembling brat like you? Her fury spiked. Grabbing a mirror fragment from the ground, she raised it high above her head. Die, she roared, hurling it forward. The shard ignited with power, streaking toward Xiao Yun like a comet. Yun! Zhou Yi's voice tore through the storm, raw with panic. But Xiao Yun didn't back down. Her palms glowed as she focused her strength, channeling her energy into the air before her. Just as the mirror was about to strike, she thrust both hands forward, redirecting its trajectory. I said, she shouted, her voice ringing with resolve. You will never appear before my brother again. The mirror twisted midair, its glow reversing course. It shot back toward Lady Hong, fueled by Xiaoyun's power. The explosion was instant. A surge of light and shadow collided as Lady Hong screamed, her form splintering under the impact. The energy tore through her body, fracturing her into shards of darkness. Her eyes dimmed, her limbs dissolved, and her scream faded into the void. The remnants of her aura scattered like smoke, vanishing into the air. Silence fell. Then, a translucent screen materialized before them, glowing faintly. System notice: Instance Dungeon has absorbed energy from Madame Hong. Core synchronization, 30% achieved. New Guardian detected, Crimson Silk Phantom. Data successfully recorded in Dungeon Archives. Xiaoyun exhaled, the light around her slowly fading. She turned to her brother, her expression calm but resolute. "Brother," she said quietly, "I don't want to be your weakness anymore." Zhou, he smiled faintly, resting a hand on her shoulder. "It's over," he said. "You did well. You've grown stronger, Yin. You're not that scared little girl anymore." She nodded, the tension in her body easing at last. Far away, in a shadowed chamber lit only by the glow of a holographic screen, Lu watched the entire battle unfold. His face was unreadable. "So that's how it ends," he murmured. "Her worth is gone. Just another discarded piece on the board." He turned his attention to the data feed streaming from the mirror prison. The readings pulsed with strange symbols, and his expression darkened. "The Dark Compass," he whispered. "So it really does exist." He read the details flashing across the screen. A soul fragment forged from demonic bone and abyssal crystal, bound by the essence of a fallen demon lord. Whoever controlled it could merge with that power, multiplying their strength and corrupting their very soul. As he watched, figures began to emerge from the shadows behind him, 4 in total. The first, a tall dark elf, her fingers resting on the strings of a spectral instrument, the wind string. The second, cloaked in bone and decay, a necromancer, his eyes flickering with green fire. The third, a silent swordsman, his blade resting on his shoulder, cold and sharp as death. And the last, moving like a whisper in the dark, an assassin, his twin daggers gleaming faintly. The mark on his wrist glowed black, the shadow string. Lu leaned back in his chair, a thin smile forming. "The pieces are in place," he said softly. "Let the next act begin." The boss scanned the report and announced the situation bluntly. Black Wind Valley had fallen into disorder and needed to be cleansed at once. Their master remained asleep and must not be disturbed. The intruder had to be wiped out immediately. If necessary, they were authorized to use a blood marrow pill to reach their peak strength. A Dark Owl Knight stepped forward and pledged that their forces would make sure the intruder never returned alive. The boss gave the final command: find the rat responsible for this chaos and crush it. The scene opened within the boss's grand hall. One man stood at the center, mercilessly punishing a bound captive. Agonized cries filled the room as another voice shouted that the chains could never be broken. Each link forged to pierce into flesh and soul alike. The branding iron hissed, burning into skin. Lady Hong watched without a word, her expression unreadable. Then she spoke, her tone calm yet chilling. Rather than wasting resources keeping the man alive, she said, it was better to let him serve as nourishment for the master. Lowering herself to the ground, she reported in reverence that this month's offering had reached 177 souls. From the shadows, Zhou Yi observed everything in silence. The insignia on their robes caught his attention. It was the mark of the Mermaid Guild. His thoughts drifted to the female assassin who had died earlier, whose body hadn't been absorbed by the instance dungeon. That could only mean one thing. The guild already knew of Lady Hong's demise. His unease grew. If that was true, Lu Xian was most likely already on his way to kill him. The evidence of the guild's human sacrifices and their alliance with the demon tribe weighed heavily on him. There was only one person he could trust with it, his teacher. Only his teacher had the authority to move swiftly enough to suppress Lu Xian and destroy the guild completely. Zhou, he contacted his teacher at once. The old man's voice came through, stern and composed, demanding to know why he was calling at such a late hour. Zhou, he didn't hesitate. He revealed that he had discovered the Mermaid Guild's horrific secret within Black Wind Valley. The guild was feeding living humans to a dark creature hidden in the valley's depths. Though he couldn't speak about the mirror prison's core, he explained that the discovery had come through Lady Hong's involvement. He confirmed that the dark creature was using human sacrifices to hasten the awakening of the otherworldly gate. Once the gate fully opened, the demons from beyond would flood into their world, bringing upon Zhongxia the same disaster it had endured 100 years ago. His teacher fell silent for a moment. Then his tone shifted, grave and resolute. He demanded to know the gate's current state. Zhou Yi reported that it had absorbed too much energy and entered a temporary dormancy. This was their last chance. Once it reawakened, the gate would become permanent. Without hesitation, the teacher declared that he would invoke his highest command, alert the military, and send an elite unit to seal off Black Wind Valley immediately. His final order to Zhou Yi was clear. He and his team were to withdraw at once. Before Zhou Yi could even reply, the ground trembled with a deafening roar. A violent explosion tore through the valley. Lu Xian had already arrived, far sooner than anyone expected. Zhou Yi's instincts took over. Golden light flared from his body as he unleashed his energy, summoning his entire team to his side. Among them, a young girl with a violet band around her neck stepped forward, eyes wide with worry. "What was that explosion?" she asked. Zhou Yi's expression stayed firm. "Everyone, gather up," he commanded. "Listen carefully. This is an emergency." He spoke quickly, outlining the grim reality before them. Lu Xian was not alone. He commanded 5 subordinates, each one above level 40, while Lu himself had reached level 46. The difference in strength was insurmountable. A head-on battle would only mean death. Zhou Yi made his decision on the spot. "I'll hold them off," he said firmly. "The rest of you, evacuate immediately. Once the military arrives, they'll take over." But before he could finish, Shun stepped forward, fists trembling but voice steady. "No," he said. "If you're sending people away, send the others, but not me. I didn't train all this time to run. You're not fighting alone." Zhou Yi's tone hardened. "This isn't about pride, Shun. You can't win against them. None of us can." Shun didn't move. "Maybe not," he said, "but I'm not leaving you behind." Before Zhou Yi could argue further, Ran spoke up as well. "He's right," she said. "We're a team. No one fights alone." The rest of the group nodded one by one, their resolve unshaken. "We've got S-rank skills too," one of them added. "It's time we stopped hiding behind you. We'll fight with you this time." Zhou Yi's jaw tightened. Their loyalty frustrated him, yet he couldn't ignore the determination in their eyes. He exhaled sharply and gave a reluctant nod. "Fine," he said, "but we changed the plan." He began outlining the strategy. "I'll use my spatial power to divide Lu Xian and his men into separate zones. Each of you will face one opponent alone. I'll stay behind the shield lines and support you from there. Remember, our goal is to stall for time, not to win. The military will be here soon. Don't fight to the death. If it becomes too much, call out, and I'll pull you back with teleportation." Shun grinned, the tension breaking for just a moment. "Now that's more like it," he said. The others nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited. "We've got your back," Zhou Yi once said. "Yeah," another added. "You can count on us." And with that, the team stood ready, outnumbered, outmatched, but unbroken. Without warning, the air warped, then the boss descended, cloaked in blinding blue energy that crackled across the floor. His presence alone shook the battlefield. "Fools," he thundered, his voice echoing through the valley. "You don't know your place. Step aside before I erase you." Zhou Yi didn't flinch. His eyes sharpened, and his first command came instantly. One of Lu Xian's subordinates, a woman standing near the front, suddenly froze as golden light surged beneath her feet. "A spatial warp?" she gasped, too late to react. In a flash of light, she vanished. She reappeared inside a sealed combat zone, surrounded by jagged rocks and swirling mist. Before she could gather her bearings, a sharp clang rang out. Ran had already launched her attack, her sword flashing in a clean arc. The woman twisted aside, her movements sharp and fluid, and gave a cold laugh. "A sneak attack? How fitting for a little rat like you." Ran said nothing, her stance steady. The assassin tilted her head with a mocking smile. "Level 26? How pitiful. What could you possibly do against me?" Ran lunged forward, blade aimed for her throat. But in the next heartbeat, the enemy vanished. Ran's eyes widened. She pivoted quickly, blade cutting through empty air. Her instinct screamed. She spun and slashed again, this time meeting a solid block of shimmering mana. Sparks scattered as the two forces collided. Well, the assassin murmured, pressing down on Rant's blade with frightening ease. "You can actually track my shadow steps?" Impressive for someone so weak. The clash sent tremors through Rand's arm. Her weapon shook violently as the assassin forced it upward, then disappeared once more into the air. Rand steadied her breathing. Assassins weren't known for brute strength. Yet the gap between level 26 and 40 was still immense. Even for her opponent, taking that head-on had cost effort. Watching from afar, Zhou narrowed his eyes. Don't fight her directly, Rand, he thought. Her speed and strength are leagues above yours. Use your senses, track her through her energy signature, then lock her down with your sword formation. The assassin reappeared above, twin daggers glowing with mana. You should have run while you could, she hissed, flinging both blades toward Rand. Rand slammed her sword into the ground. A pulse of energy burst outward, forming a shimmering barrier around her. The dagger struck the shield and ricocheted off harmlessly. The air rippled again as dark purple energy began to swirl from Rand's body, her succubus essence activating. The sword beneath her feet glowed, summoning spectral blades from the earth. Phantom sword souls materialized, their forms flickering like mist before striking outward in unison. Every time the assassin appeared, one of the sword souls slashed toward her, forcing her to defend. The air rang with rapid clashes as she darted around, each movement more frantic than the last. Rand's formation tightened. Poisonous energy coated the spectral blades, leaving green trails that hissed through the air. The assassin snarled, realizing that no matter where she appeared, the soul shadows would be waiting, blocking, striking, forcing her back again and again. The tide of the battle had shifted. The assassin staggered back, her breath catching as a sudden slash carved across her side. A line of crimson splattered the ground beneath her. Each second she lingered within the sword formation, her movements dulled, the weight of the energy pressing down harder and harder. Her once flawless stealth began to falter. She hissed in anger, clutching her wound as a dark liquid spread beneath her fingers. Poison, she spat, her tone sharp with disbelief. The wound refused to close, black veins creeping from the cut. Rand's blade had carried a venom that disrupted both mana and shadow recovery. Gritting her teeth, the assassin forced her body to dissolve into shadows once more, her form flickering in and out until she re-emerged whole again. Her expression twisted in frustration. You're clever, she muttered. Even with your pathetic level, you managed to trap me. Her eyes swept over the field, analyzing the glowing runes circling Rand. So that's it, she realized. This entire formation revolves around you. Her decision came instantly. If the formation's heart was Rand, then destroying her would end everything. Without hesitation, she slipped into the void and vanished. A faint whisper of movement echoed behind Rand. A flash of steel glinted. The assassin's blade pierced forward. It's over, she sneered. Did you really think a level 26 could best me? The gap between us is a canyon you'll never cross. But before the strike could land, a hand caught her wrist. Her eyes widened. What? Rand's grip was firm, her gaze unflinching. You talk too much, she said quietly. Mana surged through Rand's body, flooding the air with a deep violet glow. The ground beneath them trembled as the phantom sword souls responded to her call. The formation's runes brightened, spinning faster and faster. In an instant, all the spectral blades around them converged into one enormous greatsword, its edge forged from hundreds of spirit fragments. Phantom hands, remnants of the soul shadows, rose around it, lifting the weapon high into the air like divine judgment awaiting command. Rand raised her arm. Her voice rang clear and steady. Soul shadows, return to silence. The giant blade fell. In the middle of the battlefield, the ground is torn open with massive craters, as if something ancient once clashed there. Shun Lingfeng is locked in combat with the swordsman Bloodfang. Shun charges straight in, but Bloodfang stands firm, taking the full impact behind a heavy shield. Shun summons the Flame Dragon Fist, smashing straight through the battered shield. Flames surge higher as he follows with the Scarlet Flame Fist. Bloodfang suddenly drives his spear forward from an unexpected angle, calling Shun nothing more than an insect. Shun shifts into an elbow guard, but the strike is already in motion. A burst of force explodes outward, and a streak of yellow light cuts toward him. Shun reacts at the last moment, forming a mana barrier. The spear only sends out a spark as it collides, unable to break through, but the impact still hurls Shun backward. Just then his ally speaks. He explains that the enemy is a level 43 Dark Warrior, boosted to the peak in both strength and defense. He warns Shun that a direct confrontation guarantees defeat. He tells him to scorch the enemy with the dragon's breath, drain his stamina, and move carefully. The chance to finish him will appear in the brief moment after the enemy enters a berserk state. Bloodfang lets out a short laugh, noting that he has never faced someone rougher than himself. He comments that Shin's swings are wide and forceful, leaving no easy gaps. Then he adds that reaching level 26 so early is almost unfortunate. He raises his weapon once more and declares that he will never lose in raw power. Shin suddenly drives his fist into the ground, cracking it apart, shouting that he has no intention of trading hits. Bloodfang pauses and looks down at the shifting earth. That single moment is the setup. Shin used the broken ground to disrupt the footing of someone weighed down by heavy gear. Shin launches upward, spotting the opening, and prepares the dragon's breath. A mana circle forms in front of him, but before he can fire, Bloodfang's spear tears through the circle in an instant. Bloodfang suddenly rushes in with both spear and sword ready, his speed rising sharply. Mana waves burst around him as he shouts that the opening Shin saw was nothing but bait. He asks if Shin truly believes fighting a level 43 warrior is that easy. Instead of striking Shin, he drives his spear into the ground, and the impact is far more destructive than expected. The earth erupts, and Shin leaps back just in time to avoid the blast. Shin lets out a quick laugh, calling him an iron turtle. Bloodfang answers with a series of rapid slashes, but Shin slips past each one with ease. Then a sudden strike cuts across Shin's arm, reminding him of the growing gap in level and strength. He knows he must hold out until the enemy's blood begins to drain, but the next blow sends him flying and slamming into the ground. Watching from the side, the hero notes an advantage. Shin's power increases the more his defenses fall. Shin wipes the blood from his lips, stares at Bloodfang, and laughs, saying that every hit only pushes him further. Bloodfang doesn't slow down. He charges once more, his weapons blurring. Shin simply raises his hand, releasing a burst of red energy. He declares that if Bloodfang wants a contest of strength, then he'll show him what true blood-for-blood combat looks like. The ground shifts into a grainy red surface as a blood-like liquid rises and spreads outward. Shin commands the flowing red substance toward Bloodfang. The Dark Warrior freezes for a moment as the slime forms glowing red beads that drift toward him. They cling to his armor, and although he tries to shake them off, they refuse to come loose. He shouts at Shin, demanding to know what kind of technique this is. He tears away one slime, but the rest remain firmly attached. Shin laughs loudly, calling out that the Iron Turtle's shell won't help him now, and challenges him to experience his own strength. Then Shin triggers Bloodbath Fury. A system prompt appears, explaining that Bloodbath Fury pulls blood chi from the opponent to form a field of blood. The beads rise into a soul blood orb and strike the target, unleashing a violent chi explosion. A colossal explosion erupts, swallowing everything in its radius and turning Bloodfang into nothing but scattered blood on the ground, his life ending in a single instant. Far away, our hero watches the battlefield through his mirrors, standing amid a haze of smoke. Through these reflections, he monitors each fighter, speaks to them, and directs them as they battle. His attention moves to Lan, who is struggling against a skeletal creature. She lies on the ground as the monster prepares to deliver the finishing blow. Our hero reaches up and touches the crystal orb floating above his head, the core that links him to all his mirrors. The moment he senses Lan's danger, he reacts. The orb flashes with golden light, sending that radiance across the battlefield. With that projection, he forms a mana barrier around Lan. The skeletal monster slams its fists onto the barrier, but every strike bounces off without leaving a mark. It keeps attacking, yet the protection holds firm. Lan stares up, stunned at the sudden shield around her. She looks around just in time to see the skeletal creature crumble to pieces, leaving only its skull behind. With nothing left trying to kill her, she realizes that Zhou Yi is the one who stepped in. She softly thanks him for saving her. The hero then feels the toll of maintaining control over 5 separate fights at once, far more exhausting than he expected. Luckily, the others aren't at immediate risk. He shifts his view to Yun's mirror and confirms that everything on her side is still stable. Only one battlefield demands his immediate intervention. He turns toward another mirror, where countless beasts are lunging at a single figure. But that lone fighter moves like a reaping blade, cutting the creatures down faster than they can reach him. They fall instantly, one after another. This is the enemy warrior, Lucian. The hero activates his crystal orb to call for reinforcements. As soon as his command is spoken, waves of blue mana rush outward, making the orb tremble. Within moments, massive monsters burst up from underground, ripping through earth and stone. In less than a minute, colossal creatures tower over the battlefield, prepared to attack the enemy. Across the mountain ranges, entire clans of monsters charge at Lucian under the hero's orders. But the moment black tendrils rise from the ground and coil around Lucian's legs, he simply looks down at them with disdain, calling them mere insects. A sudden shock wave erupts from him, breaking the bindings instantly and wiping out everything around him, while he remains in place, unmoved and untouched. From the haze, a woman steps forward without a sound. Her crimson gaze and Hong-like features make their link unmistakable. She darts straight at Lucian, calling forth her crimson soul phantoms as waves of spectral followers surge toward him. Even so, Lucian doesn't react. He mutters that Hong never seems to stay gone, instantly realizing the protagonist must have brought Madame Hong back to life as a tool. He lifts his hands, sending out a burst of red power that coils around her in an instant, locking her down before she can get close. The crushing psychic force slams her into the ground, smoke covering the impact. When she fails to re-emerge, Lucian's mood sours. He orders her to quit hiding and accept her end. He pulls out a peculiar relic, thick red slime dripping from it and sinking into the dirt before shooting upward again. The liquid reshapes into a massive red warrior. Lucian raises his hand, and the creature copies him perfectly, his own living mana warhead. But before he can command it, a red flash drops from above and smashes into his hand, tearing a sharp cry from him before he even grasps what hit him. His summoned warhead instantly crumbles as blazing laser shots pour down, detonating in a violent blast that wipes out everything around. Those strikes come from our hero, who has been watching the entire fight from high above. One of the beams swings toward him, and while Lucian responds at once, the hero is faster. He forms a yellow mana shield that catches the blast with ease, though Lucian can't hide his shock. He mutters that someone barely at level 30 can withstand half his strength, and that whatever the hero is hiding must be far deeper than he expected. The hero remains quiet, though even he didn't expect to see cracks spreading across his barrier. Lucian rises into the sky until he levels with him, red power flooding off his body as his berserk mode takes hold. But instead of striking, he suddenly cuts through empty space, leaving the hero briefly uncertain of his aim. Then Lucian looks back at him, gaze steady. He warns that anyone who can steal the Mirror Prison's core and push it this far is either a rare prodigy or someone blindly racing toward their own ruin. The hero finally answers, accepting the comment and addressing him as Boss Lucian. He says that compared to Lucian's grand scheme, using living people as offerings to keep the otherworldly gate alive, his own trick of tracing power through the mirrors is nothing noteworthy. But inside, he understands the real reason behind his earlier moves. The demonic beasts he unleashed were never meant to defeat Lucian. Their job was only to stall him. Lucian states that the useless Lady Crimson had already spilled too much before dying. The hero replies that someone on the edge of death will trade any secret for even a sliver of hope. He adds that mastering the Mirror Prison's core allows one to witness fragments of the past. Lucian stretches out his hand, ordering the core to be surrendered. In return, he offers a clean death, or even a chance to serve under him, saying it would be a shame for such talent to vanish. The hero's aura ignites as he steps into his berserk state. Laughter rings out as he mocks Lucian for living as a loyal dog so long that he's forgotten the dignity of a real man. Lucian stays calm and says that those who grasp the tides of time are the ones with sense. He warns that if he wishes, he can rouse the demon race this instant, letting them swarm over Blackwind Valley until nothing remains. The hero doesn't budge and calls a bluff, pointing out that everything the Merchant Guild has done was meant only to hide the awakening of Lucian's master. If the master isn't ready, then his devoted hound doesn't dare reveal himself. Those words ignite rage in Lucian. His neck tightens and red light flares in his eyes. He raises his hand, gathering mana as he vows to tear out Yi's soul and deliver a fate beyond death. But before he can act, a massive magic circle appears overhead without warning. Light cascades from it, pinning him down and forcing him to lift it with all his strength. He strains but slowly begins to push it back. The hero seizes the chance, shaping the shining circle into a weapon, power snapping across its edges. He forges a spear of raw energy and sends it flying at Lu Xian, who remains locked in place beneath the crushing weight of the descending circle. With no options left, Lu Xian unleashes his final technique, Hellish Torrent. The system states that this forbidden art drains dark energy from an enormous radius, shaping it into a torrent packed with corrosive and annihilating force. The earth quakes as shadows writhe, and the atmosphere itself starts to decay under the weight of the released darkness. A massive blast tears through the battlefield, rattling everything in its wake. The hero watches as an unusual light bursts from the crimson sphere floating in the distance. In that instant, he realizes that the Angel of Justice, bearer of the light attribute spear, must have struck the land with a devastating blow. From the impact of that attack, a giant beast appears, roaring as it crashes toward him. Its voice echoes through the chaos, praising his instinct to move first while dismissing such attempts as pointless before overwhelming might. The hero doesn't back down. As the creature's strike comes crashing down, he brings his hands together and casts another spell. A multitude of mirrors forms before him, each showing the beast's reflection. But the force of the blow is too immense. The mirrors shatter the moment they appear, and the impact sends him flying across miles of terrain. He spins through the air, stabilizes himself, and lands on his feet. Blood slips from his mouth, a sign of the brutal hit he just endured, yet his stance stays firm. Lu Xian watches with interest and acknowledges the effort. He remarks that someone at level 30 has managed to injure him, but claims this is where everything ends. Drawing in mana, he casts a spell through a floating circular plate. A red skull-like entity forms as his body shifts into a monstrous crimson shape. The system responds at once, naming it a fusion with the Demon Lord's borrowed power, a short-lived boost that multiplies all his abilities to terrifying heights. Lu Xian lifts his head and says that forcing him to tap into the compass's true power is an accomplishment worth noting. Then he tightens his fist, signaling his intent to end the fight without another word. The hero senses the incoming intent at once, his eyes widening as the red mana blast reaches him in an instant. The strike hits with such force that he's blown away in a thunderous shockwave, stone and rubble exploding outward as he skids across the battlefield. Even so, he gets back up, bruised but standing. A quick assessment tells him everything he needs to know. Lu Xian's strength has surged past level 46, boosted even further by an epic artifact. The transformation has pushed him into a completely different realm. And although the hero's class naturally restrains dark energy, the gap in level alone shuts down any chance of a direct victory. Before he can think further, his attention splits. On the far side of the field, Tin struggles against an enemy warrior. She narrowly evades each sword swing, her own weapon already destroyed, leaving her exposed. The hero channels power through the crystal sphere, forming a protective mana barrier around her, so the attacker can't land another hit. Lu Xian notices and laughs, finally understanding the hero's strategy. He points out that the Mirror Prison's core has been supporting 5-meter spatial zones throughout the fight. That, he says, explains why the Dark Owls couldn't break into the hero's territory. They'll need time to get free, but with the hero splitting his concentration, a clean win won't come easily. The hero wipes the blood from his lips and ignores the jab. But in his mind, he grasps the real problem. Running multiple mirror spaces while battling at full intensity is tearing through his mental reserves. He has only one path left: to abandon the energy he's using to maintain those spaces and channel everything into forcing the Mirror Prison's core to operate at maximum power. Lu Xian pays no mind to the shift in the hero's focus. He leaps forward and shapes an axe out of raw power, bringing it down as he declares that today the boy will learn the vast gulf separating a level 30 from a level 46. The axe slams into the earth with crushing force, splitting the ground and blasting debris in every direction. But the hero shoots upward from the impact zone without a scratch. While still airborne, he summons his energy and calls forth the punishment of light. A colossal bolt of lightning drops from above, striking Lu Xian with such intensity that his figure nearly disappears inside the blinding glow. The drilling force of the lightning rattles the entire battlefield. But that attack is only the opening. The hero follows it by calling down lightning-forged chains, each link gleaming with divine power. They crash into the ground and surge forward, coiling around his enemy. The system announces the activation of sacred thunder, the chains of the heavenly prison, locking Lu Xian in place. Using a chunk of stone hurled skyward by the explosions, the hero launches himself straight at Lu Xian. His blade arcs forward and tears through the opponent's defenses. But before he can continue the assault, a massive red blast erupts toward him. He lifts his hand and summons the hand of God to meet the incoming sphere, yet the pressure is so overwhelming that cracks spider across his hands. Blood bursts from his fingers. At that moment, Frostfang appears in a swirl of white mist, jaws opening as it prepares a devastating mana burst, announcing its arrival beside its master. The released mana collides with a pair of incoming fireballs, the impact erupting in an explosion on par with a nuclear blast. The shockwave erases everything caught within it. When the chaos fades, the hero stands once more in human form, Frostfang hovering protectively above. He orders his dragon to withdraw, and it disappears in an instant. Lu Xian, untouched, looks on. He mocks the fading dragon's soul, calling it a foolish creature rushing toward destruction. He acknowledges the hero's strength, but declares that no number of hidden cards will ever be enough to bring him down. 5 mirrors flare to life before E without warning, each one displaying a different battlefield. Lu Xian freezes for a moment as the scenes unfold. In one reflection, Xiao Ran is struck by several black spears, her strength drained to nothing, unable to move or recover. In another, Shun is smashed into the ground by Bloodfang, the beast's armored weight crushing his neck. Little Yin appears in the next mirror, overwhelmed and dragged down by swarming skeletal monsters. The 4th mirror shows the blue-haired girl pinned to a wall, her body held in place by a barrage of arrows. And in the final reflection, the last teammate in black collapses as countless blades pierce through him, even his shadow fading away. Watching he continue to maintain the mirrors to shield those who have already fallen, Lu Xian breaks into loud, unrestrained laughter that rings across the ruined battlefield. Still amused, he lifts a massive boulder and hurls it straight at E, slamming him brutally into the ground. Dust explodes outward from the impact. Even so, he forces himself upright again. Drawing on the remnants of his strength, he unleashes a surge of wild power that makes the ground tremble beneath his feet. Raw energy spills from his hands as he lets out a roar that shakes the entire field. He is nowhere near done. A pulse of power erupts from his head, sending waves across the battlefield. The system triggers a proclamation, Sacred Thunder, Stance of Revelation. His resistance to abnormal effects rises by 60%, his lightning damage climbs by 60%, and the stance locks in for 15 seconds. Divine energy swells through him, reshaping his form into a towering figure of light. He launches himself at Lu Xian and brings down a strike so immense that it nearly splits the distant mountains. Lu Xian slips aside at the last moment, then hooks Yi's wrist mid-swing and twists until the blade is knocked loose. With a cold, deliberate motion, Lu Xian grips Yi's face and crushes his helmet, the blow revealing the fury and strain beneath. Lu Xian jerks the hero's head forward, forcing his gaze into one of the mirrors, the one showing the blue-haired girl still pinned to the wall by arrows. He orders him to watch, to witness every second of his team's agony, to taste what true helplessness feels like. Then, without warning, the mirror explodes. Every muscle in the hero's body tightens. A violent energy bursts out of him, raw and uncontrolled. The invisible shock hits Lu Xian straight in the soul, making him stagger back in disbelief. A crushing intent fills the air as Lu Xian's attention snaps toward a crimson, ancient door forming deep within the mirror realm. He instantly senses something is wrong. The core of the mirror prison is becoming unstable. Still gripping the hero's face, he watches as a vortex of chaotic energy forms above them. A beam of divine light drops from its center, blasting into the earth. The impact sends the hero flying, and even Lu Xian braces himself as eerie, gelatinous energy radiates from Yi's body. The sensation rattles him. This psychic pressure feels monstrous, primitive, power that shouldn't exist here. Lu Xian chokes out that such energy belongs to someone at least level 60. Impossible. The entity shouldn't be active yet. Did the earlier instability wake it prematurely? Panic creeps into his voice as he begs his lord to calm its rage, saying the sacrifices aren't prepared. The crimson door then bursts open. A massive eye emerges first, surrounded by writhing darkness that warps the air itself. Black energy spills outward, reshaping the valley as towering red tentacles erupt and tear through stone and earth. The hero, knees trembling and drenched in sweat, understands instantly. The mirror prison spatial barrier can't withstand this force. Moments later, every dimensional space collapses at once, and all combatants crash into a single battlefield. The hero lets out a tired laugh, acknowledging Bloodblade's work, saying they managed to finish their part too. The ground cracks beneath them as colossal red tendrils rise again, smashing through debris and twisting the terrain into a new, nightmarish shape. On one side stands Lucien. On the other, the hero's wounded but reunited team. The monstrous limbs thrash and howl, crying out for hunger, for sustenance, for energy. The group freezes, stunned, as the tendrils loom overhead like executioners ready to strike. Then, from the distance, the true source emerges, a massive creature ripping out of the earth, scattering boulders as effortlessly as dust. Even Bloodfang, the enemy swordsman, falters at the sight of the towering abomination. Shock creeps into his voice as he names it, the chilling marrow crystal. Its tentacles waste no time. They slither across the battlefield, and the first to be seized is Fang Xian. She screams for help as the tendrils wrap around her and pull her into the consuming shadows. Bloodfang calls out to her, voice shaking, but no one moves. The pressure pouring from the creature locks everyone in place. This is a foe no one can stand against. At the same time, something shifts inside Lu Xian's thoughts. His eyes flicker with both terror and awe as he whispers that Shi Kai, chosen directly by their master, has received the highest blessing possible. Lu Xian edges away from the towering creature, his voice cutting through the chaos as he announces that since the master has already been summoned, he is heading back to prepare a fresh round of sacrifices. A subordinate shouts after him, demanding to know if he plans to leave them behind in this disaster. Standing over the glowing circle, Lu Xian shoots back that their outrage means nothing and that he is only departing to gather more offerings to satisfy the master's hunger. Almost at once, the creature's rasping call rolls across the battlefield, demanding more food. Lu Xian's last command before stepping into the portal is cold. He orders them to kill the remaining humans and present their bodies to the master. A frightened girl begs to follow him, reaching for any chance to escape, but he pays her no attention and vanishes into the light. With panic closing in, the warriors pull out the blood marrow pills. One of them swallows his dose, his body twisting as he loses control. Overwhelmed by the pill's power, he charges the creature head-on, but before his attack even forms, a massive tentacle slams him into the ground with a crushing impact. The creature coils its tentacles around the others, lifting them with ease as it calls them weak energy and useless insects. From afar, the hero and his worn-out allies can only watch as the monster consumes every last one of their enemies. Even after feeding, it snarls that it is still starving and demands tastier prey. Its focus locks onto Ran, and in an instant, a tentacle shoots toward her like a streak of red. Before it connects, the hero appears beside her, pulls her close, and summons a radiant barrier around them both. The tentacle smashes into the shield, breaking it apart in a single hit. Ran calls out to him, but he stays firm, aware that the tentacle's corrosive force is tearing through his holy power at a frightening pace. The creature lashes out even harder, accusing the hero of stealing its meal and promising endless torment in return. Just as it gathers power for its next strike, the hero notices a faint gleam high above. Struggling to speak, he whispers the word divine. A blinding blue beam drops from the sky, slicing through the tentacles as if they were nothing. More beams follow, each one landing with precise force until the creature's body begins to break apart. The hero turns toward the drifting smoke, steadying himself as the truth becomes clear. Reinforcements have arrived. Out of the drifting smoke, Zhou's voice cuts across the battlefield, declaring that the Demon Hunting Division of Longxian Nation's Northwest Theater Command is now in full control. He orders all units to disarm hostile forces and suppress any resistance without delay. At his side stands a sharp-featured man with a monkey-like profile, calmly issuing tactical instructions. Moments later, thick smoke billows upward as airships descend from above. Their hatches open, and squads of armored soldiers leap out, landing in tight formation. They move with exact precision, rifles firing as bursts of energy streak across the field. One soldier rushes up to the hero, telling him to cooperate and head for immediate evacuation. He throws a device that detonates overhead, forming a glowing barrier that expands into a spherical shield. It rises smoothly, carrying them toward the aircraft and enclosing them inside. As they soar upward, the hero looks down and remarks that the situation is turning dangerous. The creature's energy is climbing at an alarming pace. Below, fighter jets circle the monster, unleashing wave after wave of missiles. Instead of falling, the creature sweeps its tentacles outward, dragging jets from the sky in bursts of fire. From its core, new horrors erupt, dropping onto the soldiers like a living downpour. Even so, the ground forces hold their positions. Their blue-lit rifles fire in rapid succession, slicing through the abominations and wiping them out one by one. Above them, the air fleet maintains its assault, sending a flood of artillery fire into the swarm. A booming command cuts through the noise. The horned officer issues rapid orders. First and second squads are to provide covering fire and seal the monster's emergence point. Third squad is to clear the scattered threats, and fourth squad is to erect a full isolation barrier around the entire arena. From his elevated position, Zhou Han watches the battle unfold and states that the situation is far more severe than expected, the creature's awakening surpassing every forecast. Han tightens his stance and answers with firm determination that regardless of its strength, and even if the gate has awakened completely, it will be sealed today, no matter the price. Han turns to Zhou and remarks that the student he values most has finally shown up. Both men shift their attention toward the newly arrived squad, the group that includes the hero and his worn-down teammates. The hero freezes for a moment when he spots Zhou, but before he can approach, a cluster of healer midges surrounds him and the girl in his arms. One healer tells him to stay still, explaining that the girl is suffering from heavy poisoning and that the toxins have already reached her meridians. Another healer, gripping a glowing staff, adds that the cleansing process will take at least half an hour. They immediately begin channeling mana, pulling the venom from her veins as dark wisps rise around them. Xiao Ran, barely aware, murmurs that she is fine and urges the hero to take care of what he needs to do. But he refuses to move. Seeing this, Zhou approaches and tells him not to act on impulse and to follow the medical team's instructions. He states that the battlefield is fully under their command now. The hero quickly shakes his head and warns Zhou that the gate is absorbing the force of their attacks. He insists that continuing the bombardment will trigger something disastrous. From his vantage point earlier, he saw each strike making the black mist around the gate grow denser. Han listens briefly, then places a firm hand on his shoulder and says that he understands the concern, but as far as he's concerned, any problem can be handled with firepower. And if one round isn't enough, then you fire another. The hero tries again, telling him to wait and insisting that this gate is nothing like a standard dimensional rift. But Han has already turned away. Raising his hand, he issues the command to all units. Switch to random saturation strike mode, rotate energy attributes every 30 seconds, and have the barrier teams lock down the entire area so that nothing escapes. Across the battlefield, confirmation signals echo one after another as every squad responds to the command. In seconds, the entire combat network shifts into its new formation. On the ground, space-grade tanks lock their barrels into position and fire in perfect rhythm, sending waves of laser blasts tearing through the shattered terrain. Above them, aircraft sweep down from the clouds, unleashing a continuous rain of guided missiles. The battlefield erupts into a storm of raw energy. Light floods the horizon, flashes ripple through the sky, and for a brief instant, the heavens themselves appear to shudder. The mage formation steps into place, assembling in a flawless line. Their eyes glow in unison as dozens of luminous magic circles unfold before them, stacking over one another like layered runes. Their power merges into a single massive, full-spectrum elemental cannon. A multicolored beam erupts from the converging circles and shoots straight into the gate beast. None of them fully understand what the creature is, but every mage channels their full strength into the blast. The impact triggers a massive explosion, a shockwave rolling across the battlefield as dust and smoke rise in a towering column. But instead of weakening, the beast surges with fury. Its enormous tentacles stretch far beyond their normal range, crashing down on the armored space tanks. A single sweep crushes several units into mangled wreckage, sending soldiers scattering. Through the chaos, Zhou descends from above, slicing through the creature's tendons with clean strikes of magic. He lands on the ruined ground and looks up, only to see the monster still towering without a single sign of damage. Their eyes meet for an instant before a concentrated beam erupts from the beast's gaze, nearly erasing him on impact. The energy wave spreads outward, carrying the exact signature of the attacks they fired earlier. In that moment, the truth becomes undeniable. The monster is turning their own firepower back at them. Space jets drop from the sky as reflected blue beams tear through their ranks. One scorching blast races toward the heroes' group, taking down several soldiers before dissipating. Han stiffens as he realizes what's happening. The gate is copying and amplifying every attack they deliver. A soldier reports in alarm that the gate's evolution rate has shot past all previous estimates, its physical and energy resistances climbing without pause. Only then does it become clear that the Zhou struck a moment ago was a combat projection. The real Zhou steps up beside Han, his expression serious. He states that ordinary firepower won't break through. They need to find the gate's core and destroy it before the creature evolves any further. Han gives a heavy nod and recalls the grim reality of dealing with such gates. In earlier encounters, soldiers had to throw themselves into direct assault patterns, testing point after point while watching for reactions. Thousands would fall before they discovered the true location of a core. He turns to the command channel and orders the 9th Squad to hold position. In exactly 1 minute, they will begin a core-seeking operation. The hero listens closely, each detail carving itself into his thoughts. He steps forward and asks if the core they're discussing is the point where the energy is most unstable and concentrated. Zhou confirms it, explaining that the core of an otherworld gate is both its center and its greatest weakness. Once the core is destroyed, the entire gate collapses, an understanding that has guided their forces for over 100 years. Then the hero reveals something that makes both Zhou and Han pause. He takes out the crystal core he acquired earlier and explains that it once absorbed the dark energy of the mirror prison. That energy left a trace behind, and through that trace, he can sense where the gate's power converges. Since none of their attacks have affected that point, it has to be the real core. Han steps closer, his tone heavy as he warns that simply knowing the general location isn't enough. A spatial distortion field surrounds the gate, bending every attack away and making a direct hit impossible. The hero goes quiet, thinking fast, then says he could try opening a temporary path to enter the gate from within and find the core's mark himself. But he'll need the military to create a massive diversion to mask his entry. Zhou instantly rejects the idea, calling it far too dangerous. The hero pushes back, saying there is no other option. The gate is evolving by the second, and waiting will only cost more lives. Some roads can't be avoided. He says someone has to take the first step. Silence spreads. Zhou and Han exchange a troubled look, neither able to argue against his determination. A moment later, Xiao Ran and the others rise, still worn out but insisting they will go with him. Zhou snaps at them, calling the idea reckless and forbidding it outright. Their levels are too low. He says entering the gate would be a death sentence. Han turns to the hero, demanding if he truly understands what he's walking into. The dark energy inside the gate will erode his mind and twist him into a mindless killer. But the hero holds his stare and answers without hesitation. He knows the cost, but there's no turning back. Hanshan's stern look gradually softens, and a faint smile appears. He pats the hero's shoulder and says the kid's got nerve, and if he makes it out alive, this old soldier will buy him the strongest drink he can find. Alarms flare across the battlefield screens, but Han pays them no mind. His voice booms across every channel as he gives the order. On his signal, they will unleash maximum firepower. Every main cannon and every fighter jet is to focus all attacks on the gate. Light mages are to deploy high-level purification spells to suppress the demonic aura and pull the gate's attention toward them. The light battalion forms up at the front, their unified chanting rising like a resonant hymn. Together, They shape a massive light formation and call down a holy decree to cleanse all darkness, readying for a synchronized release. Meanwhile, the space cannons complete their charge, locking onto the gate's suspected core point. At Hanshan's mark, they prepare to fire in perfect unison. But the water mages suddenly report that their shields can no longer withstand the tentacle strikes. They plead for backup as the dark mages rush in to help hold the barrier and stop the beams from breaking through. Inside the operation zone, the hero is already deep into the ritual with the crystal core. Zhou works beside him, replenishing and stabilizing his holy energy, urging him to let everything go and give it his all. Blue light spirals around them as raw mana fills the air. The hero's muscles tighten, the veins along his body flare with power, and sweat drips down his face in steady streams. When he finally opens his eyes, they shine with pure divine light. In that moment, he breaks past his limits. His senses expand beyond anything human, letting him see straight through the monstrous forms ahead. Then, in a single flash, he launches forward with staggering speed. From the command post, Han sees a streak of motion blaze across the battlefield and immediately calls for the Earth System Forbidden Spell, Aegis of Earth. A huge defensive dome rises as the ground quakes beneath their feet. Inside the gate, a warped and nightmarish realm unfolds. Massive beasts and endless tentacles writhe in chaotic motion. The hero plummets into the frenzy, slicing clean through a massive skull and shattering it instantly. He drives on, carving through wave after wave until he reaches the inner depths. There, pulsing with shadowed veins, rests the true core, an enormous organ woven with blood and darkness. Then terror strikes as a gigantic eye opens on the core itself and locks onto him. He realizes he's been found. Countless tentacles surge toward him with lethal force. He dodges at full speed, weaving through the crushing attacks as the horde below shifts its full attention toward him. Outside, his physical body remains aboard the ship, surrounded by allies who can only watch helplessly as the clash of light and darkness erupts within the heart of the gate. A surge of fire blasts upward toward the hero, but a crystal-like shield forms in front of him and absorbs the attack. The impact sends waves of light across the barrier. A heartbeat later, the creature's tentacles crash down from above, smashing the crystal wall into drifting shards. The hero darts aside before the debris can reach him, slipping through the chaos without a scratch. With a single motion, he lifts his hand and unleashes a bright sigil that streaks toward the monster's massive eye. The mark lands cleanly, burning into the target and breaking its control. Lines of power across the creature flare as the hero drives his force deeper, cutting into its inner channels and damaging its core. From a distance, the streak looks like a holy shot tearing through the dark around the gate. Aboard the command vessel, Zhou spots the trail of light and shouts to Han that he has done it. Han responds immediately. He activates the portal system and issues a full command directive. The cannon team receives the order to break through the gate, and the control crew is told to lock onto the mark point and prepare for a 10-second countdown. As the count rolls out, the giant eye begins to thrash. The entire gate shakes as it pulls everything toward itself, swallowing energy and matter without pause. Soldiers report over comms that the Otherworld gate is spiraling out of control and warn all units to brace. Consoles flare red, radar shuts down, stabilizers cut out, and both power and steering systems fail across the vessel. Crew members call for priests to reinforce the ship, while frontline fighters are told to stand their ground because the mages are still channeling the main cannon. Inside the control deck, Han completes the countdown and orders the strike. The mages launch their combined spell, unleashing a massive blast of energy, a beam wide enough to swallow the whole field. It slams into the creature, ripping through its crimson core with pinpoint force. The shock tears the space around the gate apart. The monster twists under the impact as the beam bores through its form, and deep within, the hero watches it devour demonic beings in a frantic attempt to mend itself and withstand destruction. Hanshan's command roars through the comms, ordering every unit to strike with everything they have while the creature is exposed. Ground teams and air units respond at once, flooding the core with lasers from all sides. Zhou steps into the assault as well, calling up his own overwhelming magic. A golden glow spreads through his eyes as he enters his berserk state. Another blazing streak cuts across the sky, his famed weapon, the Spear of Judgment. The hero spots it immediately, knowing this is Zhou's strongest technique and that the clash is nearing its final stage. Zhou remains steady in the swirling mana, raising his weapon as divine force gathers around him. His voice echoes across the field as he proclaims his duty as the keeper of order and the executioner of corruption. With unwavering focus, he invokes the decree of light, calling down purification and final judgment. The radiant spear surges forward like a burning star, driving straight into the gate's core. A brilliant eruption follows, light bursting outward from every fissure in the abyss. The detonation is so immense that the shockwave slams into the hero and flings him through the void. He spits blood as he crashes downward, his body on the verge of collapse. Xiao Ran shouts his name again and again, but he can't respond. Aboard the command ship, Hans Han grasps the situation at once. Yi's mind has been torn apart by the energy unleashed when the gate blew apart. He orders the medical team to ready their highest-level mental restoration equipment. Xiao Ran clutches the hero, urging him to stay conscious. Han Shan's next announcement echoes across all channels. The Otherworld Gate has been destroyed, and all units are to begin clearing the field and aiding the injured. But even as recovery efforts start, something twisted stirs in the wreckage. Deep within the ruined remains, the core splits wide open, revealing a massive, pulsing crater. Veins writhe back to life, and a warped voice rises from the depths, promising retribution for the intruders. Several vessels within the gate reawaken, glowing with dark energy. Barely conscious, the hero mutters that the creature is devouring demonic flesh to reconnect to another gate. Hearing this, Zhou immediately summons the Domain of Punishment, an ancient purification art that calls forth countless holy circles above the battleground. At his command, the circles release cascading beams of pure light, striking downward in relentless judgment. As the cleansing light pours down, the creature's fading voice rises one last time, thick with venom. It calls the people of Blue Star conceited and warns that destroying a single gate means nothing. More rifts will follow, it claims, and vengeance will come for them all. But its threat never finishes. The final wave of holy light crashes down, swallowing the entire entity in a catastrophic burst. The shockwave wipes out every trace of corruption, erasing the gate completely. When the brilliance finally dims, silence settles over the battlefield. The tentacles, the monsters, even the swirling darkness, all gone. Only scattered debris and weary fighters remain. Later, in the medical bay, the hero rests unconscious in a recovery capsule. Xiao Ran hurries to Zhou Yi, asking if he will be all right. Zhou assures her that with the Holy Light's protection and the pod support, he should regain his strength soon. A moment later, he stirs, his eyes barely opening. In a weak tone, he tries to repeat the creature's last words. It said, "We are," but Zhou finishes the thought for him, stating that they were invaders. Zhou quietly tells the hero to close his eyes, steady his mind, and leave everything else to him. A warm glow forms around his hand as he presses it to the hero's chest, sending healing energy into him. Then he turns to Xiao Ran, instructing her to stay and watch over him while he returns to assist the others. She agrees without hesitation, promising she will remain with Yi. On the surface, Hans Han directs the post-battle efforts, reading through incoming reports while medics care for the injured and engineers work to get the systems running again. The fight is over, but the price is severe. Many soldiers have fallen or lie critically wounded. When Zhou returns, Hans Han gives him a tired smile, saying the victory belongs to him. Zhou shakes his head, insisting it was Han Shan's resolve and guidance that brought them to the core, and he only delivered the final blow. With a long breath, he asks the question everyone has been avoiding: what are the final casualties? The scene opens with Hans Han delivering his report, his voice heavy. 37 confirmed dead, more than 120 wounded. The mages took the worst of it. Still, the Otherworld Gate is completely destroyed. No monsters escaped. A tiny mercy, buried inside a catastrophe no one will forget. Captain Wong watches the footage in silence. His brows knit together as he leans closer, fingers tapping the screen. He orders the system to record every name, every fallen soldier. Then, without hesitation, he says he'll visit their families himself, one by one, to offer condolences, not as a commander, but as a man who remembers. Before his hand even leaves the display, a figure pops onto the screen. The voice is urgent. Captain Wang. Captain Yeo. Emergency alert. Medium scale energy fluctuations detected. Location: abandoned mining zone near Modu. Wang's eyes widen. Any monsters? He fires back. What about civilian evacuation? Roger answers immediately. No monster sightings so far. The mine has been abandoned for years, and a 5-kilometer radius is already under full lockdown. Han steps in next. Headquarters has issued orders. The captains are to lead an allied response team and assess the rift immediately. Understood, Wang says without pause. We're moving now. But Han calls after him, lowering his voice. The situation is critical. Then he mentions Zhao Yi, that unnatural sensitivity to dark energy, something none of them have ever seen before. If they could just... No, Wang cuts him off with a sharp glare. Final. Absolute. Han tries again, urging him to think it through as they move through the damaged facility. Engineers rush past them, sparks flying as they repair shattered walls and broken systems. Suddenly, Wang asks quietly, "Why do you think soldiers wear uniforms? Why we carry weapons?" Han answers without hesitation. So our children can grow up in peace. So they don't have to carry the weight of the world at 19. He exhales, then continues. 20 years ago, he had a student just like Zhao Yi. Same ability, same sensitivity to dark energy. They turned that kid into a living detector. He was only 25 when it ended. And in the end, they couldn't even recover a complete body. One doesn't slow his steps. Zhao Yi is not a tool, he says firmly. He's someone who can change this war one day. And that's exactly why we won't burn him out before he's ready. He looks ahead, eyes steady. If the sky is falling right now, Wang says, then it's on us. The adults. We're the ones who hold it up. Han lets out a long sigh, mutters a curse under his breath, and finally admits Wang is right. He's being too impulsive. No excuses. He straightens up and tells Wang they should move fast and crush that thing first. Wang rolls his neck once, loosening the tension, and calmly reminds him not to use too much force. Then he issues an order without hesitation. Every able-bodied member is to assemble and resupply within 5 minutes. The logistics team stays behind to lock down and secure the area. Just as his command ends, a sharp sound echoes through the air. Wang's eyes narrow. Looks like the next battle's already started, he mutters. The scene cuts. A hospital room, quiet and sterile. Someone taps our boy on the forehead and chuckles softly. "You're much better behaved with your eyes closed," she says. Not all prickly like usual. The executor leans in closer, studying his face with open curiosity. She smirks. "You know, this face of yours is very popular with young ladies. Even my niece, who normally has sky-high standards, is clamoring to meet you." Her fingers keep poking and prodding his face. Then, our boy's arm suddenly lifts. He points weakly but accurately. "I already advised your niece to give up." He slowly sits up, eyes half open. "Executor way." She freezes. Panic flashes across her face as she yelps, covers her own cheeks, and hastily turns his head away like none of that ever happened. I didn't say anything," she blurts out, then laughs awkwardly. "Student Zhao Yi is awake." "Yes, very awake." Zhao Yi looks at her calmly. "Does the teacher have any orders?" She pauses, genuinely startled. "How did you know?" He swings his legs over the bed and stands, steady despite everything. "Even if the teacher isn't here," he says evenly, his non-military confidants obviously are, "waiting for me to wake up." His gaze sharpens. Something urgent must have happened. "I'm used to it." She exhales, then sinks onto the couch. "The guide master is already on his way to the Modu Rift," she tells him. "What happened at Black Wind Valley? It went far beyond what he expected." She hesitates before continuing. "Originally, he only planned for you to use the Zhao family's Ice Dragon Abyss to stabilize your second transition foundation. He never imagined it would drag you into a war of that scale." Her voice softens. "He feels extremely guilty. He wants you to stay at the Zhao estate and recover. Everything else will be discussed after he returns." Zhao Yi listens without interrupting. She keeps going. "As for Lu Xiang, he's been captured by the military. A military tribunal is coming soon." Her tone hardens. All overt and covert forces under his name have already been taken over and dismantled. A few low-level followers slipped away, but they're insignificant. No threat at all. The room falls quiet again, but Zhao Yi's eyes remain open, clear, focused, and already looking forward. Crossing her legs on the couch, she studies him for a moment, then says he turned the tide this time. His contribution stands out far above the rest. Because of that, the military has officially transferred the ownership and usage rights of the entire Black Wind Valley region to his personal name. She lifts her hand, magic flickering at her fingertips. An item materializes and drops neatly into her palm. This is the land deed, she explains. The guide master believes the resources there may help resolve the Zhao family's urgent needs. Our boy steps forward and takes it, eyes scanning the markings. Scattered cold marrow crystals, he says calmly. So that's what the teacher meant. He gives a faint nod. He really does know everything. She smiles lightly. My task is done. Message delivered. Item delivered. Turning toward the door, she adds, take care, and starts to leave. But he's still holding the deed when she suddenly stops. She steps back, leans in close, and gently rests her forehead against his. Her voice drops, soft and sincere. One last time, are you really not considering joining the Tianyi Guild? He doesn't hesitate. I'm not. She closes her eyes for a brief second, then straightens up and walks out. The door closes quietly behind her. Alone in the room, our boy crosses his arms and falls into thought. Slowly, he raises his hand. Cold marrow crystals drift into the air, spinning gently as frost gathers around them. The power of a second transition, he says quietly, is still too small in the face of a real war. The magic within the crystals stirs. A voice echoes softly through the room, ancient and calm. It says that on the path to the peak, a lone wolf will eventually be exhausted, and borrowing the momentum of others is not cowardice. Our boy's gaze sharpens. The road ahead is dangerous, he replies, full of risks. Energy swirls tighter around the crystals, and that's why I need a kingdom under my absolute control. The scene shifts. A corridor within the Zhao family estate. Our boy stands there when a small figure suddenly comes running toward him. His little sister crashes into his arms, clutching him tightly. She complains that he disappeared without warning and scared her, that she thought something terrible happened to him. He steadies her and places a gentle hand on her head. I was worried the battle at Black Wind Valley might affect you, he says softly. Turning his head, he looks at Uncle Hung and Cousin Xiao Bai and offers his thanks. Uncle Hung shakes his head. Taking care of Yun is our duty, he says. And the matter you sent word about, it's already handled. He gestures down the corridor. Come, follow me. Our boy nods and agrees. His little sister looks up, confused. Where are we going? What are we doing? He pats her head again, a faint smile forming. We're going to the center of the Zhao family tower, he says, to take what rightfully belongs to you. The scene cuts to a meeting room filled with uneasy chatter. Several clan members sit around the table, voices low and tense. Someone finally asks why the clan had suddenly summoned everyone and what's going on. Another person leans in and says he heard Lady Hong is dead. The reaction is instant. Shock ripples through the room, followed by panic. Someone blurts out what everyone is afraid of. Without Lady Hong, what will happen to their cold marrow crystals? He reminds them that dozens of clan children still rely on those crystals to suppress their bloodline freezing. Voices overlap as they plead with the clan head to find a new supply quickly, because without it, the Zhao family's survival is on the line. Their eyes drift toward the main seat. It's empty. Instead, an old man sits calmly beside it, hands folded, as if waiting for someone to arrive. The atmosphere grows heavy, thick with suspicion and unease. Then the door opens. Every head snaps around. Our boy walks in, holding his little sister's hand. His uncles follow closely behind him. The Zhao family members fall silent, staring as the group enters the room. Our boy steps forward and greets the clan head. The clan head looks at him for a moment, then tells him to sit. He drags a chair over himself and sits down, posture relaxed, confidence written all over him. A man nearby shoots him a sharp look. Another lets out a sneer. Is that really a seat you're qualified to sit in? He asks coldly. Do you even respect seniority? A third man smiles, but his tone is still reproachful. He says that even with a high-purity bloodline, our boy shouldn't act so recklessly. Our boy meets their gazes. His eyes are calm. I see. Clear. I didn't come here for polite greetings, he says evenly. I want the Zhao family to promise one thing. The room quiets. Zhao Yun will be the next heir of the Zhao family, he continues. She will receive the best resources, full priority over everything in the future. The table explodes. You're arrogant, someone shouts. The heir position is no trivial matter. The Zhao family has stood for hundreds of years. How can we let someone who refuses to return to the main house make demands like this? Another man yells that the clan head must uphold justice, accusing our boy of taking advantage of the family's crisis. A third slams his hand on the table and stands up, furious. Just because you have a bit of talent, you think you can ignore your place and hand over our centuries-old foundation to a little brat? Before the shouting can spiral further, Uncle Hung rises. I can prove Zhao Yun's bloodline concentration is 3 times higher than mine, he says firmly. With her, the Zhao family may regain its former glory. Murmurs ripple through the room. Right after that, Xiaobai speaks up. He adds that Zhao Yun's talent is real. The ice-cold technique he taught her just last week, she mastered it in a single day. The voices falter, and the balance of the room begins to shift. Our boy looks around the hall once more, his gaze calm but sharp, and says that Zhao Yun carries the ice bloodline, proof enough that she's a true member of the Zhao clan. He starts to explain that whether she can become the heir depends on. Before the words can leave his mouth, the energy around him erupts. A violent surge floods the entire meeting hall, pressing down on everyone present. One of the elders slams his hand down and shouts in fury, accusing him of insolence, roaring that he dares to release his power inside the sacred meeting hall itself. The energy explodes in all directions, ripping through the meeting hall like a raging storm. Every clan member snaps their head toward our boy, instinctively throwing up their arms to shield their faces as the pressure crashes down on them. The force doesn't weaken. It keeps surging, wave after wave, pouring endlessly from his body. Our boy doesn't move. He remains seated, hands calmly clasped together, eyes cold as he glares back at them. The power keeps bursting outward, leaping from one person to the next, spreading farther and farther, as if the hall itself can no longer contain it. The moment the energy slams into one of the men, blood spills from his mouth. He collapses into screams, crying out as his body trembles uncontrollably. That frost fang is the source of it all. White eyes glowing so brightly, they burn into everyone's vision. The man loses his composure completely. The instant he locks eyes with that stare, he jerks his arm away from his face and panics. His voice cracks as he shouts that Zhao Yun is still young, that she only recently returned to the clan. In his mind, nothing about this makes sense. This level of pressure shouldn't be possible. Our boy has barely crossed the 2nd rank, yet the force bearing down on him feels like someone nearing level 40. His thoughts spiral. The ice dragon, that posture, the way our boy carries himself, the dragon-like aura flooding the hall. Fear tightens his chest. He argues desperately, shouting that naming her as the next heir is far too reckless. What about the other geniuses of the Zhao family? What about the countless talented disciples who've worked their entire lives for that position? He refuses to agree. That's when our boy speaks again. His voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. This useless shouting and arguing ends here, he says coldly. If the old rules everyone clings to aren't broken, then none of them will ever understand anything. He places a hand against his own chest, eyes unwavering, and declares that from this moment on, he himself is the new rule. The clan head watches in silence. He can see it clearly now. That terrifying power isn't rampaging out of control. It's perfectly contained, released only as our boy wills it. The kid's growth rate, it's monstrous. As our boy raises his hand and points forward, a sharp cracking sound echoes through the hall. Crystals embedded throughout the room begin to fracture, splitting apart one after another. He explains calmly that every year, the Zhao family pays an outrageous price to the mermaid merchant Goyle just to obtain frost marrow crystals. But now, Blackwild Valley, Goyle's former hunting ground, belongs to him. The crystal reserves hidden there are beyond anything the clan could imagine. He finishes by saying he'll allow the Zhao family to send one absolutely trustworthy clan member to permanently station themselves at Blackwild Valley and mine those crystals without limit. With resources like that flowing in endlessly, the Zhao family's bloodline can remain strong for generations to come. And this, our boy says, is only the first step, the beginning of completely erasing the curse itself. He promises them plainly that he will end it. The clan head lowers his gaze to the crystals resting in his hands, feeling their chilling purity. After a long moment, he looks up and tells Uncle Hung that they will follow Zhao Yi's plan. He orders him to select 100 clan members immediately and send them to Blackwild Valley as fast as possible, so the crystals can be transported back without delay. Uncle Hung bows deeply, his voice thick with emotion. He says the heavens clearly haven't abandoned the Zhao family after all. He calls our boy's actions an act of immense kindness and declares that the entire clan is grateful beyond words. But then another man steps forward. His tone is sharp, uneasy. He argues that this still feels like forced submission, depending on the strongest individual to dictate everything. He questions whether the young master is simply demanding loyalty under the guise of generosity. Our boy doesn't hesitate. He answers calmly, confidently, saying that what he is offering them is something no power in the world could ever provide. He sweeps all the crystals off the table into his grasp, and turns his gaze to the third elder. He asks how much the Zhao family spends every year just to buy dungeon access for their disciples. How much does it cost? He asks. And how many favors must they beg for just to secure a single secret realm slot for one person? The third elder answers stiffly that this is simply how the world works. Every family does it, even the strongest ones. He asks why our boy is bringing this up now. Our boy looks straight at him and asks a single question. What would the Zhao clan do if they possessed their own private dungeon? One that could be upgraded, and that grants eternal rules recognition once cleared. Silence crashes over the room. Every pair of eyes shifts toward the crystals. Suddenly, the third elder bursts into laughter. He scoffs loudly, saying our boy must have gone mad from his youth. He reminds everyone that 90% of all dungeons in the Zhongshan Nation are controlled by the military and the three great guilds. Families that own private dungeons are almost non-existent, and those that do are ancient noble houses. He angrily demands to know whether our boy is seriously claiming he is one right now. Our boy calmly lifts a crystal into the air. They'll know soon enough, he says, whether he's lying or not. The crystals tremble. All the gathered shards pull together, merging into a single rotating sphere of light. It shines like a massive diamond ball, floating above the table as it slowly spins. Tiny crystal fragments burst outward, then snap back into place, rearranging themselves again and again. Then the sphere shatters into light. A screen appears in the air. Mirror prison. Diamond grade. Normal. Hard. Nightmare. Required level. 15 to 35. Party size. 1 to 10. The meeting hall falls dead silent. Our boy announces that he will install a permanent dungeon entrance right inside the Zhao family's core area. From this moment on, any Zhao disciple will be able to enter and train whenever they wish. He calls this his second promise to the clan. Xiaobai stands there in shock, finally understanding that this really is a dungeon, something even the greatest noble families might not possess. Uncle Hung quickly adds that the Zhao family spends more than half of its monthly income just sending disciples into public dungeons for training. A private dungeon is nothing short of a divine blessing, a straight path leading upward to the heavens. In his heart, the frost marrow crystals were already a lifeline, but this dungeon exists on an entirely different level. By now, our boy is drenched in sweat, his legs barely able to support him. Even so, he forces himself to remain standing. He says the Zhao family will now have unlimited access to a training ground of their own. Rising fully to his feet, his breathing unsteady, he declares there will be no more bowing to others and no more endless spending just to survive. He folds his arms and calmly invites the third elder to test the quality of this so-called madness. The third elder stares at the dungeon gate and realizes it cannot possibly be fake. In that instant, he understands that our boy isn't merely offering resources. He is reshaping the Zhao family's future entirely. And the deeper he thinks, the clearer it becomes that the young man's true strength lies far beyond anything he can grasp. Before the third elder can speak again, another elder steps forward and refuses the challenge. He admits he was blind before and openly declares that Miss Zhao Yun should indeed be the heir. A second elder follows, praising our boy's extraordinary talent, calling him a prodigy and a blessing to the clan. A third elder voices his agreement without hesitation. At last, the clan head speaks. Since no one objects any longer, Zhao Yun is officially declared the one and only young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Yun freezes in panic when she hears it, and the clan head adds that seeing her is the same as seeing him. Her authority is absolute. The scene shifts to the valley. Dense cold energy surges endlessly through the air. Our boy stands on the frozen ground and explains that most Zhao family disciples are between level 13 and 20, so the monsters in easy mode won't be excessively strong. He adjusts the dungeon terrain into a glacial zone, one that best suits the Zhao bloodline. Energy pours out from the crystal as he calmly describes the first stage. Ice crystal walls at level 10, low in intelligence, but overwhelming in numbers. When destroyed, they explode into frost zones that slow movement. He explains that the clear rating will depend on how many times a disciple gets frozen, forcing them to learn proper spacing and rhythm, instead of relying on mindless tank and spank fighting. He keeps working without pause, sending controlled bursts of energy into the dungeon walls as they reshape themselves. He explains that the second stage will transform into a constantly shifting maze of ice crystals. The monsters there will be wrapped in ice crystal armor, making direct attacks almost meaningless. Disciples will be forced to observe carefully, reposition constantly, and strike only at the weak points. He says this stage is the perfect place to end the early section of the dungeon. The energy keeps surging as he continues shaping the structure, and then he turns his focus to hard mode. He sets the boss. He chooses the Red Silk Phantom, born from the Mirror Prison core after it absorbed Lady Hong upon her death. Since she exploited the Zhao family for years, her lingering shadow will now be used to temper their future. This, he says quietly, will be her final contribution. The crystal flares again, shooting streams of light straight into the sky. A glowing path stretches across the mountains, beautiful and unreal, as monsters begin emerging along it. Then, suddenly, a girl steps out alongside two men. Our boy freezes in shock. He mutters that even with only 35% control, he can already create something this detailed. Slowly, he raises his hand toward the crystal, eyes burning with curiosity, and wonders aloud. If 35% lets him shape a dungeon like a creator god, then what would 100% allow? Could he alter the dungeon's base rules, or even pull the monster's powers into reality itself? Before the thought can go any further, smack! The Frostfang bursts out of the energy and slams straight into him. Our boy yelps in pain as the Frostfang snaps at him, shouting that this dungeon was made to strengthen the Zhao family, not to feed his god complex. It warns him that a true master wields power. He does not let power consume him. Our boy exhales slowly, then nods, admitting the Frostfang is right. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps passes by. A tiger walks through the frozen terrain, and atop it sits Zhao Yun. She spots him immediately and calls out to her brother as the cold wind swirls around them. Yun stood quietly in front of him, hands folded, eyes lowered. Our boy studied her for a moment, then spoke softly, telling her the dress suited her perfectly. He reminded her that the ceremony was tomorrow and asked why she looked so down. After a pause, Yun finally let it out. Over the past few days, everywhere she went, people smiled at her, calling her the young chief, asking her to take care of them in the future. She admitted that it scared her. She wasn't sure she could carry the weight of that title. She didn't want to let her brother down or disappoint the Zhao family members who were placing their hopes on her shoulders. Our boy reached out and gently touched her cheek, calling her silly. He told her she had never disappointed him. Not once, and never would. Then he asked her if she truly understood what the Zhao family was. Yun blinked and immediately asked what he meant. He explained calmly that the Zhao family was like an ancient, massive ship trapped in a long, outdated dream. From the outside, it still looked majestic, powerful, untouchable. But inside, it was full of cracks and holes, barely holding together. The family had even been reduced to begging its enemies for frost marrow crystals just to survive. Still, he said, they shouldn't mock the Zhao family for it, because they were passengers on that same old ship. And even if it wasn't this one, it would just be another. In times of peace, everyone could pretend things were fine. But when he fought in Black Wind Valley and witnessed real war, he finally understood the truth. All the competitions, all the trials he'd gone through before were nothing more than greenhouse games. When a real storm arrived, everyone aboard that old ship would be doomed. He leaned closer and told her that if they kept waiting, hoping stronger people would protect them, then their fate would always belong to someone else. They couldn't stay passengers forever. They had to become the ones steering the ship. One person's strength could only go so far, which was why he needed a power base of his own. Yun immediately pointed out the reality. Building a power base from nothing would cost immense time and resources. The Zhao family already had a foundation, making it the perfect starting point. As the thoughts settled, she realized something else and said it aloud. Her brother chose the Zhao family because he wanted to turn it into their ship. Our boy smiled, pleased, and said she was right. But if the old ship was going to be rebuilt and move according to his will, then it needed a powerful core. He reached out and lightly placed his finger against her forehead. Golden energy flowed from him, calm and steady, and the moment it made contact, a wave of zinc-colored light rippled outward from her brow. Her blood stirred as he activated her high-purity eyes bloodline. He spoke quietly, explaining that no matter how much the clan leader and elders trusted him, he would never truly change his position for the Zhao family. Technically, he was still an outsider. No matter how capable he proved himself to be, there would always be hesitation, doubts about him holding real authority. But Yun was different. She was the one bridge he needed. The perfect bridge. She was the rightful heir, acknowledged by the entire clan. With her standing at the front, the Zhao family could unite without cracks and form the strongest possible alliance with him. Tears welled up in Yun's eyes as she nodded. She told him she understood. If she remained forever as just the little sister he protected, the one he always had to look back for, then what meaning did awakening this bloodline even have? She promised him that she would become his most reliable right hand. She said she could carry this responsibility. Our boy smiled and playfully pinched her cheek, telling her good, because from now on, they would fight side by side as siblings. Yoon quickly wiped her tears and shot back that she was the young chief now, so he couldn't just pinch her cheeks whenever he wanted. He immediately raised both hands in surrender, laughing as he said, "Fine, whatever the young chief commands." Off to the side, the old-timer watching the scene scratched his head in disbelief. He wondered if our boy had secretly unlocked some ridiculous seduction skill, because with just a few sentences, he had somehow fired the girl up enough to look ready to conquer the world. The scene shifted to the Great Hall. A clear voice announced that Zhao family disciple Zhao Yun was to step onto the ceremonial platform. Two girls walked up beside her, gently supporting her arms as she moved forward. Then, young Chief Yun appeared. A man in the crowd muttered in surprise, saying that this small-looking girl was about to become their young chief. Another person replied that despite her age, her presence was overwhelming. Someone else added in a hushed voice that her eyes' bloodline purity had reached 70%. The first man frowned and complained that bloodline purity alone wouldn't magically make someone capable of managing an entire clan. A third person quickly leaned in and warned him to lower his voice, reminding him that her brother was this year's national high school tournament champion, and he was literally standing right there, watching everything unfold. Someone nearby whispered that they'd heard from the outer sect that Yoon earned this position after discovering an honorless dungeon and offering it directly to the family. The others were instantly impressed. Someone muttered that if they were the ones who discovered a dungeon, they would have demanded a military officer position on the spot. Another person chuckled and replied that this was exactly why they never made it far. They thought too small. The view shifted again, landing on Shun Linfeng, who was quietly watching our boy. Shin commented that all these people only dared to whisper behind Yoon's back. The girl standing beside him glanced over and teased that she'd noticed something else. He seemed even more protective of little Yoon than brotherly ever was. The ceremony pressed on. Little Yoon stepped forward until she stood before the clan head. She bowed deeply and announced clearly that Zhao Yun paid her respects to the clan leader. The clan head raised his voice and declared that as the head of the Zhao family, he officially established Zhao Yun as the young chief. From this moment on, seeing her was the same as seeing the clan leader himself, and all clan affairs would follow her command. He then instructed her to kneel before the goddess and pray with sincerity. Yoon knelt without hesitation and declared herself a descendant of the Zhao family. She repeated the decree word for word, stating that seeing the young chief was equal to seeing the clan leader, and that all clan matters would obey her decisions. She swore to carry on the will of the ancestors, to never disgrace her responsibility, to never betray the trust of the clan members, to never fear the dangers of the future, and to seek not personal glory, but only the prosperity of the Zhao family. She declared that heaven and earth could bear witness to her oath, and that if she ever broke it, she would accept the punishment of ice backlash and the permanent loss of her bloodline power. The moment she stepped into the center, energy exploded outward in all directions. The clan leader's expression changed as panic flashed across his face. He demanded to know what was happening, wondering if something had gone wrong with the ceremony or if the goddess had rejected Yoon. Someone standing near our boy quickly reassured him, saying this wasn't a bad sign at all. The resonance triggered by Yoon's high bloodline purity was a blessing from the goddess herself. A blinding light erupted, and from within the surging energy, the goddess descended. Her voice echoed as she told Yoon that with this bloodline, she could freeze all obstacles and protect her oath. Yoon stared up at her, eyes wide with awe. The goddess then said she would become Yoon's scepter, and shot forward in a streak of light. Yoon tensed for a split second, then stepped forward. Her eyes' bloodline flared violently, zinc-colored energy bursting outward. Gasps rang through the hall as people shouted that this was a divine miracle. Someone cried out that this was the legendary divine grace baptism recorded only in ancient texts, the awakening of an S-rank talent. When the surging energy finally calmed, the clan leader could barely contain himself. He eagerly asked what level her new talent had reached. A translucent screen appeared in the air, revealing the answer: S-rank legacy of the ice goddess. The clan leader froze for a heartbeat, then practically exploded with joy. He shouted that this was the exact same talent possessed by their founding ancestor, the one who created the Zhao family. The ancestor's glory had returned. The heavens were blessing the Zhao family once more. The great hall erupted. Voices roared together as everyone chanted that the heavens blessed the Zhao family. People shouted that S-rank talent only existed in myths and legends, and that the Zhao family's revival was no longer a dream. It was right in front of them. The scene shifted again. Yin stepped to the center of the platform and looked out at everyone. She addressed them as fellow clan members and introduced herself as Zhao Yun. She admitted openly that she was young, inexperienced, and suddenly placed in an overwhelming position. She said her heart was filled with fear. Then she spoke again, steady and clear. The goddess blessing, she said, was not because she herself was special. It was because the Zhao family needed hope, needed change, needed a brand new future. She stood tall and declared that from today onward, she was willing to walk forward together with all of them. Their resources, their power, and their path to greater strength were already here, right beneath their feet. The crowd erupted once more, chanting Young Chief again and again. A girl standing beside our boy wiped her eyes and whispered that little Yun had truly grown up. Our boy smiled softly and replied that she had always been brave. She just needed the right moment. Yun raised her hand, and energy flowed outward. Frost crystals spread through the air, assembling themselves into a massive crystalline door. A screen appeared beside it, displaying the details. Mirror prison, diamond grade. Difficulty levels ranging from normal to nightmare. Level requirement 15 to 35. Party size 1 to 10. Yun announced that this dungeon would become the foundation of the Zhao family's future, their strongest sharpening stone. Then she issued her very first command as Young Chief. From this day forward, a point leaderboard would be established for the Mirror Prison. Every month, the top 3, regardless of background or seniority, will be allowed to enter the Trier Pavilion and choose any Trier they desired. The top 10 would receive priority access to the purest frost marrow crystals for cultivation. She finished by promising that all resources would belong to those who were willing to fight for the Zhao family. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then the shock shattered, replaced by pure excitement. Voices exploded across the hall as people shouted, jumped, and buzzed with energy. Whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire. Some said that for once, both inner and outer sect members had heard the same thing. Others muttered bitterly that before this, they had to bribe elders just to get a single chance to enter a dungeon trial. But now, anyone could step forward and try. More voices joined in, growing louder and bolder. People said they finally wouldn't have to rely on their fathers, their backgrounds, or hidden connections. Now, they could earn resources with their own strength. Someone recalled how, during last year's Evil Wolf Guide's dungeon, they had fought with everything they had, only for 70% of the rewards to be snatched away in the end. But now things were different. The Zhao family finally had a diamond-grade dungeon of their own. As Yin watches the scene unfold, the third elder steps forward without hesitation. Her voice is steady as she lays everything out. First came the divine grace, then the baptism, and with that alone, the girl's legitimacy was already carved in stone. Then the dungeon was revealed, and in a single move, the people's hearts were won. She continues, saying this wasn't luck or coincidence. This was a leader-level chess move. Clean, ruthless, brilliant. One strike that shatters the inner sector's monopoly at the top. Resources are spread, ambition is ignited, and everyone is given a reason to move forward. Zhao Yi isn't just powerful, he's a deep strategist. And that little girl? She's no ordinary child. Not even close. Inwardly, the third elder feels her breath catch. For the first time in years, she senses it. The Zhao family might truly be on the edge of real change. Stepping forward, she raises her voice and asks who among them is willing to become the Zhao family's vanguard, who will take the very first step onto this new path. As she moves, murmurs ripple through the crowd like waves. One boy nudges another, whispering for him to go first. The second boy turns pale instantly, stammering that no one even knows if the dungeon is stable yet. What if he goes in and never comes back? That will be the end of him. Before the fear can spread further, Xiaobai suddenly raises her hand and steps out, calmly saying she'll scout the path for everyone. Yun's eyes widen as he rushes toward her. When Xiaobai reaches the entrance, she turns back and looks straight at him. She says the Zhao family has been suppressed for far too long, and she doesn't want everything to collapse during Yun's generation. She only asks one thing: make sure her place in the top 10 is kept for her. The moment Xiaobai volunteers, the hesitation shatters. Hands shoot up everywhere. Voices rise, overlapping, shouting that they want in too, that they want to prove themselves. Another boy yells that he's entering as well, and several people immediately follow after him. Someone behind Yin shouts loudly that he's going to show that brat from the Lin family what real strength looks like. Yin stands there with his arms crossed, and suddenly his energy surges outward. The crystal formation spreads, humming to life. Someone gasps, realizing they can actually sync with what's happening inside the dungeon. As they step in, they quickly notice the realm's observation function is shockingly advanced, military grade. Everything can be recorded. Techniques can be studied directly. No more dying without even knowing what killed them. As excitement and awe spread, whispers begin to rise again. People quietly wondering just who their young chief truly is. They all step into the room together. A screen flickers to life, listing their names and levels one after another. Huang Fan appears first, profession, Fistmaster, level 18, challenge difficulty, easy, party size, 4. Next is Zhou Xiran, profession, mage, level 18, challenge difficulty, easy, party size, 4. Then Mo Momo, profession, assassin, level 18, challenge difficulty, easy, party size, 4. Finally, Zhou Dong, profession, priest, level 18, challenge difficulty, easy, party size, 4. The moment the challengers enter the inn, thick fog suddenly spreads in every direction, swallowing the space hole. Shouts of confusion echo from inside as visibility drops to nothing. Zhao Yuran reacts instantly, warning that there are enemies hidden within the fog, and they're fast. Almost on cue, a pack of wolves bursts out, barking sharply as they charge straight at the group. Zhou Dong takes command without hesitation. Her voice cuts through the chaos as she orders Huang Fan to use earth-shaking fist to halt their advance. She tells Xiran to cover the rear of the wolf pack with ice fog to disrupt their vision, then directs Momo to enter stealth the moment the fog spreads and target the slowed alpha wolf first. Huang Fan nods and braces himself. Xiran grips her sword as crystal energy gathers around the blade, heat flaring along its edge. A screen flashes up, explaining earth-shaking fist, shaking the ground ahead, dealing minor damage, and heavily slowing enemy movement. Huang Fan slams his fist in the ground, and the shockwave ripples outward. The wolves stumble violently, some nearly thrown off their feet as their charge is completely crushed. Xiran lunges forward, eyes locked on her target. A wolf leaps toward her, and she swings instinctively, only to gasp in shock. Her strike lands, and the wolf detonates in a violent explosion. She staggers back, barely steadying herself, as someone shouts for holy light protection. A surge of green energy erupts from Zhou Dong's back, wrapping her in radiant holy light. Xiran quickly warns the others that the wolves are armored and can't be pierced easily. Worse, their explosive fragments apply debuffs, so everyone needs to stay alert. She checks the screen and sees the effect, frostbite, movement speed reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Zhou Dong adjusts immediately. She orders Huang Fan to focus on knockback and crowd control to isolate the wolves into one-on-one fights. Xiran is told to attack their legs with ice spikes to cripple their mobility. Momo must keep moving, constantly harassing the pack and finishing off low-health wolves before they can self-destruct. Outside, the audience watching begins to whisper among themselves. They marvel that Sister Xiaobai may be a priest, but her crowd control is absurd and her reaction speed terrifyingly sharp. Others mutter about how dangerous the wolves' self-destruction is, the massive blast radius, and the brutal slowing effect sending chills through everyone watching. They point out Momo's positioning. After getting hit once, she'd already predicted the wolves' movement paths perfectly. Every step she took cut off an escape route. Every strike landed where it had to. Their coordination isn't just good, it's flawless. Someone in the crowd finally gets it. This stage was never about brute force. It's about control, positioning, and teamwork. Anyone charging in alone would be torn apart in seconds. The third elder watches quietly, her eyes sharp, and a chill runs through her. This dungeon design is genius. Ice-armored wolves, death explosions, punishing mistakes instantly. This isn't power leveling. It's forging warriors who survive on the edge of a blade. She realizes that the Zhao family's foundation for the next 50 years might be built right here. And then the thought hits her. Could Zhao Yi really be so selfless, willing to hand over something like this just for the title of young chief? Did she misjudge him because of her own narrow thinking? She shakes her head almost immediately. Impossible. A man like that must have deeper motives. Something she still hasn't seen yet. After roughly 10 minutes, the group inside finally clears the stage. They're bent over, gasping for air, chests heaving as the last wolf collapses. Bodies litter the ground. A screen flashes into existence, congratulating them. Xiaobai gains 500 experience and levels up from 18 to 19. Huang Fan walks over, grinning proudly, telling her she did amazing, leveling up just like that. Xiran clicks her tongue, complaining she's still 1,000 experience short of 19, and needs to deal more damage in the next stage. Xiaobai just smiles and says it only happened because everyone worked together. She'd never earned that much experience alone. The screen shifts, revealing the next stage, Ice Armor Bear's lair. Someone's eyes light up, shouting that they should push into the second stage and level everyone up together. Outside, voices erupt as people realize they actually watched Xiaobai level up inside the dungeon. Someone yells to stop standing around and go all out. They want to level up too. A guy loudly advertises himself as a strong tank looking for a team. Another priest shouts that they can keep everyone alive as long as the lineup isn't trash. The third elder watches Xiaobai thoughtfully, realizing the girl carries both ambition and a kind heart. Someone nearby says the Zhao family finally has its own dungeon. No more worrying about experience ever again. Their strength is going to skyrocket. Uncle Han walks up beside Yin and says Xiaobai's level up speaks louder than 1,000 speeches. The crowd's enthusiasm is exploding. Yin raises her voice, cutting through the noise, telling everyone not to rush. The dungeon will open in batches based on level, so everyone gets their chance. With that, the ceremony officially comes to an end. Those who want to enter are told to go register and form teams. The first batch will depart in 30 minutes. Cheers erupt instantly. Voices overlap as people thank the young chief, excitement spreading like wildfire. Groups form on the spot, everyone already arguing about party setups. Someone says that against Ice Crystal Wolves, control skills are everything. A mage insists a stable frontline is non-negotiable. An assassin declares they're only joining teams that can properly hold aggro, so they can safely shred the backline. Yin stands there quietly, watching it all come together. Crystal mining is handed over to the third elder. Dungeon management is assigned to the clan leader. Basic control of the mirror prison is placed in Yun's hands. Our boy observes calmly, knowing exactly what he's doing. By splitting responsibilities and balancing interests, anyone who wants resources now has only one choice: fully support Yin. As for himself, he retains ultimate authority over the mirror prison, staying above everything while watching the Zhao family shift and evolve beneath him. But there's one thing even he didn't see coming: little Yin awakening the S-rank legacy of the Ice Goddess. S-rank talents devour resources at a terrifying rate. As the thought settles in, he sighs inwardly and decides that the next time he meets his teacher, he's definitely going to squeeze him dry. He remembers spotting a piece of 10,000-year ice marrow hidden away in his teacher's chamber last time. A faint smile forms. Yeah, it's time to go collect that. The scene opens with our boy standing on his bed as golden energy floods the room, spilling across the walls like liquid light. In that instant, a screen flashes into existence, boldly congratulating him for completing a daily mission with an SSS rating. Before he can even react, another screen follows, announcing that he's earned 20 free attribute points. He sits down cross-legged on the bed, calm amid the chaos, as the energy continues to surge, and then yet another screen appears, informing him that he's gained great recovery points, 10 in total. He reaches up to his neck instinctively, hissing softly from the lingering ache, and tells the system to bring up his personal stats panel. The panel unfolds before his eyes, neatly listing his name, profession, level, talent, and every detail tied to his existence. He scans it carefully, muttering that even after spending so many days in TI and LA, his experience has only increased by 200,000. Leveling up still feels frustratingly far away. With a tap, the screen shifts, showing his divine awakening level, grade, and the full breakdown of his current state. As he studies it, he realizes that B+ grade potions and basic gear are basically meaningless to him now. Still, they aren't worthless. They can be stored as reserve rewards in the family vault. In his mind, the equation is simple. The stronger his people become, the more stable Yun's position will be within the Zhao family. He remains seated when a surge of zinc-colored energy suddenly erupts around him. The Frost Fong materializes, grinning as it teases him about how emotional he sounded earlier. It jokes that the sibling affection was so intense, it almost believed our boy had become the true core of the Zhou Yun family. Our boy responds calmly, saying Yun needs prestige, and the Zhao family needs someone who can give people hope. What he gave Yun was only manager-level authority. The real power, every last bit of it, still rests firmly in his own hands. Another screen flickers to life, displaying 30%. Our boy narrows his eyes and asks Frost Fong if it's noticed something else. His strength has increased by 5%. He explains his theory, that the mirror prison might actually be an unfinished creation, something that must devour powerful beings to complete itself and grow stronger. On the surface, it looks like he's gaining more control over it. But in truth, What's increasing is the mirror prison's completion rate. With that thought, he clicks his tongue lightly. It's a shame the mirror prison didn't get to devour the dark owls from Black Wind Valley. And Lu Xian, especially Lu Xian, the strongest opponent he's faced so far. If the mirror prison had been able to consume him, the gains would have been nothing short of terrifying. Frostfang calmly reminds him that even though Lu Xian's level wasn't impressive, the man could still borrow the power of a demon lord. He adds that if the military hadn't intervened back then, the outcome of that battle could have gone either way. His tone turns serious as he warns that chasing strength isn't wrong, but letting greed cloud one's judgment is how people end up dead. Our boy rises to his feet, confidence written all over his face. He says plainly that the person capable of bringing him down hasn't even been born yet. Frostfang snorts and calls him an arrogant brat. Our boy starts to respond, bringing up the last words spoken by that otherworld gate in Black Wind Valley, beginning with you. But before he can finish, a knock sounds at the door. A voice calls out from outside, announcing that a steward from the Jiang family has arrived, and that Miss Jiang Churin is requesting an audience. Our boy pauses, finding it strange that someone from the Jiang family would come visiting so late. The scene shifts to Churin. She looks up immediately and asks Uncle Fu why he has come. Uncle Fu bows respectfully, saying he heard the young miss has been working extremely hard in the Zhao family, and that she just completed another round of training. Churin is drying her hair, as she replies that training every day is a good thing. She asks whether his journey was tiring and offers him tea or a place to rest. Uncle Fu removes his mask and explains that the mistress misses her dearly. With the family's grand competition approaching, there are many matters that require Churin's presence back home. The mistress personally ordered him to escort her back to the state. Churin frowns slightly, saying she remembers the family competition well, but she spoke with her mother just yesterday, and her mother never mentioned anything about returning. Uncle Fu insists, suggesting that perhaps the mistress wanted to surprise her. With so many clan affairs piling up, he asks her to be understanding and to leave with him as soon as possible. Just as he finishes speaking, our boy walks in and asks if this is an elder from her clan. Churin nods and explains that this is Uncle Fu, the man who watched her grow up. Our boy greets him politely, introducing himself as Zhao and asking about the purpose of his visit, all while thinking to himself that this man's strength feels exceptionally powerful. Churin then tells him that she needs to return home for a short while to see her mother. Our boy nods in agreement, saying that's a good thing, and asks her to pass along his greetings to her mother, since Churin has been helping him so much lately. Uncle Fu smiles and compliments Zhao for being so thoughtful. As our boy gently places a hand behind Churin's back, a soft stream of golden energy flows out from him. He tells her thank you for always staying by his side. Uncle Fu glances over and suddenly notices her hair shimmering with light, his eyes widening in surprise. Churin laughs quietly and says that using holy light to dry her hair is exactly the kind of thing only Zhao would ever think of doing. Our boy tells her to be careful and says that if anything happens, she should contact him immediately. Uncle Fu then asks the young miss where they should depart from. She nods, saying she'll go change her clothes first, and then they can leave. Before turning away, she smiles at Zhao and promises that when she comes back, she'll bring him something special from Sichuan province, especially spicy rabbit heads, so hot they'll make him feel like he's breathing fire. After they leave, Frostfang appears and asks what's bothering him, because something clearly feels off. Our boy raises his hand slightly and admits he can't explain it precisely, but something is definitely wrong. He points out that Sichuan and Tianlan both have official teleportation routes, so there's no reason for them to rush off using such an old-fashioned method of travel. The scene shifts to the quiet of the night outside the house. Frostfang brings up a question he meant to ask earlier. The Otherworld Gate, just before it was destroyed, claimed that Blue Star humans are the invaders. Our boy asks Frostfang, who has lived for more than 100 years, if he knows anything about that statement. Frostfang replies that his memories from before the Eternal Advent are a chaotic mess, filled with crying and anger, so tangled that he can't tell which memories belong to whom. At that moment, someone arrives and says this question has been studied for decades. Our boy turns around and sees his teacher, immediately asking if he's injured. The teacher explains that the rift in Modu has been temporarily sealed, but the price paid was far heavier than expected. The light system mages suffered the worst losses because their holy light naturally suppresses demonic energy, making them the primary targets. The teacher then holds out a blue stone and tells him this is the core of a level 48 demon lord taken from the Modu rift. He tells him to feel the energy inside. Our boy grips the stone, and his eyes widen in shock. The shape of the energy is something he's seen before, something familiar, something that once even interfered with the lenses of his own eyes. In an instant, the scene seems to snap and twist, transforming into a blazing ring of fire where figures stand atop jagged cliffs. Our boy grips the stone tightly, and suddenly the energy surges. Golden light blasts out from his eyes, shooting straight into the core. The ground trembles as radiant power erupts beneath his feet, streams of energy rising and gathering toward him. With a sharp motion, he throws the stone to the ground, and little by little, the violent energy disperses and fades away. When the stone finally goes silent, he lifts his head and looks toward his teacher. The teacher explains that this energy is identical to the demonic power discovered in the Wild Wind Mountains and Black Wind Valley. That means it all originates from the same otherworld, perhaps even from the same faction. The teacher raises his gaze to the moon hanging in the night sky and says that the demons from the otherworld are attempting to invade on a scale never seen before, with an intensity far greater than anything in the past. He goes on to explain that the military and wilderness teams have ventured deep into countless otherworld zones, where they didn't just find demonic remains, but ruins, true city ruins. Their cultural traces perfectly match Blue Star's long-lost ancient civilizations. After cross-referencing information from hundreds of such ruins, the military arrived at a shocking conclusion. In an unimaginably ancient era, a transcendent civilization from Blue Star once launched a colonial war. Our boy asks quietly what the eternal game even is then. Is their current world merely an accident, or something deliberately planned long ago? The teacher shakes his head and says no one knows why the eternal game descended. Even now, they don't possess enough strength to uncover the truth behind it. The only thing that's certain is that they inherited an unbearably heavy legacy, one soaked in sins, resentment, and endless hatred. The teacher turns to face him directly and tells him to prepare himself. This world needs him, the new lord. The scene opens with our boy's teacher standing right beside him, his expression calm but heavy with seriousness. He lifts one hand, and a glowing word map unfolds in midair. As regions light up one by one, the teacher explains that medium-sized rifts are normally handled by the military and Major Guard units. But right now, they have zero spare capacity to deal with mirror rifts. He continues, saying that just last week, a mirror village in the southern region was completely wiped out. Half the residents were slaughtered by 3 demonic hounds that crawled out of a minor rift. Their defensive lines, he says, are being gnawed away piece by piece. If this continues, panic will spread among the general population long before a medium-sized rift ever breaks through. That, the teacher says, is exactly why he summoned our boy. As glowing lines trace across the map and highlight different regions, our boy asks calmly what task the teacher wants from him. The teacher explains that the Hidden Dragon platform is a restricted zone, only accessible to those with exceptional military merit or individuals whose potential has received the highest level of official recognition. He reminds him that in Black Wind Valley, our boy and his teammates already proved they could erase minor rifts without hesitation. Then the teacher raises a key and says the military has decided to grant him permission to enter the Hidden Dragon platform. It holds missions specifically designed for clearing minor rifts. He looks straight at our boy and asks if he dares to accept. Without a trace of hesitation, our boy reaches out, takes the key, and replies with an unshaken tone, as if daring or not daring doesn't matter at all. The teacher places a firm hand on his shoulder and tells him that all his academy leave has already been arranged. He only needs to return before the final exams. He adds a final warning. If he ever encounters a rift he can't handle, he must contact the military immediately. Our boy answers with absolute confidence, saying they won't disappoint him. The scene shifts into the stillness of night. A room lit by a single lamp comes into view. Our boy sits cross-legged on his bed, a mysterious stone in one hand and the key in the other. Both objects pulse with faint waves of energy as he stares at them intently. A screen suddenly appears, announcing that he has obtained the 10,000-year-old marrow. He reflexively closes his hand around the stone, and a burst of greenish, zinc-colored energy erupts outward. He freezes, startled. Almost immediately, he activates identity verification. The screen flashes again. Verification passed. Welcome. Logged in. As he sinks back onto the couch, another message drifts into view, prompting him to set his code name. He narrows his eyes, focuses on the screen, and types it in without hesitation. Once the process finishes, his full profile unfolds before him. He studies it quietly, thinking about how minor rifts are far more dangerous than ordinary dungeons. But the rewards are on a completely different level. To him, these rifts are the perfect grindstone, the kind that sharpens blades through real blood and pressure. More importantly, he senses that they may hide rare treasures, the kind that could practically feed the mirror prison a full feast. He taps the screen decisively and declares that the hellish training officially begins. The scene jumps to another night. A massive tree looms in the darkness, its silhouette twisting before the world shifts into a dense jungle. Four of his comrades stand together, alert. Almost at the same moment, all of them turn as something unfamiliar appears behind them. A monster steps out of the shadows, and one of them blurts out, asking what in the world that thing even is. Lingxi's eyes widen as she recognizes it and confirms, it's a monster, just before it explodes into motion and sprints toward them. The creature lunges, but in that exact instant, a blade of golden energy slices down from above and cleaves straight across its neck. The monster lets out a shrill scream. Lingxi freezes, stunned, struggling to process what she just saw. Before anyone can react further, our boy steps out from the darkness and calmly tells them not to chase individual glory. Focus on teamwork. Almost immediately, a whole pack of monsters pours out, rushing toward them. Shun grins, blood boiling, and says he's been waiting for a fight like this. Compared to real demons, the puppets inside the mirror prison are nothing. He activates Blood Frenzy, flames erupting as his flaming dragon manifestation roars to life. Charging forward, he shouts for the fiends to perish and smashes out with his crimson flame fist. Nearby, a girl wearing a hat sees the crimson waves surging and raises her voice, calling upon the power of the earth. She unleashes rock spear barrage, stone lances tearing up from the ground. The wolves swivel toward them, and the team splits instantly into 3 groups, launching perfectly timed, coordinated attacks. The scene cuts to a wolf breaking through, charging straight at Song Xiaolon. She shouts a binding spell, calling upon heaven and earth's core to shackle evil. But she's a fraction of a second too slow. A figure flashes forward. As the monster lunges, a golden blast slams into a head-on, crushing its face with brutal force. A girl lands with a sharp yell, driving her mountain-shattering strike into the ground. The monster detonates on impact, and violent energy ripples outward. When the dust finally settles, our boy turns to Song Xiaolon and says evenly that her mobilization talisman activation time exceeded 0.3 seconds today, so she'll be adding an extra half-hour of training in the mirror prison. Xiaolon straightens immediately and accepts it without complaint, replying with a clear, "Understood, Captain." As she gathers her energy again, she adds that his observation really is terrifyingly sharp. Our boy turns to Shun Lingfeng and calmly points out that Shun's Crimson Flame Fist has a 17% energy depression, and those flashy backflips he likes so much do nothing but bleed stamina. He tells him to add another hour of training tonight, focusing only on power condensation. Shun just grins, completely unbothered. 15 minutes later, a massive crimson blast roars through the field and wipes out the entire wolf pack in an instant. The scene shifts as they reappear inside the Crimson Mirror. A notification flashes that the dungeon has absorbed demonic hound energy, pushing the mirror prison core control to 36%. As they look over the fallen hounds, our boy remarks that data for a new Guardian-type Infernal Demonic Hound has been added to the dungeon database. He declares the mission complete and says the next rift is 50 kilometers ahead. They start moving, while people nearby whisper and sneak glances at them, wondering who they are. Someone mutters that they must be part of a military raid. Our boy glances once more at the corpses and comments that every single one of them was a level 30 demon, truly no pushovers. The scene jumps again to a shattered mirror zone. Shun's hair flickers like dying embers as he collapses onto the rocks, groaning that he doesn't have even a drop of energy left and can't summon so much as a spark. Green, venomous energy creeps over the ground. A girl shouts that, "Brother, there are far too many venom lurkers and wiping them all out is impossible." Another girl in a hat trembles and says her spiritual energy is almost gone. Lan, standing nearby, admits her hands are shaking and she can barely draw talismans anymore. Hearing their voices, our boy releases a surge of golden energy that washes over everyone. Shun, still lying on the ground, snaps back to clarity and says the exhaustion vanished in an instant. Our boy stands atop the mountain as his stamina and mana recover to 85%. 27 venom lurkers remain. He tells them they have 1 minute to annihilate everything, or they'll earn themselves 2 extra hours of mirror training. They stare at him in disbelief at the 1-minute limit. Shun bolts forward first, shouting for everyone to go all in. Lan chases after him, grumbling that even livestock and production brigades aren't worked this hard, and calling it outright oppression and exploitation. Without even turning his head, our boy corrects her movement path, telling her that if she shifts even 15 centimeters to the left, she'll be hit by acid spray from a lurker hiding on the right. She spots venom splashing toward her and reacts instantly, stepping onto it as it sizzles and burns a hole straight through the ground. A tiny drop lands on her arm, but her energy flares out on its own and blocks it before it can eat through her skin. From above, our boy looks down at her in surprise. She just laughs it off and thanks him for the warning. The scene snaps to Venom being dragged across the battlefield, the ground torn apart like something straight out of hell. The entire group looks worn down, breathing hard, bodies covered in scorch marks and acid burns. Our boy states calmly that their poison resistance and combat synergy are still below 40%. Ling Shi raises his hand, gathering energy, and bluntly points out that Xiaolan parried 17 attacks that could have been dodged instead, wasting precious stamina. Xiaolan fires back without hesitation, saying Ling Shi placed 3 area spells poorly, nearly causing friendly fire. He adds that when Shun gets caught in a multi-directional ambush, Ling Shi's control response is too slow, forcing Shun to burn far more stamina than necessary. Still, Xiaolan admits that when Shun's mana was almost completely drained, he forced out his flaming dragon form and single-handedly erased a soul-mutated creature, preventing the entire team from being dragged into a deadly, prolonged fight. Our boy steps down from the rocks and tells them to engrave this feeling into their bones, the moment when they're pushed to the brink with no room left to retreat. He says that feeling is the key to their second advancement. Shun, still gasping for air, suggests they rest for 5 minutes and then head back into the mirror prison for today's special training. About a month later, people were lounging around, chatting idly, when someone suddenly pointed toward the training grounds and laughed about how that outer disciple from the Zhao family was strutting around in B-grade enchanted boots. The way everyone reacted, you'd think he was wearing some legendary treasure. Almost immediately, a girl beside him joined in, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. She said she'd heard the Zhao family actually control the Diamond Grey dungeon, and not just for inner disciples either. Outer disciples could enter as well. That bit of gossip lit things up. A few students nearby rushed over and jumped into the conversation. One of them proudly bragged that he'd cut a full minute off his dungeon clear time this round. And because of that, the clan leader personally rewarded him with a great enchanted ice skull shortblade. Another nodded along, adding that if you stayed inside that dungeon all day, even a beginner would come out looking like an expert. Someone else chuckled and said that at this pace, the Zhao family was practically guaranteed to rise. This kind of momentum was dangerous. Then, out of nowhere, a boy came sprinting over, barely catching his breath as he blurted out that as long as you handed over 50% of your dungeon profits, even outsiders could enter and farm there. He swore it was far more cost-effective than dealing with the Hungry Wolf Guide. His eyes shone as he urged everyone to hurry up and register before spots filled up. But halfway through his pitch, his words died in his throat. His expression twisted in confusion as a jeep came tearing in at full speed. The screech of brakes ripped through the air, the tires skidding sideways as the vehicle came to a violent stop. The students nearby all jumped back in shock. The door flew open. A man stepped out, followed by a group that clearly moved like a pack. One of them shouted arrogantly, demanding that the Zhao family's manager come out immediately. He stood there with his chest puffed out, as if the ground itself belonged to him. At that moment, the girl stepped forward, her voice calm but sharp, asking what the Hungry Wolf Guide thought it was doing by barging into Zhao family territory. The leader of the group, the so-called Hungry Wolf, strode straight up to her with a crooked smirk. He asked her what kind of game they were playing and told her to stop pretending she didn't know. In Tianlan province, he said, dungeon business had always belonged to the Hungry Wolf Guide. He accused the Zhao family of breaking the rules and stealing their customers right under his nose. His fist tightened as he demanded an explanation, his tone heavy with threat. The little girl took another step forward, her gaze unwavering, making it clear she had no intention of backing down. She shot back without hesitation, saying the dungeons belonged to the Zhao family, so there was nothing to explain. When the Hungry Wolf Guide had been monopolizing dungeon business and squeezing every other force dry, she reminded them, they never cared about discussion or fairness. At that, the Hungry Wolf leader burst out laughing, clearly amused. He mocked her for being just a little girl and declared that in Tianlan province, the Hungry Wolf Guide's fists were the law. Either the Zhao family handed over the dungeons, or they would be crushed flat. Ling's temper snapped. Zinc-like energy surged from her body, spreading outward as her eyes turned icy with rage. She said it seemed the Zhao family's past concessions had made the Hungry Wolf Guide forget who the real king was, and who was nothing more than a pawn. Before she could take things further, A hand clamped onto her arm. Shin stepped forward, placing himself in front of her, and calmly asked what mongrel dog dared to bark so loudly at someone else's doorstep this early in the morning. The hungry wolf leader's face darkened as he glared at him, sneering and calling him Little Shun. He mocked him for not even growing his fur yet daring to interfere, and asked if Shin even knew who his grandpa was, dripping sarcasm as he called him a little hero. Shin didn't bother responding to the insults. He simply said he would count to 3, and by then, they and their dogs better be gone from his sight. That was enough to send the hungry wolf leader over the edge. He roared that Shun was asking to die and ordered his men to rush in and cripple the kid. The gang surged forward, purple energy spiraling wildly around their bodies. Shin didn't move at all. He stood there, steady and unshaken, making no move to attack. Just as the charging men were about to reach him, a figure shot forward. Tai Xan sprinted in, her axe swinging in a brutal arc. Shun's voice rang out calmly, reminding them that he had given them a chance, and they chose not to take it. Tai Xan's axe crashed into the attackers, red energy exploding outward as bodies were torn apart and flung aside. She stood firm as the last one fell, her axe striking the dirt as she declared herself the immovable bastion. The hungry wolf leader pointed at her, admitting she had some skill, then snarled an order for his entire crew to attack at once. Every remaining member charged again toward Shun, all of them blazing with purple energy. Tai Xan lifted her hand and began to chant, calling upon the power of heaven and earth, drawing the foundation of the 5 elements into form. She flicked her wrist and released a gravity talisman, sending it spinning through the air. Golden energy erupted from it, roaring straight toward the charging enemies. But just before the attack could land, a violent explosion tore through the area. The ground shook as a massive blast burst outward, flinging both Tai Xan and her targets off their feet. They crashed hard onto the ground, sliding to a stop right in front of the hungry wolf leader. Hungry Wolf stared at the scene in disbelief, his mind racing as he tried to figure out who these people really were. Before he could even form a thought, something rolled between the fallen students, a swirling mass of red energy spinning wildly across the ground. At the same time, Shun, flames already burning fiercely in his hand, shot up into the air and locked eyes with Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf's pupils shrank as he muttered in shock, unable to believe that this was coming from someone at mere level 27. Shin dropped back down, fury pouring off him like a raging storm. He slammed his feet into the ground and charged straight at Hungry Wolf, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. As the energy detonated forward, he shot back coldly, asking if level 27 was really such a joke, saying that level 27 was more than enough to deal with him. The students watching were left speechless by the explosion Shin produced. A small girl whispered in disbelief that it was just one punch, only a single punch. Murmurs spread instantly, people already talking about how the leader of a level 33 guild was about to be wiped out by a level 27 kid with one hit. As the smoke cleared, Hungry Wolf suddenly shifted. His body twisted and expanded, fur bursting out as he transformed into his true wolf-like form. He threw his head back and let out a savage howl before launching his massive body straight toward Shun. He roared that the idea of one punch was ridiculous, that the damage was nothing more than a tickle. Spitting rage, he called Shun a foul-mouthed rat and swore he would tear his mouth apart. The students standing before the transformed wolf watched in horror as Hungry Wolf raised his paws, trying to shield himself from the flames. But the fire only grew hotter and heavier. He began yelling in pain, struggling against the crushing heat, snarling desperately that he still had teeth, still refusing to back down. When the flames finally subsided, Hungry Wolf opened his mouth again, repeating hoarsely that he still had teeth. Link, who had been observing everything closely, widened her eyes and shouted for a stone wall to rise. A massive rocky barrier surged up in front of Hungry Wolf. Agal straightened his posture, ready for whatever came next. Above them, Shin leaped into the air once more, his voice ringing out as he called Hungry Wolf out for being far too accustomed to acting arrogant. Shin coldly added that even back when he had been a fallen noble, he wouldn't have wasted a glance on someone like Hungry Wolf. His voice carried pure contempt as he lunged forward once again. Link, still stunned by what she was witnessing, hurriedly activated a fire attribute amplification, while Lane reacted almost at the same time, eyes widening as she called out 5 Thunder's body protection. Shin unleashed another terrifying wave of red flames that crashed straight into Hungry Wolf. The wolf let out a piercing scream as the scorching energy swallowed him whole. Shin roared at him, calling him a beast. The overwhelming force made Hungry Wolf's massive body tremble violently. He screamed again, coughing up thick black blood before being blasted backward and slamming hard into a wall. His body slid down slowly, leaving him slumped against the stone. The wolf form dissolved, revealing his human shape once more. He gasped for breath, staring at Shun and the others with horror, muttering that they were monsters, that these people were definitely monsters. Shun and his group landed solidly on the ground, standing firm and unmoved. Shun looked down at the defeated Hungry Wolf and calmly asked how someone with such pathetic strength dared to stir up trouble at the Zhou family. His lips curled as he mockingly wondered whether he should praise Hungry Wolf for his childish innocence. Hungry Wolf didn't respond. He sat there with his head lowered, thoughts racing. These people were clearly not ordinary level 27s. Their control over force and their battle instincts had been forged through countless real fights. In that moment, he even realized just how enormous the benefits of that dungeon must have been for them. Then, slowly, a twisted grin spread across his face. Hungry Wolf lifted his head and burst out laughing. He claimed it was barely a loss, sneering that it had been 4 against 1. He warned them that his guild leader was a level 42 Dark Knight, and that none of them would be allowed to walk away alive. Suddenly, something heavy slammed into the ground. An arrow pierced the earth with a dull thud. Hungry Wolf muttered that if they handed over the dungeon and allowed his boss to wipe out the entire Zhou family, there might still be room to negotiate. The arrow trembled where it had landed. Shin stepped forward and planted his foot on it, asking calmly if they should just kill them instead. From the rooftop above, the boy who had been observing everything spoke at last, his voice steady as he said there was no need. Shun pressed down harder on the arrow and told Hungry Wolf to crawl back and deliver a message to his guild leader. Mind your own business. He warned him coldly that if they dared trouble the Zhou family again, the next one to move wouldn't be him, but their captain. Outside the city, a towering building glowed beneath the night lights, its glass walls reflecting a cold, artificial shine. As the view slipped inside this ultramodern structure, the atmosphere turned heavy. A group of people sat gathered for a tense meeting, faces pale and bodies worn down. Some of them were clearly exhausted, still carrying the marks of battle. One of the beaten members slammed his hand down and complained bitterly that they had risked their lives, nearly lost their entire team, and yet this was all they were getting in return. 80%, he said, wasn't a cut. It was outright robbery. Another man hurried forward, hands pressed together as if begging for mercy. He said that under the old rules, they were only supposed to hand over 70%, and the remainder was meant to help the brothers buy supplies, repair equipment, and simply survive. But before he could finish his sentence, the leader suddenly stood up and kicked him without warning. The man flew backward and crashed hard onto the floor. The leader coldly told him to shut up. The man groaned and tried to say, "Captain," but the leader cut him off, saying the dungeon had been cleared by their guild's guards. Since it was their territory, their rules applied. Either they handed over 80%, or they could rot in this place forever. Panic spread through the room. The man who had been kicked clutched his stomach, teeth clenched as he struggled just to stay upright. Someone nearby whispered shakily that they should give in. Just last week, another captain had tried to resist and ended up trapped inside a dungeon permanently. At the same time, glowing butterflies began drifting through the air, their wings shimmering as threads of golden energy spilled out around them. At the table, 2 men leaned close, speaking in low, sinister voices. One muttered that the crazy fire-using guy should be torn apart. The other chuckled softly and replied that when the timing was right, they would kill the Zhao family's men and the woman as well, and the dungeon would finally belong to them. The moment the words left their mouths, both men suddenly stiffened. Blood burst out as they collapsed lifelessly onto the table. Above them, a golden butterfly fluttered upward, radiating that same eerie golden light. The scene shifted slightly to the left, where 2 more men were standing. Without warning, a violent burst of golden energy exploded between them. The shockwave sent one stumbling as his footing slipped, while the other was forced back several steps, barely holding his ground under the pressure. Outside, another presence dominated the night. The Hungry Wolf Guild leader stood in the open, his level 42 Dark Knight aura rolling outward like a tangible shadow. His figure alone carried suffocating pressure. In a cold voice, he declared that making the Hungry Wolf Guild lose face was unforgivable, and that this matter would not be allowed to end so easily. A level 2 curse wizard stepped forward first, his voice low and cautious. Based on what the wise guild leader had described, he said, the enemy was no joke. And with the Zhao family involved, This wasn't some simple contract they could brush aside. A moment later, a level 2 assassin followed up, saying they'd just received word from Bloodblade. The message was short and clear. Bloodblade had rejected the job outright. The target was far too dangerous. Then the level 3 heavy shield warrior slammed his weapon into the ground and spoke with certainty. He told the wild leader that the solution was simple. Gather everyone, storm the Zhao family tonight, and wipe them out completely. No survivors. But before his words could settle, the Dark Knight shook his head. A frontal assault, he said, was reckless. If even Bloodblade didn't dare touch this job, then they needed to widen the net. Scorpion, Iron Hand, every mercenary group that mattered, spread the message that the Hungry Wolf Guild was willing to share the enormous bounty tied to destroying the Zhao family. Let the world see what happens to anyone foolish enough to offend Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf himself laughed and stepped in, clearly enjoying the moment. Killing the Zhao family too quickly would be dull, he said. Once they broke through the defenses, they'd capture the girl Zhou, then Xiaobai, then Song and Tang, and Zhao Yi as well. Tie them all up. As for what he'd do personally after that, he never got the chance to finish. A flash of golden energy erupted behind him, sharp and silent, slicing cleanly through his neck and upper body. A red-eyed man shouted in disbelief, but it was already too late. Hungry Wolf collapsed, screaming and sobbing as blood spilled from his mouth. Above them, our boy and his group stood unmoving, their presence heavy and absolute. One of them remarked calmly that the lesson from earlier in the day must not have been painful enough. Our boy stepped forward and issued his orders. The core members outside were to be dealt with first. If the night grunts didn't resist, knock them out and move on. As for the stronger fighters inside, he said, he would handle them personally. Shen grinned and stepped up eagerly, saying he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Suddenly, the Dark Knight roared and unleashed a wave of purple energy that flooded the area. He shouted that someone from the Zhao family, especially a mere level 30 nobody, had no right to step onto his territory. But our boy didn't flinch. Golden light gathered around him, rising and condensing, until his very form changed. Radiant wings of pure gold spread wide behind his back, his figure turning angelic as the glow lit up the night. The cursed wizard was the first to break. Panic flooded his face as his staff slipped from his trembling hands and clattered to the ground. He started screaming, his voice cracking as tears poured down his face, shouting that his curse was being suppressed. The holy power was crushing him. It was too strong, far beyond anything he had ever felt. White energy burst violently from his body as he yelled in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such divine force could even exist. At the same time, the Berserk Chargers and Iron Bastion fighters roared and rushed forward, screaming for our boy to die. He didn't move an inch. Calmly, he raised his hand and released a wave of golden energy that washed over the battlefield. With a single swing of his golden sword, a blinding sword flash tore through the air and cleaved the man in front of him in half, killing him instantly. Another attacker tried to strike from behind, swinging his weapon with everything he had. Our boy snapped his wings outward in response, the force smashing the man into the ground like a discarded doll. Then, in a flash of light, our boy shot straight upward toward the Holy Cross, his gaze locking onto it as radiant powers surged around him. The man hiding behind the Holy Cross was finally revealed as our boy walked closer. The Dark Knight stood there, unmoving, staring at the corpse on the ground. Our boy glowed in his full angelic form, wings spread wide, golden light spilling endlessly from his body. Without warning, the Dark Knight released his dark domain. Purple energy flooded the area as he stepped forward, declaring that he would take our boy's life. He screamed, "Die!" with everything he had and unleashed a soul-rend slash. Behind the attack, a massive distorted face formed, its enormous jaws opening wide as if to devour everything. Our boy didn't even blink. He stood firm and said calmly that it was nothing but a futile struggle. Golden energy exploded around him as he rushed forward with his swords. His attacks came non-stop, relentless and overwhelming, completely crushing the Dark Knight. The dark domain shattered like fragile glass. The Dark Knight froze in terror, his body trembling as panic took over. He stuttered in disbelief, saying it was impossible, that someone with this kind of power couldn't possibly be only level 30. But our boy remained in his angelic state. He raised his hand, and golden chains shot forward in an instant. Coldly, he asked whether the Dark Knight had ever been given permission to escape. A judgment-like wave of justice erupted as the chains wrapped around the Dark Knight's body. Our boy held them tight while the Dark Knight screamed, sobbing real tears as the golden energy burned him like holy fire. The chains tightened further, circling his entire body, sealing him completely in radiant judgment. Then our boy slowly returned to his human form, even as the lingering energy continued to spread across the battlefield. A sphere filled with zinc-colored light flew toward him, and he caught it instinctively. The moment his fingers closed around it, a flood of information slammed into his mind. It told him that high-level energy had been absorbed. Mirror Purgatory Core control had increased to 30%. New dungeon guardians had been acquired. Dark Knight, Shadow Assassin, Curse Wizard, Heavy Shield Barrier. Right after that, another message appeared, stating that an unknown dungeon core had been detected and asking whether he wished to merge. Our boy narrowed his eyes, immediately considering the merge. The zinc-colored sphere in his hand began reacting, slowly intertwining with a pulse of green energy. He watched closely, wondering what this fusion was trying to create. Then the green sphere suddenly trembled and responded. From within it, Hungry Wolf's presence emerged, blue energy flooding outward as his form was dragged into view. His shape stretched unnaturally, twisting into a black mass as the energies fused completely together. Our boy sensed it clearly. Even as an unknown entity, its resistance hadn't vanished. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, and once again, golden energy surged outward in all directions. The green sphere floated in midair between them, suspended like a heart being judged. Endless streams of golden light began spiraling around it, tightening layer by layer, as the fusion continued under his unblinking gaze. The scene shifted as golden energy wrapped itself tightly around the purple energy stone. A screen suddenly appeared in midair, flashing a clear message: merge successful. Dungeon Roaring Force acquired. At the same moment, our boy grabbed the zinc stone, and its power exploded outward, surging in every direction like a released tide. As the energy settled, his thoughts moved quickly. The Mirror Purgatory Core was powerful, but it could only summon a single dungeon. Having a second one was an enormous advantage. Still, every dungeon had its own unique traits. If he released this one for the Zhao family to use, other factions would naturally assume the Zhao family had completely wiped out the Hungry Wolf Guild. That kind of misunderstanding would spread like wildfire. Chaos would follow. People watching the Zhao family's rise would lose their sanity, rushing forward like rabid beasts. Showing this off now would be reckless. He decided to keep it hidden for the time being. His gaze dropped to the ground where zinc-colored energy continued to pour out endlessly. Without hesitation, he leapt away from the glowing zone and headed straight for the dungeon's basement. The moment he arrived, he stopped dead in his tracks. Shock flashed across his face as he immediately activated his appraisal skill. Information boxes flooded his vision all at once. S-grade potions, epic-grade equipment, a single piece of gold-grade equipment, and even S-grade medicinal treasures. He stood there silently, still holding the stone as zinc energy continued to leak from it. It hit him then. This amount of loot was absurd, far beyond what any normal guild could ever offer. It was proof of how brutally low-tier professionals have been exploited and drained dry. As he remained still, another screen appeared, prompting him to take the items. Golden energy spread across the storage boxes, lighting the entire space. He stepped forward, watching the light ripple and shine. When he looked inside, his surroundings shifted. Dragons and massive beasts filled his vision, and then a golden dragon began to form before him. In the next instant, he found himself standing atop its back. His eyes widened as the golden dragon surged forward, slamming violently into something unseen. The impact sent several pieces of armor flying through the air. He recognized one of the sets immediately, but before he could process it fully, a radiant golden armor moved forward on its own. Several more armors followed, lining up with crossbows raised and ready. Then, near the golden dragon, a massive beast emerged out of nowhere. The armors fired their crossbows in unison, but the creature shattered their limbs effortlessly, as if they were made of glass. Another screen flashed before his eyes. It asked whether he was willing to accept the inheritance trial of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight, to experience the true power of war and confront the shadow of destruction itself. He didn't hesitate for long. The inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight was something he could never afford to pass up. He accepted. The moment he did, a violent burst of energy slammed into him. His vision blurred, his eyes blinking uncontrollably as the overwhelming power flooded his body all at once. He closed his eyes, and a deep, ancient voice echoed in his mind. The Apocalypse spoke calmly, telling him that this was the power of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. A new screen appeared before him, simple and merciless, announcing the quest: defeat the Beast King. The ground trembled as a massive one-eyed beast emerged. Its single eye burned with zinc-colored light, surrounded by several smaller glowing beads that pulsed ominously. At the front of the battlefield stood the Golden Apocalypse, firmly riding atop the dragon's head, staring straight at the giant creature as he issued his challenge. The dragon's eyes flared with gold, and without hesitation, it charged forward, striking first and aiming straight for the glowing eye. The beast roared and swung back with its enormous paws, shaking the land with every movement. They clashed again and again, trading violent blows. With each exchange, the beast's eye shone brighter, radiating unstable energy. The Apocalypse raised his arm, and golden light burst outward like a rising sun. He called out, commanding the advance, urging the assault straight across the dragon's body and into the beast itself. Then he steadied his stance and released a tidal wave of golden energy that flooded the battlefield in an instant. The golden dragon surged in close and unleashed a concentrated blast of radiant power. The beast began to collapse almost immediately. Its massive limbs were sliced apart one by one, falling away under the overwhelming force. Our boy shouted in shock, his eyes wide as he watched the dragon pour out even more terrifying golden energy. The pressure was unbearable, slamming the beast straight into the mountain walls. The creature couldn't even resist. It was pinned, crushed, and completely dominated. The dragon's power drove the beast deeper into the mountains, shockwaves rippling outward as energy exploded in all directions. Then the dragon soared into the sky. The Apocalypse gripped his sword tightly and released another surge of golden energy. This time, the power was absolute. The beast shattered completely, its body exploding into countless fragments that scattered and vanished. Our boy stood firmly on the ground, one foot pressed against the stone tiles as golden energy rippled around him. He bent down and picked up a tile engraved with a cross symbol, his thoughts racing. Power capable of destroying heaven and earth itself. He remembered his battle with Lu Xian, the moment he had awakened the armor of the Apocalypse. But unlike the armors forged for other knights, his was something entirely different. No matter how hard he had pushed himself afterward, he had never been able to enter that state again. Just then, a system screen appeared before him, announcing that a hidden quest had been triggered: the inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Our boy looked down at the tiles once more and finally understood. This was a hidden quest, and every hidden quest he had ever encountered before had only ever rewarded the very highest tier resources. Whether this was meant for the inheritance itself, or something the system was deliberately guiding him toward, the tension wrapped tightly around his chest. Deep down, he muttered to himself that no matter the cost, he had to obtain the Soul of War. He moved deeper into the basement, the air growing heavier with every step. Bodies were scattered across the floor, some unconscious, others already cold and lifeless. He didn't slow down. He walked straight through the carnage until he reached his group. One by one, they turned to look at him. Shin stepped forward and calmly reported that everything was finished. Every core member had been eliminated. Not a single one escaped. On top of that, they had seized a large amount of equipment and potions. Without hesitation, our boy told them to leave all of it behind for the outer members and the higher professionals. Shun frowned, clearly confused, and pointed out that the gear and consumables were actually quite decent. But our boy shook his head. Easy loot wasn't worth it. What mattered more was showing goodwill and completely crushing whatever influence the Hungry Wolf Guild still clung to. Then, with a sharper tone, he said there was something far more important he needed them to see. Lai Xian stepped closer, curiosity flashing in her eyes, and asked what he meant. Our boy explained that he had found something inside the Trier Vault, but there was something unsettling about it. It didn't feel normal. He asked if any of them had ever seen anything similar before. That was when Lan suddenly froze. Her gaze locked onto it, her expression distant, as if a buried memory had just been dragged back to the surface. Slowly, she walked closer and said she had seen something almost exactly like it before. Our boy raised his hand, stopping her, and asked when and where. Lan paused, thinking carefully, then said it happened when she was around 6 years old. One night, a massive fireball had fallen from the sky and crashed into the back mountain of their sect. The impact was so violent it burned half the forest to ash. When the flames finally died down, only a single helmet remained. Its design matched the same strange patterns carved into the stone table before them. Back then, the clan masters believed it was a supreme treasure and tried everything to study it. But no matter what they did, nothing worked. Wearing it didn't increase stats. No skills activated. It behaved like nothing more than an ordinary decorative helmet. Still, its origin was too bizarre to ignore. The masters insisted it had to be a supreme treasure that simply hadn't been understood yet. In the end, they sealed it away inside the family's myriad trier vault. Our boy felt his breath hitch. If Lan's memory was accurate, then that helmet was the hidden quest item, the soul of war itself. But his excitement was quickly tempered by reality. The myriad trier vault was no simple place to access. Unlike the Hungry Wolf Guild's hidden chambers, vaults belonging to noble families and major sects were guarded by layers of restrictions that wouldn't be broken so easily. Lon asked him quietly if he was planning to enter the myriad rare world to search for that helmet. He nodded without hesitation and said yes. It was tied to something extremely important. Shen walked over, clearly surprised, and asked if this was another hidden quest from the Hidden Dragon platform. He remarked that as far as he knew, the only remaining missions were just about cleaning up small, scattered groups. Our boy agreed on the surface, even giving a small nod, but deep inside he reminded himself that he couldn't expose the existence of his system. Their misunderstandings suited him just fine. Sometimes, being underestimated made things much easier. Lon then added something that made the air shift. She said their sect held a grand competition once every 3 years, and the winner earned the right to enter the Myriad Treasures world and choose any treasure they wanted. The moment she said that, our boy's eyes sharpened. He immediately asked when the competition was scheduled. Shun answered with visible excitement, almost laughing as he said it. Tomorrow. Our boy froze. His thoughts went blank for a heartbeat as the word echoed in his mind. Tomorrow. A world map suddenly flashed before their eyes, with a single black spot standing out like a wound on its surface. Before anyone could speak, a swirling hole wrapped in zinc-colored energy tore open in the air. Our boy stepped forward without hesitation, the rest of the group following right behind him. As they moved, he spoke calmly, noting that this was already the 5th transmission. Lai Xian immediately complained, saying everything felt way too tight and far too windy, telling everyone to just hang on and endure it. Ling, however, said it felt even worse for her. Everyone she looked at seemed to be spinning, and she added that the timing fell off since the next shipment was supposed to head towards Sylph City. While they steadied themselves, Ling waved her hand and casually pointed out that there were still 3 transmission stations left. Our boy glanced back at them and told everyone to keep moving. Ling responded with bright energy, calling him captain without missing a beat. Standing close to the group, our boy paused and briefly thought about waking up early tomorrow. Their movement was limited, completely dependent on these transmission stations. He rubbed his chin, considering how rapid spatial shifts placed an enormous burden on both the mind and body. Maybe targeted anti-interference training was something they seriously needed. Another transmission burst open, zinc energy spiraling violently around them. One of the group members suddenly started yelling, his voice breaking as he covered his mouth, half crying as they passed through. When they finally emerged on the other side, Ling stood perfectly still with her eyes closed and declared that this was the end of the route. Then her eyes snapped open as shock crossed her face. She said that no transmission in the world should have been able to reach the mountains directly. They found themselves in a lush green landscape filled with towering trees. Ling leaned forward, carefully scanning the surroundings, and said that according to the gate's instructions, this place was meant to express the fear of the Great Mountain. She explained that this was the final step and that she needed to wait a little before proceeding further. Shen looked utterly confused and asked what she was even talking about. Our boy didn't answer. Instead, he silently calculated that speeds reaching 100 kilometers could activate right at the start of the scale. Just as everyone was beginning to settle down, Shen suddenly shouted, asking if he had said something wrong. Lan's eyes widened as he hurriedly covered his mouth. Ling held a single page in her hand, erased several markings on it, and calmly told Shen that he was lying. She told him to look directly at what he feared. With a sharp motion, she pushed something into the air. In an instant, clouds, wind paths, air routes, talisman markings, guild symbols, banners, and various proofs all erupted into view, like a 6-year-long argument suddenly brought to life. The shifting mass twisted and condensed, finally transforming into a massive flyer sign hovering before them. Lon muttered that the synchrony was spreading everywhere and told everyone to get up. Ling stared at the flying sign with shining eyes and blurted out that it was beautiful. Lon casually sat down on it and waved them over, telling everyone to hop on since they didn't have much time. They'd be cutting straight through the air, and she added that this was the VIP route. Everyone climbed onto the flying sign, laughing and cheering as it lifted them up and pierced through the clouds. Ling grinned and said it was way better than riding the wind, and even faster too. Shun leaned back with a relaxed posture, looking completely at ease, and said it was far more comfortable than that new free move method they'd been testing. While the others enjoyed the ride, our boy sat beside Lon. He leaned a little closer and quietly asked if she didn't want to return to the party. She turned toward him, teasing him with a laugh, asking why he didn't go back to his old-school territory instead. He didn't laugh back. He told her that ever since they started moving, she'd seemed more alive, but her smile felt forced. Every time someone mentioned the door, there was something heavy and grounded in her eyes. He gently pointed it out, saying it was like she kept pouring oil on herself, pretending nothing was wrong. Then he asked her what she was afraid of. Lon went silent. After a moment, she admitted that he'd figured it out. In her thoughts, she called him Joe, quietly greeting him with a soft, "Nice to meet you." Shun, who had clearly been listening the whole time, suddenly spoke up. He said that the ultimate winner wouldn't just gain the ability to judge terrain across 1,000 trailers worth of land, but would also inherit the strongest ancestral secret technique, the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. The moment the words left his mouth, he froze, clearly shocked by himself, and asked Lon if he'd really said that out loud. Lon answered calmly that it was a good thing. She mentioned that it had a low-level lighthouse effect on the mind, and even if the level itself wasn't high, the markers and dents were top quality. With items like these, they could dominate the oceans, restore resources, and become completely self-sufficient instead of endlessly searching for new paths. That was exactly why the philosopher had earned such deep respect among the great powers of the world. Lon continued explaining while our boy stood quietly behind her, listening. He finally spoke, saying that what they were seeing felt self-sustaining and unfathomable, almost strange in a way he couldn't properly describe. Right after that, Lon went on as if nothing had interrupted her, casually adding that she'd gotten her first one when she was only 12. Back then, everyone at the gate had surrounded her. Even the old man personally guided her before the gods of her grandfather passed down the law. To everyone watching, it was already decided. She would become the wall of the next century, the one who would stand at the front of their era. But during the final transmission, at the very moment when all eyes were fixed on her, she collapsed. Shock rippled through the crowd. She struggled to her feet and tried to explain, saying her grandfather's goddess had rejected her, that she couldn't inherit the 9-year-old rockets. The elders rushed in to investigate, one after another, yet none of them could find a single reason. In the end, the conclusion was simple and cruel. Her existence hadn't been approved by her grandfather's transmission. Overnight, she went from a celebrated prodigy to the disciple everyone whispered about behind closed doors. As Lon told the story, her voice carried a quiet sadness. But then her gaze suddenly shifted to the group around her. Panic broke out. People shouted over one another, and Ling was already crying. Lon hurriedly apologized again and again, saying she had been with them for so long that she understood how hard it had been. She said maybe her grandfather's god was just like the old man, unable to see that Ling was actually a good seed, the best among them. She stepped closer to Ling and said softly that it had been far too long. Right then, Apropos cut in, his voice firm. He said that just because the road in the sky had broken, it didn't mean she should give up. He insisted that she go to the big state and attend the University of Suzy. Lan's eyes immediately brightened. She said that place had given her a new chance, and because of that, she was even able to meet everyone here today. Apropos crossed his arms and stood his ground, saying that since they had abandoned her that year, now it was time to truly see the sky for what it was and look forward instead of constantly looking back. The flying sign surged forward, gliding between mountains and clouds. As they climbed higher, butterflies and drifting flowers passed by with the wind. Eventually, they descended and landed at their destination. They had barely settled when a voice rang out, asking who exactly they had brought here. The next instant, the apocalypse dragon descended from above. A figure riding on its back sneered, remarking that this was the so-called once-in-a-century talent of the heavenly Taoist sect, yet she had been personally rejected by her own patriarch. He called her by name, Song Xiaolon, junior sister Song. This was Chun Lei, the second disciple of the sect leader, standing there with a folding fan in hand. Then the sect leader himself spoke, his voice calm and absolute, saying that Lon could not walk out of this field. The road ahead was already blocked. Lon clasped her hands together, fingers crossed, and forced a light smile as she said it had been a long time since they last met. Her tones sounded calm, almost gentle, but there was tension hiding beneath every word. Chun Lei's expression hardened instantly. He snapped back, telling her not to speak so familiarly, saying his grandfather had never approved of her in the first place. His voice carried sharp accusation as he questioned how she even had the nerve to show up again. He demanded to know whether she planned to step outside the sect, and whether she had only returned to squeeze out whatever resources she could. Shun, who had been silently listening from the side, froze in shock. His eyes widened, then narrowed as fury surged through him. In the next instant, golden energy erupted from his body, spreading outward like a blazing tide that swallowed the surroundings. The pressure grew heavier by the second. High above, Chun-Lei sat atop the golden dragon and finally noticed the change. He looked down as the air trembled, letting out a stunned exclamation as the golden radiance continued to build, threatening to spiral completely out of control. Chun-Lai suddenly shouted for clear spring, and in the next instant, the golden slave burst forth as zinc-colored energy flooded the entire area. A violent explosion of golden light followed, intertwined with that same sharp zinc aura, shaking the surroundings. Shun, who was standing nearby, glanced at Chun-Lai and burst out laughing, mocking him and saying he looked like a helpless chicken that had slipped straight into water. Chun-Lai trembled as he stared toward our boys' group, yelling back through tears. But Shin cut him off coldly, telling him he wasn't even talking to him, before calmly calling out Jian Loi instead. Jian Loi fixed his gaze on Shun and quickly assessed the group. In his eyes, aside from the one powerful guy standing on the left, the rest looked like weaklings who hadn't even completed their second transfer. He couldn't believe they dared provoke him. If the upcoming sect competition weren't so close, he would have already taught them a bloody lesson. Straightening his posture, he confidently called out Song Xiaolan, saying that if she continued down her current path, she would only end up visiting her stubborn master. He warned her it was pointless, adding that even if she went now, she wouldn't find a single trace of him. Lan's face changed instantly. She shouted, demanding to know what had happened to her master. Chun-Lai answered casually, telling her to go check for herself, and saying he didn't have time to waste on useless talk. He turned to leave, but Lan shouted his name again. Before she could move, our boy stepped forward and calmly asked if Chun-Lai thought he had permission to leave. Lan remained silent, standing firm at his side. Chun-Lai froze mid-step as golden chains suddenly appeared out of thin air, wrapping tightly around his body. Shock and panic overtook him as he screamed and cried out. Standing atop his flying sword, our boy pushed him forward without mercy, sending Chun-Lai crashing face first into the ground. Chun-Lai shouted in rage, demanding to know if they dared make a move inside the Tiandao sect. But as he lifted his head to glare at our boy and Lan, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on him. It was far stronger than even the sect leader's aura when enraged. His mind went blank as he stared up in disbelief, unable to understand who our boy really was. Our boy looked down at him coldly, and Chun-Lai realized with terrifying clarity that taking even a single step would mean instant death. He pressed his head against the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, he sensed the shift in the auras of the three people standing behind our boy, and his fear deepened further. In sheer panic, he wondered just where Lan had found these absolute monsters. He quickly realized this was a battle he couldn't win. Gritting his teeth, he chose to swallow the humiliation for now. In his heart, he swore that once this was over, he would report everything to the sect leader and make sure Lan paid the price. Chun slowly got back on his feet and warned them coldly that attacking people inside the Tiandao sect was no small matter, and that the Sect Integrity Institute would never let it slide. Then, putting on an air of false generosity, he said he would tell Lan what she wanted to know. After she left the mountain, the sect leader had ordered Master Bao to take in a new disciple and pass down his legacy, but he had flatly refused. Not only that, he had been shielding Lan for years, rejecting artifact refining and pill-making assignments on her behalf. Because of this, and because Lan's cultivation stagnated as she spent all her time buried in ancient texts, the sect leader finally lost his temper. 3 months ago, Master Bao was demoted to gatekeeper of the Myriad Treasures Vault. He was forbidden from refining pills, crafting artifacts, or cultivating, and the sect even cut off his stipend. That, Chen said, was all he knew. Ling hurried to Lan's side and softly called her name. Nearby, our boy muttered something under his breath in Korean, and Chen instinctively turned back, frowning as he asked what he had just said. Lan stepped forward, her eyes glowing with a faint golden light. She explained that after being rejected by the founding ancestors' statue long ago, the entire sect had begun treating her like some kind of strange anomaly. But her master never abandoned her. He continued studying ancient texts, trying to uncover the reason behind it. In the end, he was the one who urged her to leave the sect and seek opportunities beyond it. To her, he was the only person within the Tiandao sect who truly mattered. Shin suddenly shot up into the air, laughing mockingly as he accused Lon of having the audacity to let outsiders attack fellow disciples. He said there was no point arguing with her, adding that her master was already pitiful enough, and turned to leave. But then Chen halted midair, his face twisting with fury. Red energy erupted from his body as he screamed at our boy, cursing him and acting as if he could simply walk away. He hurled a violent surge of red energy straight at Chun Lai's flying dragon mount, triggering a massive explosion. Chun Lai shrieked in panic and hurriedly summoned Clear Spring again, activating the water summoning talisman and water guiding technique to counter it. Lon rushed to our boy's side and urgently told him she needed to go to the Myriad Treasures vault immediately. Our boy didn't hesitate and agreed at once. Lon leapt on her flying sword and shot through the mountain ranges, streaking across peak after peak. As she sped forward, the scene shifted toward the heart of the Tiandao sect, the looming silhouette of the Myriad Treasures vault drawing closer with every breath. As she cut through the sky, Lon suddenly felt her heart sink. She said the 12 Yuan 10 spirit-looking array had been activated, and even the sect leader had mobilized the inner mansion guards. In that instant, she realized her master's situation was far worse than she had imagined. Her expression hardened, and she silently swore that no matter what stood in her way, she would save her master. Just then, as she rode her flying sign, someone on the ground shouted for her to stop. She glanced down coldly and replied that she was looking for Elderbao. If he dared block her path, she wouldn't hold back. Before the man could respond, another figure stepped forward from behind him and declared that the trial world was a restricted zone and that trespassers would be killed on sight. Without hesitation, he began chanting a long incantation, calling for heavenly thunder to descend, earth fire to rise, and the 8 trigrams to weave a heavenly net. With the command of the 3 pure ones and the power of the 12 yang, a net of thunder and fire formed in an instant. He shouted for it to strike. Several bolts of lightning shot out alongside the blazing net, tearing through the air straight toward her flying sign. Traveling beside her, our boy asked calmly if she was confident. Lon paused for a heartbeat, calculating rapidly as the thunder crashed toward her. The lightning slammed into the net, and Lon immediately released her own power. She traced the thunder with swift hand signs, her eyes widening slightly as a surge of red energy suddenly expanded outward. The crimson light shattered the thunder and the net alike, annihilating them completely. The man on the ground froze, his mind going blank. He instantly recognized the technique she had used. The gluttonous beast's spell-breaking talisman, something only a direct disciple of an elder could cultivate. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Lon descended toward him, apologizing for the offense, even as her eyes shone with a sharp, dangerous light. Panic flashed across his face. In one smooth motion, she grabbed him by the neck and tossed him aside. But before she could move on, someone behind her raised another thunderstrike. A voice called out, and Lan's eyes widened. As the lightning split apart, she twisted her body aside at the last moment, causing the thunder to crash straight down instead. Someone muttered about ugly thunder just before a violent explosion erupted from the impact. Lan shot out of the blast zone, still gripping a bolt of lightning in her hand. She slammed that thunder straight onto the man's shoulder, and once again, the words ugly thunder echoed as another explosion tore through the air. She was still drifting back from the shockwave when danger flared again. An arrow was loosed from behind, but she sensed it instantly and knocked it aside before it could touch her. Someone suddenly rushed up behind Lan, an arrow aimed straight for her back. She reacted without even looking, spinning on her heel and driving a brutal kick into him that sent his body flying. More attackers rushed her head on, but she didn't slow down for even a breath. She moved forward like a storm, kicking, striking, knocking them aside one after another, carving a path through sheer force. Another man tried to attack from the ground, but Lan lifted her leg and snapped it forward, ending the threat in a single clean motion. She paused briefly, wiping her thumb across her lips, then reached out and seized her senior brother's sword. She told him calmly that she was borrowing it. The next moment, her energy surged. She stepped forward and attacked again, fierce and relentless. Waves of power burst outward, men dropping instantly as golden energy exploded around her like a raging tempest, some falling unconscious, others never rising again. One soldier stepped forward nervously, shouting that senior sister Lan only wanted to see her master and had no intention of killing anyone, urging everyone to stop blocking her path. Another soldier rushed in stubbornly, insisting that the sect leader had ordered them to let no one pass. Lan stood there, eyes cold, aura heavy, and spoke just 2 words, heavy money. The man glanced at the lingering trajectory of her attack and suddenly panicked, recognizing the 8-trigger enemy trapping array, screaming for everyone to get off the ground. Lan remained unmoved. Thunder gathered in her hands as 4 streams of lightning coiled around her fingers. Flames flickered from her palms as she spoke of guiding the Kundan's spiritual chi, activating the mystic talisman, and shaking the Ghost King with pure chi. She released it without hesitation. Circles of golden light bloomed across the area, and one by one, everyone collapsed where they stood. She walked up to a massive golden door and placed her hand against it. Someone behind her shouted that the sect leader had already set up the 12 yuan 10 spirit locking array, warning that even controlling the disciples wouldn't be enough to break it. Before the words fully left his mouth, a violent force erupted, blasting the door outward as the scene shifted beyond the building. Lan calmly said that she had already passed the 12 yuan selection when she was 8 years old. She just hadn't gotten along with her 11 senior brothers and sisters back then. The man sprawled on the floor stared at her in terror, calling her a monster as she pushed the door open and stepped through. Lan rushed inside, calling for her master again and again. The moment she took in the room, her eyes widened. Books were stacked everywhere in complete chaos. Loose pages scattered and rolled open, and right there on the table sat a bowl with a whole chicken like it belonged. Elder Bao was lying on the bed and lazily asked who dared barge in. Then he saw her. In the next instant, he shot upright, face lighting up as he excitedly called out to his dear disciple, asking why she had suddenly come back. Lan hurried to his side and explained that she had heard he'd been demoted and that his stipend had been cut. She said she'd suffer the whole way back because she was worried sick about him. She didn't even finish before Elder Bao burst out laughing, waving it off, and saying he wasn't suffering in the slightest. This place was quiet. No one disturbed him, and it was perfect for researching whatever he liked. As for the stipend, he said it was no problem at all. He could just draw a few talismans or refine some small trinkets and trade them for snacks whenever he wanted. Behind Lan, the group of boys watched the exchange in silence. One of them leaned in and whispered that Elder Bao seemed a little different. Our boy replied calmly that cultivators often age strangely and sometimes even grew younger again. Lan then proudly introduced them, saying these were companions she'd met outside and that they'd gone through life and death situations together. Our boy stepped forward and formally introduced himself along with the others as Junior Zhao, Yi, Shunlin, and Feng, respectfully greeting the third elder. Elder Bao's eyes swept over them, and he nodded with interest as he listed their levels. Level 32 Arbiter, Level 29 Berserker, Level 28 Barrier, and Level 28 Mage. He praised them openly, saying that reaching such strength at such a young age meant they were hard-working and ambitious kids. He then turned back to Lan, pointing out that she herself had already reached Level 29 in such a short time. He called it incredible and said she must have endured a great deal out in the world. Lan immediately shook her head and said it was all thanks to her captain, Brother Yi, who had always led their squad through training and leveling. She explained that she had returned this time because she wanted to help Brother Yi retrieve something from the Trier Vault. Elder Bao reacted instantly, reminding her that the inner vault of the Trier Vault could not be opened without the sect leader's decree, and that this rule was absolute. Lan nodded, showing she already knew. That was why, she said calmly, she planned to enter the sect competition and earn the right to step into the Trier Vault fair and square. Elder Bao didn't say anything at first, just kept calmly chewing on her biscuit. Then her eyes suddenly widened as if she'd just remembered something important, and she nodded, agreeing that she would help Lan's master without hesitation. The scene shifted as clouds rolled past, revealing the Tiandu sect's central martial arts arena. Inside the massive arena, an elder arrived with his group just as the instructor announced that time was up and the selection pool would be closed. He clasped his hands, raised his fingers, and spiritual power erupted as he chanted something that sounded like eat, then go. The energy surged outward, sweeping across the massive doors and activating the formation. Elder Bao stepped forward at once and declared that she wanted to sign up. She announced clearly that she was entering her disciple, Lan. The steward in charge froze, staring at her in disbelief, saying that the third elder had already thrown the name plate into the heaven pool. He explained that the heaven pool was meant for the heaven throne, filled with second-tier experts wielding deviant force, basically cultivators above level 30. His eyes widened as he looked at Elder Bao, clearly wondering if she had completely lost her mind, because her behavior was far too outrageous. Elder Bao immediately acted flustered, pretending her hands were shaking. She claimed she had accidentally thrown Lan's nameplate into the wrong pool. Making a big fuss, she insisted it didn't count and begged the steward to help retrieve it so she could throw it again properly. Standing beside Lan, Our boy quietly analyzed what had happened. He realized that the moment the name plate entered the mystic pool, a hidden spiritual force had struck it and forcibly redirected it into the heaven pool instead. Someone was clearly trying to use the heaven pool to eliminate Lon. Lon turned and asked brother if he could tell where that spiritual energy came from. He replied that it originated from the high platform, but the method had been deliberately concealed. Lon understood instantly. At that moment, someone stepped forward, calling her junior sister Bao and saying that everyone had witnessed the pool selection and that it could not be changed. The speaker was none other than the Tiandu sect leader himself, Xin Yangzi. He reprimanded Elder Bao sharply, asking how an elder could treat the sect's rules like a child's game. Elder Bao argued back without backing down, saying that the rules only stated that destiny was determined by where the nameplate landed, and nowhere did they forbid slipping. She insisted her hand had slipped. It was a complete accident, so it shouldn't count, and demanded another throw. Another elder stepped forward and coldly told her that the sect's rules were not something that could be bent on a whim. He ordered Junior Ni Song to withdraw immediately, warning that the heaven pool was filled with second-tier experts above level 30, and entering, it would be no different from courting death. A second elder followed, adding that those second-tier experts could draw upon the power of heaven and earth to amplify their strength, leaving Lon with absolutely no chance. A third voice joined in, urging her to withdraw while there was still time. Yangzi's gaze shifted to Lon as he said that if she was afraid, the sect could allow her to quit and avoid a meaningless struggle. Elder Bao opened her mouth, clearly wanting to say something to Lon, but she never got the chance to finish. Lon stepped forward instead. She said calmly that since her nameplate had already fallen into the heaven pool, then it must be fate. She was willing to accept it and enter the heaven pool to compete. Deep down, her thoughts raced as she wondered who on the high platform wanted her dead the moment she returned. Only the sect leader, the second senior uncle, and the fourth, fifth, and sixth senior uncles were up there. One of them had clearly set their sights on her. She then asked the sect leader and all the senior uncles to bear witness and see for themselves whether she had truly wasted the years she spent outside the sect. Yangzi stared at her in disbelief, thinking she had to be insane to agree so lightly. In his eyes, she was throwing herself toward death just to save face, unconcerned with her reputation as someone abandoned by the ancestors. In the end, he spread his arms and announced that since her mind was made up, the decision would stand. The competition officially began. Zinc-colored energy rippled through the arena as a luminous screen formed in midair, displaying the match details. The first Heaven Pool match appeared clearly on the screen. Leize versus Song Xianluan. The moment their match was announced, the arena erupted into noise. Whispers spread like wildfire as people spoke about Senior Brother Lai, the sect leader's direct disciple, and almost everyone reached the same conclusion. Lon was finished. Someone muttered that it was already over, that she was basically signing her own death note, because anyone who faced Senior Brother Lai usually ended up dead or crippled. In their eyes, this fight held no suspense at all. On the arena floor, Lai stared coldly at Lon, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that he was curious to see how Song Lon planned to escape this predicament. The view shifted to our boys' group. Shun snorted in disdain, calling the spectators frogs trapped at the bottom of a well. Ling asked quietly if Senior Brother Lai was really that strong, but before anyone could build him up, Shun cut in casually, saying he was just the strongest of the younger generation, nothing worth fearing. At that moment, Ling's master approached and told her to go. Ling answered with a quick okay and stepped forward. As she entered the arena, she planted her feet firmly and scanned her surroundings, watching purple spiritual energy spread across the walls under Lai's pressure. She looked up as he walked toward her, his aura pouring out unchecked. He told Song Lon that if she admitted defeat now, she could still preserve some dignity. Lon responded by dropping into the arena amid a roar of thunder, shutting him down instantly. She told him to stop spouting nonsense and start the fight. Lai attacked without giving her a moment to prepare, his strikes slamming into the ground and forcing Lon to evade. Purple energy flooded the arena as he continued his assault, and Lon met it head-on, blocking again and again. Then she pushed back, sending thunder crashing toward him. Her lightning tore through his force, yet he simply released even more energy, drowning the battlefield. Our boy watched closely and quickly understood what Lai was doing. He was using wide-range attacks to shrink Lan's room to maneuver, forcing her into a head-on clash. But the execution was crude. His spiritual output was far too chaotic, well beyond what was needed. At least a third of his power was being wasted on meaningless momentum and useless coverage. Ling couldn't help but worry as she watched, silently reminding herself that Lon needed to be careful. Our boy frowned as well, wondering how someone at level 35 could still have such sloppy control over spiritual energy. He even suspected that Lan's presence had already shaken Lai's composure and thrown him off his rhythm. Elder Bao, watching from the side, folds her arms tightly, her face twisted with pain as she mutters that her precious talismans are being wasted on pure nonsense. Back in the arena, Lai keeps unleashing wave after wave of energy while gripping his sword. He can clearly feel it. His speed has more than doubled. Yet no matter what he does, he still can't land a single hit. His gaze sharpens as a thought forms in his mind. The Thunderlight manifestation Lan is using must be devouring an absurd amount of mental energy. There's no way she can keep it up forever. Gritting his teeth, he plants his feet into the ground. Energy erupts violently from beneath him, spraying in all directions. And in the next instant, he explodes forward at insane speed, determined to see exactly where she plans to hide now. The spectators erupt in shock the moment they recognize the move. It's senior brother Lai's ultimate technique, frenzied Thunder Heaven Prison. Gasps ripple through the crowd as people marvel at the flawless power, the terrifying speed, the perfect angle, like something lifted straight out of a cultivation manual. Yanzi watches closely, eyes narrowed. To him, the spiritual energy looks fierce and overwhelming, and the momentum is frightening, but something is still off. The cohesion isn't tight enough. At least 30% of that power is being wasted. As the massive surge of energy crashes toward Lan, she calmly raises her hand and releases thunder. Lightning streaks straight ahead, just as Lai fires off a colossal blast of his own force. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything changes. Golden thunder suddenly floods her body, and she slams down with a heavy burst, a lotus-shaped barrier blooming around her in midair. Elder Bao's eyes widen in disbelief. She tightens her crossed arms, stunned as she realizes Lan is deflecting energy with absolute precision. Watching this, she can hardly believe how sharp Lan's mind has become after spending time outside the sect. Within the raging storm, the dense spiritual energy is caught by the spinning lotus petals, redirected again and again, shattered into countless fine streaks of lightning before being released harmlessly outward. When the golden thunder collides head-on with the violent purple energy, both forces begin collapsing into each other. The crowd instantly explodes with noise. Someone blurts out that Lan's control is ridiculous, that the way she's smoothly operating her spiritual energy and dismantling raw power with pure technique is straight-up Marvel level. Another spectator can't help but wonder just what kind of insane opportunities Lan must have encountered during her time training outside. On the battlefield, Lai refuses to acknowledge any of it. He snarls that her movements are nothing but cheap tricks, completely unworthy of such a grand stage. Without hesitation, he begins chanting another technique. Kuin Yan, thick earth, heed my command. Bind spirits and lock forms, suppress. As his voice echoes out, the spiritual energy throughout the entire arena suddenly sinks downward, pressing heavily into the ground. The battlefield falls unnaturally quiet, leaving Lan standing alone with no spiritual energy swirling around her at all. Then, without any warning, the ground explodes. A violent blast erupts from beneath her feet, sending chunks of stone flying in every direction. Lan flinches for a split second as a massive stone hand bursts out of the earth right in front of her, but she recovers instantly. Raising 2 fingers, she releases a streak of red energy and casually remarks that the flow of spiritual energy in this technique is sluggish, riddled with obvious flaws. Elder Bao squints from the sidelines and mutters under her breath that Lan is using a basic spirit-gathering talisman. She can't help but wonder what possible use something that simple could have at a moment like this. Lan doesn't hesitate for even a breath. She completes the talisman and sends it straight into the giant stone hand, calmly declaring that all things return to their origin and the spiritual pivot is released. The talisman immediately begins absorbing energy from the hand, pulling it in like a whirlpool. The power drains at a shocking rate. The massive hand trembles violently before crumbling apart and collapsing into scattered rubble. Elder Bao freezes in shock. She suddenly realizes that Lan just used a spirit-gathering talisman to siphon the spiritual energy out of the earth-binding array itself. Completely baffled, she blurts out that this makes no sense. A spirit-gathering talisman is supposed to be gentle, only meant to attract ambient spiritual energy for cultivation. How could it possibly be used like this? Before anyone can even react, Elder Bao corrects herself, explaining that Lan isn't draining heaven and earth's energy, but the root power of the array itself. She clicks her tongue in amazement, calling it a wonderful move. Unorthodox, yet brilliantly ingenious. With visible pride, she even declares that it's truly worthy of someone who would be her disciple, Ba Shuang's. Someone in the crowd repeats the thought out loud in disbelief, stunned that Lan actually used a spirit-gathering talisman to drain an earth-binding array. Lai hears every word, and his fury erupts. He roars that her methods are heretical and swears she won't be able to counter his next move. His spiritual energy explodes outward as he begins summoning storm-level power. Lord of the Nine Heavens thunder, heed my command. Lightning everywhere absorbs the crackling energy and erupts wildly, tearing through the air. The attack is enormous, like the sky itself is being ripped open. The Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman takes shape, and Thunder Domain 1 activates. Every force he possesses fuses together into a single, devastating blast. The attack surges straight toward Lan. She remains standing at the center of a glowing circle as the mixed forces converge, completely enveloping her inside a shell of shifting spiritual power. Energy spirals around her, wrapping her tight in a cocoon of blinding light. She plants her feet firmly into the ground and speaks calmly through the raging storm. Heaven and earth aligned, mountains and lakes connected, stars shifting in their paths. With each word, energy ripples outward from her body like waves spreading across a still pond. Lai roars and drives a massive wave of golden energy straight at her. But the moment the two forces collide, her golden surge punches through his thunder domain, shredding his energy apart as if it were paper. Lai freezes, disbelief flashing across his face as a single thought slams into his mind. When did she even have time to set up an array? In the next instant, Lan is suddenly behind him. Her voice remains steady as she calmly points out his flaws. She explains that his thunder domain lacks sufficient mental energy, making it unstable from the start. It also lacks water vapor, so there's nothing to soften or regulate the flow. Only thunder and fire are running rampant, leaving the 5 elements completely unbalanced and his foundation badly distorted. Lai refuses to accept any of it. He roars that it's all nonsense and slams another violent burst of purple energy up from the ground. The attack is heavy, brutal, and crashes straight toward her. Lan doesn't even blink. She sends thunder surging back at him, while calmly stating that the true essence of talisman arrays lies in mutual generation and mutual restraint, and in fully understanding the core nature of every element involved. As her thunder spreads outward in consecutive waves, it crashes directly into his energy, wrapping around it and sealing it into a perfect circle. Lai stiffens, shock and quiet panic flashing across his face as he blurts out that the thunder domain's magic circuits are broken, that this shouldn't even be possible. She lands lightly on the ground and addresses him as senior brother Lei Zhe, saying that his thunder magic has shape, but no spirit whatsoever. Stepping closer, she explains that he only ever chased the raw ferocity of power, yet never truly understood the talisman arrays that supported it all. He's completely shaken, staring at her as his thoughts drift helplessly into the past. When she was only 12, she had already defeated a level 15 opponent. Back at the Yellow Pool Arena, her talent with talismans had already been on an entirely different level, far beyond her peers, and everyone said her future was frighteningly bright. From the moment she entered the Tiandao sect, every gaze naturally followed her instead of him. He trained without rest for 10 long years, pushing himself again and again, yet none of it could match the effortless brilliance she displayed. People called her the future pillar of the Tiandao sect, the one with ultimate potential. She never meant to, but she easily took everything he believed should have been his: the attention, the cultivation resources, and even their master's expectations. The moment those memories begin to surface, they don't come gently. They crash into him like a flood tearing through a broken dam. Everything he once forced into the darkest corner of his heart rises back up. There was even a time when he had bowed his head in gratitude, thanking the ancestor for tearing away what he believed was a false genius facade. When Song Lan left, the noise of doubt vanished with her. The heavenly dower sect returned to orbit around him alone. He became the unquestioned center, the prodigy everyone admired, the name whispered with awe. He abandoned distractions, seized every chance placed before him, and carved his path forward step by step until he stood at the height he occupies now. Yet beneath all that glory, one thought keeps gnawing at him like a curse. Why does she have to return? Stop looking at me like that. Lei's voice explodes across the battlefield, panic and fury twisting together. He shouts that she should not be here, that she has no right to stand before him again. But Song Lan does not move. Her golden eyes remain fixed on him, steady and unreadable, without fear, without hesitation. That unwavering gaze shatters whatever restraint he has left. Tears spill down his face as his emotions spiral beyond control. His wings burst open behind him, circling protectively around his body while violent power surges outward in waves. With a roar that shakes the air, he unleashes his technique. The nine heavens' divine thunder answers his call. He burns his own blood, even his own flesh, turning himself into fuel. Lightning detonates across the sky. Thunder crashes without pause. Blood seeps from his pores as the battlefield becomes a storm domain ruled by his madness. Screaming and sobbing in the same breath, he pours everything into one final strike. The Thunder Dragon takes shape, massive, overwhelming, born from blue and violet brilliance. Its white, hollow eyes snap toward Song Lan as its colossal body coils in the air, ready to descend. From the distance, the spectators are left speechless. Someone gasps that this is the ultimate form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Art, the world-destroying Thunder Dragon, and that Lei Zi has truly stepped into that realm. Another voice trembles, warning that he has lost his sanity. That power of this magnitude will kill if left unchecked. Yet in the center of the storm, Song Lan stands as though rooted to the earth itself. Not a flicker of fear crosses her face. Watching from afar, her master silently condemns Lei's recklessness. Forcing such an ascension at the cost of his foundation is nothing but foolishness. Even if he survives, recovery will demand years. Nearby, one of Lei's fellow disciples shouts desperately for him to disperse the energy before he destroys his cultivation base beyond repair. But Lei has already crossed that line in his heart. This was meant to be his hidden card, the movie swore never to reveal. Now he does not care about consequences, recovery, or the future. All he wants is to see Song Lan erased completely. Across from the raging storm and the descending dragon, she remains calm, unmoving, as if the world itself has already chosen its outcome. She lifts a single finger, just slightly, and calls him stubborn under her breath, as if she is scolding a child throwing a tantrum. Golden light begins to appear around her, faint at first, like fragments drifting down from a distant sky. One by one, they touch the ground and awaken, each spark responding to her will. In the next instant, those fragments multiply. A rain of golden rays pours across the battlefield, dense and radiant, swallowing the thunderstorm's glare. The lights gather under her precise control, rotating into a perfect circle. She recites her art calmly, her voice steady as the rays scatter into countless pieces and then reform, shifting into an array that flows with natural harmony. Threads of light link together, weaving into a vast golden net that advances toward the raging Thunder Dragon. The dragon reacts immediately. Thunder detonates around its body as it lunges forward with destructive intent, determined to incinerate everything before it. Lei clenches his teeth and drives it onward, forcing the beast to charge straight at Song Lan. She does not retreat. More golden rays spill from her fingertips, layer upon layer, as she casts again and shapes a spirit net within the greater formation. The collision arrives with blinding force. But instead of tearing through, the Thunder Dragon is seized. The golden formation tightens in an instant, folding inward and sealing the dragon within a radiant spherical prison. Thunder crashes wildly inside the barrier, the captured energy thrashing like a beast denied escape. Still, she does not stop. Her hands continue moving in smooth, measured patterns. The formation stabilizes under her command, while the trapped thunder struggles uselessly within its cage. With complete certainty, she issues a final directive. Disperse. Golden waves ripple outward without pause, spreading across the battlefield and pressing down with overwhelming authority. The storm's violent hue is gradually swallowed by radiant light. Those waves turn slowly toward Lei, compressing the very air around him. Then she opens her eyes fully. Both palms extend forward. Calmly, she commands the Thunder Dragon to divert. The furious thunder power begins to change, its destructive blue and violet glow transforming into pure gold, reshaped and restructured beneath her control. Her fingers interlock into a precise seal. Purification. The air tightens. It feels as though something intangible is being drawn out and cleansed, like a soul strained through sacred light. The spectators can only stare, unable to grasp what stands before them. She forms another seal with her thumbs and index fingers, activating the next technique. The 5 elements begin to circulate within the formation, cycling in balance, returning all things to origin, while excess power is stripped away and scattered. Across from her, Lei Zi's eyes widen in disbelief. He shouts that it is impossible, that his Thunder Dragon cannot fall like this. But his voice is drowned out. A sudden eruption of fire bursts within the golden sphere. The trapped dragon convulses once, and then it explodes. The detonation shakes the battlefield. Thunder collapses into blazing light. Lei's scream tears through the air, raw and agonized, as the overwhelming force consumes everything he had wagered. Lei Zi's legs give out beneath him. He drops to his knees, body folding forward as blood spills from his mouth onto the shattered ground. The thunderstorm that once roared around him fades into scattered sparks. Across from him, Song Lan stands unmoved, her figure straight and unwavering. Her voice remains level as she tells him the truth. What shattered his Thunder Dragon was not some ancient forbidden array, nor a mysterious supreme art. It was the most basic method, the very foundation he once learned and later discarded in his pursuit of power. Those words strike deeper than the explosion ever could. All the strength drains from Lei Zhe's body. He lowers his head and bows in front of her, admitting defeat without resistance. The leader overseeing the match watches in visible surprise. Silence lingers for a brief moment before he begins to announce the result. This match, he declares, belongs to Song Xiaolan. She is the victor. Then his tone shifts. Cold. The victory is void. He reminds everyone present that Song Xiaolan was once rejected publicly by the founder, struck down by lightning before the entire sect. That was fate itself denying her. If fate has denied her, then she has no destiny with the Heavenly Dao sect. Song Lan stands still as those words fall upon her. A faint trace of surprise crosses her eyes, but she neither argues nor interrupts. The leader continues. If not for the Thunder Elder's protection back then, someone whose path was already broken would have long since been expelled. A person like her should not even be standing here. At last, Song raises her voice. She calls out to him directly, saying the cause of that past incident has never been fully understood. Today, she says, she only wishes to prove one truth, that the great Tao has 3,000 paths, not merely the single inheritance left behind by the founder. She is cut off mid-sentence. The leader dismisses her words as sophistry. He accuses her of relying on cheap tricks and unorthodox arts that harm one's foundation. That alone, he claims, proves she has strayed onto a crooked road. The founder rejected her because he saw her nature clearly from the beginning. His verdict falls like a blade. The Heavenly Dao sect does not recognize her victory. Song remains where she stands, gaze fixed directly on him, neither lowering her eyes nor retreating a single step. For the sake of her master, he adds, her cultivation will not be crippled. But from this moment forward, all ties between her and the sect are severed. Effective immediately, she is forbidden from ever setting foot on Mountain Sage again. The pressure descends without warning. An immense force crushes down upon her body. A strained cry escapes her lips as a thin line of blood trails from the corner of her mouth. Thunder energy erupts violently around her as she struggles to remain upright beneath the weight of the decree. Only now does she feel how terrifying that authority truly is. Song Lan, Master Bao's voice cuts through the tension, filled with alarm as he calls out to his disciple. The surrounding disciples stare in disbelief as the situation spirals beyond expectation. Master Bao turns toward the leader, fury blazing in his eyes, and demands to know exactly what he thinks he is doing. The leader answers without raising his voice. He tells Master Bao to restrain herself. They are merely executing the sect's will. Song Lan will not die. Master Bao's temper snaps instantly. She calls it absurd. A level 55 suppressing a level 29. If this pressure continues, even a moment longer, the girl's foundation will be permanently damaged. She warns him clearly. If the junior brother does not withdraw his force, she will intervene personally. Before the standoff can escalate further, a voice cuts through the tension. Someone shouts that brother, he has arrived. He steps forward. Without hesitation, he positions himself in front of Song Lan. She looks at him, startled, softly calling his name. He has not turned back. Golden energy spreads from his body in steady waves, his aura expanding until it fills the space between them and the leader. The crushing pressure eases slightly under his presence. His voice is calm, but every word lands with weight. He asks whether this is truly the Heavenly Dao sect. He asks who exactly determines this so-called fate they keep invoking. Is it living cultivators who claim authority, or a silent statue that cannot speak for itself? His gaze sharpens. What do they call the righteous path? Is it their self-proclaimed lightning orthodoxy, or the countless roads walked by cultivators across the world? He lifts a single finger and points directly at the leader. Song Xiaolan, level 29, defeated a level 35 opponent in open battle. She used the fundamentals of the sect, refined through her own understanding and conviction. Thousands witnessed it with their own eyes. Yet with a few words about crooked paths and destiny, the result is erased. The leader remains silent, face unreadable. But he does not stop. He accuses him directly of failing his duty as sect leader. A true leader recognizes talent and seeks truth. Instead, he suppresses it. Is he protecting the founder's legacy, or protecting an authority that cannot tolerate being questioned? The golden aura around him intensifies, steady and unyielding, as the entire sect is forced to confront the accusation hanging in the air. He stands there without retreating a single step, golden light steady around him. Then the leader moves. The attack is sudden, decisive, meant to crush dissent before it spreads. Yet the instant it reaches him, The shield surrounding his body activates on its own. A transparent barrier flares into existence, swallowing the strike entirely. He does not raise a hand. He does not shift his stance. The force dissipates as if it struck an immovable wall. The leader's face turns cold. Insolent, he calls him. An arrogant junior who dares to insult both the sect leader and the ancestor. Inside the barrier, he meets the gaze directly. Did I strike a nerve? He asks evenly. Is this anger born from shame? His voice hardens. The Heavenly Tao sect, he says, appears filled with people who cannot distinguish right from wrong. A sect that breaks its own word and uses strength to suppress the weak rather than protect them. Master Bao's voice rings out in fierce agreement. Well said. Without hesitation, she steps forward, a golden card blazing with fire energy clutched in her hand. The scolding is justified. She leaps into the air, scattering burning cards through space. They embed themselves one after another, locking together into a defensive structure that spreads like a radiant wall. As she moves, she speaks without restraint. Her disciple endured endless hardships beyond the sect, carved her own road through blood and struggle, and returned only to face baseless judgment from stubborn elders who open their mouths and attempt to sever her future. A burst of white energy slams toward her. She resists, cards flaring brighter as the barrier thickens. Even under pressure, her anger does not falter. This so-called fate is nonsense. Did anyone truly investigate what happened with the ancestor statue back then? Or did they simply decide based on pride and fear? She accuses them openly. They cling to the ancestors' past glory, yet forget why those rules were created. To teach reason, to nurture natural talent, not to oppress it. Authority was meant to guide, not to consolidate power in trembling hands. The leader's fury finally ignites. He shouts at Bao, accusing her of repeatedly violating sect law, disrespecting elders, and slandering the ancestor. Her rebellion, he declares, is plain for all to see. His hand rises. Within his palm, a miniature temple takes shape, heavy and oppressive, radiating crushing authority. The 9 Revolution Smelting Tower. Today, he announces, he will cleanse the house and enforce discipline personally. He throws the tower upward. It expands as it ascends, shadow swallowing the battlefield as its pressure multiplies. Before he can activate it fully, a voice nearby urgently calls out, pleading for the leader's brother to reconsider before matters spiral beyond control. And then, on the other side of the battlefield, everything changed in an instant. The towering structure suddenly tore itself from the ground and rose into the sky. The moment it began floating, waves of terrifying power spread outward, crushing the earth below as if the heavens themselves were pressing down. The air trembled. The ground groaned. Our boy, Master Bao, and Song stood facing it head-on, their robes whipping violently as the pressure climbed higher and higher. Song's eyes locked onto the structure, and her heart dropped. She recognized it immediately. The 9 Revolutions Smelting Tower of Zweye. A life-bound treasure. A furnace that could melt gold, refine iron, devour all creation, and burn even the soul into nothingness. This was no longer about restraint. This was execution. At that very moment, Master Bao flicked her gaze toward Song. A nearly invisible thread of energy slipped toward her, quiet but clear. Leave. Before Song could react, our boy moved. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, holding her firmly in place as she tried to step forward. She struggled, calling out to her master, panic breaking through her voice. But he tightened his grip and told her to trust her master, to stop interfering at a moment like this. Because this was no longer a fight she could step into. Master Bao stood rooted to the ground. Anger rose within her like a blazing sun, and golden talisman cards began appearing around her one after another, forming a radiant halo. Her voice rang out cold and steady. Suppressor, it would not be so simple. Golden light exploded outward from her position, spreading in every direction. She stood at the eye of that storm, fingers weaving seals faster than sight could follow. An enormous formation unfolded beneath her feet as she invoked Xian and Kuan Sun, the 4 symbols rising like divine guardians to press down upon the mountains. Her gathered power shot forward and slammed into the tower. An explosion detonated near its surface, shaking the sky. The leader watched, lips curling faintly. Petty tricks, he muttered. But the next second, red energy erupted from within the tower like a volcanic blast. It burst outward violently, colliding against the golden force and rattling the entire region. And yet, a thin scratch appeared along the tower's surface. Master Bao saw it. Her eyes flashed. Not enough. Without hesitation, she continued. More talisman cards streamed out, flying toward the tower like golden comets. She called upon Lien, Qin, Dui, and Zhun in succession, her voice steady as she formed the myriad manifestation defend. Her fingers pressed together, and another tidal wave of golden power surged forward, striking the tower again and again without pause. But now the tower was fully wrapped in blazing red light. Gold and crimson collided in midair, each impact exploding like thunder. The two forces tore at each other relentlessly, neither willing to yield. The leader observed carefully this time. He no longer dismissed her. He admitted it plainly. Her talisman path had reached perfection. The balance of the five elements flowed through her naturally. The manifestation of countless forms answered her command without resistance. He even said that if she had walked the orthodox path back then, she might already have been capable of suppressing him. And hearing that, for the first time, Master Bao felt a flicker of unease. The leader's voice cut through the chaos, calm and absolute. He said it was a pity. The 9 Revolutions smelting tower was not an ordinary treasure. It carried a trace of pure Yang law within it. Before origin power, variety meant nothing. Skill meant nothing. No matter how intricate her talismans or how refined her techniques, they were illusions before the root of creation itself. He lifted one hand slowly and declared that this was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As his words fell, the crimson blaze around the tower thinned for a brief heartbeat, revealing its ancient body in full. In that exact instant, Master Bao's golden torrent crashed into it once more. Red lines ignited along the tower's surface like veins awakening. Violent detonations erupted wherever gold and crimson met. The recoil exploded outward. Master Bao was thrown back. A cry tore from her throat as blood spilled from her lips and stained her robes. Song's composure shattered. Tears flooded her eyes as she screamed for her master, voice breaking in terror. But then, Master Bao straightened, as if the injury meant nothing. She turned her head slightly and smiled, asking why the foolish girl was crying. Her voice remained steady. She reminded her that she was a third transition talisman master. This old, broken tower attempting to refine her was still far from succeeding. Golden light gathered around her once more. She stood tall beneath the crushing sky and said that during her years in the pavilion, she had secretly studied every forbidden record. She had tested countless paths, exhausted countless methods. In the end, she found one thing, an item that resonated quietly with Song, something extraordinary. Her tone hardened. Song was to keep it safe. Take her friends, leave the Heavenly Tao sect, and never return. Song shook her head violently, tears falling without restraint. She refused. She would not abandon her master. She shouted through sobs, refusing to move. Our boy seized her arm again and pulled her back just as another explosion tore through the air near the tower. Shockwaves rippled outward. Song struggled against him, still crying out, eyes locked desperately on Master Bao. Meanwhile, the leader watched everything closely, his gaze narrowing. And in that moment, our boy felt something shift. Within his awareness, a notification surfaced. A hidden mission progressed. Detection complete. Soul of War. The air trembled. A presence emerged. Vast, feral, ancient. It felt like a beast standing at the edge of eternity. It declared that this was its goal. The Soul of War. It did not long for a master. It sought a bearer. Someone capable of carrying the will of endless battle itself. The beast planted itself upon the earth and spread invisible wings, its aura roaring like a storm barely contained. Our boy stepped forward. Golden energy erupted from his body, sweeping outward in radiant waves. Within that brilliance, the outline of something began to form, the Soul of War taking shape inside his power. He declared that from this moment onward, he would be its bearer. The golden force intensified, spreading across the battlefield. Energy gathered in the air, compressing, condensing, forging itself into a distinct presence. The Soul of War slowly manifested, floating above him as its form solidified, an embodiment of battle, responding to his will. Silence fell across the battlefield. Every pair of eyes turned toward him. No one understood what he was doing. The elders froze. The disciples stood motionless. Even the leader's expression tightened. Song, tears still clinging to her lashes, slowly shifted her gaze away from her master and looked at him instead. Golden light surged higher. The shaping process reached its peak. Then, it completed. The Soul of War fully manifested. It hovered for a breathless instant, radiant and absolute, before turning sharply toward the crimson-shrouded tower. Without hesitation, it shot forward like a falling star. Impact. The collision detonated into a massive golden blast that tore through the sky. Shockwaves rolled outward in concentric rings as gold and red clashed head-on. The Soul of War did not retreat. It pressed forward relentlessly. Golden energy began swallowing the tower. Layer after layer of crimson resistance was crushed beneath the advancing radiance. Explosions erupted one after another, each louder than the last, shaking mountains and fracturing the air itself. The tower trembled. Cracks spread across its surface. The leader staggered back a step, disbelief breaking through his composure. He shouted, unable to accept what he was witnessing, demanding to know what kind of power this was. The golden light intensified. With a final, deafening explosion, the 9 Revolutions smelting tower shattered completely. And while the fragments of the shattered tower were still falling from the sky, Master Bao stepped forward. She was laughing, not the laughter of madness, not hysteria, but the laughter of someone who had endured long enough to see the turning of fate. Her aura was steady, unbroken, as if the battle had never shaken her at all. She planted her feet firmly and declared her name to the heavens. Bao Shuang, return once again. Song turned toward her master and froze. Her lips parted as she called out, voice trembling. In that single glance, everything she had endured over the years surged back in her mind. The cold gazes inside the sect, the ridicule spoken behind her back, the whispers that followed her footsteps, the day she was rejected by the ancestor's statue, when silence had answered her prayer, the endless nights spent staring at darkness, asking herself whether she had strayed from the orthodox thunder path, whether her own way had been nothing more than arrogance, confusion, doubt, helplessness. All of it converged in this moment, and something inside her finally cracked. Standing there beneath the open sky, she slowly began circulating energy again. The tremor in her expression faded. The uncertainty dissolved. Clarity replaced it. She spoke softly. She finally understood. Back within the Tao sect grounds, the leader's disciples rushed forward in panic, crowding around him, asking if he was unharmed, demanding to know why the thunder energy around them was spiraling out of control. At the center of the battlefield, the golden armored figure manifested once more. The soul of war stood upright. Its presence had changed. It no longer felt like a power bound by formations or commanded through talismans. It felt like judgment itself, like heavenly punishment given form, a force meant to purge corruption, uphold justice, and shatter chains. The air grew heavy. All eyes turned toward Song. Despite everything she had suffered, she lifted her head and faced the sky. Her voice rang out, not in defiance alone, but in demand. She called upon the ancestor above. If this path had truly been created with a heart of justice and protection, then the ancestor should open his eyes now. He should look clearly at what had become of this so-called orthodoxy, blinded by greed. This morality shaped by power instead of truth. She demanded an answer, not only for herself, for every disciple present. A shocked whisper rippled through the crowd. Someone muttered that she had gone mad. But Song did not stop. She shouted again, demanding to know the true way of thunder. As her voice echoed, energy began circulating violently around her. Lightning threads formed and intertwined, gathering, refining, surging upward, as if responding to something far beyond mortal control. The scene shifted beyond the sect's walls. In the surrounding forests and valleys, spiritual treasures began trembling on their own. Floating swords quivered midair. Jade talismans vibrated violently. Ancient artifacts rose slightly from their resting places, as if pulled by an unseen force. Someone shouted that their treasure was moving without command. Another cried out that even their Bawa mirror was reacting. The tremors intensified. Then voices rose in unison. The ancestor had appeared. His true form was manifesting. Back on the battlefield, Master Bao lifted her head. The soul of war did the same. Above them, the sky split open. The ancestor descended. His figure materialized high above, vast and oppressive, and every person present instinctively looked up. Silence crushed the battlefield. Even the wind stilled. The ancestor raised one hand. Purple energy gathered at his palm, condensing into a sphere of violent radiance before spreading outward like a blooming star. The color deepened, heavy with authority. Then, it turned toward Song. She looked up, confusion flashing across her face. The next second, the purple force shot downward. It attacked. Song gasped and turned to run. Her voice broke as she cried out, fear and pain mixing together while the energy pursued her without mercy. It closed the distance instantly, surging like a tidal wave. Master Bao shouted her name in alarm, but it was too late. The purple radiance swallowed her whole. Her silhouette disappeared inside the storm. On the other side, the ancestor gazed down coldly and released even more power. In his eyes, she was a foolish child. The energy intensified, tearing through the air around her, shredding her already damaged clothes, stripping away everything fragile and unnecessary. His voice echoed across heaven and earth. By witnessing authority, she had come to understand justice. By suffering injustice herself, she had grasped the heart behind it. Song screamed as thunder exploded around her. The purple force did not merely attack, it refined. It burned away doubt, shattered confusion, erased weakness. The lightning roared endlessly as the power purified her down to her core, leaving only raw truth and unyielding will. The sky trembled. Then the ancestor spoke again. She had finally understood the true meaning of the thunder law. Within the storm, Song straightened. Her hair lifted into the air, suspended by surging lightning. Purple arcs spread wildly around her body, responding to her thoughts like obedient serpents. The pain did not vanish, but it transformed into clarity. The ancestor continued. The heavenly Tao sect had preserved his forms, but lost his spirit. Tradition without heart was nothing more than an empty shell. With the last remnant of his will, he would clear her name and reconnect her to the origin. Purple light flooded the battlefield, her appearance reshaped within the radiance. Torn garments were replaced by refined thunder robes. Her aura stabilized, calm, yet overwhelming, like a storm held perfectly in balance. The ancestor declared that she now wielded the authority of heaven itself, the thunder that executed judgment between heaven and earth. And then, a colossal burst of purple energy erupted outward. The explosion shook mountains, split clouds, and tore through the battlefield with unstoppable force. Everything nearby burned in violet brilliance. Amid the chaos, the golden figure of the soul of war stood silent. It watched. Then golden energy began flowing from it once more, expanding outward to meet the spreading thunder. Gold and purple intertwined, not clashing, but balancing, holding the destruction in check. High above, the ancestor's manifestation grew clearer. His presence no longer resembled a mere projection. He transformed into the thunder astral existence itself, an embodiment of celestial judgment, suspended between heaven and earth. The moment the light faded, she was no longer the same person. Song stood there in her new form, aura completely transformed, lightning faintly flickering beneath her skin. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and bowed deeply, her voice steady but filled with reverence as she introduced herself as disciple Song Xiaolan and offered her gratitude to the ancestor. And right before everyone's eyes, her cultivation surged. The barrier that once confined her shattered like glass. From a 29-spirit Taoist, she crossed the threshold and stepped straight into the realm of a 30 thunder astral Taoist. A voice from behind the leader trembled in disbelief, whispering that the ancestor had personally manifested to pass down inheritance. Even the leader himself felt his mind go blank. The remaining will of the ancestor had not only appeared, it had forcefully pushed her through the second transition and granted her the very same hidden class that once belonged to the ancestor alone. Then the air grew cold. The ancestor's voice echoed one name, Xinyang. The leader's body stiffened. He hurriedly bowed, lowering his head as he answered that this disciple was present. What came next carried no warmth. The ancestor spoke of responsibility twisted by ambition, of guidance corrupted by power. He said the leader had allowed authority to take root in his heart. Selfishness clouded his judgment. Stubborn pride made him suppress rising talent, nearly severing the sect's true inheritance with his own hands. Such actions could not go unanswered. Punishment was deserved. Panic broke through the leader's composure. He shouted, tried to defend himself, tried to explain, but before another word could leave his mouth, thunder descended. It struck him directly. Lightning exploded across his body, locking his limbs in place. He cannot move. He cannot resist. The decree followed immediately. His cultivation would be stripped. He would be cast into the lowest layer of the nirvana thunder abyss. In an instant, chains forged from pure thunder wrapped around him, binding him midair. His screams echoed across the sect as regret finally surfaced, as he begged for mercy and confessed his faults. The ancestor's judgment did not waver. 10 years of thunder cleansing. Without true enlightenment, he would never leave. Suspended in the sky, wrapped in lightning, he screamed as wave after wave of thunder tore through him. The disciples who once followed him stood frozen. A level 55 celestial master reduced to utter helplessness before nothing more than a remnant will. The thunderstorm radiated outward, shaking mountains, splitting clouds, making the entire heavenly Tao sect tremble under its pressure. Then the ancestor's voice resounded once more. From this day forward, major decisions of the sect will be determined jointly by the elders, and the approval of Thunder, Astral Taoist Song Xiaolan, would also be required. When her cultivation reached level 50, and when her heart had been fully purified, her position would be unshakable. Song remained silent, eyes lifted toward the fading will in the sky, listening to every word as if engraving them into her soul. The ancestor's final decree carried both promise and burden. When her thunder astral path was fully completed, she would restore the heavenly Tao sect's lost glory. She would return its inheritance to its true form. One by one, those who had followed the fallen leader dropped to their knees and bowed deeply, their voices unified as they declared obedience to the ancestor's will. Just as the thunder gradually subsided, the ancestor's gaze shifted. It landed on our boy. For a brief moment, the entire sect felt that invisible pressure tighten. The ancestor's voice descended once more, calm yet profound. He remarked that this young friend carried great fortune upon his body, threads of destiny intertwining around him in ways few could comprehend. To have triggered the war thunder through a mere remnant was no accident. It was a karmic connection, clean, direct, and rare. The soul of war stood there without speaking, his presence steady, neither proud nor humble. He simply faced the ancient will, as if facing an equal across time. The ancestor looked at him for a long breath, then uttered only 3 words. Very good. No praise beyond that. No further explanation. Yet those simple words weighed heavier than any reward. The pressure faded. The vision dissolved. Soon, the disciples gathered once more, the storm in the sky dispersing as the sect slowly returned to stillness. All eyes gradually turned toward Master Bao. She stepped forward without hesitation. When she reached Song, she pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as both master and mother. Her voice trembled slightly as she bid farewell to her good disciple. The ancestor had personally acknowledged her. The inheritance had been confirmed. From this day onward, she was the true orthodox successor of the heavenly Tao sect. There was pride in her eyes. There was relief. And there was also the quiet understanding that the path ahead would no longer be simple. Not far away, our boy's companions erupted in excitement. They surrounded Lon, their faces lit up with admiration. They declared that she had been incredible, that the thunder descending around her had been awe-inspiring, that she had looked impossibly cool just moments ago standing beneath the ancestor's will. The tension that had gripped the sect finally loosened. But beneath the celebration, everyone understood something had fundamentally changed. A successor had risen, a leader had fallen, and fate had quietly shifted its direction once again. Lon suddenly shouted from Master Lingxi. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with clarity. Her eyes shone as understanding finally settled in. She said she understood now. She had truly found her own path, not the one forced upon her, not the one inherited blindly. Her own. Not far away, our boy stood with his companions, watching her quietly. Pride flickered across his face. Excitement, too. He did not speak. Then, a translucent screen unfolded before him. Lines of data cascaded downward. Hidden mission, Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Progress indicators. Authority fragments. Statistical projections tied to the apocalypse itself. Calculations updating in real time, as if some dormant mechanism had just reactivated. Shun, now standing beside him, glanced toward Song and frowned slightly. He asked how that Taoist girl had suddenly taken control of such an enormous sect. His tone carried genuine confusion. Our boy slowly closed his eyes. He said she did well too. Shun looked at him, unable to grasp the meaning. What did that even mean? There had been no battle, no exchange, no visible assistance. Yet his expression suggested something far deeper had just occurred. Before Shin could press further, the scene shifted. Far away, beneath a sky drowned in thick smog, stood a long-haired girl of breathtaking beauty. Children carefully combed and arranged her flowing hair as if tending to something sacred. She remained still until she felt it, a familiar aura. Her gaze sharpened. Before her lay a massive magical circle pulsing faintly with ancient light. She spoke softly of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight, her most loyal war proxy, the one who had fallen in the final battle, the one whose authorities had shattered and scattered across thousands of worlds. Her fingers reached toward a suspended mass of golden energy. The moment her hand touched it, the energy reacted violently. It awakened. Golden radiance surged upward. Heavy wings of light slowly formed behind her back, unfolding layer by layer, as if reclaiming forgotten divinity. She watched the resonance calmly and remarked that she had never expected a legacy broken for 10,000 years to revive within a mortal boy. Suddenly, power erupted from the castle behind her. It expanded outward in a vast arc, sweeping across the land. Smoke rolled and twisted as she stepped forward from the gates, her presence alone bending the surrounding air. Her voice echoed through the smog. If Zhou Yi found the second fragment of war, it would prove he possessed both qualification and fortune to bear that authority. And when that moment arrived, she would personally summon him. The vision snapped back. Chen leaned toward our boy, squinting suspiciously. He asked what just happened. Then he joked, wondering if a bird had dropped something on his head since he suddenly froze like that. Our boy exhaled slowly. For a brief second, he said, it felt like something washed over him. Chen was about to laugh again, then paused. He stared at the soul of war. He pointed. Why'd it look cracked? Our boy lowered his gaze toward the soul of war. Up close, the damage was no longer subtle. When it resisted the suppression of the 9 revolutions smelting tower, the backlash had not been clean. Even a legacy-level artifact had paid the price. He traced one of the fractures with his eyes. Another faint crack surfaced. It spread slightly along the edge of the helmet. His expression hardened. This was no cosmetic flaw. If he forced holy light into it now, the incompatible surge could worsen the internal structure. A secondary rupture would permanently destabilize the core authority embedded within it. He understood immediately. The hidden mission linked to the Apocalypse Dragon Knight's legacy was not passive. It required continuous resonance. If that link severed, obtaining the helmet would mark the end. There would be no second stage, no continuation. He reopened the system interface. Options unfolded in front of him. He selected the helmet. New data appeared. Legacy item. Soul of War helmet. Damaged. Subsequent mission. Frozen. Reactivation condition. Complete structural repair. So that was it. The crack was not just physical damage. It was interfering directly with the mission trigger. Without restoration, the chain would not progress. Chen leaned in again, studying the helmet with casual curiosity. He remarked that it still looked impressive, just slightly cracked. Then he shrugged and pointed out that the Heavenly Dao sect specialized in crafting and talisman forging. Once Song Xiaolan finished reorganizing the sect, they could ask her. She might know how to repair something at this level. Our boy did not respond. He continued staring at the fractures, silently reconstructing the sequence of events in his mind. Every backlash, every surge, every unstable fluctuation. Time passed. 3 days later, Tianshu Hall. The massive structure stood solemn and imposing. Elders and disciples filled the interior, rows upon rows. Guards lined the perimeter to maintain order. The faint residual presence of the ancestor lingered above, overseeing the proceedings. Song Lan stood at the front beside her master. Behind them, ancestral figures were arranged in silent formation, their statues looming like witnesses to history. She stepped forward. Her voice was calm. Since the ancestor had personally acknowledged the helmet and the matter connected to it, the Dao sect would return to its original principle. All methods returned to the source. More than a century had passed, yet the last 30 years had clearly marked deviation. The sect had strayed. Internal corruption had accumulated. Today's assembly was not ceremonial. It was corrective. Whispers spread instantly through the hall. Nervous glances exchanged. From the ancestor hall, a disciple stepped forward carrying a record card. He opened it and began reading with steady clarity. After 3 days of investigation by the disciple hall, 7 major crimes committed by the former leader Xunyangzi had been confirmed. The disciple's voice remained steady. First crime, abuse of authority and embezzlement of sect resources. Over 37 years of leadership, more than 70% of annual spiritual pill production and 60% of crafted artifacts were diverted. Under the pretext of trial losses and failed refinement, these resources were secretly transferred to his worldly lineage, the Lei family. A wave of suppressed shock moved through the hall. The disciple continued. Second crime, tampering with inheritance and severing traditions. In order to consolidate power for the Lei family, Xuanyangzi declared that mixed cultivation paths harm practitioners. Under the banner of all methods return to the source, he banned 42 branches of literature and archetypal legacy manuals. Entire schools of thought were sealed away. The sect was forced into a single rigid direction, lightning and alchemy, while other disciplines were quietly erased. Whispers erupted. Someone muttered that they once searched everywhere for feng shui texts, but found nothing. Another said the sect had not encouraged formation studies or spiritual divination in decades. Now the pattern was clear. Master Bao stepped forward. Her tone turned icy. Third crime, suppression of dissent and persecution of talent. Song's earlier rejection by the ancestor's statue was never destiny. It had been engineered. Xuanyangzi had secretly tampered with the ancestral mechanism. His intention was simple: elevate his grandnephew, Lei Zhe, as the next leader. A genuine genius like Song was an obstacle that could not be tolerated. The hall exploded. One disciple shouted that his father had once questioned unfair resource allocation and was sent to tend herbs in the back mountain. He disappeared the following year and never returned. Another declared that his senior brother awakened a rare telepathic summoning gift, but was branded deviant and forced to abandon it in favor of lightning cultivation. More accusations followed. Nepotism, plagiarizing achievements, neglecting ancestral rights, redirecting merit records. Each charge was documented in detail. When the noise reached its peak, Song stepped forward again. Her voice cut through the hall without strain. The third report would be publicly posted on the sect bulletin board for 3 days. Every disciple could examine it. Many had acted under coercion. Many had remained silent out of fear. For that reason, the disciple hall would open a confession hall. Those who voluntarily admitted involvement or reported wrongdoing would receive leniency. As she spoke, faint purple thunder energy rose from her body. It did not rage. It did not flare violently. It simply filled the hall. Calm, vast, overwhelming. She stated clearly that anyone who continued to conceal crimes or resist correction would face severe punishment. Silence followed. Within the crowd, a young girl whispered in awe that Lan truly looked like a grandmaster now. Another quietly observed that her balance between compassion and severity was precise, neither excessive nor weak. At the front of the hall, Song stood unmoving. The era of compromise had ended. Shin suddenly stepped forward, fury flashing across his face. He said that if Xuanyangzi had dared pull something like this inside the Shin family, his legs would have been snapped on the spot and his body thrown to the beast without hesitation. His voice carried no exaggeration, only cold certainty. Song answered just as firmly. She declared that she was back, and from this moment on, nothing in this place would remain the same. The younger disciples could no longer hold themselves back. They burst into excited praise, calling Lan incredible, saying they admired her, saying they wanted to become someone as cool and fearless as her one day. One of them even rushed forward and wrapped Song in a tight hug, unable to hide the admiration in his eyes. But Shen's expression shifted. His gaze swept the area as he asked where Chun Lei was. Zhuan Yangzi's second disciple. If that man was still around, Shen made it clear he would personally go and settle the score. He stepped out calmly and explained that Chun Lei had already confessed. All the dirty deeds had been carried out under Zhuan Yangzi's direct orders. According to sect law, his cultivation had been completely abolished, his memories erased, and he had been expelled from the sect. His fate was sealed. Then he shifted the focus. Regarding the damaged helmet, he had finally uncovered something useful. Within the sect, aside from Zhuan Yangzi, there had once been another master craftsman. That man had served as the head of the artifact hall. But 20 years ago, he openly opposed Zhuan Yangzi and resigned, choosing to disappear into seclusion rather than compromise. 3 days ago, he had informed Elder Makui about the condition of the helmet. Today, a reply arrived. Elder Makui believed there was still a chance to repair it, but the method was dangerous. It would require Earth Core, Thunderfire. The Thunderfire furnace in the Forbidden Grounds could not be activated lightly. It demanded the strength of 3 elders to keep its violent core stable. Song Lan stated without hesitation that her master, her uncle, and she would take responsibility for suppressing the furnace together. Elder Machue did not soften the truth. During the repair, the helmet would inevitably resonate with the Thunderfire. Once that resonance began, it could spiral out of control at any moment. Because of this, someone with powerful mental strength and a deep bond with the helmet had to remain close, anchoring its spirit and preventing collapse while the refinement continued. Song Lan calmly declared that only one person could do it. Brother Yi. Shen's eyes widened, caught off guard by how suddenly the decision was made. But Song Lan continued steadily. The pain would be unbearable. It would feel as though a fragment of one's own consciousness were being thrown directly into a blazing furnace and burned again and again. For a brief instant, our boy froze. Then he steadied his breathing and simply asked when they would begin. Tomorrow, she replied. He was to rest well tonight. The process would be long, and the strain on his mental power would be severe. The next day, the forbidden area trembled with preparation. Spiritual energy spread outward in waves as formations lit up one after another. A man holding the damaged helmet turned his gaze toward our boy and asked if he was Zhou Yi. Our boy stood upright, hands respectfully crossed, and greeted him as Elder Machue. The elder asked whether he understood how repairing this helmet differed from repairing an ordinary artifact. Zhou Yi admitted plainly that he did not and requested instruction. Elder Machue explained that common artifacts break only in form. Such damage could be mended with materials and craftsmanship. But this helmet was different. Its wounds lay in its intent and spirit. It could not be restored by metal and fire alone. It required thought, will, and consciousness. Each strand of core Thunderfire contained pure yang power, forceful enough to destroy all things, or even refine the laws themselves. Thunderfire was inherently violent and unstable. Used recklessly, it would annihilate everything in its path. It needed guidance, shaping, and constant balance. The repair would proceed in 4 stages. First, Elder Machue would activate a talisman array, sealing off external interference and restoring the return-to-origin formation. Second, he would connect the ley fire lines to secure a continuous and stable flow of spiritual power. Third, he would wield thunder intent like a forging hammer, driving Thunderfire directly into the helmet's cracks. Then he turned his gaze toward Song Lan and signaled her to draw down the thunder. Song Lan stepped forward. Heavy golden radiance gathered around her like a rising sun, while strands of deep purple energy spiraled upward from her body. She called to the heavens, summoning the response of the 9 skies, commanding countless thunders to descend in obedience. The air shifted instantly. Multicolored currents formed overhead, twisting together before plunging toward the blazing red Thunderfire below. The repair had begun. Elder Machue moved at once. He shouted for the process to start and raised his hammer. The first strike landed with perfect precision. Sparks erupted. Thunderfire roared outward in violent waves. Our boy stood firmly at his side, releasing his own power to stabilize the surging energies. The elder explained the 4th step without breaking rhythm. Holy light would serve as the medium, tempering the collision between Thunderfire and the helmet's spirit. One miscalculation would not merely crack the artifact. Its inner spirit could be erased entirely. The helmet flared with blinding brilliance. Then the surrounding barriers shattered. Cracks ripped across the walls as the formation trembled. Our boy stared at the helmet in alarm, asking what was happening as the fractures spread wider. Elder Machue continued striking, each blow releasing rippling shockwaves. He ordered the boy not to move. Purple energy spiraled violently around the helmet. Song Lan watched closely and demanded to know what he was doing. The focus shifted back to the elder. Calm despite the chaos, he told her not to panic. His strikes were exact. 7% of his consciousness had already entered the helmet to guide the repair. The spirit inside was resisting. Someone had to descend into its core and suppress it from within. Golden light flooded the forbidden ground. Master Bao shouted in disbelief, warning that this was a gamble with life itself. If the boy failed, his mind would be devoured, and everything would collapse. A violent surge of purple energy exploded outward, shaking the entire area. Inside the storm of light, our boy felt himself drawn inward. Before him stretched the helmet's inner world, fractured, chaotic, filled with raging currents of broken intent. This was the true source of resistance. He spoke directly to it. Struggling would only lead to destruction. He had not come to dominate it, but to restore it. As his energy poured deeper, the cracked inner shell split apart. From within rose a massive, towering figure, formed of warlike will and ancient authority. Its presence pressed down like a battlefield frozen in time. The giant voice thundered, questioning him. Did he dare profane the authority of war? Did he believe himself worthy to wield such power? The attacks came immediately, overwhelming, relentless. Our boy steadied himself and prepared to face them head-on. The giant's foot came crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Our boy raised both arms and caught it head-on. Muscles tore, bones screamed, but he did not bend. He held his ground purely through will and raw strength. Outside, Song Lan surged forward, calling his name as she saw blood spill from the corner of his mouth. Elder Machue's voice cut through the chaos, ordering her to stop. If she interfered now, his consciousness would be severed from his body forever. He would become a breathing corpse. This trial could not be shared. The war within that helmet had ended when its former master fell. The only way forward was for him to face it alone. Inside the shattered inner world, our boy staggered, breath ragged, body covered in wounds. He muttered that wars do not conclude with the death of a master. When the old path collapses, someone must carve a new one. The helmet and its towering spirit roared back, calling him arrogant. His eyes ignited completely gold. Tears mixed with blood, but his gaze did not waver. A system interface unfolded before him. Justice judgment, black metal, and blazing gold energy surged simultaneously, forming a storm that closed in from every direction. He leapt backward as the giant figure lunged, unleashing a crushing blow that tore through the ground. Holy Light Cross, 5B rank. Golden radiance condensed around him. He thrust forward and collided directly with the incoming shield and helmet spirit. In that instant, he sensed the technique driving it. Light Retribution, level 18. A rank. A light attribute spell that summoned lightning judgment, its destructive force amplified by affinity itself. Arrows of condensed golden energy rained toward him. Several pierced through. Blood burst from his mouth as he was smashed into the earth, stone and debris scattering in every direction. Pain flooded his senses, but he forced himself upright. Through blurred vision, he saw the helmet's blazing eyes locked onto him, measuring, suppressing. Rage ignited. His body expanded, transforming into his giant form as golden power detonated outward in waves. He roared that he would not be crushed by a lingering spirit of the past. He would impose his own war intent upon it and force it to yield. The moment the battle reached its peak, our hero unleashed everything he had. Divine Storm roared to life first, violent winds spiraling through the chamber. Then came the Holy Fist combo, followed by a flurry of other techniques. Each strike crashed into the black helmet like thunder. With every impact, fragments of the dark shell shattered and scattered across the floor like broken stars. Above the chamber, the watching disciples suddenly felt the entire floor trembling. Waves of glowing energy surged upward from the forge room below. One of them looked toward the elder with a worried expression and asked why the fluctuations had suddenly become so violent. The elder narrowed his eyes while observing the glowing energy leaking through the cracks in the floor. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied that the boy below might be using some special method to stabilize the artifact. Meanwhile, deep inside the chamber, the black helmet floated silently before the young man. A strange stillness surrounded it. Then the helmet's consciousness seemed to peer straight into the boy's soul. Above his head, a faint ring-like halo slowly formed, hovering as if acknowledging something ancient and profound. Within that silent exchange, countless emotions surged from the artifact. Protection, judgment, purification, even destruction. Layers upon layers of war intent intertwined together, forming a terrifying coexistence of opposing forces. For a long moment, the helmet observed him, testing him. Then, as if finally reaching its conclusion, the artifact admitted something within its own consciousness. This boy truly possessed the qualifications to bear it. At that exact moment, the hero's eyes flashed with calculation. The shattered fragments of the helmet were still scattered around him. Without wasting even a second, he moved. With precise control, he gathered the floating fragments and used them to construct a ceiling formation. The broken pieces locked together in midair like puzzle parts, obeying his will. In the next instant, the formation tightened. Just like that, the once rampaging dark helmet was completely sealed. The moment the final seal closed, the violent aura in the chamber collapsed inward and stabilized. Our hero calmly stepped out of the forge room. His aura expanded naturally around him. as if an arrogant beast that had once resisted him had finally been forced into submission. Outside, something miraculous was happening. The strange flower connected to the artifact suddenly began glowing with a completely different radiance. Light pulsed through its petals, and above it, shadowy structures resembling helmet-shaped wings slowly appeared. The elder stared at the scene with wide eyes. He had forged countless treasures in his lifetime, yet even he had never witnessed something like this. A faint smile spread across his face. It worked. Not only had the boy repaired the artifact, the item itself was actively cooperating with the restoration process. Everything was progressing perfectly. Steady. Just one final step remained. And then, boom! A pillar of blinding light suddenly erupted from the forge room and blasted straight through the roof, shattering the ceiling into fragments. Outside, the gathered crowd gasped. A stream of pure white light shot toward the heavens like a divine beacon. The sky itself reacted. Strange signs appeared in the clouds, swirling around the beam, as if acknowledging the birth of something extraordinary. At that moment, many people realized something unbelievable. Today, the Heavenly Tao sect had just witnessed the beginning of a legend. Inside the chamber, the glowing flower slowly finished absorbing the helmet's remaining energy. Then the helmet rose into the air. Suspended in the light, it drifted forward until it stopped directly in front of the hero. The moment he reached out and touched it, a translucent system screen suddenly appeared. Soul of War helmet repair complete. Owner recognized. Raid Thunderfire Infinity equipped. Thunder and fire resistance greatly increased. Hidden mission activated. Apocalypse Dragon Heights Legacy Mission. Additional hint. Return to the Roach Mountain range along the Dragon Spine line. The light gradually faded as the system messages disappeared. The helmet now rested quietly in his hands, as if it had always belonged there. The elder slowly walked forward, still unable to hide the admiration in his eyes. He praised the boy sincerely, saying that repairing the artifact alone would have been impressive. Yet making it acknowledge a master was something else entirely. In all his years of forging, after handling countless rare treasures and mysterious relics, this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a bizarre and extraordinary phenomenon. Just then, the little girl hurried over. Seeing the burn marks on the boy's arm, she quickly asked if he was all right. He brushed the soot from his sleeve and gave a calm reply. He was fine. His mental energy had been nearly drained during the process, but compared to the reward he had gained, the cost was nothing. In the end, the success of this repair had not been his effort alone. The successor had achieved it only because the elder had given him complete and unwavering support throughout the entire process. The hero turned toward the glowing blue crystal and spoke calmly. He admitted that his forging skills were still immature, and keeping such a precious material in his possession would only waste its true potential. Instead, he offered it to Elder Mo as a token of gratitude. The moment Elder Mo saw the material clearly, his entire body froze. Star Sky Metal. The elder rushed forward and hugged the crystal tightly, as if someone might steal it away the next second. His eyes shone with disbelief as he explained that this was a legendary forging holy material, an S-rank divine object rumored to grant artifacts the ability to develop self-evolving spirits. For a craftsman, it was the kind of treasure that existed only in myths. Yet the boy had casually brought out such a massive piece. Elder Mo stared at him in shock and muttered that possessing a fragment this large was enough to make someone a member of their family. Ahios simply smiled and said that from now on, the Star Sky Metal belonged to the elder. Hearing that, Elder Mo straightened up immediately and solemnly declared that if the boy ever needed forging work in the future, he could come to him without hesitation. Ahios nodded and thanked Elder Mo in advance. The elder then examined the repaired helmet again and added that with the help of the Star Sky Metal, he could strengthen the bond between the helmet's spirit and its new master. However, there was one requirement. To complete the tempering process, the artifact needed to be refined using Girlsong's legacy Thunderfire, and the process would take half a month. Ahios raised his eyebrows slightly at the unexpected time frame. Half a month was not short. Seeing his reaction, Song calmly suggested that he simply remain within the Heavenly Tao sect for the time being. Ahios then mentioned something else. After repairing the helmet, the system had delivered a clear guidance message pointing toward the location of other artifact components. Song listened carefully and then explained that many high-level artifacts possessed resonance gating. Once one piece awakened, it often guided the owner toward the next. She assured him that while he pursued the remaining parts, she would personally take responsibility for tempering the helmet. Ahios thanked her sincerely for the effort. Song only shook her head lightly and said that her master had always wanted her to fully acknowledge the sect anyway, so she could not accompany him on the journey. Then she revealed the location of the next destination. Ahi spoke first. The target was the Blackrock Mountain Range. More specifically, the Dragon Spine Mine. She recalled that the mine was famous for producing extremely rare materials, such as abstain iron and ley iron crystals. At that moment, another girl suddenly rushed into the courtyard. Her first question was whether the hero was safe. Ling Feng then turned toward Tizen and asked if she knew anything about the Dragon Spine Mine. Tizen paused for a moment before answering. That mine was actually the place where her adoptive father lived in seclusion. The man guarding the mine was known as the suppressing mountain martial emperor, Van Jun. Lingfeng blinked in surprise at the imposing title and asked if her adoptive father was truly that powerful. Tizen nodded without hesitation. 30 years ago, Van Jun had been a famous fistmaster across the entire central Xia continent. His strength was once known throughout the martial world. However, something had happened 3 decades earlier. In a mysterious accident, he had lost his right arm. After that incident, he withdrew from public life, changed his place of residence, and began living in isolation near the Dragon Spine mine. Since then, he rarely met outsiders. He had even established a strict rule. Unless the mine itself was threatened, or the visitor happened to be an old friend, anyone who trespassed near the mine would personally be escorted away by him. Lingfeng listened carefully before thinking it through. They were not heading there to cause trouble. They were simply searching for help. If they explained their purpose honestly, there should be no reason for conflict. And besides, if they were friends of his daughter, surely he would at least allow them to step inside. She immediately shook her head and insisted that Lingfeng simply did not understand her father. The man was stubborn to the extreme, the kind who would never bend once he set a rule. She did not want everyone to travel all the way there only to waste their time, or worse, start an unnecessary conflict. The hero listened quietly before thanking her for worrying about him. But his decision did not change. He said they still had to go and at least attempt a meeting. Whether the martial emperor welcomed them or not, they would find out once they arrived. And if the suppressing mountain martial emperor truly refused to see them, then they would simply give him a reason he could not ignore. Lingfeng immediately supported the idea. She laughed lightly and said rules were dead things while people were alive. The most important step was to go there first and see the situation for themselves. Hearing that, Tizen could only sigh. In the end, she had no choice but to agree. As the group prepared for the journey, the hero silently thought about the situation. The suppressing mountain martial emperor had secluded himself for years with a severe arm injury. His daughter had also been buried long ago. A man like that hiding deep inside the mountains, that level of stubbornness, could not simply be explained by personality alone. There had to be something deeper behind it. But no matter the reason, one fact remained clear. The system mission could not be abandoned. At that moment, Elder Mo suddenly spoke up. He said that he actually knew of the suppressing mountain martial emperor. Many years ago, the Dragon Spine mine had once produced a top-grade spirit orb of extraordinary quality. After that event, the martial emperor issued the strict ban and stopped selling materials from the mine altogether. Song then suggested that perhaps she could accompany them with a few elders from the Heavenly Tao sect. If they represented the sect, they might be able to request a favor in the sect's name. The old man slowly shook his head. That approach had already been tried before. In the past, entire groups had gone to visit the martial emperor together, some even offering to forge weapons for him completely free of charge. None of it worked. The ban never changed. After hearing that, the hero looked toward Song and spoke calmly. The Heavenly Tao sect needed her here. This place was her battlefield. If she established herself within the sect, then in the future the entire Heavenly Tao sect could become a powerful ally at their side. In other words, her staying here would be far more valuable than traveling with them. After a short silence, everyone around him reached the same conclusion. The group would head to the Dragon Spine mine first and scout the situation themselves. Half a month later, Song would bring the fully tempered soul of War Helmet and meet them there. Song's eyes softened slightly when she heard that decision. With quiet determination, she told the hero that she understood. They should leave without worrying about anything here. As the group began walking toward the sect gate, Song spoke again, her voice carrying both resolve and hope. She would guard this place, learn everything she needed to learn, and firmly establish herself within the Heavenly Tao sect. When the time came, the entire sect would stand behind him, and in exactly half a month, she would arrive at the meeting point with a completed helmet. Beside her, the blue-haired girl cheerfully wished them good luck and reminded them to eat properly during their travels. Song waved as the group slowly disappeared down the mountain path. For a brief moment, the hero glanced back. Near the formation pool, he noticed a tiny blue butterfly quietly fluttering before diving into the glowing green liquid. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched. The sect's mountain protection array contained enormous energy, but at certain transition points there were subtle gaps in the formation. Tiny spaces, perfect for the void. With a slight movement of his will, he guided the butterfly and left behind a hidden coordinate. He might never need to use it, but in situations like this, it was always better to leave an extra path prepared. While the ship cut through the sky, the hero quietly reviewed the precaution he had just taken. If the Heavenly Tao sect ever changed in the future, or if they needed to return in an emergency, that hidden coordinate would serve as an additional path. A single precaution now could save their lives later. Back at the sect, Song stood silently for a long time after their departure. In her heart, she made a firm vow. She would become stronger, strong enough that when the future storms arrived, she would be able to face them without hesitation. Meanwhile, the heroes had already changed their means of travel. By the time the journey ended, they were riding in a rough cart rumbling across the mountain road. The moment the smoke cleared, the surroundings became visible. The blue-haired girl frowned slightly. The air felt strangely heavy, almost suffocating, making breathing feel a little difficult. Even stranger was the silence. The dragon's pine mine was supposed to be enormous, yet the entire place felt eerily quiet. There were no miners in sight, no machinery, no echoes of tools striking stone, not even a single lamp lighting the tunnels. It was as if the entire mine had been abandoned. Tizin looked ahead and pointed toward a distant structure partially hidden by the mountain shadows. That was her adoptive father's residence. She took a deep breath and warned the others to follow closely behind her. They should speak as little as possible and allow her to handle the conversation. But before she could take even a single step forward, a hand suddenly grabbed her arm. The hero. He called her name quietly. Tizin froze for a moment, clearly surprised by the sudden interruption. The hero gently stopped her and spoke in a calm voice. He told her that the slow healing skill he had just used carried a calming effect, and he hoped it would help ease her mind. If speaking with her adoptive father became difficult, he would personally step forward and handle the conversation. She shook her head and replied that it was unnecessary. Although her father was strict, he was not an unreasonable man. She believed she could manage the situation herself. With that settled, the group began climbing the hill toward the house. Halfway up, the blue-haired girl suddenly felt something strange. Her senses picked up the faint presence of someone following behind them. However, the figure did not hide for long. It casually walked past them as if nothing had happened. Soon the group reached a small hut standing quietly on the hillside. At the same time, Lingfeng had also noticed the subtle movements in the surroundings. Yet he chose not to react, pretending not to see anything. Tai stood in front of the door and let out a long breath. Then she knocked. The door burst open almost instantly. Standing inside was a tall, imposing man with a cold gaze. Van Zhun, the suppressing mountain martial emperor. He stared at Tai for a long moment before speaking. His voice carried a trace of surprise as he wondered if his daughter had finally returned. And then he glanced at the people behind her, commenting on how many guests she had brought along. Tai was clearly caught off guard by his reaction. She immediately lowered her head and bowed respectfully, addressing him as her adoptive father. She explained that the people behind her were her teammates from Hangzhou University, companions who had faced life and death battles together. One by one, the group stepped forward and introduced themselves. After the introductions ended, the hero spoke. He respectfully explained that they were searching for an extremely important ancient item, and all the clues they had gathered pointed toward the mine under Van Zhun's protection. He then politely requested permission to enter the Dragon's Pine mine and search for the artifact. The atmosphere instantly changed. Van's expression darkened. The anger rising inside him was so intense that the veins around his temples trembled. He asked coldly whether they truly understood what the name Shin represented. Without waiting for an answer, he turned his back to them and declared that the Dragon's Pine mine was a restricted area. No one was allowed to enter without his invitation. Whatever ancient relic they were searching for had nothing to do with him. Then he ordered Taijin to take her friends and leave immediately. The hero tried once more, explaining that the ancient item was extremely important to them. Before he could continue, Lingfeng stepped forward. He remarked that they had traveled a long distance to reach this place, yet they were being driven away before even having the chance to properly explain themselves. The moment those words left his mouth, Ven turned back with blazing anger. His gaze locked onto Lingfeng as he demanded to know what exactly he meant. Lingfeng froze for a brief moment. Under that terrifying pressure, his flame dragon body almost activated on instinct. For a split second, he wondered whether the old man actually intended to kill him. Van's eyes swept over Lingfeng's red hair and proud posture. With cold disdain, he criticized the young man's arrogant expression, accusing him of interrupting elders and speaking back despite his young age. In Van's eyes, he was nothing more than another ignorant noble brat who knew nothing of the world. Taizi hurriedly stepped in between them, trying to calm the tension. She explained that Lingfeng simply had a straightforward personality and meant no disrespect. Van's patience finally snapped. He shouted that it was enough. A powerful aura exploded from his body, shaking the air around them. He declared that for Tenzai's sake, he was only asking them to leave this once. But if they continued speaking another word, he would not hesitate to treat them with force. Just as the tension reached its peak and the old man's killing intent surged forward, the hero reacted instantly. Before anyone else could even move, a barrier rose in front of him like a transparent wall. The violent force slammed against it, but the shield held firm. Without raising his voice, he told everyone behind him to stay alert and not panic. Then he looked straight at Senior Wan and spoke with calm respect, saying that if they had unknowingly offended him, he was willing to accept the blame himself. But releasing killing intent toward his friend without any explanation was not behavior worthy of someone with his reputation. He asked the old man to calm down and think for a moment. The old man froze slightly, clearly surprised that this young man had blocked his furious strike so cleanly. Even so, The hostility in his eyes did not fade. When the barrier slowly dissolved into the air, he snorted and shouted that the boy had quite the sharp tongue. Tiexin's daughter hurried forward, panic written across her face as she tried to stop her adoptive father from escalating things further. But before anyone could say another word, the hero suddenly moved. In a blink, he appeared behind the group. Another barrier burst into existence around them, and, at the same time, the holy chain shot out like a streak of light. The chains wrapped around his companions and yanked them backward, just as a violent explosion erupted where they had been standing. Dust and debris blasted outward in a deafening shockwave. At the center of the chaos, the old man had already retreated. Without another word, he slammed the door of the hut shut, sealing himself inside. The blue-haired girl was trembling as the dust slowly settled. Her voice shook as she admitted that she had been scared out of her wits. She muttered that Tiexin's father was far too terrifying and that she could not understand why he had become so furious out of nowhere. Lingfeng, on the other hand, was burning with anger. He walked to a nearby stone and punched it hard enough to crack its surface. Frustration poured from his voice as he complained that the old man was completely unreasonable. He had done nothing to provoke him, yet the man had clearly tried to kill him. They had never even met before. But while the others were rattled, the hero remained strangely calm. Something about the situation did not feel right. The hatred Tiexin's father had directed toward Lingfeng had appeared far too suddenly, and more importantly, it had been disturbingly precise. That was not the reaction of someone who simply disliked a stranger. The old man's eyes had burned with recognition. The red hair, the brief mention of a noble son, it all hinted at a memory buried deep in the past. Whatever grudge that man carried, it was clearly older and far more complicated than they had expected. The hero turned to Tiexin and told her quietly that her father's reaction likely had a hidden reason. She should not blame herself for what had just happened. For now, they would remain nearby and observe the situation carefully. If there was a truth buried here, they would find another way to draw it out. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and said she would follow his lead. The group began moving through the area again, but as they walked, the hero's expression gradually sharpened. Something else was wrong. The mine was far too quiet. Even if the workers had finished for the day, a place like this should never feel completely lifeless. Yet the entire site felt empty, almost abandoned. Not a single voice echoed through the tunnels. Not a single tool clanged in the distance. He turned to Tiexin and asked if the mine had been this silent when she used to live here. No one answered immediately. An eerie stillness hung over the surroundings like a heavy fog. Then suddenly a strange sound echoed from above, sharp and unnatural, instantly putting everyone on edge. At that exact moment, the hut's door creaked open once again. Her father stepped out slowly, a deep frown on his face, looking as if something troublesome had appeared at the worst possible time. The hero narrowed his focus and followed the strange noise echoing through the area. After a brief moment, he traced its source toward the large mine tunnels in the southeast. The sound was wrong. It was not the roar of a beast or the movement of machinery. It was a human voice, but twisted beyond recognition, distorted as if something unnatural had taken hold of it. Lingfeng's expression darkened as he listened carefully. The sound made his skin crawl. In a low voice, he said it felt evil. Tizen immediately turned toward her father, confusion and concern filling her eyes. She asked him what had happened inside the mine and why such a horrifying sound was coming from below. But the old man did not answer her question. Instead, his eyes sharpened. Without warning, he suddenly leapt forward and rushed straight toward the direction of the tunnels. Seeing this, the hero quickly told the others to follow him. There was no time to hesitate. By the time they reached the entrance of the mine tunnel, the old man had already taken action. He slammed his foot against the ground and released a powerful surge of energy. The impact echoed through the mountain as barriers instantly formed around the entrance, sealing the tunnel shut. At the same moment, thick purple energy began seeping out from the cracks of the sealed entrance. As the hero and his guru stepped closer, a chilling sensation crept into his senses. His expression grew serious immediately. This energy was unmistakable. Demon energy. Not ordinary corruption, but pure abyssal energy. The kind that carried terrifying corrosive properties capable of warping flesh and mind alike. Before anyone could react further, the energy suddenly erupted outward. A violent blast shattered the surrounding rocks and tore open the sealed entrance. Stones exploded in every direction as the pressure inside burst free. From the fractured opening, grotesque tentacles began crawling out into the open air. The sight alone was enough to freeze anyone in place. Each tentacle twisted unnaturally as it slithered forward, and along their surfaces were hideous human faces. The faces writhed in agony, snarling and screaming silently as the creatures dragged themselves out of the darkness. Tizen stood there in pure horror. Her mind struggled to comprehend what she was looking at. This could not possibly be a living creature. Sensing her shock, the hero spoke calmly, though his voice carried a heavy tone. He explained that the thing had once been a miner working in this very tunnel. But after being polluted by demon energy, the man's body had been completely corrupted and transformed into a demonic creature. Now its swollen, bloated body crawled forward like a grotesque mass of flesh, covered in ghastly faces that twisted and writhed across its surface. It was ready to attack at any moment. Before the monster could advance further, the old man moved. He stomped down with tremendous force. The ground exploded beneath his foot as a powerful shockwave surged outward. The blast struck the approaching creatures head-on, throwing several of them back and sending debris flying through the air. For a moment, it looked as if the attack had wiped them out. But when the dust settled, the horrifying truth became clear. Even that overwhelming strike had failed to completely destroy them. The old man planted one hand and one foot firmly against the ground, holding his position as the demonic mass continued writhing before him. His face twisted in disgust as he cursed the abominations crawling out of the mine. Then he shouted toward the others without looking back. If they value their lives, they should leave this place immediately. The old man slowly raised his arm, and a dense aura gathered around his head like a storm compressing into a single point. Red energy surged violently through his body, veins of power spreading across his frame before he thrust his arm forward. The force exploded outward, carving a massive gap between him and the others as the ground split apart beneath the pressure. His adopted daughter immediately panicked. Her voice trembled as she shouted for him to stop pushing himself so recklessly. But before she could rush forward, the hero gently reached out and stopped her. He explained calmly that her father clearly understood the monster far better than anyone else present. Charging in without thinking would only disrupt whatever strategy the old man had already formed. For now, they would observe the battle carefully. If the situation reached a point where he could no longer handle it, they would intervene. After hearing that, she slowly forced herself to calm down and accepted the decision. But at that exact moment, the creature moved. The sand and shattered ground around the old man suddenly burst open. Grotesque beings began crawling out in waves, tearing through the earth like parasites emerging from a corpse. Within seconds, they surrounded him completely, slithering and writhing from every direction. Yet the old man did not retreat. Even with only one arm, he stood firm as the energy around his body thickened into something almost tangible. When he threw his first punch, the motion looked strange, almost unnatural, as if the strike had bent the space around his fist. The impact was devastating. Each punch crushed the diamond-like bodies of the demons instantly. Rings of invisible force spread outward from his blows, creating invisible boundaries in the air. No matter how desperately the creatures lunged forward, they could not cross those few meters of space. Watching from a distance, the group could not help but feel stunned. This old man was terrifyingly strong. Again and again his fist moved. Each strike destroyed another demon without hesitation. His movements sharp and efficient like a veteran who had spent a lifetime fighting monsters far worse than these. Yet slowly, his expression began to tighten. The old injury he carried deep in his body had started to flare up again, and he could feel it clearly. Still, after another crushing strike reduced the last demon to pieces, he believed the battle had finally ended. For a brief moment, everything became quiet. Then something changed. Behind him, the corpses of the fallen demons began to ooze with a strange, unsettling energy. The group immediately stiffened. The blue-haired girl suddenly pointed toward the mountain in alarm. The ground began trembling violently, as if the entire mountain had awakened from a long slumber. Rubble rained down from above while cracks spread across the cliffs like lightning through stone. Then a massive scale boulder suddenly shot downward toward the old man like a falling meteor. Without hesitation, he swung his single arm. With nothing but raw power, he split the enormous stone cleanly in half. But the moment the shattered fragments crashed into the ground, the earth beneath them ruptured again. This time the demons that emerged were far larger. One after another they crawled out of the broken ground, their bodies massive and grotesque as they rose together and surrounded the old man from every direction. His daughter cried out in pure terror. Yet before anyone could react, the swarm surged forward. Within seconds, the writhing mass of demonic bodies swallowed him whole. Then suddenly, from the darkness of that living nightmare, a streak of brilliant light burst outward. Their hero had moved. He arrived at the exact perfect moment, his blade cutting through the demonic mass like lightning tearing through storm clouds. Bodies split apart instantly under his strike as he carved a path straight through the swarm. Without even looking back, he told the old man to leave the rest to him. At that exact moment, the collapsing mountain unleashed another wave of destruction. Massive boulders tore loose from the cliffs and launched toward him with crushing force. But the hero's eyes sharpened. He activated the holy sword heart. In that instant, the world seemed to slow. His perception sharpened dramatically, while his sword intent surged to a new level. Precision and power fused together within a single breath. Then he moved. Leaping forward, he cut through the incoming boulders as if they were nothing more than soft marble. Each strike split the massive stones into clean fragments that scattered through the air like shattered plates. One after another, the falling rocks collapsed under his blade, until finally, he carved a clear path straight into the cracked entrance of the mine. He had finally located the source. The moment he stepped deeper into the tunnel, the truth revealed itself. Chaos waited inside. Twisted demons crowded the cavern in a frenzied mass, their distorted bodies writhing against one another as they prepared to launch another attack. The corrupted air trembled with their hunger, but the hero did not hesitate even for a second. He raised his hand. A radiant ring formed in midair, glowing with sacred brilliance. From that circle, chains of holy light erupted outward like lightning. They lashed through the cavern and wrapped tightly around the demonic creatures, binding them in place. The demons thrashed violently. Their grotesque bodies twisted and struggled as the chains tightened around them, yet not a single one could break free. The suppressing glow of the holy light sealed their movements completely. Even their voices seemed strangled under its power. They could struggle, but they could not act. The hero's gaze hardened. It was time to end this. He gathered his power, preparing to erase the remaining corruption in one decisive strike. But just as the final attack was about to fall, something deeper within the mountains suddenly awakened. Overwhelming yellow energy erupted from the depths of the mine. The pressure exploded outward like a storm breaking through the earth. The cavern shook violently as the surge of power rippled through the rock itself. Even the chains trembled under the shock. Several surviving creatures began crawling desperately toward the exit, their movements frantic as if they were trying to escape something far more terrifying behind them. Outside the tunnel, the group could only wait. From where they stood, they could see nothing inside the mine. The violent tremors and bursts of energy echoed through the mountain, leaving them completely uncertain about what was happening within. Then suddenly, footsteps emerged from the darkness. Moments later, the hero walked out of the tunnel. His expression was calm, as if the chaos inside had already been resolved. In his hand, he held the severed head of the primary demon, the corrupted creature that had served as the source of everything. He stated plainly that the main culprit had been eliminated. Then he extended his other hand and revealed a sword. He said it belonged to the old man. The father stepped forward and examined the weapon carefully. The moment his eyes settled on the blade, recognition flashed across his face. This sword had been forged by Ching Jing of Ching Jing. It was the holy radiant light sword that had been gifted to him many years ago. Slowly, his gaze shifted back toward the young hero. This time he studied the boy far more carefully. Suspicion crept into his eyes. This youth was clearly not an ordinary cultivator. The strength he had just displayed, the control over holy energy, the calmness under pressure, all of it pointed toward something far greater. If his guess was correct, this boy must have been one of the champions in that year's national freshman competition. But before he could continue questioning him, the hero glanced around the shattered mine and the ruined surroundings. Calmly, he remarked that this place was hardly suitable for a proper conversation. The entire mine had turned into a disaster zone. The old man followed his gaze and silently acknowledged the destruction around them. Then his eyes shifted briefly toward the red-haired warrior standing nearby. Without wasting another word, he turned and told them all to follow him. Then he led the group back toward the house. About a month earlier, the old man explained, strange events had begun unfolding inside the mine, though at first they seemed minor. The miners working deep in the tunnels started reporting odd disturbances, unsettling sounds echoing through the dark passageways, and vague shadows flickering in the deeper sections of the shafts. Concerned by these accounts, the old man personally descended into the mine to investigate. Yet when he carefully examined the tunnels at that time, all he found were faint traces of scattered, demonic energy lingering in the air. The residue was weak and sparse, easily dispersed with little effort, so in that moment the situation did not appear particularly serious. But as time passed, the situation slowly shifted into something far more dangerous. From the deeper parts of the Orvane, a stream of extremely pure, yet highly corrosive demon energy began to seep outward. Unlike the earlier traces, this energy was powerful and hazardous. The old man explained that any miner who accidentally came into contact with it soon lost their mental clarity. Their thoughts became disordered, their bodies twisted into horrifying mutations, and eventually they even turned on their own companions, attacking them without the slightest awareness of what they were doing. Faced with this nightmare, the old man had no option but to take action. He was forced to eliminate several miners who had already mutated and then destroy the immediate source of the demonic energy. Yet even that decisive act failed to resolve the crisis. Shortly after the first source was destroyed, another well of the same demonic power emerged elsewhere inside the mine. Once again, miners were contaminated. Once again, they mutated, and the entire situation quickly spiraled beyond any attempt to control or contain it. With the contamination repeatedly spreading, the old man finally made the difficult decision that the miners could no longer remain there. He ordered every worker to leave the Black Rock mountain range so they would not fall victim to the corruption. After the evacuation, The once busy mining site became nearly deserted. Only the old man stayed behind in those barren mountains, sharing the abandoned tunnels with the terrifying creatures beneath the ground, beings that had once been human. After listening to the entire explanation, Ling Feng began to wonder why the old man had never sought outside help. She questioned him directly, asking whether he had reported the crisis to the authorities above and what kind of response, if any, had come from the military or the guild. The old man explained that he had already reported everything through the emergency communication channels as soon as the incident began, yet for some inexplicable reason there had been no response whatsoever. The message seemed to vanish into silence, and not a single reply ever arrived from the authorities. Zhou Yi calmly thanked the old man for staying behind alone, acknowledging that he had remained there to wait for reinforcements while doing his best to suppress the spreading demonic corruption. Although Zhou Yi spoke with clear appreciation for the old man's dedication, Ling Feng quietly thought to herself that the old man obviously disliked her, yet Zhou Yi was still openly praising him. Soon after, Zhou Yi revealed the true reason he had come to this place. He explained that his purpose was to find an ancient item, one that, according to the clues he had gathered, should be hidden somewhere deep within the mine. Zhou Yi added that this ancient object was extremely important to him, and for that reason, he hoped to reach a cooperative agreement with the old man. The old man asked him calmly what kind of agreement he had in mind. Zhou Yi replied that the old man had already seen his abilities earlier, particularly the holy light he wielded, which possessed the power to strongly suppress both demonic monsters and demonic energy. Because of that ability, Zhou Yi promised he would thoroughly explore the entire mine, locate the true source of the demonic energy, and resolve the problem completely. In exchange for eliminating the threat, he asked only for permission to search the mine for the ancient item he sought. The old man watched Zhou Yi in silence for a moment before remarking that Zhou Yi was indeed a clever man, adding that if he refused the proposal now, Zhou Yi would likely find some other method, or some different excuse, that would eventually lead to the same outcome and force him to agree anyway. Zhou Yi replied calmly that the old man was worrying unnecessarily, since what he truly wanted was simply an honest and straightforward cooperation. After considering the matter for a short time, the old man finally admitted that such an arrangement might be acceptable, but he stated that he had one condition before he would agree. His requirement was simple. On the following day, Tiexin and the red-haired girl would fight each other. The unexpected condition stunned everyone who heard it. Ling Feng immediately demanded to know what the old man actually meant by such a request. Irritation rose inside her, because from the very beginning the old man had treated her coldly, and now he was suddenly insisting on arranging a fight between her and Tiexin. Tiexin turned toward the old man, her adoptive father, and questioned why he would demand something like this, reminding him that Ling Feng was not an enemy, but her teammate, someone she trusted with her life. However, the old man showed no intention of reconsidering, remaining completely resolute as he declared that the duel was his sole condition, and that they could either accept it or walk away without any agreement. Zhou Yi then spoke calmly, telling Ling Feng to quiet down and restrain her temper. Inwardly, he understood that the old man's behavior was not simple stubbornness. Senior One seemed to hold a deep and unmistakable hostility toward Ling Feng, and Zhou Yi suspected the reason likely stemmed from an old grievance against the Shen family. Since the duel now appeared unavoidable, Zhou Yi concluded that if it truly had to happen, he would need to ensure the fight remained within limits he could control. Once the tension settled, Zhou Yi asked the old man whether the duel would have any restrictions and at what point the battle should be stopped. The old man answered plainly that both fighters must use their full power and treat the clash as though it were a life-and-death struggle. He added that he would personally watch the fight and judge the boundaries himself, meaning there was no need for either of them to pretend or restrain themselves. If the battle lacked sincerity, the agreement would be cancelled immediately. In the end, Zhou Yi accepted that the duel would be fought at full strength. The old man then announced that the match would take place the following morning in a clearing on the eastern side of the mine. After stating this, he called for Tiexin to come with him. Leading her away from the others, he stopped and told her to pay attention to the ground beneath her feet, asking her what she could sense from the earth itself. Tiexin focused carefully and felt the soil underfoot, replying that it seemed heavy and steady, yet deep below there pulsed a restless rhythm. The old man nodded, confirming that her perception was correct. He explained that the power of the ley lines beneath the earth had not faded. That ancient force carried and supported all living beings, and within it flowed the emotions of existence itself: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He then told her to watch carefully as he demonstrated a technique, explaining that the move was not designed to strike an opponent, but instead existed to guard the path and provide protection. As the old man revealed the method, Tiexin stared in astonishment while witnessing the power he displayed. The old man explained that the strength drawn from the ley lines could become the most powerful shield, one capable of safeguarding everything she held dear. Yet that same force could also change into an immense and crushing fury, heavy enough to sweep aside anything standing in its way. He went on to clarify that the essence of this power was not determined by how much spiritual energy someone possessed. What truly mattered was the depth of harmony between a person's heart and the earth beneath them. After laying out this principle, he told Tiexin to try the technique herself. Mind, she concentrated on the things she wanted to protect. Memories surfaced, moments filled with laughter, sweat, and the warmth of fighting alongside her companions. Those shared battles and the bonds they created had ensured she would never feel alone again. They were the very words brother he had once told her. As the old man watched her attempt, he sensed something unexpected. The protective spirit inside her heart had stirred a gentle response from the entire mountain range itself. He nodded with approval and praised her progress, telling her she had already manifested the spirit of guardianship. He even admitted that her starting point stood higher than his own had been long ago, and that given time and experience, she would certainly surpass him one day. Yet one question still lingered in Tiexin's mind. She could not understand why he had insisted on arranging a fight between her and the Shun girl. Hearing this, the old man finally revealed the reason behind his decision. He explained that long ago, in front of an epic gray dragon spine crystal mine, he had lost his arm, not to an enemy, but to a brother he had trusted deeply, someone he once believed he could entrust with his own life. 30 years earlier, the old man had once formed a team with a dragon blood warrior named Shin-san. The two men shared the same determination and the same burning ambition, and because of that shared spirit, they quickly became close partners who trusted one another completely. During one expedition while exploring a mine together, Shin-san confidently proclaimed that the discovery before them would bring them fame and allow their names to become an immortal legend. Inspired by that same dream of glory, the two continued pressing deeper into their exploration. Along the way, they accidentally wandered into a barren mountain region, where for half a month they fought fierce beasts one after another without pause. After enduring countless dangerous encounters, their perseverance was finally rewarded when they uncovered an epic crystal mine hidden deep within that desolate land. At the sight of it, both men were overwhelmed with excitement and joy, believing that this discovery would transform their future and grant them the glory they had pursued for so long. Yet just as they celebrated their astonishing fortune and began discussing what to do next, disaster struck. Beneath the crystal vein, buried deep underground, demons were secretly lurking in the darkness. During the sudden and chaotic confrontation that followed, Shin-san lost control under the influence of the demonic energy, and while his mind was overtaken by that corruption, he violently severed the old man's arm. The old man explained that the abyssal demon energy immediately invaded the wound and began corroding it. Because of that unnatural corruption, ordinary healing methods proved completely useless. The injury could not be treated through normal means, meaning the only chance for survival required a specific and powerful form of healing. To receive such treatment, he had to travel to the headquarters of the Church of Light and request a bishop to perform the great holy healing art. However, the church enforced a strict rule. Anyone seeking that level of healing had to truthfully disclose the exact cause of their injury. When Shin-san later regained his senses and returned to normal, he immediately dropped to his knees and begged the old man not to reveal the existence of the mine. Shin-san understood that neither of them possessed the strength needed to protect such a priceless discovery. If the truth were exposed, powerful forces would inevitably seize the mine, leaving them with nothing. But despite Shin-san's desperate pleas, the old man refused to lie about the cause of his injury. Because of that refusal, Shin-san eventually ordered the Shun family to pursue him, accusing him of betrayal and theft. Heartbroken and betrayed by the very man he once regarded as a brother, the old man dragged his wounded and broken body away. He concealed his identity and fled far from his pursuers, traveling until he finally reached the distant and unforgiving Resolute Black Rock Mountain Range, a harsh and isolated place where he settled quietly and lived in seclusion, hiding himself from the outside world. After hearing the entire story, Tiexin sincerely apologized, explaining that she had never known anything about those past events. The old man responded calmly that none of it was her fault, and that he would never direct his anger toward a young girl simply because she belonged to the Shun family. Even so, he admitted that the anger and resentment he held toward that family had remained buried in his heart for 30 years and could not simply vanish. He then revealed the true reason he wanted her to win the coming battle. It was not merely an act of revenge, nor was it simply meant to satisfy his long-held hatred. What he truly wanted was proof. He wanted to prove that the child he had personally raised and trained in the harsh wilderness of the mountains, a child who had grown strong despite having only one arm, could surpass the dragon-blooded body of the Shun family, which had been nurtured with endless resources and advantages. Tiexin replied that she fully understood both his feelings and his intentions. She declared firmly that in the upcoming battle she would give everything she had and would not hold anything back. Hearing such determined words filled the old man with great satisfaction, and he openly praised her resolve. Later, Lingxi gently urged Lingfeng to drink some hot water so he could calm himself, but Lingfeng refused, still burning with anger. Zhou Yi noticed this and asked whether Ling Feng was still thinking about Senior Wan. Ling Feng immediately admitted that he was. From his point of view, the old man had wanted to kill him the moment they first met, and now he was suddenly demanding a duel. Ling Feng could not understand why Zhou Yi had agreed to such a strange condition. In his eyes, the old man was clearly being unreasonable, and they could simply find another way into the mine, even if it meant forcing their way inside. Zhou Yi answered calmly that forcing their way in would actually be the worst possible option. He admitted that if he were standing in Ling Feng's place, he would also feel anger after being treated with hostility and dragged into such a baffling fight. However, he reminded Ling Feng that the reason they had come here was to resolve a problem, not to create a new one. Zhou Yi then explained that Senior One was not only the guardian of the mine, but also Tiexin's father, and if they tried to force their way inside, the person who would ultimately suffer the most would be Tiexin herself. He made it clear that he had not agreed to the duel in order to wrong anyone, nor did he have any intention of sacrificing anyone for the sake of his own goals. The only reason he accepted the challenge was because he believed in Ling Feng. In Zhou Yi's view, a single battle would never be enough to break the bond that existed between true partners. Ling Feng reacted immediately and denied that they were partners at all, his response coming so quickly that it seemed as if he wanted to avoid confronting the meaning behind Zhou Yi's words. Soon afterward, morning arrived, and the time for the duel finally came. Ling Si quietly asked Zhou Yi whether it was truly acceptable to allow the two of them to fight each other like this. Zhou Yi answered calmly, telling her to trust them both, and explaining that this battle carried great importance for each of them. The old man stepped forward and positioned himself at the center of the battlefield, announcing that since this duel was meant to be fought with full strength, neither fighter should show restraint, because holding back would only be an insult to the opponent standing before them. The moment the signal was given, the fight began. Tiexin and Ling Feng charged straight toward one another and launched their attacks. Their fists collided repeatedly as they exchanged powerful blows, each of them striking while skillfully avoiding the other's attacks. Watching from the side, Zhou Yi carefully observed the flow of the battle and soon noticed that Ling Feng's movements were much faster than usual. From that detail alone, Zhou Yi realized that Ling Feng had been suppressing a tremendous amount of anger inside himself. As the fight continued, Zhou Yi slowly began to feel uneasy. The two fighters knew each other's combat habits extremely well. After spending so long training together, their reactions and movements had already become instinctive muscle memory. Because of that familiarity, Zhou Yi understood that the duel might eventually devolve into a pure contest of endurance, where neither side could easily achieve a decisive victory. At that moment, Ling Feng activated Blood Rave, a technique that sharply boosted both his speed and attack power while pushing him into an excited combat state. In response, Tiexin unleashed Ley Line Shock, channeling powerful Ley Line energy into the earth and causing jagged spikes to erupt violently from beneath the battlefield. The sudden appearance of those spikes caught Ling Feng completely off guard, and he could not hide his shock as he wondered when she had learned such an ability. Tiexin answered immediately, telling him that he should pay closer attention to what was happening around him. She reminded him firmly that she was not the same teammate who used to spar lightly with him during ordinary training sessions. She understood very clearly that her level, skill grades, and natural combat talent were all inferior to his. Yet that fact changed nothing, because from the very beginning both of them had agreed that this fight would be carried out with their full strength. She went on to say that this battle represented the answer her father had been waiting 30 long years to see. For her as well, it was the first true chance to prove her own worth. Looking directly at Ling Feng, she challenged him without hesitation, telling him that he should defeat her, knock her down, or leave her unable to stand if he had the ability, but she declared firmly that he could not continue holding back or treating her with the same gentle restraint he showed during training, because such behavior in a battle like this would only be patronizing. At that moment, Zhou Yi finally understood everything clearly. The answer that had been waiting for 3 decades was now revealing itself. Senior Wan's heart carried a deep and unresolved hatred toward the Shun family, and this battle was meant to confront that lingering grievance. Tiexin's words also forced Ling Feng to recognize his own mistake. He apologized sincerely and admitted that she was right. This was a true battle, not another practice match. Accepting that reality, he allowed the fury inside him to rise even further. The attributes of his flame dragon body surged violently, doubling in strength as the power within him swelled. With that overwhelming force erupting through his body, Ling Feng warned Tiexin to be careful, because the fight had now entered its most intense stage. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.